Welcome to the ocean survival game. This is humanity's only chance to continue. On this boundless ocean, only by constantly evolving can one survive. Remember, your ship is an extension of your life. Upgrade it, and it will be your fortress in this vast ocean. Countless simple wooden boats float on the sea, each carrying a bewildered person. The man opened his eyes in the small boat. Did I travel through time? He looked at his legs, which were still atrophied and deformed. At that moment, a voice sounded in his mind. Evolver, welcome to Beginner Sea Area number 1000, initial population 1000. You are currently within the Beginner's Protective Shield. Revelation's protection will shield you from shipwrecks and sea monsters. As the sound faded, a semi-transparent panel appeared before Lu Chen's eyes. Name, Lu Chen level, 10/100 strength, 1 average 10 agility, 0 average 10. Constitution, 1 average 10. Perception, 8 average 10. Ship, beginner wooden boat. Overall combat strength assessment. Tier 1. Seeing this information, Lu Chen was speechless. His attributes were pitifully low compared to others. At this moment, he noticed the chat channel, where everyone was discussing the sudden change and the awakening of their talent. Someone excitedly exclaimed, with a strength value of 20, I'm sure I can awaken a powerful talent. Suddenly, a dazzling white light descended from the sky, enveloping everyone except Lu Chen. After the white light dissipated, everyone showed expressions of joy, but Lu Chen remained unmoved. Congratulations, Evolver Lu Chen. Due to your low attributes, you have failed to awaken your talent. The voice of the heavenly revelation rang out again. Given the special circumstances of the evolved being Lu Chen, Revelation Online has specially bestowed a care gift box upon him. A small black box appeared on his boat. Lu Chen opened the box, and a pink little octopus jumped out. Is this an octopus? Lu Chen looked down at the little creature in his arms in surprise. Congratulations. You have obtained a divine pet, the Kraken, juvenile. The voice of Revelation Online rang out again. Lu Chen hurriedly checked the pet, Kraken's stats. Pet name, Kraken God level. Owner, Lu Chen. Level, 10/10,000. Infancy stage, currently without direct combat ability. Talent, Abyssal Grab SSS rank. Able to seize all things in the world and give them back to the mother or master. Evolves into the Lord of the Abyss upon reaching adulthood. Skill 1. Not yet awakened. Skill 2. Not yet awakened. Overall combat strength assessment. Cannot be evaluated. God level. SSS level talent. A level not recorded in the Revelation Online encyclopedia. Little Guji happily shook its tentacles. Lu Chen smiled and patted Tuanzi's head. You look like a little dumpling, so I'll call you Tuanzi. However, what exactly is the effect of this talent? He then decided to try out Tuanzi's talent. He opened the chat channel and found it was already buzzing with excitement. I've awakened D-level ice manipulation. I can freeze seawater. That's so cool. I've awakened E-rank strength enhancement. Now I can kill a bull with one punch. I've awakened E-rank X-ray vision. I can see the figures of beautiful women. It's so awesome. Lu Chen thought to himself, ships can also awaken talents, and he immediately sent a message asking, has anyone's ship awakened a talent yet? Soon, Zhou Xiang replied, my ship has awakened its talent. He then posted its attributes. Beginner wooden ship, specialty ship, captain, Zhou Xiang. Lu Chen looked at the dumpling and discovered that it could not only absorb impurities, but also refine them. The little dumpling's face turned bright red, and it stretched out its tentacles as if wanting to hug Lu Chen. Quickly spit out what you've inhaled. The dumpling absorbs things that enhance his attributes, but now his mouth is full of rotten impurities. Wow! Tuanzi opened its little mouth and spat out a stream of black impurities into the sea, instantly turning the seawater below the wooden boat black. Next, we'll wait for them to scout ahead, and I'll just pick up the scraps from behind. Lu Chen patted Tuanzi's little body. Lu Chen consulted the Tianyu encyclopedia and realized that he needed to upgrade his beginner wooden boat into a single-masted sailboat to have any chance of survival. It was discovered that upgrading from beginner to intermediate level requires 20 units of wood and 1 second-tier crystal core. Wood is easy to obtain, but second-tier crystal cores are only found among second-tier sea beasts. The surrounding discussion grew increasingly heated. We can form teams. Each boat can carry up to 4 people, which would allow us to form small teams. The owners of the special-purpose ship became the focus, especially Zhou Xiang and Yang Ziming. Yang Ziming not only possessed a sea-level talent, but also the only sea-level talent ship. Suddenly, a man stepped forward, his body radiating an eerie red light. He threw a punch, tearing the sea apart. Someone recognized him. Zhao Lei, the boss, has a strength rating of 20. Seeing this, Lu Chen thought, Zhao Lei is so strong, let's lead him out. Amidst the crowd's praise, Zhao Lei proudly gripped his steel spear, declaring, "Today, let me show you true power." The people around him echoed in agreement, and Zhao Lei's small boat steered towards the outside of the protective shield. Just as he passed through the shield, a huge shark suddenly leaped out from under the sea and slammed into the small boat. The shark suddenly leaped out of the water, and Zhao Lei's eyes widened. How can it be so big? The shark was much larger than he had imagined. Before he could react, the shark bit Zhao Lei's right arm. Zhao Lei was dragged into the water. The seawater instantly turned red. After the shark took a bite, it ignored him and swam away, leaving Zhao Lei's mangled body floating on the sea. Ding! The evolved being you are following, Zhao Lei, has been killed by a megalodon, Tier 1. A megalodon, even a first-tier sea beast, is this strong. Lu Chen took a deep breath. It seems that evolving from a basic ship to a single-masted sailing ship is not an easy task. He looked around. Everyone was filled with fear. If a strong person like Zhao Lei died so easily, how long could the others last? Chapter 4, Don't be afraid, everyone. If you lack confidence, find your teammates. Don't force it. Yang Ziming stood up with a resolute expression. His small boat was already full of 4 people, indicating that the team had been formed. Time is of the essence. If we stay here any longer, we'll be trapped. Only by fighting our way out and upgrading our ships can we find a chance to survive. Yang Ziming led his team to the waters where Zhao Lei died, where there were fewer sharks. As the megalodon spotted its prey approaching, Yang Ziming's wooden boat suddenly burst into a bright light, revealing a phantom of a rhinoceros, and the boat accelerated towards the shark. Bang! The shark's skin was ripped open, the wound was bloody and mangled, and the megalodon was disoriented. This is Yang Ziming's Special Operations Ship's sea-level talent, Rhino Ram, with immense power. Attack! At Yang Ziming's command, the 4 launched a swift attack, unleashing a barrage of flames, ice spikes, crossbow bolts, and steel spears, instantly killing the megalodon. Under Yang Ziming's leadership, the thousands of people inside the protective shield quickly formed teams, and more than 300 wooden boats sailed out of the protective shield in a grand procession. Lu Chun and some timid girls were ignored and left alone on the ship. Ding! Evolver! Yang Meng, killed by megalodon, Tier 1. Ding! Evolver! Li Jinjin, killed by megalodon, Tier 1. Megalodon was quickly eliminated, and Lu Chen knew it was time to pick up the pieces. He opened the Revelation Online panel, set up the function to receive death reports, and then rowed his small boat out of the protective shield. However, after only a few strokes, his arms felt heavy. "I'm too weak," Lu Chun said with a wry smile. Tuanzi jumped into the sea, its 8 tentacles paddling vigorously to help Lu Chun propel the small boat. "Tuanzi is great." Lu Chun smiled. Soon, they arrived at Zhao Lei's corpse. Lu Chun instructed Tuanzi to use abyss absorption on the corpse. Tuanzi, try to extract his talent. The dumpling placed its tentacles on Zhao Lei's corpse and quickly extracted energy, causing Zhao Lei's body to shrivel into a dried-up corpse. Gurgle, gurgle, the dumpling chirped happily, extending its tentacles to Lu Chun. Lu Chun grasped the tentacles, channeling energy into his body. Ding! Successfully absorbed Evolver. Zhao Lei, you have obtained E-rank talent, strength enhancement, absorbed 2 points of strength. Lu Chen's arms regained their strength, and he felt an unprecedented power. I finally have talent. Lu Chen was extremely excited. His strength doubled from 3 to 6, reaching a normal level. Tuanzi, you're truly my darling. Then, Lu Chen rowed towards the belly-up carcass of the megalodon. By this time, his strength had returned, and he was rowing much faster than before. Ding! Successfully captured a megalodon. Agility increased by 2 points. Lu Chen's legs became even more powerful. Next, Lu Chen gained 8 points in constitution, 6 points in strength, and 8 points in agility, as well as 3 talents. Speed enhancement, level E, olfactory enhancement, level F, visual enhancement, level F. Lu Chen's current attributes are: name, Lu Chen, level 1, 0/100, strength, 9, agility, 10, constitution, 11, perception, A. Talents, strength enhancement, rank E, speed enhancement, rank E, sense of smell enhancement, rank F, vision enhancement, rank F. Ship, beginner wooden boat enhanced overall combat strength assessment, peak tier 1. In chapter 5, Lu Chen slowly stood up. With the increase in attribute points, his physical condition had returned to normal. For more than 10 years, he was bedridden and accompanied by illness, but now he can walk freely like an ordinary person. Ding! The evolved human you are following, Zhou Xiang, has been killed by a bloodthirsty sea eel, peak tier 1. Lu Chun was stunned. Zhou Xiang was dead. He clearly possesses a D-class mutant ship and has C-class talent, with 3 other D-class talent evolvers on board. The strongest group in the beginner zone. They died as soon as they left the protective shield. Revelation Online has sent 3 death notices in a row, all caused by the bloodthirsty sea eel. Lu Chun secretly analyzed. Zhou Xiang is dead, and his alien ship is now unattended. Tuanzi can absorb talents, so let's see if it can absorb the ship. Soon, Lu Chun saw the wrecked wooden boat and 4 corpses floating on the sea. Where's that moray eel? Lu Chun scanned his surroundings, then suddenly activated his talent, enhancing his vision and sense of smell. He quickly sensed that beneath the wrecked wooden boat, a massive black shadow was slowly moving, accompanied by a bloody aura. As expected, it didn't leave. Lu Chun's heart tightened. He knew that if he wanted to absorb the talent, he had to deal with this bloodthirsty sea eel first. Looking down at Tuanzi, Lu Chun said softly, "With you here, as long as I live, no one can touch me." He then handed Zhao Lei's steel spear to Tuanzi, saying, "Help me temper this thing. We're going to fight later." Gurgle, the dumpling, responded, its tentacles waving, and a moment later, an enhanced steel spear appeared in Lu Chun's hand. He tried it out, and found that the spear was several times stronger and sharper than before. Tuanzi, find a safe place to hide later. Lu Chun sneered. "Fine, you big worm. I'll have a go at you." A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he swiftly slashed toward the location of the bloodthirsty sea eel. The bloodthirsty moray eel quickly sensed the approaching boat and suddenly lunged at the sinking vessel. Upon impact, the wooden boat trembled violently. Ding! The enhanced beginner's boat has been attacked by a bloodthirsty moray eel. Durability -15. The moray eel is incredibly agile. After striking, it immediately dives into the deep sea and disappears without a trace, giving Lu Chun almost no chance to retaliate. It lost 15 durability points from just one impact, yet it's still so agile. A hint of seriousness flashed in Lu Chun's eyes. The bloodthirsty moray eel resumed its circling of the small boat, searching for an opportunity. The reinforced boat can't be rammed. Lu Chun sneered, his eyes fixed on the eel's movements. Suddenly, the eel's body tensed, and like an arrow released from a bow, it charged towards the small boat. "I've been waiting for you." A sharp glint flashed in Lu Chun's eyes as he instantly activated his speed enhancement, quickly dodging the sea eel's attack. "Beast, do you know why humans are so strong?" Lu Chun sneered, and as the eel lunged forward, he thrust his spear into its massive jaws. Uft! The steel spear pierced through the sea eel's mouth and instantly plunged into its throat, causing its massive body to thrash violently, with flesh and blood flying everywhere. The bloodthirsty eel struggled and thrashed, but ultimately died under the spear, the surrounding seawater stained red with blood. Chapter 6. Lu Chun watched the eel gradually stop struggling and revealed a victorious smile. "I did it, I really did it." Gurgle, gurgle. Tuanzi climbed over from the bow of the boat and excitedly jumped into Lu Chun's arms. Ding! Killed bloodthirsty sea eel, peak tier 1, gained 50 life energy. Is this evolutionary energy? Lu Chun looked down at his panel. Level 1, 25 out of 100. Lu Chun suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait, I gained 50 energy points, but I only have 25 here. He noticed that Tuanzi's panel displayed level 1, 25/10,000, indicating that half of the energy had been absorbed by Tuanzi. Lu Chun shook his head. The evolutionary energy required by Tuanzi was 100 times greater than his. Gurgle, gurgle. Tuanzi snuggled up to Lu Chun affectionately. "All right, we should get down to business." Lu Chun pointed to the half-destroyed wooden boat beside him. "Tuanzi, try to absorb the talent of this wooden boat." Gurgle, Tuanzi responded and leaped into the sea. Ding! Successfully acquired alien ship talent. Your ship has acquired a D-level talent. Ecological symbiosis, success. Lu Chun was overjoyed. Ding! Successfully acquired evolver. Zhou Xiang, you have gained a C-level talent. Plant affinity, perception increased by 2 points. Ding! Successfully acquired evolver. Lu Yang, you have gained a D-level talent. Flame manipulation, increasing your strength by 2 points. Ding! Successfully consumed bloodthirsty sea eel tier 1, peak, you gained 3 agility points. After a flurry of activity, Lu Chun received a generous reward for talents and multiple attribute points. Talents: Plant Affinity, Grade C, Fire Manipulation, Grade D, Ice Manipulation, Grade D, Bone Spur Mutation, Grade D. Attributes: Strength 4, Constitution 9, Agility 3, Perception 2. He noticed that Toanzi was gaining fewer and fewer attribute points after absorbing ordinary weapons. Lu Chen suddenly stretched out his hand. His fingertips twitched slightly, and the surrounding seawater seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, freezing into ice. Compared to attribute points, gaining 4 talents is the biggest achievement. Lu Chen smiled with satisfaction. He thought of Zhou Xiang's powerful talent. His ecological symbiosis talent was clearly insufficient to deal with overly powerful creatures. Lu Chen's heart stirred, and he looked down at his wooden boat, which emitted a faint, almost imperceptible halo. A seagull swiftly landed on his shoulder, its eyes filled with curiosity and submission. As expected, this talent is more suited for reconnaissance than combat. Lu Chen chuckled and waved his hand, saying, "Go." Seagulls blend into the blue sky. The view of the sinking land seems to merge with the seagulls, and the scenery within a radius of several nautical miles is clearly visible. Lu Chen spotted a tiny island ahead through the seagulls. There are signs of biological activity on the island. This meant there might be a water source on the island. Without hesitation, Lu Chen rowed towards the island with Tuanzi. In Chapter 7, Lu Chen had only been rowing for a short while when a frost crocodile turtle appeared before him, launching a fierce attack on a wooden boat. The alligator snapping turtle opened its massive jaws, and several sharp ice spikes shot out like arrows. A girl standing nearby was unable to dodge them, and an ice spike pierced her neck. Seeing this, the remaining 3 launched a fierce counterattack against the ice crocodile turtle. Leading them was a man wreathed in flames. Lu Chen recognized him as Lu Shuainan, who possessed D-level flame manipulation ability and whose strength within the protective shield was assessed as peak of the 1st tier. "Turn me into a roasted turtle." Lu Shuainan roared, waving his hands, and flames poured down, tightly enveloping the alligator snapping turtle. The flames burned the alligator snapping turtle, causing it to struggle in agony. Finally, under Lu Shuainan's relentless fire attack, it lost its life and let out a miserable cry. At this moment, a white light emanated from Lu Shuai's body, and his aura intensified. The 2 people beside him exclaimed, "Brother Lu is amazing." The alligator snapping turtle is gone in an instant. In this short period of time, Lu Shuainan has established sufficient prestige within the small group thanks to his strong abilities. Announcement: 3 players in the 1,000-player newbie zone have reached level 2. The level rankings are now published. 1. Yang Ziming, level 2, 60 out of 300. 2. Li Sini, level 2, 30/300. 3. Lu Shuainan, level 2, 0/300. 4. Li Ming, level 1, 90/100. Brother Thanan is ranked 3rd. That's amazing. Wang Hao looked at the leaderboard with admiration in his eyes. Lu Shuainan's gaze swept over the dead girl. He frowned and showed his displeasure. What bad luck. I didn't expect her to die so soon. Throw her away, Lu Shuainan ordered. Yes. Wang Hao and Yang Fan roughly threw the girl's body into the sea. Brother Nan, look over there. Yang Fan suddenly pointed to Lu Chun in the distance and said. Wang Hao also noticed him. Brother Nan, we came here for Zhou Xiang's special vessel. Could that kid have already gotten a bargain? A ruthless glint flashed in Lu Shuai's eyes, and he said in a deep voice, "Go, follow him." The 3 of them quickly rowed and approached Lu Chun. Lu Chun originally planned to collect the bodies after they left, but seeing them heading towards him, he did not choose to run away. He stood quietly, gripping the steel crossbow hidden in his bosom, ready to deal with any unexpected situation. Soon, the 3 of them stopped in front of Lu Chun, and Lu Shuainan's gaze fell on Lu Chen's boat. Lu Shuainan attempted to view Lu Chen's information panel. Evolver. Lu Chun. Level. Power. Why are there so many question marks? Lu Shuainan wondered to himself. Brother Nan, Wang Hao and I checked. This kid can't even get into the top 100, Yang Fan said. Lu Shuainan felt relieved. He can't even crack the top 100. He's probably just a level 1 trash, easy for me to handle. His gaze shifted, his tone condescending. Kid, you're lucky. We're short 1 person on our ship. Here's your chance. But Lu Chen shook his head and said coldly, I'm still more used to being alone. Yang Fan's voice rose a few decibels. What? Wang Hao scoffed. Humph, trash who can't even get into the leaderboard. What are you pretending to be so high and mighty for? Despite the 3 men's aggressive attitude, Lu Chen remained calm and refused. Chapter 8. You don't have to join, just leave your ship behind. Lu Shuainan crossed his arms in front of his chest. Evolver, Lu Shuainan level, 20/300 strength, 17 agility, 17 constitution, 18. Perception, 25. Talent, flame manipulation, rank D. Ship, beginner wooden boat. Overall combat strength assessment, tier 2. Lu Chen carefully examined the three. Lu Shuainan, who was at level 2, was a bit troublesome. The other two were at level 1, possessing physical enhancement, level E, and X-ray vision, level E, respectively. He knew that if they got close, the dumpling hiding at the bow of the boat would be exposed. Brother Nan, look. Wang Hao pointed to the corpse of a bloodthirsty eel floating on the sea. This bloodthirsty eel has actually been killed. Lu Shuainan's gaze was drawn to the fish corpse, and he thought to himself, impossible. The bloodthirsty sea eel is a peak tier 1. Even Zhou Xiang and the others couldn't defeat it. The moment the three noticed the corpse, a sudden change occurred. A sharp crossbow bolt pierced the air and shot straight at Wang Hao's forehead. With a muffled thud, Wang Hao's head was instantly pierced by the bullet, and he fell into the sea. It's that kid. Kill him. Lu Shuainan and Yang Fan were shocked and prepared to fight back. But before they could make a move, Yang Fan's body suddenly began to freeze at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's an ice-type talent. Brother Nan, save me. Yang Fan shouted, but he was quickly frozen solid and unable to move. Damn it. Lu Shuainan roared, immediately activating the fire power within his body to prepare for a counterattack. However, a steel spear gleaming with cold light pierced through the scorching flames and appeared before him. It was Lu Chun. Strength enhancement and speed enhancement activated. Lu Chun slammed his right foot against the ground, the steel spear in his hand pointing straight at his chest. A flicker of fear flashed in Lu Shuainan's eyes. His heart raced, and he activated the flame power within his body, instantly turning the spearhead red-hot. Thud! The spear tip pierced Lu Shuainan's right eye with precision, and blood splattered everywhere. Lu Shuainan is physically strong and can still move despite his serious injuries, but the flames only aggravated his wounds. At this moment, Lu Shuainan was filled with fear. The man in front of him was too terrifying. Spare me, Lu Shuainan pleaded. However, Lu Chen stretched out his charred right hand and pressed it against Lu Shuainan's forehead, coldly saying, too late. As he finished speaking, a ghastly white bone spur shot out from his palm, piercing Lu Shuainan's skull. Bone spur mutation, rank D. The flames went out at that moment, and Lu Shuainan lost all life. Yang Fan was frozen solid. The entire process didn't even give him time to react. How could you possess two talents? Yang Fan's eyes were filled with disbelief. He could only wail, Revelation Online, I want to report someone for cheating. However, Revelation Online did not respond to his cries. Oh, so you've discovered my secret? Lu Chen turned around. Then I'll just have to kill you to keep quiet. As Yang Fan screamed in agony, the bone spurs rapidly elongated, mercilessly piercing his heart. After killing 3 people in succession, Lu Chun leaned wearily against the gunwale of the wooden boat, his hands trembling violently and his chest heaving. At this moment, his body was severely burned, and intense pain was pounding against his nerves like waves. In Chapter 9, Lu Chen stood there, utterly shocked. He had actually ended the lives of 3 people with his own hands. Gurgle, the little dumpling poked its head out from its hiding place, saw its owner covered in wounds, and immediately crawled toward him in a panic. Gurgle, gurgle. Tuanzi gently licked Lu Chen's wound with its little tongue, as if trying to comfort him. It's all right, Tuanzi, I'm used to it. He smiled and comforted Tuanzi. Guji, Tuanzi looked at him with her big, wet eyes. Then, Lu Chen's gaze turned to the corpse of Yang Fan not far away. Tuanzi, absorb all the talents and attributes of these guys into my possession. Gurgle, the dumpling acted quickly, several tentacles swimming towards Yang Fan's corpse, beginning to absorb his talent. Lu Shuainan said my panel was full of question marks. Could it be that they can't see my information? A thought struck Lu Chun, and he suddenly understood. When I checked Tuanzi's panel, there were also a lot of question marks. It seems that my panel is indeed invisible to them. Gurgle, gurgle. Tuanzi finally completed the absorption of the talents from the 4 corpses of Lu Shuai's team and the frost crocodile turtle. Tuanzi, you are truly my lucky star. Lu Chen smiled and reached out to touch Tuanzi, feeling a wave of warmth. Ding. Successfully captured Evolver. Lu Shuainan. You have obtained D-level talent, flame manipulation, perception increased by 4 points. Ding. Successfully acquired Evolver. Sailing. You have obtained E-rank talent, physical enhancement, increasing your physical constitution by 2 points. Ding. Successfully captured Evolver. Wang Hao. You have obtained E-level talent, X-ray vision, strength increased by 2 points. Ding. Successfully consumed the ice alligator turtle, tier 1. You gained 2 points of constitution. Ding. Successfully acquired evolved being, Liang Bingbing. You have obtained F-level talent, hearing enhancement, agility increased by 2 points. Seeing the series of notifications, Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat, realizing that some talents were duplicated. Just as he was wondering about this, the voice of the heavenly decree rang out. Ding. Evolver Lu Chen's D-rank talent, Flame Manipulation, has met the evolution requirements and has successfully evolved into the C-rank talent, Blazing Flame Control. Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. The precision of his control and the ferocity of the flames were several times greater than before. He looked excitedly at his newly evolved talent. With Tuanzi, his talent could continue to evolve. If C-rank is already this powerful, how strong would it be if it could evolve to B-rank, A-rank, or even S-rank? At this moment, Lu Chen deeply understood why Tianyu valued Tuanzi so much. It was not only the inheritor of talent, but also the key to evolution. At this moment, Lu Chen checked his panel and nodded in satisfaction. Name: Lu Chen. Level: 1, 25 out of 100. Strength: 15, Agility: 15, Constitution: 24, Perception: 14, Talent. Plant Affinity, Rank C, Flame Control, Rank C, Ice Manipulation, Rank D, Bone Spur Mutation, Rank D. Strength Enhancement, Rank E, Speed Enhancement, Rank E, Constitution Enhancement, Rank E, X-ray Vision, Rank E. Smell Enhancement, Grade F, Visual Enhancement, Grade F, Auditory Enhancement, Grade F. Ship, Beginner Wooden Boat, Enhanced. Overall Combat Strength Assessment, Peak Tier 2. Looking at his attributes, Lu Chen realized that although he was only at level 1, his combat power had already reached the peak of the second tier. With a soft flash of green light, the physical enhancement was activated, and Lu Chen's burns quickly healed. At this moment, the chat channel of the number 1000 newbie C was in an uproar. I just received a notification from Revelation Online that Lu Shuainan, the big boss, was killed by Lu Chen. What? Lu Shuainan is the third strongest on the ranking list. Who exactly is Lu Chen? Why have I never heard of him before? At this time, Lu Chen's name had begun to spread in the chat area. Although his level was low, his overall combat power had already shocked and impressed many people. In Chapter 10, a sweet girl's voice suddenly came through the chat channel, attracting everyone's attention. I've met Boss Lu Chen before. Tell me quickly, what kind of person is Boss Lu Chen? Yes, tell us quickly, what are his talents? How many teammates does he have? I didn't pay much attention. Lu Chen and a few of us timid girls were the last to leave the protective shield. I just happened to glance at him. The girl paused, a blush rising to her cheeks. Boss Lu Chen is very handsome. That's it. We've been waiting for this for ages, and you're just telling me he's handsome? Yeah, say something useful. Any teammates here? The girl's avatar flashed, and she continued. No, Boss Lu Chen is a loner. However, his ship is very special. It seems to have been enhanced. So that's how it is. Lu Shuainan saw that he was all alone and that his ship had been reinforced, so he thought of taking it for himself. But he didn't expect to be killed by Boss Lu Chen instead. Yes, Lu Shuainan has always been domineering. He stole someone else's weapon. It's outrageous. Boss Lu Chen is truly doing a service to the people. If this kind of person hadn't been punished by Lu Chen, he would have been completely lawless. The chat instantly filled with praise for Lu Chen, with everyone cheering him on. Just then, Yang Ziming's avatar flashed. Fellow citizens, in these chaotic times, the people of Xinxia should unite as one and support one another. I, Yang Ziming, hereby swear that I will never tolerate any behavior like Lu Shuainan's, which involves bullying, monopolizing, and extorting. Otherwise, I will punish them severely without exception and show no leniency. Wow, it's Boss Yang Ziming who spoke up. Boss Yang is a policeman. His words reassure us. Support Boss Yang. Just as everyone was discussing it, an announcement from Revelation Online rang out. Announcement: Ship Upgrade Incentive Program now introduced. The first evolver to upgrade to the Intermediate Beginner's Wooden Boat will be rewarded with 1 bronze-level ship weapon. The second user to upgrade to the Intermediate Beginner's Wooden Boat will be rewarded with 1 black iron-grade ship weapon. The third user to upgrade to the Intermediate Beginner's Wooden Boat will be rewarded with 1 common-grade ship weapon. Ship-mounted weapons can greatly enhance a ship's naval combat capabilities. We urge all evolved beings to strive to upgrade their ships and increase their chances of survival. The chat channel erupted in excitement as soon as the message was released. Bronze level ship weaponry. What would it be like? Cannons. This reward must be incredibly powerful. I've never even seen an iron level reward, let alone a bronze level one. I'm so excited. I'm even more motivated now. Don't get too excited. With Boss Yang zimming around, we should step aside. Then aiming for third place wouldn't be bad either. Don't forget about Boss Lu Chun. He's a ruthless character who can wipe out an entire team single-handedly. Upon hearing Lu Chen's name, some people immediately fell silent, daring not to say another word. Lu Chun, the terrifying figure who single-handedly wiped out Lu Shuai's entire team. Who do you think will be the first to upgrade to the intermediate beginner's wooden boat? Yang Zimming is definitely number one. After all, he is strong personally and his team is strong. The bronze level weapon is definitely his. It could also be Li Xinyi. Her magnetic manipulation is too strong. Just as everyone was discussing, the girl who had met Lu Chun spoke up again. I think it might be Boss Lu Chun. He seems capable of creating miracles. Haha, little girl, Lu Chun is indeed powerful, but his level is too low. That's right. Although Lu Chun is strong, he has no teammates. How can he compete with a team by fighting alone? Faced with the doubts, the girl's avatar flashed, filled with determination and stubbornness. Humph, I just think Lu Chun is different. You just wait, he'll slap you in the face. A deafening howl rang out as the sea bull that Lu Chun had just killed collapsed. Yang Zimming's arm regained its suppleness, and he shook his head slightly. Even a peak tier 1 sea beast is so ferocious. It seems we still need to accumulate some strength before we can challenge tier 2 sea beasts. Haha, Lao Yang, what's the rush? You're number 1 on the leaderboard now. The bronze level ship weapon is definitely yours. That's right, Boss Yang. No one can compare to us. Yang Zimming's expression remained solemn. We cannot be careless. Our Xinxia is full of hidden talents. Who knows what will happen in the end? At this moment, Zhou Yu, the 8th ranked user of the stealth talent, quietly appeared beside Yang Zimming. Brother Yang, are you worried about Li Xinyi? Yang Zimming shook his head. No, Li Xinyi's talent is too far behind the team's. I'm worried about Lu Chun. Lu Chun? That guy who didn't make the leaderboard? Zhou Yu raised an eyebrow. He's not simple. A hint of unease flashed in Yang Zimming's eyes as he whispered. Lu Chun was able to take down Lu Shuainan, who was at level 2, by himself, which proves that he has extraordinary potential. Li Ming laughed and said, what can he do? He's low level and has no teammates. Can he threaten us? I hope so. Yang Zimming was still uneasy, a vague unease preventing him from calming down. He knew all too well that the unknown about Lu Chun was the most dangerous thing. Chapter 11. A white feathered seagull circles above the island, its sharp eyes scanning every inch of the land. Through the shared vision of the seagulls, Lu Chun saw that the island had been taken over by a group of green-skinned monsters. 1 second-tier green-skinned monster and 12 first-tier green-skinned monsters, Lu Chun said in a deep voice. The goblins on the island were sitting around eating human flesh. Lu Chun could see one of the corpses, which had obviously been attacked by these monsters. These goblins belong to the same race, and attacking one of them will inevitably provoke a group counterattack. The island's terrain slopes from west to east, with steep cliffs and sharp rocks on the eastern side. A glint of light flashed in Lu Chen's eyes, and he immediately decided to take action. He rowed the boat closer to the island, then carefully boarded it with a steel crossbow and a fine steel spear. There, the goblins were feasting on human corpses. Lu Chun hid behind a tree and quietly opened the goblin's information panel. Ferocious beast, goblin. Characteristics: ferocious, lustful, craves fresh flesh and blood, and can call upon its own kind. Talent: none. Skills: none. Combat strength assessment: Tier 1. These goblins are strong and muscular. Although they are not tall, about 1.5 meters, the goblin captain in the middle is actually 2 meters tall. Ferocious beast, goblin captain. Characteristics: brutal, craves fresh flesh and blood, and can call upon its own kind. Talent: strength enhancement E. Skills: none. Combat strength assessment: peak 2nd tier. Lu Chun breathed a sigh of relief, finding that the goblin captain also had talent, which put him at ease. Monsters could also awaken talent, so he wouldn't have to rely solely on human corpses to improve his talent. He quickly raised his crossbow and aimed at one of the ordinary goblins. Whoosh! The crossbow bolt shot out, hitting the target's eye precisely. A whoo! The goblin howled in pain, immediately alerting the surrounding goblins. They quickly stood up, preparing to fight back. The goblin that was shot did not die, but instead grabbed the crossbow bolt and pulled out its eyeball along with the arrow, a truly gruesome scene. Why are goblins so resilient when they're both tier 1? Lu Chun cursed inwardly, quickly preparing a second crossbow bolt. Suddenly, the goblin captain, having keenly heard the noise, raised his stone axe and pointed it at Lu Chun. Whoa! With a roar, all the goblins pounced. Lu Chen's heart tightened, and he immediately activated his speed enhancement, rushing towards the eastern highlands. However, the goblins displayed astonishing speed, especially the goblin captain, who caught up almost instantly. In the blink of an eye, the goblin captain swung his stone axe and slashed fiercely at Lu Chun. Lu Chun reacted quickly, dodging the stone axe as it grazed his back and slammed heavily onto the ground, sending shards of stone flying. Bang! The goblin captain pounded his chest in anger and continued the pursuit. Lu Chun accelerated, quickly leaving the other goblins behind, and ran towards the cliff. Almost there, Lu Chun's heart skipped a beat. He stopped and turned to face the goblin captain. Looking at the approaching captain, Lu Chun sneered. "Come on, let's test the strength of a second-tier creature." The goblin captain roared and swung his giant axe at Lu Chun, who also unleashed a power boost, meeting the attack with his steel spear. The two collided, producing a deafening metallic clang. Clang! The steel spear and the giant axe collided violently, causing Lu Chun to almost lose his balance. In Chapter 12, shockingly, the spear, enhanced by Tuanzi, shattered instantly under the impact of a powerful force. The goblin captain's stone axe displayed unimaginable toughness and power, and with its momentum undiminished, it continued to cleave towards Lu Chun. Lu Chun reacted quickly, sprouting sharp bone spikes from his palms and crossing them in front of his chest, barely managing to block the attack. However, the enormous impact forced him back 4 or 5 steps, his blood churning in his chest, almost uncontrollable. Although both of them used their enhanced powers, the goblin captain was clearly stronger. Seeing this, Lu Chun suppressed the blood welling up in his throat and ran towards the cliff without hesitation. The goblins were hot on their heels, and Lu Chun quickly ducked into the bushes, realizing that there was a cliff behind him. "Come on, I'll take you flying," he roared, charging into the bushes. The goblins followed closely behind, but as they entered the bushes, they were astonished to find a steep cliff ahead. Unable to stop, they screamed and plunged off the cliff with Lu Chun. Just then, a vine quickly wrapped around Lu Chun's waist, suspending him in midair. The goblin captain watched in despair as he and his tribe plummeted to the ground. Uft, uft, uft. The goblins crashed heavily onto the sharp rocks, instantly turning into flesh and blood. Ding! 12 goblins, Tier 1, defeated, gaining 360 life energy. Hearing Tianyu's suggestion, Lu Chun chuckled. "A monster is a monster, don't be foolish to chase after it." The vines slowly drooped down, carrying him to the bottom of the cliff. A sea-level plant affinity talent can indeed come in handy at crucial moments, Lu Chun thought to himself with admiration. As the life energy emanating from the goblins' remains converged and flowed into Lu Chun's body, he felt a clear stream coursing through his entire body, and his power surged like a mighty river. Ding! Successfully leveled up to level 2. Strength plus 10. Agility plus 10. Constitution plus 10. Perception plus 10. Gain 5 free attribute points. So this is how many attribute points you get after leveling up. A hint of joy flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. The difference in strength between evolved beings becomes very obvious as they advance from level 1 to level 2. The upgrade made Lu Chun feel a strong qualitative change. His affinity for plants has also increased. He waved his right hand lightly, and the grass behind him grew rapidly, swaying gently with his will. After the upgrade, Lu Chun's plant affinity is no longer limited to simple manipulation. It can also control the growth rate of plants, which is a qualitative leap. Not only plant affinity, Lu Chun was surprised to find that all his talents had been enhanced, with abilities such as strength enhancement and hearing acuity being improved. Perception is related to the power of talent and is the most important attribute. He finally understood that perception had a crucial impact on talent. Without hesitation, he added all his free attribute points to perception plus 5. Ugh, at this moment, a faint groan interrupted Lu Chen's thoughts. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw the goblin captain lying not far away. Although he was very resilient, he still couldn't escape death after falling off the cliff. "Hey, stubborn fellow." Lu Chen smiled as he walked toward the goblin captain. "I'll take you to reunite with your people." The goblin captain's eyes were filled with fear. He couldn't understand why Lu Chun was unharmed after falling off the same cliff. Meanwhile, the chat room in the number 1000 new BC area exploded again. Lu Chun has jumped from outside the top 100 to 3rd place on the leaderboard. The leaderboard shows 1. Yang Ziming, level 2, 150 out of 300. 2. Lee Sini, Level 2, 120/300. 3. Land Subsidence, Level 2, 105/300. 4. Li Ming, Level 1, 90/100. Lu Chun surged into the top 3 like a comet. Boss Lu Chun is too powerful. He could single-handedly defeat Lu Shuainan. How could he not be strong? Look, he's already aiming for the top 3. His experience level has increased way too fast. He gained 15 experience points each time, and he did it 12 times in a row. That's amazing. I did the math. The top player gets 30 points for killing a regular Tier 1 sea beast. How come it's so little? Lu Chen's rapid rise sparked heated discussions among the audience, and everyone began to look at him with new respect. In Chapter 13, Tang Hong, an evolved being, posted a comment in the chat room that was clearly tinged with jealousy. Heh, Lu Chen probably only managed to reach the kill count of 12 by targeting monsters weaker than Tier 1. These words immediately drew rebuttals from the crowd. Stop being so sour. Look at this sea area. Were there any weak monsters left? That's right. Even the weakest monster can be killed in one go, which is something most people can't do. Tang Hong retorted, unconvinced. So what? What's so great about a first-tier sea beast? Maybe he just happened to encounter a litter of cubs, and that's why he killed so few sea beasts. If he's really capable, he should try killing a second-tier sea beast. However, Tang Hong was astonished by the changes on the leaderboard not long after. Lu Chen's experience points surged by 50 points, his ranking soared, and he surpassed Li Sini and Yang Ziming to firmly take the first place. After the leaderboard was updated, Lu Chen's name appeared. 1. Lu Chun, Level 2, 155/300. Tang Hong's face turned deathly pale, and his eyes twitched involuntarily, as if he had been slapped hard. In the chat room, everyone mocked Tang Hong. Ha ha! Look, he slapped in the face so fast, faster than the speed of light. Lu Chun is indeed awesome. He jumped directly from over 100th place to number 1. Despite the ridicule, Tang Hong remained defiant and continued to argue. I didn't say anything wrong. I admit that Lu Chun has some skill, but those 50 experience points are only about the equivalent of killing a peak first-tier sea beast. At this moment, another girl spoke in the chat room, guessing, I think Lu Chun probably killed a second-tier sea beast just now. Her guess immediately sparked a heated discussion. Yeah, there's no sign of any sea beast cubs here, and every monster that appears is extraordinary. The girl continued her analysis. If Lu Chun has some kind of equipment or pet that absorbs energy, he might only get half the energy each time, which could explain why his energy is different from ours. Tang Hong scoffed and immediately retorted, Beautiful lady, don't talk nonsense. If that's the case, wouldn't Lu Chun have killed a peak second-tier monster and a total of 12 first-tier monsters? Even a 30-person team might not be able to do that. The girl replied, Just you wait and see. You can't even imagine what Lu Chun's abilities are like. Tang Hong replied confidently, All right, I'll wait and see. If he really kills a second-tier sea beast, I'll call him Dad. Just then, the system announcement sounded. Evolver Lu Chun has successfully upgraded his beginner wooden boat to an intermediate beginner wooden boat, rewarding him with 1 bronze-level ship weapon and 1 evolution point. The chat room fell silent instantly upon hearing the announcement. Everyone was shocked. Lu Chun actually upgraded the wooden boat? Doesn't it require a second-tier crystal core? My god, the little girl was right. Lu Chun really did take down so many monsters all by himself. Realizing this, everyone went wild, cheering for Lu Chun. Lu Chun is awesome. Boss, I want to be your crew member. Brother Lu Chun, I'm willing to do anything for you. At the same time, Tang Hong's face turned pale, cold sweat poured down his forehead, and he kept cursing himself in his heart. It's over. I've messed up. He was full of regret and hated himself for his impulsive act of mocking Lu Chun. Worried that Lu Chun would hold a grudge, Tang Hong trembled and hurriedly changed his words in the chat room. Father Lu Chun, where are you? Your son Tang Hong has been waiting for you for so long. As a result, his actions drew a burst of laughter. Ha ha ha. Tang Hong has recognized his father. He finally knows he regrets it. But will the great god Lu Chun pay any attention to him? Tang Hong became the laughingstock of the entire sea area, losing all face. In Chapter 14, Lu Chun had just killed the dying goblin captain and successfully gained 100 life energy points. Combined with the 12 goblins he had killed earlier, he had gained a total of 460 life energy points this time. The little dumpling, having absorbed a large amount of life energy, bounced around happily, making gurgling sounds, seemingly very excited. Despite giving half of his energy to the dumpling, Lu Chun still managed to climb to the top of the leaderboard. He pondered silently. The goblin captain's head should contain a second-tier crystal core that can upgrade the ship. With that thought, Lu Chen quickly extended his bone spikes and precisely dissected the captain's head, revealing a clear green crystal core. Crystal core, second tier, the life source of ferocious beasts, a hard currency more valuable than gold. With this crystal core, I should be able to upgrade my beginner's wooden boat to the intermediate level. Lu Chen carefully took out the crystal core, feeling excited. He knew it was a key material for upgrading. He quickly headed to the location of the wooden boat, secretly calculating in his mind. The first person to upgrade the wooden boat would receive a reward from the heavenly revelation, a bronze-level ship weapon. He knew he couldn't waste any time. Besides the crystal core, the upgrade required 20 units of wood. And on this resource-rich island, wood was readily available. Lu Chen easily chopped down a tree, and that would be enough wood. The system detected that the evolved creature has collected all the materials required for the upgrade. Do you wish to upgrade the beginner's wooden boat immediately? The system prompt sounded. After the syncing was confirmed, the crystal core and the wood seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, slowly merging into the wooden boat. As the materials fused, the original 5-meter-long wooden boat gradually expanded to 8 meters, and the texture and imposing presence of the hull were significantly enhanced. Beginner wooden boat, captain sunken. Level, intermediate. Crew 1/6. Durability, 200. Weapon slots, small weapons 0 to 1. Speed, low paddle. Defense, low light armor. Talent, ecological symbiosis, rank D. Lu Chen couldn't help but smile when he saw the upgraded panel on the wooden boat. He noticed that the crew capacity had increased by 2 people, and there was also an extra small weapon slot. It seems that the wooden boat has great potential for the future. Congratulations on becoming the first player in the beginner zone to upgrade their beginner wooden boat to intermediate level. Acquired bronze-level ship weapon, Wailing Giant Crossbow. Wailing Giant Crossbow Bronze Beginner. A giant crossbow bolt equipped with a rope requires 1 small weapon slot. Lu Chen was overjoyed. The reward has arrived. With a tremor in the space, a huge crossbow, half the height of a person, appeared at the bow of the ship, which was practically a crossbow cannon. Looking at the ballista, he couldn't help but exclaim, "If this arrow hits, even a second-tier sea beast will be seriously injured." Although the novice wooden boat is not large, it can withstand the weight of this ballista after being upgraded. Given that the evolved being Lu Chen was the first to complete the ship upgrade, he is hereby rewarded with 1 evolution point. Lu Chen was taken aback. Evolution points? He quickly checked the attribute panel and found that a new slot had been added. Evolution points, 1. He hurriedly opened the Tianyu Encyclopedia to find out more, and discovered that evolution points could be used to upgrade talents. This discovery excited him greatly. He realized that this adventure had not only given him bronze-level ship weapons, but also evolution points that could improve his talents. He checked his talent panel and found that each talent had a number of evolution points required to upgrade it. Plant Affinity, rank C, 8 points. Flame Control, rank C, 8 points. Frost Manipulation, D rank 4 points. Bone Spur Mutation, D rank 2 points. Strength Enhancement, E rank 2 points. Speed Enhancement, E rank 2 points. Constitution Enhancement, E rank 2 points. X-Ray Vision, E rank 2 points. Smell Enhancement, F level 1 point. Vision Enhancement, F level 1 point. Hearing Enhancement, F level 1 point. It seems that F level talents require 1 evolution point. E level requires 2 points. D level requires 4 points. And C level requires 8 points. After quickly analyzing, Lu Chen secretly pondered. However, as a D level talent, Bone Spur Mutation only requires 2 points to upgrade, which means it has a high compatibility with my necromancy talent. He continued to ponder. In the future, I need to focus on cultivating my necromancy-related talents. After all, talents with high compatibility are more powerful and consume less energy. Lu Chen decided to save this 1 evolution point for the Bone Spur Mutation. He looked at Tuanzi and saw it hopping and playing on the rocks, looking exceptionally happy. "Tuanzi, it's time for us to get to work," Lu Chen shouted. "Goo gig." Tuanzi ran quickly to Lu Chen's side like a puppy, waving its tentacles. Lu Chen looked at Tuanzi and couldn't help but laugh. "You're a god-level North Sea Kraken. Why are you following me around like a puppy?" Gurgle gurgle. Tuanzi didn't understand any of this. All it knew was that Lu Chen was its everything. Lu Chen then quickly led Tuanzi to begin extracting from the goblin's corpse. He knew that only recently deceased corpses could provide valuable attribute points. He had previously encountered a decaying sea beast corpse, but Tuanzi hadn't been able to extract anything useful from it. Successfully captured Goblin Captain, peak 2nd tier. You have acquired the E-rank talent, Strength Enhancement, E-rank, increasing your strength by 6 points. In Chapter 15, Luchin successfully captured 12 goblins, level 1, increasing his strength by 24 points. This gain allowed him to break through 30 points, doubling his strength from 25 to 55. Invincible, truly invincible. Just then, the system announced, ding, Luchin's E-level talent, Strength Enhancement has met the evolution conditions and has successfully evolved into the D-level talent, Strength Superization. Luchin's power enhancement talent combined with the power of the Goblin Captain, successfully evolving into Power Superification. His combat power has undergone another qualitative leap. Then, the system issued a new announcement. Congratulations on becoming the second person in the newbie zone to upgrade their beginner wooden boat to an intermediate level. This time, the reward was a black iron-grade ship weapon, the Beast Ram. Meanwhile, Yang Zimming and his 3 companions finally managed to slay a second-tier Sawtooth Ray beast, and after much effort, they managed to upgrade their wooden boat to the intermediate level. However, seeing Luchin take the reward first, they couldn't help but feel disheartened. What kind of cheat code did Luchin use? Zhou Yu asked, his face filled with resentment. We fought so hard, and we still can't beat him. Sigh, it seems we really underestimated Luchin before. Li Ming shrugged and smiled helplessly. Long Howren slung the heavy shield over his shoulder and gave a bitter smile. I never expected that even the 4 of us working together couldn't catch up with him. Yang Zimming sighed softly, his gaze somewhat profound. Forget it, a black iron-grade beast ram might be just right for our one-horned rhinoceros. However, I'd really like to meet this Luchin and see what kind of person he is, capable of single-handedly surpassing the 4 of us. Long Howren suddenly burst into laughter. Haha, a criminal police captain, a fire hero, an elite soldier, plus a top student, and they were all outdone by a young man. Upon hearing this, Yang Zimming, Li Ming, and Zhou Yu all smiled bitterly, but their eyes revealed a look of resentment. Let him take the lead this time, but next time, we must surpass him. Zhou Yu clenched his fist, his young face filled with stubbornness. That's right, Yang Zimming said, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. He patted Zhou Yu on the shoulder. We still have a long way to go. Once we upgrade our advanced wooden boat, the rewards will definitely be even more generous. Yes, there are plenty of opportunities. We need to work harder. Li Ming joined the discussion. Let's go, stop talking, and go kill some monsters. I can't wait to surpass him, Zhou Yu said impatiently. At the same time, Luchin's gaze was drawn to the stone axe in the Goblin Captain's hand. The system prompted, Granite Battle Axe, low-grade black iron. Although its appearance is rough, it is extremely hard. Never try to fight this weapon head-on. This made Luchin realize that this axe was actually a graded weapon. Apart from the whale-hunting giant crossbow rewarded by Revelation Online, he had never seen such a powerful weapon before. Since I don't have a suitable weapon, I'll use this axe for now. Luchin picked up the stone axe and strode towards the depths of the island. Arriving on this island for the first time, Luchin planned to search carefully to see if he could find any valuable resources. Not far away, a clear spring came into view. As expected, there must be a water source in the goblin's habitat, he secretly deduced. Suddenly, Luchin noticed a patch of vibrant herbs, the very rare resource he needed. This is strengthening bone grass, a rare medicinal herb that can be used in medicine or eaten directly. Consuming it can permanently improve one's physical condition. Luchin's eyes lit up immediately. So this was a good thing that could improve attributes. Looking around, there were at least 100 bone-strengthening grasses swaying in the wind. If he could collect them all, he could probably improve his physique a lot. He quickly plucked a few bone-strengthening herbs and stuffed them into his mouth without hesitation. Consuming bone-strengthening herbs increases physique by 1. After taking the herbs several times, Luchin's physical condition improved by 3 points, and the herbs' effects were nearing their limit. In that case, Tawanzi, why don't you give it a try? Luchin's heart stirred, and he decided to let Tawanzi absorb the herbs. Gugig. Tawanzi jumped onto Luchin's shoulder, ready to start working. Tawanzi's talent is SSS-level absorption ability, which is definitely more efficient than ordinary consumption. Sure enough, after Tawanzi consumed it, Luchin saw a system notification. Successfully absorbed bone-strengthening grass, gained 2 points of physique. Tawanzi consumed 3 bone-strengthening herbs in succession, and in a short period of time, Luchin's physique improved by 9 points, reaping considerable benefits. Can't waste it. Luchin's heart stirred, and he decided to take the remaining bone-strengthening grass and spring water together, preparing to make a trade. After some research, Luchin finally found the trading system of Revelation Online. He listed all the bone-strengthening grass and spring water on the trading platform. The system announcement sounded again. Announcement. Evolver Lu Chun, as the first evolver to activate the Revelation trading system in the number 1000 Novice C, is hereby rewarded with 1 evolution point. The system's indifferent voice echoed in the minds of every evolver, leaving them all stunned. A trading system? We can buy and sell things across space now. Evolution points. What are they used for? Someone asked. Evolution points can be used to improve talents, another person quickly added. Like an F-rank evolver like you. As long as you have evolution points, you can advance to a rank. At this moment, a chorus of sighs filled the chat room. Damn, it's so easy to get evolution points. I should have gone and sold some stuff too. Lu Chun was also surprised, but at the same time he had a new plan in mind. It seems that the trading system has great potential. In the future, we can use it to exchange resources and even earn evolution points. Chapter 16, System Announcement. Evolver Lu Chun adds freshwater to his trading list. 500 milliliters of fresh water. Exchange condition. 1 Tier 1 Ferocious Beast Corpse. Condition. Death time no more than 24 hours, and must possess talent. System Announcement. New tradable item added to Evolver Lands. Bone Strengthening Grass. Strengthening Bone Grass 1. Increases Constitution by 1 point after consumption. Exchange requirements. 1 Tier 2 Ferocious Beast Corpse. Conditions. Death time no more than 24 hours. Must possess talent. No crystal core required. After Lu Chun went online, the new products he listed caused quite a stir. Fresh water. Lu Chun actually sells fresh water. Great God, Lu Chun. Could you trade me a regular Ferocious Beast's corpse? I'm so thirsty. I finally understand. The reason why Lu Chun was able to climb to the top of the rankings is that he found a small island and dealt with all the monsters there. Wow, the bone-strengthening grass can actually permanently increase physical fitness. This is an absolute treasure. Yes, I really want one, but unfortunately I can't beat a second-tier sea beast. Haha, I happen to have the corpse of a first-tier sea beast. I'll go to Lu Chun and exchange it for some fresh water to quench my thirst. Brother Lu Chun, I really want bone-strengthening grass. Could you give me some? I can be your crew member and do anything for you. Upstairs, you're dreaming. Lu Chun is a lone wolf. With your F-level talent, you think you can pique his interest? Not necessarily. As Lu Chun's ship gets bigger and bigger, he'll need to find some people to help him row, won't he? Yes, Lu Chun, if you need crew members, you must check me out. I have an E-level strength enhancement, so I can row incredibly fast. I really want to be in the same boat as the great Lu Chun. Amidst the heated discussion, a message caught everyone's attention. Holy crap, half of Lee Sinny's team is dead. Not only that, but Boss Lee Sinny's Class D Special Operations ship was also destroyed. Oh my god, wasn't Lee Sinny already level 2? How could she be in such a bad situation? Lee Sinny's profile picture suddenly flashed, sending an urgent message. Gentlemen, I have encountered a ghost ship at sea. Please be careful. That ghost ship is beyond our current capabilities. Even Boss Lee Sinny said what exactly the ghost ship is, and how come even she can't fight it. It's getting more and more terrifying. Even ghost ships are appearing. Ghost ship? Is that a ship with a ghost on it? I'm terrified of those things. Lee Sinny's ship has a D-level extreme speed talent, yet she still couldn't withstand the ghost ship. She's probably not simple at all. At this moment, an avatar that rarely speaks flashed. It was Lu Chun. At Lee Sinny, a ghost ship? Can you tell me its exact location? Lu Chun's statement immediately caused a stir in the group. Oh my god, it's the great Lu Chun. He finally spoke. Wow, Lu Chun's profile picture is so handsome. Lu Chun seems interested in the ghost ship. What is he planning to do? Lee Sinny quickly replied. The location is 352,789. Everyone must stay away from that area. That ghost ship is extremely terrifying. If it can move on its own, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape. Lu Chun replied. It's not far. I'll go take a look. Lee Sinny panicked. Are you crazy? You're courting death. That might be a third-tier creature. Do you even know what a third-tier creature is? Even Yang Ziming spoke up. At Lu Chun, young man, you are so outstanding. You should take it easy and not be reckless. But Lu Chun did not respond. He closed the chat, his eyes gleaming with determination. If I had always been steady and methodical, how could I have achieved the strength I have today? Lu Chun knew that the greater the risk, the greater the reward. In this world of limited resources and fierce competition, to reach the top, one must seize the initiative as early as possible and widen the gap with others. The ghost ship is no ordinary monster. Lee Sinny's special shipwreck is right there, and he must go and seize the ship's talent. The chat room was still buzzing with discussion. Would the great god Lu Chen really go to fight the ghost ship? Li Sini said that the ghost ship might have third-tier creatures, and even she couldn't defeat them. We dare not go, but Lu Chen is different. He is Lu Chen. If Lu Chen goes, can he succeed? If he confronts the ghost ship head-on, what will be the outcome? It's not necessarily going to break out. Lu Chen might just be going to take a look and come back soon. Yeah, upstairs. Do you really think Lu Chen would go over there just to take a look? He's a monster who slew 13 ferocious beasts in a row. Amidst the discussions, Lu Chen led Tuanzi to the location provided by Li Sini. He checked his attribute panel as he rowed the wooden boat. This trip to Goblin Island had been quite fruitful. Name, Lu Chen. Level, 2, 155/300. Evolution point, 2. Strength, 55. Agility, 25. Physical fitness, 43. Perception, 29. Talent. Plant affinity, rank C. Flame control, rank C. Frost manipulation, rank D. Bone spur mutation, rank D. Power overdrive, rank D. Speed enhancement, rank E. Constitution enhancement, rank E. X-ray vision, rank E. Smell enhancement, grade F. Visual enhancement, grade F. Auditory enhancement, grade F. Skills, none. Ship, intermediate beginner wooden boat, reinforced. Overall combat strength assessment. Tier 3. Those who underestimate you will pay a heavy price. Currently, although Lu Chen's level is only 2, his overall strength is comparable to, or even stronger than, a third-level evolver. Especially his strength attribute, which has reached 55 points, coupled with his D-level strength enhancement, allows him to punch through steel plates with a single blow. Moreover, he has mastered 11 talents, and the clever combination of these talents allows him to far surpass simple stat boosts in battle. Chapter 17, my overall combat strength has been raised to the 3rd tier. That's fast. Lu Chen looked at his attribute panel, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. With his current strength, he is confident that he can handle even a monster at the peak of the 3rd tier with ease. According to the information provided by Li Sini, the ghost ship's combat power was roughly at the 3rd tier, which he could easily handle. However, Lu Chen remained vigilant. He knew that every battle required his full effort. After all, this was not a game with a do-over option, and a mistake could lead to utter ruin. After careful consideration, Lu Chen decisively invested all 2 evolution points he obtained into the Bone Spur mutation talent. Ding! 2 evolution points consumed. Bone Spur mutation, rank D, is evolving. The Bone Spur has successfully mutated and evolved into Bone Mastery, rank C. Success. Lu Chen was overjoyed. At this moment, in addition to Plant Affinity and Flame Control, he now possessed a 3rd C-level talent. Recalling the awakening ceremony that took place inside the protective shield, there were only 2 C-level talents in the entire novice area. Now, Lu Chen alone possesses 3 C-level talents, demonstrating his formidable strength. Bone Mastery, that name does have a bit of a necromancy feel to it. Lu Chen chuckled, then suddenly felt a chill. Just then, 8 pale white bone limbs burst out from his back, their sharp tips gleaming with a cold light. These 8 limbs are like adding 8 arms to me, and, with a thought, Lu Chen's skeletal limbs exerted force and lifted him up steadily. That's not bad. Now I can climb cliffs as easily as a spider. However, the potential of a C-level talent should be more than this, right? Let's try to release it externally. As Lu Chen's thoughts flowed, a chilling bone spear instantly materialized before him. Go! Lu Chen murmured, and the bone spear swiftly pierced the sky and disappeared into the horizon. As expected, the power of this bone spear is comparable to that of a large-caliber sniper rifle. But his thoughts didn't stop there. If I can manipulate bones from outside my body, can I summon skeletons like the necromancers in novels? After all, bone control is a necromancy talent, so summoning skeletons should be a natural thing to do. Crack, crack, a pile of white bones quickly accumulated in front of Lu Chen, eventually transforming into a hideous skeleton that stood before him. However, the moment Lu Chen relaxed his mental strength, the skeleton instantly collapsed, turning into a pile of broken bones. No, this skeleton is just a skeleton. It has no soul or spirit, and its combat power is almost 0. Lu Chen shook his head, but he was not discouraged. After all, the current bone mastery is only at the C level, but it can evolve to B level, A level, or even S level in the future. At that time, perhaps with just a wave of the hand, an endless army of undead could be summoned to sweep across the entire battlefield. Brother Yang, are you really planning to trade the corpse of this sawtooth ray for that bone-strengthening herb? Zhou Yu asked, his face full of doubt, and his eyes filled with confusion. Lu Chen's ability to become so strong must be related to the corpses he obtained. He paused, then continued. If we give him this ray beast corpse, he will definitely become stronger, while the bone-strengthening grass we obtained will not be of much use in improving our physique. According to the intelligence they had previously obtained, Lu Chun had disposed of the corpses thoroughly in almost every place, absorbing all their essence. Yang Ziming looked at Long Howren and Li Ming. What do you two think? Long Howren crossed his arms and said calmly, Old Yang, you make the decision. We'll follow you. Li Ming nodded in agreement. Then let me share my thoughts. Yang Ziming looked around, finally fixing his gaze on Zhou Yu, his tone becoming serious. Although we are competitors, we are, after all, citizens of Xinxia. Zhou Yu frowned slightly, as if he had some guesses. Just as you thought, there are definitely not only Xinxia people in this sea area, Yang Ziming continued. People from other countries may have already entered this area, and future conflicts are almost inevitable. He looked into the distance, his eyes filled with foresight. We have a genius like Lu Chun, who is the pride of our divine Xia. Cooperating with him is the wisest choice. Zhou Yu lowered his head, feeling somewhat ashamed. Previously, he had been fixated on immediate gains and losses, never expecting Yang Ziming to have such a long-term vision. Brother Yang, you're right. I was too narrow-minded before. He frankly admitted his mistake. Yang Ziming chuckled and patted him on the shoulder. Haha, it's good to be competitive, but we can't just focus on the present. We need to look further ahead. We must continue to work hard and strive to surpass Lu Chun as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Lu Chun didn't rest while traveling. He had Tuanzi upgrade all the equipment he could use, including the intermediate beginner wooden boat, the granite battle axe, and the whale-hunting giant crossbow. Just as he was busy, a system notification sounded. Ding! Yang Ziming exchanged one sawtooth ray beast, tier 2, corpse for one bone-strengthening grass. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Someone actually traded it for the corpse of a second-tier sea beast? A sense of respect welled up in his heart. Considering that Yang Ziming was the strongest player in the newbie zone, it wasn't hard to understand why he would do such a thing. Yang Ziming, Lu Chen murmured, so it was him. He's definitely not simple. At this moment, Lu Chen noticed that two other people had exchanged water with him using the corpses of two first-tier sea beasts, but he was too busy at the time to pay attention. Then, Lu Chen took out 3 sea beast corpses from the trading space, and with a sudden swing, the huge corpse of the sawtooth ray beast crashed directly onto the wooden boat. Gurgle! The dumpling was so frightened that its fur bristled instantly, and it opened its 8 little tentacles, revealing its tiny teeth. Upon seeing this, Lu Chen quickly picked up Tuanzi and said, Don't be afraid, I summoned it. In Chapter 18, after comforting the little dumpling, Lu Chen turned his gaze to the 3 corpses. One was a second-tier sawtooth ray, and the other 2 were a first-tier talent megalodon and a human-faced fish. Seeing the corpses, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Ever since he learned that he could evolve by absorbing the same talents, he had become even more eager to possess more talents, the more the better. Successfully captured the sawtooth ray, gained speed enhancement, rank E, agility increased by 6 points. Successfully captured a megalodon, gaining enhanced sense of smell, F rank, and increased agility by 2 points. Successfully captured the human-faced fish, gained auditory enhancement, F level. Perception increased by 2 points. Lu Chen already possessed these 3 talents, so he directly evolved them. Speed enhancement evolution into speed superization, rank D. Smell enhancement evolves into smell superiority, rank E. Auditory enhancement evolves into auditory hyperability, rank E. The speed-enhancing evolution was undoubtedly a godsend for Lu Chen. Agility had always been his weakest attribute, and this evolution greatly boosted his combat power. As for the olfactory and auditory enhancements, although they didn't directly increase combat power, they were extremely important as auxiliary talents. Lu Chen looked at Tuanzi and said in a low voice, Tuanzi, come in. We've arrived. Guji, Tuanzi responded obediently, jumping into the backpack on Lu Chen's back, a place he had specially prepared for Tuanzi. At this moment, not far from the ghost ship, Fan Yingying sat in a wooden boat, her eyes slightly red and swollen. She anxiously asked, Sister Cinny, do you think Lu Chen will really come? Her voice was filled with fear. That ghost ship was terrifying. Wang Ying and Tao Tao both died in the mouths of those monsters, and our white horse. I really don't want anyone else to die there. Standing beside her was Li Cinny, whose long hair cascaded down her back and whose gaze was cold and stern. She spoke calmly. He's already here. Fan Yingying followed her gaze and saw a medium-sized wooden boat slowly approaching them in the setting sun. On the boat, Lu Chen stood upright, a gentle breeze ruffling his black hair and revealing his deep black eyes. Li Sini. Lu Chen nodded to them in a friendly manner. Li Sini slightly raised her chin and said with a hint of barely perceptible arrogance, "I didn't expect you to actually come. It seems you're not in a rush, daring to waste such a precious opportunity." Lu Chen thought to himself, this woman just suffered a defeat. How can she still act so arrogantly? However, Li Sini felt that being able to escape unscathed from the pursuit of a third-tier ferocious beast was something to be proud of. After all, she was only a second-tier beast. Lu Chen, the ghost ship's attack range is just ahead. Take a look, but don't take any risks, Fan Yingying whispered, not wanting anyone else to lose their lives in these waters. Lu Chen smiled calmly. It's all right, I'll go scout ahead first. Just then, ripples suddenly appeared on the sea surface, and a huge megalodon slowly emerged from the water. A megalodon! Fan Yingying exclaimed, raising her hand to attack. Li Sini stopped her in time. Don't rush, it's controlled by Lu Chen. Huh? Fan Yingying covered her mouth in shock. Even now, many people would find it difficult to fight a megalodon alone, but Lu Chen could actually make the megalodon obey his commands. With this alone, he had already surpassed most evolved beings. Lu Chen used his mind to control the megalodon, and its massive body swam forward. At this moment, his talent, ecological symbiosis, was enhanced due to the upgrade of the wooden boat, and the megalodon's speed also increased. Soon, another creature appeared in Lu Chen's field of vision. It swam slowly towards him and looked like a shark, but its body was rotting, its bones were exposed, and its eyes were lifeless. It was clearly not a living creature. What is that? Lu Chen frowned and hurriedly commanded the megalodon to pounce on the carrion shark. But to his surprise, the carrion shark didn't react at all, letting the megalodon tear its rotting flesh apart. After a few blows, it suddenly opened its jaws and launched a fierce counterattack. Despite its decaying body, the attack was exceptionally ferocious, and in just a few bites, the megalodon was torn to pieces. Li Sini smiled slightly, with a hint of provocation. How was it? Did you come all this way for nothing? Lu Chen didn't answer and activated his ecological symbiosis talent again. This time, he sent a seagull into the air. Since the sea wouldn't work, he'd try the air. However, the seagull hadn't flown far when it was swooped down by a carrion sea eagle and torn to pieces. In that instant, a sharp glint flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. From the moment the seagull was swallowed up, he keenly spotted a pitch-black ship, shrouded in eerie black mist, appearing and disappearing in the distance. That must be a ghost ship. Without hesitation, Lu Chen swung his oars, and the wooden boat cut through the water, heading towards the ghost ship. What are you going to do? Li Sini stared at Lu Chen in disbelief. She originally thought that Lu Chen would wisely choose to back down after experiencing 2 failures, but she did not expect him to be so determined to rush directly towards the ghost ship. Of course, it's killing the monsters on the ghost ship. Lu Chen's gaze was cold as he glanced at Li Sini, his tone revealing an undeniable confidence. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean I can't. Chapter 19. You. Li Sini frowned, her tone displeased. She felt Lu Chen was exaggerating. I'm warning you, that ghost ship is far more terrifying than you imagine. Fan Yingying quickly interjected, her eyes flashing with worry. Lu Chen, don't argue with Sister Sini. That ghost ship is really terrifying. It would take at least 4 level 3 evolved beings working together to defeat it. We were able to escape this time entirely thanks to Sister Sini's talent for manipulating magnetism. If it weren't for her, none of us would have survived. However, Lu Chen ignored their advice and the wooden boat slowly sailed into the waves ahead, much to their surprise. Soon, the carrion shark approached again, its figure appearing and disappearing, carrying an ominous aura. Undead, corpse shark. Characteristics: insensitive to pain, grows stronger with each battle, low intelligence. Combat strength assessment. Peak Tier 1, a monster teetering on the brink of life and death. No wonder my megalodon couldn't beat it. It's at the peak of Tier 1. Lu Chen watched the approaching shadowy figure, a cold smile playing on his lips. But, can you handle this? Before he finished speaking, Lu Chen pulled the trigger of the giant whaling crossbow. Bang! With a deafening roar, the ship trembled violently, and a giant crossbow bolt nearly 2 meters long shot out like lightning, striking the carrion shark's body. The carrion shark had no time to react before its massive body was struck by the crossbow bolt and instantly exploded into countless fragments, the splattered rotting flesh creating ripples in the water. Yeah, a monster hovering between life and death. I'll just shoot you to pieces and see if you survive. Lu Chun was quite satisfied with the power of the whale-hunting crossbow. Bronze-level weapons were indeed not to be underestimated. They could even kill a first-tier peak undead with a single shot. Ding! Killed a corpse shark, peak tier 1, gained 50 death energy. Death energy? Why isn't it life energy? Lu Chun frowned. Upon hearing the system notification, he immediately realized that this kill wouldn't allow him to level up. He consulted the system encyclopedia and finally understood. It turned out that undead creatures lacked life energy. Death energy could be used to imbue them with intelligence, helping them level up. Death energy can grant intelligence to undead creatures? Does that mean that when I summon skeletons next time, I can use this death energy to transform them into real undead? Lu Chun's eyes lit up, and he began to ponder. However, now is not the time to study these things. His target is still that ghost ship, and the key is to deal with the enemy in front of him first. Behind them, Fan Yingying watched this scene and couldn't help but cover her red lips. So amazing. He actually took down a first-tier peak corpse shark so easily. Li Sini wasn't surprised. She kept her gaze fixed ahead and said calmly, Lu Chun is able to become #1 on the leaderboard, so he naturally has some ability. She tilted her head slightly to look at Fan Yingying. Yingying, how much longer do you think he can hold on? Lu Chun is very strong, but he's too arrogant. I'm afraid he'll encounter even stronger monsters if we go any further. Fan Yingying said with some worry, a barely perceptible fear flashing in her eyes. Do you think he might also die there? Li Sini gently patted her shoulder and comforted her. As long as he doesn't act rashly, he'll come back after suffering a bit. Those monsters are scary, but they shouldn't be able to trap him. While the two were talking, Lu Chun's small boat continued to move towards the ghost ship. Suddenly, a mournful cry, sometimes faint and sometimes loud, echoed through the air. Wah-ah-wah. The sound seemed to be coming from underwater, getting closer and clearer. Lu Chun looked around warily, but apart from the vast sea, there was nothing unusual. No wonder it's called the ghost ship. The atmosphere here is quite something, he muttered to himself. As the small boat drew closer, the weeping grew clearer, as if more and more souls were lamenting their misfortune. No, this sound is coming from underwater. Lu Chun's heart skipped a beat, and his sense of vigilance suddenly rose. Suddenly, a withered, skeletal hand emerged from the water and gripped the gunwale tightly. Some rotting flesh remained between its fingers, making it an extremely gruesome sight. Lu Chun turned his head sharply and saw a half-rotten corpse slowly rising from the water, its eyes empty, yet filled with hatred for all living beings. Undead, drowned. Characteristics: insensitive to pain, grows stronger with each battle, low intelligence, hates all living beings. Combat strength assessment. Peak 2nd tier, the corpses of those navigators who drowned. Every living being is an object of their hatred. Playing tricks, Lu Chun sneered, gripping the granite battle axe tightly in his right hand and swinging it down fiercely. Thud! The battle axe brought a sharp whistling sound as it cleaved directly into the drowned man's decaying skull, splattering flesh everywhere. However, to Lu Chun's surprise, the drowned man's skull was unusually hard, like iron or stone, firmly wedging the battle axe and preventing it from moving. Hee. A strange smile appeared on the face of the drowned man, as if he was mocking Lu Chun's incompetence. Laugh! Lu Chun's gaze sharpened, his left hand clenched into a fist, and he pulled back to gather strength. Power transformation. He activated his talent, and his power instantly tripled. With a powerful punch, Lu Chun's fist slammed into the drowning man's face like a cannonball. With a loud bang, the drowned man's head shattered instantly, and the scattered flesh and bone fragments traced eerie arcs in the air. The drowned man's body lost its support and fell heavily into the cold seawater. Ding! Killed the drowned one, peak tier 2, gained 100 death energy. However, before Lu Chun could catch his breath, he heard the heart-pounding sound of climbing again. This time, the number of drowning victims was terrifying. Dozens of pale hands clung tightly to the ship's side, and one after another, distorted and horrifying corpses emerged from the water. So many. Lu Chun's heart sank. Although he had the combat power of a third-tier warrior, he felt unprecedented pressure under the siege of such a large number of drowned people. In Chapter 20, Lu Chun did not choose to retreat. Instead, he manipulated the giant whaling crossbow and locked onto the ghost ship that was vaguely emerging in the mist. He thought to himself, now that I'm here, how can I leave empty-handed? Go! Lu Chun shouted, and the crossbow bolt, as thick as an arm, with a long rope attached, suddenly embedded itself into the side of the ghost ship. The ropes tightened instantly, connecting the wooden boat and the ghost ship, forming a temporary bridge. Lu Chun moved swiftly, leaping lightly onto the rope and dashing along it like a monkey toward the ghost ship. He's going to board the ghost ship? Isn't he afraid of dying? Li Sini couldn't help but exclaim when she saw this. Fan Yingying's expression changed drastically, and she hurriedly shouted, "There are Tier 3 creatures on the ghost ship. Lu Chun, come back quickly." But Lu Chen's speed was already beyond that of ordinary people. He quickly crossed the rope, leaving the sound behind him far behind. Before him, the ancient gunwale of the ghost ship was almost within reach. Without hesitation, he leaped up, grabbed the edge of the gunwale with both hands, and with a light push, quickly flipped himself onto the ship. The ghost ship was laid bare before him, its deck covered in thick moss, making it slippery and difficult to walk on, and the air thick with the strange smell of the sea and decay. The ghost ship before me was dilapidated, with rotten planks and broken masts, everything exuding an eeriness and strangeness. Is this the third-tier creature that Li Sini mentioned? Lu Chen's gaze fell on the figure emanating a powerful aura not far away, his hand gripping the axe handle tightly. Undead, the cursed sailor. Characteristics: insensitive to pain, grows stronger with each battle, low intelligence, hates all living beings. Talent: none. Skills: none. Combat strength assessment. Tier 3, an ordinary sailor on the obsidian, turned into an undead due to a curse. It really is a third-tier weapon. Although it's a bit troublesome, it's not difficult to solve. Lu Chen's fighting spirit ignited. Just as he was about to take action, a burst of applause suddenly interrupted him. "Hey, the obsidian has guests." A slightly teasing voice drifted over. Lu Chun turned his head and saw a decaying figure wearing a tattered captain's uniform and a crooked tricorn hat walking out of the captain's cabin. The aura emanating from the ghost captain almost suffocated Lu Chun. His gaze immediately locked onto the ghost captain, a hint of solemnity flashing in his eyes. The undead, the cursed captain Jack. Characteristics: painless, grows stronger with each battle, highly intelligent, cunning. Talent: undying curse, rank B. Cursed by Eleanor, possessing an immortal body. Skill: swordsmanship mastery, rank B. Swordsmanship so refined that nothing can withstand the tip of the sword. Combat strength assessment. Tier 4. Once you encounter him, you can start writing your will. 4th tier. Lu Chen's breathing quickened, and a sense of unease rose in his heart. He never expected that the ghost captain was actually a 4th-tier being. Moreover, his immortality was simply incomprehensible. While Lu Chun was still in shock, the ghost captain spoke again, his tone tinged with disdain. "You pigs, we have guests, and you're still pretending to be dead." He chuckled and said, "Oh, I forgot, you're all dead. Even in your deadness, you should still move." As soon as he finished speaking, a coral next to Lu Chun began to tremble strangely, and then a distorted face slowly emerged from it. It was a 3rd-tier undead sailor covered in coral and seaweed. Even more terrifying, the surrounding seashells, rotten wood, and even fragments of ship planks began to tremble. They were all undead crew members from the ghost ship. These long-decayed undead sailors blended seamlessly with their surroundings, emanating a chilling aura. In a short while, Lu Chun was surrounded by more than 23rd-tier undead sailors and a 4th-tier ghost captain. Seeing this, Lu Chen's eyes twitched slightly. Damn it! How can this be so unfair? In this newbie zone, the monsters are generally level 1 or 2, yet such an unreasonable ghost ship has appeared. However, Lu Chun understood that this was not a game. Death meant real death, and it was all over. Despite his confidence in his own abilities, he dared not be careless in the face of such a powerful enemy. He quickly scanned his surroundings, his gaze finally settling on the rope connecting the wooden boat and the ghost ship, his only escape route. Just as he was about to take action, the ghost captain shook his finger, a playful smile on his lips. "Looks like our guest doesn't really like the welcoming ceremony and wants to leave?" At this point, Jack's tone suddenly turned cold. "But now that you're here, you're not leaving." As Jack finished speaking, an undead sailor closest to the rope suddenly swung his rusty sailor's knife. With a snap, the rope snapped, completely sealing off Lu Chen's escape route. At the same time, due to Lu Chen's intrusion, the black mist around the ghost ship gradually dissipated, like a stage curtain being drawn back, and Li Sini and Fan Yingying could clearly see the scene on the ghost ship. 4th tier. Li Sini's pupils suddenly contracted, her body trembled slightly, and she was so shocked that she could hardly speak. She never expected that the ordinary sailor on the ghost ship was just a prelude, and the real boss was actually a 4th-tier ghost captain. "Sister Sini, it's a 4th-tier undead." "A 4th-tier undead." Fan Yingying's voice trembled with tears as she gripped Li Sini's arm tightly, her eyes filled with anxiety. What do we do about Lu Chun? He's surrounded by so many undead. How can we save him? Li Sini took a deep breath, suppressing her shock, and calmly said, Yingying, we can't save him. No one can save him. She looked at the ghost ship, her eyes filled with helplessness and guilt. Fourth tier. How could there be a fourth tier undead? This is completely unpredictable. Chapter 21 Second Order versus Fourth Order. Seeing that their only escape route had been cut off, Lu Chun, on the contrary, calmed down. Since things have come to this point, running away only leads to death. Only by fighting hard can one possibly find a glimmer of hope. He quickly glanced around at the crowd of dead people surrounding him. It was discovered that, apart from the ghost captain, all the undead crew members were of low intelligence. Low intelligence, meaning they can only execute simple commands, and are unable to communicate or interact. Lu Chen's thoughts raced. Watching the relentlessly closing in on the undead crew, he had already made up his mind. In other words, they are all under the command of highly intelligent undead. Then this undead can only be the ghost captain. As long as we kill him, the current crisis will be resolved. With that in mind, Lu Chun resolutely pointed the battle axe in his hand at Jack, who was watching the show from the side, and a contemptuous smile appeared on his lips. What? Are you planning to bully the few with the many? Is this how you treat your guests? Upon hearing this, Captain Jack the Ghost's eyes flashed with amusement. He gently raised his hand, gesturing for all the undead crew members to stop, then spoke in a mocking tone. Oh, it seems our distinguished guest is a bit unconvinced. How about this? You can choose any of my crew members to fight one-on-one. If you can win, perhaps I, Captain Jack, will be in a good mood and let you go. What do you say? However, upon hearing Captain Jack's words, Lu Chun inwardly sneered. Let me leave? Huh, how ridiculous. If I actually manage to defeat an undead sailor, I'll probably be met with a swarm of all the undead crew members. If 20-odd third-tier undead swarmed in, even if Lu Chun possessed extraordinary abilities, he would still perish here today. Therefore, taking advantage of the ghost captain's apparent long absence from humans and the lingering curiosity he might possess, they challenged him. This was Lu Chun's only chance of survival. Victory means survival. Defeat means death. Lu Chun's gaze went straight to the ghost captain's white eyes. Your lackeys are not worthy of fighting me. I want to challenge you, Jack. Upon hearing this, the ghost captain burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, you dare to challenge me. Jack never expected that a mere second-tier individual would dare to challenge him, a fourth-tier superpowerhouse. In this world, a difference of just one level often signifies a world of difference in strength. He simply couldn't understand where this human got the courage. Okay, I'm a bit bored too, so I'll play with you. The sailors behind the ghost captain respectfully removed his tattered cloak for him. He moved his half-rotten hand. A chilling creaking sound came from the joints, and a sinister smile curled at the corner of his mouth. What I enjoy most is crushing the bones of living people piece by piece and listening to their painful screams on the ground. That is the real enjoyment. Rear. Is Lu Chun really going to challenge the ghost captain? That's a fourth-tier undead. Fan Yingying covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes filled with shock. If she were to face that fourth-order undead, she probably wouldn't even be able to stand up. He's so brave and fearless. No wonder he's number one on the leaderboard. Li Sini looked at Lu Chun's figure, which was surrounded by countless undead, yet still stood tall and upright. A strange light flashed in her beautiful eyes. Such a talented individual, if he can survive today's ordeal, will surely have a limitless future. Sister Sini, do you think Lu Chun can win? Fan Yingying looked at Li Sini with red eyes. Disaster. Li Sini shook her head, her expression solemn. If he were facing a third-tier undead, he might have a sliver of hope, but a fourth-tier one, the difference is too great. However, despite her assertion, deep within, a faint voice seemed to be quietly rising. Perhaps, miracles really do happen in this world? The ghost captain slowly drew his long sword from his waist, his aura instantly becoming incomparably sharp and fierce. I hope you can have a lot of fun with me. Before the words were finished, a black light suddenly flashed across the deck, followed by a deafening sound as if the air was being torn apart. Under Lu Chun's sharp gaze, the ghost captain, who had been motionless, suddenly sprang up, transforming into a blurry afterimage with astonishing speed. At the same time, the ghost captain thrust out his long sword with a roar. Call! The long sword sliced through the air with a sharp whistling sound, and in the blink of an eye, it was already close to Lu Chun's chest. It brought with it a heart-pounding wind pressure. The shadow of death seemed to instantly engulf Lu Chun, and a sense of crisis surged in like a tidal wave. At that moment, he only had time to hold the granite battle axe horizontally across his chest. Boom! The sword flashed like lightning, colliding with Lu Chen's battle axe in an instant. An indescribable, immense power surged forth, causing Lu Chen's battle axe to suddenly slip from his grasp and fly out in a whirlwind. Just one strike. Lu Chen's usually proud power was met with an unprecedented crushing defeat. The power of a fourth-tier being is terrifying. However, this was only the beginning of the battle. With a slight flick of his wrist, the ghost captain flipped his longsword. Like a serpent spitting its tongue, it aimed directly at Lu Chen's vital throat. Lu Chen's gaze suddenly sharpened. At this critical moment of life and death. Speed maximization. Auditory hyperstimulation. Olfactory superpower. Visual enhancement. Physical enhancement. In an instant, all of his support-type talents were fully activated. Reactions, speed, and observation skills soared to their peak in an instant. He moved with incredible agility, sliding backward like a ghost. The fatal sword narrowly missed his Adam's apple, leaving a cold, sharp mark. The ghost captain's attack missed, and Lu Chen seized the opportunity to counterattack. Frost manipulation. Click-clack-clack. Accompanied by a piercing sound of icing. The ghost captain's body was gradually covered by ice, and in an instant, it turned into a crystal-clear ice sculpture. However, this frozen restraint lasted only a moment. Splash. The ghost captain's body jolted violently, and shards of ice scattered like arrows. The layer of ice couldn't even hold him for a second before it completely collapsed and disintegrated. Ice-type talent. Ha, child's play. The ghost captain was surrounded by a chilling aura, a contemptuous smirk playing on his lips. I've had my fun. It's time to send you on your way, kid. Then, he prepared to deliver the final blow to the struggling ant before him. However, Lu Chen raised his right palm, pointing it at the ghost captain. Flame mastery. Awesome. In an instant, raging flames surged forth like a tidal wave. It devoured the ghost captain's entire body. Crackling and popping. The ghost captain was crackling and popping as he burned, but he didn't seem to care at all. Hee, with the power of your talent. Even if I stand still and let you burn for 2 minutes, you can't do anything to me. Just as the ghost captain was brimming with confidence, a sudden sense of foreboding washed over him. Something felt off. Wait a minute, isn't this kid an ice-type talent user? How come he can breathe fire? How can he have 2 talents? The ghost captain felt a wave of unease wash over him. The human in front of me is rather strange. Snap! Suddenly, under the scorching heat of the flames, a crack appeared on the longsword in his right hand. Chapter 22, I'll smash your head in. How is this possible? The ghost captain's pupils suddenly contracted as he stared in astonishment at the shocking cracks on his longsword. He hadn't even had time to react. To his shock, he discovered that his bones, like long swords, were covered with fine and terrifying cracks. In an instant, the ghost captain felt his body become incredibly fragile. Boy, what kind of sorcery have you used? That flame could never have such power. The ghost captain was really angry. Unexpectedly, this seemingly insignificant being actually caused him some trouble. Seeing the cracks on the ghost captain's face, Lu Chen felt a surge of joy. It's a success. In Sherlock, there is a widely circulated saying, master physics and chemistry, and you'll be able to go anywhere in the world without fear. Lu Chen utilized this simple physical principle, thermal expansion and contraction. The ghost captain suddenly went from an extremely cold environment into scorching heat. The enormous temperature difference generated unimaginable stress, causing his longsword and even his bones to crack. This is a scientific fact that even elementary school students in Sherlock know. The ghost captain, however, was unaware of this. At best, he's just a brute with plenty of strength. With that in mind, what is there to fear from Lu Chen? At this moment, the ghost captain's defenses have been reduced to the minimum. How could Lu Chen possibly miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? He clenched his right fist. Power transcendence, control of bones. Dual talents activated instantly. Instantly, a blazing red light erupted from Lu Chen's body, and his power increased more than threefold. Countless bone fragments surged like a tide, tightly binding his right fist and transforming into a bone gauntlet covered with sharp spikes. The reason Lu Chen hadn't used his power transformation and bone control before was, this is the moment we've been waiting for. The outcome will be decided in this one strike. Go to hell. Lu Chen's furious roar shook the heavens, driven by an astonishing power of 165 points. His right fist, like a shooting star streaking across the night sky, slammed fiercely towards the ghost captain with earth-shattering force. Insignificant humans, today I will show you the majesty of a fourth-tier overlord, which you cannot easily humiliate. The ghost captain roared. He pointed his long sword directly at Lu Chun, intending to kill him with a single blow. Boom! The white bone gauntlets swept in like a dragon, and the moment they touched the longsword shattered. How could this be? How could the power of such an ant suddenly become so great? Does he have some kind of power to enhance? The ghost captain was utterly terrified. The longsword in my hand is so fragile. Then, my bones are probably the same. As Lu Chen's red glowing fist drew ever closer, the ghost captain dared not be arrogant. He tried to dodge. However, his right leg, which he had stepped out, remained motionless as if bound by invisible chains. What the heck? The ghost captain quickly glanced down out of the corner of his eye. The moss under his feet grew wildly like weeds, tightly wrapping around his right leg and rendering him unable to move. Plant-based talent. How the hell does this kid have plant-based talents? At this moment, a nameless fear welled up for the first time deep within the ghost captain's heart. He had never seen such a bizarre and powerful human opponent. In an instant, the bone gauntlets fell like meteors, slamming into the ghost captain's face. A chilling sound of bones cracking rang out. The rotting flesh on the ghost captain's face seemed to be swept away by a fierce wind, scattering in all directions. His body, propelled by the immense impact, flew backward like a kite with a broken string, finally slamming heavily against the ship's side, stirring up a storm of rotten wood and dust. This is impossible. How can you possess so many talents? The ghost captain was completely stunned by Lu Chen's powerful punch. I felt dizzy and saw stars, and my mind was filled with the sound of bones cracking. However, Lu Chen did not give him any chance to catch his breath. With a flash, almost the instant the ghost captain touched the ground, he was already close in front of him, following him like a shadow. He knew all this success stemmed from the ghost captain's disregard for him. If we cannot seize this opportunity to defeat them in one fell swoop, he will surely fall into an abyss of no return. You pigs, what are you doing watching the show? Come and help. The ghost captain had barely finished speaking when a long, slender hand forcefully pressed down on his head. Bang! With a sudden burst of force, his head was slammed heavily onto the deck. His words were thus interrupted. He looked up in alarm, only to see a pair of deep, cold black eyes staring down at him. The owner of those eyes had slowly taken a stance, preparing to deliver the final blow. No way. The ghost captain was terrified. He never expected that he would be suppressed by this being he once regarded as an ant, so much so that he couldn't even cry for help. Lu Chen's body sank, and his right fist rained down like a storm. Splintered wood flew everywhere. The entire ghost ship trembled slightly from the impact. Bang, 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 bang. The force of the punches was so strong that it became increasingly faster and faster until it was almost invisible to the naked eye. He knew that this ghost captain was immortal. Once he gives the order, the more than 20 undead sailors around him will swarm forward. Finally, with a punch as heavy as 1,000 pounds, the ghost captain's head shattered like broken pottery. Lu Chen slowly stood still, his handsome face revealing a wild and ruthless side. Even if you can revive, it will take a while for your head to recover after being smashed open, right? He was panting heavily, looking around. Without the ghost captain's control, the surrounding undead indeed stood frozen like puppets. He is no longer a threat. This time, he won his gamble. Rear, Li Sini and Fan Yingying, who had been keeping a close eye on Lu Chen, were completely dumbfounded. Am I hallucinating? Fan Yingying muttered to herself, rubbing her eyes hard as she spoke, as if trying to confirm what she was seeing. I think I just saw Lu Chen dominating a fourth-tier ghost captain. Fan Yingying spoke haltingly. Clearly, she herself felt that what she was seeing was fake. Not just Fan Yingying. Li Sini, who was standing next to her, also felt that it was all unrealistic. However, the clear and unmistakable images before her eyes kept reminding her that all of this was real. Lu Chen, so strong. Li Sini parted her lips slightly, but in the end, she only uttered these 4 words. This was the first time she had seen Lu Chen take action. Those fluid, graceful moves, those attacks imbued with boundless power. Even the usually aloof Li Sini couldn't help but feel her cheeks flush slightly. Before transmigrating, Li Sini was the CEO of a well-known company on Earth. She is decisive and proud. I have always believed that I am the most outstanding person wherever I am. However, seeing the astonishing combat talent displayed by Lu Chen at this moment, then I recalled how I had fled in a sorry state from an attack by an undead sailor. The difference is immediately apparent. The crucial point is that he had previously boasted arrogantly about escaping the undead sailor's attack. Compared to Lu Chen, I really am as ridiculous as a clown. Thinking of this, Li Xinyi's face turned even redder. Chapter 23 The Inspector. The survival gamble begins. Congratulations to the evolved being Lu Chun for defeating the cursed captain, Jack. Phew. Is it over? Lu Chun was panting heavily, his clothes clinging to his back, completely soaked with sweat. He felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, a sign that his mental energy was depleted. This ghost captain was undoubtedly the most powerful enemy he had encountered since coming to this world, bar none. In the battle just now, Lu Chen held nothing back, using almost all of his talents. The immense power unleashed by the combination of more than 10 talents. He managed to overwhelm the level 4 ghost captain with only level 2 power. However, Lu Chen knew deep down that all these victories were built on the opponent's underestimation of them. Just as the heavenly revelation assessed him, all those who underestimate him will pay a heavy price for it. Huh? Just a defeat notification? No death energy? And no other rewards? Lu Chun frowned slightly, muttering to himself. Logically speaking, this is a battle that spans 2 levels of difficulty. How could it end so easily? Forget it. Let Tuanzi absorb it. After all, the ghost ship itself is a huge reward. Just as he was about to send Tuanzi into action, Tianyu's voice rang in his ears again, tinged with solemnity. Congratulations, Lu Chun, on successfully passing the hidden trial of Revelation Online. The selection of the Inspector. Selection criteria for Overseers. Evolvers at level 2 or below must single-handedly defeat evil spirits of level 4 or higher. Note: once an Evolver advances to level 3, they will lose their eligibility to participate in the Overseer selection. The Overseer, dedicated to overseeing all living beings, possessing the authority to judge and eradicate evil spirits that violate the laws of heaven. There is only one Overseer position in the Blue Star Wars zone. Reminder: accepting this inheritance will grant you unprecedented power and potential, but it will also make you a target for all evil spirits. Please consider this carefully. WH. What game? Lu Chen was confused by the series of prompts from Tianyu. What kind of watchdog? What kind of evil spirit? Never heard of it. He carefully studied the divine message and gradually understood its meaning. So, this inspector's legacy is the real reward for defeating the ghost captain. Lu Chun stroked his chin, lost in thought. The selection criteria for these overseers are so stringent that they require evolved individuals to be able to defeat a level 4 enemy on their own at level 2. If it weren't for my powerful assistance with Tuanzi and the support of those more than 10 talents, I'm afraid no one would have been able to complete this test. With such rigorous assessments, the power of these inspectors must be extraordinary. Lu Chun then looked at the introduction about the inspectors. It feels like this inspector is the enforcer of the laws in this world of Revelation Online, even though they will be hated by all evil spirits. But as law enforcers, why should we fear those evil people? Moreover, there is only one inspector position in the entire Blue Star War zone, which is enough to show how precious and rare this inheritance is. Let's do it. With this in mind, Lu Chen accepted without hesitation. Heavenly decree. I accept the legacy of the Overseer. Ding. Evolver Lu Chen has chosen to accept the Inspector's inheritance. The legacy begins. As the divine message faded away, a deep, inky black light suddenly enveloped Lu Chen tightly. Immediately afterwards, Lu Chen's figure vanished in an instant, swallowed by the black light. His presence, his name on the leaderboard, and every trace of his existence. All of them vanished silently at that moment. Not far away, 2 women were immersed in excitement. Suddenly, an ominous black light spread out, and then Lu Chen's figure disappeared completely from sight, as if swallowed by the night. From their perspective, it looked as if Lu Chen was being swallowed up by a ghost ship. Fan Yingying, who was cheering for Lu Chen, froze, her eyes filled with disbelief. Lu Chen, where did he go? Li Xinyi was also taken aback. She had originally planned how to sincerely apologize to Lu Chen when he returned. After all, it was she who misjudged the level of the creatures on the ghost ship. The 4th-order error was mistakenly reported as a 3rd-order error. If Lu Chen hadn't possessed extraordinary strength, he would probably have already fallen into an abyss of no return. However, Lu Chen suddenly disappeared before their eyes. An inexplicable sense of foreboding rose in her heart. She hurriedly brought up the panel, her eyes anxiously searching the leaderboard. His expression changed drastically. It's gone. Lu Chen's ranking has disappeared from the leaderboard. Her hands trembled as she tried to access Lu Chen's personal page. What comes into view? There was only deathly silence and pitch blackness. That's a void left only by the dead evolved beings. How could this be? You clearly won. Even with Lee Sinny's aloof personality, her eyes couldn't help but redden slightly at this moment. Sister Sinny? Lu Chun. Was Lu Chun eaten by the ghost ship? Fan Yingying's voice was trembling with tears. It's all our fault. It's all our fault for telling him about the ghost ship. He's so powerful. If it weren't for us, no one could have killed him. Wah. No, it's not your fault, Yingying. Lee Sinny held Fan Yingying's hand, but her gaze was blank as she stared at the ghost ship that was once again shrouded in black mist in the distance, her heart filled with guilt and self-blame. Blame me. It was me. I misjudged the situation, which led to his death there. Lee Sinny's voice grew softer and softer, until it almost became a murmur. Sorry. Lu Chun was the most brilliant and talented person she had ever seen. If the ghost ship before her was truly, as she said, only a third-tier creature, then with Lu Chun's abilities, he would surely be unharmed. However, it was because she misjudged the situation that a genius like Lu Chun fell from grace. At this moment, many people in the chat channel had already noticed the disappearance of Lu Chun's name. Huh? Why did the legendary Lu Chun suddenly disappear from the rankings? Yeah, not only is he not on the leaderboard anymore, but his name has also turned gray in the following list. This doesn't mean that the great god Lu Chun has fallen. Impossible. Lu Chun is so strong. He could easily slay 13 ferocious beasts. How could he? Just as everyone was shocked and discussing, a sudden announcement from the heavenly Tao resounded in everyone's mind like a thunderclap. Revelation Online Emergency Announcement. Kenta Nakamura in the 903rd Beginner C area of the Fusang War Zone has activated a survival gamble order. Survival bet. Fusang War Zone 903 Beginner C vs Sherlock War Zone 1000 Beginner C. Survival betting begins. Survival bet. The losing side will have their storm intensity increased by 20% in the beginner's area, and all players will have their attribute points permanently reduced by 20. The winning side, storm intensity reduced by 20% in the beginner's area. All players permanently gain plus 20 attribute points. Chapter 24 The Japanese Triumph. Upon hearing the sudden announcement, the chat channel instantly erupted in excitement. Holy crap, a survival bet? What the hell? It seems we've been challenged. The losing side will not only see an increase in the storm intensity outside the poisonous fog zone, but everyone's attributes will also be reduced by 20 points. No way. All my attributes combined only amount to 26 points. If I lose 20 points, how am I supposed to survive? That's not the worst part. The most critical thing is that the storm intensity will increase by 20%. You have to understand, there are only 8 days left before the poison gas is released. If we can't sail out through this stronger storm by then, everyone will die in this sea area. That's right, we absolutely cannot lose this bet. If we lose, it could mean total annihilation. Holy crap, I just realized that the guy we're betting on for survival is that damn little life. It was those beasts. The Japanese always love to do these despicable and shameless things. Damn it, we absolutely cannot lose to these beasts. Yes, we must win this time. The group in the number 1000 Beginner C were immediately excited when they discovered that their opponents were actually Japanese. Due to various historical and contemporary entanglements, the relationship between the Divine Xia and Fusang has always been tense and delicate, and this bet has further united everyone in their hatred of the enemy. But how do we define a win? Yeah, I can't wait to beat these bastards to a pulp. Announcement. The betting rules are as follows. A special parallel C area will be opened up in the beginner C area for both sides. Both sides' evolved beings can teleport to the vicinity of the parallel C area at any time, but only novice wooden boats of intermediate level and above are allowed to enter the parallel C area to engage in unregulated combat. At the heart of the parallel C area stands a spatial crystal. The team whose evolved beings occupy the space crystal for 1 hour wins. The survivor who contributed the most to the winning team will receive an additional reward. The parallel C area will officially open in 10 hours. All evolvers, please make full use of this time to prepare for battle. Reminder, the chat channels for the 2 beginner areas are now connected in parallel. Players can view each other's chat content, leaderboards, and other information, but cannot directly communicate by speaking. Reminder, survival is extremely important. All evolvers, please give it your all. In the beginner's waters of the Fusang War Zone, Area 903, 1 survival gamble has been conducted, with 1 victory. Sherlock Zone 1000 Beginner C, 0 survival gambles completed, 0 wins. With the detailed explanation from the Revelation Online system, everyone finally understood. So this so-called survival bet. It turned out to be a fierce battle between two novice sea areas in a parallel sea area. Now we can kill Japanese devils openly and honestly. I've been waiting for this for ages. Hey bro upstairs, calm down and read the rules carefully. Only intermediate level beginner boats can enter the parallel sea area. Have you upgraded your boat yet? Not yet? In our entire newbie zone, only the ships of the Great Lu Chun and the Great Yang Ziming have advanced to the intermediate level. Don't panic. Everyone entered at the same time. We only have 2 mid-sized ships here, and Fusang probably doesn't have many either. That's right, with the Great Lu Chun and the big boss Yang Ziming here, what do we have to be afraid of? But, did you notice? It seems they've already won one of their survival bets. Holy crap, I just saw that. Does that mean everyone on the other side has 20 more stats than us? No, that can't be right. Everyone, don't panic. The chat channels in both areas are now connected. Let's go check out what's going on Xiao Rizi's side. Yes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Let's go and see what they're capable of that they dare to challenge us. Subsequently, a large number of players from the number 1000 beginner zone opened the chat channel of the number 903 beginner zone in Fusang. Unlike the confusion of the Sherlock Holmes, having experienced a survival gamble, the Japanese are clearly much more experienced. At this moment, the comments section erupted in cheers, as if they had already won the bet. Yoshi, haha, Nakamura Kina has such a sharp eye for choosing opponents. The opponent is actually a Shinshatsu person. Shins here's? Haha. In the last round, a Shins here newbie from the Sea of Seas took the initiative to challenge us, but was mercilessly defeated by Lord Nakamura, who gave each of us 20 attribute points for nothing. Arigato, it seems the Shinxiao people are truly generous. Ha! Sigua-e, this time against the Shinxiao people, we Fusang are bound to win. Historically, they couldn't defeat us, and it still is now, ha! Of course, we have Kinta, who is invincible as the Onmyoji of our great Fusang Empire. How could those weak Shinxiao people possibly defeat us? Kobayashi-kun, everyone, let's not be careless. The current Divine Xia is different from the past. Not only are their average intelligence extremely high, but they are also very united when facing external enemies. Baka, Haruko-san, the battle is about to begin. How can you say something that will damage morale like that? Exactly. We Japanese possess the best genes and the strongest physique in the world. Those Shinxiao people are simply no match for us. Just then, the person they were talking about, Kenta Nakamura, spoke up. Haha, everyone, don't worry. I just took a look at the situation on the Shinxiao people's side. Their highest-ranking members are not even at level 3, and their mid-level warships are extremely rare, numbering only 1 or 2. We Japanese are determined to win this gamble for survival. Upon hearing Kenta Nakamura's words, a cheer erupted in the chat channel. Kenta Nakamura's words were like a shot in the arm, instantly igniting a frenzy within the channel. It's Kentadano. Kentadano is wise. Haha, those Shinxiao people are indeed incredibly weak. They don't even have a single level 3 person yet. You know, Kinta is about to reach level 4. Not only that, they only have so few mid-level warships, while we already have a full 6 mid-level warships. Yash, looks like I'll get another 20 attribute points in 10 hours. I've already decided. This time I'm going to put them all into strength. I'm going to be One Punch Man, ah. I estimate that all of these Shinxiao people who failed in the battle for survival will be poisoned to death in 9 days. Sigh, thinking about their future fate, Kato-kun, there's no need to pity them. Only a powerful nation like us Japanese deserves to live in this world. Matsumoto-kun, I don't pity them. The thought of them all being poisoned to death excites me. Chapter 25 B-Rank Talent. In stark contrast to the cheers and laughter of the Japanese camp, a heavy atmosphere of anxiety permeated the chat channel of the Sherlock faction. Holy crap, their number 1 player on the leaderboard, Kenta Nakamura, is almost level 4 already. Not only that, the top 5 have all reached level 3, and the top 20 are all level 2. Their leveling speed is too fast. They won a survival bet before, and each of them received an extra 20 free attribute points, making their average level half a level higher than ours. How can we compete with them? What's even more outrageous is that Nakamura Kena actually has a B rank Onmyoji talent. The highest rank in our region is only C rank. How can he be so amazing? He must have had a lot of fortuitous encounters before, accumulating a large number of evolution points, and directly upgraded his talent to B level. Damn it, I just realized they have a whopping 6 intermediate beginner wooden boats. And what about us? How many intermediate beginner wooden boats do we have? Lu Chun has 1 ship, Yang Ziming has one ship, and that seems to be it. How? How are we supposed to fight like this? The gap is too big. Are we going to lose? No way. I'm only level 1. If I lose 20 attribute points, I'll be completely useless. Now we can only hope that the great Lu Chun and the great Yang Ziming can turn the tide. Yes, there's also the great Lu Chun. He's always been a ruthless character. He'll definitely have a way. Mentioning Lu Chun evoked a glimmer of hope in everyone's hearts. Where did Lu Chun, the legendary player, go? Why did he suddenly disappear from the rankings? Just then, Yang Ziming's avatar flashed. At Lee Cini, did Lu Chun come to see you before? Where is he now? We need him. Boss Yang Ziming has appeared. Boss Yang, the enemy has come knocking on our door. You and Lu Chun need to decide what to do. By the way, Lu Chun mentioned he was going to check out that ghost ship Lee Cini mentioned. How's Lu Chun doing now? Has he taken care of it? At Lee Cini, boss, please say something. At Lee Cini, big shot, please give a response. Instantly, the chat channel was flooded with messages from at Lee Xingyi. After a long while, Lee Cini's reply slowly appeared in the chat channel, carrying an indescribable heaviness. Everyone, Lu Chun is really amazing. The information I provided before was wrong. The monsters on the ghost ship aren't tier 3, they're tier 4. But Lu Chun still managed to kill the 4th tier undead. Lu Chun is truly the strongest person I've ever seen. Seeing Lee Cini's words, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Boss, can you please stop breathing so heavily when you speak? I was almost scared to death. I thought the great god Lu Chun had perished. Lu Chun is awesome. He can even take down a level 4 undead. The master is indeed a master. With him around, those beasts who are living comfortably are doomed. The crowd echoed their agreement, and morale seemed to have rebounded somewhat. However, Yang Ziming keenly noticed the unusual nature of Lee Cini's words. He immediately frowned, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Yang Ziming. At Lee Cini, after Lu Chun killed the tier 4 undead, is he still safe? Upon seeing Yang Ziming's message, Lee Cini's eyes reddened, and a huge sense of guilt overwhelmed her. Lee Cini. Lu Chun was swallowed by the ghost ship after killing the ghost captain. Lee Cini. It was my misjudgment of the ghost ship's strength that led to the sinking and destruction of the land. I bear an unshirkable responsibility. In the battle against the Fusang people later, I will be the first to charge forward. Upon seeing Lee Cini's message, a moment of silence fell over the entire chat channel. The hopes that had been in everyone's hearts were shattered in an instant, and a sense of pessimism began to spread. It's over, completely over. Our average level was already much lower than the Japanese, and now that the great god Lu Chun has fallen, we have absolutely no hope. Wah, I'm only 18. I've never even had a boyfriend. I don't want to die. Seeing this, Yang Ziming couldn't help but sigh. His worst fears had come true. We must not allow this sentiment to spread now. Yang Ziming. Don't be discouraged, everyone. We, the people of Xinxia, have nothing to fear from difficulties. If we can have the first land subsidence, we can have the second and the third. Yang Ziming. The battle has not yet begun, and the outcome is still uncertain. How can we, the people of Xinxia, easily bow down to the Japanese pirates? Long Howren, my family and I have been soldiers of the divine Xia for 3 generations. Even in the most desperate times, my grandfather never bowed his head to the Japanese invaders. Today, I will never back down either. Right? Li Ming sent a clenched fist emoji. What's so scary about those short Japanese guys? My lightning won't hold back. Zhou Yu. That's right, let's unite and fight these Japanese pirates. That's right, what's there to be afraid of? I don't believe those little devils can have an extra head compared to us. Yes, they only won a survival gamble by luck and gained the first mover advantage. This time, we'll make them give up all their attribute points. Unity. We must all unite. Boss Yang, you give the orders, we'll all follow your command. A chorus of firm responses rang out in the chat channel, and morale gradually rose under Yang Ziming's leadership. Yang Ziming. All right, everyone, teleport to the vicinity of the Parallel Sea area now. There are 10 hours left until the Parallel Sea area opens. We must race against time to enhance our strength and upgrade our ships. Anyone with valuable information or resources, please share them immediately. Good. I'm going back right now. Boss Yang, I just found some herbs on a small island that can increase agility. I found an injured Tier 2 sea beast at position 376, 976. I originally planned to hunt it down after I leveled up to Tier 2, but now I'm not going to leave it alive. Boss Yang, you should quickly organize some people to come and take it down. The bow and arrow I have are of the black iron grade, and I'm only level 1. I won't be able to help in the melee later, so you can take this longbow. I have some medicinal herbs here for emergencies. I know which area has abundant timber resources. I have enough fresh water stored here, so please feel free to use it. As Haruko said, when faced with external threats, the people of Xinxia have demonstrated remarkable cohesion, uniting as one to overcome difficulties. Yang Ziming quickly mobilized and assembled 4 hunting boat fleets, each consisting of 200 people. Based on the clues provided by the group, the hunting fleet launched a precise attack, concentrating its forces to hunt down the second-tier sea beast. The final, fatal blow is then left to the most talented and highest-ranking individuals. At this moment, everyone in the 1,000 newbie zone seemed to have coalesced into an unstoppable, immense force. Like a clenched giant fist, it is ready to meet the upcoming challenge. Chapter 26, The Inspector Template, is Invincible. Lu Chen felt the scene before him distort. As if drawn by some invisible force, I instantly crossed the boundary between reality and illusion and arrived in an unknown alternate dimension. Here, the sky takes on a somber, dark purple hue. The stars are hidden. Only wisps of eerie light wandered through the void, adding a touch of mystery to this deathly silent space. He stood firm, and everywhere he looked, there was a desolate and strange landscape. Just then, a figure draped in a black robe slowly entered his line of sight. The man held a long sword, its blade gleaming with a cold light, exuding a chilling sharpness. Opposite the man in black robes stood a colossal creature, a 3-eyed giant, 1,000 meters tall and of immense size. Its skin is as hard as rock, and its muscles are bulging, each piece containing earth-shattering power. The 3 enormous eyes gleamed with different lights. It contained anger, resentment, and a strong desire to survive. It pounded its chest with both hands, letting out a deafening roar. The sound echoed in the alternate dimension, creating visible ripples of sound waves. The inspector, I merely followed the laws of this world and consumed the people of a nation. In this dog-eat-dog world, isn't this normal? Why can't you just leave me alone? The 3-eyed troll's voice was filled with resentment and defiance. It seemed to think it hadn't done anything wrong. The man in the black robe stood silently. His entire face was hidden beneath the black robe, revealing only a pair of eyes as cold as icy stars. The survival of the fittest is normal. His voice was deep and indifferent. Therefore, it's perfectly normal for me to kill you. Having said that, the man in black robe slowly raised his long sword, the tip lightly touching the ground. At that moment, the entire space seemed to freeze. 3-eyed troll, I, the Watcher, Zed, declare you an evil spirit, to be slain at once. The voice of the man in black robes echoed in the alternate dimension. Every word resounded like thunder in Lu Chen's heart. You arrogance, Inspector. I'm going to kill you. Upon hearing this, the 3-eyed troll roared even louder. It mobilized all its power, and its 3 giant eyes simultaneously shot out 3 dazzling beams of light, attempting to completely engulf the man in black robes. However, faced with this devastating blow, the man in black merely swung his longsword lightly and uttered a low shout. Break the wind. In an instant, a dazzling sword light ripped through the sky, like a shooting star streaking across the night, its speed too fast to be caught. The sword light contained boundless majesty and power, even splitting space in 2. The enormous 3-eyed troll was as fragile as paper under the sword's beam, instantly cleaved in 2. The massive body collapsed with a crash, stirring up a wave of dust and rubble. The man in black sheathed his sword, his body remaining perfectly still, as if everything that had just happened was merely a matter of lifting a finger. Lu Chen stood aside, witnessing this breathtaking battle. An indescribable sense of awe welled up within me. This is the power of the overseers. The thought that I might become a watchdog like this man in black robes, standing above all living beings. Lu Chen's chest heaved with excitement. Just now, the power and elegance of the black-robed man's sword strike had deeply moved Lu Chen. At that very moment, the man in black robes slowly turned around, his deep eyes seemingly piercing through time and space as he looked at Lu Chen. In an instant, a massive flow of information, like a flood bursting its banks, surged into Lu Chen's mind. That was a profound understanding and analysis of the essence of the wind-breaking sword strike that the man in black had just unleashed. Every detail, every path of the flow of power, was clearly displayed in his consciousness. Lu Chen seemed to have been drawn into a vortex of time, having experienced a spiritual journey spanning a century. The understanding and mastery of breaking the wind reached an unprecedented level at this moment. As this torrent of knowledge gradually subsides, Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes, and everything around him seemed to have changed. He had already left that alternate dimension and returned to the deck of the ghost ship. A gentle sea breeze carries a hint of saltiness and decay. Ding! You have successfully obtained the Inspector's Legacy. Strength, plus 20. Agility, plus 20. Constitution, plus 20. Perception, plus 20. Gain 10 free attribute points. Gain skill, Windbreaker, obsessed by the Overseer. Obtain the Inspector template, 2 attribute points gained per level up. Accompanied by a series of prompts from the divine revelation in his mind. Lu Chun felt a surge of immense power coursing through his body like a tidal wave, causing him to shudder. We're rich. We're rich. Lu Chun looked at his attributes, and his heart pounded. This Inspector's Legacy is truly amazing. It directly increased Lu Chun's attribute points by a full 2 levels. Even more terrifying is that he was given an incredible special template. He would gain double the attribute points with each level up. This means that an ordinary person can gain a total of 45 attribute points when leveling up, 10 points for each of the 4 main attributes plus 5 points for free attributes. However, he can gain a full 90 attribute points. Keep in mind, he's only level 2 right now. As his level continues to rise, the gap between him and others will become as insurmountable as a chasm. But what made Lu Chun ecstatic was the new skill he had mastered, windbreaking. He witnessed firsthand the astonishing scene of the black-robed man effortlessly wielding his sword, cleaving the towering, ferocious three-eyed troll in two with a single strike. And now, this skill, which is enough to strike fear into the hearts of enemies, is firmly in his hands. Skill, Windbreaker, Overseer exclusive. The moment the opponent sees this move, they will experience what true despair is. After Lu Chun added all 10 free attribute points to perception, he opened his character panel. Name, Lu Chun. Level, 2, 155/300. Position, Inspector, 0/10,000. Evolution points, 0. Strength, 75, average for its class is 20. Agility, 53, average for its class is 20. Physical fitness, 63, average for the same grade is 20. Perception, 61, average for peers is 20. Talent, rank C, bone control, plant affinity, flame control. Rank D, ice manipulation, strength maximization, speed maximization. Grade E, physical enhancement, olfactory enhancement, X-ray vision, hearing enhancement. Class F, visual enhancement. Skill, Windbreaker, Overseer exclusive. The moment the opponent sees this move, they will experience what true despair is. Ship, Intermediate Beginner Wooden Boat, Reinforced. Overall Combat Strength Assessment, Tier 4 to Tier 6. For the Overseers, Realm is a joke. Anyone who relies on Realm to fight an Overseer will die a horrible death. Chapter 27. Subduing the Ghost Captain, my first henchman. Although my level is only level 2. However, its attributes are already several times greater than those of other evolvers of the same rank. Under normal circumstances, the combat strength of a level 2 evolved being is generally assessed at the Tier 2 level. However, with his substantial attribute accumulation and the support of numerous talents, Lu Chun, its overall combat capability has been rated as high as Tier 6. This means that, in the eyes of Revelation Online, with Lu Chun's current strength, even without any skill, relying solely on brute force to fight head-on is enough to rival a 6th-tier expert. As expected, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. Lu Chun sighed sincerely. Although this ghost ship voyage was fraught with peril, however, the reward he received after surviving also completely set him apart from ordinary people. With its immense potential, even without Tango's help in the future, he was also confident that he could achieve great things. What does the number after Overseer mean? Position, Inspector, 0/10,000. After consulting the Tianyu Encyclopedia, Lu Chun finally understood. It turns out that the observers receive evil energy every time they slay an evil spirit. The undead we killed earlier weren't considered evil creatures. Once the evil energy is fully accumulated, he will unlock a new Overseer exclusive skill. Understood. Looks like I'll have to search for more evil creatures in the future. Next, we'll search this place thoroughly, and then we should upgrade the Intermediate Beginner's Wooden Boat to Advanced. Upgrading the Advanced Beginner's Wooden Boat requires 40 wood, 1 Tier 4 crystal core, and 5 iron ingots. Iron ingots and wood are relatively easy to obtain. The only difficult part is obtaining 4th order crystal cores. However, 4th tier creatures are nothing to the current land submersion. He wanted to upgrade the wooden boat into a sloop as soon as possible, sail out of the beginner waters, and see what the outside world is like. Hey, I thought you'd run away with your tail between your legs. I didn't expect you to be so bold as to stay here. Just then, the ghost captain's voice, rising in pitch, suddenly rang out. Jack, clutching his head, slowly stepped into Lu Chen's line of sight. Looking at Lu Chen, Jack felt a lingering headache. He never imagined that he would be caught off guard and suffer such a setback. To think that his head could be smashed by a mere level 2 human. This is an utter disgrace. Revenge. We must get revenge. Jack grew angrier the more he thought about it, gritting his teeth as he said, "This time, I will not be careless again. I will crush every bone in your body into dust. I will make you scream and beg for mercy on the deck." However, Jack's voice grew softer and softer as he spoke. Something's not right. Doesn't it only take a few hours for you to revive yourself? But why has this human's aura undergone such a dramatic change in just a few hours? Although Lu Chun in front of him still appeared to be at the second level of cultivation. But a voice inside him kept telling him that this strange human was dangerous. The more Jack looked at him, the more uneasy he felt, and his heart began to pound. Seeing the ghost captain and the surrounding undead crew gather around again. Same scene, same predicament. But Lu Chen's mindset was completely different. You want to break my bones? He glanced at Jack, a cold smile playing on his lips. Perfect, I'll use these undead to test my current strength. The moment Jack's eyes met Lu Chen's, it felt as if he were locked onto by the pupils of an ancient behemoth. His body trembled involuntarily. That's not right. This feeling, this aura, doesn't it look a bit like the legendary observer? Could it be? He has just received the inspector's legacy. The moment this thought crossed his mind, Jack's body began to tremble uncontrollably. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Possessing many talents. With only a second-tier cultivation level, he was able to easily crush a fourth-tier expert like himself. Moreover, his mental fortitude and combat instincts are extraordinary. This doesn't resemble a normal person at all. Etc. Am I some kind of monster in the inspector's assessment? Jack was on the verge of tears. No wonder his obsidian ship couldn't get out after sailing here. After all that fuss, it turns out he was actually a hidden test subject for the inspectors. Despite being terribly panicked inside, Jack forced himself to stand up straight. He spoke with a fierce exterior but a weak interior. Young man, although you just displeased the great Captain Jack Sparrow, I, Jack, have always respected the brave, for your fearlessness and willingness to draw your sword. I will take pity on you and spare your life. Leave quickly. Jack outwardly appeared magnanimous, but inwardly he was pounding with anxiety. Let's go? Hurry up and go. You could smash my head in and I wouldn't even care, but you're still not leaving? Go quickly, ancestors. Please. However, Jack's hopes were dashed. Lu Chun twisted his wrist and said calmly, "Now, it's not a question of whether you'll let me go or not. The question is, how should I handle your problem?" Finished. Jack felt a pang of despair. His worst fears came true. The thought that he was being watched by an observer made Jack want to cry. Shouldn't the inspectors be out there slaying great demons and eliminating evil spirits? I, Jack, am nothing more than a cursed, wretched little ghost, clinging to life. Using a mere inspector to deal with me, isn't that overkill? Wait, a curse? Yes? Thinking of this, Jack's eyes lit up, and he feigned disdain, saying, young man, don't say I didn't warn you. I am immortal. Even if I stand here and let you kill me, you won't be able to hurt me in the slightest. You'd better leave before I change my mind." Undying. Lu Chun raised an eyebrow. He had actually forgotten about that. But it's okay. Tuanzi, come out. We have some work to do. Gurgle. Feeling restless inside Lu Chen's backpack, Tuanzi happily slid out and affectionately rubbed against Lu Chen's face. This scene struck Jack, who was already questioning his existence, like a bolt from the blue, leaving him stunned on the spot. North. Kraken. These legendary, terrifying creatures that could devour an entire plane of existence. Weren't they already extinct? There's another one. Jack, who had initially relied on his immortality curse, was suddenly filled with despair. He knew very well that his immortality curse was completely useless against the Kraken's devouring power. Even though what's in front of me is just a juvenile Kraken. Just as Lu Chun was about to make a move, he suddenly heard a strange noise. What happened next left him utterly astonished. The once arrogant ghost captain, Jack, had suddenly knelt before him without warning. His demeanor was so resolute, it was as if he had instantly become a different person. "Boss, don't kill me. I would gladly offer half my soul to serve you, my lord, even at the cost of my life." Well, the turn of events was so abrupt that Lu Chun was momentarily stunned. Wasn't this ghost captain always so tough? Why did things change so drastically all of a sudden? Ding. The cursed captain, Jack, requests to become your vassal in exchange for half his soul. By accepting this condition, you will have absolute control over Jack's life and death. Do you accept this offer? Chapter 28 Lu Chun is cursed. Didn't you intend to crush my bones inch by inch? Lu Chun found it all amusing. Is this ghost captain suffering from a split personality? He was acting like he was going to kill someone just a moment ago, and now he's kneeling down and calling me boss? Jack's eyes darted around, and a fawning smile spread across his face. Hee hee, as the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. How could I, Jack, dare to be your enemy, boss? I'd better be sensible and avoid getting beaten up again, Huh, I didn't expect this ghost captain to be so good at judging the situation. However, I'm currently lacking a 4th-tier crystal core. What should I do? Lu Chun deliberately frowned, pretending to be in a difficult position. Upon hearing this, Jack immediately put on a mournful face and said, Boss, do you think my skeletal frame looks like it could have a crystal core? Besides, if you're willing to take me as your vassal, what's a level 4 sea beast? I guarantee I'll kill 2 for you. Jack patted his chest and made a solemn promise. Seeing Jack's fawning expression, Lu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Jack must have figured something out. Perhaps he knows the Watcher's secrets. Or perhaps they recognized Tuanzi's true identity. Whatever he discovered, Jack was no ordinary man. With him by my side, I can probably avoid a lot of trouble. Furthermore, as the boats are upgraded, the beginners' wooden boats become increasingly large, and crew members are indeed needed to assist them. With Tuanzi around, I naturally can't recruit humans as crew members. In comparison, a ghost like Jack, who is completely obedient to me, would be an extremely suitable crew member. Thinking of this, Lu Chun nodded slightly, deciding to accept Jack. Immediately afterwards, a wisp of green soul fire floated out from Jack's head and slowly merged into Lu Chun's body. From then on, Lu Chun only needed to think to control Jack by manipulating this soul fire. Upon seeing this, a look of joy appeared on Jack's face. He immediately performed a standard aristocratic salute to Lu Chun. Jack greets the captain. I am ready to go through fire and water for you. Get up. Lu Chun replied calmly, his gaze sweeping over his surroundings. Is there anything still usable on this ghost ship? Jack grinned and responded confidently. Hee, Captain, your decision to take me in is absolutely wise. The renowned Jack will certainly not disappoint you. Although most of this obsidian ship is decaying, there is one thing I believe you will be interested in. With that, Jack turned and strode toward the captain's cabin. A moment later, he came out with a rusty spear and presented it to Lu Chun with both hands. This weapon was originally a mid-grade black iron weapon, but it has decayed due to its age and has now been downgraded to low-grade black iron. However, its sharpness should not be underestimated. Lu Chun took the spear. It was completely black and felt heavy in his hand, clearly indicating that it was of exceptional quality. Rotten Wavebreaker Spear, low-grade black iron. Although its quality has decreased due to decay, its sharpness remains reliable. Did decay reduce its quality? Others might struggle with this, but for Lu Chun, it's no problem at all. Tuanzi, temper this weapon. Gurgle. After the little dumpling responded, 2 pink tentacles extended and enveloped the spear. Then, to Jack's astonishment, the rust on the spear's surface quickly disappeared, revealing its gleaming, cold body. Enhanced wave-breaking spear, high-grade black iron. A long spear of dark iron meticulously forged by the dwarves, capable of piercing through giant waves and delivering a fatal blow to the enemy. This really is the power of the Kraken. Jack's eyes widened, his body trembled slightly, and he was filled with shock. It seems you did recognize Tuanzi's identity. Lu Chun looked at Jack with a deep gaze. What else do you know? Jack paused for a moment, then gave an awkward smile and said seriously, Captain, the Kraken is an unparalleled ferocious beast. Who doesn't know it? However, Captain, you must be extremely careful. The young Kraken is incredibly precious. Do not reveal it to the world lightly, or it will surely attract the covetous eyes and fierce competition of countless powerful beings. Lu Chun looked at Jack, but didn't say anything. He knew that this Jack was definitely not a simple person. But now he has more important things to do. Tuanzi, try to capture this ghost ship. Lu Chun remembered that when they were approaching this ghost ship earlier, they encountered attacks from undead creatures such as carrion sharks, carrion sea eagles, and drowned ones. It's most likely the ghost ship's innate talent. If they could acquire it, it would undoubtedly be a force to be reckoned with. However, the dumpling stretched out its tiny tentacles. It kept making little gurgling noises, seemingly conveying some kind of unease. Seeing Tuanzi's reaction, Lu Chun knew that there was definitely something wrong with this ghost ship. The cursed ship, Obsidian, severely decayed, uncontrollable. Class, Brigadier Battleship. Talent, Ghost Ship, Rank B. Once a powerful two-masted warship, it was transformed into a ghost ship by Eleanor's curse, possessing the power to resurrect and manipulate corpses. Yes, this is the terrifying ghost ship. Lu Chun stroked the little dumpling and said softly, "Is Tawanzi worried about the curse on this ship?" Gurgle gurgle. Tawanzi nodded vigorously. "Captain, you don't need to worry about this curse at all." Jack, picking his nose, chimed in. "Why?" Lu Chun raised an eyebrow. "Because you're already cursed?" Jack shrugged. "What?" Lu Chun's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly looked down at his status panel. Sure enough, his previously clean name now had the words, "Cursed," added to it. Furthermore, a new talent has been added to the talent list. Talent, Undying Curse, Rank B. Cursed by Eleanor, you possess immortality. Enjoy your remaining days as a human, for you are about to become an undead. Although I suddenly gained a B-level talent. But Lu Chun felt no joy whatsoever. He had seen Jack's rotting state. How did I get cursed? Lu Chun's voice was low and suppressed, his gaze piercing Jack like a knife. Seeing Lu Chun's murderous gaze, Jack shrank back and answered somewhat guiltily. Captain, didn't you just receive half of my soul? So this curse is... Then why didn't you say so just now? Lu Chun clenched his back teeth. You didn't ask either? Jack responded weakly, his voice barely audible. Lu Chun took a deep breath, trying to calm the urge to tear Jack to pieces. How long does it take for someone to become an undead after being cursed? It will take about a year. But Captain, you must be careful not to die. Once you die, although you will be resurrected, it will greatly accelerate the process of becoming an undead. Jack was clearly very experienced with this curse. Chapter 29 The New Ghost Ship, The Netherworld. Captain, but you don't need to worry too much. Becoming a ghost is quite good. Look, you won't be afraid of death anymore. Isn't that great? Do you have a sense of taste when you eat? Can you get onto land? Is your Kuan still working well? Lu Chun's 3 consecutive questions instantly froze Jack, who had been pretending to be relaxed. Jack stiffly lowered his head and looked at Kuan, the person who had once made him so proud. It collapsed instantly. She grabbed Lu Chun's leg and burst into tears. Captain, I'm so miserable. I have no sense of taste. Everything, no matter how delicious, tastes the same. I'm forever bound to this sea, unable even to get a close look at the greenery. The most crucial thing is, my kunkan, my lifeline, is unusable. Captain, you must help me break this curse. Wah. Looking at Jack, who was clinging tightly to his leg and crying his heart out. Lu Chun's eye twitched involuntarily. That bastard. I knew being cursed was never a good thing. If there are no side effects, it wouldn't be called a curse. Blessing would be a more fitting term. He could barely tolerate the first 2 side effects. But the third one, he absolutely cannot tolerate not being able to use Kuan. Just kidding. Without treasure, what joy is there in life? This curse must be lifted within a year. Otherwise, once one is fully transformed into an undead body, one will forever lose the chance to set foot on land. By then, it will be extremely difficult to break the curse. However, the most urgent task is to get out of this beginner's area. Tawanzi, capture the ghost ship. Lu Chun sighed helplessly. Don't worry about the curse, we've already been affected. Gurgle. Tawanzi responded dejectedly, then launched abyss absorption at the ghost ship. With the consumption of dumplings, the eerie black mist that had enveloped the ghost ship vanished instantly. The listless, undead sailors on the ship let out mournful cries and turned into piles of withered bones. The originally eerie and terrifying ghost ship. In an instant, it turned into a pile of dilapidated shipwrecks. Seeing this, Lu Chun quickly rowed his wooden boat closer. Let the dumpling infuse the power it just absorbed into the wooden boat. In an instant, the once ordinary novice wooden boat was shrouded in black mist. Faint wails emanated from the black mist. This novice canoe seems to have inherited the soul of the aging obsidian, transforming into a newborn ghost ship. Wow, Captain, is this our new ship? What's it called? Jack's eyes lit up. Although the novice wooden boat in front of him was pitifully small compared to his obsidian. But this ship can move. He'd been stuck on the immobile obsidian for so long, he was practically suffocating. Now that Lu Chun has become his master, he is able to leave that desolate ship with Lu Chun. Now that you mention it, I really should give my ship a name. Lu Chun stroked his chin thoughtfully. How about this? There are 3 people on the ship now. Let's each nominate a name, and then we'll vote by raising our hands. I'll go first. Jack eagerly raised his hand. Let's call it Invincible Pretty Girl Ship. Gurgle. Tawanzi also raised one of its tentacles, indicating that it wanted to call Gujiheo. Hearing these two suggestions, Lu Chen sighed and rubbed his forehead in exasperation. I knew asking them was pointless. All right, taking into account the opinions of the three of them, I've decided to name it the Netherworld. Lu Chen made the decision. Captain, that's not what you said just now. Wasn't it supposed to be a vote by raising hands? My Invincible Beautiful Girl song is so much better. Jack clearly didn't want to give up. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Not to be outdone, the dumpling raised its 8 tiny tentacles. It means it had more hands, so it won. It should be called Guji. I'm the captain, and I make the decisions. Lu Chen glared, completely ignoring the protests of the skeleton and the octopus. He absolutely cannot accept a ghost ship being called something like the Invincible Pretty Girl ship or the Guji ship. At that moment, Lu Chen suddenly remembered that Li Sini's special operations ship seemed to have sunk nearby. Jack, before I came, did you sink a wooden boat? Yes, that's true. Jack scratched his head and recalled. There's a beautiful woman on that ship. Her figure and face are absolutely stunning. It's just a pity she's too far away. I randomly assigned a sailor to attack her a few times, but she still managed to escape. Oh, what a pity. Jack looked regretful. I didn't ask you that. Where did that ship sink? Lu Chen looked at Jack with utter contempt. You don't have Kuan, so what business is it of yours if she's pretty? Oh, it seems to be in that direction. Jack pointed to a spot not far away. With a thought, Lu Chen sent 2 terrifying and ferocious carrion sharks swimming swiftly in the direction Jack had pointed. Before long, the carrion shark dragged the wreckage of a broken wooden boat to the surface. Tuanzi, try to see if you can absorb the ship's talent. Gurgle. A moment later, Lu Chen's netherworld ship gained another talent. Extreme speed, D rank. Reinforced beginner wooden ship, captain, sunken, cursed. Level, intermediate. Crew, 2/6. Durability, 300. Weapon slot, small weapon 1/1, enhanced whaling giant crossbow. Speed, medium, paddle. Defense, medium, light armor. Talents, ghost ship, rank B, ecological symbiosis, rank D, extreme speed, rank D. The ship is still missing 4 undead crew members. If I summon skeletons again and imbue them with death energy, I should be able to transform them into undead creatures. The dumpling had previously captured the ghost ship, and all the undead sailors on board vanished. The death energy within the undead sailor instantly all went to Lu Chen, amounting to a full 3,500 points. Let's do it. Lu Chen activated the white bone control technique again. In an instant, countless fragments of white bones appeared before his eyes and quickly pieced themselves together. Before long, complete skeletons stood before him. Go! Lu Chen gave a low shout. For flames of soul energy, formed from the condensation of death energy, drifted toward the 4 skeletons respectively. However, the result was not entirely as he had hoped. Only 2 of the skeletons successfully lit up their dark eyes. The other 2 bodies, however, were reduced to scattered bones by the scorching flames of the soul. I see. It seems that the level of undead creatures I can create cannot surpass my own realm. Lu Chen immediately understood. He had previously infused these 4 skeletons with 1st tier, 2nd tier, 3rd tier, and 4th tier death energy, respectively. Only the 1st and 2nd tier skeletons survived. After understanding the principle, Lu Chen took out another 300 points of death energy and successfully created 4 2nd tier peak skeleton warriors. Not bad. It seems I am indeed compatible with necromancy. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. The 4 skeleton warriors before him, though lacking in intelligence, could only execute the simple commands he gave them. However, they are indeed peak 2nd tier creatures, and their strength is terrifying. Chapter 30 Jack Benchon. Creating each tier 2 peak skeleton warrior requires 100 points of death energy. The 3,000 plus points of death energy he currently possesses are undoubtedly enough to sustain him for a long period of time. With these 4 skeleton warriors, Lu Chen will no longer need to row by himself. Captain, this is the axe you used before. I've retrieved it for you. Jack, carrying the granite battle axe, eagerly came over. Do you still have any weapons? Jack's longsword was shattered by Lu Chen's punch earlier. Yes, I have a spare one. Thank you for your concern, Captain. Jack had a fawning smile on his face, a far cry from the imposing and terrifying look Lu Chen had initially seen him with. But Jack didn't feel wronged at all. On the contrary, he was secretly relieved. Just kidding. My boss is an inspector. Even their pets are god-level Krakens. This is definitely protagonist treatment. With a boss like this, I can go anywhere with my head held high. The Kraken is the boss's pet, and I'm his underling. That would mean I am the Kraken. I'm so awesome. Lu Chen nodded slightly, having already made up his mind. The granite battle axe was useless to Jack, since the skeleton warriors had their own bone weapons and didn't need any external equipment. Then this axe is useless. In that case, why not use it to verify one of your conjectures? Tawanzi, take this axe and see if you can get any attribute points. Previously, Tawanzi had been unable to increase Lu Chen's attributes due to frequently absorbing weapons of no grade. So what about the low-grade black iron granite battle axe? Gurgle. Ding. Successfully acquired a granite battle axe, low-grade black iron. You have gained 4 points of constitution. As the granite battle axe gradually crumbled into fine gravel, Lu Chen's physical attributes also increased by 4 points. As expected, as long as the quality of the items is improved, attribute points can be obtained again. Alright, it's time to head back. I wonder how many levels Yang Ziming and the others have gained during this time. Lu Chen pondered to himself, although his strength had greatly increased during this trip. However, since all undead creatures lack life energy, his level remained stagnant. When Lu Chen entered the chat channel and saw the messages inside, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. A survival gamble? Japanese? A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. I was just worried about not finding an opponent to test my new strength, but these Japanese have delivered themselves to my doorstep. Just in time. Hey, Captain, what are you looking at? Jack curiously came closer. The rotting flesh on his face almost brushed against Lu Chen. Lu Chen frowned and recoiled in disgust. Jack, can you find a way to go back to being a normal person? The way you are now is really disgusting. Captain, please don't despise me. If the curse cannot be broken, you will be in the same situation a year from now. Jack said quietly. Seeing Lu Chen's gaze gradually turn cold, Jack quickly added. But, I do have a way to temporarily return to my original state. You just wait, Captain, I'll show you what I used to look like. Subsequently, Jack's appearance began to slowly transform, with every detail gradually becoming apparent under Lu Chen's gaze. When Lu Chen saw that familiar mustache, messy hair, and those signature eyes, seemingly always wearing smoky makeup, his heart began to race involuntarily. The cursed captain, the obsidian, smoky makeup, and that smug look of his. Could it be? It's him, Jack Sparrow. A series of thoughts flashed through Lu Chen's mind, each detail matching the image in his memory. Jack, even the name matches. Under Lu Chen's intensely ardent gaze, Jack's face finally fully recovered. Lu Chen's smile froze instantly. Captain, I used to look so cool, didn't I? Seeing Lu Chen stunned, Jack swished his dreadlocks with a touch of narcissism. Jack Benchon, Uncle Benchon. Their attire and features were exactly as Lu Chen had imagined. But only that face. Why is it Uncle Benchon's? No, this doesn't match at all. Northeastern pirates? Lu Chen's lips twitched involuntarily. Huh? Captain, how did you know my name is Jack Benchon? Jack grinned, revealing a large, gleaming gold tooth. Well, he really is called Jack Benchon. Captain, I'll definitely bring you honor this way. Back then, so many girls were head over heels in love with me. If I hadn't become an undead and couldn't use Kuin, I might have a bunch of children by now, with a dozen little brats running around me. Jack looked proud, then leaned closer. Shall we set off now? I can't wait to see what the outside world is like now. No rush. I have something to do before I leave. What's up, Captain? Bang. Hey, Captain, why did you shoot me with your cannon? I'll make sure you pass on that awful curse to me. Lu Chen gritted his teeth and threw another heavy punch. Bang. Ouch. You said you were going to break my bones. Bang. Ouch. Captain, I was wrong. Why do you, a Northeasterner, have such a foreign name? You made me wait in vain. Bang. Finally, with your looks, you deserve a beating. Bang. Help me. At the forefront of the parallel area in the number 1000 beginner sea area, the densely packed novice boats converged into a magnificent sight as all the evolved beings in the novice area poured out and gathered here. With the countdown to the opening of the parallel sea area, the Xinxia people demonstrated remarkable cohesion and perseverance. In the tight 10-hour time frame, they worked together as one. Not only did they miraculously create 4 intermediate beginner wooden boats, but they also trained 20 level 2 experts. Of particular notice, Yang Ziming, Li Sini, Long Haoran, Li Ming, Zhou Yu, and Fan Yingying are 6 people. With everyone's help, he broke through to the 3rd level and became a pillar of the team. Old Yang, the time is almost up. Long Haoran removed the heavy shield from his back, his voice steady and firm. Yang Ziming glanced around, his eyes flashing with determination. He took a deep breath, raised his right hand high, and spoke with fervor. Brothers and sisters, this battle concerns the survival of all of us. We can only win, we cannot lose. Charge with me and annihilate the invading enemy. Every single person's eyes revealed unwavering determination. They knew all too well that this was a battle of life and death, and that retreat meant destruction. Slay the bandits. Chapter 31. The battle will end in 10 minutes? Amidst deafening shouts, the Joint Sea area was officially opened. 5 mid-level warships, carrying the hopes of all 1,000 newbies in the Xinxia area, were watched by nearly 1,000 expectant eyes. Slowly sailing towards the parallel sea area, every stroke of the oar embodies the determination to win. Go, brothers and sisters. At this critical moment, a clear and innocent child's voice pierced through the noise. That was a little girl's voice. Her immature body offered no fighting ability whatsoever. But that pure encouragement acted like a stimulant, igniting the inner strength within Yang Ziming and the others. They knew, whether this little girl can continue to live depends on whether they can win this battle for survival. Come on, go for it. Kill those Japanese beasts. Shika will prevail. Invincible. The little girl's voice was like a clarion call, instantly igniting the passion of all the Xinxia people. Cheers and shouts of encouragement converged into an unstoppable wave, surging and echoing across the vast sea. This is not only an encouragement to the soldiers, but also the shared sentiment of everyone, for survival, and for that little girl to have a future. They must win, and they must survive. Unlike Sherlock Holmes, where every second counts, the Japanese, possessing a significant advantage, were confident of victory and therefore did not feel any pressure from the Sherlock Holmes. In fact, many of them had already started celebrating in advance. However, when the mid-sized warships of both sides entered the parallel sea area one after another, the Japanese were all dumbfounded. What? Didn't the Xinxia people only have 2 warships? How come there are suddenly 5? Their evolutionary levels have improved so quickly. There are actually 6 level 3 evolutionaries and more than 20 level 2 evolutionaries. Damn it, they're utterly heartless. They deliberately deceived us. Wait a minute, the leaderboards don't lie. They've made such tremendous progress in just 10 hours. These Xinxia people should not be underestimated. If given even the slightest opportunity, they can create amazing miracles. At this moment, those Japanese who had previously looked down on Xinxia began to feel a sense of unease. 5 medium-sized warships. In addition, there are 6 level 3 evolvers. It has already posed a real threat to the Japanese. Most importantly, the Japanese were completely baffled. How exactly did the Xinxia people manage to cultivate 6 level 3 evolvers in just 10 hours? Little did they know. This is the fruitful result of the tireless efforts and joint dedication of nearly 1,000 sheiks over 10 consecutive hours. The power displayed by the strong cohesion of the Xinxia people shocked the Fusang people. However, at this very moment, a medium-sized warship with a chrysanthemum pattern painted on its prow slowly sailed into the parallel sea area. A man dressed as an onmyoji stood proudly at the bow of the ship, his expression arrogant. Upon seeing this person, the Japanese, who had initially been hesitant, suddenly erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Ryujo Maru, Lord Nakamura has arrived. Haha, you sick men of Sherlock, Lord Nakamura will show you what a true strongman is. Sukuni, Nakamura-sama has already reached level 4. Those Sherlock Holmes are doomed. Lord Kena Nakamura, I want to have your child. You are truly the pride of our great Fusang Empire. Not only Lord Nakamura, but the other 5 samurai on the Ryujo Maru have also reached the peak of level 3. We've got this in the bag. With the appearance of Ryujo Maru, the balance that had been barely enough to rival Japan was instantly and completely overturned. The appearance of this 4th-tier onmyoji, along with his 5 peak 3rd-tier evolved beings. This undoubtedly brought an unprecedented sense of immense pressure to the people of Sherlock. Yang Ziming's face was tense, and his eyes were deep. He glanced at his 5 comrades standing side by side on the boat, his voice low and firm. Wait, our ship will be responsible for holding off Ryujo Maru. The people on their ship are all of very high rank. We'll be under a lot of pressure. Perhaps we will all die. Are you scared? His Unicorn Rhino was home to 6 of the most outstanding players from the 1,000-player beginner zone. Li Sini and Fan Yingying also resolutely joined this group. What's there to be afraid of? If we lose this gamble for survival, we're going to die sooner or later anyway. We might as well fight these little devils and show them what we're made of. Zhou Yu's young face was full of ruthlessness. Li Ming adjusted his firefighter helmet, his eyes resolute, ready for battle. We have enjoyed the most resources, so naturally we should be at the forefront and have a clear conscience. Long Howren clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles cracking crisply, his fighting spirit blazing. Don't worry, before I die, I'll definitely kill a few more bastards to make my money back. Li Sini's cold face was filled with determination. Lu Chen's death is inextricably linked to me. I will be the first to rush in later. Even the usually timid Fan Ying gripped the crossbow tightly in her hand at this moment. Despite her fear, she knew that there was no way back, only forward. Good. Yang Ziming gave the order, then turned his gaze to the 4 warships behind him. My rhinoceros horn ship will face Ryujo Maru head-on. The rest of you, proceed according to plan without fail. Behind him, the 4 mid-level warships carried 24 level 2 evolvers. They were the only remaining Tier 2 power-level beings in the 1,000 newbie zone. They all looked at Yang Ziming, their eyes filled with determination and resolve, and nodded heavily. At this moment, the prelude to the great battle slowly began. A tense atmosphere permeated everyone's hearts. A life-or-death struggle was about to unfold in this sea area. With nearly 2,000 pairs of eyes focused on both sides, the 2 fleets slowly approached the dazzling spatial crystal. Lord Nakamura, how long do you think these Shinsha people can withstand our attack? The speaker was a Japanese samurai with a mustache, Yamada Taro. His eyes were full of contempt. Kenta Nakamura's yin-yang hat fluttered in the sea breeze. Yamada-kun, your underestimation of your opponent is a grave mistake. There is an old saying in Sherlock. Even a lion must exert its full strength to hunt a rabbit. Hi. Lord Nakamura's teachings are indeed correct. Taro Yamada quickly performed a standard 90-degree bow. Witnessing the approaching figures of the Sherman fleet, a cold glint flashed in Kenta Nakamura's eyes, and a slight smile played on his lips. 10 minutes. End the battle within 10 minutes. Let all these divine pigs perish at the bottom of the sea. Hi. Chapter 32 Human Machine Gun. These arrogant fools dare to boast that they can defeat us in 10 minutes. Aren't they afraid of biting off more than they can chew? Yang Ziming's lips curled into a cold smile. Immediately afterwards, his body trembled, and a powerful aura surged forth, instantly enveloping the one-horned rhinoceros in a majestic illusion. The giant rhinoceros raised its head and roared, its voice deafening. The unicorn rhinoceros suddenly accelerated, carrying an unstoppable force, and charged fiercely towards Ryujo Maru. This is the unicorn rhino's Class C talent, Death Charge. Faced with this devastating attack, Kenta Nakamura's face revealed a sneer of contempt. Heh, so eager to die? Before the words were finished, a dazzling pink light suddenly burst forth from the Ryujo Maru. A shield, as vibrant as cherry blossoms, slowly unfolded, firmly protecting the entire warship. This is what Kenta Nakamura relies on for his fearlessness. The Ryujo Maru he piloted was also a warship with special abilities. Possesses a C-rank talent, Cherry Blossom Guardian. However, just when everyone thought the strongest of both sides were about to engage in a thrilling duel, Yang Ziming suddenly shouted, and his figure changed abruptly. His arms, as if given life, rapidly extended. Like 2 agile giant pythons, they instantly slid onto the Fuso warship, Kamikaze Maru, on the right side of the Ryujo Maru. Now, Yang Ziming roared, and suddenly exerted force with both arms. Change. At the same time, Long Howren and the others responded in unison, rowing their oars to one side. Driven by the immense power of everyone working together, the seemingly clumsy rhinoceros suddenly turned at an astonishing speed, charging straight towards the unsuspecting Kamikaze Maru. The sharp, beast-like ramming horn of the unicorn rhinoceros, gleaming with a chilling light, swept past the Ryujo Maru and slammed into the Kamikaze Maru. Bakayuru, their target is us. The crew of the Kamikaze Maru cried out in terror. Yamada is falling. Turn around quickly. It's too late, we're going to crash. However, it was all too late. Under the fearful and desperate gazes of the 6 crew members aboard the Kamikaze Maru, the ram of the one-horned rhinoceros, sharp as a blade, pierced the hull of the Kamikaze Maru with unstoppable force. Yang Ziming's unicorn rhino, in terms of both talent and equipment, all of these factors contribute to its ultimate specialization in impact testing. Therefore, when the ram collided with the hull of the Kamikaze Maru, it was as easy as a sharp dagger cutting into butter, without any resistance. With a deafening roar, the seemingly sturdy hull of the Kamikaze Maru was torn in two, as if easily pried apart by an invisible giant hand. The crew of the Kamikaze Maru were immediately knocked unconscious and fell into the sea screaming. Li Sini. Yang Ziming's voice resounded across the sea like thunder. Lee Sin stood up in response, a strange light flowing between her hands. In an instant, the metallic elements in the ocean seemed to be summoned, gathering in front of her and quickly condensing into hundreds of steel balls that gleamed with a cold light. Shoot! With a delicate shout from her. In an instant, hundreds of steel balls, like a dense barrage of bullets, shot towards the struggling Japanese crew members in the sea with fierce momentum. The moment the steel ball shot through the air, it created a series of sharp air currents that made Lee Sin's silky long hair dance in the wind. Puff, 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 puff. A series of muffled sounds rang out on the sea. The 6 Japanese crew members who fell into the water had no time to react before their bodies were pierced by the dense steel balls. Blood gushed out, staining the surrounding seawater red. The battle had only been going on for a moment when the Sherlock Holmes destroyed a mid-level Fusang warship with overwhelming force and killed 6 second-tier evolved beings. A brilliant record. This was Yang Ziming's carefully planned tactic. Faced with the massive force of 6 warships from Fusang, the Sherlock side, despite having only 5 warships. But Yang Ziming knew the principle that it is better to cut off one finger than to injure all 10. Only by inflicting heavy damage on the enemy from the outset and destroying one of their warships. Only then can the balance of power between the enemy and ourselves be broken, and a chance to win the next battle be gained. Beyond the parallel seas, the people of Xinxiao witnessed this scene and instantly erupted in cheers as loud as a tsunami. Awesome. Yang Ziming is awesome. Lee Sin is awesome. Divine Sherlock is invincible. Lee Sin's magnetic manipulation is truly amazing. As long as her mental strength is sufficient, she's like a human machine gun. Lee Sin, you're so beautiful. You're my goddess. Although Lee Sin is powerful, Yang Ziming also deserves credit. If he hadn't unexpectedly rammed the kamikaze Maru, causing the Japanese crew to fall into the water, Lee Sin wouldn't have been able to shoot them so easily. You're all awesome. You're all awesome. Come on, guys, let these Japanese bastards experience the might of our divine Xia. At this moment, Ryujamaru's shield remained as solid as ever, but Nakamura Kenta's expression changed drastically. He never expected that those cunning Xinxiao people would use a feint attack. The real target was actually Kamikaze, who was standing right next to him. This discovery enraged him, and he roared, "You idiot! How dare you mock me like this?" In a fit of rage, Kenta Nakamura suddenly opened his arms wide, and the air around him instantly boiled, as if some mysterious power was brewing. In an instant, a dazzling light burst forth from his palm, shooting straight into the sky. Immediately afterwards, a colossal object slowly emerged from the light. That was a colossal beast covered in fiery red scales, and with eyes like torches, the legendary Flame God. The flame Shikigami radiated intense heat, constantly spewing raging flames from its mouth. With a gentle flap of its wings, it stirred up waves of heat, inspiring awe. The people of Xinxiao witnessed this astonishing scene and gasped in surprise. What the hell is this thing? How can it fly? It's Kenta Nakamura's B-rank talent. It's a Shikigami that only an Onmyoji can summon. Watch out, Lee Sin. Amidst the worried gazes of the crowd, Kenta Nakamura's eyes darkened, and he pointed his finger directly at Lee Sin. Die! Upon receiving the command, the fire elemental Shikigami immediately spread its wings and roared as it pounced towards Lee Sin. At the same time, it spewed out raging flames from its mouth, forming a blazing pillar of fire, trying to burn Lee Sin to ashes. Clearly, Kenta Nakamura had realized that this chic woman's innate offensive power is too astonishing. She must be eliminated as soon as possible to prevent future troubles. At this moment, the unicorn rhinoceros, having exhausted its power to move forward due to the fierce collision with the Kamikaze Maru, lay quietly in the sea. Within the confined space of the ship, Lee Sin had nowhere to hide, as the attacks of the fire Shikigami followed her like a shadow. At this critical moment, a towering figure resolutely stood in front of Lee Sin. It's Long Howren. Chapter 33 The Terrifying Flame Shikigami. He gripped the massive shield tightly, standing as firm as a mountain, his roar echoing through the heavens. Power of the earth, protect me. In an instant, using his giant shield as a base, the lust gathered like a tide, quickly solidifying into an indestructible earthen wall that completely engulfed the raging flames. Earth-type talent, unparalleled defense. An Earth-type talent user? You dare to try and stop me? Kenta Nakamura's eyes were wide open in anger, his face contorted in a ferocious expression. Break! The fire elemental Shikigami, upon receiving the command, slammed violently into the earthen wall. That earthen wall was powerful enough to withstand a full-force attack from a third-tier ferocious beast. Under the furious impact of the flame Shikigami, it instantly shattered, turning into scattered fragments of earth. Uft! Longhauren's body trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The attack from a fourth-tier expert was incredibly powerful, something he couldn't easily withstand. However, facing the approach of the fire elemental Shikigami, Longhauren showed no sign of backing down, his eyes burning with an indomitable flame. He possesses earth elemental talent and starts with a fine steel shield. All of this means that he is a rock-solid shield for the team. As long as he lives, no one can harm Lee Sin, who has a high attack but low defense. So he gritted his teeth. Mobilizing all his strength, he prepared to confront the raging Shikigami with his own flesh and blood. Suddenly, a strange fluctuation flashed behind Kenta Nakamura. Immediately afterwards, an invisible outline gradually became clear. It's Zhou. Zhou possesses a D-level stealth talent. Prepare to die. Zhou gritted his teeth and thrust his long sword at Nakamura Kenta's back with lightning speed, attempting to interrupt his attack. If we can take down this Tier 4 powerhouse, the scales of victory will tip in half towards Xinxia. However, clang! A sharp, metallic clanging sound suddenly rang out. Zhou's long sword was suddenly blocked by a katana. Then, another stealthy figure slowly emerged. He was a masked ninja, exuding a dangerous aura. You Shinshura people, if you want to ambush Lord Nakamura, you'll have to ask my sword first. The ninja sneered, and his katana suddenly spun. With an extremely sharp arc, it aimed straight for Zhou's vitals. Damn it! Zhou cursed inwardly, and could only hastily sheath his sword to parry. Zhou's surprise attack plan thus failed. Meanwhile, the terrifying Shikigami seized the opportunity to unleash its power, suddenly pouring all its strength onto Longhauren, who was not far away. Puff! Longhauren was struck hard, and blood gushed from his mouth like a spring. His body fell helplessly into the sea like a leaf blown by a gale. Fortunately, Longhauren fought back desperately for a while, buying precious time for Yang Ziming. Yang Ziming seized the opportunity, his right fist suddenly expanded as if inflated, and he punched the flame Shikigami hard, knocking it back. Oomph, this is rather troublesome. Kenta Nakamura's expression grew increasingly grim, and he impatiently urged, Yamada-kun, stop delaying and finish this quickly. Hi. Yamada Taro responded immediately, leaping into the air. The samurai sword in his hand gleamed coldly as he aimed straight for Lee Sin's vitals. A crisis was imminent. Lee Sin gritted her teeth and released all the mental power in her mind without reservation. A strange force instantly enveloped the katana in Yamada Taro's hand, twisting it as if it were being contorted by an invisible hand, bending it like a pretzel. What? Startled, Yamada Taro reacted quickly. Discarding the deformed katana, he drew a short blade from his waist and stabbed it fiercely at Lee Sin's high breasts. At this moment, Lee Sin felt the world spinning, and her physical and mental strength were nearing their limits. Faced with this unavoidable attack, a resolute glint flashed in her eyes. Since we can't avoid it, then we won't try to avoid it. Suddenly, 2 rows of gleaming metal blades appeared beside her. Like the Grim Reaper's scythe, it shot towards Yamada Taro with a resolute intent. You idiot. You actually want to die with me. Yamada Taro was horrified. He was a noble warrior of the great Fusang. How could he possibly perish together with a Xinxia person? He hastily retreated, abandoning the idea of continuing to attack Lee Sin. Although Yamada Taro withdrew, Lee Sin still coughed up a mouthful of blood. He collapsed to the ground, utterly drained of all his strength. This was a serious consequence of her mental exhaustion. She was no longer able to fight. At this moment, Yang Ziming transformed into a rubber man, tightly binding the flame Shikigami. This thing is too threatening. If left unchecked, it's likely that our 30 members will be wiped out by the flame Shikigami in no time. A level 4 B-rank talent is simply terrifying. But at this very moment, Kenta Nakamura's fingers rapidly traced some kind of incantation in the air before pointing at Yang Ziming. Heavenly Thunder Spell. Fan Yingying, who was dealing with a Japanese samurai, was sharp-eyed and observant. Upon seeing this, he immediately shouted loudly, Brother Yang, beware of Kenta Nakamura's sneak attack. However, it was too late. A blinding bolt of lightning tore through the sky. It struck Yang Ziming suddenly. The electric current, like a snake, instantly coursed through Yang Ziming's body, leaving him feeling numb and powerless. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the fire elemental Shikigami launched a fierce attack, knocking down the defenseless Yang Ziming, who then plunged into the turbulent sea. Fortunately, Yang Ziming possessed remarkable resilience thanks to her sea-level rubber-like talent. Even after being hit hard, it did not suffer any real damage. He struggled to his feet in the water, and as far as the eye could see, the warships of Xinxiao and Fusang had become a chaotic battlefield. The two sides were bound by the brutal rules of a survival-based gamble, coupled with historical grievances. Every move and every technique is aimed directly at the vital points, showing no mercy. Although Sherlock relied on a surprise strategy, they sank a Japanese warship first, gaining a brief advantage. However, the Japanese had won the previous bet, and their advantage in basic attributes gradually gave them the upper hand. Over time, the disadvantages of the sheiks became increasingly apparent, and the soldiers' physical strength and morale began to wane. Faced with the increasingly fierce offensive of the Japanese, the situation became more and more critical. Swish swish, accompanied by a series of chilling whooshing sounds. The bronze-class rockets mounted on the Rijo Maru suddenly fired simultaneously, like the breath of a fire dragon. In an instant, it engulfed a Sherlock Holmes warship in raging flames, reducing its durability to zero and causing it to sink with a deafening roar. Oh no! Yang Ziming's heart sank. As the warship sank, the 5 Fusang warships, like cheetahs hunting, began to encircle and relentlessly pursue the remaining 4 Xinxiao warships. Withdraw, everyone evacuate. Yang Ziming clenched his teeth, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between them. He knew all too well that hesitation at this moment would lead to irreparable losses. Once completely surrounded by the Japanese warships, the Shikanen will be in dire straits, and the losses will only be more severe. His heart was filled with resentment, but reason told him, preserving our strength and seeking a turning point is the wisest choice at present. Chapter 34. Could this be Godfather? As the Xinxiao people retreated, the spatial crystal quickly fell into the control of the Japanese. Fortunately, Yang Ziming gave the order in time. The remaining 4 warships escaped unharmed, and Long Howren and the others who had fallen into the water were also rescued. However, all 4 of Sheik's warships were now severely damaged, and the crew members were all wounded, and their morale was extremely low. Most of them were just ordinary people before they crossed over to the world of Revelation Online. It is truly remarkable that they were able to fight against the Japanese to this extent under such unfavorable circumstances. Announcement: the space crystal is currently being occupied by Novice Sea Area 903 in the Fusang War Zone. In 59 minutes, Novice Sea Area 903 will completely occupy the space crystal and win this survival gamble. This announcement struck like a hammer blow to the hearts of everyone in the 1,000-player newbie zone. A sense of despair spread among the crowd. It's over. Boss Yang and the others have retreated. Are we hopeless now? They did their best. Kenta Nakamura's strength is indeed too great. What should I do about my daughter? Her total attribute points are less than 20. I checked the Revelation Online Encyclopedia, and it says that once an attribute becomes negative, the evolved being will die. Please, you must save my daughter. She's only 9 years old. This damn divine decree is so unfair. Why are we being forced to gamble our survival against a sea area we've already won against? This is practically suicide. Fair? Haven't you seen it yet? Revelation is treating us like goo worms, making us kill each other, so that only the strongest evolvers can survive. Yes, I felt that too. In this world, the weak have no voice whatsoever, and not being strong means death. Yang Ziming leaned wearily against the gunwale, his voice low but firm. You're right. The struggles ahead will only become more intense and brutal. If we want to survive, we must keep moving forward, stepping over the corpses of other newbies. He paused, then continued. Those who can still move, hurry up and recover your strength. In half an hour, we will re-enter the parallel sea area. We must not let the Japanese win this survival gamble so easily. Fan Yingying's eyes reddened. Her right hand was pierced by an arrow, and her voice was filled with despair. Brother Yang, but many of us are badly injured, and the ship's durability is almost gone. If there aren't enough second-tier evolvers, then let the peak first-tier evolvers take their place. Long Howren gritted his teeth, struggled to his feet, and his eyes gleamed with an indomitable light. His right chest was pierced by the flame Shikigami. If it weren't for his strong physique, he would probably have died long ago. In short, we must not easily give up our attribute points. Just then, Tang Hong, who had once questioned Lu Chun, stood up, clenching his fist and saying, Damn it! If my godfather Lu Chun were here, how dare those Japanese beasts be so arrogant? Upon hearing Lu Chun's name, a collective sigh rippled through the crowd. Yes, even at level 2, God Lu Chun could kill a level 4 ferocious beast. If God Lu Chun were still here, we would definitely be able to turn the tide of the current situation. Lu Chun is the #1 player in our 1000th district. It's such a pity. Alas, the heavens are jealous of talent. Lu Chun, we need you. Damn it, those Japanese are still laughing at us in the chat channel. At this critical juncture, amidst this mix of humiliation and anger, Tang Hong's gaze was suddenly drawn to a strange sight. A ship shrouded in eerie black mist quietly appeared in his field of vision, as unsettling as a ghost. But when his gaze settled on the handsome young man standing proudly at the bow of the ship, he froze instantly, his eyes flashing with disbelief. This could be Godfather. At this moment, laughter and cheerful chatter filled the newbie zone number 903 in Fusan. Haha, Lord Nakamura is mighty. Those weak Shinsha people are indeed no match for him. Hee. Although they are weak, some of the women from Shinsha are really beautiful. Once we obtain the invasion order, we will definitely go and enjoy them properly. Yoshi, Inoue-kun is really in high spirits, especially that woman named Lee Sinny. We'll enjoy her together then, ha. Oh my god, Watanabe-kun has a keen eye. Then it's settled, ha. Yeah, those Shinsha people still haven't given up and are even trying to fight back. How laughable. Haha. I actually hope they don't all die so quickly, so that when we get the survival betting token again, we can continue to extract attributes from them. Kenta Nakamura. Everyone must not let our guard down. The Shinsha people are not easily defeated. They will definitely plan a counterattack. We must be on high alert. Hi. Lord Nakamura is indeed wise, giving the opponent absolutely no chance. Haha. Lord Nakamura, I'm actually looking forward to those Shinsha people coming to their deaths again. Killing people is much more interesting than hunting sea monsters. If they dare to set foot in the parallel sea again, especially that Lee Sinny, we absolutely cannot let her escape easily this time. Although we can't bring her back to Sea Area 903, we can still have some fun in the parallel sea. Upon hearing this, a burst of lewd laughter immediately erupted from the surrounding area. However, at that moment, a deafening cheer pierced through the parallel sea and reached the ears of the Japanese. Why are the Shinsha people suddenly cheering over the bridge's sack? Baka, did they all go crazy because they knew they were going to lose? I just infiltrated the chat channel of Shinsha, and they are all talking about a person named Lu Chun. He seems to be the strongest in the 1000th newbie zone. What? Shika has powerful experts. The Shinsha people's fleet is entering the parallel sea. Bakayuru, they actually dare to come here to die. Everyone be careful. That ship at the head, shrouded in black mist, is the one Lu Chun was on, the one the Shinsha people were just cheering for. Is he Lu Chun, the strongest player in the 1000th newbie zone? Upon seeing this sudden turn of events, Kenta Nakamura's heart tightened. Number 903, the newbie in the zone, is about to win this survival bet. As the most contributing evolver, he will reap a generous reward. The last victory. This has already benefited him greatly, allowing him to successfully upgrade his C level on Myoji talent to B level. If he can win again this time, he will completely surpass ordinary people and become the best in the sea. However, at this moment, a so-called strongest person suddenly appeared from the divine sheep's side, which made him feel a strange unease. He absolutely cannot tolerate any mishap in this gamble. Chapter 35, The Ghost Captain's Power. But when his gaze fell upon Lu Chun, the strongest person in the divine Xia people's eyes, the tension in his heart instantly vanished. Instead, there was a strong sense of disdain. So this is the strongest in District 1000? Just a mere level 2 evolver. A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. Upon seeing this, the surrounding Japanese people also burst into mocking laughter. Ha ha ha, have the Shinsha people gone mad? They actually regard a level 2 evolver as their savior. Level 2? Am I seeing things? Is Lu Chun here to be a joke? Kobayashi-kun, stop laughing at him. He's the strongest in the eyes of the people of Shinsha. He might even have a showdown with our level 4 Nakamura-sama later. Ha ha. A decisive battle? Lord Nakamura could crush him with a single finger, wouldn't he? Ha ha. So he can be considered the strongest in District 1000? That's utterly ridiculous. Despite his disdain, Kenta Nakamura did not let his guard down. He looked at Taro Yamada beside him. Yamada-kun, take care of this so-called Lu Chun. Remember, don't underestimate him. Yamada Taro, as a peak third-tier Japanese samurai, possesses terrifying combat power. Facing a mere second-tier Lu Chun, it should be a piece of cake. Hi. Taro Yamada bowed respectfully, then suddenly drew his katana from his waist. Amidst the flash of the blade, he shouted loudly, "Warriors of the sea-soaring Maru, charge with me and behead the enemy. Kill." With a deafening roar, the people on the High Seong Maru rowed their oars with all their might. The warships shot off like arrows, cutting through the waves and heading straight for the lone boat shrouded in black mist. On the other side, Zhou gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, his eyes filled with worry. No, are we really not going to help? That Japanese warrior on the other side is at the peak of the 3rd tier. Even if Lu Chun was strong before, he was only at the 2nd tier after all. Everyone says Lu Chun is incredibly powerful, but Zhou has never actually seen Lu Chun in action. Based solely on the current data, Lu Chun is no match for Yamada Taro. Long Howren also frowned, looking at Yang Ziming with unease in his voice. Old Yang, I think the top student is right. Lu Chun is only one person. No matter how strong he is, he can't withstand the siege of 6 full-strength crew members on the Haixiang Wan. Although he has killed 4th-tier creatures before, this situation is too dangerous. Yes, with us here, at least we can look out for each other. Li Ming echoed. His firefighter helmet shattered in the previous battle, revealing a head of neat short hair that swayed gently in the sea breeze. However, Yang Ziming shook his head. Since Lu Chun is doing this, he must have his reasons. Moreover, if we go to help, the Fusang side will also send new warships, and then it will be another chaotic battle. Despite his firm words, his furrowed brow and deep gaze betrayed a subtle hint of worry. Unlike Yang Ziming and the other 3, who were filled with anxiety, Fan Yingying looked confident and expectant. Hee, Brother Lu is back. With him here, we're bound to win. Sister Cinny, don't you think so? Li Cinny's face was pale from overusing her mental energy, but her eyes shone with an unprecedented light. She gazed in Lu Chen's direction, speaking softly, as if to herself, but also to everyone else. You're back. Maybe we really can win. Why is Brother Lu's ship shrouded in a layer of black mist? I've never seen anything like this before. Fan Yingying muttered with a puzzled look on her face. Just then, a sea breeze swept by. A gap appeared in the black mist covering the netherworld. 5 ferocious and terrifying figures were revealed behind Lu Chun. Yang Ziming and the others were immediately stunned. Lu Chun isn't alone. When did he recruit his crew? Wait, those aren't people. The sunken ship is full of undead. Zhou rubbed his eyes, his face full of shock. He clearly saw that the 5 figures behind Lu Chun were actually 4 skeletons with white bones and a rotting corpse. That's the ghost captain from the ghost ship? Li Cinny suddenly stood up, her pale cheeks flushed with excitement. Fan Yingying jumped up excitedly, clapping and cheering. Brother Lu, you're amazing. You even managed to subdue a 4th-tier ghost captain. Yang Ziming and the other 3 exchanged glances after hearing the 2 women's conversation, their eyes filled with shock. Old Yang, that rotting corpse was really a 4th-tier one. Long Howren stammered, his voice trembling slightly. Maybe. Yang Ziming felt his heart pounding. If it's true, then they're guaranteed to win today. Sheldon is guaranteed to win. Hey, that outfit over there is quite unique. But are these little things over there daring to provoke you, Captain? Jack stared at the approaching Haixiang Wan, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Captain, please don't handle these little things yourself. I've been holding back for a long time. Go ahead, and be quick about it. Lu Chun put his hands behind his back and nodded calmly. Just you wait and see. Jack's fawning smile instantly turned into a ferocious grin, as swiftly as a face change. In front of Lu Chun, he might be as docile as a cat, but in front of outsiders, he is a ghost captain who strikes fear into the hearts of all. I want to cut Lu Chun's head off. Yamada Taro's face was full of greed. The survival bet is about to be won. The more he contributes now, the greater the reward he will receive later. This Lu Chun is known as the strongest among the Xinxiao people. Killing him will definitely yield a lot of contribution points. Just as Yamada Taro was daydreaming, a dark shadow suddenly shot out from the black mist of the enemy's ship. It slammed heavily onto the sea-soaring Maru, the massive impact causing the Maru to shake violently. Nani? Yamada Taro stared in astonishment at the rotting flesh and grotesque face before him, momentarily forgetting to react. Baka, coming to his senses, he suddenly drew his katana from his waist and stabbed it fiercely into the heart of the rotting corpse. The katana plunged into the rotting corpse, but it did not produce the desired effect. Instead of falling, the rotting corpse emitted a strange laugh. Hey little guy, the undead's weakness isn't their heart. Jack's sarcastic, high-pitched voice rang in Yamada Taro's ears. Yamada Taro hadn't even had time to understand the meaning of that sentence. Then he saw the rotting corpse with its heart pierced, as if nothing had happened, stretch out its half-rotten left hand and tightly choke his neck. Immediately afterwards, the corpse clenched its right fist, unleashing its 4th-tier power without reservation, and smashed it down on Yamada Taro's head with a whistling sound. Taro Yamada's pupils dilated instantly. The threat of death seemed to be looming over him. He tried to dodge, but found himself firmly held in place by a hand as hard as steel, unable to move. Yamada! Uffed, accompanied by a heart-stopping thud, blood and flesh flying everywhere. Taro Yamada's head exploded instantly under Jack's iron fist. Chapter 36: The Ghost Captain's Power 2. As Yamada Taro's head was blown off, the surroundings suddenly fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared blankly at Jack. Yamada Taro, that's a peak third-tier expert. However, he was instantly killed with a single punch. Even Kenta Nakamura, who possesses fourth-tier strength, would find it difficult to achieve this. That's impossible. Kenta Nakamura, who was occupying the spatial crystal, stood up in astonishment, his face filled with disbelief. This delicious flesh and blood is truly intoxicating. Under the fearful gazes of the other 5 crew members aboard the Haeseong Maru, Jack slowly extended his left hand. He gently plucked a piece of flesh belonging to Yamada Taro from his face, then chewed it slowly, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face. Next, it's your turn. He grinned maliciously and suddenly pulled the katana, which was deeply embedded in his heart, out with his right hand. Immediately after, he pushed off with his right foot and shot out like a ghost. The samurai sword flashed through the air, instantly severing the necks of 2 crew members. The speed was so fast that before the astonishment on the 2 crew members' faces had faded, their heads had already rolled to the ground. 4th tier. It's a 4th tier undead. Nakamura-sama, help. The remaining 3 crew members were instantly terrified, screaming for help. However, on the sea-soaring Maru, apart from Yamada Taro, the rest were all 2nd-tier evolved beings. Faced with such a powerful 4th-tier enemy, they were almost powerless to fight back. In the blink of an eye, they followed in Yamada Taro's footsteps and were beheaded one by Jack. After killing everyone, Jack bent his knees slightly and nimbly leaped back onto the ghost ship, his ferocious expression instantly transforming into a fawning smile. Captain, that was really satisfying. You should send me on more of these kinds of missions in the future. Until then, the Sherman people, who had been observing the battle from the sidelines at the parallel sea, suddenly awoke from their daze and erupted in cheers and exclamations like a tsunami. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap, a whole ship full of evolved beings, and they're just dealt with like that? That Yamada Taro was a peak tier 3 evolver, and he got his head smashed in one punch. That was so satisfying. If I'm not mistaken, this ghost captain's strength is already at the 4th level. I know, this is the 4th tier ghost captain that Lu Chun encountered on the ghost ship. I never thought that Lu Chun could subdue such a being. Lu Chun is awesome. Wait a minute, if this ghost captain is so powerful, how could the great god Lu Chun subdue him? Doesn't that mean the great god Lu Chun is even stronger than this ghost captain? Lu Chun is awesome. Cheers erupted from the chic crowd, echoing through the sky. Compared to the jubilation on Sherlock's side, the Fusang war zone fell into a deathly silence, with everyone looking at each other in disbelief. The entire ship of Fusang warriors aboard the Haeseong Maru were all hand-picked heroes, yet they couldn't even last 2 seconds against the terrifying rotting corpses. Most importantly, the corpses' attack methods were extremely cruel. Looking at the 6 corpses lying haphazardly on the deck, their heads and bodies separated, a deep sense of fear welled up in the hearts of the Japanese. In their view, losing a head meant that the soul was trapped in the corpse, unable to be reincarnated, nor able to return to the embrace of Amaterasu. Therefore, Jack's unintentional act of beheading undoubtedly planted a deep seed of fear in the hearts of the Japanese. Bakayuru, Kenta Nakamura roared, his gaze sharp as he scanned the unease and fear on the faces of the surrounding Japanese people. A mere trick, nothing to brag about. It's just a 4th-tier creature. I've killed them before. Having said that, a blazing flame suddenly rose above his head. It coalesced into a majestic fire spirit, its entire body enveloped in raging flames. The majestic figure of the flame, Shikigami, instantly restored the confidence of the Japanese people who had been intimidated by Jack's aura, and they all raised their arms and shouted, "Lord Nakamura, kill that ghost, kill that guy named Lu Chun, avenge Yamada-kun." Those cunning Shinxiao people must have used some trick to control this 4th-order undead. As long as we eliminate this threat, they will be helpless and at our mercy. Good luck, Nakamura-sama. Let those Japanese pigs see the terror of our Fusang on Myoji. Amidst a rousing roar of shouts, Kenta Nakamura's eyes were sharp, his finger pointed directly at Lu Chun, and his voice was icy. "Kid, you control that undead, don't you? Once you are eliminated, it will be nothing to fear. So go to hell." With a roar from Kenta Nakamura, the flame-shaped Shikigami spread its wings and soared into the sky. His entire body erupted in flames, like a miniature, blazing sun, carrying destructive heat and raging fire, as he lunged at Lu Chun. "Hey, this thing is pretty funny. It can actually fly." Jack grinned, about to step forward and engage in combat. But at that moment, Lu Chun's calm and deep voice rang out, "I'll do it." Jack shrugged and tactfully stepped aside. The captain is much more capable than him. It seems he won't be able to handle this winged creature. In the blink of an eye, the blazing flames of the Shikigami were already close to Lu Chun, within 100 meters, and its intense heat distorted the surrounding space. Yang Ziming and others witnessed this scene. He couldn't help but gasp in shock. Why is the ghost captain retreating? Isn't he going to help Lu Chun block the Shikigami? Lu Chun, does he intend to go himself? Lu Chun, be careful. That's Nakamura Kenta's B-rank talent. Don't try to take it head-on. The last to speak was Long Howren. He knew all too well the power of the fire Shikigami. Even though he was a third-tier Earth-type shield warrior specializing in defense, he was still pierced through the chest by a single blow from the fire Shikigami. He didn't believe that a level 2 Lu Chun could have a stronger defense than him. Under the worried gazes of everyone, Lu Chun slowly raised his right hand, gently extending one finger. In an instant, a cold light flashed, and a sharp bone spear materialized at his fingertips. Upon witnessing this scene, Kenta Nakamura's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Kid, if you rely on the ghost captain, you might still have a sliver of a chance to survive. But you, a mere ant of the second rank, dare to attempt to fight my fire Shikigami with this paltry bone spear? How utterly laughable." Under the spotlight of countless eyes, Lu Chun's fingers twitched slightly. The bone spear, seemingly imbued with life, suddenly slicing through the air and shooting out with incredible speed. With a chilling glint in its eyes, it resembled a silver dragon, instantly traversing countless spaces and heading straight for the flame Shikigami. "Turn to dust in my flames," Kenta Nakamura roared. Despite his disdain, he showed no sign of underestimating his opponent, instead manipulating his fire Shikigami to unleash its full power, using raging flames to meet the bone spear head-on. Chapter 37: Breaking the Wind. He knew all too well that countless villains had perished because they underestimated their enemies. Kenta Nakamura's achievements today are hard-won, and he must not make such a fatal mistake. Call. Under Kenta Nakamura's control, the flames on the fire-eating Shikigami surged forth like a volcanic eruption. The intensely hot flames could melt even a spear made of fine steel into molten iron in an instant. However, right under Kenta Nakamura's confident gaze, the bone spear ignored the intense heat and pierced through the raging flames with unstoppable force, going straight through the body of the fire Shikigami. The sinister smile on Kenta Nakamura's face froze instantly, because of his proud and invincible fire-type Shikigami. At this moment, a huge hole the size of a wash basin has been pierced through it, which is particularly shocking. "Nah, Nanny." Kenta Nakamura stared wide-eyed, his face filled with disbelief. To his astonishment, the flame Shikigami trembled slightly, then with a deafening roar, it shattered into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. That once majestic fire Shikigami was actually blasted apart by Lu Chun's casual strike. "That's impossible," Kenta Nakamura roared, his voice filled with disbelief. "You're only at the second tier. How could your bone spear possess such terrifying power?" However, before his roar could even finish, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and instantly became listless. The fall of the flame god caused him to suffer an unprecedented backlash. Although Lu Chun was only at level 2, his perception reached a terrifying 61 points. 61 points. This is a level that many level 5 experts can only achieve. How could Kenta Nakamura, a mere 4th-tier evolver, possibly withstand this? Looking at the flaming Shikigami that was exploding wildly, Lu Chun's lips curled up slightly, forming a satisfied smile. Having received the Inspector's legacy, he has indeed transformed into a boss among the evolved beings. Well then, it's time to end this. He muttered to himself in a low voice. He then stomped his right foot hard on the deck, and with that force, his body shot into the air like an arrow. Just then, a sharp eagle's cry pierced the sky. A 2-meter-long, decaying sea eagle flapped its wings and swooped down. Lu Chun gripped the wave-breaking spear tightly in his left hand, while his right hand firmly grasped the sharp talons of the corpse sea eagle. Using its power, he swiftly sped towards the Ryujo Maru and the Fuso fleet, where Nakamura Kena was located. He was all alone. They actually launched an attack on 4 Japanese warships and nearly 20 enemies. 1v20. The advantage lies with me. That devil is coming. Lord Nakamura, what should we do? Lord Nakamura is injured. Defend. Protect Lord Nakamura. Faced with Lu Qin's lone presence, the Japanese crew, who had an overwhelming numerical advantage, panicked. Now, they stared at this terrifying being who could command ghost captains and destroy fire Shikigami with a single spear, their hearts filled with horror and fear. Bakayuru. Kenta Nakamura wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, roared angrily as he stood up. Lu Qin, you're too arrogant. He simply couldn't believe it. This Lu Qin dared to venture alone into the heart of the Fusang fleet. This was undoubtedly courting death. As long as we can withstand Lu Qin's attack, they would then have the opportunity to attack together and completely kill the strongest player in District 1000. At that time, District 903 will still have the last laugh in this survival gamble and win the final victory. Thinking of this, Kenta Nakamura shouted loudly, "Cherry Blossom Guardian." As his shout subsided, the Ryajimaru beneath his feet seemed to be activated, once again radiating a dazzling pink aura. The halo quickly condensed, transforming into a dazzling shield like cherry blossoms, tightly enveloping the entire warship. On the other side, Yang Ziming watched as Lu Qin easily defeated the flame Shikigami that had previously left them helpless. His face instantly lit up with ecstatic joy. However, this joy was short-lived, as it was abruptly frozen by Lu Qin's next move. Land Sync. Kenta Nakamura's Ryujo Maru has a Class C ship shield. Don't attack. Yang Ziming hurriedly shouted a warning, his voice filled with anxiety. However, it was too late. Lu Qin's right hand had already released the eagle's claw. He charged down at Ryajimaru like an arrow released from a bow. This scene made Yang Ziming's heart sink, and he almost screamed. Quick, all ships, follow me immediately to support Lu Qin. He knew full well that even if Lu Qin was exceptionally strong, however, under the siege of more than 20 Japanese masters, he would inevitably fall into danger. Even a hero can't fight four hands, let alone the overall strength of the Japanese. Although Lu Qin was powerful, he was only at level 2 and his mental strength was limited, making it difficult for him to sustain a prolonged battle. All the sheiks on the mid-sized warships knew the situation was critical. They all rowed frantically, trying to help Lu Qin. They've already lost Lu Qin once. They absolutely cannot lose him again this time. Lu Qin's eyes were as cold as frost as he stared intently at the dazzling cherry blossom shield atop the Ryujo Maru, a cold smile playing on his lips. Ship shield? That's a great thing. I want that talent. Having said that, the jet black spear in his hand trembled violently, its tip pointing directly at Ryujo Maru. Break the wind. With a deep, powerful enunciation, he moved abruptly, like a sudden gust of wind. The jet black spear traced an incomparably sharp trajectory in the air. Wherever the spear tip passed, the air was easily torn apart like cloth, emitting a sharp and piercing whistling sound. At that moment, everything around seemed to freeze. Lu Qin's spear tip collided violently with the cherry blossom shield. There was no deafening roar as expected, only an indescribable, awe-inspiring force reverberating in the air. Under the powerful impact of the jet black spear, the cherry blossom shield shattered like fragile glass, cracking instantly before collapsing completely. The scattered cherry blossom petals dissipated in the air, losing their former brilliance. How is this possible? Witnessing the cherry blossom shield being broken so easily, Kenta Nakamura's eyes narrowed sharply, his face filled with disbelief. He never imagined that a mere level 2 evolver could unleash such astonishing power. However, no matter how shocked and unwilling Nakamura Kenta was, Lu Qin's attacks will not stop. The gun's momentum showed no signs of abating. Lu Qin's figure followed him like a shadow, unstoppable like the dawn's first rays. The jet black spear, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, continued forward, aiming straight for Ryujo Maru. Snap! Under the force of Lu Qin's spear, the hull of the Ryujo Maru seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force, emitting a painful groan. The Japanese crew members on board had no time to react. They were swallowed up by this terrifying power, their bodies flying backward like leaves swept up by a gale, their blood splattering in the air and staining the sea crimson. Chapter 38. Own Skills for Inspectors. No. Kenta Nakamura let out a desperate wail, then watched as his body was torn to pieces by an immense force. Lu Qin shattered the shield with a single spear thrust. Another shot pierced the ship. The entire process was smooth and efficient, without any unnecessary delays. His figure stood amidst the wreckage of Ryujo Maru, his jet-black spear pointing straight to the sky, as if the scene just now was merely a masterpiece he had casually created. The sea breeze howled, and the waves rolled. But Lu Chun stood there firmly, like an unyielding rock. His gaze grew increasingly deep. At this moment, he had become the undisputed ruler of this sea area. This scene exceeded everyone's expectations and imagination. The entire parallel sea area fell into a deathly silence, with only the sea breeze whistling in one's ears, as if it were the only sound in this silence. Lord Nakamura and the warriors of Ryujo Maru all gone. On the Ryujo Maru, there are 5 Tier 3 powerhouses overseeing it, and even Tier 4 Lord Nakamura leading the way. How is this possible? Am I seeing things? Ryujo Maru clearly activated cherry blossom protection, and the ship's durability was full. How could it have been destroyed by this Lu Chun with a single shot? Damn it, Lu Chun. Lu Chun is absolutely a devil from hell. Can you? I want to report the Xinxiao person for cheating. He's only level 2. How could he kill 6 third-tier evolved beings and a mid-level warship with its shield activated in one hit? It's over. It's all over. Our hope. Our pride. The Japanese were dumbfounded, staring at Lu Chun as if he were a demon, their eyes filled with terror and disbelief. The Ryujo Maru carries all the strongest warriors from beginner zone number 903. They are the pride of the Japanese people. They should be the strongest on Earth. How could someone be killed in one shot? No, this is impossible. This must be a dream. He's the devil. Run. Run. Mom, save me. I don't want to die here. The remaining 3 Fuso warships, having witnessed the tragic end of the Ryujo Maru, instantly lost all will to fight. Like startled rabbits, they no longer cared about the space crystal, victory, or glory. Thinking only of escaping this terrifying place as quickly as possible, he frantically rowed the boat, fleeing desperately towards Sea Area 903. Lu Chen's earth-shattering attack not only terrified the Japanese. Even all the people of Xinxia who were paying attention to Lu Chun were stunned, in stark contrast to the Japanese people's utter terror. After regaining their senses, the people of Xinxia erupted in thunderous cheers. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! I'm blown away. Is this the true power of the great god Lu Chun? This is the first time I've ever seen the great Lu Chun make a move in person. When he thrust that spear down from the sky just now, my heart almost stopped beating. It was so damn cool. Lu Chun, you're so handsome. I love you. I want to have your baby. That was a terrifying shot. My legs are shaking right now. Ha ha. No need to shake. No need to shake. God Lu Chun is a member of our divine Xia. He is our pride. Lu Chun is awesome. I really want to be a crew member on the ship of the great god Lu Chun. As expected of a skill exclusive to the overseers, its power is indeed formidable. Lu Chun looked at the wave-breaking spear in his hand, feeling quite satisfied. This shot. They wiped out an entire Class C Special Operations ship of Fusang. The third-tier evolved beings on the ship didn't even have time to let out a scream before they were torn to pieces by the devastating power of the wind-breaking technique. Looking at the remaining 3 Japanese warships that were fleeing in panic, Lu Chun waved his hand lightly and said coldly, "Jack, take them down. Since you dared to provoke Sherlock, then stay here." Lu Chun remembered that in the survival gamble, the greater the contribution, the greater the reward. Since that's the case, he'll take all these benefits. "Leave it to me, Captain." Jack grinned, his face contorted in a ferocious expression. He then manipulated the giant harpoon crossbow at the bow of the ship, aiming it at a Japanese warship. With a loud bang, the giant whaling crossbow unleashed devastating power, piercing directly through the target warship. The 2 crew members on board died instantly. The others also cried out in agony as they plunged into the icy sea. The other 2 warships, witnessing this scene, rowed even more frantically, wishing they had more hands. However, as they continued paddling, the Japanese on the ship sensed something was wrong. Why can't I scroll? The Japanese crew member's voice trembled, clearly indicating that he was terrified. Soon, a chilling sight answered their questions. Splash. With a splash, a pale, decaying arm suddenly emerged from the surging seawater and gripped the warship's gunwale tightly. What is this? The Japanese sailors were greatly alarmed. However, before they could even react, splash, splash, splash. Accompanied by a series of splashing sounds, more and more rotting arms emerged from the sea. Immediately afterwards, under the horrified gazes of the Japanese crew, one by one, the bodies of the drowned, pale and grotesque, slowly rose from the seawater. They roared and howled as they charged at the crew. Yamada, run! Several Japanese crew members, gripped by extreme fear, had lost their minds. They jumped into the sea without hesitation, attempting to escape this terrifying and deadly waterway. However, They never expected that the dangers in the sea were even more terrifying. They had only swum a few meters when they were spotted by several carrion sharks. These enormous, rotting sharks, exuding a foul stench, opened their gaping maws and lunged at the crew members who had fallen into the water. Suddenly, a series of painful and desperate cries echoed from the sea. Yo yo yo, little guys, your Uncle Jack is here. The ghost ship, at its maximum speed, caught up with the two Fusang warships that were being attacked by the drowned ones at an incredible pace. Jack grinned maliciously and led 4 skeleton warriors to attack the Japanese. Having seen this, Lu Chun stopped paying attention. The Japanese are now like stray dogs. Jack could handle them all. He didn't need to lift a finger. Lu Chun's gaze then fell on Kenta Nakamura. This guy seems to have a B-level talent. We can't miss this opportunity with Lu Chun. We must acquire him. A B-grade talent. Even I only have one. And it's a curse that Jack, that bastard, passed on to me. Kenta Nakamura was in a terrible state. His lower body was nowhere to be found. Only the upper body was floating in the sea. However, thanks to his strong physique, he was still clinging to his last breath. Chapter 39 Revelation Online. Let me go back to Earth. I'm done playing. When Nakamura Kenta saw Lu Chun's gaze fall upon him, he gave a strange smile. Ha ha ha. Lu Chun, do you think you've already won? Cough cough cough. I'll be waiting for you in hell. You'll be coming to join me soon. Ahem. My great Fusang Empire has formed alliances with other countries. You will only ever become nourishment for our growth. Haha. Long live the great Fusang Empire. With a final roar, a bone spear instantly shattered Kenta Nakamura's head. Alliance. Lu Chun raised an eyebrow, a cold smile playing on his lips. It's utterly ridiculous. No matter how many come, I, Lu Chun, will kill them all without hesitation. However, Kenta Nakamura's words also served as a reminder to Lu Chun. It seems we need to get the survival betting order as soon as possible. We can't just keep passively waiting to be beaten, can we? Furthermore, Lu Chun currently has no information about any of the other beginner zones besides Zone 1000. This will probably only be known after the survival bet is issued. Gurgle gurgle. Just then, the backpack on Lu Chun's back moved slightly. It's a dumpling. It sensed Kenta Nakamura's B-grade talent and wanted to absorb it for Lu Chun. Tawanzi, don't rush. After all, thousands of eyes from both sides are watching him, and he dares not reveal Tawanzi's existence in front of everyone. Just as Lu Chun was worrying about how to bring Nakamura Kenta's body back, Jack had already snapped the neck of the last Japanese man. At that moment, the solemn proclamation of the heavenly decree resounded throughout the heavens. Announcement: Fusang 903 Beginner Sea Area has lost all its intermediate beginner wooden boats. Xinxia 1000 Beginner Sea Area has won this survival bet. As soon as this news came out, a thunderous cheer erupted from the Sheik's side. We won. They actually won. Announcement: all evolved beings in the number 1000 Beginner Sea Area have been granted 20 free attribute points. Announcement: the storm intensity outside the number 1000 Beginner Sea Area has been reduced by 20%. Announcement: due to the victory of the weaker Beginner Sea Area 1000 over the stronger Beginner Sea Area 903, all evolvers will receive an additional evolution point. Announcement: Evolver Lu Chun has made the highest contribution in this survival gamble and has been awarded 40 free attribute points and 2 evolution points. Announcement: Evolver Lu Chun has contributed the most points in this survival gamble and has been awarded an additional silver grade item, a storage ring. The announcement has concluded. The sky shone brightly, and beams of light descended like a miracle, gently enveloping every evolver in the 1000th beginner zone. Bathed in the glow, everyone's face radiated unbelievable joy. They felt the increase in their internal power, with 20 free attribute points and 1 evolution point quietly merging into them. Buzz, a particularly dazzling beam of light, focused on Lu Chun. A surge of immense energy flowed into his body like a gentle stream, instantly increasing his free attribute points by 40 and granting him 2 invaluable evolution points. The beam of light gradually dispersed. A ring emitting a faint glow slowly floated in front of Lu Chun's eyes, its surface shimmering with an unusual luster, as if it contained endless spatial mysteries. Storage ring, low-grade silver, a masterpiece crafted by a master of spatial design, containing a vast space of 100 cubic meters, extremely rare. If you're really desperate, you can use this to transport goods and make a considerable amount of money, provided you're sure you won't get robbed. Lu Chun's eyes lit up when he saw the storage ring. He once suspected that Revelation Online might be able to eavesdrop on his thoughts. It was as if he had exactly what he needed. Just when I was worrying about what to do with these spoils of war, this storage ring was delivered to me. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Chen gently slipped the ring onto his finger, and a subtle connection was instantly established. Immediately afterward, a thought struck him. The wreckage of the Ryujo Maru and the bodies of Kenta Nakamura and the other 6 men disappeared one by one from their original locations and were collected into that mysterious 100 cubic meter space. Just as he was about to continue clearing the remaining Japanese corpses from the parallel sea area, the surrounding environment changed suddenly. An irresistible force transported him out of the battlefield. Announcement: the survival bet has ended, and the parallel sea area is officially closed. Meanwhile, in the number 1000 beginner sea area, cheers rose and fell, creating a festive atmosphere. Ha, I gained 20 free attribute points, which is equivalent to leveling up half a level. That's awesome. Me too. I got it too. I'm so excited. My God, I'm so excited my body is shaking. I'm just an ordinary person, and I actually got some evolution points. My F-level talent can finally be upgraded to E. Ha. I put all my attribute points into Constitution. Now I have over 30 points in Constitution, so it's not so easy for me to die. Not only that, the storm intensity outside has also decreased by 20%. If we can win a few more battles, maybe everyone in our 1000th district can leave this beginner sea alive. Wah, I was so scared just now. I thought we were going to lose. Lu Chun, you saved us. Thank you so much. That's right, God Lu Chun. All of this was brought to us by God Lu Chun. Long live the great God Lu Chun. At the same time, above the novice sea area of Fusang 903, the announcement from Revelation Online pierced the hearts of every evolver like ice. Announcement: the survival gamble in beginners sea area 903 has failed. Announcement: all evolved beings in beginner sea area 903 will have their attribute points randomly reduced by 20 points. Announcement: storm intensity outside the beginner sea area, number 903, has been increased by 20%. In stark contrast to the white beam of light in District 1000, a sinister black mist silently enveloped the entire District 903. It was as chilling as the shadow of death. In an instant, a chorus of wails erupted in the newbie zone, number 903. Yama, my strength has been taken away. Baka, why did they only take my agility attribute points? My agility has dropped to 0. I'm crippled. You're lucky. The girl next to me had her physical constitution drained. After her constitution dropped to 0, she turned into a dried-up corpse and died. Wah, the storm outside the sea has intensified by another 20%. We've lost all our mid-level warships and powerful warriors. If we can't escape from here in 7 days, we'll all be poisoned to death. A sense of despair spread rapidly among the crowd. We're finished. The storm isn't abating. Our only chance of survival is to build a straitjack ship. But Lord Nakamura and all those experts have perished at the hands of that demonic landslide. Where will we get the Tier 8 crystal cores needed to upgrade the straitjack ship? Damn it. It's all that bastard Kenta Nakamura's fault. He picked the strongest opponent for us. Yama, Revelation Online. Let me go back to Earth. I'm not playing anymore. This isn't fun. Chapter 40 Sai, being handsome has its troubles too. It makes your boss jealous. Long live the great God Lu Chun. Lu Chun, you are our pride. Invincible in the world, Lu Chun is the strongest. Lu Chun, I love you. Godfather, I am your son. At this moment, the netherworld was surrounded by all the evolved beings of District 1000, like a triumphant hero. Cheers resounded continuously. Everyone's eyes shone with adoration and fanaticism. Hee hee, you're too kind, everyone. This is what we, the netherworld, should do. Jack waved his hand dismissively, then leaned closer to Lu Chun and chuckled softly. Hey, Captain, so your name is Lu Chun. Looks like you're quite popular here. Look at all these beautiful women. How about we consider recruiting a few? Even if I confess, what can you do? Lu Chun rolled his eyes at Jack. This Jack, even as an undead, still hasn't given up his lustful desires. Amid cheers from the crowd, the unicorn rhinoceros slowly approached the shadowcraft. Yang Ziming's hearty laughter rang out, like a spring breeze caressing one's face. Haha, Lu Chun, we've finally met. I've been reminding myself not to underestimate you, but you always exceed my expectations. Truly, a hero emerges from among the young. Long Howren patted Zhou Yu on the shoulder and teased him with a playful expression. Hey genius, haven't you always been saying you wanted to challenge Lu Chun? Well, now the opportunity is right in front of you, so don't chicken out. Zhou Yu shook his head vigorously, his head bobbing like a rattle drum, a wry smile on his face. No, I wouldn't dare. Let alone Lu Chun's amazing shot just now. I'm afraid I couldn't even handle those drowned people and skeletons. Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing this, the people on board the unicorn burst into laughter. Looking at Yang Ziming and the others, Lu Chen nodded in a friendly manner. Hello. He knew that it was no easy feat for these people to unite the Shinja people and fight the Japanese to a standstill when they had won a survival bet with them. This perseverance and courage earned Lu Chen's respect. Sister Cindy, look. The great god Lu Chun is greeting us. Fan Yingying excitedly shook Li Cindy's arm, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Li Cindy also stared blankly at Lu Chun, her eyes flashing with a complex light. Lu Chun, I've been wanting to apologize to you about the ghost ship incident. Before Li Cindy could finish speaking, Jack, whose face was covered in rotting flesh, suddenly interrupted with a hint of surprise. Wow, beauties, it's you. I remember you. Ugh, that's scary. Fan Yingying was startled by Jack's appearance and quickly took a few steps back. Although he knew this was Lu Chen's vassal. However, the terrifying aura emanating from the fourth-tier undead still made Fan Yingying's face turn pale. Don't be afraid, little sister. This isn't what I used to look like. As Jack spoke, he wished he could transform back into Jack Benchon. However, after glancing at Lu Chun, he reluctantly abandoned the idea. Last time, I got a beating from the captain because of my looks. Sigh, being handsome has its troubles. It makes your boss jealous. Then, Jack changed the subject and said with a smile. Hey, you two beautiful ladies, how about considering joining our netherworld? There are only the captain and I on board right now. Those 4 skeletons are all brainless. With beauties like Li Cindy and Fan Yingying by my side, even though I can't do much, it's still pleasing to the eye to look at them every day. In response to Jack's invitation, Li Cindy surprisingly nodded. She looked at Lu Chun, her red lips slightly parted. His voice was deep and magnetic, as intoxicating as fine red wine. Okay, Lu Chun, can I join your netherworld and become a crew member? These words immediately drew gasps of surprise from those around them. Wow, is Li Cindy going to join Lu Chen's team? That's truly a powerful alliance. With the great Lu Chun protecting her, Boss Li Cindy is practically a human arsenal. They're such a perfect match. In our district, only Li Cindy is good enough for the great Lu Chun. Upon hearing Li Cindy's words, Jack was so excited he almost jumped up. There's a beautiful woman. There's a beautiful woman. Wah, I knew following the inspectors was much better than being on that wrecked ghost ship. It's only been a few days, and he's already getting beautiful women as company. However, Lu Chen's next words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Jack's head, leaving him stunned. I'm sorry, I don't plan to recruit any human crew members. Lu Chen's tone was cold and resolute as he glared fiercely at Jack. That bastard always causes him trouble. Why, Captain? Jack wanted to say something, but seeing Lu Chen's increasingly cold gaze, he immediately shrank back and shut his mouth. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, a wave of disappointment and lamentation immediately swept through the surrounding area. The great god Lu Chen doesn't recruit human crew members? Wah, my biggest dream was to become a crew member of the god Lu Chen, but now my dream is shattered. I was just figuring out how to apply to join. Why is this happening? Alas, in the end, we are simply not strong enough. Look at how powerful the ghost captain under Lord Lu Chun is. Upon hearing this, Li Cindy was also taken aback, as if something had gently tapped her heart. I was rejected. Am I too weak? Looking at Lu Chen's handsome face, Li Cindy felt a surge of immense disappointment. She couldn't help but clench her fists. Lu Chun, I will definitely try my best to meet your requirements. Yang Ziming was not surprised by Lu Chen's rejection. With Lu Chen's strength, if he wanted to recruit crew members, he would have done so long ago. Why would he wait until now? He cleared his throat and asked in a calm tone. Lu Chen, what are your plans for the future? Become stronger. Keep becoming stronger until you stand at the top of this world. Lu Chen responded calmly. The awe-inspiring scene of the Overwatch slaying the 1,000-meter-tall three-eyed troll with a single sword strike flashed through my mind once more. That kind of power is what he truly yearns for. Lu Chun, now that something like the survival betting order has appeared, we're bound to face more and more challenges in the future. Your potential is the strongest in our District 1000. Therefore, I suggest you stop taking risks and stay here. At present, no one can match your influence. I will do my best to persuade everyone to concentrate all the resources of the 1000th District of the Sea to fully support you alone. Yang Ziming paused briefly, his gaze sweeping across the entire room. Furthermore, have you noticed that the energy required to upgrade from level 2 to level 3 has jumped from 100 points to 300 points, tripling in size? Reaching level 4 requires an astonishing 1,000 points. This means that if we rely on upgrading our boats to escape the poisonous fog in 7 days, only a handful of our nearly 1,000 people will survive. Because, apart from a genius like Lu Chun, no one can defeat an 8th-tier sea beast within 7 days and obtain an 8th-tier crystal core to upgrade their ship. If we want to all survive, there's only one way. Keep winning the survival gamble until the storms outside the sea area are reduced to nothing. Chapter 41. This captain is simply wasting a talent. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Yang Ziming is right. Lu Chen's potential is truly unmatched. If our 1000th district can fully support him, with his strength, we will definitely be able to win all the way in the survival bet, so that everyone can survive. Yes, I agree. Great God Lu Chun, you don't need to do anything. Just wait here and finish off the sea monsters. Amidst the heated discussion, before Lu Chun could answer, Jack was already nodding eagerly. Is this for real? You can lie here every day, watch pretty girls, and fish, and someone will send monsters to you to kill. This is so awesome. However, Lu Chun shook his head. I appreciate your kindness, but my strength comes from constant battles and adventures. The strong people that Revelation wants are those who have fought their way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, not flowers in a greenhouse that need to be nurtured. Besides, Earth is full of hidden talents and heroes, and I'm sure I'm not the only one who has had a miraculous encounter. If I were, as you say, content with pleasure and lacking ambition, I'm afraid that soon he will be surpassed by other geniuses and become just another ordinary person. Lu Chen's words deeply moved everyone. The path to strength is not paved by mere chance encounters. It requires an unwavering and resilient spirit. And Lu Chun, without a doubt, is precisely this kind of person. No wonder he was able to stand out from the crowd and become someone everyone looked up to. At this moment, Jack, with a shameless grin, said, Captain, if you really insist on taking the risk, it's fine to leave me here to be trained by everyone. I'm not afraid of becoming just another ordinary person. You'd better be at the very front then. Lu Chun glared fiercely at Jack. The atmosphere I worked so hard to create was ruined by this bastard. I'll shut up. Jack shrank back and covered his mouth. If you really want to help me, go hunt more sea beasts and give me the corpses of those with talent. You're not of any use anyway. Lu Chun did not completely reject everyone's help. With dumplings around, as long as there is a continuous supply of corpses for the dumpling to consume, Lu Chun was confident that he could upgrade all his talents to S level or higher. He was quite looking forward to it. If an F level enhanced sense of smell were upgraded to S level, what would it evolve into? Hearing Lu Chun's words, everyone responded enthusiastically. Great God, Lu Chun needs sea beast corpses? No problem. All the sea beasts I kill in the future will be yours. Haha, I just got 20 attribute points and 1 evolution point. All thanks to the great God Lu Chun. I must repay this kindness. Brothers, let's go kill some sea monsters. Great God Lu Chun, rest assured, we will never let you fight alone. I'm so happy to be able to help the great Lu Chun. Master, is there anything else you need to tell me? Upon hearing this, Lu Chun's heart stirred, and he remembered something. By the way, if you guys manage to leak any survival betting orders, remember to contact me immediately. I'll offer a high price to buy them. We must get our hands on this survival betting token as soon as possible. Lu Chun guessed that once he obtained the survival bet token, he would be able to see information about other beginner sea areas. Otherwise, how could the Japanese have issued a betting order against us? Before his death, Kenta Nakamura said that Japan had formed alliances with other countries. We must be wary of land subsidence. Master, what are you saying? How could we possibly take your money? That's right. We've all benefited from your kindness and received so many advantages. How could we let you spend more money on us? Just then, a divine announcement suddenly sounded. Announcement: Ship Upgrade Reward System updated. The first evolver to upgrade to the Advanced Novice Wooden Boat will be rewarded with 1 piece of Advanced Bronze Equipment. The second evolver to upgrade to the Advanced Beginner's Wooden Boat will be rewarded with 1 Bronze Low-Level Equipment. The third evolver to upgrade to the Advanced Beginner's Wooden Boat will be rewarded with 1 piece of Advanced Black Iron Equipment. Wow, the rewards have been updated. First place is definitely going to be Lu Chun, and second place will most likely be Yang Ziming. As for us, we can only try for third place. Let's go. With the attribute points I just got, I'm full of confidence now. I'll definitely take third place. Lu Chun. Li Sini hesitated for a moment, but finally mustered up the courage to call out to Lu Chun, who was about to leave. Lu Chun heard the sound. He gently turned his head to the side. A large iron ingot slowly floated onto the deck of the ghost ship. Lu Chun, take these iron ingots. You'll need them when upgrading the netherworld. Also, please be careful. Luchin nodded slightly. Then, the 4 skeletons rowed the boat. The black mist surrounding the ghostly ship gradually thickened. Under everyone's watchful eyes, it slowly disappeared into the mist. Beginner Sea Area 1000. Tier 4 Sea Beast Activity Area. A pure white seagull soars in the sky. My eyes are fixed on a crystal crab below that is leisurely paddling in the water. Captain, let me tell you, that young lady Lee Sinny definitely likes you. Her eyes are practically drooling when she looks at you. If you manage to get her on our ship, I guarantee you'll be able to seduce her in less than 2 days. Jack, with a look of utter disappointment on his face, whispered incessantly in Lu Chen's ear. The captain, that's such a waste. With only a year left before becoming a ghost, shouldn't you hurry up and enjoy life to the fullest? Ugh, this is so frustrating. Such a beautiful girl. What a waste. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The little dumpling wrapped itself around Lu Chen's neck, rubbing against him happily. It means that the owner only needs this soft and cute little octopus. Lu Chen gently patted Tuanzi's head, signaling it to be quiet. He then turned his gaze away from the seagulls, his expression becoming serious. All right, stop talking nonsense. Let's get ready to hunt. He pointed to the 3 o'clock position. There's a 4th-tier crystal crab over there. Kill it. The top priority right now is to upgrade the netherworld as soon as possible. Okay. Jack instantly dropped his playful grin. Upon closer inspection, I indeed spotted a crystal crab with a completely translucent body on my right front. He stepped forward and began operating the giant whaling crossbow at the bow of the ship. After aiming, adjusting the angle, and everything being ready, he pulled the trigger abruptly. Bang! With a muffled thud, a crossbow bolt as thick as an arm, carrying a long rope, shot out rapidly, cutting through the sea and splashing water. Uft! Another loud bang, crystal shattered everywhere. The crossbow bolt pierced deep into the crystal crab's hard shell. However, as a 4th-tier sea beast, the crystal crab possesses extremely strong vitality. The bronze-level harpoon crossbow failed to kill the prey in one shot. Chapter 42 Acquisition. The netherworld ship upgrades again. In pain, the crystal crab let out a deafening roar. But it dared not retaliate. On the small wooden boat behind, it felt an unprecedented threat. Driven by its survival instinct, it swam frantically forward, trying to escape this deadly pursuit. The rope on the crossbow bolt tightened instantly. The crystal cancer thus propelled the phantom across the waves. Captain, I'll go and kill this big crab to make you crab soup. As Jack spoke, he was about to step onto the rope. No rush. This crystal crab has a strong defense. I want to see where it tries to escape to. Lu Chen remained calm as he looked at the storage ring on his hand. Inside were 5 peak stage 3rd-tier corpses and 1 4th-tier corpse. And there is the wreckage of a Class C special operations ship. It's time to absorb the talents of those Japanese people inside. Tuanzi, time to get to work. Gurgle. A moment later. Ding. Successfully acquired Kenta Nakamura, Tier 4. Gained B-rank talent. On my OG, perception increased by 8 points. Ding. Successfully acquired Inoue Teikiko, Tier 3. Gained C-rank talent. Poison Mastery. Agility increased by 7 points. Ding. Special vessel successfully captured. Ryujo Maru. The netherworld ship acquires a C-rank talent. Cherry Blossom Guardian. After a series of prompts, Tuanzi absorbed a total of 6 talents for Lu Chen, namely, On My OG, Rank B, Poison Control, Rank C, Stealth, Rank D, Earth Manipulation, Rank D, Fire Manipulation, Rank D, Enhanced Perception, Rank E. And additional attribute points. Perception 15 points, Strength 7 points, Agility 13 points, Constitution 7 points. At the same time, the Phantom also gained the Cherry Blossom Protection talent of Ryujo Maru, in addition to the 40 free attribute points previously awarded by Revelation Online. Without a doubt, another super bumper harvest. In the world of Revelation Online, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. This time, the Sherlock Holmes triumphed over the odds. As the one who made the greatest contribution, Lu Chen received rewards that are unimaginable to ordinary people. Putting everything else aside, you can't find a B-grade talent like that in the entire 1000th district. But Lu Chen so easily captured it. After gaining enhanced perception, his 4-dimensional attributes became more balanced, with no obvious weaknesses. Therefore, he evenly distributed the 40 free attribute points across the 4 dimensions, increasing each by 10 points. Currently, even at level 2, the attribute panel of the land sinking is already astonishing. Strength, 92. Agility, 76. Physical fitness, 84. Perception, 86. All 4 attributes are close to or exceed 80 points, which is more than 4 times that of other evolved beings of the same level. Well, where did the flame manipulation go? Lu Chen discovered that the fire control he had just acquired was no longer on his control panel. Could it be because I already possess a higher level of flame control that flame manipulation is being automatically ignored? With this question in mind, he carefully examined the flame control talent and noticed a new line of small text following it. Rank C, flame control, 5%. Upon seeing this, Lu Chen was overjoyed. It turns out that even with a higher level talent, absorbing lower level talents of the same kind is not ineffective. Instead, it allows you to accumulate progress and accelerate the upgrading of advanced talents. That 5% should represent the accumulated progress. Once it reaches 100%, the flame control will be upgraded to grade B. It seems that even if it is difficult to find high-level talents in the future, we can still gradually improve our strength by accumulating low-level talents. He thought to himself, although the required quantity is enormous, with perseverance, it will eventually be able to be upgraded to a very high level. At this very moment, the crystal crab, which was desperately dragging the ghost ship in its escape, finally caught sight of the faint outline of a small island in the distance. But he exhausted his last bit of strength and died. This 4th-tier sea beast, covered in a hard shell. Under Lu Chen's overwhelming pressure, he didn't dare to resist until his death, feeling utterly humiliated. Ding! Successfully defeated the crystal crab, tier 4, gaining 200 life energy. As the Revelation online notification sounded, Lu Chen's level panel was updated accordingly. Current level, level 2, 255/300. Lu Chen frowned slightly. A 4th-tier sea beast only contributed this little bit of life energy. Lu Chen looked at his screen and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He hadn't expected that the life energy of a mere 4th-tier sea beast wouldn't be enough for him to level up. Although half of the life energy was given to Tuanzi. However, compared to the 1st tier, how powerful are the 4th-tier sea beasts? However, the life energy did not increase much. At this moment, Lu Chen understood what Yang Ziming had said earlier. It seems that upgrading will become increasingly difficult as we progress. Don't think about leveling up by only killing 1st-tier sea beasts, because you can find very few low-tier sea beasts in the beginner sea area. Hunting high-level sea beasts is essential for continuously increasing your level. After absorbing 8 points of constitution from the crystal cancer, Lu Chen looked towards the small island ahead. Ding! You have discovered a dangerous area, Giant Lizard Island. It is recommended that at least 30 Tier 5 evolvers form a team to explore Giant Lizard Island. Lu Chen never expected that the crystal crab would actually lead him to a feng shui treasure land. A place that requires 30 Tier 5 evolvers to explore must be teeming with ferocious beasts. Before setting off, there's something else I need to do. Jack, pry out the crystal core from the crystal crab. Yes, Captain. A moment later, Jack presented the crystal clear core. At this point, all the materials needed for the netherworld to be upgraded to a high-grade wooden boat have been prepared. Revelation, upgrade the netherworld. Ding. Consume 20 wood, 1 tier 4 crystal core, and 5 iron ingots. The netherworld ship is upgrading. Upgrade successful. The notification sounded again, and the netherworld's attribute panel was completely refreshed. The cursed beginner's boat. The netherworld, Captain, sunken land. Level, advanced. Crew, 6/10. Durability, 500. Weapon slot, small weapons 1/1. Equipment slots, 0/1 small equipment. Speed, medium, paddle. Defense, medium, light armor. Talents, ghost ship, rank B. Cherry blossom guardian, rank C. Ecological symbiosis, rank D. Extreme speed, rank D. After the upgrade, the hull of the ghostly craft was extended to 12 meters. The width has also increased significantly. The crew size has been expanded to 10 people. A new, exquisitely crafted wooden cabin has been added to the stern, giving it the beginnings of an ocean-going sailing vessel. Speed, defense, and firepower have all been significantly improved. Ding! Congratulations! You have become the first player in the newbie zone to upgrade your beginner's wooden boat to the advanced level. Reward issued, bronze tier advanced weapon, heart-eating blade. Accompanied by the notification sound of Revelation Online. A long blade resembling a tang sword slowly appeared in Lu Chen's field of vision. The knife is a deep black color, with fine, scale-like patterns carved on its blade, while the edge shimmers with a faint green. Heart-eating blade, advanced bronze. Crafted from the scales of a deep-sea venomous dragon, its blade is entwined with black poison that corrodes the heart and body. If you possess poison-related talents, This blade will help you experience the true power of a poisonous blade. Poison-related talents are enhanced by 100% when using this blade. Chapter 43 contains some unfriendly remarks. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. He reached out and grasped the heart-eating blade, a chilling sensation instantly washing over him. The poison-type talent was activated in an instant. A faint green light gradually appeared on the originally pitch-black heart-eating blade, like a swirling poisonous mist, sending chills down one's spine. It can even enhance poison-type talents. What a fine blade. This was the first time Lu Chen had encountered a weapon that could enhance his talent. The previous granite battle axe and wave-breaking spear were simply harder and sharper than ordinary weapons. Clearly, weapons of bronze rank and above are just as helpful to evolved individuals as their talents themselves. At this moment, the announcement that the Netherworld ship had been upgraded to an advanced beginner's wooden boat once again spread throughout the entire beginner zone of number 1000. The chat channel immediately erupted in discussion. As expected, it was the great Lu Chen who took the first place prize. I'm not surprised at all. Same here. I would be surprised if Lu Chen didn't get first place. Have you all managed to get the sea beast corpses that the great god Lu Chen needs? This is tough. I finally found a tier 1 sea beast, but it still doesn't have any talent. I did find one, but it escaped. I'm chasing after it now. Once I've slaughtered this beast, I'll send it to the great god Lu Chen as soon as possible. By the way, didn't the great Lu Chen mention needing some kind of survival betting token? Has anyone gotten one? Survival bet token. Holy crap, I just found one inside a sea monster's stomach. Godfather, I've dropped the survival bet token you needed. At Lu Chen. Tang Hong, is it true? Tang Hong, this is no small matter, don't make things up. That's right, don't bother the great Lu Chen unless it's absolutely necessary. Of course it's true, how could I lie to my godfather? Lu Chen, who was preparing to land on the island. I noticed someone at mentioning me in the chat channel. Clicking in. Unexpectedly, someone leaked the survival betting order. Lu Chen, at Tang Hong, I'll take this betting token. What do you want? Tang Hong. Godfather, I don't want anything, just remember me. Hee, my name is Tang Hong. Lu Chen. Tang Hong, stop calling me godfather. We're not that close. Lu Chen looked helpless. He was only in his early 20s. How could he be a father already? Moreover, I don't know this Tang Hong at all. Tang Hong. How can that be? A man's word is his bond. Upon seeing this, everyone started making fun of him. Haha. Lu Chen, this Tang Hong lost a bet with someone. That's why he calls you godfather. If you ask me, calling him godfather is already too kind to Tang Hong. He should call Lu Chen godfather. Don't make a fuss. Once Tang Hongjin gets on Lu Chen's good side, let's see if you're not jealous. Oh really? Great god Lu Chen, actually I also lost a bet with someone. Godfather, please accept my bow. Actually me too. And me? Tang Hong. That's enough. The chat channel instantly turned into a massive family reunion event. Lu Chen looked at his suddenly appearing adopted sons. His face darkened. He quickly exchanged 3 bone-strengthening grasses for the survival bet token with Tang Hong, ending this farce. Survival betting token, special item. Activating this token unlocks the regional chat channel and allows you to select an opponent for a survival betting match. This is it. Lu Chen chose to activate it without hesitation. Announcement. Evolver Lu Chen has activated the survival betting order, and the chat channel for the 1000th newbie area has been unlocked. Announcement. Each region consists of 1000 beginner sea areas. Announcement. Your current region is Region 8. Announcement. You can view the status of each beginner's sea area in the 8th region at any time and choose opponents for survival bets. Winning the bet will earn you generous rewards. Immediately afterwards, a detailed list slowly unfolded. The above lists detailed information about all beginner sea areas within the 8th region. U.S. Warzone 976 Beginner Zone, 966/1000 players, Survival Gamble 3/3, Regional Chat Channel unlocked. Grizzly Nationwide, Warzone 923 New BC, 2/1000 players, Survival Gamble 0/2, Regional Chat Channel unlocked. Fusang Warzone 903 Beginner Area, 836/1000 players, Survival Gamble 1/2, Regional Chat Channel unlocked. Luzon Region 995 Beginner Zone, 0 out of 1000 players, Survival Gamble 0/3, Regional Chat Channel not yet unlocked. Funan Warzone 974 New BC Area, 763/1000 players, Survival Gamble 0/1, Regional Chat Channel not yet unlocked. The 1000 beginner sea areas come from various countries on Earth. On the list, All key information, including the country, number of survivors, number of victories in survival betting, and whether the regional chat channel is unlocked, is clearly displayed. The newbie area, where the regional chat channel has been enabled, is highlighted. Those that are not enabled are grayed out. The sea area where no one survived was a shocking expanse of pitch black. Luchin noticed that although he had only been in the world of Revelation Online for 3 days, however, many beginner-friendly sea areas already have their names completely blacked out. This means that all 1,000 people assigned to this sea area are now dead. These dark, beginner-friendly waters were all filled with 3 consecutive losses in survival gambles. Losing 3 matches in a row will result in the loss of 60 attribute points. For the newly arrived evolvers, this was undoubtedly a fatal blow. The sudden influx of announcements from Revelation Online caused the chat channel in the 1,000 newbie zone to instantly erupt in excitement. Wow, so we're in the 8th district. Does that mean we'll be able to meet the Sherlock Holmes from other districts? I miss my husband. This 8th region shouldn't only be inhabited by people from Xinxia, right? What the person upstairs said suddenly made my heart skip a beat. Could the Japanese who challenged us before also be in the 8th district? Then, could there be other people who are hostile towards us? Why think so much? The regional chat channel is already unlocked. Just go and take a look. Let's go take a look. I'll go too. In an instant, a large number of evolvers from the number 1,000 novice area flooded into the chat channel of the 8th district. At this moment, the atmosphere in the regional channel was quite subtle. Thank God, another prey has unlocked the regional channel. Looks like a kid from Sherlock. Who's next? US War Zone 976 New BC. This time it should be South Korea's 942nd district's turn. Sigh, I envy them. Gallic War Zone 673 New BC. Yeah, this 1,000 newbie zone actually won a survival bet. Defeating them doubles the rewards from the survival bet. Oh, that's really tempting. New BC Area 909, Never Setting Sun War Zone. Chapter 44, is it difficult to be promoted 3 ranks in a row? Ha ha ha, what a wonderful surprise. This number 1,000 newbie zone is the best gift for our Goryeo Empire. South Goryeo War Zone, see Area 942. Looking at this chat, which was clearly malicious, the hearts of the people in the 1,000th newbie zone sank immediately. What do you mean? We traveled from Earth to here. Shouldn't we help each other and try to survive together? Sherlock Holmes War Zone 1000 New BC. Helping each other? Oh my God, everyone come and see. This Sherlock friend is really naive, huh? Area 976, USA. Friends of Shunsha, you must be careful. These bastards have formed an alliance, and they will hunt down every newbie in the seas except themselves. Grizzly Bear Country, District 923. In District 923, where the conversation took place, only 2 people survived. Data shows that they have lost 2 consecutive survival bets. Clearly, a large number of evolved beings from District 923 have died due to their failure in the survival gamble. Oh, so you're trash from Grizzly Bear Country. Once we find the survival bet, we'll send you 2 to meet your maker. Area 976, USA. Damn it, you bastards. Friends of Sheikah, be careful. 2 newbie zones in Sheikah have already been plundered and destroyed by these bastards. Grizzly Bear Kingdom, Zone 923. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing this, a cold glint flashing within them, because he saw it on the list. The names of Sherlock's 985th and 962nd districts have been completely blacked out. Both of these beginner sea areas had already unlocked the regional chat and had failed 3 consecutive survival bets. Obviously, each unlocked region has a new player zone. They either join the United States alliance or they will be attacked by them. Clearly, the United States, the British Empire, France, South Korea, India, Italy, and many other countries have already formed a united front. They launched a hunt against countries such as Sheikah and Grizzly Bear Country. Before Lu Chen could speak, the crowd in the 1,000 newbie zone was already furious. You beasts. You actually harm people from other countries just so you can survive. Damn it. I knew it when District 903 of Japan suddenly launched a survival bet against us. Turns out these bastards had been ganging up on us all along. What? You think you can take us down just because you outnumber us? Great God, Lu Chen will show you what a true powerhouse is. Upon hearing this, the people from the allied nations burst into laughter. Oh my God, these sheiks are actually threatening to teach us a lesson. I'm so scared, haha. Damn it, I hate these Xinxia people the most. They always steal our great Goryeo Empire's cultural heritage, and they even dare to say that the Dragon Boat Festival and acupuncture are theirs. This time, our great Goryeo Empire will definitely teach them a lesson. On the contrary, I'm very grateful to these Xinxia people. If there weren't so many of them, how could we plunder so wantonly? I've already gained 40 attribute points. Ha ha ha. It's really awesome. Everyone, don't underestimate this newbie zone number 1000. They are exceptionally united, especially one named Lu Chun, whose strength is ridiculously high. Our Lord Nakamura and all the strongmen have fallen to Lu Chun. Fusang War Zone 903. What? You Japanese were just defeated by them. Ah, it seems we need to be a little more serious this time. The Japanese's words made the other evolutionaries less contemptuous. After all, being able to defeat the Fusang 903 War Zone, which had already won once, was enough to prove the strength of the number 1000 newbie zone and that Lu Chun. Friends from Japan, do they have any weaknesses or vulnerabilities? Hi. Although Lu Chun has outstanding combat power, his level is very low. He was only level 2 before. Now we know how to deal with these Xinxia people. Don't worry, everyone. We'll leave this 1000th newbie zone to our Goryeo Empire's 942nd Sea area. Koreans, we're waiting for your good news. Haha, now that you've won, it's our turn, the French. We can't wait. Witnessing the greedy and self-righteous appearance of the allied nations. It's as if they've already viewed the 1000 newbies in the starting area as lambs to the slaughter. Lu Chun couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Hey, you want to eat us? I wonder if your teeth are strong enough. Do these people think they can act recklessly just because they have a slight advantage at the beginning? How ridiculous. Who is the hunter and who is the prey remains to be seen. Just then, the announcement from Revelation Online sounded. Revelation Online emergency announcement. Park Sung-ho in the South Korean War Zone, Beginner Sea Area 942, has activated a survival gamble order. Survival bet. South Korea Zone 942 Beginner Sea vs Sheldon Zone 1000 Beginner Sea. Survival bet. Since both sides win the survival bet, the stakes are doubled. The losing side will have their storm intensity increased by 40% in the beginner's area, and all players will have 40 attribute points permanently reduced. The winning side, storm intensity reduced by 40% in the beginner's area. All players permanently gain plus 40 attribute points. The betting rules are as follows. The first beginner area to have a level 5 evolved being wins this bet. The survivor who contributed the most to the winning team will receive an additional reward. Reminder, the chat channels for the two beginner areas are now connected in parallel. Players can view each other's chat content, leaderboards, and other information, but cannot directly communicate by speaking. Reminder, survival is extremely important. All evolvers, please give it your all. South Korea War Zone, Beginner Sea Area 942. 2 survival gambles have been conducted, with both victories. In Sherlock Zone 1000, a newbie sea area, 1 survival gamble has been conducted, and 1 victory has been achieved. Survival bet begins. The betting rules have changed. Lu Chun stared at the announcement, his brows furrowed. This time it's not a direct confrontation like last time. Instead, the form of the betting was completely changed. The competition is about who levels up faster. This is undoubtedly the most unfavorable situation for Lu Chun, because he is currently only at level 2. More importantly, due to Tawanzi's existence, the life energy he needs to level up is twice that of an ordinary person. It seems these Korean bastards have some brains after all. They're not stupid enough to just go head-to-head with me. Lu Chun gently stroked his chin. I looked at the highest level player in the 942 Beginner Sea area. Park Sung-ho, level 4, 33,000. You just reached level 4? A playful smile curled at the corner of his lips. Interesting. That's good too. We can win the survival bet without wasting time killing monsters. In the world of Revelation Online, you cannot gain life energy by killing your own kind. As for monsters, the number of ferocious beasts on this giant lizard island before him was definitely enough to help him reach level 5 before Park Sung-ho could. After all, that was a dangerous area officially recognized by Revelation Online as requiring 30 Tier 5 evolvers to work together to explore. Is it difficult to be promoted 3 ranks in a row? Chapter 45 Mermaid Soaring. Lu Chun then closed the panel. No longer paying attention to chat channels. He knew that every minute and second was precious, and he had to devote himself to the upgrade. Jack, get ready, let's get to work. Hee hee, Captain, I've been waiting for this for ages. Meanwhile, a persistent sense of anxiety and unease permeated the chat channel of the 1000 newbies. No, how can the betting rules be changed? Isn't it the same as last time, where they occupy the space crystal? It was those damn Japanese. They told the Korean bastards that our Lu Chun god is powerful, but his level is low. Damn it. If it were a survival battle like last time, even if those Korean bastards were tied together, they still wouldn't be a match for God Lu Chun. Yes, they just don't dare to face off against the great Lu Chun head-on, so they resort to such underhanded tactics. By the way, who is the highest-ranking person in Korea? What is their rank now? I just checked, it's Park Sung-ho. He's already at level 4. If he just goes up one more level, we'll lose. These words struck like a heavy hammer, making everyone's hearts sink. My God, I just noticed that if we lose, we'll lose a whole 40 attribute points. This damned revelation system is clearly making things difficult for us. If we lose even one game, all our previous efforts will have been for nothing. Lu Chun, what do we do? At Lu Chun, please say something. We'll all listen to you. God, come back soon. We'll all help you level up. However, no matter how much the crowd called out, Lu Chun did not respond. Just as everyone was feeling uneasy and at a loss, Yang Ziming's profile picture started flashing. Everyone, in this survival gamble, will probably have to rely on ourselves. Huh? What? That's right, Lu Chun is so strong. I don't believe those Koreans can compare to him if he makes a move. Yang Ziming typed slowly. Lu Chun is indeed invincible, but don't forget, he only gains half the energy each time he levels up. And the key to this bet is the speed of leveling up. Sigh. Upon hearing Yang Ziming's words, everyone couldn't help but let out a helpless sigh. Ugh, this is infuriating. In that case, this bet is going to be very risky. Forget it, we can't always rely on Lu Chun. This time, let's give it our all. With the skeletons powerfully rowing the oars, the ghost ship cut through the waves towards Giant Lizard Island. Captain, why do I have this ominous feeling about the island ahead? Jack looked at the rocky, treacherous island ahead and couldn't help but shiver. Your intuition is very accurate. Lu Chun stood with his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent. On that island, even the weakest creature has reached the 4th rank, while the leader-level creature is likely to be a 5th-rank being. Haha. Captain, you're getting more and more humorous. You're even cracking jokes now. Jack's smile looked more like a grimace. They were all 4th-tier creatures, and the leader was even 5th tier. Does that mean that once I land on that island, I, the famous Captain Jack Sparrow, will become the weakest little chick on the island? Can I not go? You'll be the first one to charge in later. Wah! Jack's eyes instantly welled up with tears. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. At this moment, the little dumpling excitedly climbed onto Lu Chun's shoulder. Those dark, bright eyes were filled with curiosity and fearlessness. Little guy, you really are an optimist. Lu Chun reached out and gently stroked Tuanzi's round head. A hint of doting flashed in his eyes. I really don't know when you'll grow up and leave this infancy stage. The juvenile Kraken has a soft body and its tentacles are not yet fully developed, so it cannot fight. If Tuanzi could fight, then all the creatures on this island would probably be no match for it. However, reality is cruel. As a god-level creature, Tuanzi, to grow from the larval stage to the adult stage, a massive amount of life energy needs to be absorbed. In the past, this energy was provided by the mature Kraken, but now, Tuanzi can only rely on Lu Chun. Just then, a melodious voice, as clear as a spring, suddenly rang out. Human navigators, do not go any further. It is too dangerous there. Who? Jack's playful expression instantly turned cold and stern. He drew his long sword from his waist and looked around. In the sea. Lu Chun looked towards the sea on the starboard side of the netherworld. Amidst the shimmering water, a face of unparalleled beauty slowly emerged. Wow, what a beautiful woman. Jack immediately opened his mouth wide, looking like a lecherous man. Forget about beautiful women, it's a sea monster. Lu Chun instantly realized that this was not human. Oh, what a pity. Jack muttered to himself as he aimed the giant harpoon at the woman from the bow of the ship. Faced with those cold, sharp crossbow bolts. The girl gasped, a hint of helplessness flashing in her eyes. In the chaos, a magnificent fish tail suddenly slammed out from beneath the surface of the sea, splashing up a spray of water. She was actually a mermaid. The fish tail shimmered with a silvery luster in the sunlight. Etc. Lu Chun reacted quickly, stopping Jack, who was about to fire the giant crossbow, and fixed his gaze on the panicked mermaid. Sea beasts, mermaid clan Fuyao. Characteristics: highly intelligent, gentle, kind, and has a natural affinity for humans. Talent: daughter of the sea, rank C. As the darling of the sea, Fuyao possesses a compassionate heart and can heal the wounds of all things in the world. Skill: shell guardian, D rank. In times of crisis, Fuyao can escape into a giant shell to avoid all dangers. Combat power assessment: Tier 4. You think all mermaids are like this? No, only Fuyao is like this. Kindness, closeness to humans. This was the first time Lu Chun had ever seen a creature from the Revelation online world possess such characteristics. All the creatures he had encountered before, including the previous Jack, they invariably display immense hostility upon encountering humans. He was curious to see what this mermaid was up to. Just then, splash. The water churned and surged. Soaring hot, a male mermaid clad in silver scale armor, wielding a shield and spear, emerged from the waves. He nimbly blocked Fuyao's path. He stared at Jack and Lu Chun with a fierce look on his face. Seeing that Jack did not attack, Fuyao breathed a sigh of relief. She gently tugged at Haoqi's fin. "Brother Haoqi, don't be nervous, I'm fine." The taut muscles of the flanks did not relax as a result. He turned to look at Fuyao, his eyes filled with both reproach and affection. "Fuyao, I have warned you repeatedly that the human world is complex, ever-changing, and fraught with danger, yet you still act this way." Chapter 46: The Powerful Giant Rock Lizard. Upon hearing this, Fuyao couldn't help but stick out her tongue. I just don't want any more innocent lives to die on Giant Lizard Island." As she spoke, her gaze shifted to Lu Chun, her tone carrying a hint of pleading. "Human, you really can't go any further. The Gorgons on Giant Lizard Island have been behaving strangely lately, as if they've gone mad. It launched a frenzied attack on all alien creatures that came into its sights, and even several of our merfolk have died in the mouths of the Gorgon." "Gorgon? You mean that two-headed giant lizard?" Lu Chun raised an eyebrow. Just now, he used the seagull's view to conduct a preliminary reconnaissance of the island. In the center of the island, a huge meteorite crater was clearly visible. Inside the pit, a two-headed lizard, over 20 meters long, was greedily licking the remains of the surrounding creatures. Inside the crater, a deathly silence and terror intertwined. "Huh? You've met Gorgon? Then you should know how terrifying Gorgon is, right? He's a peak 5th-tier creature, super powerful." Fuyao nodded, biting her finger, looking quite adorable. Looking at Fuyao's appearance, Lu Chun couldn't help but smile. It seems that not all creatures in the world of Revelation Online are ferocious. At least there are some innocent and adorable beings among them. "Thank you for reminding me." Lu Chun nodded, then waved his hand. "Let's move on." The 4 skeletons responded immediately, wielding their oars once more. "What's wrong with 5th-order creatures? He killed a 5th-tier creature. Why are you still going?" Fuyao was so anxious that she kept wagging her fish tail, her delicate eyebrows furrowed, and her eyes were full of anxiety and confusion. "Hey, little beauty, don't worry. The captain and my Lord Jack aren't afraid of that damn Gorgon." Jack puffed out his chest triumphantly, striking a pose as if he were invincible. This guy loves to show off whenever he sees a beautiful woman. Just as Fuyao was about to speak again to persuade him, Haoqi interrupted her. "Fuyao, forget it. We've done our duty to warn them. If they insist on going to their deaths, they can't blame us." Haoqi glanced at the Yuming, his eyes filled with contempt and disdain. "Heh, a 4th-tier undead, a 2nd-tier human, plus a few 2nd-tier skeletons. With this combination, trying to challenge Giant Lizard Island is simply wishful thinking. With their limited strength, even 2 low-level giant rock lizards would be enough to kill them all." Fuyao bit her lower lip lightly, hesitated for a moment, and then whispered, "Wait a minute." Then, she tossed it lightly. A delicate seashell landed on the deck of the ghost ship, shimmering faintly. "If you really have to go, take this seashell with you. It might save your life in a critical moment." Soaring shell, low-grade black iron, a disposable protective item that can condense into a shell shape to withstand one attack. Only skillful merfolk can craft this. Upon seeing the seashell, Lu Chun's gaze sharpened. "It's actually an item with a grade. It can withstand one attack." "Nice one." Lu Chun didn't stand on ceremony and directly gestured for Jack to put the seashell away. "Thanks." Lu Chun didn't expect that. In this perilous world of Revelation Online, one can even find oneself owing favors to people from other races. "Captain, I now admit, you're a tiny bit more handsome than me." Jack moved closer to Lu Chun, handed him the seashell, and said with emotion, "Sai, whether it's Licini or this little mermaid, they both treat you specially. It seems that being handsome really has its advantages. Stop talking nonsense. If you have so much energy you can't use, go help the skeleton row." Hey. Fuyao watched as the Netherworld ship gradually approached Giant Lizard Island. He couldn't help but say with concern, "Brother Haoqi, do you think they can survive?" Haoqi shook his head and said decisively, "Impossible. Putting aside the fearsome Gorgon, the hundreds of giant rock-armored lizards on the island alone would be enough to plunge them into utter ruin." Under the watchful eyes of the brother and sister, the ghost ship slowly arrived at Giant Lizard Island. "Kill them." Jack brandished his longsword, leaped off the ship, and charged toward the island. However, after running a few steps, he couldn't help but stop, turning back to look at Lu Chun with a puzzled expression. Huh? Captain, didn't that little merman say this island was dangerous? How come we haven't seen a single one? Sudden click, click, accompanied by this sound of shattering. A rock next to Jack suddenly began to wriggle and move. Then, it transformed into a 4-meter-long rock lizard, exuding a dangerous aura. Oh, so you can even fake it. Jack snorted coldly, and the power of the fourth tier within him erupted instantly. The long sword flashed like lightning, slicing through the air and pointing straight at the rock lizard's head. Clang! Metal collides with rock, sparks fly. However, Jack felt a tremendous force of recoil coming from the tip of the sword, which made his right hand go numb, and a look of astonishment flashed in his eyes. How is that possible? He was secretly shocked. His full-force attack had failed to break through the rock lizard's defenses. Hiss! The rock lizard let out a low growl, its scarlet tongue flickering nervously. The thick, massive tail lashed out at Jack like a whip. Jack cursed inwardly, then nimbly retreated, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. Bang! The giant tail slammed heavily onto the spot where Jack had been standing. The reef instantly shattered, sending debris flying, dust billowing, and the ground shaking violently. What the hell is this thing? How can its defense be so strong? Jack's eyes were filled with seriousness. Just then, a dark shadow swept past Jack like the wind. The jet-black battle blade whistled through the wind. It slashed hard at the rock giant lizard. Sparks flew everywhere. The rock giant lizard let out a mournful cry. The massive 4-meter-long body was violently blasted away by the immense power contained within the battle blade. Like a leaf blown by a strong wind, it flew dozens of meters away. The monitor lizard crashed heavily to the ground, its massive body rolling on the earth. His limbs twitched, and he struggled to stand up, but was unable to get up for a moment. The one who made the move was Lu Chun. He stood firmly, his right hand gripping the heart-eating blade tightly, his eyes slightly narrowed. Even with its own strength and the sharpness of the heart-eating blade, it couldn't break through the defense. The giant lizard was simply blasted away by his immense power. If it were an ordinary creature, it has probably already been cut in two. Realizing this, Lu Chun quickly checked the rock giant lizard's information panel. Ferocious beast, giant rock lizard. Characteristics: skilled at camouflage, strong defense, feeds on rocks, social, moderate intelligence. Talent: none. Skills: none. Combat strength assessment: Tier 4. Even the most powerful hunters will find these giant rock-armored lizards a headache. Also, please note that they are social creatures, living in groups. Lu Chun frowned, noticing this crucial piece of information. However, before he could come up with a solution, then the sound of rocks cracking and breaking rang out again. In an instant, the two rocks beside Lu Chun and Jack began to wriggle again. On the beach, there were actually 3 4th-tier giant rock-armored lizards. Chapter 47 Upgrade. Hiss! 2 giant rock lizards suddenly flicked their tongues and charged toward Lu Chun like heavy tanks. However, the 2 giant rock lizards had only taken 2 steps when they discovered that the despicable human had suddenly vanished from their sight. Rank D talent stealth. At the same time, a tremendous sense of crisis instantly enveloped the 2 giant rock-armored lizards. The human hadn't left, he remained nearby. Suddenly, the air seemed to be stirred by an invisible hand, sending a shiver through it. Lu Chun's figure moved like a ghost, instantly appearing beside a giant rock-armored lizard. The jet-black long sword sliced through the air, bringing with it a flash of cold light, and ruthlessly stabbed towards the giant rock-armored lizard. A hint of disdain flashed in the giant rock lizard's eyes. It feeds on rocks every day, and its body has long been hardened to be as hard as iron. How dare a weak human try to break through its defenses? What wishful thinking! However, a muffled thud. With a flash of green light, the long sword wrapped in eerie green light pierced the giant rock-armored lizard's right eye with perfect accuracy. No matter how impenetrable its defenses may be, its eyes are always its vulnerable weakness. Under the combined effect of Lu Chun's surging power and the heart-eating blade's incomparably sharp blade, the giant rock-armored lizard's iron-like defense was instantly torn open with a hideous gash. Hiss! The giant rock lizard roared in pain, its thick tail lashing out at Lu Chun like a giant whip in a gale. Lu Chun, did not covet the knife. He decisively withdrew his long sword, and with a flash, disappeared into the void once more. Only that hideous wound remains as proof of his existence. His tactic was to strike and then retreat. Just a little damage is enough. TCH, what's the point? Haochi, watching all this from afar, curled his lips into a contemptuous smile, his eyes filled with disdain. This human's agility is indeed impressive, but the minor damage he inflicted just now was nothing more than a scratch on the tough-skinned giant rock lizard. It was completely ineffective. Brother Haochi, don't say that. He was already very impressive to be able to fight back against the attacks of 3 giant rock lizards. Fuyao pouted, her little face full of worry. If she were in that position, she would have already died under the giant tail of the giant rock lizard. However, before he could finish speaking, the giant rock lizard, which had been lively just moments before, suddenly developed an eerie green hue. Immediately afterwards, its movements became sluggish and stiff at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, he then foamed at the mouth, collapsed to the ground, and breathed his last. Haochi's disdainful expression froze instantly. This is poison. His eyes widened, his voice filled with shock. To poison a 4th-tier ferocious beast in a second, this human actually possesses such terrifying poison skills. How is this possible? Witnessing this scene, Fuyao patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief, her worries finally subsiding. Upon seeing the giant rock lizard lying dead on the ground, foaming at the mouth, a slight smile curved Lu Chen's lips. Just as I thought, this beast is useless except for its strong defense. The giant rock lizard possesses formidable physical defense. However, this also sacrificed agility and speed. Lu Chen's agility of 76 points, combined with the stealth talent he plundered from the Japanese. Enough to outmaneuver these clumsy, giant rock lizards. But as long as you get even a tiny scratch, a C-rank poison talent, also acquired from the Japanese, combined with the heart-eating blade, the terrifying toxins could instantly kill these seemingly indestructible behemoths. So it seems you're nothing more than fish on my chopping block. Lu Chen sneered, and his figure flashed away again. Upon witnessing the tragic death of his companion, a flicker of panic and fear crossed the eyes of the other 2 giant rock lizards. Their indestructible armor allows them to stand proudly even when facing the ferocious attacks of 5th-tier ferocious beasts. However, at this moment, it seemed utterly useless in front of this seemingly insignificant human being. The giant rock lizard's simple brain couldn't understand why this was happening. But, run. It's definitely true. Thinking of this. So the 2 giant beasts hurriedly began to swing their heavy limbs, attempting to escape this deadly place. However, given Lu Chen's speed, how could we possibly let them escape? In an instant, Lu Chen appeared beside the giant rock-armored lizard that he had previously cleaved away with a single strike. The long sword in his hand pierced out like lightning, accurately striking its enormous eye. With a mournful howl, the giant beast crashed to the ground. Lu Chen's figure vanished from the spot once again, like a ghost. At this moment, the last remaining giant rock-armored lizard seemed to have a premonition that it could not escape its fate of being slaughtered. It raised its enormous head. It let out a deafening screech, attempting to warn its kind or intimidate this terrifying human. However, all of this was in vain. Just as it hissed, a black blade appeared silently like a ghost, piercing its eyes and striking its head. The giant rock lizard's body shuddered violently before collapsing limply to the ground. Just 1 second later, the 2 majestic 4th-tier giant rock lizards died from the poison. Ding. Defeat giant rock lizard, Tier 4. Gain 250 life energy. Ding. Defeat giant rock lizard, Tier 4. Gain 250 life energy. Ding. Killed giant rock lizard, Tier 4. Gain 250 life energy. A large amount of life energy surged from the 3 giant rock-armored lizards and was absorbed by Lu Chen and the little dumpling behind him. Immediately afterwards, a tremendous power erupted within Lu Chen's body. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully leveled up to level 3. Ding. As an inspector, the attributes you gain upon leveling up are doubled. Strength, plus 20. Agility, plus 20. Constitution, plus 20. Perception, plus 20. Free attribute points, plus 10. Lu Chen involuntarily opened his arms, looked up at the sky, and roared. That was the ultimate pleasure brought about by a surge of power. Just 1 promotion. The attribute increased by 90 points. Cool. That was awesome. Jack, standing behind them, was completely dumbfounded, his eyes filled with shock. The captain truly lives up to his reputation as an observer. He's terrifying. Although the description is lengthy. But from the moment Lu Chen made his move, to the moment the 3 giant rock-armored lizards that Jack had been helpless against died, Lu Chen was able to achieve his goal. But only a few seconds had passed. Looking at Lu Chen's increasingly deep and powerful aura, Jack unconsciously shrank back and muttered to himself. The captain has become stronger. He knew full well that Lu Chen's current power was only the tip of the iceberg. As Lu Chen continues to grow, the true terror of the overseers will inevitably be revealed one by one. At that time, perhaps there will truly be a sliver of a chance to avenge my great grudge. Perhaps only the observers can deal with that kind of being. Chapter 48 Captain, I, Jack, have not let you down. Lu Chen decisively invested all his free attribute points into perception. Now, he possesses dozens of powerful talents, and he knows that mental strength is the key to mastering these talents. If one lacks mental strength, no matter how much talent one possesses, it will only be shelved and become a useless decoration. Enhancing perception is an effective way to strengthen mental power. After the upgrade, Lu Chen's attribute panel has been completely revamped. Level 3, 330/1000. Strength, 112. Agility, 96. Constitution, 112. Perception, 116. To avoid redundancy, only key data is listed. Besides agility, all other attributes have exceeded 110 points. Imagine if other level 3 evolvers saw Lu Chen's stats, they would definitely exclaim, "Holy crap." After all, under normal circumstances, a level 3 evolved being's 4-dimensional attributes are only around 30 points. Upgrading to level 4 requires 1,000 energy points. One giant rock lizard provides 125 points, so just hunt 6 more. Easy, even though half of the life energy was given to Tuanzi. But as long as the monsters keep coming, his upgrade speed remains unmatched, leaving everyone else far behind. Gurgle. After absorbing a massive amount of life energy, Tuanzi excitedly rolled and frolicked in the backpack on Lu Chen's back. At this moment, Tuanzi's experience bar also saw a significant jump. Level 1, 730/10,000. Lu Chen believed that as the level of the ferocious beasts hunted increased in the future, Tuanzi's leveling up would also become faster and faster. However, at this very moment, perhaps it was the final, unwilling roar of the last giant rock lizard that awakened the slumbering giant rock lizard clan. A series of sounds of rocks cracking and splitting echoed. The crackling sounds were incessant, as if the earth itself was trembling. From those seemingly ordinary rocks, one by one, giant rock lizards shed their camouflage, their massive bodies slowly stretching out. Hiss! The roars were incessant. As far as the eye could see, there were hundreds of giant rock lizards. This scene horrified Jack, who cried out in shock. Hundreds upon hundreds of giant rock-armored lizards. These giant rock-armored lizards are all-powerful beings at the 4th tier. If they were to appear alone in the outside world, they could all undoubtedly be regarded as regional overlords. Even if all the players in the entire 1000 zone newbie area joined forces, they might not be able to subdue one of them. Now, these terrifying creatures actually roamed in groups of hundreds. Seeing this, Haochi, who was watching the battle, couldn't help but shake his head. They're finished. Although this human is quite skilled in poisons, even the gods can't save him when faced with an attack by hundreds of giant rock lizards. Fuyao watched Lu Chen nervously, his hands unconsciously clasped together, his eyes filled with worry. Run, at your speed, you can still make it out in time. But clearly, Lu Chen didn't hear Fuyao's murmur. His gaze swept over the dense swarm of giant rock-armored lizards before him. His eyes showed no fear whatsoever, but rather gleamed with excitement. We were just worried about not having enough monsters. These hundreds of Tier 4 giant rock lizards are a welcome sight. Jack, Captain, should we retreat? Jack was already in position, ready to escape. Kill. Lu Chen let out a cold shout, and his body instantly turned into a blur and disappeared from the spot. Okay, not retreat. Jack was stunned for a moment. But then, he smiled and shook his head. Captain, following you is truly thrilling every day. After uttering those words, Jack suddenly strode forward. Following Lu Chen's footsteps, they launched a fierce attack on hundreds of giant rock-armored lizards. I, the renowned Jack, would never disgrace the captain. Oh, why didn't you run away? You clearly had a chance to escape just now. Looking at Lu Chen and Jack's lone, courageous figures, Fuyao clasped her hands in front of her chest, her beautiful eyes filled with barely suppressed worry. Haochi gently patted her shoulder. Fuyao, you're too kind. Their life or death has nothing to do with us. These two are obviously acting recklessly because they have some ability. As he said this, a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. Those humans are too arrogant and will destroy themselves sooner or later. With their meager strength, they dare to provoke the huge rock-armored lizard horde. They are undoubtedly courting death. Although his poison skills are quite unique, how much poison can he release continuously? And how long can his mental strength sustain it? In Haochi's eyes, Lu Chun and Jack were now food for the giant rock lizard. Brother Haochi, if you keep doing this, I'll get angry. Can't you wish them well? What if they're really that good? Fu Yao frowned, her fishtail slapping the water's surface in dissatisfaction, creating ripples. Okay, brother was wrong. Seeing this, Haochi quickly gave in, his tone tinged with helplessness and doting. Hiss! A giant rock lizard roared, its thick tail whipping through the air as it swept fiercely towards Jack. Oh, did you think I, Captain Jack Sparrow, would be helpless against you little reptiles? Jack sneered and nimbly dodged the giant tail's attack. The long sword in his hand gleamed with black light, gathering immense black energy. At an extremely tricky angle, it suddenly stabbed at the monitor lizard's eyeball. Rank B skill, sword mastery. Hiss hiss hiss. The monitor lizard, in pain, opened its massive jaws wide, revealing its fangs, and lunged at Jack. However, Jack was not Lu Chun, nor did he possess any poison skills. If we retreat now, all our previous efforts will be in vain, and we will certainly fail to inflict fatal damage on this giant rock-armored lizard. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and instead of withdrawing his long sword, he accelerated its advance. The sword plunged deep into the giant rock lizard's skull, its tip churning wildly until the lizard's brain was pulverized. But, in that split second, Jack's left hand was gripped tightly by the giant rock lizard's dying attack, causing him to pause. In an instant, 5 giant rock lizards swarmed in from all directions, opening their blood-red mouths and lunging at Jack. Come on, Jack roared, his face filled with determination and madness. He released the sword hilt with his right hand and grabbed the tongue of the lunging giant rock lizard, unleashing a burst of 4th-tier power. With a strong tug, they actually pulled the giant lizard's tongue out. Haha, one down, one badly injured. Captain, I, Jack, haven't let you down. Jack laughed heartily, his voice full of pride. However, before his laughter subsided, he was engulfed by countless giant rock-armored lizards. Its majestic body was torn apart and devoured mercilessly by the monitor lizard, like a broken rag doll. Your vassal, Jack, has slain a giant rock lizard, tier 4. You have gained 250 life energy. Feeling the life energy surging into his body, Lu Chun glanced at Jack. Jack, as the first vassal Lu Chun had subdued, was performing quite well for Lu Chun. Chapter 49, The Crisis in the 1000th Novice Sea. Although this guy is usually cynical and unserious, but once they step onto the battlefield, their ruthlessness and decisiveness are terrifying. Lu Chun should nurture him properly. As for Jack, who has now been torn to pieces by the giant rock lizard, Lu Chun is not worried at all. This thing is immortal after being cursed. At most, it will just suffer a bit. With so many giant lizards, I'm sure I can kill them to my heart's content. Lu Chun gave a low shout, and his figure instantly appeared. The black blade in his hand pierced into the eye socket of a giant rock-armored lizard like lightning. However, just as he was about to withdraw, the enormous tail of another giant rock lizard swept towards them with a fierce gust of wind. Bang! A deafening roar. Lu Chun actually withstood this devastating blow with his bare hands. A flicker of disbelief and panic flashed in the eyes of the giant rock-armored lizard. It cannot understand. Why could this tiny human being withstand my full-force attack with those seemingly delicate hands? Before the giant rock lizard could even react, Lu Chun's arm muscles suddenly tensed, and a powerful force erupted like a volcano. A woo, accompanied by a piercing wail. The giant rock lizard was actually grabbed by the tail by Lu Chun and flung away like a rag doll. This scene was breathtaking, leaving the entire swarm of giant rock lizards momentarily stunned. When they realized that this human was no ordinary being, all the giant lizards roared angrily and swarmed toward Lu Chun. However, Lu Chun vanished again like a ghost. Every time he reappears, it is accompanied by the scream of a giant rock lizard. And so, Lu Chun, who should have been the prey, instantly transformed into a ruthless hunter. That group of hundreds of giant rock-armored lizards. They could only stand there blindly, screaming like headless flies, helplessly waiting to be hunted down by Lu Chun one by one. At this moment, in the number 1000 beginner sea area, no one noticed Lu Chun's rapidly rising level. Everyone was making the most of their time to find and hunt sea monsters, concentrating all their resources on helping Li Sini level up. This was proposed by Yang Ziming, because Lu Chun could only gain half the experience points and never showed up. Therefore, everyone chose to prioritize leveling up Li Sini so that they could compete with Park Young-ho to reach level 5 first. Faced with a life-or-death gamble, Everyone is united and no one dares to relax. Big brotherly Cine. Our team of 3 has severely damaged a Tier 2 sea wolf at 673.876. Please come and take it down quickly. Our group has discovered a Tier 1 dolphin beast. The Ice-type talent has frozen it, and we are sending it to Bosley Cine. That's awesome. Bosley Cine has just leveled up to level 4. A cheer erupted from the crowd. A glimmer of hope for victory seemed to have appeared. However, at this moment someone exclaimed, "Holy crap, those Koreans are just like us, using all the resources of the district to help that Park Young-ho level up." What? They did that too. How much experience points has Park Young-ho gained during this period? He's already at level 4, 1100/3000. A moment of silence fell over the 1,000-player newbie zone after these words were spoken. How is this possible? We gathered all the sea beasts and had Bosley Cine kill them all. Even so, Bosley Cine only gained 900 points of life energy. How could Park Young-ho have gained 1,000 points? We're doomed. Lee Cine's level is already lower than Park Young-ho's, and now they're acquiring life energy faster than us. How are we supposed to win? Sigh, those Koreans already won one more survival bet than us, so their overall combat strength is stronger. It's normal that we can't hunt sea monsters as fast as them. My god, we've been hunting sea monsters almost nonstop. Yet even so, we still can't keep up with the speed of those Koreans. Have you noticed? The number of sea beasts in the areas where Tier 1 and Tier 2 sea beasts are active has decreased sharply. Our second group searched here for half a day and only barely found 2 Tier 1 sea beasts. Does this mean we have no choice but to hunt high-level sea beasts? But those beasts are far too powerful. At this rate, are we going to lose? In an instant, pessimism spread rapidly like a plague. Don't give up, everyone. The outcome is still uncertain until the very last moment. That's right, we can't find low-level sea beasts, and those Koreans might not be able to either, so don't worry too much. Witnessing this scene, Yang Ziming couldn't help but sigh. He knew full well that this was a gamble with the Koreans for survival. The situation is extremely dire. The odds are against them. Yang Ziming. Everyone, please be sure to give the corpse of the talented sea beast to Lu Chun. In case we are unfortunately defeated this time, he will be our last hope in the 1000th newbie zone. At this point, Yang Ziming's mood became extremely heavy. He understood that if he failed, the allied nations will not give them any respite. The next survival gamble is just around the corner. Until all the attributes of all evolved beings in the 1000th beginner zone are completely stripped away. Those novice seas that have already perished all died because of their methods. Thinking of this, Yang Ziming shook his head. No matter what, never give up until the very last moment. His avatar then flashed, and he spoke again. All evolved beings of level 2 and above, follow me into the area where Tier 3 sea beasts are active to begin the hunt. Level 1 evolved beings, continue to search for and hunt Tier 1 and 2 sea beasts. This statement immediately caused an uproar. Boss Yang Ziming, are you serious? A third-tier sea beast is just too powerful. We have a limited number of level 3 evolvers. If we send level 2 evolvers to fight against level 3 sea beasts, it will likely cause huge casualties. Long Howren. Things have come to this point. There is no other way. If we do not speed up the hunt for sea monsters, we will surely lose the bet with the 942 sea area. Li Ming echoed. Level 2 evolvers only need to assist us in finding traces of level 3 sea beasts. The real killing mission will be handled by us level 3 evolvers. Zhou Yu. Everyone, we don't have time to waste. In just this short while, Park Young-ho's experience points have increased significantly. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately understood. There was no time to hesitate anymore. Everyone rallied and sprang into action. With a mournful wail, Park Young-ho severed the head of a Tier 3 ironback dugong with a single stroke. Park Young-ho's lips curled into a cold smile as he swiftly sheathed his long sword. Beneath his feet, the wooden boat rocked gently, while dozens of sea monster corpses of various shapes floated on the surrounding sea. Chapter 50 The Lizard Giant, Gorgon. The evolved beings in District 942 are still busy. They rowed the wooden boat, continuously transporting the battered and dying sea monsters to Park Young-ho's side. The blood of the sea monster spread out slowly in the seawater like a red silk ribbon. The sea was dyed a shocking red, reflecting the undisguised disdain on Park Young-ho's face. These Xinxia people are hopelessly stupid. Only now are they thinking of hunting third-tier sea beasts. It's utterly laughable, he said coldly. At this moment, a small-eyed crew member behind him stepped forward, flattering him with a fawning expression. President, your decision was truly brilliant. Li Cine, who had those Xinxia people concentrate their resources on leveling up, has only just reached level 4. We have a lead of over 1,000 experience points over her. We're sure to win this bet. Upon hearing this, Park Young-ho's disdain deepened. Lee Sin-hee? She's nothing but a clown. Compared to our great Korean nation, she's nothing but our exhaust fumes. Then, Park Young-ho opened the chat channel. Park Young-ho. Everyone keep it up. We're now more than 1,000 energy points ahead of the sheiks. At this rate, we'll easily win this bet in less than 2 hours. His words instantly sparked enthusiastic cheers in the chat channel of District 942. Long live Chairman Park. Haha, those Xinxia people are destined to only be nourishment for us to absorb attribute points. Damn it, I've been annoyed with those Xinxia people for a long time. They're even more powerful on Earth than our great Goryeo Empire. Heh, these people from Xinxia actually think they can win just by being united. When it comes to unity, our Korean people are also very united. Haha. Just thinking about being able to plunder a full 40 attribute points from those sick men of the God of Summer later makes me tremble with excitement. What Lu Chun, what Lee Sin-hee, what bullshit Xinxia. Once they meet our invincible great Koreans, they'll still have to kneel down and sing conquer. Now, Fu Yao and Hao Chi stared ahead, utterly astonished. On that rocky island, the corpses of giant rock lizards were laid out in dense rows. These enormous creatures were all green all over, clearly indicating that they had died from severe poisoning. Most importantly, to this day, none of the hundreds of giant rock lizards have managed to harm that despicable human. The still living giant rock lizards huddled together. Their eyes simultaneously revealed a deep sense of fear. That's terrifying. This human is absolutely terrifying. He lurked around like a ghost. Whenever it appears, it is always accompanied by a devastating blow. The giant rock lizard's prized defense proved utterly ineffective against his precise and venomous attacks. What devastated the giant rock lizard was that? Why would this human-made weapon carry such a terrifying toxin? All those of his kind who were injured by him died instantly, foaming at the mouth. Moreover, what made the giant rock lizards most desperate was that they can only passively take the beating. This despicable human not only possesses the ability to become invisible, but is also exceptionally agile. No matter how hard they fought back, they could never touch him. Wow, that's amazing. Fu Yao's eyes widened, and she involuntarily covered her red lips with her soft hands. Hao Chi, standing to the side, was equally dumbfounded, his face filled with disbelief. The shock in my heart surged like a tide. How long has it been? Is human spiritual power limitless? Is that trembling lizard on the island the same giant rock-armored lizard that once struck fear into the hearts of other creatures? Aren't they very powerful? These hundreds of giant rock lizards were completely overwhelmed and beaten by a single human, without any chance to fight back. Brother Hao Chi, look, he's really amazing. Maybe he can help us drive away those nasty naga. Watching Lu Chen's black blade pierce the eye of another giant rock-armored lizard. Fu Yao's eyes were full of joy as she excitedly shook Hao Chi's arm, her little face beaming with barely suppressed excitement. Hao Chi snapped out of his shock. However, when she thought of her previous disdain for Lu Chun, his face flushed instantly, as if he had been slapped in the face by Lu Chun without his noticing. My face is burning. He pursed his lips and forced a smile. I admit, I underestimated him before. This human is indeed quite capable. But even so, he won't live much longer. Huh? Why? He's the most powerful human Fu Yao has ever seen. Fu Yao looked completely bewildered. These giant rock lizards clearly pose no threat to that handsome human brother anymore. With the way he kills, he's bound to attract Gorgon's attention. Once Gorgon makes a move, how long do you think this human can survive? Upon hearing the name Gorgon, Fu Yao's smile froze instantly, and a hint of undisguised fear flashed in her eyes. Ding. Defeat Giant Rock Lizard, Tier 4. Gain 250 life energy. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully leveled up to level 4. Ding. As an inspector, the attributes you gain upon leveling up are doubled. Strength, plus 20. Agility, plus 20. Constitution, plus 20. Perception, plus 20. Free attribute points, plus 10. Huh. Cool. That was so satisfying to kill. Feeling the surging energy within his body due to the upgrade, Lu Chen's face flushed slightly. Kill 4th tier ferocious beasts like chickens. 2 promotions in a row. This feeling is just so amazing. As their strength continues to increase, Lu Chen became increasingly aware of Tuanzi's importance to him. Possessing multiple talents, this caused Lu Chen's true combat power to surge exponentially. Take these giant rock-armored lizards in front of us, for example. Without the poison-based control, invisibility, speed boost, and enhanced perception that Tuanzi helped him acquire. How could he possibly allow a fourth-tier ferocious beast with such astonishing defensive capabilities to tremble before him, utterly powerless to fight back? Just as Lu Chun was about to continue his attack and slaughter all the giant rock-armored lizards in front of him, in order to climb to level 5 and defeat their Korean rivals, a sudden change has occurred. All the giant rock-armored lizards seemed to have no way to subdue Lu Chun, so they all raised their heads to the sky and let out long, mournful howls. A woo. Immediately afterwards, a deafening, soul-shaking roar erupted from the center of the island. Roar! The sound was so loud it seemed to tear the clouds apart, causing the entire island to tremble. Rumble, rumble. With that deafening roar, the earth seemed to tremble. The trees swayed, and dust flew everywhere. Amidst this awe-inspiring commotion, a colossal creature slowly entered Lu Chen's field of vision, a two-headed giant lizard exceeding 20 meters in length. Its massive body crushed the trees, like a moving mountain, majestic and invincible. Gorgon, the giant lizard. Looking at the colossal beast before him, Lu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Big guy, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Chapter 51 The Strongest Enemy, Gorgon. Ferocious Beast, Gorgon, the Lizard Giant. Characteristics: high defense, frenzied, moderate intelligence, two-headed, unknown. Talent: mountain power, B. Skill: 1. Gravity manipulation, B. Gorgon can manipulate the surrounding gravity field, causing enemies to lose their balance or become immobile. He can also use gravity to pull enemies towards him and then crush them with immense force. 2. Mountain roar, C. Gorgon opens its massive maw, unleashing a deafening roar and releasing a powerful energy wave that devastates enemies and briefly stuns them. Combat power assessment, peak 5th tier. An extremely dangerous lizard behemoth. Do not trust combat power assessments. They are only for reference. You were previously only considered a 2nd tier by others. What does Revelation Online mean by the prompt in the combat strength assessment section? Lu Chun raised an eyebrow. If this Gorgon is like him, with true combat strength far exceeding his level, then that would be incredible. You should know, when Lu Chun reaches level 2, his true combat power when fighting at full strength is between level 4 and 6. Although it's unknown whether this Gorgon will unleash astonishing combat power as Lu Chun. But, even setting that aside, the data displayed on Gorgon's panel alone is enough to inspire fear. Gorgon not only possesses a B-rank mountain power talent, but also has mastered 2 skills for the first time ever. This was the first time Lu Chun had encountered a ferocious beast with 2 skills, so its power was unimaginable. Even more disturbingly, its characteristics were marked with the word unknown. This undoubtedly adds another layer of mystery to Gorgon's strength. All signs indicate that this giant lizard is no ordinary creature. Gorgons have 2 heads. The head on the left has bright eyes, while the head on the right seems to be asleep. Its left head turns slightly, its gaze sweeping contemptuously over Lu Chun, its eyes full of disdain. Just such a weak human being. They actually dared to set foot on the forbidden land of Giant Lizard Island. They're practically asking for it. Roar! The giant on the left side of Gorgon suddenly opened its massive maw and let out a deafening roar. Then, its massive tail coiled up with the agility of a giant python. He suddenly swung a huge rock up and then hurled it out. Call! The boulder sliced through the air like a falling meteor, carrying destructive power as it hurtled towards the sinking land. I'd like to see what's so special about you, you giant lizard. A cold smile curled at the corner of Lu Chen's lips. The power within his body instantly surged. Power, speed, hearing, and vision enhancement activated instantly. The blade flashed like lightning, disappearing in an instant. The meteorite-like boulder was cleaved in 2 by Lu Chen's single strike while still in midair. But he moved nimbly through the cracks in the rocks, heading straight for Gorgon. The stealth ability suddenly activated at that moment. Lu Chen's figure vanished from Gorgon's sight in an instant, leaving only a faint afterimage. Immediately afterwards, while in stealth mode, Lu Chun stomped his right foot on the ground, using the recoil to propel himself into the air like an arrow, instantly level with Gorgon's head. At the same time, his poison-type talent fully erupted. The heart-eating blade in his hand gleamed with an eerie and deep green light, like a venomous snake spitting its tongue, as it slashed fiercely at Gorgon's enormous vertical eye. This trick works very well for killing small lizards. I wonder how effective it is at killing giant lizards. However, just as the sharp blade was about to kiss Gorgon's pupils, a sudden change occurred. Gorgon's soft eyes froze into stone in an instant. It's Gorgon's B-rank talent, mountain power. It can instantly transform any part of the body's exterior into hard rock. Clang. When metal collides with stone, sparks fly like fireworks. Lu Chen's all-out attack only left a shallow scratch on Gorgon's eye. A hint of disdain flashed in Gorgon's eyes. Then, its massive head suddenly lunged forward. Lu Chen was suspended in midair with nowhere to gain leverage. He could only hastily cross his arms and try to withstand the thunderous blow with his bare body. Boom! With a deafening roar, Lu Chen was like a leaf blown by a gale or a rapidly moving cannonball. It was firmly embedded in the rock wall behind it. Stones flew everywhere, dust billowed like mist, and the earth trembled. This giant lizard is indeed difficult to deal with. It doesn't seem to have any weaknesses. Lu Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, stood up from the rubble, his eyes filled with solemnity. The impact just now caused his blood to surge. Fortunately, he activated his physical enhancement in time, although he couldn't help but vomit blood. However, its body remained resilient and did not suffer serious damage. Roar! Seeing that this ant before him had survived his attack, Gorgon roared in fury. Its giant tail suddenly lashed out, sweeping towards Lu Chen with overwhelming force. Lu Chen moved. He stomped his right foot on the ground, attempting to dodge the fatal blow. But, at this critical moment, a halo of earthy yellow light spread out like ripples, instantly enveloping Lu Chen. His body seemed to be weighed down by an immense burden, and his steps became unusually heavy. It's a Gorgon skill, gravity manipulation. The giant tail tore through the air and roared in. The wind pressure hit him like a knife, and Lu Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. There's no way to avoid it. Then, head-on confrontation. Big lizard, I'll see just how strong you really are. A ruthless glint flashed in Lu Chen's eyes, and his mental energy surged out like a tidal wave, being consumed without regard to cost. In an instant, bones scattered and coalesced into a massive shield of bones. Lu Chen slightly bent his knees, firmly planted his weight, and gathered all his strength. Physical enhancement, strength enhancement, and sensory enhancement, all three talents are fully activated. With Lu Chen's 272 points of perception, the shield of bones, forged from cold iron, gleamed with a chilling, eerie light. After perception enhancement, rear. Upon seeing this, Fuyao's expression changed drastically, and she cried out in alarm. He's actually going to take on Gorgon's attack head-on. Has he gone mad? Gorgon. That's a peerless, ferocious beast known for its immense strength and unparalleled defense. This human brother actually attempted to withstand Gorgon's ferocious attack with his own flesh and blood. Fuyao dared not look directly at him and closed her eyes, afraid of witnessing the horrific scene that was about to unfold. However, Haoqi, standing to the side, saw through the situation and gently shook his head. He had no choice but to do this, as he was locked in by Gorgon's gravity field and had no way to escape. Haoqi's gaze fell on Lu Chen, a hint of respect flashing in his eyes. This human, though reckless, suits his taste perfectly. Warrior, we should forge ahead bravely, and even if we are defeated, we must never die while fleeing. Chapter 52, Breaking the Wind Again. Boom! A deafening roar ripped through the sky. The giant shield forged from bones, upon encountering that terrifying, mountain-like tail. The cracks spread rapidly like a spider web, then it exploded into countless fragments. Splashing everywhere, Gorgon's massive tail remains as powerful as ever. With destructive force, it continued to sweep towards Lu Chen. Bring it on! Lu Chen roared, his eyes wide open. A dazzling red light burst forth from its entire body. That was a sign of power being fully unleashed beyond its limits. Smack! A deep, muffled bang seemed to freeze the air for a moment. Oh no, was the human brother smashed to pieces? With a trembling voice, Fuyao covered her eyes tightly with both hands and asked Haoqi beside her. However, Haoqi did not respond. His eyes widened and his mouth gaped open, as if he had witnessed the most incredible sight in the world. Brother Haoqi, why aren't you saying anything? Seeing that Haoqi did not react, Fuyao couldn't help but leave a gap between her fingers and secretly look towards the giant lizard island. In an instant, a breathtaking scene unfolded before my eyes. Gorgon's enormous tail was caught firmly by his relatively small human brother with both hands. Lu Chen's arm muscles were taut, like coiled dragons. His legs were deeply embedded in the ground. It plowed out two deep furrows. Gorgon. Lu Chen suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. Nothing special. After saying that, he flickered and instantly disappeared from Gorgon's sight. At this moment, the disdain that had been in Gorgon's huge eyes had vanished, replaced by a deep solemnity. This human being. It's unusual. Even a 6th-tier ferocious beast wouldn't dare to easily withstand the full force of his previous strike. However, the human in front of them, who seemed to have only a 4th-level cultivation, actually endured it. Could it be that his power has already surpassed that of a 6th-order creature? How is that possible? Gorgon shook his head, trying to dispel the absurd thought. Can a 4th-tier human's power surpass that of a 6th-tier ferocious beast? This is simply a fantasy. Among those of the same level, the attributes of ferocious beasts often surpass those of humans. Gorgon shook his head. Although I can't understand it. However, as long as I give it my all, crushing this human will still be a piece of cake. Suddenly, his left head opened wide, gaping maw. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying howl that sent chills down the spine resounded through the sky. Roar! The terrifying sonic energy, almost tangible, swept up all the surrounding dust and debris, creating an astonishing storm. Rank C skill Mountain Roar. At that moment, Lu Chun had just crept up behind Gorgon, right in the range of Mountain Roar's attack. He felt a dull ache in his chest, as if he had been struck by a heavy hammer. Immediately afterwards, the world spun around. He instantly lost control of his body, standing there dumbfounded. Even worse, under the attack of this sonic wave, Lu Chun had already withdrawn from his stealth state. Gorgon reacted quickly, turning around abruptly. The giant creature on the left opened its massive jaws again and lunged fiercely at Lu Chun. Big brother, why are you standing there like that? Get out of the way. Fuyao anxiously flicked its tail, its eyes filled with urgency. It's no use, he's been stunned by Gorgon's roar. A hint of regret flickered in Haoqi's eyes. This human has earned Haoqi's respect through his strength and courage. However, the human body is ultimately too fragile. Once trapped in Gorgon's ferocious maw, there would be no chance of survival under the chewing of its incredibly sharp fangs. Thinking of this, Haoqi couldn't help but sigh. What a pity, it's so rare to see a human that I find pleasing to the eye. But it is about to fall and turn to dust in the face of cruel reality. Now, Gorgon's gaping maw, like an abyss, opened wide and was approaching Lu Chun at an alarming speed. The next second, this tiny human seemed about to become his meal, to be completely torn apart and swallowed. However, Gorgon suddenly saw a playful mockery appear in the human's eyes. What's the meaning? He's about to die, shouldn't he be afraid? Etc. Wrong. How can he move? Why was his dizziness last so short? How is that possible? For the first time, a look of confusion and panic appeared in Gorgon's eyes. An unprecedented sense of crisis surged through his body like an electric current. He instinctively wanted to close the giant mouth. But it's all too late. Humph, a ferocious beast is still a ferocious beast. I made a slight mistake and easily fell into their trap. A cold smile curled at the corner of Lu Chen's lips. This Gorgon possesses a B-rank talent, Mountain Power. Any part of the body can be transformed into solid rock in an instant. Even ordinary giant rock lizards have amazing defensive capabilities, let alone the leader of them. So Lu Chen changed his mindset. Since its exterior defenses are so strong, I refuse to believe that its internal defenses can still be so strong. All we need to do is find a way to get Gorgon to open his mouth. And just now, Gorgon's Mountain Roar. Although it seems terrifying, but under Lu Chen's perception of 116 points. However, he was momentarily dazed before regaining his senses. If Gorgon were to attack using a tail strike or other method at this moment, Lu Chun would not hesitate to dodge. But this not-so-bright lizard, of all people, chose to eat him. Looking at Gorgon's foul-smelling maw, Lu Chun decided to play along. Suddenly, Lu Chen's right hand tightened, gripping the long, black sword at his waist. His pupils contracted sharply, and a glint of light flashed in his eyes. Break! Win! With a deep and powerful command, Lu Chen's figure flashed like a ghost, and the heart-eating blade was instantly drawn, bringing with it an extremely sharp gust of wind. He spun around, the blade tracing a beautiful yet deadly arc in the air, aimed directly at Gorgon's gaping maw. Gorgon sensed the danger. Its massive body instinctively tried to shut its mouth and retreat. But it was too late. Lu Chun moved with lightning speed. The heart-eating blade tore through the air with an irresistible force. It pierced Gorgon's left head with pinpoint accuracy through his mouth. Immediately afterwards, Lu Chun flicked his wrist. The wind suddenly broke through, and the blade's aura surged. It cleaved Gorgon's hard skull open from the inside out. Blood and brains splattered everywhere as the massive body crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze, leaving only the blood dripping from the heart-corroding blade. and Lu Chen's unwavering and calm figure highlighted the ferocity of the battle and his strength. Chapter 53: Demonized Gorgon. The anxiety and regret on Fu Yao and Haoqi's faces had not yet faded when they instantly froze into disbelief and stunned silence. Big brother actually brought Gorgon. Fu Yao stared blankly at Lu Chen's tall and straight figure, her voice trembling with disbelief. The scene before her completely overturned her understanding. She could never have imagined that seemingly ordinary human older brother. With a single, powerful strike, he managed to shatter the head of that infamous Gorgon. This human older brother is really amazing. Haoqi's mouth was wide open, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He looked shocked. A 4th-tier human can instantly kill a peak 5th-tier ferocious beast. Are you kidding me? His existing understanding of the power system was challenged like never before at this moment. He was speechless, unable to utter a word for a long time. Finally, after straining for a long time, he managed to squeeze out 2 words. Awesome. Awesome. I can't believe I used to look down on this human. That's absolutely wrong. He knew all too well the horrors of the Gorgon. This giant lizard often dives into the sea, posing a great threat to the mermaid race. The tribes of Haoqi once fought against the Gorgon. The result was exceptionally tragic. 2 5th-tier mermaid elders and dozens of mermaid warriors bravely sacrificed themselves, yet not even a hair on Gorgon's head was harmed. However, this is a dominant creature that reigns supreme in the sea. At this moment, however, he fell to Lu Chen's blade and was mercilessly beheaded. This human is so powerful it's breathtaking. At this moment, Lu Chen stared at Gorgon, whose head was separated from his body and who was lifeless. He raised his eyebrows in confusion. Huh? Why are there no kill notifications? And no life energy? Is it because this guy has 2 heads? Lu Chen just used a single wind-breaking move to shatter Gorgon's left head. However, the sleeping head on its right side remains intact. Huh, not completely dead? I don't believe it. I'll cut off your other head too, and you still won't be dead. Lu Chen snorted coldly. He then prepared to step forward and deliver the final blow. However, at that very moment, something unexpected happened. All I saw was the right-hand man of Gorgon, who had been lifeless with his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes. Those eyes, as black as an abyss, emitted an eerie, ghostly light, as if they could devour all light. At the same time, an unprecedented aura of terror and evil surged forth from Gorgon's body, instantly engulfing the entire battlefield. This dark energy, it was cold, distorted, and instilled fear in people. Click clack clack, accompanied by a strange sound. A large amount of black crystals emerged from Gorgon's body, quickly covering his entire body like an indestructible suit of dark armor. Against the backdrop of this demonic armor, Gorgon has completely transformed into a ferocious and terrifying black monster, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. Lu Chen's expression changed slightly. Mutated. He could sense that the Gorgon before him was no longer the monster it had been before. Instead, it was awakened by some unknown force and gained even more terrifying power. Unknown energy? Etc. Lu Chen suddenly thought of something. Before landing on Giant Lizard Island, scouts using seagulls spotted a dark meteorite in the center of the island. The Gorgons inhabit that enormous impact crater. Could it be that this dark and evil energy, was it carried by that meteorite? Far away, Haoqi witnessed this scene. His face turned deathly pale, and he cried out in shock. Damn it, it's dark magic essence. Gorgon actually absorbed the power of dark magic essence. Hearing Haoqi's words, Fu Yao's pretty face instantly filled with worry. I heard my patriarch grandfather say that any creature that absorbs the power of the dark demon essence will become exceptionally powerful, but it will also completely lose its mind and become a monster that only knows how to kill in a frenzy. Her voice trembled slightly, her eyes filled with fear of the unknown danger. Nagorgon was already incredibly powerful, and now he has obtained the power of the dark magic essence. Isn't our human brother in extreme danger? At this point, Fu Yao couldn't help but grab Haoqi's arm, her eyes flashing with anxiety. Brother Haoqi, those creatures that absorb the dark demon essence will eventually become terrifying beings that only know how to kill. They will destroy all life that comes their way, and no creature in the entire sea will be spared. Even we mermaids will not be able to escape unscathed. We need to hurry back to find our chieftain and the others, and ask them to help our human brother fight against the Gorgon. However, faced with Fu Yao's plea, Haoqi could only shake his head with a wry smile. Fu Yao, it's not that I'm unwilling to help, but even if all the strong warriors of our tribe were to be mobilized, I'm afraid we would be powerless to fight against the demonized Gorgon. He sighed, his gaze turning gravely to the Gorgon on the island. Perhaps all we can do is notify the tribe to relocate as soon as possible, and the farther away the better. A barely concealed fear flashed in Haochi's eyes as he recalled the disaster from several years ago. At that time, a fourth-tier demonic creature appeared here. That monster plunged almost the entire sea into despair. Even when countless fifth-tier and even sixth-tier powerhouses joined forces, they were unable to subdue it and could only watch helplessly as it wreaked havoc. The current Gorgon is already a terrifying existence at the peak of the fifth tier. Now that it has absorbed the power of the dark demon essence, to what extent will its strength rise? Haochi simply couldn't imagine it. The demonized Gorgon's dark eyes were fixed intently on Lu Chun. His eyes swirled with endless slaughter and madness. This human being. It's delicious. I'm going to eat him. Roar. With a deafening roar, Gorgon's limbs tensed abruptly. When it exerted its strength, its massive body displayed astonishing agility that was completely disproportionate to its size. Like a giant, derailed cannonball, it hurtled toward Lu Chun with destructive force. So fast, Lu Chun's heart skipped a beat, and his pupils suddenly contracted. With his keen intuition and exceptional reflexes, he lunged to the right with all his might. Almost at the last second, they narrowly escaped Gorgon's fatal impact. Ha ha ha. I, the famous Lord Jack, have been resurrected. Jack's mangled body, torn apart by the giant rock lizard, was successfully resurrected by the power of the curse of immortality. However, before Jack could even put his hands on his hips and show off, then he saw a gigantic, terrifying creature covered in black crystals hurtling towards him. No way. Jack only managed to utter 3 words. The body that had finally recovered. It was instantly crushed. Chapter 54 The First Judgment of Evil Spirits. Gorgon saw that his attack had failed to reach Lu Chun. Instead, it only crushed a tiny, insignificant insect. Jack, you'll see when I'm resurrected. He was instantly enraged and let out a deafening roar. Roar. With this deafening roar, the roar of the mountains was unleashed once more. But this time, the surge of energy was even more turbulent and powerful. A deep, dark energy wave surged forth from its center like a raging tide. Wherever this energy wave passed, the earth was torn apart, boulders were overturned, and trees were uprooted. A scene resembling the end of the world. Faced with this overwhelming energy wave, Lu Chun had no way to avoid it. He quickly mustered all his strength, crossing his arms tightly in front of his chest. With physical and sensory enhancements fully activated, he prepared to withstand this terrifying attack head-on. Call. The energy wave arrived in an instant. It collided head-on with Lu Chun's defenses, unleashing a deafening roar. Lu Chun's expression changed drastically as he felt an unprecedented, immense impact surging towards him like a tidal wave. Despite barely withstanding the damage from the raging energy waves, Lu Chun, but my mind was spinning wildly, like a raging storm. He was dizzy again. However, this time the dizziness was several times more intense than the last time. He gritted his teeth, enduring the discomfort, his heart filled with dread. Did this giant lizard take some kind of drug? How can it be so fierce after mutating? Since Gorgon's sleeping right had awoke, speed, strength, and skill intensity have all increased exponentially. Lu Chun looked at Gorgon's panel again, and sure enough, it had undergone tremendous changes. Ferocious beast, lizard giant, demonized Gorgon, boss-level creature. Characteristics: high defense, murderous, low intelligence, painless, capable of destroying everything. Talent: demonized mountain power, B. Skill: 1. Demonic gravity manipulation, B. 2. Demonic mountain roar, C. Combat strength assessment: unable to assess. Oh ho, I told you not to trust this combat strength assessment. Now I'd better see if I can find some time to leave a few last words. Demonic transformation? A boss-level creature? Lu Chun narrowed his eyes slightly. Clearly, this Gorgon has taken some kind of drug and just evolved into a boss-level creature. No wonder it became so fierce. This was the first time Lu Chun had encountered a boss-level creature since arriving in the world of Revelation Online. That's terrifying. Oh woo. The demonized Gorgon gave Lu Chun no chance to breathe. Its massive, jet-black tail suddenly lashed out, then lashed down fiercely. Call. Its massive tail sliced through the air, creating a chilling whistling sound as it hurtled towards the sinking land. Lu Chun's pupils suddenly contracted, and everything before his eyes seemed to slow down. He was still dizzy, and his body was not responding to his commands. There's no way to avoid it. Danger. At this critical moment, a giant, white seashell suddenly appeared out of nowhere, protecting the submerged land within it. It was the disposable protective shell that Fu Yao gave to Lu Chun. The giant tail, carrying earth-shattering power, slammed violently into the seashell. Snap! Snap! The surface of the shell was instantly covered with cracks. It then exploded with a deafening roar, scattering into countless fragments in all directions. Black iron-grade disposable protective shell. It was completely destroyed by a single attack from the demonized Gorgon. This shows how terrifying boss-level creatures are. Call. After shattering the seashell, the giant tail continued its powerful impact, crashing down on the land. But the shell's obstruction bought Lu Chen a precious moment. Lu Chen gritted his teeth, enduring the dizziness, and suddenly rolled to the right. Boom! The giant tail crashed down, causing the ground to shake violently and sending dirt and rocks flying. Although Lu Chen avoided the vital points. However, his left hand was unfortunately struck by the giant tail, instantly turning into a bloody mess and shattering his bones. A sharp pain struck, but Lu Chen had no time to pay attention to it. He knew that the real battle had only just begun. Six pale, skeletal limbs suddenly pierced through Lu Chen's back. Spreading out swiftly like a spider, it carried him nimbly backward, creating distance between them. At the same time, several gleaming bone spears suddenly materialized in the air. Go! Lu Chen shouted sharply. The bone spear tore through the air in an instant and shot toward Gorgon. However, faced with a bone spear capable of piercing through solid iron. Gorgon's eyes, however, were full of disdain. It didn't even bother to hide. Clang, 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 clang. Sparks flew everywhere. Those incredibly powerful bone spears left only a few faint white marks on the black crystal covering Gorgon's body. But then, after the bone spear, a majestic and imposing flame-shaped Shikigami with two wings on its back, resembling a speeding missile. It struck precisely at those white marks. Boom! With the eruption of raging flames, the flame-shaped Shikigami suddenly self-destructed. White Bone Mastery plus on my OG. Aside from Windbreaker, these are Lu Chen's two strongest talents. However, it only left a tiny crack on the black crystal layer surrounding Gorgon's body. The demonized Gorgon's defensive capabilities are incredibly strong. How can Gorgon be so powerful? Fuyao covered her trembling red lips with her hands, her eyes filled with disbelief and despair. The human brother's attack was already extremely fierce. Whether it was those incredibly sharp-boned spears or the winged flame Shikigami, every attack they unleashed terrified her. However, even such a shocking attack, yet even the mysterious black crystal covering Gorgon's body couldn't be shaken in the slightest. How is that possible? Once the human brother is defeated, Gorgon's next target will inevitably be the ocean. By then, we mermaids will certainly not be able to escape unscathed. No, I'm going to help my human brother. He's injured now, and I can help him. Thinking of this, a resolute glint flashed in Fuyao's eyes, and then she swam towards Giant Lizard Island without hesitation. Meanwhile, Haochi had already submerged into the sea, intending to warn his people to migrate as soon as possible to escape the threat of the demonized Gorgon. Looking at the enormous creature before him, Lu Chen frowned deeply. Thoughts raced like lightning. No, we can't fight like this. The corrupted Gorgon possessed an almost impenetrable outer defense. Even with its fierce attacks, it could only leave a tiny, insignificant crack on the dark crystal on its surface. As for stronger windbreaking, although its power is enough to shake the heavens and the earth, the cost it consumes is equally staggering. My current stamina is probably only enough for one more windbreaker. Never use windbreaker unless you are absolutely certain of a kill. Just then, Lu Chen sensed the extremely dense evil aura emanating from the demonized Gorgon. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck. By the way, I remember that the overseers are duty-bound to oversee all living things and have the right to judge and eradicate evil spirits that violate the laws of the divine will. So, if I were to judge this large lizard, which exudes an evil aura, as a malevolent spirit, what happens? Chapter 55 The True Terror of the Overseers, Absolute Judgment. Come to think of it, I haven't judged any evil spirits since I became an observer. Let's do it. Lu Chen stared intently at the demonized Gorgon and said in a deep voice, word by word, Gorgon, I, the Watcher, Lu Chen, declare you an evil spirit. As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, the solemn voice of the heavenly decree echoed in the air. Lu Chen, the inspector, exercises his judicial power over the giant lizard Gorgon. The inspector Lu Chen has officially declared Gorgon an evil entity. Gorgon's identity as a malevolent spirit confirmed. The overseer possesses unparalleled power to suppress evil creatures. Damage dealt to evil creatures is increased by 100%, while damage taken from evil creatures is reduced by 50% and the negative effects caused by evil creatures are ignored. Revelation Online is currently reviewing this information. Review complete. Gorgon matches the identity of an evil spirit. Inspector Lu Chun will not need to consume any absolute trial attempts for this trial. Current number of absolute judgments remaining, 1. Absolute judgment. Overseer privilege can disregard divine revelation review and directly forcefully determine a creature as evil. This privilege can only be used once per month. As the voice of the heavenly decree faded away, a strange eye-shaped mark suddenly appeared on the forehead of the demonized Gorgon. Its pupils spun like a vortex. It cleverly forms the outline of the character, Luke. This is the cursed seal, Evil Eye, a seal of judgment imposed upon evil by the observer. It not only signifies that the mind of evil spirits has been deeply corrupted by evil forces, it also symbolizes the omnipresent, all-seeing eye of the observer, coldly watching over all sins. Roar! The demonized Gorgon scratched its forehead in agitation with its sharp claws. The mark seemed to be branded deep within its soul, bringing an indescribable fear and unease. It instinctively sensed that the appearance of this mark foreshadowed the imminent extinguishing of its life force. However, no matter how it struggles or tears, the evil eye mark followed him like a shadow, deeply embedded in his flesh and blood, impossible to erase or escape. Roar! The roar that followed was no longer as arrogant and ferocious as before. At this moment, the demonized Gorgon stared intently at Lu Chun before him. His previous contempt and disdain had vanished, replaced by deep wariness and fear. A strange sense of crisis welled up from the bottom of its heart, making it feel unprecedented panic. A voice seemed to be constantly echoing deep within its genes, urging it on. Escape. Run. Stay away from these dangerous humans. Looking at the hesitant, demonized Gorgon, a slight smile curved Lu Chun's lips. As an observer, it was far more impressive than he had imagined. It possesses such terrifying suppressive power against evil spirits. Not only did it increase its damage by 100%, it also reduced the evil spirit's damage output by half. Most importantly, the observers were able to ignore all the negative effects caused by the evil spirits. That's awesome. Moreover, what excited Lu Chun even more was that the inspectors actually possess the right to make an absolute judgment once a month. Doesn't that mean that as long as I don't like you, regardless of whether you are an evil spirit or not, if I say you are, then you are? They didn't even have a chance to defend themselves or have their case reviewed. Moreover, Lu Chun guessed that the definition of evil spirits is never that simple. On the vast stage of the Revelation Online world, are there any forces established by Revelation Online? Once labeled as evil, does it mean that within the entire sphere of influence of the Heavenly Revelation faction, they will be treated like criminals with wanted posters? Nowhere to hide, nowhere to escape. Lu Chun took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turmoil within him. The most urgent task right now is to kill this giant lizard in front of us. After increasing damage by 100%, Lu Chun was confident that he could use the windbreaker to kill him in one blow. Just as Lu Chun was about to make a move, a gentle white light quietly wrapped around his left arm. Wherever the light reaches, the arm, which was originally mangled and shattered, rapidly regenerated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lu Chun raised an eyebrow and tilted his head slightly. Fu Yao's face was deathly pale as she raised her hands to cast a spell. Obviously, it was this little mermaid who had just treated her arm. Noticing Lu Chun's gaze, Fu Yao, her face pale with fear from the terrifying pressure of the demonized Gorgon, forced a weak smile. Big brother, you can do it. This wasn't the first time Fu Yao had helped him. The seashells given earlier had saved Lu Chun from a critical situation. Although he was cursed with immortality, Lu Chun was not afraid of death, but he didn't want to end up looking like Jack prematurely. So, at this moment, Lu Chun had a very good impression of Fu Yao. After giving him a friendly nod, Lu Chun's eyes sharpened again, and he unleashed his full power without reservation, directly targeting the demonized Gorgon. Roar! The demonized Gorgon let out a deafening roar. It seemed to realize that its agility was no longer enough to escape from this terrifying human. So it suppressed its fear, opened its huge mouth, revealed its sharp fangs, and let out a fierce roar. In an instant, a gravitational field, mixed with black and yellow light, rapidly spread out from its center, enveloping Lu Chun entirely within it. The surrounding pebbles seemed to be drawn by an invisible hand, sinking into the ground. The trees creaked under the weight before snapping with a crash. This is precisely the kind of gravity manipulation that Gorgon excels at. Last time, It used this move to firmly control Lu Chun and took the opportunity to severely injure his left arm. However, this time, faced with this familiar yet terrifying gravitational pressure, Lu Chun merely smiled dismissively, a disdainful curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. Gravity manipulation? That's definitely a good skill. Unfortunately, it's no longer relevant to me now. Before he finished speaking, Lu Chun took a step forward with ease. Her movements were light and unhindered. This scene caused the demonized Gorgon's pupils to shrink sharply, his heart filled with disbelief. How is that possible? Why did my own demonic gravity manipulation fail? It roared in frustration, trying to increase the intensity of gravity, but all its efforts were in vain. Faced with this tiny human before him, the demonized Gorgon's fear grew ever stronger. The Lu Chun standing before them was a true devil. Under Gorgon's uneasy gaze, Lu Chun slowly raised the black blade in his hand. Two cold words echoed across the battlefield. Break the wind. Accompanied by a piercing wail. A level 3 Bloodfang seal's head was pierced by a sharp steel nail in an instant, and it collapsed helplessly in the sea. Li Sini withdrew her slender, jade-like right hand, her long, waterfall-like hair swaying gently in the breeze. She looked at her panel, her brow furrowed. Level 4, 1700/3000. That cold, aloof face was etched with heaviness and worry. Chapter 56 The Ugly Faces of the Allied Nations. Sister Sini, what should we do? Park Young-ho is already level 4 with 2,600 experience points. He's about to reach level 5. Fan Yingying's baby face was filled with anxiety, and her voice trembled slightly. She really gave it her all. Everyone in the number 1,000 beginner sea area has done their best. But, no matter how desperately they hunted the sea monsters, Li Sini's experience points are simply no match for Park Young-ho. Everyone could only watch helplessly as Park Young-ho's experience points steadily approached the 3,000 mark. Once he reaches 3,000 points, he will then advance to level 5, thus winning the final victory in this survival gamble. Well, Li Sini let out a long sigh. She knew. This defeat seemed inevitable. Yingying, collect these sea monster corpses and give them to Lu Chun. As she spoke, her voice grew increasingly heavy. After our failure, Lu Chun became our only hope in the 1,000th newbie zone. Wow. Upon hearing this, Fan Yingying's eyes instantly reddened, and tears welled up in them. Even Sister Sini thinks so. Are we really going to lose? No. Can't. At this moment, the atmosphere in the chat channel of the 1,000th newbie zone was so oppressive, it was suffocating. It's over. It's completely over. Park Young-ho is only 400 points of life energy away from leveling up. We can't catch up at all. I'm not reconciled. Why? Revelation Online is unfair. Why can they, with a higher level than us, engage in a survival bet based on levels? I refuse to accept this. Exactly, Park Young-ho was already level 4 before we made the bet, while Li Sini was only level 3. How the hell can they compete? Sigh, it's no use saying anything. Tianyu won't care. In Tianyu's eyes, there has never been any such thing as fairness. She only cares about the strong. Damn it. If we lose this time, we'll lose a whole 40 attribute points. Not only will we have to give back everything we won from Little Reezy last time, but we'll also have to lose another 20 of our own points. Upon hearing this, a chorus of sighs immediately filled the channel. Did you guys notice? If you lose the bet, the attribute points you get are randomly deducted. It's possible that all 40 points will be deducted from a single attribute. Yes, last time in Japan, there was a little girl who had enough total attribute points, but she still died because her constitution was drained. Others had their agility drained, turning them into cripples. No, if we lose those 40 attribute points, many people might die or become disabled as a result. No, that's not the worst part. The worst part is that if we lose, the other allied nations will immediately launch another survival gamble against us. And we've all just had 40 attribute points deducted. How can we possibly win if this continues? Our 1,000th district will probably be completely wiped out. Damn these bastards, if you've got the guts, fight us head on. Stop with all these underhanded tricks. Exactly. If those Korean bastards hadn't resorted to dirty tricks, with Lu Chun's strength alone, he could have absolutely crushed them. Do you think Lu Chun, the great god, can create another miracle and lead us to win this bet? Sigh. Girl, Lu Chun's strength is indeed undeniable, but this bet is about leveling up speed, not strength. Sigh. Lu Chun's leveling speed is already half that of ordinary people, and with him fighting alone, this time, it's really unlikely he can create another miracle. Yes, Li Sini has the full support of everyone in District 1000, and Park Young-ho has the full support of everyone in District 942, but Luchin only has one person. No matter how strong Luchin is, he can't possibly be stronger than everyone in the entire newbie zone, right? Well, those Korean bastards and those bastards from the allied countries are laughing at us. I hate it so much. At this moment, the chat channel in the 8th region is filled with sarcastic and smug remarks. Ha! Those Xinxia people dared to taunt us before, now they're dumbfounded, aren't they? Park Young-ho is about to win this bet at level 5. Arigato. Thank you, Mr. Park Young-ho, for avenging us Japanese. Those despicable Japanese, may they all die. Ha ha ha, friends from Japan, you're too kind. We from Korea are only doing this for ourselves. These 40 attribute points are a piece of cake for us. Ha! That's right. The people of Xinxia used to boast that there was a powerful figure named Lu Chun in their 1000th district. But what happened? He hasn't shown his face even once. Oh my god, is he hiding out of fear? He can't compare to us brave Americans. It is estimated that our French region 673 has already prepared the survival bet order, and is just waiting for our Korean friends in region 942 to win the survival bet. Ha ha, if these weak Xinxia people lose twice more, probably not many of them will survive. When the final blow comes, we must deliver it from the Tianju 579C area. Back on Earth, those despicable Xinxia people always attacked us with cold weapons on the plateau, and we couldn't beat them. This time, we must take our revenge. Alright, ha ha ha, everyone don't rush. There are enough people in Xinxia to plunder. Oh no, friends of Shika, are you also unable to fight these demons? We, the Grizzly Bear Kingdom, do not believe it. Haha, if it weren't for the fact that only 2 of you from District 923 were left alive, and we didn't want to waste a survival bet token on you, how could you have survived until now? It's good that they've been searched for. Vedashiva loves to see these Russians and Kashans wailing as they face death step by step. Oh my god, I get so excited just thinking about how the poisonous fog will kill them in 6 days. Oh no, I need a strong man to vent my emotions. Oh, ma'am, we're both in District 976 in the US. I'm here to help you. You devils, someone will come to punish you. Haha, I love watching the incompetent roars of these useless people from Grizzly Bear Country. It's a real treat to watch. Looking at the shameless and ugly faces of the various alliance nations in the regional chat channel. Everyone in District 1000 was gritting their teeth, their hearts filled with indignation. Now, people desperately hoped that a miracle would happen. Someone will lead them to victory in this survival gamble. With irrefutable facts, we will deliver a resounding rebuke to the ugly faces of those allied nations, leaving them utterly humiliated. Chapter 57. Chairman, did you hear me correctly? It seems that the divine revelation heard their prayers. Suddenly, an announcement rang out in the number 1000 Beginner C area. Announcement. Evolver Lu Chun has reached level 5 and has won the survival bet in the Sherlock Holmes 1000 Beginner C area. Upon hearing this news, even though defeat was inevitable, Yang Ziming and his companions, who were still hunting sea monsters, were stunned. Li Sini was stunned. Everyone in the 1000th newbie zone was stunned. The previously indignant chat channel fell silent instantly. Everyone was stunned, recalling the announcement from Revelation Online. Am I hallucinating because I wanted to win so badly? I think I just heard a Revelation Online announcement saying we won. Holy crap, you heard that too? I thought I misheard. Yes, I heard it too, very clearly. It's impossible for so many people to be experiencing auditory hallucinations at the same time, right? Could it be? Even now, many people still find it hard to believe. Li Sini, who is clearly ranked first on the leaderboard, is still so far from level 5. How could they have won so suddenly? Just when everyone was half believing and half doubting, thinking that they had all been mistaken. The announcement from Revelation Online arrived once again, like the climax of a musical piece. Announcement. All evolved beings in the number 1000 Beginner C area have received 40 free attribute points. Announcement. The storm intensity outside the number 1000 Beginner C area has been reduced by 40%. Announcement. Given that Beginner C 1000 defeated Beginner C 942 by a weaker force, all Evolvers will receive an additional 2 evolution points. Announcement. Evolver Lu Chun has made the highest contribution in this survival gamble and has been awarded 80 free attribute points and 4 evolution points. Announcement. Evolver Lu Chun has contributed the most points in this survival gamble and has been awarded an additional silver intermediate ship equipment, dragon scale armor, as a reward. Now, on the level rankings of Zone 1000, Lu Chun's level had far surpassed that of Li Sini, who had been nurtured by the entire district. With a level of 5, it firmly holds the top spot. Until this moment. Only then did everyone dare to be certain. We won. They actually won. The chat channel in the 1000th newbie zone instantly erupted. It's Lu Chun. It's the Great Lu Chun. The Great Lu Chun has already reached level 5. This can't be a dream, right? We actually won. If this is a dream, please don't let me wake up. Upstairs, it's not a dream. It really isn't a dream. I just punched myself. It hurts so much. My nose is bleeding. It's not a dream. It really isn't a dream. We won, we won. Ha ha ha. I want to cry. It was Lu Chun who created a miracle. He led us to survive once again. Brother Lu Chun, you are our hero. I love you. Godfather is awesome. Ha ha. The reward from Revelation Online has arrived. 40 attribute points and a full 2 evolution points. Awesome. I never thought that someone as trash as me could upgrade my talent to D rank. Lu Chun, you are my idol. I love you. My eyes are full of tears right now. Thanks to the great God Lu Chun, everyone in our 1000th district has evolved their talents to D level or above. Who would have dared to imagine this before? Wow. Fan Yingying jumped up and down happily on the wooden boat, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Sister Cindy, it's Brother Lu. It was Brother Lu who led us to victory. He's amazing. I love him to death. Upon hearing this, Li Cindy slowly raised her head. My gaze pierces through layers of clouds, and I can almost see that tall, imposing figure. A smile unconsciously crept onto her lips as she spoke softly. Lu Chun, the dead IOU seems to be growing heavier and heavier. On the other side, Yang Ziming, Long Howren, and the others, who had ventured deep into the third-tier sea beast activity area, exchanged bewildered glances. His eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. You won. Zhou Yu's voice trembled, and the steel knife in his hand slipped from his grasp in shock, making a crisp sound on the deck. Lu Chun won. After glancing at the rankings, Long Howren took a deep breath and nodded. Zzz. The lightning in Li Ming's hand gradually dissipated, but a look of astonishment remained on his face. His leveling speed alone surpasses the combined total of nearly 1,000 people in our entire 1,000 server region. How did he do that? We won. We really won. Yang Ziming murmured the same phrase twice, as if confirming this fact. Then, he suddenly threw his head back and burst into laughter. The laughter was filled with immense joy and excitement. We won. Ha 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 ha. With Lu Chun here, Xinxia is fortunate. The nation is fortunate. No need to worry. Those divine summer pigs pose no threat to us at all. Watching his companions hurriedly carrying sea beasts for him, Park Young-ho waved his hand dismissively. His face was full of relief. I currently have a full 900 points of life energy ahead of Li Cindy. This gamble for survival is a sure win. The thought of receiving double rewards as the biggest contributor in District 942. A smug smile involuntarily crept onto Park Young-ho's lips. That was so easy. They won too easily. These Xinxia people are indeed only fit to be nourishment for the evolution of our great Goryeo nation. President, once we win this time, you'll gain another 90 attribute points, making you a top powerhouse in the 8th district. At that point, your word will be law, and you'll be omnipotent in the 8th district. Behind Park Young-ho, a small-eyed crew member flattered him with a fawning expression. Of course, I really have to thank Revelation for bringing me here and giving me the opportunity to become so powerful. Park Young-ho, flattered and elated, raised his head arrogantly, his face full of arrogance. I believe that the heavenly revelation was created by the gods of our great Goryeo Empire, so that our great Goryeo nation could become the most dazzling existence in the universe. Hee. I, Park Young-ho, am indeed the best. What Sherlock? What land sinking? They're only good enough to be nourishment for me to become stronger. Just as Park Young-ho was immersed in his dream of a glorious future, a sudden announcement from Revelation Online rang out. Announcement: Evolver Lu Chun has reached level 5 and has won the survival bet in the Xinxia 1000 beginner sea area. Park Young-ho frowned. What's going on? I haven't even reached level 5 yet. How did Revelation Online declare me the winner beforehand? That's way too impatient. Even if the heavenly revelation was created by my great Goryeo Empire, I should at least know my limits before celebrating my victory. I'm going to win by using my real skills. However, the small-eyed crew member beside him was deathly pale and whispered in a trembling voice. President, are you sure you heard me right? The heavenly decree just announced that the divine Xia people have won. Chapter 58, Slaying a Boss-Level Creature. Announcement to the entire region. What? Did Sherlock win? Park Young-ho then realized what was happening, and his face instantly turned ferocious and terrifying. He suddenly grabbed the small-eyed crew member by the collar and lifted him up. Damn it. What did you just say? The Xinxia people won. The small-eyed crew member trembled violently, explaining with a mournful face, Chairman, I must have misheard. But then, the next announcement from the Revelation Online system was like a bolt from the blue, plunging Park Young-ho's heart into despair. Announcement: due to the failed bet, all evolvers in the Novices C area number 942 will have 40 attribute points randomly deducted. Announcement: storm intensity outside the beginners area, number 942, has been increased by 40%. We lost. How is that possible? Park Young-ho's voice was filled with disbelief. He released his grip on the crew member's collar, staggering back a few steps. Finally, he leaned helplessly against the ship's railing, as if his soul had been ripped away and he had lost all vitality. At the same time, in the chat channel of the 942nd C area of Korea, the atmosphere that had been filled with mockery and contempt for the Xinxia people was now replaced by astonishment. Damn it, we lost. How could we possibly lose? Lee Sinny's leveling speed is clearly not as fast as our chairman Park Young-ho's. No, the person who leveled up to level 5 wasn't Lee Sinny, but that guy named Lu Chun. Lu Chun? Is that the strongest person the Xinxia people were bragging about? Wasn't he only level 2 before? How could he suddenly level up to level 5? That's impossible. Damn, leveled up from level 2 to level 5 in such a short time? 3 levels in a row. This is impossible. Even our powerful chairman Park Young-ho, who gathered all the strength of our 942nd district, couldn't reach level 5. How could Lu Chin's leveling speed be faster than all of us in the 942nd district combined? Cheating. He must have cheated. No one could level up that fast. Anger and resentment spread among the Koreans. Yes, Revelation Online. We want to report the Divine Xia people for cheating. Damn it, isn't Tianyu our great Goryo? How can we tolerate the Xinxia people cheating? Tianyu, this bet is null and void. The Divine Xia people cheated. People echoed this sentiment, demanding that Revelation Online intervene and cancel the outcome of this survival bet. However, it seems that Revelation Online truly heard their plea. A sinister black curtain suddenly enveloped the entire 942C area, making everyone's heart tighten. Immediately afterwards, cries of agony rose and fell. Every Korean felt a force being drained from their body. 40 attribute points were mercilessly absorbed by the black mist. Damn it, my perception. Revelation has taken away 30 points of my perception and 10 points of my strength. I can't activate my talent at all now. No, don't extract my attributes. It's over. It's all over. All the hard-won survival bets we made have been for nothing. In less than 6 days, Revelation will release the poisonous fog. The storms outside the sea area have returned to their terrifying state. What should we do? At this moment, in the chat channel of the 8th region, the allied nations are still mocking and ridiculing the 1,000th newbie zone. Like hyenas, they wait to devour 1,000 of them. Friends from Korea, how's the battle going? Time's almost up. You should have one by now, right? Area 976, USA. Hurry up, we can't wait to start a survival gamble against those sick men of Shonen. Baltic District 673. You bunch of idiots. Are you still waiting for those Koreans? They're crying their eyes out right now. Sherlock 1000. What? What do you mean? Fusong 903 District. It means very well we won. Ha ha ha. Sherlock 1000. Oh my god, this is impossible. Koreans, come out and clarify this. Area 976, USA. Damn it. We've lost. South Korea 942. This statement caused a stir in the 8th district. Did the Koreans lose? How is that possible? The Koreans not only won one more survival gamble than the Sheiks. Moreover, their level is higher than that of the Xinxia people. So how could they lose? Baka. The Xinxia people are of such a low level. How could you Koreans lose? Fusong 903 District. Halashao? The brothers of Xinxia are awesome. They gave those bastards a good slap in the face. Grizzly Bear Country, District 923. Damn it. Those despicable Xinxia people cheated. That Lu Chen cheated. He went from level 2 to level 5 all by himself, directly surpassing Chairman Park Young-ho and defeating us. Our great Goryeo Empire is not convinced. South Goryeo 942. Swoosh. Inside the temple, the Xinxia people are truly despicable. They actually cheated. How could someone level up so quickly? Heavenly Revelation God, we, the people of Fusong, request the annihilation of that Lu Chun. Fusong 903 District. So it was cheating. How shameless. God, we Americans agree to annihilate Lu Chun. Area 976, USA. We Indians agree. We, the British Empire, agree. We Italy agree. We Australia agree. For a moment, the chat channel of the 8th District resembled a lively parliamentary session. Evolutionists from various countries voted to decide. The scene was both comical and absurd. Oh, God of the heavens, you want democracy, you want to listen to our opinions, and you want to wipe out that cheating Liu Chun. Area 976, USA. You're talking nonsense. Liu Chun won entirely on his own merit. Besides, in the world of Revelation Online, where is there any chance to cheat? Shinny 1000. So they resort to this when they can't win? That really fits the hypocritical and ugly face of Americans. Sherlock 1000. We, the Grizzly Bear Nation, support the Sherlock brothers. We believe they couldn't possibly cheat. Liu Chun Harasho. Grizzly Bear Nation, District 923. Just as the two sides were arguing fiercely, a sudden announcement from the Revelation Online system was like a thunderclap, instantly plunging the entire 8th region into silence. Because of this announcement, it was broadcast directly throughout the entire 8th District. Announcement: Liu Chun, an evolved being in the beginner's C area of Sherlock Holmes 1000, has successfully slain a boss-level creature, the demonized Gorgon, Tier 5. As the first evolved being in the 8th region to defeat a boss-level creature, you are hereby awarded 10 evolution points as a reward. This powerful announcement was repeated 3 times before slowly dissipating into the air. In an instant, the entire 8th District fell into dead silence. Everyone was stunned, as if they had been frozen in place. Announcement for the entire region? Kill a boss-level creature? It's a 5th-tier weapon. Is Liu Chun even human? Let's not even talk about boss-level creatures, because many people have never even seen one. The mere mention of a 5th-tier creature is enough to send chills down the spines of 99% of the evolvers in the 8th District, even those who are hailed as top experts. When facing 4th-tier sea beasts, they often find themselves powerless and can only barely defeat them by relying on teamwork. However, at this moment someone told them, this evolved being named Liu Chun actually killed a Tier 5 boss all by himself. This is simply unbelievable, like listening to a fairy tale. Chapter 59: Internal Strife Within the Alliance. The allied nations, who had previously been clamoring that Liu Chun had cheated, were now completely silent. If emoticons could be displayed in the chat channel, the panic and anxiety in the eyes of everyone in the alliance would be on full display. They were just now actually provoking a ruthless person who could kill a level 5 boss. This is practically flirting with death. In case Liu Chun gets angry and launches a survival challenge against their area, wouldn't they then have no chance of winning? After all, they don't think they can be stronger than a Tier 5 boss. Haha, why are you all mute now? Weren't you all just threatening to plunder the attributes of our 1000th district? Now that our district is free, why don't you come at us? Stop just talking and not doing anything. Shinny 1000th district. Yeah, weren't you all so arrogant before? Don't slap us in the face. We're waiting for you in District 1000. Sherlock Holmes District 1000. Faced with the mockery of the Sherlock Holmes District 1000 evolvers, none of the allied nations dared to utter a word of rebuttal. The silence at this moment stands in stark contrast to their previous arrogance. This makes the image of the allied nations appear as ridiculous and laughable as clowns. They were terrified of attracting the attention of the Xinxia people and becoming the next target in their survival gamble. Keep in mind that District 1000 still has one survival betting order that hasn't been activated yet. After a long while, the Americans finally broke the silence, albeit reluctantly. Sector 673 of the French Navy. Weren't you all so impatient before? Now that the survival bet of that despicable Sherlock Holmes Sector 1000 is over, you can go and teach them a lesson. Sector 976 of the United States. Oh, that's right. We just realized that our survival bet token accidentally fell into the sea. Gallic Rooster District 673. Just kidding. We French were so anxious before because we thought that District 1000 was an easy target. Who would have thought that they were a sleeping lion? Baka, you French are a bunch of cowards. That Liu Chun was just cheating, don't be afraid. Fusang 903 District. Then go for it. We'll give you the betting token for free. Gallic District 673. Baka, we, the great Japanese warriors, need to rest now. Fusang 903 District. Shit. Stop arguing, stop arguing. With so many countries like ours, how could we not deal with them? Tianju 579C area. Didn't you say before that you wanted to avenge the bullying you suffered by the divine Xia on the plateau? Now, we're giving you this precious opportunity. Go and teach that Liu Chun a lesson. Area 976, USA. The water we drank for lunch wasn't very clean, and now everyone has an upset stomach. I think this might be Shiva's way of telling us not to get too caught up in the hatred we're currently facing. Tianju, 579C area. Baka, you Indians have terrible consciences. The water here is much cleaner than your Ganges River. You don't get diarrhea from drinking Ganges water, but you get diarrhea from drinking this water? Fusang 903 District. Damn it. If you Japanese hadn't lost to them before, Luchin wouldn't be so powerful now. Damn it. It's all your fault, you Japanese. If you hadn't given Luchin so many attribute points, we Koreans wouldn't have lost so badly. Bakayuru. Although we lost, at least we showed you the weaknesses of the Xinxia people. You Koreans are too incompetent. Damn it. This is the weakness you're talking about? Luchin is a weakness? He levels up faster by himself than all of us combined. You Japanese are clearly doing this on purpose. Witnessing the escalating infighting among the Alliance member states, the evolved beings in Sherlock's District 1000 couldn't help but reveal sarcastic smiles. Ha ha ha, these trash who only bully the weak and fear the strong. They really chicken out when they see someone strong. Their alliance is inherently fragile and is merely maintained by the United States using its own interests. Once their own interests are harmed, their fragile alliance will fall apart. Hee hee, now it's time for us to retaliate. With the great Luchin here, we'll make these bastards pay a bloody price. But Luchin is truly amazing. With so many of us in a team, we only dared to hunt level 3C beasts, while Luchin actually killed a level 5 boss all by himself. I can't even imagine how powerful that boss must have been. Luchin's strength is beyond our imagination. Just think, he was able to defeat and subdue a level 4 ghost captain when he was only level 2. Who else could do that? Being in the same server as the great Luchin is just so wonderful. Brothers, the storm outside has weakened by 60%. If we can win 1 or 2 more times, everyone in District 1000 will survive. Upon hearing this, a cheer erupted from Area 1000. Marvelous. Long live the great god Luchin. To be honest, we were all saved by the great god Luchin. Without him, we would probably all be dead here long ago. From now on, Luchin is my faith. If he points east, I will never go west. U.S. Theater of Operations, Naval Area 976. Beneath the surging waves, undercurrents are surging. Charles stared at the escalating arguments in the chat channel, his eyes dark and brooding. He knew that if he did not take action in time, the alliance he had painstakingly built would crumble like a sandcastle. With these thoughts in mind, his gaze slowly fell upon the blood-red invasion token in his hand. This token was extremely precious, as he had gone through countless hardships to obtain it. Luchin, Charles murmured to himself, the name weighing on his heart like a boulder. This land has become an undeniable threat. It seems that only by using the invasion order and relying on that person's power can we eliminate it. Oh God, Charles, are you insane? A gasp came from behind her from the blonde female crew member, Catherine. She covered her lips tightly with her hands, her eyes filled with disbelief. You're actually going to hand this invasion order over to that demon in the British Isles? Charles's gaze hardened, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his voice revealed an undeniable resolve. Luchin's ability to single-handedly kill a Tier 5 boss is beyond imagination. Even if our entire District 976 gives it our all, we might not be able to contend with him. If we don't ask that person for help, the Divine Xia's survival bet will definitely target us. But Charles, have you thought about the consequences of doing this? Catherine's voice trembled slightly. Once that monster receives the invasion order, his power will become even more uncontrollable. Chapter 60, A Great Harvest. However, Charles had already made his decision, his voice as cold as the wind. Catherine, stop talking. I've made up my mind. That devil in the British Isles, no matter how powerful he is nothing more than a man's reckless courage. But Xinxia is different, Luchin is different. They possess the power of unity, extraordinary wisdom, and tireless diligence. Back on Earth, the United States underestimated Sherlock Holmes, which allowed them to rise rapidly in just a few decades, posing such a significant threat to the United States. In the world of Revelation Online, I will never repeat the same mistakes, and I will never give those Divine Xia people any chance again. On the island of giant lizards, Fuyao covered her red lips with her hands, her eyes suddenly widening in surprise. I felt frozen in that moment, completely filled with disbelief. That incredibly powerful Gorgon who absorbed the dark magic essence. That Gorgon was powerful enough to drive the entire mermaid tribe to flee their habitat. That Gorgon, capable of destroying all living beings. He was instantly killed by a human older brother with a single strike. Is all of this true? Before Fuyao's eyes, that breathtaking and magnificent scene replayed involuntarily once again, each frame as clear as if etched into her heart. As the words "breaking the wind" landed like a thunderclap, Lu Chun moved suddenly, like a ghost in the dark night, accelerating to his limit in an instant. The jet-black longsword in his hand seemed to devour all the light around it, becoming increasingly profound and unfathomable. The tip of the knife lightly touched the ground. Using the force, it soared into the air, generating an extremely sharp wind pressure. Even the air was torn apart by its sharpness, emitting a piercing whistling sound. The solid black crystal covering Gorgon's body shimmered with a cold luster in the sunlight, but it did nothing to hinder Lu Chen's sharpness. Lu Chen's figure twisted strangely in the air as his longsword swung out at an unbelievable angle. It traced a dazzling trail, a perfect fusion of speed and power, as if even space itself had been cleaved apart by this single stroke. Clang! The moment the blade's edge collided with the black crystal, there was no expected metallic clang, but instead a crisp, short sound. Immediately following was the faint sound of the black crystal shattering. Lu Chen's jet-black longsword pierced through Gorgon's seemingly impenetrable defenses as easily as cutting tofu. The blade flashed by, leaving behind a dazzling crack several meters long. Gorgon's massive body stiffened for a moment. It then collapsed with a roar, kicking up clouds of dust. The enormous body covered in black crystal was now riddled with cracks. Like glass struck by a boulder, shards scattered everywhere. An incredulous glint still lingered in its eyes. It seemed that he couldn't believe until his death that he, who had absorbed the dark demon essence and possessed such terrifying defense, could be killed instantly by a single strike. Fuyao stood rooted to the spot, witnessing all of this, her shock beyond words. That strike was not merely a display of power, but a pinnacle of willpower and skill. It not only killed Gorgon, but also left an indelible mark on her heart. All of this was so real it was unbelievable, yet it happened so shockingly right before my eyes. Big brother, you're so amazing. After a long pause, Fuyao finally managed to squeeze out this sentence. But then she thought. The giant lizard that had threatened the safety of all its members had now been killed by the human elder brother. An overwhelming joy welled up within her. Just as she was about to cheer for Lu Chun, the conch shell at his waist suddenly made a sound. Wah! Her expression changed drastically, and a sense of foreboding washed over her. Oh no, it's Haoqi's signal. Something must have happened in the tribe. Then Fuyao glanced at Lu Chun reluctantly. Then, with a sudden flick of its tail, it plunged into the azure sea with a splash. The fishtail sways. It quickly disappeared beneath the waves. Ding! You have slain a boss-level creature, demonized Gorgon, Tier 5, gaining 8,000 life energy. Ding! The corrupted Gorgon has been transformed into a malevolent creature. You have gained 500 execution points. Position, Inspector, 500/10,000. Ding! Congratulations. You have successfully leveled up to level 5. Ding! As an inspector, the attributes you gain upon leveling up are doubled. Strength, plus 20. Agility, plus 20. Constitution, plus 20. Perception, plus 20. Free attribute points, plus 10. Ding! You have won the survival bet against the South Korean War Zone 942 Beginner Sea Area by being the first to reach level 5. Because you contributed the most in this survival gamble, you receive 80 free attribute points and 4 evolution points. Because you contributed the most points in this survival gamble, you have been awarded an additional silver intermediate ship equipment, Dragon Scale Armor. Dragon Scale Armor, intermediate silver, armor plates meticulously forged from rare dragon scales. They can be embedded in critical areas of a ship and require one small equipment slot. These armor plates are not only as hard as iron, but can also absorb and reflect enemy attacks to a certain extent. Ding! As the first evolver in the 8th region to defeat a boss-level creature, you have gained 10 evolution points. As the heavenly revelation notification kept ringing in his mind like an alarm clock, Lu Chun slowly spread his arms. Let the surging energy within your body grow like a tidal wave. His face beamed with an almost obsessive joy. At this moment, he understood more deeply why the powerful figures in novels always had an endless thirst for and pursuit of power. The feeling of this growing strength. It is truly intoxicating. This successful hunt for Gorgon. The benefits it brought to Lu Chun were immeasurable. The Gorgon alone contributed a full 8,000 energy points. Lu Chun was promoted directly. Incidentally, he also won the survival bet with the Koreans. As the most contributing evolver, Lu Chun directly received a full 80 attribute points and 4 evolution points. That's 80 points of attribute. This is equivalent to the value that an ordinary evolved being would need to gain by leveling up 2 times. Its rarity goes without saying. Also, Gorgon also added 500 execution points to the roll of the Sinking Watcher. Although this is negligible compared to the 10,000 execution points required for promotion to Inspector. However, this is undoubtedly a good start towards a higher level. After all, the wind-breaking technique has already demonstrated such astonishing power. If the Inspector can advance and unlock new skills, their power will be beyond imagination. What surprised Luchin the most was Gorgon, as a boss-level creature. After killing him, Heavenly Revelation actually gave Luchin a full 10 evolution points. It's important to know that evolution points are a scarce resource used to improve talents. Its value far exceeds that of attribute points. Even if one achieves something remarkable in ordinary times, Revelation Online usually only gives out a meager 1 or 2 points as a reward. And this time, for the first time ever, 10 points were granted at once. Cool. Chapter 61 Dark Demon Essence, Boss Template. Name, Luchin Cursed. Level, 5, 1080/10,000. Position, Inspector, 500/10,000. Evolution points, 16. Death energy, 3,100. Strength, 152. Agility, 146. Physical fitness, 152. Perception, 156. Free attribute points, 90. After the upgrade, Luchin's attribute panel saw a significant leap. Not only does it have 90 points of free attribute, the evolution points have accumulated to 16. I wonder if all these evolution points are enough for me to upgrade my Bone Mastery to rank A. Luchin stared at the panel, secretly making plans in his mind. In fact, besides the control of the skeletons, Luchin also has 2 B-grade talents, Undying Curse and Yin-Yang Master. Although the Curse of Immortality granted Luchin an immortal body. But, after all, that thing is a curse. The more advanced the evolution, the more severe the curse, right? As for the 16 evolution points needed to evolve an Onmyoji to A rank, Luchin had enough. However, this talent was imbued with a mundane, domestic culture, which Luchin disliked. Therefore, taking all factors into consideration, we should prioritize upgrading bone control later. After all, Luchin was extremely well suited to necromancy-based talents. Upgrading only requires half the evolution points. However, before that, there is something more important to do. Luchin's gaze swept across the chaotic battlefield before him. Beside the enormous Gorgon corpse, the remains of more than a dozen giant rock lizards lay scattered. We need to let Tawanzi absorb all these corpses first. After all, this Gorgon has a B-level talent. Tawanzi, time to get to work. Dumplings. Luchin turned his head slightly, his gaze falling on the backpack on his back. The little guy was lying sprawled out in the backpack, fast asleep. A trace of drool clung to the corner of her mouth, and she looked adorable and delicate. Seeing Tawanzi's carefree appearance, Luchin couldn't help but smile. This little guy is really carefree. Its owner and Gorgon were fighting like crazy just now, but it was able to sleep so soundly. But Luchin thought about it again and realized it made sense. As far as the Tawanzi's race is concerned, although this Gorgon is a boss-level creature, but in Tawanzi's eyes, they were no different from ants. It naturally has no need to worry about anything and can sleep whenever it wants. Little guy, now your master needs the same amount of life energy to level up, 10,000 points. From now on, we can work together to level up. Luchin reached out and gently stroked Tawanzi's soft head, his tone full of tenderness. At this moment, Tawanzi's life energy has accumulated to level 1, 5480/10,000. It's only 4,000 points away from the upgrade. Luchin was filled with curiosity. I wonder what level the dumpling needs to reach before it leaves the juvenile stage and enters the growth stage. Once Tawanzi enters its growth stage, it will possess a certain fighting ability. At that time, the formidable power of the godlike Kraken will begin to emerge. Let the world experience the true terror of the Kraken. Gurgle. As Luchin gently stroked her, Tawanzi lazily opened her eyes. 8 tiny tentacles stretched out, as if giving a lazy yawn. Gurgle. I felt a surge of vitality within my body. The sleepy little dumpling instantly perked up. It leaped out of the backpack and excitedly climbed onto Luchin's cheek, rubbing against him affectionately. Ha, okay. After playing with Tawanzi for a while, Luchin turned to Gorgon's corpse and gave the order. Tawanzi, go and catch this big lizard in front of you. It's full of good stuff. Gurgle. Tawanzi nodded obediently. He then lightly jumped off Luchin and slowly crawled toward Gorgon's corpse. Just then, an angry roar shattered the silence. Which bastard just ran me over? I'm back, Jack. The resurrected Jack charged angrily from afar. Upon seeing that Gorgon was already a corpse, he immediately put his hands on his hips and began to utter harsh words. Consider yourself lucky you died quickly. Otherwise, I, Jack, would have definitely pulled out your tendons and made them into rubber bands. Luchan looked at Jack, a smile playing on his lips, but remained noncommittal. This Jack, although he's usually a goofball, but when it comes to fighting, they are absolutely fearless. Thinking of this, Luchan gently waved his right hand, and dense death energy surged into Jack's body like a tidal wave. Jack's strength suddenly surged to a visible degree. Luchan has now reached level 5, and can also increase the strength of his undead vassals to level 5 by consuming death energy. Holy crap, I've evolved to level 5. Jack was overjoyed. He then realized that all of this was Luchan's blessing. She excitedly grabbed Luchan's leg and hugged him tightly. Ah, Captain, for so many years since I was cursed, my strength has been suppressed to the 4th tier. Now you've actually helped me break through. I love you to death. I want to have your little skeletons. As he spoke, Jack's half-rotten face moved closer to Luchan's leg. Upon seeing this, Luchan's eye twitched involuntarily. He immediately kicked Jack away. Roll. Ouch. A moment later, the little dumpling returned with a round, full belly, excitedly stretching out its soft, chubby little tentacles towards Luchan. Gurgle gurgle. Tawanzi is awesome. Luchan reached out and grasped it. Instantly, a surge of immense energy flooded into Luchan's body. Ding. Successfully absorbed demonized Gorgon, Tier 5. You have acquired a rank B talent, Mountain Power. Physical constitution increased by 12 points. Ding. You already possess the Overseer template, preventing you from absorbing Dark Magic Essence. Absorbing Dark Magic Essence will grant you the boss template. Luchan raised an eyebrow. Dark Magic Essence? Their gaze then turned to the detailed explanation provided by the Revelation Online. I immediately understood. This so-called dark demonic marrow is probably the reason why Gorgon was able to evolve into a boss-level creature. Tawanzi's SSS rank talent, Abyssal Absorption, is said to be able to absorb everything, and it truly lives up to its name. They actually extracted the dark demonic essence from Gorgon's body. Unfortunately, for Luchan, who already possessed an inspector template that surpassed the boss template, this dark magic essence, however, became useless. Tawanzi, spit it out. This thing is useless to us. Upon hearing Luchan's words, Tawanzi opened her little mouth. Wow. A thick, gel-like, black energy, exuding an evil aura, was spat out of its mouth and landed on the ground, like a small monster that embodied endless darkness and evil. Jack, with his sharp eyes, immediately spotted the dark demonic essence that the dumpling had spat out. A glint of light flashed in his eyes, and he quickly moved closer. Hey, isn't this the legendary dark demon marrow? It's a rare treasure. But then Jack shook his head, a look of regret on his face. Sigh, it's a good thing, but the side effects are too great. If you take this stuff, you might go crazy. Chapter 62 Jack has become the boss. Hey, Captain, why are you staring at me like that? Jack turned around and found Luchan squinting at him, looking thoughtful, his right hand unconsciously touching his chin. Hey, Captain, don't look at me like that. It's making me a little uneasy. Jack unconsciously took a step back and chuckled awkwardly. Looking at Luchan's expression, Jack suddenly had a bad feeling. Really? Jack, go and eat that dark demon essence. Luchan's words made Jack freeze, his body almost turning to stone. He forced out a smile that looked worse than a grimace. Captain, this stuff will make me go berserk if I eat it. I'll attack anyone indiscriminately. I think we should forget about it. Just eat when I tell you to, stop nagging. Luchan raised an eyebrow and said irritably, There's nothing we can do if others go crazy after eating it, but you can revive, so what are you afraid of? Yes. Jack was taken aback, then realized what was happening. I can resurrect, what am I afraid of? Even if I go crazy, I'll just die and be resurrected, and all the negative status effects will be gone. When a creature dies, all negative status effects on it will be removed. Jack, having figured it out, instantly showed an excited expression. Captain, you're amazing. Thinking about it this way, isn't this dark demon marrow a great tonic for me? Stop talking nonsense and eat. Okay. Without saying a word, Jack picked up the dark magic marrow and stuffed it into his mouth. Ooh, Captain, be careful. If I eat this, I'll definitely attack you. Ouch, this stuff is a bit hard to swallow. As the dark demon essence entered his stomach, Jack's breathing instantly became chaotic, and an ominous premonition filled the air. His neck was twisted strangely, as if an evil and terrifying power was awakening and stirring within him. Gurgle. Seeing Jack's expression, Tawanzi tugged at Lu Chen's sleeve with its tentacles. Those big eyes were filled with worry. After spending these 2 days together, the little dumpling also likes Jack. Seeing Jack's strange appearance, they couldn't help but feel worried. Tawanzi, it's okay, Jack will be back to normal soon. Lu Chun held Tawanzi in his arms, gently patting her back, but his gaze was fixed on Jack. Just then, the dark energy within Jack suddenly erupted, as unstoppable as a volcanic eruption. Whoosh ha! He let out a beast-like panting sound, and his limbs began to twist and deform uncontrollably. Their eyes were gradually swallowed by pure darkness, losing their former color. Clearly, the evil power of the dark essence is completely transforming him. Jack's shoulders heaved violently, emitting a sinister, terrifying laugh. The sound seemed to come from the depths of hell, sending chills down one's spine. Kill, kill. I'll kill them all. Suddenly, Jack's eyes widened, filled with a violent and bloodthirsty desire. He stomped his right foot hard on the ground. He shot out like an arrow released from a bow, at an astonishing speed. Jack's face twisted into a hideous demon. A large amount of black crystals condensed on his right hand, transforming into a sharp, demonic claw. With a piercing shriek that seemed to tear through the air, it viciously clawed at Lu Chen's heart. Good speed. Lu Chen nodded slightly, raised his right hand, and snapped his fingers crisply. In an instant, Jack's twisted and ferocious face, like a shattered pottery jar, it suddenly exploded, accompanied by a low cracking sound. Blood and flesh splattered like a fine rain. Jack's headless body staggered forward 2 steps due to inertia before finally collapsing to the ground. No matter how powerful Jack becomes after the mutation, he was ultimately just Lu Chen's vassal. Lu Chen could decide their life or death in a single thought. Lu Chen's gaze fell on Jack's attribute panel. The panel looked brand new. Undead, the cursed captain, demonized Jack, boss-level creature. Characteristics: extremely fast, painless, grows stronger with each battle, highly intelligent, cunning, tyrannical, bloodthirsty. Talent: undying curse, rank B. Skill: dark magic sword, rank B. Combat power assessment: Tier 5. A Tier 5 boss-level undead is enough to cause a catastrophe. Sure enough, after absorbing the dark demon essence, Jack has also become a boss-level creature. However, unlike the Gorgons, which focus on defense, Jack should be focusing on speed. With the boss template, Jack will undoubtedly become an extremely sharp sword in Lu Chen's hands, relieving Lu Chen of many burdens. Between Jack and the demonized Ergen, who is stronger? Lu Chen smiled slightly, pondering to himself. Mentioning Gorgon, Lu Chen suddenly remembered something. By the way, what about that little mermaid named Fuyao? In the previous battle against the Gorgon, Fuyao showed great goodwill towards Lu Chen, especially that seashell. He did Lu Chen a huge favor. Lu Chen is a man who always clearly distinguishes between gratitude and resentment. I've received a favor this time, so I should express my gratitude. However, when he looked around, trying to find Fuyao, but all that was left on the sea was rolling waves. There was no trace of her. Never mind, I'll express my gratitude to her when we meet again someday. Lu Chen shook his head and stopped paying attention. This was just a minor incident after all. He then began to clean up the battlefield. He carefully stored the scattered corpses of the giant rock-armored lizards into his storage ring, feeling a slight pang of regret. The huge group of giant rock-armored lizards that originally lived here. After witnessing their leader Gorgon being killed by Lu Chen with a single blow, they were immediately terrified and panicked, fleeing into the sea and disappearing without a trace. Otherwise, those giant rock lizards alone can provide the sinking land with a large amount of life energy. Then, Lu Chen whistled. Suddenly, a white seagull swooped down from the sky. Through the shared view of the seagulls, Lu Chen seemed to possess a pair of eyes that overlooked the entire island, meticulously examining every inch of the giant lizard island. Before leaving, let's see if there's anything else of value on this island. Lu Chen still remembered that the last time he found a large patch of bone-strengthening grass on Goblin Island. However, on the island of the giant lizard, rocks are rugged and vegetation is sparse. It appears that there are no rare herbs hidden there. Just then, an unusual color caught his attention. In a crevice of a rock wall eroded by wind and rain, it shimmered with a faint brass-like luster. This is a copper mine. Lu Chen was overjoyed. He quickly stepped forward and examined it carefully. It really is a copper mine. Copper ore is not a rare commodity on Earth. But, on this vast ocean, the value is quite different. In particular, To upgrade the Advanced Beginner's Wooden Boat to the Basic Spruce, you need 5 units of copper ingots as the key material. Materials required to upgrade the Advanced Beginner's Wooden Boat: 1 Tier 8 Crystal Core, 5 copper ingots, 80 wood, 20 fiber, 10 iron ingots. Chapter 63 Evolution, Evolution, Evolution. Lu Chun collected all the visible copper ore and placed it in his storage ring. Then, the seagull scanned the entire island of monitor lizards. After confirming that there were no other valuable supplies on the island, only then, carrying the bodies of Tuanzi and Jack, did they return to the ghost ship. Wow, Captain, I'm invincible. I'm invincible. On the deck, Jack transformed into a black afterimage, running around, shouting and yelling. Tuanzi, look how fast I am. Jack darted past the little dumpling. The little dumpling was so angry that it bared its teeth, but it still couldn't catch up with Jack. All it could do was keep making little gurgling noises. Watching Jack and Tuanzi chasing and playing on the deck, Lu Chun smiled and shook his head. However, I also breathed a sigh of relief. He had previously worried that Jack's personality would change drastically after absorbing the dark magic essence. After all, on the Revelation Online panel, Jack's traits have been expanded to include brutality and bloodlust. But, looking at Jack's silly appearance, Lu Chun was relieved. What Lu Chun didn't know was that Jack's goofy side only existed when he was with him. In the face of enemies, Jack will transform into a true boss-level undead. Make your opponent truly understand what fear and despair are. Once we've dealt with these spoils, it's time for District 1000 to retaliate. Lu Chun gently stroked his storage ring, a cold glint in his eyes. Those guys from the allied nations have gone too far. It's time for them to pay the price for their arrogance. Lu Chun lightly swung his right arm. More than a dozen enormous giant rock lizard corpses instantly appeared on the deck from the storage ring, piled up like a small mountain. Suddenly, Lu Chun's heart stirred. So much time has passed. Surely someone in Zone 1000 should be able to hunt down a sea monster with talent by now. Then, Lu Chun opened the Revelation Online trading page. With just a glance, he couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. Inside the trading system, he discovered that 6 people had gifted him as many as 8 sea monster corpses. And these sea beasts are not ordinary giant rock-armored lizards. They are all precious sea beasts that have awakened their talents. Among sea monsters, very few individuals are capable of awakening their innate talents. Even someone as powerful as Lu Chun relies entirely on luck to hunt down a talent-bearing sea beast. However, these people could have traded bone-strengthening herbs or other valuable items from Lu Chun. However, none of them chose to do that. Instead, they chose to give it away for free. It seems the saying "many hands make light work" is indeed true. A smile appeared on Lu Chun's lips. As District 1000 grows stronger, the rewards it receives become increasingly generous. The improvement in the strength of the others means that they can hunt more talented sea beasts for Lu Chun. Lu Chun can continuously absorb talent and attribute points through the dumpling. In this way, evolving all talents to S rank or higher is just around the corner. Tuanzi, time to get to work. Gurgle. Ding. Successfully acquired 10 giant rock lizards, Tier 4. Your body constitution is maintained at 810 points. Ding. Successfully consumed ice armored lobster, Tier 3. You have acquired the D rank talent, Frost Manipulation, increasing strength by 6 points. Ding. Successfully acquired crystal coral, Tier 1. You have acquired the E rank talent, Constitution Enhancement, increasing constitution by 2 points. Ding. Successfully captured a 4-eyed sea snake, Tier 1. You have acquired an F rank talent, Visual Enhancement, increasing agility by 2 points. You've worked hard, Tuanzi. Gurgle gurgle. After the little dumpling busied itself for a while, Lu Chun acquired a total of 8 talents, namely, Ice Manipulation, Rank D. Physical Enhancement, Level E. Perception Enhancement, Level E. Olfactory Enhancement, Level E. 2. Speed Enhancement, Level E. Auditory Enhancement, Level E. Visual Enhancement, F grade. With 86 points in Constitution, 6 points in Agility, 4 points in Perception, and 6 points in Strength. Without a doubt, this is another massive buff. With Tuanzi as a super support, Lu Chun's path to becoming stronger is like having a cheat code activated. Ding. Your D-rank talent, Frost Manipulation, has met the evolution requirements and has successfully evolved into the C-rank talent, Frost Mastery. Ding. Your E-rank talent, Hearing Superpower, has met the evolution requirements and successfully evolved into the D-rank talent, Hearing Sensation. Ding. Your E-rank talent, Physical Enhancement, has met the evolution requirements and successfully evolved into the D-rank talent, physical superficialization. Ding. Your E-rank talent, perception enhancement, has met the evolution requirements and has successfully evolved into the D-rank talent, perception superficialization. Ding. Your F-rank talent, visual enhancement, has met the evolution requirements and has successfully evolved into the E-rank talent, visual super enhancement. Accompanied by a series of divine pronouncements. 5 talents met the requirements. Evolution began. After evolving, among the 18 talents that Lu Chen possessed, there were none that were below the E rank. Tier B, Undying Curse, Mountain Power, On My OG. Rank C, Bone Mastery 4, Plant Affinity, Poison Mastery, Flame Mastery, 5%, Ice Mastery. Rank D, Strength Enhancement, Speed Enhancement, 5%, Stealth, Earth Manipulation, Perception Enhancement, Constitution Enhancement, Hearing, and Spiritual Senses. Grade E, Olfactory Hyperstimulation, 10%, X-ray Vision, Visual Hyperstimulation. So the next stage of auditory transcendence is auditory spiritual perception. Lu Chen stared at his talent panel. He raised an eyebrow slightly. This marks his first time a support-type talent has reached a new level beyond transcendence. I wonder what hearing and spiritual sense will be like after they evolve further. Lu Chen was quite curious. With a thought. Then, auditory and spiritual senses surged forth like a tide. In an instant, all the sounds around him seemed to be amplified infinitely, clearly flooding into his ears. The surging of the sea, the light swimming of the fish, the melodious whistling of the sea breeze. Every subtle sound in nature became exceptionally clear to Lu Chen, as if he could almost touch it. It seems that my hearing has reached the limits of human perception. A premonition welled up in Lu Chen's heart. When auditory perception evolves again, the assistance it can provide will go far beyond the simple scope of listening. Perhaps he could create sounds at will, weaving a web of illusionary sounds to confuse his enemies. Or perhaps he can manipulate the power of sound, transforming it into an invisible blade to launch a fatal attack on his enemy. These ideas may sound a bit far-fetched, but in this world of Revelation Online, full of infinite possibilities and miracles, anything is possible. Everything awaits his exploration and discovery. I still need to strengthen myself. There are still so many unknowns in this world that I need to explore. Lu Chen sighed softly, pulling his thoughts back to reality. At this moment, he held a precious 90 points of freedom attribute in his hand. Without hesitation, he resolutely allocated all those attribute points to perception. Chapter 64, Successfully Evolved to A-Level Talent. Perception will always be his most important attribute. There is none other than this. With a subtle fluctuation, Lu Chen's attribute panel was completely refreshed. Strength, 158, average for its class, 65. Agility, 152, average for peers, 65. Physical fitness, 250, average for peers, 65. Perception, 250, average for peers, 65. Evolution points, 16. Hopefully, these 16 evolution points will be enough to support me in upgrading my bone mastery to rank A. Lu Chen's mind was made up. He immediately invested 4 evolution points into white bone control. In an instant, a profound understanding and perception welled up in my heart. He gained a deeper understanding of the mysteries of bones and the dead. Ding. Due to your exceptional affinity with the necromancer talent, consuming 4 evolution points, bone mastery, rank C, has successfully evolved into death resonance, rank B. It was a success. Immediately, Lu Chen's gaze shifted to the next stage of evolutionary requirements for death resonance. A surge of joy welled up within me. Only 8 points. Really, necromancer is my true innate talent. The threshold for promotion from B level to A level is actually half that of other departments. The 16 points required for an On My OG seemed particularly burdensome compared to that. Subsequently, Lu Chen chose to continue upgrading death resonance without hesitation. Ding. 8 evolution points consumed. Death resonance is evolving. Evolution points remaining, 4? As the notification sound from Revelation Online faded, Lu Chen's heart pounded with anticipation. Grade A talent. That was a mysterious realm he had never yet explored. He couldn't wait to witness what extraordinary power that would be. Suddenly, Lu Chen's consciousness seemed to be suddenly swallowed by an invisible vortex, and he was drawn into a strange and profound space. Here, it is pitch black. A thick darkness enveloped the sky as if it were a tangible substance. The stars disappeared, the light vanished. Only endless darkness and deathly silence filled the surroundings. At his feet, it was a dense, mountain-like mass of white bones. They stretched to the horizon, as if forming the foundation of this world. On the white bones, countless grotesque and terrifying undead creatures roamed about. It let out a shrill howl and roar. And in that deathly silent sky, a colossal skeletal dragon, over 1,000 meters long, slowly unfurled its wings, woven from countless white bones. Its enormous body appeared and disappeared in the darkness. Each flap of its wings seemed to shake the deathly silence of the entire underworld, bringing with it a terrifying hurricane. Where is this? Lu Chen stood tall amidst this terrifying land of white bones, yet felt no fear whatsoever. On the contrary, he felt a strange sense of familiarity and belonging. It was as if he was the ruler of this realm of the dead. Deep in my heart, a strange voice quietly rang out. Here, that is the realm of the dead. In an instant, a massive amount of necromancy-related insights flooded into his mind like a tidal wave. He seemed to have a keen eye for the very essence of necromancy, hearing the cries and obsessions contained within each bone, beneath those seemingly cold, white bones. In fact, it hides another form of life, an existence that transcends the boundaries of life and death. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The air was thick with the stench of death. He sensed the flow and convergence of every trace of death energy in the realm of the dead. I have gained a more thorough understanding of how undead creatures operate. The death energy of the underworld. It is not simply a negative force. It is formed from the cycle of birth and death of countless living beings. It contains the mystery of life's passing and rebirth, a cycle that is both cruel and tender. As the understanding deepens, Lu Chen's original death resonance, propelled by a powerful force, began to ascend to a higher realm. Ding! Congratulations! Death resonance, rank B, has successfully evolved into Necromancer Control, rank A, 100% success rate. Reminder, for evolvers of the same rank, the success rate of evolving to A rank talent is 30%, the success rate of evolving to S rank talent is 3%, and the success rate of evolving to SS rank talent is 0.1%. Reminder, if you cannot evolve your talent, you can use evolution points to research skills. Ding! Due to your profound understanding of the necromancy talent, you have successfully learned the skill, Corpse Explosion, rank A. Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes, a deep light flashing within them. Turn out to be, the success rate for evolving an A-level talent is a mere 30%. This was destined. As their rank increases, those with mediocre talent. Even with the acquisition of numerous evolution points and the mastery of abundant resources, it is still difficult to attain advanced talents and become a top-tier powerhouse standing tall in the world. Is this the power of an A-level talent? Lu Chen snapped his fingers casually. In an instant, 4 menacing skeleton warriors clad in black iron armor appeared out of thin air and knelt in unison on one knee before him. Each skeleton warrior exudes the powerful aura of a Tier 5 expert. Looking at the 4 loyal skeleton warriors, Lu Chen's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Because he summoned these 4 powerful skeleton warriors without consuming any death energy. Without the limitations of death energy, as long as I have enough mental strength, I alone can summon an endless army of undead. Even more exciting is that, during this evolution, Lu Chen also unexpectedly mastered a brand new skill. Skill, Corpse Explosion rank A, an extremely cruel necromancy skill that causes corpses or undead creatures to self-destruct, releasing a devastating explosion that inflicts massive damage on enemies. The fear surrounding necromancy skills is well-deserved. They are simply too brutal. Wow, Captain, how come you've changed so much in just a short time? Jack stared wide-eyed at Lu Chen in front of him. I don't know why, but I always have this urge to kneel down. That's not right. Jack, am now at least a boss-level being. Why do I still want to kneel down before the captain? Jack shook his head helplessly. Just then, his gaze inadvertently swept across the sea behind Lu Chen, and his eyes immediately lit up. Captain, look, it's the Little Mermaid. Everyone, grit your teeth and swim as hard as you can. You absolutely cannot give up. Fuyao held Haoqi in her arms, her little face full of anxiety. The fish's tail swung rapidly, creating waves. At this moment, Haoqi, whom she held in her arms, had its right arm severed cleanly at the root. His chest was pierced by a menacing sea spear, and crimson blood stained the surrounding seawater like a thin stream. If it weren't for Fuyao's talent providing continuous healing, she would probably have already died. Beside Fuyao, a large group of merfolk were desperately swinging their tails, struggling to escape forward. However, behind them, dozens of menacing-looking Naga were in hot pursuit. Fuyao's clan had many elderly, weak, sick, and disabled members, which directly slowed down the entire clan's progress. This led to them being gradually approached by the Naga, and their situation became extremely precarious. Chapter 65 Naga Clan. As the Naga race drew ever closer, the aged-looking mermaid chieftain, Hyuan, gripped his coral hammer tightly and roared. No, if this continues, not a single person from our Tide tribe will escape. All 5th-tier elders, stay here and help me hold off the Naga. The rest of the clansmen, scatter and flee. Every one of you who can escape is a piece of cake. After Hyuan said these words, his eyes were filled with determination. I've already prepared myself to die. He didn't expect that. The Naga, who have always been evenly matched with the merfolk. A 7th-tier expert suddenly appeared, instantly overturning the delicate balance between the two races. Yes, chieftain. The 4 merman elders, all at the 5th rank, responded in unison, their eyes filled with determination. They knew all too well what choosing to stay meant. Facing the Naga, those cruel creatures who fed on the hearts of merfolk for greater power, their chances of survival were slim. Despite the fear that lingered in their hearts, the elders' gazes remained unwavering. The tribe consists of people who are related by blood and their descendants. They were willing to give their lives without hesitation to buy them even a second more time to survive. No, Grandpa Chief, Uncle Haicheong, don't give up. You must believe in me. Upon seeing that the clan chief and several elder uncles were preparing to stay and face their deaths, Fuyao was almost in tears, her voice filled with urgency and pleading. That human big brother, he can definitely help us hold off those Naga. He's on the giant lizard island up ahead. Let's hold on a little longer. We'll be there soon. Clan chief, Fuyao is right. Although Haochi in Fuyao's arms was weak, but she still managed to squeeze out some words. That human, he was really powerful. Yes, Grandpa Chief, my brother and I would never lie to anyone. We don't want to lose any more family members. Fuyao's voice trembled with emotion, and tears welled in her eyes. Several of her friends had already been captured by the Naga behind her and had their hearts eaten. Hyuan gazed at Fuyao, a complex emotion flashing in his deep eyes. He knew that if he chose to scatter and flee at this moment, he might be able to save the lives of some of his people. But if we follow Fuyao's suggestion and go to Giant Lizard Island. However, that human was no match for the Naga, and the entire tribe would be doomed. However, looking into Fuyao's expectant and determined eyes, Hyuan felt a surge of inexplicable trust. He took a deep breath and said in a low voice, All right, I believe in you siblings. Everyone, head towards Giant Lizard Island with all your might. Soon, the outline of Giant Lizard Island gradually became clear in the sight of the mermaids. A mysterious black ship shrouded in thick black fog. It quietly came into Fuyao's view. It is indeed the Netherworld. Just then, a voice, with a rising tone, slightly mocking yet familiar, rang out. Hey, little mermaid, we meet again. Hearing Jack's voice, a bright smile instantly bloomed on Fuyao's face. Big Brother Zombie. It's Big Brother Zombie. Then, she turned to Hyuan and the other mermaids beside her and said, Grandpa Chief, everyone, we're saved. This is the ship of that super amazing human big brother I told you about before. However, unlike Fuyao's jubilation, Hyuan, Haicheong, and the other fishmen stared at the black ship with furrowed brows. On that black boat, Hyuan did not sense the aura of a 7th-tier expert, let alone a 7th-tier expert. There wasn't even the aura of a 6th-tier expert. Fuyao, that human you mentioned, what realm is he at now? Hyuan's voice was unusually heavy. Big brother should be at level 5 now, right? Fuyao tilted her head and said, recalling the past. The human older brother is actually tier 2. After fighting Gorgon, I leveled up to rank 5. Big brother is amazing. However, upon hearing Fuyao's words, a sigh suddenly rose from the crowd. Fuyao, you've really gotten everyone into trouble. Elder Haicheong, the mermaid, slammed her hand on the water's surface, her voice filled with despair. He originally wanted to reprimand Fuyao, but looking at her innocent face, he swallowed back the words of reproach. He understood that Fuyao meant well. Hyuan and the other elders also sighed and shook their heads, their expressions filled with disappointment and despair. Big, everyone, why do you look like that? Our human brother is very powerful. Even Gorgon is no match for him. He can definitely help us deal with those Naga. Fuyao clenched her little pink fist, clearly showing her full confidence in Lu Chen. Fuyao, he is indeed powerful to have defeated Gorgon, a peak 5th-tier expert. However, this time a 7th-tier expert has appeared out of nowhere in the Naga race. No matter how strong this human is, he is only at the 5th tier. How could he possibly be a match for a 7th-tier Naga? Haiyuan shook his head helplessly and explained with a sigh. No, Big Brother defeated the demon. Fuyao was eager to explain, but before she could finish speaking, she was interrupted by an extremely arrogant laugh. Ha ha ha, you cowardly mermaids, run away. Why aren't you running away? Have you found some helpers? Accompanied by this maniacal laughter, dozens of Naga warriors with snake heads, fish bodies, and thick arms had already tightly surrounded the merfolk. The leading Naga. A prominent scar ran across his face, his expression was ferocious, and he laughed wildly, mocking the merfolk. Sabas, as the chieftain of this Naga tribe, was filled with barely suppressed pride and elation. He never expected that. It's astonishing that a member of the Naga royal family would condescend to visit their small place. With this person's strong support, those merfolk who have been a constant headache for them will soon become a delicious meal for them. However, those agile merfolk were simply too fast to escape. It would have taken quite a bit of effort to capture them all at once. But, for some reason, these merfolk, they actually chose to flee down the dead end towards Giant Lizard Island. This really came without any effort at all. Ha 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 ha. Chieftain, from what I just heard the mermaid say, there should be mermaid reinforcements on that black ship. A Naga warrior quietly approached Sabas and whispered his report. Human warships? Sabas stared at the black ship ahead, shrouded in black mist, and appearing and disappearing indistinctly. His brows furrowed unconsciously. The human race is a force to be reckoned with. They have immense potential and are numerous. When did merfolk become involved with humans? Just as his thoughts were racing, the black mist on the black boat suddenly surged, as if gently parted by an invisible hand. A tall figure stood on the deck. Chapter 66 Boss Jack. Sabas looked closely, then burst into unrestrained laughter. 5th rank? Ha 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 ha, a mere 5th rank? Have you merfolk become confused, actually regarding a 5th rank human as a lifeline? That's hilarious. Ha 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 ha. Seeing this, the surrounding Naga warriors followed Sabas's lead, letting out bursts of cruel and mocking laughter. It was as if the merfolk before them were destined to become fish on their chopping block, at their mercy. When Haiyuan and the others saw that tall, imposing figure, their despair deepened. 5th order. It really is only level 5. In such a situation, what role can a 5th order human play? Not to mention that powerful snake-haired 7th tier Naga. Even a 6th tier Sabas is no match for this human. Thinking of this, a bitter feeling welled up in Haiyuan's heart. He took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with determination, and whispered the order. Haiqiong, in a moment you will lead all the elders and join me in a desperate breakout to carve out a path to survival for our people. If even one person can escape alive, it will be enough to leave a seed for our Tide tribe. Yes, chieftain. The mermaid elders, including Haiqiong, echoed in unison. They knew that they were at a critical juncture of life and death, and only by fighting with all their might could they secure a glimmer of hope for the tribe. Hey, Captain, look at this setup. It seems we've been underestimated. Jack's lips curled into a playful smile, his eyes flashing with a hint of mockery. Interesting. The captain even killed the demonized Gorgon who had consumed the dark magic essence. Such a ruthless person. These mermen in front of him dared to underestimate him. The key point is, my dear Jack, it's a proper boss-level creature now, okay? You dare to underestimate the captain, but you also dare to underestimate me? Luchan remained quite indifferent to the fishman's disdain. If it weren't for Fuyao's previous act of kindness, he may have already dealt with both the merfolk and the Naga. For Luchan, every sea creature that comes into view must be converted into life energy. He also wanted to see what Tawanzi would look like when she reached adulthood as soon as possible. However, with Fuyao as a connection, Luchan then decided not to take action against the merfolk. After all, a gentleman has things he will do and things he will not do. Ingratitude is not in his nature. Luchan turned to look at Fuyao, slightly parted his thin lips. Are these Naga your enemies? When Fuyao saw that Luchan had spoken, she nodded hurriedly like a chick pecking at rice. Others might not know Luchan's strength, but Fuyao knew it all too well. As long as the older brother is willing to help him, these Naga are doomed. Yes, big brother, these Naga are very hateful. They have already killed many of our kin, and now they want to exterminate us all. As Fuyao spoke, a hint of nervousness flickered in her eyes. After all, she had only met this human older brother once, and couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. She wasn't sure if Luchan would help her. Under Fuyao's watchful gaze, Luchan glanced at the Naga people in the sea. He said calmly, Jack, kill them. Okay. Jack grinned, his nonchalant expression instantly replaced by coldness and murderous intent. My human friend, I appreciate your kindness. Seeing that Jack was about to make a move, Hyun was startled and hurriedly interjected. But the Naga chieftain Sabas possesses 6th-tier strength, and behind him lies a 7th-tier snake-haired Naga powerhouse. Please think carefully and don't act rashly. After all, this was just a feud between their mermaid and Naga races. It would be extremely wrong if innocent people were to lose their lives as a result. Clearly, in Hyun's heart, Lu Chun and Jack, both at the 5th rank, are absolutely no match for the Naga. 7th rank. Is it that impressive? Jack's lips curled into a sinister smile. Before the words were even finished, a streak of black light flashed across the sea, accompanied by a sharp sound as if the air was being torn apart. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Jack moved swiftly, like an arrow released from a bow, transforming into a blur as he shot out. Black light flashed. With a flick of his right arm, a black crystal sword suddenly materialized, and with a booming sound, it stabbed fiercely towards the disdainful Sabas. With a light touch of the sword tip, a black light, like a dragon, tore through the air. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Sabas. A glimmer of light appeared, and then the sword shadows became like demons. Dark demon sword. The contempt on Sabas's face had not yet faded. An unprecedented sense of crisis swept over him like a whirlwind, making his heart tighten suddenly. Fast. Too fast. How could a 5th-tier undead possess such astonishing speed and power? Sabas' pupils contracted sharply in shock. Instinctively, he held the trident horizontally in front of his chest. Boom! The black sword flashed past like lightning. The moment it made contact with the trident, with a deafening clang of metal colliding, the trident shattered into pieces instantly. That unstoppable force, carrying the black sword, continued forward, piercing directly through Sabas's head. Snap! Accompanied by a chilling cracking sound, a burst of black light erupted, followed by a muffled, moist sound. Sabas's hideous face was cleaved in two by Jack's sword in front of everyone's horrified eyes. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, a shocking sight. Jack stomped hard on Sabas's mangled body. With a leap, his figure moved like a nimble swallow, landing lightly back on the deck of the netherworld. At the same time, a notification from Tianyu rang in Lu Chen's mind. Ding! Your vassal, Demonized Jack, Tier 5, has killed Naga Sabas, Tier 6. You have gained 1,000 life energy. From Jack's attack to Sabas's fall, less than a second had passed. This sudden change froze the battlefield instantly, leaving it as silent as a grave. All the Naga were stunned. Hyun was stunned. Haicheon was dazed. All the merfolk members were dumbfounded. Everyone stared at Jack in utter astonishment. On Hyun's side, words of dissuasion were still on his lips. Jack then cleaved his old rival Sabas's head in two with a single sword strike. This scene almost made Hyun's eyes pop out of their sockets. Are you kidding me? Sabas is a 6th-tier powerhouse, just like me. He just died like that? It was instantly killed, without even being able to let out a scream. How could this undead possess such terrifying speed and power? Most importantly, such a powerful undead, yet bowing and scraping before the proud humans standing on the black ship, clearly following their lead. Thinking of this, Hyun's gaze involuntarily turned to Lu Chun, filled with astonishment. Could it be? Could it be that this human's strength surpasses that of the terrifying undead? How is that possible? Chapter 67 The Great Demon King, Jack. Chieftain. The clan chief is dead. This is impossible. Am I dreaming? A good while later, the surrounding Naga seemed to awaken from a dream, erupting in incredulous gasps. Their eyes were filled with fear as they stared at Jack. Everything happened too fast. They didn't even see Jack's movements clearly. I only felt a flash of black light. Then, Chieftain Sabas's head was severed in two. How could this undead be so powerful? The feeling of killing is so exhilarating. Jack stuck out his tongue and gently licked away the bloodstains on his face, his expression one of pure ecstasy. Just as he was preparing to make another move, a soft yet slightly chilly voice drifted from among the Naga people. A boss-level undead, this human lord is actually able to command such a powerful being, truly impressive. As the words fell, several Naga people slowly stepped aside, and a graceful figure slowly swam into everyone's sight. She is different from others. It is not the traditional Naga with a snake's head and a human body, but has the head of a human woman, beautiful and charming. However, her hair was unusually strange. It was composed of countless living snakes, which slithered through her hair, their heads occasionally peeking out and gently waving their bright red tongues. These snakes, intertwined with her alluring face, created a strange contrast. It was both startling and captivating. The appearance of the snake woman caused the surrounding Naga to bow in respect, clearly indicating that she was no ordinary person. "Hey, beautiful." The moment Jack saw the snake woman, his eyes lit up, and he let out a flippant whistle. This woman's looks are just to Jack's liking. His figure is also impeccable. Curvy figure, with a prominent bust and shapely hips. Its only drawback is that its lower body is a snake tail. Human friend, this is the 7th-tier powerhouse who suddenly appeared in the Naga race. It is because of her that the balance between our tribe and the Naga race has been broken, and we have fallen to our current state. Haiyuan looked at the snake woman, his eyes filled with apprehension. The wound on my chest suddenly started to ache again. A 7th-tier expert is truly terrifying in strength. With just one strike, he severely injured Haiyuan, a 6th-tier expert. Nagarose was slightly displeased by Jack's frivolous whistle, and her brows furrowed slightly. She ignored Jack. Instead, they turned their gaze directly to the sunken land on the deck. "Sir, do you perhaps have some connection with these merfolk?" she asked directly. "If that's truly the case, then I, Nagarose, will grant you face today and spare these merfolk. Let's consider ourselves friends. What do you say?" Despite the astonishing combat power of that boss-level undead. But Nagarose immediately saw through it all. The true decision-maker was that seemingly insignificant human. It would be unwise to confront such a powerful undead for the sake of a group of insignificant mermaids. Therefore, despite the loss of a 6th-tier expert, but Nagarose still chose to concede. The strong will earn respect wherever they go. As soon as she finished speaking, a burly Naga warrior beside her immediately added, "Human, do you know that Lady Nagarose is a distinguished member of our Naga royal family? It is your honor to have Lady Nagarose's friendship." Upon hearing Nagarose's words, Jack stopped what he was doing and looked at Lu Chun. This woman clearly has some connections. I can't cause trouble for the captain. However, based on our understanding of Lu Chun, he had a vague feeling in his heart that, even if she is a member of the Naga royal family, it probably wouldn't be a big deal in the captain's eyes. The Naga royal family? Upon hearing these words, a glint involuntarily flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. Royal family. There must be some advanced talent involved, right? With this thought in mind, he quietly brought up Nagarose's attribute panel. Naga Nagalos. Characteristics: amphibious, scaly skin, highly intelligent. Talent: petrifying gaze, rank B. At a glance, everything can be petrified. Skill: water manipulation technique, shadow flow, C rank, guides water flow, following it like a shadow. Combat strength assessment, tier 7 to 8, a very troublesome Naga Banshee. Be careful not to turn her to stone. Grade B petrification talent. Lu Chun was secretly delighted. Such advanced talent is truly rare. How could he let it slip away so easily? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lu Chen's gaze toward Nagarose grew increasingly fervent, as if he had discovered a long-treasured treasure. He slowly opened his mouth, his voice carrying an undeniable determination. "Jack, kill her." "All right, Captain." Jack grinned. I had already anticipated this outcome. In the captain's dictionary, there was never the word retreat. Whoever it is, anyone who possesses the talent he values will become his possession. But, such a captain, this is just to my liking. My beauty, although I, Jack, am very fond of you, the captain wants your life. Jack grinned menacingly. His right foot slammed heavily onto the deck, accompanied by a deep rumble. His body instantly transformed into a black streak of light, heading straight for Nagarose. Seeing Jack suddenly attack, Naga Lost was immediately enraged and scolded him fiercely. "Damn it, I already said I'd let those mermaids go, but you still won't give up." In an instant, the surrounding seawater seemed to be drawn together by an invisible force, converging into a towering wave. With a thunderous roar, it pounced on Jack. Rank C skill, Flowing Shadow. Nagarose, you're so naive. Do you really think those merfolk have that much influence? The captain is hunting, and you Naga are our prey. Jack grinned maliciously. Dark demonic energy surged within him, staining the surrounding sea as black as ink. With a wave of his hand, he conjured an indestructible magic crystal shield from the darkness. It easily shattered the oncoming giant waves, sending water splashing everywhere. Rank B skill, Dark Demon Sword, unrestrained and versatile in offense and defense. Immediately afterward, Jack flashed forward, propelled by demonic energy. In an instant, it crossed the shattered waves and rushed straight towards Nagarose. Trying to prey on us? How arrogant. Nagarose let out a delicate shout, and her 7th-tier power instantly surged, converging at the tip of her trident. A dazzling light flashed, a whooshing sound filled the air, and it swung violently towards Jack. Still struggling, a cold smile appeared on Jack's lips. The dark demonic sword instantly materialized in his hand, its blade gleaming coldly. With a slight twist of his wrist, the sword's edge clashed heavily with the halberd's edge. A deafening metallic clang rang out. Nagarose felt an immense force surging from the trident. She shuddered and let out a muffled groan. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were filled with horror. Although she understood that Jack, as a boss-level undead, would certainly not be easy to deal with. But to my utter surprise, even at the 7th level, he couldn't withstand the power of his attack. But Jack gave him no chance to catch his breath. Dark magic crystals suddenly appeared beneath his feet, stabilizing his stance. He stomped on the magic crystal with his right foot, using the force to leap into the air, his body moving like lightning as he burst into the air once more. The dark sword, carrying destructive power, was incomparably sharp and aimed straight for Nagarose's head. Chapter 68: The Terrifying A-Rank Skill, Corpse Explosion. Hateful. Facing Jack's sharp swordlight, Nagarose's beautiful eyes narrowed, her serious expression barely concealed. Although I don't want to admit it, but the truth is, she was no match for a mere 5th-level undead. This is what makes boss-level creatures so terrifying. Jack, a 5th-tier fighter, was actually able to overcome 2 tiers and overpower Nagarose, a 7th-tier fighter. Nagarose knew that she could no longer hold back. Her eyes suddenly turned gray and white. His head of snakes danced wildly like a storm, their heads hissing as they pointed directly at Jack. In an instant, an invisible force surged forth. Jack felt his body stiffen, then quickly turned to stone, his color turning grayish-white. Holy crap! Before he could finish speaking, Jack was completely petrified, hanging in midair like a statue. Seeing that Jack had been hit, Nagarose did not take the opportunity to attack Jack. This undead boss is too powerful. His petrification talent is only B-level. He hasn't yet mastered the true essence of petrification. He could only control Jack briefly. But that's enough. If I'm not mistaken, you have half of this undead soul, right? Nagarose turned her gaze to Lu Chun on the deck, a strange smile curving her red lips. If I kill you, this spirit will die with you. In the midst of the conversation, a cold glint flashed in Nagarose's eyes. So you can go die now. Having said that, Nagarose's serpent tail lashed out violently, like an arrow released from a bow. With a captivating allure and murderous intent, she shot towards Lu Chun. Upon seeing this, Haiyuan, Haiqiong, and the others' expressions changed drastically. Oh no, the boss undead has been petrified. Our human friend is in danger. Human brother, be careful. It's true that this undead is a boss creature, but this human friend is not. Humans have always been weaker in terms of elemental strength than sea beasts of the same level. A mere 5th-order human. How could they possibly withstand the attack of a 7th-tier royal naga? Thinking of this, the fish were extremely anxious. They all swam desperately towards the netherworld, trying to help Lu Chun out of his predicament. If only we could buy our human friend a moment's respite. Once the boss-level undead breaks free of the petrification restraints, they can then hope to weather this crisis together. However, in their haste, the fishmen overlooked a crucial point. Jack is so powerful, yet he willingly becomes Lu Chun's vassal. How could Lu Chun's strength be simple? Because of Jack's strength, Nagarose dared not be careless in the slightest. Even when they were still far from sinking, they activated petrification with all their might. Lu Chun paused. I felt as if my blood was freezing and my skin was gradually losing its warmth. He frowned slightly and whispered, Petrification? Medusa's eye? In the mythology of Earth, anyone who looks into Medusa's eyes will be petrified. Then I can just close my eyes, right? However, as Lu Chun closed his eyes, a series of click sounds rang in my ears. Lu Chun's legs were still being eroded by the grayish-white color, and petrification was spreading. Obviously, closing your eyes is useless when faced with petrification. Lu Chun gave a self-deprecating smile. It seems that the myths and legends of Earth do not apply to the world of Revelation Online. However, this ability to petrify and solidify is truly a remarkable talent. I'm determined to have Lu Chun. Thinking of this, instead of showing any panic, Lu Chun smiled calmly. Seeing Lu Chun's expression, Nagarose, rushing towards Lu Chun at breakneck speed, frowned, a sense of foreboding washing over her. I've petrified these human legs. When death is imminent, how can you still laugh? She couldn't understand what this human could possibly rely on. Suddenly, four dark figures behind Lu Chun shot towards Nagarose like arrows. These were the 4 black-armored skeleton warriors that Lu Chun had summoned earlier. Nagarose glanced at them, a disdainful smile playing on her lips. Just 4 ordinary 5th-tier undead. Human, is this your last resort? However, before Nagarosa's disdain had even faded, but Lu Chun parted his lips slightly and uttered 2 cold words. Corpse explosion. In an instant, the 4 black-armored skeleton warriors seemed to be ignited by an invisible force. The accumulated death energy within the body erupted instantly. Boom, 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 boom. Their bodies exploded from the inside out. It transformed into 4 blazing black flames. With overwhelming force, it swept towards Nagaros. How is this possible? Nagarosa's pupils contracted instantly. She hurriedly and did her best to mobilize the water flow, attempting to build a solid protective barrier. However, all these efforts seemed so pale and powerless in the face of the astonishing power of the corpse explosion. Nagaros felt an irresistible force assail her like a violent storm. The water shield she had painstakingly constructed was instantly evaporated without a trace. Immediately afterwards, her body was tightly bound by black flames, and the searing pain cut into every inch of her skin like sharp blades. Her long, snake-like hair crackled and popped in the flames. It was then mercilessly burned and scattered in all directions. An arm was blown off in the violent explosion. The black flames, like a demon's kiss, relentlessly gnawed at her skin. A-rank skill. You actually mastered an A-rank skill. This is impossible. Nagaros let out a heart-wrenching wail. Her beautiful face twisted with fear and pain, her eyes filled with despair and disbelief. A few seconds later, the black flames gradually died down, revealing Nagaros's gruesome appearance. She floated helplessly on the seawater, on the verge of death. All around were still burning embers and scattered bone fragments, and the air was filled with a suffocating smell of burning. However, Nagaros hadn't even had a chance to catch her breath. In an instant, the seawater around him froze into ice, and a bone-chilling cold swept over him. She looked up in surprise and found that the tall figure she had once looked down on was now standing in front of her. To catch the thief, first catch the king. That's a sound idea. Lu Chen stared at the battered Nagaros, a cold smile playing on his lips. Immediately afterwards, he stretched out his right hand. He gripped Nagaros's slender neck tightly, lifting her entire body into the air. But unfortunately, your judgment is poor. I am far more powerful than Jack. Nagaros felt an immense force on her neck that almost crushed her. Fear instantly spread across her eyes. She clearly realized that the human before her, he really did have murderous intent towards her. No, don't kill me. Nagaros's voice trembled as she frantically searched for a way to escape. I am willing to offer my soul to you, like that spirit of the dead, and become your vassal. To save her life, Nagaros would stop at nothing. She gave Lu Chen a seductive wink. At the same time, the snake scales on her chest slowly receded, revealing half of her snow-white, alabaster-like breasts. Her voice grew even softer and more seductive. I'm willing to do anything for you. Just let me go. Chapter 69. You're not worthy to be my vassal. Nagaros has a deep understanding of the human race. She knew that strong human men often had a special fondness for beautiful women of other races. She has absolute confidence in her beauty and charm. She believed that if she could use this point, she would definitely be able to persuade Lu Chen to let her go. Looking at Nagaros's affected and pretentious demeanor, a mocking smile flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. Her looks are indeed superb, but you're not qualified to become my vassal. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lu Chen suddenly exerted force with his right hand. Crack! With a crisp, abrupt sound of bone cracking, the charming expression on Nagaros's face froze instantly. His head hung limply, like a withered flower. Ding! Nagaros, Tier 7, defeated, gaining 2,000 life energy. Watching the once invincible Nagaros perish, a profound silence fell over the entire sea. Haiyuan, Haiqiong, and the other fishmen were all stunned, looking completely dumbfounded. They had previously worried that Lu Chen would be instantly killed by Nagaros. He risked his life to save Lu Chen. However, they hadn't swum far when they heard a deafening explosion. Immediately afterwards, Nagaros, who had plunged the entire merfolk tribe into despair, was left barely alive in the aftermath of the explosion. Most importantly, Nagaros has already expressed her willingness to submit. However, the humans still killed it without any mercy. That coldness and decisiveness sent chills down the spines of every living being present. Was that earth-shattering explosion really caused by that human friend? Haiqiong was still immersed in the shocking explosion she had just witnessed, unable to pull herself out of it. He involuntarily swallowed, then turned to look at the clan chief Haiyuan beside him, his face filled with astonishment and shock. I guess so. Hyun's voice trembled slightly. The terrifying power of that explosion still made his heart pound. He pondered to himself. If I were in Nagarosa's position, I would probably have vanished into nothingness at that moment. Listen to Nagarosa's last words. Is this really the power of an A-level skill? This human actually possesses an A-level skill? Thinking of this, Hyun's gaze toward Liu Ken was filled with awe and admiration. As is well known, skills are learned from talents, and their level cannot exceed that of the talent itself. However, Liu Chen is so young. However, he already possessed A-level talent. Such extraordinary talent is truly rare. This is understandable. Why would that terrifying, boss-level undead be so obedient to this human friend? Thank goodness. Such terrifying humans are our merfolk's friends. Meanwhile, the remaining Naga people witnessed Nagalos's death and were plunged into despair. Lady Nagaros has fallen. How is this possible? The master is a 7th-tier B-level talent. How could he possibly die at the hands of this human? It's over. The royal family is dead here. None of us will live much longer. They wailed in despair, as if the end of the world was about to come. Sudden, a louder wail drowned out the entire Naga race. Ah, Captain, you're wasting it. She's so beautiful, don't give her to me. It would be such a waste to kill her. It's Jack. He watched as Nagarosa's body gradually stiffened. With a regretful look, he said, it's still warm. It can still be used. Liu Chen looked at Jack, his eyes twitching slightly. Every time she painstakingly creates an atmosphere, it gets completely ruined by that unreliable guy Jack. You don't have Kunkin. Why are you always so concerned about this? Jack. Liu Chen's voice was already as cold as frost. He was furious with Jack. Hey, Captain, you can let Toanzi absorb Nagaros later. I'll go first. As Jack spoke, he noticed the murderous glint in Liu Chen's eyes. He immediately shrank his neck and chuckled awkwardly. Hee, Captain, you're in charge. Leave not a single one of these Naga alive. Liu Chen gave the order. Okay, Jack responded. He then turned to look at the Naga people around him who were wailing in despair, a bloodthirsty smile appearing on his face. My beloved girl is gone, so come and pay for her life. Jack let out a sinister grin, and his entire body instantly transformed into a streak of black light, shooting out like lightning. Before the 4 strong Naga warriors could react, he cut them in half at the waist. Oh no, it's that undead boss. A devil. He's a devil. Run. Everyone swim to the deep sea. It's too late. He's too fast. Help. No. It was that human who killed Nagaros. Why are you demanding our lives in retribution? The last Naga warrior cried out those words in frustration, but it was too late. Jack was like a killing machine. Wherever they went, the Naga fell one after another. Dozens of Naga were killed by Jack, none of them escaping. The once azure sea is now stained red with blood, with large numbers of Naga corpses and severed limbs floating on its surface. Jack's black crystal sword was violently pulled from the head of the last Naga warrior. The terrified eyeball still clung to the tip of the sword. Jack swallowed it whole without hesitation, a satisfied yet ferocious smile spreading across his face. Of course I know. I can't beat the captain, so I can only take it out on you guys. You're just unlucky. Jack was in a killing frenzy. He then turned his crimson gaze to Hyun and the others, who were standing to the side in shock. His murderous intent was released without reservation. It's like looking at a group of incredibly delicious prey, preparing for the next round of hunting. At this moment, the 2 new features added to Jack's interface in Revelation Online, Tyranny and Bloodlust. It was all revealed. When Jack's gaze swept over, Hyun and the others instantly felt an unprecedented sense of crisis, their hair standing on end. It felt as if it had been locked onto by a ravenous beast. However, at this very moment, Liu Chen's calm voice rang out. Jack! Hearing Liu Chen's voice, a glimmer of clarity flashed in Jack's bloodshot eyes. He looked at Hyun and the others, a hint of regret in his eyes. Then, with a sudden push off the black crystal beneath his feet, he leaped lightly into the air and landed steadily back on the netherworld. His face once again broke into that carefree, playful grin. Hee, Captain, everything's taken care of. Witnessing Jack's fawning and obsequious manner towards Liu Chen, the fear in Hyun and the others' hearts was difficult to quell. They knew very well that, without the constraints of that human friend, that was a boss-level undead just now. They will be completely slaughtered. After all, the intense, almost palpable killing intent that Jack had just exuded was no bluff. Chapter 70 First Kiss. Go, collect all the Naga corpses. As Liu Chen spoke, he gently tossed the storage ring to Jack. Jack caught the ring, gave a wry smile. If I'd known I'd have to collect their bodies, I wouldn't have smashed them so badly. He shook his head helplessly and began to tidy up. At this moment, Fuyao gently swayed her fishtail and slowly approached Lu Chun, her little face full of admiration. Big brother, Fuyao doesn't even know your name yet. Sure enough, the older brother made a move. These Naga are not a threat. My name is Lu Chun. Brother Lu Chun, can you come a little closer to me? Fuyao gently bit her red lips, a shy blush rising on her face, her voice barely audible. What is this little girl up to? Lu Chun was slightly taken aback. He then raised an eyebrow and leaned forward. Suddenly, a faint scent of sea wafted over. Immediately afterwards, a soft, sweet, and smooth sensation filled his lips. It's Fuyao. The little mermaid unexpectedly gave Lu Chun a French kiss. Jack, who was standing nearby, was stunned when he witnessed this scene. His hand stopped moving. He clenched his fists, his face filled with astonishment. Captain, I knew it. Why did you kill the snake woman without hesitation? You and this little mermaid were having an affair all along. Wah, Captain, you're hogging all the food. You didn't even leave one for me. Jack looked aggrieved. The captain is wicked. He himself already has a partner, yet he won't let me and my beloved snake woman live happily ever after. At this moment, Lu Chun, completely immersed in Fuyao's passionate and sudden kiss. You can't hear Jack yelling at all. Having never been in a relationship, he was completely overwhelmed by Fuyao's kiss. What's going on? They kissed right away? Are other worlds this open now? When Lu Chun came to his senses, Fuyao ended her close contact with Lu Chun with her face flushed red. Ding! You have received the blessing of the sea god, Fuyao's first kiss. Fuyao's first kiss, as the darling of the sea, the one she chooses will receive the blessing of the sea god. Strength plus 10. Agility plus 10. Constitution plus 10. Perception plus 10. Skill acquired, Poseidon's favor, sea. You have been granted the breath of the deep sea, greatly extending your breath-holding time underwater. While this skill grants you the breath of a child of the sea, remember you are still human. Ships are essential at sea. After all, even the sea god's most beloved subjects cannot defy the laws of nature and avoid the danger of drowning. The sudden divine message that appeared in his mind startled Lu Chun. Bless? Can you gain 40 attribute points by kissing this girl? He also mastered a sea-level skill. If you kept this and kissed it every day, wouldn't it be even more awesome than a dumpling? Brother Lu Chun, I don't know how to thank you. This is the only way I can think of to repay you. Fuyao's face flushed with shyness, and her voice was barely audible. At this moment, Haiyuan slowly swayed its tail fin and gradually approached. Young friend Lu Chun, Fuyao is the only girl in my Haichao tribe in the past 100 years who can communicate with the sea god. Her first kiss carries the sea god's blessing and expectations. His gaze fell tenderly on Fuyao, full of doting affection. It also carried a hint of barely perceptible helplessness. Mermaids are known for their monogamous nature. Fuyao's kiss signified that her heart already belonged to someone else, and that she could never accept another in this life. However, Fuyao has a special identity. Lu Chun belongs to the human race. Their two different paths seem to have foreshadowed a future that would never intersect. So, from the moment Fuyao gave that kiss, she embarked on a lonely path of waiting, destined to be alone for the rest of her life. However, Lu Chun was completely unaware of this. For him, who came from Earth, it was unimaginable that a simple kiss could determine the fate of his entire life. Yes, thank you. This blessing is very helpful to me. He responded sincerely. Then, he turned to look at Fuyao and asked, Fuyao, you live in the ocean. Have you ever discovered any powerful creatures or strange sights in this area? For Lu Chun, the sea beasts around him could no longer satisfy his hunting needs. He urgently needs to find his next target. Ideally, it should be a powerful boss-level creature like the corrupted Gorgon. Fuyao pondered for a moment, her expression becoming somewhat serious. In the northern seas, I once saw a huge statue. Whenever the tide went out, there seemed to be something terrifying beneath the statue. As she spoke, her gaze remained fixed on Lu Chun. Seeing the gleam of curiosity in his eyes, he quickly advised him. Brother Lu Chun, you must not be impulsive and go on a dangerous trip. It's extremely dangerous there. You need to be at least at the 10th level of strength to go. She knew Lu Chun's adventurous nature very well. This personality trait can be described as courage. It could also be described as reckless. After all, Brother Lu Chun dared to set foot on Giant Lizard Island when he was only level 2. She didn't want Lu Chun to encounter any danger. At this moment, Lu Chun noticed that Jack had finished collecting all the Naga corpses and was sitting angrily at the bow of the boat. He nodded slightly, indicating that he understood the situation. His gaze shifted to Fu Yao's stunning face, and Lu Chen's heart stirred as he recalled her exceptional healing abilities. The ghost is indeed short of a ship's doctor, so how could we miss such an opportunity? In addition, Fu Yao's innocent and pure personality made him even more fond of her. Fu Yao, would you like to come aboard the Netherworld and become one of us? Lu Chen extended a sincere invitation. This was the first time he had proactively recruited crew members since arriving in the world of Revelation Online. Upon hearing this, Fu Yao's eyes instantly lit up, as if starlight were twinkling within them. She almost blurted out yes. But just then, she seemed to remember something, and her eyes became hesitant. Brother Lu Chen, I'm sorry. Fu Yao still has some things to take care of. She whispered, silently adding in her heart. Fu Yao must not cause trouble for Brother Lu Chen. Seeing this, Lu Chen did not force her. He understood that his words could change someone's life trajectory, so being rejected was understandable. He nodded slightly, to show respect for Fu Yao's choice. Then he waved his hand. Jack, let's go. At his command, the skeletons began to row with all their might. The ghost ship slowly drove away from its original location. Fu Yao stared blankly at the receding black boat silhouette. Finally, unable to contain himself, he shouted, Brother Lu Chen, our clan chief is going to lead us to migrate to Atlantis. If you ever come to Atlantis, you must come and find me. She watched as the netherworld gradually disappeared into the black mist. My eyes gradually welled up with tears. He kept muttering to himself, I must come. Seeing his sister in such a state, Hao Qi felt a pang of heartache and hugged her tightly. He comforted her softly. Fu Yao, forget him. He was just a fleeting passerby in our lives. On the deck, Lu Chen's gaze fell on Jack's sullen expression. I couldn't help but smile. This Jack? That's so interesting. Just because Fu Yao kissed me. Now they're actually angry. But Lu Chen, who lives on Earth, has long since learned how to cleverly make grand promises. He coughed lightly. Jack, just go ahead and do your job. If I come across a suitable fairy or sea monster in the future, I'll definitely save one for you, so you'll have a companion. Upon hearing this, Jack, his eyes lit up instantly. She darted behind Lu Chen and began to massage his shoulders solicitously. He said with a broad smile, Hee, I knew it. Captain, you love me the most. Gurgle, gurgle. Tawanzi was perched on top of Lu Chen's head. It glanced sideways at Jack's fawning expression. His eyes were full of contempt. Hey, you little dumpling, what kind of look is that? I'm telling you, when you grow up, don't date an octopus, or I'll laugh at you. Goo. Chirp. That's all. A ghost and an octopus started arguing on the deck. The scene was quite lively. Chapter 71, The Allied Nations That Keep Making a Dire Reaction. Since the news of Lu Chen slaying the Tier 5 boss-level creature was broadcast throughout the entire 8th region, the Allied nations immediately became docile. This directly caused the entire regional channel to fall silent. The survival bet token in Lu Chen's hand was like a Damocles sword hanging over the heads of the evolved beings of all nations. The once arrogant Allied nations were instantly transformed into docile kittens, fearing that they would attract Lu Chen's attention. Because, in any sea area that has joined the alliance, they had all won a survival bet at least once. If he were to face Lu Chen and lose, he would lose at least 40 attribute points. This is a loss that no evolver could bear. Not to mention sea areas like Fusang 903 and South Korea 942, which have already suffered defeats once. Another defeat would likely severely threaten the survival of all evolved beings in the region. Not to mention that the poisonous fog will descend in 6 days, and everyone will be doomed. Charles, oh my God, why are you all so quiet? Shoo, Charles, don't speak. That devil Lu Chen hasn't activated the betting order yet. It wouldn't be good if he got his eye on us. Fusang 903 District. Mr. Lu Chen actually defeated a Tier 5 boss-level ferocious beast. We, the people of Gallic Rooster District 673, must admit that we are no match for him. Therefore, we do not wish to be enemies with District 1000. Mr. Lu Chen, we, the people of Gallic Rooster, apologize for our previous offense. Gallic Rooster District 673. Alas, the sheiks are as powerful as ever. We Indians do not wish to be their enemies. India District 579. Our great Goryeo Empire has always respected the strong. Mr. Lu Chen, you have earned the respect of our great Goryeo Empire. Our 942nd C District wishes to become friends with your 1000th C District. South Goryeo 942nd C District. To prevent their area from becoming a target of land submersion. The arrogance and domineering attitude of the people from the Allied nations had vanished from their previous words. Instead, they openly began to curry favor with Lu Chen. At this moment, The US-led alliance appears to be in grave danger. Charles, oh, gentlemen, you need not fear Lu Chun. He will not live much longer. These words were like a pebble thrown into a calm lake. The message instantly caused ripples in the regional chat channel. Mr. Charles, what do you mean by that? Do you have a way to deal with that devil? Fusong 903C area. A spark of hope ignited in the hearts of the Japanese people. They knew that, given the complex and intertwined history of conflict between Japan and the Western Xia, other countries might be able to reach some form of reconciliation with the Western Xia. But for them, the only way to fight them is to fight to the death. The people of Xinxia will never let them go easily. Charles, haha, everyone, rest assured. I have used a precious invasion order to invite Prince Ventura to launch an attack on Sherlock's District 1000. These words immediately caused an uproar in the 8th District. Oh God, it's actually the devil on Earth. You actually handed over the invasion order to him. Sector 356 on Earth. What? Is he that strong? Fusong 903 District. He's a vampire, a terrifying vampire. He can drink the blood of evolved beings to enhance his own power. In his original District 001, he is now the only survivor. All the evolved beings have become his prey. I cannot imagine just how powerful he has become. District 356. The words of the people of the land on which the sun never sets were filled with fear. Clearly, this Vandros. Back on Earth, it was a nightmare for the people of the British Empire. However, upon hearing of the existence of such evil and terrifying vampires, the allied nations within the 8th region, however, were filled with jubilation. Because this terrifying vampire's current target is the demon Lu Chun, who terrifies them. In an instant, those alliance members who had just shown goodwill towards Sherlock's District 1000 all dropped their pretenses. Damn it, I finally don't have to pretend anymore. You despicable Xinxia people, how dare you steal 40 precious attribute points from us? I'll watch you all walk towards destruction. South Korea, District 942. Ha ha ha. We Japanese have finally waited for this moment. That despicable Lu Chun, finally someone can punish him. Japan 903 District. Oh, you devil Lu Chun, I take back what I said before. Our great Gallic Rooster will never yield to your force, and we will plunder all the attributes of the divine Xia people. Gallic Rooster District 673. It must be the will of Shiva. We Indians will follow the guidance of Shiva and annihilate all these Shinja people. India District 579. Ding. Successfully captured Nagalos, 7th tier. You have gained a rank B talent, Petrifying Gaze, increasing agility by 11 points. Ding. Successfully absorbed Sabas, tier 6. You have acquired the D rank talent, Lightning Manipulation, increasing strength by 10 points. Ding. Successfully acquired 6 Naga Warriors, tier 5. Agility increased by 86 points. Ding. Successfully acquired 30 Naga Warriors, tier 4. Agility increased by 430 points. A series of revelation online notification sounds rang out. A surge of energy rushed into Lu Chen's body like a tidal wave. On the sea, the corpses of the Naga people gradually turned into withered shells and scattered everywhere. Haha, that was really satisfying. Lu Chun held Tuanzi tightly, his hearty laughter echoing in the sea breeze. This single wave of intake. Tuanzi helped Lu Chun gain a total of 179 points of agility and 10 points of strength. This gain is equivalent to the attribute points that other evolvers accumulate by painstakingly leveling up nearly 9 times. What is even more precious is that Nagalos not only contributed agility, but her B-rank talent, Petrifying Gaze, also became Lu Chen's prize. This talent is incredibly powerful. It's almost equivalent to an instant cast, an extremely powerful crowd control skill. In addition, Lu Chen also mastered the Naga Chieftain Sabas's D-level talent, Lightning Manipulation. Not only that, defeat the 7th tier Nagaros and the 6th tier Sabas, and 6th tier 5 and 30 tier 4 Naga Warriors. It brought a terrifying 11,400 points of life energy to the sinking land. After dividing it equally with the dumplings, both the human and the beast gained 5,700 points of life energy. Nourished by this immense energy, the little dumpling finally stepped into the second stage. Level 2, 1180/20,000. Gurgle gurgle. The little dumpling's tentacles rubbed happily against Lu Chen's body. It was obviously extremely comfortable. However, Lu Chen's eyes widened. I stared at the little dumpling's pink and tender body for a long time. It had just absorbed a full 10,000 points of life energy and finally advanced to the next level. But it doesn't seem like there's any obvious change. Chapter 72 Dragon Scale Armor, Vampire Prince. The dumpling still retains its rosy, petite appearance. It's like a harmless little thing. Certainly. So cute and adorable. Perhaps the cuteness makes it hard for the enemy to bring themselves to attack. It seems that without leaving the larval stage, the dumplings won't change much. But, at what level does a dumpling enter its growth stage? Thinking of this, Luchin couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, my current leveling speed isn't too slow. As long as you don't slack off. He believed that Toanzi would grow up soon. Etc. Luchin then noticed that. This time, they collected the corpses of a total of 34th tier Naga warriors. Each body only gained 4 points of agility. Something's not right. I remember that consuming a tier 4 sea beast should give me 8 attribute points, right? How did it decay to 4 points? Luchin's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly understood the reason. This situation was exactly the same as what he encountered when he acquired a regular grade weapon. Clearly, as he continued to ingest it, the energy from low-level corpses had gradually become insignificant to him. It can hardly provide much more useful nourishment. If he wants to continue to improve his strength, he must set his sights on higher-level creatures. Thinking of this, Luchin couldn't help but feel deeply moved. He realized how valuable his previous adventures were. If he had relied on Toanzi as his golden touch back then, choose stable development. Although one could become a skilled individual with some achievements. But compared to the potential it has shown so far, the difference is enormous. True strength is never fostered by a greenhouse. They need to be tempered in the wind and rain and break through in the face of challenges in order to continuously climb new peaks. Luchin was well aware of this and felt fortunate for his previous choice. By the way, regarding the previous kill of the corrupted Gorgon, I remember Revelation Online rewarded me with a silver tier piece of equipment. Luchin quickly turned his attention to the storage ring. He has been extremely busy since that battle. I only have the chance to examine this award closely now. Dragon Scale Armor, Intermediate Silver. Armor plates meticulously forged from rare dragon scales. They can be embedded in critical areas of a ship and require one small equipment slot. These armor plates are not only as hard as iron, but can also absorb and reflect enemy attacks to a certain extent. This is ship equipment. Luchin's heart stirred. I recall that after the Netherworld was upgraded to an advanced beginner's wooden boat, it did indeed gain a small equipment slot. These dragon scale armors arrived just in time. They're perfect for us. He waved his right hand, preparing to equip the dragon scale armor. A notification sound then rang out. Ding, please select the area to cover with the dragon scale armor. Location. Luchin frowned slightly, and after thinking for a moment, he made a decision. I'm either on the offensive or on my way to the offensive. The bow of the ship, being the part that charges forward, is undoubtedly the area that needs the most protection. Thinking of this, Luchin chose the bow of the ship as the equipment position for the dragon scale armor without hesitation. With a thought, the dragon scale armor seemed to be drawn by invisible threads, slowly drifting towards the bow of the Netherworld ship. Ding! Dragon scale armor has been equipped to the bow of the ship. As the notification sound from Revelation Online faded, a dark light suddenly emanated from the bow of the ghostly ship. Immediately afterwards, a deep dragon's roar echoed within the ship, vibrating every inch of its planks. Luchin's gaze sharpened. The wooden planks at the bow of the ship began to slowly writhe, as if they were alive, and eventually coalesced into the shape of a black dragon's head. With its eyes tightly closed and horns prominent, the dragon exudes an aura of inviolable majesty. The dragon's head blended perfectly with the hull of the Netherworld. The dragon's scales gleamed with a cold luster, standing out starkly against the dim sea surface. Yet it blended seamlessly with the eerie aura of the ghost ship, as if this ghost ship had acquired its own guardian beast. After equipping the dragon scale armor, the Netherworld's defense stat was immediately boosted to high. Luchin stared at the ship's control panel in front of him. The latest ship control panel is at the end of the chapter. He unconsciously stroked his chin, lost in thought. He knew the path of human talent evolution. But how can this ship's talents be evolved? After all 4 talents possessed by the Netherworld are extremely useful. Never mind, I'll find out eventually. Luchin shook his head, deciding to stop thinking about it. At that very moment, the announcement from the Revelation Online system suddenly echoed throughout Zone 1000. Revelation Online emergency announcement. Vandros in the Noob Sea area of the Undying Sun Zone 001 has launched an invasion order. Invading parties. The Never-Setting Sun Zone 001 Beginners C. Invasion. Sherlock Holmes Zone 1000 Beginners C. Number of survivors on both sides. 1. Area 001. 915. Area 1000. Revelation Online Reminder. Evolver Vandross from Zone 001 has successfully teleported to the Novice Sea in Zone 1000 using an invasion order. All Evolvers, please take note. Defeating invaders will earn you a large number of contribution points, which can be used to exchange for equipment and supplies in the Fleet Shop or Revelation Online Shop. As the announcements continued to be broadcast, a crimson blood-red ship suddenly tore through space and appeared in the sea area of District 1000. On the bloodstained boat, a tall, slender figure stood proudly upright. It was none other than the vampire prince, Vandross, on whom the allied nations placed their high hopes. Vandross's face was pale and delicate. He took a deep breath, as if he could smell the vitality permeating the air of District 1000. His eyes gleamed with longing as he murmured to himself, "Ah, the taste of living people. The great Vandross has not drunk fresh human blood for days. Your Highness, a new hunting ground has appeared. Congratulations. Congratulations, Your Highness." Behind him, 9 gaunt-faced blood slaves bowed in respect. They were originally ordinary evolved beings in Sea Area 001. Now, however, he has become a blood slave of Vandross and lost his status as an evolved being. Same status as the skeleton warriors summoned by Lu Chun. "My lord, there is a Sheikah warship at the 9 o'clock position on the left." A blood slave's withered, emaciated fingers extended. It pointed directly at a mid-level beginner wooden boat in the distance, located in Zone 1000. "Ha ha ha. Prey, live prey, this prince will go and have a taste first." Vandross laughed loudly, and his body instantly transformed into a swarm of black bats, flying swiftly towards the beginner's wooden boat. Lu Chun's latest panel. Name, Lu Chun Cursed. Level, 5, 6780/10,000. Position, Inspector, 500/10,000. Evolution Point, 4. Death Energy, 2,700. Strength, 178. Agility, 341. Constitution, 260. Perception, 260. Free Attribute Points, 0. Talent. Tier A, Undead Control. Tier B, Undying Curse, Petrifying Gaze, Mountain Power, 0.25%, on my OG. Rank C, Plant Affinity, Poison Control, Flame Control, 5%, Ice Control. Rank D, Strength Superpower, Speed Superpower, 5%, Stealth, Perception Superpower, Constitution Superpower, Auditory Senses, Lightning Manipulation. Grade E2, Olfactory Hyperstimulation, 10%, X-Ray Vision, Visual Hyperstimulation. Skill, Windbreaker, Overseer Exclusive. The moment the opponent sees this move, they will experience what true despair is. Skill, Corpse Explosion, Rank A. An extremely cruel necromancy skill that causes corpses or undead creatures to self-destruct, releasing a devastating explosion that inflicts massive damage on enemies. The fear surrounding necromancy skills is well-deserved. They are simply too brutal. Skill, Poseidon's Blessing, Rank C. You have been granted the breath of the deep sea, greatly extending your breath-holding time underwater. Wow, now you don't need equipment for diving. But be careful, you're not a fish. You'll still drown if you stay underwater too long. Ship, Advanced Beginner Wooden Boat, Enhanced. Overall Combat Strength Assessment. Unable to assess. For the inspectors, realms are a joke. Anyone who relies on realm to fight an inspector will die a horrible death. Because of the higher level B rank mountain power, the D rank earth manipulation has been converted into 0.25% of the evolution experience of mountain power. The Cursed Enhanced Beginner's Boat. The Netherworld, Captain, Landslide. Level, Advanced. Crew, 10/10. Durability, 700. Weapon slot, Small Weapon 1/1, Wailing Giant Crossbow, Bronze Beginner. Equipment slot, 1/1 Small Equipment, Dragon Scale Armor, Mid-Silver. Speed, Medium, Paddle. Defense, High Light Armor. Talents, Ghost Ship, Rank B, Cherry Blossom Guardian, Rank C, Ecological Symbiosis, Rank D, Extreme Speed, Rank D. I'm afraid of being accused of padding the word count, so I haven't dared to write too much about the panel. I will only show the panel in its entirety at the end of the chapter when the protagonist's strength changes drastically. Chapter 73, The Terrifying Ventura. On the Iron Wolf. Captain Dong Jiqiang frowned, the contents of the Imperial Revelation broadcast replaying in his mind. A look of disbelief on his face. An intrusion order? There's only one person on the other side, actively infiltrating our 900-plus person team? Did I hear that right? Dong Jiqiang is a top player on the 1000 level leaderboard. The level has reached level 4. At this moment, Wei Jie, standing behind him, looked particularly somber behind his glasses. He pushed up his glasses and said urgently, "Brother Chong, something's not right. I just checked the 8th District channel, and it seems like this Vandross is the work of the Americans." Before the words were finished, a crew member pointed in terror at the sea, his face ashen, his voice trembling with fear. "Brother Chong, Brother Wei, look over there." Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to it. A blood-red boat silently appeared. Even more alarming was the swarm of bats that fluttered in from the boat. The oppressive atmosphere they exuded was so palpable that it nearly stopped the heartbeats of all the crew members. "Humph, so this is the Venus?" Dong Jiqiang's eyes sharpened, as if some kind of power was being awakened within him. He took a deep breath. All the muscles in my body tensed instantly and began to expand rapidly. A crimson light emanated from beneath his skin, enveloping his entire body, and his aura became incomparably powerful. Sea-level talent, muscle expansion. I am indebted to the great god Lu Chun. Dong Jiqiang gained a total of 60 free attribute points, plus 3 evolution points. Using these evolution points, he successfully superimposed his D-level strength, evolving it into C-level muscle expansion. Seeing the rapidly approaching swarm of bats, Dong Jiqiang hesitated for a moment, then lowered his voice and gave the order. "The 5 of us will face the enemy. Warner, you continue to remain invisible and do not reveal yourself." There were a total of 6 crew members on the Iron Wolf. At this point, Dong Jiqiang's tone became increasingly heavy. "If we are no match for them, Warner, you must send out information about Vandross through the chat channel to warn everyone." At that moment, an urgent response came from a corner of the Iron Wolf. "Brother Chong, no, I want to fight alongside everyone. There's no time. Do as I say." Dong Jiqiang shouted, suddenly drawing his giant axe from behind him. "Prepare for battle." At this very moment, the dark swarm of bats suddenly accelerated. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the sky above the Iron Wolf. The 4 crew members besides Dong Jiqiang. There was almost no time to react. It was swarmed by a dense mass of bats, which tore at it and sucked its blood. In the blink of an eye, the 4 people turned into 4 withered, dried-up corpses. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A swarm of bats also launched a fierce attack on Dong Jiqiang. However, Dong Jiqiang's muscular body was like an impenetrable wall, impenetrable even by the sharp fangs of a bat. "Scatter!" Dong Jiqiang roared angrily. The giant axe in his hand swung down fiercely, accompanied by a whistling sound. In an instant, the bats in the air gathered as if summoned, transforming into a figure dressed in an evening gown. It was indeed Vandross. "Wei Jie, everyone!" Dong Jiqiang's gaze swept over his teammates, now mummified corpses, and finally settled on Vandross, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. The great god Lu Chun bestowed upon everyone in Zone 1000 a full 60 points of free attributes and 3 evolution points. Wei Jie and his 3 friends, despite only being level 3. However, each of them possesses D-level talent, making them formidable opponents. But in the blink of an eye, he died. Just how powerful is this Vandross? Ah, the taste of fresh blood, it's so delicious. Vandross landed gracefully on the deck of the Iron Wolf. With his arms outstretched, a look of satisfaction spread across his face. Just now, he absorbed the blood of those 4 divine summer evolvers, which contributed a total of 7 attribute points to him. The energy contained in the blood of these Xinxia people is truly powerful. It's so delicious. Oh, we forgot a little bug. How interesting, how very interesting. Van Zhua's pale fingers slowly and deliberately adjusted his collar, his gaze glancing at Dong Jiqiang, whose expression was grave. A disdainful smile curled at the corner of his lips. "Don't be so arrogant. Today I'm going to avenge my brothers." Dong Jiqiang roared, suppressing the trembling in his heart. The muscles inside the body tensed instantly and expanded again. Faced with such a terrifying enemy, Dong Jiqiang dared not hold back in the slightest. Muscles swell and unleash their full power without reservation. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a muscular giant. His body was flashing red light. The enormous axe sliced through the air with the force of a thunderbolt and slammed down on Vandross. However, that giant axe that bore the weight of 10,000 jun, a unit of weight in ancient China. It was held firmly by a pale hand. Dong Jiqiang gave it his all, but the giant axe seemed to be firmly embedded in the palm of his hand, not moving an inch. How is this possible? Dong Jiqiang's eyes widened suddenly, filled with disbelief. Strength has always been his proudest asset. He invested a large number of free attribute points into strength. This also gave him a base strength of over 70 points. At this moment, under the full force of his muscle-expanding talent. The power he unleashed in an instant was a terrifying 300 points. This axe, let alone people, even 4th-tier sea beasts would find it difficult to withstand and would either die or be seriously injured. However, such an astonishing axe blow was caught by Vandross with ease. Could it be that Vandross's power has already exceeded 300 points? How? How is this possible? Oh, your strength is not bad. I shouldn't have underestimated you. Now, you're barely acceptable to me. Vandross sneered. Then, with a sudden tug of his right hand, the giant axe that Dong Jiqiang was gripping tightly instantly slipped from his hand and flew away. Before Dong Jiqiang could react, Vandross had transformed into a blood-red shadow. With lightning speed, he grabbed Dong Jiqiang by the neck. Immediately afterwards, a tremendous force surged forth. He was slammed hard onto the deck. Vandross revealed his fangs and pressed close to Dong Jiqiang's neck. I heard that the strongest guy in your 1000th district is named Lu Chun. Where is he now? Upon hearing Vandross's pressing question, a cold smile appeared on Dong Jiqiang's face. You think you're so strong? Lu Chun, the great god, will show you what a true powerhouse is. He will avenge me. You won't get a single word out of me. Before transmigrating to the world of Revelation Online, Dong Jiqiang was just an ordinary worker. He also felt fear when facing death. But, faced with this vampire, he knew full well that even if he betrayed the great god Lu Chun, he would not escape the fate of having his blood drained. That would be a better way to repay the 2 survival gambles that Lu Chun, the great god, helped him win. Court death. Vandross's fangs instantly pierced Dong Jiqiang's neck. Dong Jiqiang's limbs suddenly began to struggle violently, as if out of control. His once robust body began to shrink and become shriveled at an alarming rate. Chapter 74 An Evolver with average attributes higher than Lu Chun. Thump. A muffled thud. Dong Jiqiang's gaunt body, like an abandoned rag doll, was mercilessly thrown into the surging waves by Vandross. You think I wouldn't be able to find it if you didn't tell me. Vandross, still savoring the moment, extended his tongue and lightly brushed it across his lips. A greedy glint flashed in his eyes. Then he slowly closed his eyes, took a deep breath, as if trying to catch something in the air. In the blink of an eye, his eyes snapped open, and a sinister smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Found it. That vibrant life force is definitely from Lu Chun, and it's heading east. Vandross muttered to himself, then suddenly swung his right arm, his body instantly transforming into a swirling black mist, which turned into countless bats that flapped their wings and took flight. A long time. A faint sob echoed from a dark corner of the Iron Wolf. Wanner, the girl with the ability to become invisible. Her hands were tightly covering her lips, and her body trembled slightly as she revealed her form. Brother Chong, everyone. Only now did Wanner dare to cry. Tears streamed down her face like broken beads, rolling down her cheeks and dripping onto the cold deck. No. I can't let Brother Chong and everyone else die in vain. Recalling Dong Jiqiang's dying wish, Wanner quickly wiped away her tears. With trembling fingers, I opened the chat channel in Zone 1000. At this moment, the chat channel in Zone 1000 was in an uproar. Wait, what's going on? We've been hacked by someone. Am I seeing things? Is that Vandross from District 001 tired of living? He dares to come and cause trouble in our District 1000 all by himself. If I see him, I'll skin him alive. Everyone, don't let your guard down. Take a look at the chat channel in the 8th region. This Vandross is definitely not simple. Holy crap, the invasion order for Vandross was issued by the Americans. They actually think that just one Vandross can wipe out our entire 900+ people in District 1000? How is that possible? Tang Hong. That's right, my godfather doesn't even need to lift a finger. My ship can take down this so-called vampire prince. Haha. Tang Hong is bursting with confidence ever since he got 60 attribute points and 3 evolution points. Not just Tang Hong, there are no pushovers in our District 1000. This Vandross dares to cause trouble. Let him taste what it's like to kick a hornet's nest. Yang Zimming. Everyone, please don't let your guard down. No one should act alone. Immediately gather with the nearby warships. We don't know the details of this Vandross yet, so we absolutely cannot underestimate him. Boss Yang received. With Lu Chun, Yang, and Li Sini around, I'm not worried about this so-called vampire prince at all. Until this moment, the chat channel maintained a relaxed atmosphere. Suddenly, a series of notification sounds from the Revelation Online system rang out. This immediately put everyone on edge. Ding! Evolvers Wei Jia, Wang Ming, Li Xiang, and Zhou Zihao from District 1000 have been killed by Evolver Fan Juisi from District 001. before anyone could react. Another cold, warning tone sounded. This adds another layer of heaviness to everyone's hearts. Ding! Dong Jiqiang, an evolver from Zone 1000, has been killed by Van Zhuas, an evolver from Zone 001. Dong Jiqiang, it's the Iron Wolf. The Iron Wolf is in trouble. Dong Jiqiang is a top performer on the leaderboard, already at level 4. The other crew members on the Iron Wolf are all at level 3. How is this possible? Damn it. It was that vampire who did it. On board the Unicorn Rhinoceros, Yang Ziming was hunting a Tier 4 sea beast. Upon seeing the divine message, his heart tightened. He quickly waved to Long Howren and the others, signaling to abandon the pursuit. He remembered that there were 6 crew members on the Iron Wolf. It only indicates that 5 people have died, so there should still be people alive. Thinking of this, Yang Ziming immediately sent a message in the chat channel. Is anyone still alive on the Iron Wolf? A few seconds later, Wanner's avatar started flashing. Everyone, I'm so sorry, our Iron Wolf couldn't stop that vampire, sob sob sob. Seeing that there were indeed survivors on the Iron Wolf, everyone quickly pressed for more information. Wanner, stop crying. Tell me what happened? Yes, don't rush, speak slowly, we will definitely avenge you. That bastard Vandross really thinks he can do whatever he wants just because he's got some skills. Wanner, everyone, please don't act rashly. Vandross is much stronger than we imagine. I survived because Brother Chong asked me to tell everyone his information so that you could prepare in advance. Next, Wanner shared Vandross's attribute panel in the chat channel. Evolver, Vandross, Vampire. Level, 5, 1635/10,000. Strength, 312. Agility, 321. Constitution, 332. Perception, 314. Talent, Blood Feast, rank B. By absorbing the blood of its own kind, it can plunder a portion of the attribute points of the user, with the benefit lasting for 15 days. Skill, Bat Swarm Incarnation, rank B. A mysterious and unpredictable vampire skill that allows Vandross to transform into a swarm of bats for a short period of time. Not only can he soar freely through the air, but he can also launch lightning-fast surprise attacks on enemies. Oh, Mom, I can fly. Ship, Advanced Beginner Wooden Ship, Blood Banquet, possessing sea-level ship talent, Dark Knight Voyager. Overall combat strength assessment, Tier 5 to 10 or above. For some oddballs, assessing their overall combat strength is becoming increasingly difficult. Oh, there's one in your region too. When everyone's gaze fell upon the astonishing numbers on Vandross's panel, the chat channel fell silent instantly, as if even the air had frozen. Almost simultaneously, a faint but clear gasp rang out from every corner of District 1000. Even Yang Ziming, who is known for his composure. At this moment, even his right hand trembled slightly, his fingertips gently tapping the ship's railing. Vandross's 4-dimensional attributes immediately caught the eye. Each of them had exceeded 300 points. Yang Ziming knew that he was already among the strongest in District 1000. However, his average 4-dimensional attributes only barely crossed the threshold of 60. In comparison, Vandross's attributes are a full 5 times that of his. 5 times. This number struck him like a heavy hammer blow. This means that in terms of speed, strength, perception, and even resilience, Vandross could exert a comprehensive and overwhelming advantage over him. Holy crap, is this even human? When Zhou Yu saw Fan Zhuosi's attributes, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Long Howren slammed the giant shield in his hand heavily onto the deck, making a dull thud. His face darkened, and he turned to Yang Ziming with a grave look. Old Yang, it's dangerous. Li Ming lowered his eyelids slightly, a sharp glint in his eyes, and analyzed in a deep voice. Now I understand why only Vandross survived in Sector 001. He probably drained everyone else of their blood and made them his nourishment. Chapter 75 My Dear Father, Run. After a few seconds of deathly silence in the chat channel, someone finally sent a message in disbelief. Tang Hong. Wanner, do you think it's possible that this data has an extra 0? Sigh. Tang Hong, let's face reality. You and I both know that Tianyu can't be wrong. These vampires' attributes are probably all over 300. Now I understand why the people on the Iron Wolf couldn't even last a second. These attributes are terrifying. It's all those despicable Americans. They're afraid of us, so they deliberately put that devil, Vandross, in our district. Complaining is useless. On the battlefield, only the survivors have the right to have the last laugh. We need to quickly think of a way to deal with this Vandross. At this moment, Yang Ziming spoke up. Everyone, I've just carefully studied the information Wanner brought back. Although Vandross's attributes surge after each blood absorption, This enhancement is time-limited. If we don't confront him directly, he will revert to the level of an ordinary evolved being in 15 days, at which point we can do whatever we want with him. Boss Yang is right. At Warner, where's Vangelis now? We need to tell everyone to stay away from him right away. However, Warner's answer made everyone's hearts leap into their throats. He went to find the great god Lu Chun. Holy crap, this bastard probably had his eye on Lu Chun from the very beginning. At Lu Chun, great god, danger. Run. At Lu Chun, Godfather, you are the pillar of our District 1000. You must not be harmed. At Lu Chun, brother Lu Chun, Fanjuisi is no pushover. You must be careful. In an instant, the chat channel was tagged at Lu Chun. The message telling him to run quickly went viral. Yang Ziming also sent a message advising, Lu Chun, this Vangelis is extremely dangerous. He's looking for you right now. You should hide. However, at that very moment, an evolved being suddenly sent out a message. Holy crap, I saw Lu Chun's netherworld ship. So, did the great god Lu Chun manage to dodge Vangelis? Lu Chun's netherworld ship is still very fast. If he really wants to escape, Vangelis won't be able to catch up. As long as god Lu Chun is safe, I'm at ease. However, the evolved being's next words made everyone's hearts clench. It seems that not only did Lu Chun not escape, but he went straight towards Vangelis' direction. Upon hearing this, the chat channel instantly erupted in chaos, with everyone in a state of panic. Dad, I know you're strong, but that Vangelis is a real monster. We can't fight him head-on. At Lu Chun, turn around quickly. All of Vangelis' attributes are over 300 points, and his overall combat strength exceeds the 10th rank. You are no match for him. At Lu Chun, you are my faith. You can't get into trouble. Let's do as Boss Yang said, avoid that Vangelis for now, and deal with him in 15 days. Upon seeing Lu Chun, Yang Ziming not only didn't flee, but instead went directly to confront Vangelis. My heart sank instantly. He knew Lu Chun. However, Vangelis' attributes have already exceeded the limits that current evolved beings can reach. Lu Chun is the hope of the entire District 1000, and even the entire Sherlock. He absolutely cannot get into trouble. Thinking of this, Yang Ziming hurriedly tagged Lu Chun again in the chat channel, his tone filled with anxiety and earnestness. Lu Chun, Vangelis absorbed the power of over 1,000 people in Sector 001. The extent of his terror is unimaginable. For you to confront him now is equivalent to fighting against thousands of people in District 001. This is a very unwise move. We should avoid confrontation for now and plan our next move carefully. However, at this crucial moment, Lee Sinny's words suddenly silenced the previously noisy chat channel. Lee Sinny, everyone, there's no need to persuade us anymore. After all this time, don't you understand Lu Chun's personality? How could he possibly back down just because his opponent is strong? If he were truly afraid, he wouldn't be Lu Chun, and he wouldn't have achieved what he has today. Instead of wasting your time trying to persuade him, you should come with me to support him. Upon hearing Lee Sinny's words, Yang Ziming was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head helplessly, a bitter smile appearing on his lips. Sometimes I really don't know if Lu Chun is truly exceptionally strong or just too reckless, he muttered to himself. However, his gaze quickly hardened. But whether you're confident in yourself or simply reckless, I, Yang Ziming, will stand by your side without hesitation. Immediately afterwards, Yang Ziming sent a message in the chat channel. Everyone, gather in Lu Chun's direction. Let's go support him. Upon seeing the news about Yang Ziming and Lee Sinny, the people of District 1000, though still fearful of Vangelis' formidable strength. But they also knew that hiding forever was not a long-term solution. After all, there were less than 6 days left before the poisonous fog descended. If they simply hide blindly, even if they can temporarily evade Vangelis' pursuit, it is also impossible to build a sloop to escape in this beginner-friendly sea area. Let's do it. The worst that can happen is death. Who's afraid of who? Our Fuxing bullet train is only 2 nautical miles from the sinking god. We'll be there soon. I'm going to. Without the great Lu Chun, none of us in District 1000 will survive. In a short time, hundreds of warships in Zone 1000 changed course. They quickly assembled in the direction of the sinking land. Between sea areas 0001 and 1000 in the 8th region, a fierce war is about to begin. At this moment, in the chat channel of the 8th region, Charles also sent Vangelis' attribute panel to the regional chat channel. This caused the evolvers from all the allied nations to celebrate wildly. All 4 attributes are over 300, even if Lu Chun could kill a level 5 boss level creature. However, Faced with such a terrifying being as Vandros, death was the only possible outcome. Yoshi, haha, I never expected Prince Vandros to be so powerful. Now, that despicable Lu Chun and those despicable Xinxiao people are doomed. Damn it, when the time comes, our great Goryeo Empire will definitely plunder all the lost attribute points from these Xinxiao people. Oh, Mr. Charles, could you please ask if Prince Vandros has killed that devil Lu Chun yet? If he's determined to escape, I'm afraid even Prince Vandros might not be able to catch him. Chapter 76: The Inspector versus the Vampire. At that very moment, Vandros's avatar flashed, his tone full of smugness and disdain. Don't worry, everyone. The blood of those Xinxiao people is incredibly delicious. That Lu Chun, haha, he's probably scared out of his wits by me. He actually charged straight at me. Soon, he'll become my meal. As for Vandros's words, this completely put the minds of the previously somewhat apprehensive evolutionists from the multi-nation alliance at ease. Ha. Oh god. Although Lu Chun has such great strength, he's probably not very bright. He didn't run away when he encountered such a powerful Prince Vandros. Charles. Oh, it seems that Lu Chun is very confident in his own strength, but in front of the powerful Prince Vandros, he will soon experience what despair is. We have found the survival bet for the Gallic Rooster. We are just waiting for Prince Vandros to kill Lu Chun, and then we can plunder those weak divine Xia people to our heart's content. Lord Shiva has already issued a decree, and we Indians will resolutely carry out Lord Shiva's decree and wipe out all those Xinxia people. Vanjos. Average attributes over 300. Lu Chen's gaze swept over Van Zhuosi's attribute panel in the chat channel, a hint of interest flashing in his eyes. That's interesting. I thought my attributes were already top-notch. Unexpectedly, someone in this 8th region was able to surpass him. It seems we still can't let our guard down. There are many hidden talents on Earth, and I am not alone in having had such extraordinary encounters. Seeing a bunch of messages tagging him in the chat channel, advising him to avoid confrontation, he realized. Lu Chun simply shook his head slightly. It's so rare to find an evolved being that can pique my interest. How could I not love him? Lu Chun chuckled and sent a message in the chat channel to comfort everyone. Gentlemen, there is no need to worry. I know what I'm doing. Having said that, he raised his hand and waved. Jack, heading 055, full speed ahead. There's an interesting guy waiting for us up ahead. Yes, Captain. Hee, looks like another little toy has been delivered to our door. Jack grinned. A flash of black crystal light appeared in his hand, condensing into a long whip, which he lashed out at the skeleton paddling the oars. You lazybones, hurry up. Driven by the whip, the skeleton's rowing speed increased instantly. Like a phantom in the night, the ghost ship cuts through the waves. They headed straight for the blood banquet ship ahead. Under the spotlight, the dark netherworld and the blood banquet of Vanchos were getting closer and closer. Chat channel in Zone 1000. Xinjiawei. Everyone, Lu Chen's netherworld ship is about to collide with the Vanchos blood banquet ship. My raging wave ship is right next to us, and my hands are shaking with nervousness. Should I go and help? No, your strength is too weak. If you rashly help now, you might just increase Vandros's attributes. Yes, Jiawei, wait for us there. We're all heading to the great Lu Chen's place. Xinjiawei. Okay, so what do I need to do now? Doesn't Revelation Online have a live streaming function? Turn on the live stream and let us see what Vanchos' abilities are so we can support Lu Chen later. Yang Ziming. Yes, you start the live stream first. The others should also speed up and get here to support Lu Chen as soon as possible. My unicorn rhino will arrive in 20 minutes. Yang Ziming. Also, everyone, see if anyone has silverware. This Vantros is a vampire, so he should be afraid of silverware. Boss Yang Ziming. I have a pair of silver earrings. I have a silver bracelet. My necklace is silver. Yang Ziming. Okay, everyone gather the silver items together and hand them over to Li Sini. Li Sini's magnetic manipulation has evolved to C-level metal manipulation, and she can use these silver items for remote attacks. Yang Ziming. At Li Sini, how long until your morning star arrives? We need to support Lu Chun as soon as possible. We can't let him fight alone. Li Sini. 15 minutes. At this moment, Chun Jiawei had already started his live stream. The evolved beings, who were rapidly approaching Lu Chun, flocked to Chun Jiawei's live stream. In the picture, on the turbulent ocean surface, a ghost ship shrouded in black mist and a blood-red boat. Like two sharp swords, they were sharp and outspoken, and their confrontation was fierce. Your Highness, I didn't expect that the people of Xinxiao would actually have some backbone, and they were not scared away by your Highness's terrifying power. A blood slave stared at the approaching netherworld ship. His tone was full of surprise. In the 001 SD district of the British Empire, which evolved being didn't tremble with fear and flee in panic at the sight of the prince. However, these Xinxiao people not only did not flee, instead, they took the initiative to come forward, as if they were courting death. Haha, that's good. It saves me the trouble of searching. A cold smile curled at the corner of Vandrosa's lips. He immediately swung his right arm. Its body instantly transformed into a swarm of black bats, lunging towards the netherworld. Hey, that little toy over there looks kind of interesting. Jack's face contorted with rage, and he was about to step forward to fight. But Lu Qin stopped him with a gesture. Jack, leave this guy to me. Lu Qin's eyes flashed with intense fighting spirit. Among today's evolved beings, few can rival him. Now that he has finally found an opponent who can hold his own against him, how could he easily give up to Jack? Upon hearing this, Jack shrugged and took a step back. All right, Captain, please proceed. Are you two arguing about who will die first? Amidst the swarm of bats in the air, Vandrosa's voice was filled with disdain. Immediately afterwards, the swarm of bats suddenly accelerated, closing in on Lu Qin. B-rank skill, bat transformation. Previously, Wei Jie and 3 others on the Iron Wolf were instantly killed by this move. Now, Vanzhou is trying to repeat his old tricks. It also drained Lu Qin's blood. The blood of the strongest in this 1000th district must taste delicious. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Accompanied by the bat's piercing screech, countless bats bared their fangs and viciously devoured Lu Qin's skin. Suddenly, boom! A blazing flame suddenly erupted from Lu Qin's body, like a volcanic eruption. Squeak, squeak, squeak. In an instant, countless bats were engulfed by the flames, letting out mournful howls, and then turned into ashes that drifted into the air. The remaining bats quickly gathered, reshaped into the form of Venus. A fire-type ability user? Humph, you're lucky you escaped unscathed. Vandrosa snorted coldly. Fire power is precisely the nemesis of his bat form. That's it. Lu Qin raised an eyebrow. If this Vandrosa is this weak, it will disappoint Lu Qin. Seeing the contempt in Lu Qin's eyes, Vandrosa. Suddenly, a chilling laugh spread across his face. The body beneath the cloak trembled slightly with laughter. Boy, you clearly haven't witnessed Prince Vandrosa's true power yet. That little trick you just played was nothing more than an appetizer before the main course. His words carried a force that should not be underestimated. Immediately afterwards, the sound suddenly rose in pitch, becoming sharp and piercing. Next, I'm going to show you what true attribute suppression really is. Vandrosa's body trembled. 321 points of agility instantly activated, like a wild beast breaking free of its restraints. In an instant, he transformed into a blood-red afterimage, lunging towards Lu Qin at an astonishing speed. Chapter 77. Overwhelming Vandrosa and Attributes. Ants. I'll show you. With 321 points of agility, the speed that can be achieved is terrifying. Vandrosa thought smugly. He bared his fangs and lunged at Lu Qin's neck. However, faced with Vandrosa's incredibly swift attack, a hint of mockery flashed in Lu Qin's eyes. Interesting. This Vandrosa actually thought he could crush me in terms of speed. Ridiculous. Lu Qin pushed off with his right foot, his body instantly retreating rapidly. Vandrosa's sharp fangs were already close to Lu Qin's neck, but it felt as if it had touched the air. The prey that was within reach suddenly became unattainable. He looked closely and saw that Lu Qin's movement speed was almost the same as his own. How is this possible? Vandrosa was utterly horrified. I absorbed the power of over 1,000 people to temporarily raise my agility to 321 points. And this Lu Qin, a mere level 5 evolver. How could someone's speed rival his? Could it be that his agility has exceeded 321 points? No, that's absolutely impossible. However, the shock in Vandrosa's heart had not yet subsided. A flash of green light appeared beneath Lu Qin's feet, and his speed super-enhanced mode was activated instantly. Lu Qin, whose speed was originally comparable to his. At this moment, the speed increased threefold. He vanished from Vandrosa's sight in the blink of an eye, leaving only a blur. Not good. Vandrosa was greatly alarmed. But he hadn't even had time to react. Lu Qin's figure appeared silently beside him like a ghost. Immediately afterwards, a slender, fair hand suddenly attacked with lightning speed. Smack! A crisp, loud slap echoed across the sea. Vandrosa was sent spinning twice by the sudden, powerful slap. He then stood there dumbfounded, his face full of astonishment. Own! With 321 agility points. They were completely outmatched in speed. The hardest thing to accept is, this is Lu Qin attacking himself. It's an extremely insultingly large clitoris. Do you know how much damage a large penis can do to a vampire? This sudden scene. This caused a moment of silence to fall over the entire sea area. On the blood banquet, the blood slaves, who had initially grinned maliciously and eagerly awaited Lu Chun being drained of his blood. He froze instantly, his eyes vacant. Was I seeing things? I just saw that this Xinxiao person was even faster than His Highness the Prince. A blood slave muttered to himself, incredulous. However, his blood slave companions, remained unresponsive, like clay or wooden statues. They stared wide-eyed. His mouth gaped open, his face filled with disbelief. His Highness's agility is over 300 points. How could the Xinxiao people be so fast? Has his agility surpassed that of the prince? How is that possible? Did he also drink human blood? That's not right either. There are quite a few evolved beings in District 1000, aren't there? Quick, everyone row hard. Lu Chun is waiting for us. Yang Ziming was extremely anxious. Grip the oars tightly with both hands and row with all your might. He knew that Lu Chun was currently engaged in a fierce battle with Van Jua's. Every point he gets faster increases Lu Chun and District 1000's chances of winning. However, just then, Long Haoran, who was observing the battle situation, suddenly froze. Then he mechanically turned his head. He stared blankly at Yang Ziming, Li Ming, Zhou Yu, and the others. He stammered, You guys, look at this. Upon hearing Long Haoran's words, Yang Ziming's heart skipped a beat. It's over. Has Lu Chun been defeated? Well, given Vandrosa's terrifying attributes, it's not surprising that Lu Chun lost. With a heavy heart, Yang Ziming slowly turned his gaze to the light screen that Long Haoran was showing to everyone. The next second, his face showed the same astonishment as Long Haoran's. Crush. Lu Chun actually outpaced Van Jua's in speed, even though Yang Ziming is always calm. At this moment, I couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Wait, doesn't that Vandrosa have over 300 agility points? Is he just a paper tiger? Zhou Yu's voice was full of doubt. No, Vandrosa's agility is indeed 321 points. It's Lu Chun. Lu Chun's agility is even higher than Vandrosa's. Li Ming's eyes were as sharp as a hawk's, fixed on the afterimages of Lu Chun and Van Juesi on the light screen. He analyzed in a deep voice. What? Zhou Yu's voice suddenly rose, his eyes widening in disbelief. You mean, Lu Chun's agility surpasses that of Van Jua's? My total 4 attributes don't even add up to 300 points. Now tell me, Lu Chun's agility stat alone is over 300? Zhou Yu suddenly felt terrible. Yang Ziming was stunned for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter, his laughter filled with unbridled joy. Ha ha! Lu Chun has been hiding his attributes from us all this time, but it turns out his attributes are actually quite amazing. Long Haoran couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. Old Yang, it's ironic that we advised him to run away before. Brother Lu Chun was obviously prepared, and now we've become the clowns. Yang Ziming showed no embarrassment whatsoever. On the contrary, her smile grew even brighter. Haha, a clown is fine. As long as Lu Chinxiang and Xin Xiaqiang are strong, I, Yang Ziming, am willing to be this clown. Ha ha ha. Van Jua's gaze was piercing, fixed intently on Lu Chun, who was shaking his wrist. His teeth clenched, making a crunching sound. I, Van Jua's, a noble vampire prince. Whether on Earth, still in this world of Revelation Online, they were all beings that inspired fear and dread. That despicable Lu Chun. How dare they slap me so hard in front of everyone? How despicable. Absolutely despicable. Thinking of this, anger surged within him like a tidal wave, and Vandrosa's voice seemed to come from the deepest hell, cold and sinister. So you're an agility type specialist. It seems you've put all your free attribute points into agility. Is that right? His gaze shifted to the green light flashing beneath Lu Chun's feet. The ferocity on his face intensified, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Speed maximization, you actually possess 2 talents at the same time. But you think you can defeat me with such a petty trick? You're dreaming. Vandrosa stepped forward, his tone full of threat. In this cramped cabin, no matter how fast you go, where can you escape to? And how long can you maintain your supersonic speed? Speaking of which, he stuck out his scarlet tongue and slowly licked his dry lips. A greedy glint shone in his eyes. The moment your mental energy is exhausted and your speed-enhanced state disappears will be the moment you become my delicious meal. Chapter 78, A Shocking Punch. Hey, old man, you really talk a lot. With your skills, would you even need to dodge if our captain were to hit you? Jack leaned lazily against the ship's railing, picking his nose with his finger, looking disdainful. There are more experts. It was only then that Vandrosa noticed Jack. His pupils suddenly contracted. The undead in front of me is actually a boss-level creature as displayed on the panel. There's actually a boss-level undead hiding on this sunken ship? Vandross was well aware of the power of boss-level creatures. In the 001C area, he also encountered a boss-level sea monster. Even with all his might, he could only barely manage a draw. Thinking of this, Vandross's heart sank. He realized that he had probably bitten off more than he could chew this time. If the boss-level undead attacks first, Lu Chun can then launch a surprise attack from the side with his astonishing speed. I might not even be a match for him. Just as Vandross was beginning to consider retiring, Lu Chun's casual remark instantly made Vandross's eyes light up. Jack is right. I've had my fill of fun. Lu Chun flexed his wrists and approached Vandross step by step. Judging by that posture, it turned out to be a direct confrontation with Vandross. Yeah, you have a path to heaven, but you choose not to. You have no way to hell, but you come here by yourself. Vandross was overjoyed. This Lu Chun is clearly a talent user who primarily focuses on agility. But he insisted on confronting himself head-on. As long as one can use their superior strength to create an overwhelming advantage. One strike is all it takes to kill it instantly. At that time, the remaining boss-level undead is not a threat. Don't miss this opportunity. Take advantage of this arrogant Xinxiao man and kill him. Prepare to die. With a roar, Vandross slammed his right foot into the ground. All the muscles in my body tensed up like steel in an instant. An astonishing 312 points of power surged forth. His right fist shot out like an arrow, with overwhelming force, aiming straight for Lu Chun's face. In just a moment, that face he loathed would surely be torn apart like a shattered melon. Facing Vandross's swift punch, a cold glint flashed in Lu Chun's eyes. You, with your B-grade talent, dare to compete with SSS-grade talent. His strength is a masterpiece of Tuanzi's SSS-level talent. Suddenly, a bright red light shone from Lu Chun's body. The power-enhancing skill is activated instantly. The strength increased threefold from 178 points, soaring to 534 points. His body sank. Engage your waist and pull your right arm back. It then shot forward like a cannonball, as if released from a spring. In the most direct and brutal way, he met Vandross's punch head-on. He wanted to crush this so-called vampire nobleman head-on with force and pressure, originally full of confidence. Upon seeing the red glow emanating from Lu Chun, a bad feeling suddenly welled up in my heart. This red light. Doesn't this seem a bit like a strength-based talent? No way. Lu Chun also has a strength-based talent. Although I was already feeling uneasy. But what's done is done. There's no turning back now. Vandross gritted his teeth. Concentrate every bit of power within your body into your right fist. He vowed to kill Lu Chun with a single punch. However, what happened next terrified him. All I saw was Lu Chun's fist, which shot out like a cannonball. Surprisingly, amidst a series of creaking sounds, encased in a layer of hard rock that gleamed with a cold light. Rank B talent, mountain power. Advanced earth-type talent. Holy crap, just how many talents does this bastard possess? Under the horrified gaze of Vandross, his fists, forged from flesh and blood, their fists, forged from rock, suddenly collided violently. Snap! A crisp sound of bone cracking was heard. Vandross's fist was instantly crushed into fragments by the powerful force. Like glass struck by a boulder, it shattered and splattered in all directions. However, Lu Chun's fist power did not dissipate. Instead, it surged like a raging torrent, sweeping away everything in its path along Vandross's right arm with unstoppable force. The muscles and bones of Vandross's right arm. Faced with this terrifying power, they all collapsed, turning into pieces of blood and flesh flying everywhere. In the blink of an eye, Vandross's entire right arm was gone. But this destructive force did not stop. It continued to pound into Vandross's chest. Under the immense pressure, Vandross's chest caved in instantly. His ribs were broken piece by piece. Its internal organs were shattered by this force. He was like a leaf blown by a strong wind. Suddenly, it flew backward and slammed hard against the gunwale of the netherworld. A loud boom was heard. The entire hull of the ghostly ship trembled violently, sending dust and debris flying everywhere on the deck. Lu Chun's earth-shattering punch. In an instant, the clamor on the entire sea was silenced. All eyes turned to the ship's side. Vandross hung there motionless, like a torn rag doll. Whether they are evolved beings from Zone 1000, or the blood slaves on the blood banquet, they all stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. Vandross's power attribute. Everyone knows that. There are a total of 312 points. That's 312 points, not 32 points. With the blessing of such terrifying power, Vandross is capable of instantly killing the vast majority of level 5 evolvers with a single punch. However, this is a ruthless person whose strength is 5 times that of other evolved beings of the same level. In a head-on clash devoid of any fancy tricks, he was once again overwhelmed by Lu Chun in terms of strength. Lu Chun. It's terrifying. On the Morning Star. Wow. Brother Lu. Brother Lu is so handsome. Fan Yingying jumped so high that her face flushed with excitement. She turned to Li Cini and shouted excitedly. Sister Cini, did you see that? Brother Lu Chun not only crushed that vampire in agility, he completely overwhelmed him even in terms of direct physical strength. So cool. Li Cini gazed at Lu Chun's unyielding figure, as steadfast as a mountain, on the light screen. A slight upturn of the corners of his mouth. He waved his hand. Don't worry, everyone. It seems he doesn't need our help at all. Her gaze fell on Lu Chun again, her heart filled with mixed feelings. No matter how hard she tried, the gap between them and Lu Chun seems to be only going to widen. On the Morning Star, the other crew members also looked astonished. What's going on? At first, everyone thought that this Vandross was a ruthless character. They all rode frantically, eager to get to Lu Chun's aid as quickly as possible. Result: they hadn't paddled very far when Lu Chun, the great god, ended it with one punch. It's over. Vandross, do you think you deserved that awesome pose you struck when you came on stage? At this moment, Ventura was in utter misery. Not only did his right arm turn into a bloody pulp and fly away, even the entire right side of his chest was torn open with a huge gash. It was as if he hadn't just been punched. Instead, it was directly hit by a large-caliber artillery shell. Vandross looked at Lu Chun. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. How is that possible? Even with the boost from his strength-based talent, how could his base strength be so high? Besides, everyone only has one talent. Why does he have so many? That's not fair. Chapter 79, Desperate Vandross. I drew blood from over 1,000 people just barely gain this power. Vandross was breathing heavily. How can you be stronger than me? This is unreasonable. With over 300 points in physique, Vandross. Although he was severely injured by Lu Chun's punch, but he did not die immediately. Now, his face was contorted with resentment. He originally thought that after absorbing the power of thousands of people, I will stand tall among the evolved beings, invincible. However, this was their first invasion of another sea area, and they were beaten so badly. This made Vandross question the meaning of life. Your so-called power is insignificant in my eyes. Lu Chun glanced at Vandross. His voice was full of indifference. This Vandross is indeed quite talented. By continuously consuming the blood of their own kind, they can gain a tremendous boost in power in a short period of time. But compared to the abyss absorption of the dumpling, it's garbage. Not only can dumplings permanently absorb attribute points, but they can also absorb talents. It is because of dumplings that only he himself could transform from a terminally ill patient whose talent had failed to awaken. He instantly became a top-tier evolver with dozens of talents. That Vandross is really unlucky to have met me. Otherwise, he is very likely to become a boss-level demon among the evolved beings. Smack! Lu Chun flicked his finger lightly. Immediately afterwards, a bone spear gleaming with a cold light sliced through the air and shot toward Vandross. Hateful! With a roar, Vandross transformed into a sky full of bats. Bat Swarm Transformation. This skill can be used for both offense and escape. Vandross's true form can hide among a swarm of bats, transforming into an ordinary bat. As long as his main body is not attacked, he can escape safely. Whoosh! The bone spear pierced through the swarm of bats in an instant, eliciting screams from them. Lu Chun, Vandross, will remember this pain you have suffered today. I refuse to believe that anyone else in District 1000 can be as powerful as you. After Vandross made a harsh statement, the swarm of bats then fled toward the blood banquet. Trying to escape? Lu Chun snorted coldly, his eyes instantly turning gray and white, flashing with a cold light. In an instant, the swarm of bats in the sky solidified into gray-white stone statues, hovering in midair. Rank B talent, Petrifying Gaze. At the same time, Lu Chun's ears trembled slightly, catching every slight movement. The corners of his mouth gradually turned up. Found you. Rank D talent, Hearing Sensitivity. The bat that was the true form of Vandross. It struggled briefly in the petrified state, emitting a faint sound. However, it was such a faint, almost inaudible sound. But Lu Chun heard it all clearly. Before Vandross could break free of his restraints, A flash of cold light sliced through the air as the bone spear shot towards them. Vandross felt a sharp, oppressive wind rushing towards him. The aura of death drew near instantly. No. At the critical moment of life and death, the blood energy that Vandross had painstakingly accumulated within his body, it surged forth without reservation. It quickly condensed into a scarlet blood shield in front of him. This crimson blood shield is powerful enough to withstand a full-force attack from a boss-level sea monster. The instant the bone spear touched the target, cracks spread rapidly like a spider web. A piercing creaking sound ripped through the sky. Vandross witnessed this scene. His pupils suddenly contracted. How is that possible? This crimson blood shield was the strongest defense he had ever formed, enhanced by his 314 points of perception. How could it not stop the bone spears that Lu Chen casually shot out? Could it be? Could it be that Lu Chen's perception attribute is also higher than mine? How the hell is that possible? It's one thing if they're more agile and stronger than me. Holy crap, your perception is even higher than mine. Are you trying to kill vampires? At this moment, Lu Chen's perception, under the effect of activating perception super transformation, reached a terrifying 780 points. Under the incredulous gaze of Vandross, the crimson blood shield shattered instantly, turning into countless drops of blood that scattered across the sky. The momentum of the bone spear has not diminished. It pierced through the bat-shaped Vandross with astonishing power. Squeak! The bat let out a mournful cry. Blood sprayed into the sky. His body swayed as he barely managed to fly back onto the blood banquet. Oh, he's still alive. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. That 300+ points in constitution from Vandross is no joke. Despite being beaten so badly, they still managed to escape back to the blood banquet. At this moment, although Vandross had already escaped to the ship, but he looked utterly disheveled and miserable. He had a new hole the size of a bowl in his abdomen. The internal organs were clearly visible through the wound, a truly horrifying sight. Even more shocking is that, originally, Vandross had a head of jet black hair and a handsome face. At this moment, he suddenly transformed into a frail old man with gray hair and beard, looking withered and emaciated. Your Highness. On the blood feast, the blood slaves cried out in alarm, their voices trembling uncontrollably. They didn't expect that. The powerful vampire prince, Vandross, he was actually seriously injured by Lu. In order to escape Lu Chen's deadly attack, Vandross has squeezed every last drop of energy from his blood. Now, his four-dimensional attributes, which once made him stand out from the crowd, it has plummeted from a peak of over 300 points to a trough of less than 20 points. Run now. Vandross's hands trembled as he clutched the horrifying wound in his abdomen, fearing his internal organs might slip out. His eyes were filled with uncontrollable fear. At this moment, Vandross, they were completely terrified of Lu Chen. Horrible. That's terrifying. This land's sinking. Not only are all three-dimensional attributes higher than his own, the talents they possess are countless, and they're all high-end. In this sea of beginners, those with B-level talent are already extremely rare. But this devil possesses several B-level talents, not to mention those C-level and D-level talents. With so many talents, did he acquire them wholesale? At this moment, Vandross, Lu Chen no longer had any will to resist. His only thought now is to escape. Escape this demon called Lu Chen. Escape this sea of despair. Now, his resentment towards Charles reached its peak. If it weren't for that bastard giving him that damn intrusion order, how could he be so foolish as to provoke Lu Chen, such a terrifying being? Once the blood slaves realized what was happening, they all started paddling frantically. Fortunately, our blood banquet is a special-purpose ship, possessing the night traveler talent. As long as we stay away from that devil Lu Chen, everyone will survive. The blood slaves' muscles were tense, and the oars churned rapidly in the water. The blood banquet suddenly became blurry. It then completely disappeared from Lu Chen and Jack's sight. Holy crap, it's gone. Jack looked stunned, rubbed his eyes. Such a large ship disappeared right under his nose. It's the blood banquet stealth ability. Not bad, I like it. Lu Chen smiled slightly. Although Vandross's talent is only B grade. But for Lu Chen, who already had Tuanzi, it was of no use at all. On the contrary, Lu Chen really liked the shipbuilding talent under his command. This talent of the night traveler. Once activated, it can achieve concealment through both sight and hearing. Extremely difficult to detect. However, this was useless against Lu Chen. He twitched his nostrils slightly. The enhanced sense of smell talent activates immediately. A faint smell of blood quickly entered his nostrils. Chapter 80 Destroy it. I'm tired. Gotcha again. A cold smile curled at the corner of Lu Chen's lips. With a swift movement, He moved to the side of the giant whaling crossbow at the bow of the ship. He carefully maneuvered the giant crossbow, slowly adjusting its direction, and aimed it at the seemingly empty sea ahead. Then, without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. There, Lu Chen smelled the blood of Vanjos. Bang! A loud bang was accompanied by a strong tremor. Giant crossbow bolts, as thick as an arm, trailing long ropes, were launched with a sudden burst of power, like an angry dragon emerging from the sea. A muffled thud. The crossbow bolt seemed to pierce through something, firmly anchoring itself to the seemingly empty surface of the sea. Immediately afterwards, the rope on the crossbow bolt tightened instantly. It transformed into an inescapable constraint, tightly locking the Blood Banquet ship in its attempt to escape. Ha ha ha, Captain, you've really caught me. Jack grinned and laughed. As Jack watched the Blood Banquet gradually materialize due to the attack, a flicker of pity flashed in his eyes. You guys, of all people to mess with, why did you have to provoke the captain? Do you really enjoy courting death that much? You should know that the captain didn't use any of his real trump cards. They found us. The boat won't move. Quick, cut that rope right now. The blood slaves on the blood feast were filled with terror as they hurriedly grabbed their machetes, attempting to cut their ropes. However, it was all too late. All that could be seen was a black boat shrouded in black mist. Like a ghost ship sailing from hell. Its speed suddenly increased, carrying an irresistible force. It charged fiercely towards the Blood Banquet. It's over. Vandros watched helplessly as the Black Dragon ship's prow rapidly approached. His body leaned limply against the ship's side. His face was filled with despair. With the discovery of the Blood Banquet, his last hope of escape had been shattered. This Lu Chen actually has an olfactory auxiliary talent. Is there anything he can't do? He painstakingly absorbed the blood of all the evolved beings in the newbie zone. He thought he had become a big shot in the world of Revelation Online. As a result, he was beaten so badly as soon as he left the starting village that he questioned his existence. Destroy it. Tired. It's boring. In my next life, I will definitely stay far away from that guy named Lu Chen. Under the despairing gaze of Ventros, the ghost ship, propelled at top speed, charged forward like a ferocious beast. It smashed the Blood Banquet ship to pieces. On the ship were Vandros and a group of blood slaves. There wasn't even time to scream. In the violent impact, flesh and blood flew everywhere. He died on the spot. Vandros, this self-important vampire prince on whom the allied nations placed high hopes. After suffering another inhumane and brutal ordeal, he died with resentment in his heart. Ding! You have slain all invaders. The 1000th beginner sea area has successfully withstood the invasion. You have earned 500 contribution points. As the evolved being who contributed the most to resisting the invasion, you have been awarded 2 evolution points. Ding! Since no fleet forces have been established in the 1000 sea area, and there is no fleet shop, the Revelation shop will be open for a limited time. Hearing the divine message in his mind, Lu Chen waved his hand. Store the Blood Banquet and Vandros' corpse in your storage ring. I'm currently attracting a lot of attention, so I can't reveal Tuanzi's existence yet. However, the rewards from Revelation Online this time are quite special. Not an attribute point. It is a contribution point that has never been seen before. As for Vandros, Lu Chen had considered judging him as an evil spirit to earn execution points. Although his talent was strange, it didn't quite reach the standard of an evil spirit. If one wants to forcibly judge it as an evil spirit, this would require expending absolute judicial power once. That Vandros is not worthy. At the same time, above the number 1000 beginner sea area, the announcement from Revelation Online suddenly rang out, clear and loud. Ding! The invaders in the never-setting Sun 001 sea area have been completely annihilated. The novices sea area 1000 has successfully withstood the invasion. All evolved beings gain 1 evolution point. This unexpected good news. This instantly brought the evolved beings in Zone 1000, who were initially shocked by Lu Chen's strength, back to their senses. Immediately afterwards, a deafening roar of cheers echoed across the sea, shaking the heavens. Win? You won. That's it. I was prepared to fight to the death, and Lu Chen just took down Vanj so easily. Holy crap, I'm only saying this now. When I saw Vandros' stats, my legs went weak. I thought I was doomed. Lu Chen, you're my savior. Lu Chen, I love you. Vanchos's 4-dimensional attributes are all over 300, but he's like a little chick in front of the great god Lu Chen, completely powerless. Doesn't this mean that the great god Lu Chen's attributes are even more terrifying? Haha. Even if he's not much better than Vandros, he's definitely close. Don't forget, Lu Chen has multiple talents that enhance his abilities, making his actual combat power far exceed his stats. I feel like crying. Including this time, I've already gained 4 evolution points for free thanks to the great Lu Chun. I don't even know how to thank him enough. Doesn't the great god Lu Chun need the corpses of talented sea beasts? Let's all work harder, hunt more sea beasts, and then send the corpses to the great god Lu Chun. That's right, Lu Chun is our idol. Only when he becomes powerful can our District 1000 become powerful as well. I actually want to know if Brother Lu Chun needs someone to take care of him. No matter how strong a man is, shouldn't there always be a woman who cares about him? Hey, you upstairs, stop dreaming. Lee Sinny is so outstanding. She's got the looks, the skills, the figure, and the intelligence, and Lu Chun still didn't accept her. Sai, what kind of girl does Brother Lu Chun like? On the Iron Wolf, the bodies of Dong Jiqiang, Wei Jie, and 3 others lay quietly on the deck. Wanner's eyes reddened, and she choked out. Brother Chong, Brother Wei Jie, can you hear the cheers all around? The great god Lu Chun has already avenged you. You can rest in peace now. Lu Chun, the great god. Lu Chun is awesome. Lu Chun, I love you. Cheers rose and fell in waves. Lu Chun looked around and saw that the divine Xiao warships were constantly gathering. The people on the ship looked at him with burning eyes and adoration. He quickly gave Jack a wink, signaling to sail away from the ghost. Otherwise, I'll be surrounded again. Lu Chun didn't really like the feeling of being the center of attention. He prefers to make a fortune quietly. After waving goodbye to everyone briefly, the netherworld slowly sailed into the black mist and disappeared from sight. Captain, your personality is too reserved. It must feel so good to be fawned over by everyone. Jack looked at the still jubilant crowd outside the black fog and shook his head helplessly. Well, our captain is still too young. Not thick-skinned enough. That makes me shy. If it were me, Jack, they'd have to select at least 10 or 8 beautiful female crew members for nightly revelry. What a waste of a ship. Lu Chun glanced at Jack and said, without strength as a backing, the more popular you are, the faster you'll die. You're right. Jack scratched the back of his head. Upon arriving, Vandross immediately sought out the captain. If it weren't for our captain's exceptional skills, I'm afraid that, like the other evolved beings in District 001, I've now become nothing but a skeleton. Chapter 81 allows you to upgrade your ship talent. Now, when Tuanzi saw that no one was around, then, with a series of gurgling sounds, it crawled out of the cabin of the ghostly netherworld. The little guy is very clever now, knowing that he couldn't cause trouble for Lu Chun. Whenever there are outsiders present, they always hide themselves. Lu Chun caught sight of Tuanzi, and his eyes immediately curved into crescent moons. He quickly pulled the little dumpling into his arms. Gently rub it with your cheek. Tuanzi, I'm so happy to have you by my side. This Vandross's blood feast talent is already extremely extraordinary. But, in front of Lu Chun, he was like a 3-year-old child, completely powerless to fight back. This is all thanks to Tuanzi's SSS talent. Gurgle gurgle. Tuanzi closed her eyes too. He looked completely absorbed. Haha. Come on, Tuanzi, look at our haul this time. Lu Chun chuckled softly. Then he waved his right hand. The wreckage of the blood feast and the corpse of Vandross appeared prominently on the sea to the right. Gurgle. While the dumplings were consuming, Lu Chun turned his gaze to the Revelation online panel. The reward for defeating Vandross is 500 contribution points. It seems like you can exchange items in some Revelation online shop. Soon, Lu Chun then found the entrance to the Revelation online shop on the panel. Revelation online shop, currently open for a limited time, remaining time, 23 hours. After clicking to enter, 4 types of goods on display in the store came into view. 1. Sea Spirit Ginseng, Silver Beginner, a magical medicinal herb that grows in the deep sea, resembling ginseng but containing the spiritual power of the ocean. Consuming it can purify cultivation and increase life energy by 3,000 points. If you're rich enough, simply consuming this can significantly boost your level. However, the impact on combat power is another matter. Exchange for Sea Ginseng, 300 contribution points. 2. Storm Amulet, Silver Basic, a small amulet containing the power of a storm. When the wearer is in danger, it automatically releases a small storm to blow enemies away or block attacks. For something that saves your life, don't look at the price. Exchange Storm Charm, 350 contribution points. 3. Sea Dragon's Fury Cannon Silver Beginner, a giant cannon imbued with the soul of a sea dragon. Its firing is accompanied by the roar of the sea dragon, inflicting devastating damage on enemy ships. At sea, whoever possesses this speaks with authority. Exchange for the Sea Dragon's Fury Cannon, 400 contribution points. 4. Ocean Spirit Orb, special item. A legendary orb formed from the tears of an ancient god, capable of evolving the talents of ships of sea rank and below. An extremely rare treasure. Buy it, buy it, buy it. Of course, check if you have enough contribution points. Exchange for Ocean Spirit Orb, 500 contribution points. Lu Qin's eyes lit up as he looked at the items in the Revelation online store. These are all great things. I want them all. That sea ginseng can actually increase life energy by 300 points. 3,000 points of life energy. Lu Qin can only gain 2,000 points by killing a level 7 Naga. The preciousness of this sea cucumber is self-evident. The storm amulet is a lifesaver and is priceless. Not to mention the sea dragon's fury cannon. This was the first time Lu Qin had seen ship-mounted cannons in the world of Revelation Online. If the ship were equipped with such a powerful weapon, it will certainly be able to gain an overwhelming advantage over enemy ships in terms of distance and firepower. But what moved Lu Qin the most was undoubtedly the last and most expensive Hylon Spirit Pearl. This thing can actually evolve ship talent. Although Lu Qin wanted them all. However, with only 500 contribution points, you can only redeem one item. After hesitating for a while, Lu Qin still chose the Ocean Spirit Pearl. After all, talent can be continuously upgraded. Lu Qin really wanted to see what kind of power would an S-class ship talent possess. Ding! 500 contribution points consumed. Successfully redeemed item, Ocean Spirit Pearl. As the voice of the divine revelation resounded, a blue spirit pearl appeared before Lu Qin. The surface shimmers like gentle waves, occasionally dotted with tiny points of light like twinkling stars. Ding! Multiple talents have been detected on the Netherworld ship. Please select the talent you wish to upgrade. 1. Cherry Blossom Guardian, rank C. 2. Night Traveler, rank C. 3. Ecological Symbiosis, grade D. 4. Top Speed, Class D. Tawanzi has already absorbed the Blood Banquet's talents. The Ghost Ship has a B-level talent, and the Ocean Spirit Orb cannot be upgraded. Faced with choices, Lu Qin stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. Using Ocean Spirit Pearls to upgrade a D-level talent is clearly a waste. As for the Cherry Blossom Guardian and the Dark Knight Voyager, I feel that the Cherry Blossom Protection is more effective for me. After all, the fighting was getting increasingly intense. On the vast sea, if the ship is destroyed, one will become like a rootless duckweed. Then, Lu Qin decided to upgrade the Cherry Blossom Protection. Once the decision was made, the Ocean Spirit Pearl shattered instantly. It transformed into a touch of azure and surged into the body of the Netherworld ship. Ding! The Netherworld's sea-level ship talent, Cherry Blossom Guardian, has been successfully upgraded to B-level, Enhanced Guardian Barrier. Listening to the notification sound from Revelation Online, Lu Qin's heart skipped a beat. It's done. A thought crossed his mind. A black barrier immediately materialized in front of the Netherworld. Jack stared at the sudden barrier for a moment, stunned. Hey, Captain, our Netherworld has evolved. Lu Qin nodded slightly. Yes, Jack, you try out the barrier's defensive capabilities. Yes, sir. Jack flashed away. It transformed into a streak of black light and shot out rapidly. His right hand swiftly condensed into a black crystal longsword that gleamed with a cold light. With immense force, it suddenly stabbed at the protective barrier. Break! Jack shouted. The moment the longsword made contact with the barrier surface rippled like waves, yet remained unbroken. Wow, Captain, that's quite a talent. I was giving it my all just now. Jack raised an eyebrow, looking surprised. Lu Qin nodded. A B-grade ship talent, indeed extraordinary. It actually withstood a full-force attack from boss-level Jack. He was quite satisfied. At this moment, Tawanzi had finished consuming Vandrose's corpse. Lu Qin successfully added another B-level talent to his collection, Blood Feast, and 12 points of strength. What a pity. Although I possess vampire talent, my comprehension level is too low to comprehend the skills. Compared to the Blood Feast, which was utterly useless against Lu Qin, Lu Qin quite liked Vandrose's B-rank skill, Bat Swarm Incarnation. Only, Lu Qin wasn't a vampire, after all. My comprehension of vampire talents is limited, and I am currently unable to master this skill. We can only wait and see if we have the opportunity to learn more about it in the future. Alright, now that the trivial matters are settled, it's time to go and see those clowns from the allied nations. Lu Qin snorted coldly. If it weren't for their generous gift, how could I possibly obtain these 500 contribution points so easily? Having said that, a playful smile appeared on Lu Qin's lips. He slowly pulled the survival betting token from his pocket. I opened the chat channel for the 8th region. The Xinxia people valued reciprocity above all else. Now, it's time to reciprocate. Chapter 82 1v10. At this moment, the 8th district-level chat channel. The people of the Allied nations still awaited news of Vandros's victory with great anticipation. So much time has passed. Why hasn't His Highness sent news of victory yet? I can't wait to go and plunder the attributes of those divine Xia people. Gallic Chicken 673. Lord Vandross must be torturing that Lu Chun right now. I really want to see how miserable that guy Lu Chun looks right now. Fusang 903 District. He should be bowing to our great god Shiva to atone for his sins, but Shiva will not easily forgive such a sinner. District 579, India. Charles, everyone, don't rush. Get your betting tokens ready. Once Lu Chun is dead, it will be time for us to eat. Sudden. The news about the Koreans attracted everyone's attention. Holy crap. How is this possible? South Korea, District 942. Charles, oh my Korean friend, what's wrong? South Korea, 942C area. At this moment, Park Young-ho's eyes widened in disbelief. His fingers kept swiping across the screen, refreshing the list of C areas in the 8th region again and again. Then, with trembling fingers, he sent a message. Park Young-ho, it's turned black. The name of the C area where Prince Ventura is located has turned black. My Korean friend, that's not a funny joke. A C area's name turning black means everyone's dead. With Ventros's power, how could that be? Charles smiled and shook his head, but before he could finish typing, he suddenly froze. No, it can't be true, can it? Then he suddenly clicked on the list for the 8th region. The gaze was fixed on Area 001, where Vandross was located. There, it was pitch black. Charles's smile froze instantly. His face then turned deathly pale, as if all his strength had been drained away. The body swayed. He staggered back 2 steps and leaned weakly against the ship's side. Hearing the commotion, Catherine quickly ran out of the cabin. Oh God, Charles, what's wrong with you? It's over. I'm afraid I've brought a demon to our 976C area, Charles murmured weakly. The chat channel in the 8th region, which was originally filled with laughter and joy. At this moment, all was quiet. Everyone in the Allied nations simultaneously refreshed the region list again and again. However, no matter how many times they refresh, the C area where the sun never sets, 001, remained as dark as ink, devoid of any life. Bakayuru, how is this possible? Prince Vandross absorbed the power of nearly 1,000 evolved beings, and his 4-dimensional attributes exceeded 300. How could he possibly be dead? At that moment, the Japanese felt a sudden dizziness. The sky has fallen. Even someone as formidable as Vandross couldn't handle Lu Chun. Did he cheat? However, but no one dared to respond to the roar of the Fazon people. Everyone in the Allied nations felt as if their hearts were being gripped tightly by an invisible hand, almost stopping their beating. They actually dared to provoke a real dragon time and time again. Isn't this just courting death? Just then, a new message exploded in the chat channel like a bolt from the blue. So, Ventros, was it you few from the C district who were pulling this stunt behind the scenes? I'll remember you. Shell's Higher District 1000, Lu Chun. These words, like a chilling frost, extinguished the suspense and anxiety of the Allied nations. However, at this very moment, the traitorous Frenchman was the first to turn against them. Oh, great Mr. Lu Chun, you are indeed safe and sound. We French have been worried about your safety, and we are relieved to see that you are all right. Seeing the Frenchmen's ugly faces, Lu Chun could only find it laughable. Is their ability to jump back and forth like this inherited in their genes? Lu Chun, oh, you guys were the most enthusiastic just now. Weren't you already itching to launch a survival challenge against us? Now, your chance has come. Let's begin. Upon hearing this, the Gallic people immediately adopted a fawning expression. Oh, esteemed Mr. Lu Chun, you've misunderstood. We French are just trying to lull those Americans and Japanese into a false sense of security. There's an old saying in the divine realm. Though physically in Chow Chow's camp, our hearts are with Han. We French will always stand on the side of the powerful divine realm. French District 673. However, the Frenchman's words caught the attention of the others. The Indians immediately followed suit with a message. The great prophet of the land's sinking was given a wrong command by Shiva. But we have always believed in Brahma, who had long foretold that India and the sacred world would be forever allied. His actions just now were merely a temporary expedient to deceive the Americans. To avoid becoming Lu Chun's target, the Koreans went to great lengths. President Lu Chun, we in Korea used to be vassals of the divine Xia. We have only made many mistakes because we are forced by the tyranny of the Americans. We dream of returning to the embrace of our suzerain state, back to the embrace of our father. In a short time, everyone is pinning the blame on Americans and Japanese. Charles was so angry when he saw this that his hands were trembling. Do you think that this will make Lu Chun, that devil, show you mercy? How naive. Oh, you despicable Charles, don't try to sow discord between us French and Sherlock. We will join forces with Sherlock to wipe out your America and Japan. The great god Brahma has clearly instructed us to follow in the footsteps of the prophet Lu Chun and wipe out you heretics. Obviously. Now, all Lu Chun needs to do is raise his voice and call to action. He could then be like the United States, to form a new alliance of nations. The targets of the hunt were the United States and Japan, just as they had hunted Shika and Grizzly Kingdom in the past. However, Lu Chun is not the United States. He looked at the hypocritical and ugly faces of these people in the chat channel. I felt a surge of disgust. All right, stop acting. None of you will escape. Mr. Lu Chun, what do you mean by this? Lu Chun gently toyed with the survival betting token in his hand. A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. Hee. What's the meaning? You'll find out soon enough. Immediately, Lu Chun chose to use the survival betting token. Ding, you have chosen to use the survival betting token. Please select the survival bet mode and objective. Multiple mode options instantly appeared on the light screen in front of Lu Chun, such as the Space Crystal Capture mode, Upgrade Speed Competition mode, etc. These are all one-on-one duel modes. Lu Chun's gaze swept over the options one by one. I remember just seeing a survival gambling mode on the Revelation Online Encyclopedia that allows for 1 versus many opponents. Although the risk is extremely high. However, once you win, the rewards increase exponentially. Sure enough, at the very bottom of the options list, Lu Chun saw a survival betting mode called King of Naval Warfare. King of Naval Battles, simultaneously engage in survival battles against 10 enemy sea zones. The player who controls the space crystals within a connected sea zone for 1 hour wins. 1 versus 10. This is it. Chapter 83 King of the Seas mode. Subsequently, an announcement suddenly popped up in the chat channel of the 8th region. Revelation Online announcement. Evolver Lu Chun has successfully activated the survival bet order. Survival bet. Sherlock Zone 1000 Beginner C versus US Zone 976 Beginner C. Charles, fuck you. Lu Chun, do you think you've got this in the bag? Other members of the allied nations saw this announcement, and seeing Charles's seemingly strong but actually weak roar, they all breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the Sherlock Holmes' first target for revenge is Charles of the United States. As long as it's not us, that's fine. No matter how powerful Lu Chun is, the number of survival gambling tokens he possesses is ultimately limited. Let Sherlock and the United States fight like dogs. The previously tense Frenchman now wore relaxed smiles. Oh, Mr. Lu Chun, you should have dealt with those annoying Americans long ago. That Charles, I find him so annoying, always putting on airs like a leader. However, their smiles hadn't even fully blossomed before they were frozen in place by the following announcement. Sherlock Zone 1000 Beginner C area adds survival gamble target. Galax Zone 673 Beginner C area. What? We've become Lu Chun's target too? That's impossible. The announcements from Revelation Online did not stop. They continued to scroll relentlessly. Shunsha War Zone 1000 Beginner C area adds survival gambling target. South Korea, War Zone 942 Beginner C area. Park Young-ho. Damn it, he actually came after us. Has Lu Chun gone mad? He actually activated 3 survival betting tokens at the same time. Shunsha War Zone 1000 Beginner C area adds survival gambling target. Fusang War Zone 903 Beginner C area. Bakayuru. We've just lost all our strong warriors. How are we supposed to fight this battle? And how come the Shunsha people have so many survival bets? Shunsha War Zone 1000 Beginner C area adds survival gambling target. Tianju War Zone 579 Beginner C area. Amir. This is really not right. How could the sheiks be simultaneously gambling their survival with so many sea areas? The announcement from Revelation Online continues to be broadcast. Lu Chun has added the following sea areas. The British Isles 345, the Italian Sea Area 764, the Australian Sea Area 137, the American Sea Area 363, and the Japanese Sea Area 577, to the list of targets for the survival gamble. This time, everyone was stunned. Nah? The Shunsha people have actually launched a survival bet with all 10 of our sea areas at the same time. The Japanese were somewhat bewildered as they looked at the long list of sea areas participating in the survival bet. No, aren't these Shunsha people here to take revenge on us? How did it turn into us ganging up on him? Oh God, Isn't the survival bet supposed to be one-on-one? How did he pick so many opponents at the same time? Charles, ha ha ha, I see. This Lu Chun is too arrogant. He actually activated the King of Naval Warfare mode. Ha! At the same time, the announcement from Revelation Online also confirmed Charles's suspicions. Announcement: the betting rules are as follows. In the King of Naval Battles mode, the betting factions are Shell Warzone 1000 Beginner Sea Area, vs. USA 976, 363, Japan 903, 577, and 10 other sea areas. A special parallel sea area will be opened up in each of the beginner sea areas. Seabound evolvers participating in the survival gamble can teleport to the vicinity of the parallel sea area at any time. However, only advanced and higher-level novice wooden boats are allowed to enter the parallel sea area for unregulated combat. At the heart of the parallel sea area stands a spatial crystal. Victory is declared if either side's evolved beings occupy the space crystal for 1 hour. The survivor who contributed the most to the winning team's evolution will receive an additional reward. Note: if the Sherlock Holmes region wins, the storm intensity outside the sea area will be reduced by 100%, and all players will permanently gain plus 200 free attribute points. Note: if the Alliance wins, the storm intensity outside the sea area will be reduced by 40%, and all players will permanently gain plus 40 free attribute points. The punishment for failure is the opposite of the reward. The parallel sea area will officially open in 10 hours. All evolvers, please make full use of this time to prepare for battle. Survival is extremely important. All evolvers, please give it your all. Evolvers from the allied nations. Looking at the long list of announcements from Revelation Online, they couldn't help but exchange bewildered glances. Arrogant. That's outrageous. This land sinks. It seems that initiating survival bets one by one is too troublesome. They've actually activated the King of Naval Warfare mode and intend to challenge all 10 of our sea areas simultaneously. Haha, that's hilarious. This Lu Chun has really gained some strength, but I don't know how he's going to act recklessly. He actually wants to fight against 10,000 people from 10 of our sea areas at the same time. The Japanese, who had been filled with despair because of Lu Chun's overwhelming strength, suddenly burst into wild laughter. Lu Chun is indeed powerful. In a one-on-one situation, he is probably unbeatable. But 1 against 10, that's a different story. You should know, the King of the Seas mode isn't about leveling up quickly, but about real, head-on battles. As the saying goes, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. Even a hero can't withstand a crowd. Moreover, all of us in this alliance of nations are seasoned veterans who have won a survival gamble once. At that time, one of their Xinxiao warships will face the combined attack of 10 of our warships. How can they possibly fight this battle? We've got this in the bag. Ha 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 ha. Wow, we French have long been. The Gallic man had only spoken halfway through his sentence. Charles interrupted him. All right, so you were just using the phantom snake to deceive the Xinxiao people, weren't you? That's right. Charles watched as the Frenchman leaped back again, and his eye twitched slightly. That bastard. If it weren't for the formidable enemy Lu Chun in front of us. I'll wipe out you French roosters first. Charles took a deep breath. He typed slowly. Everyone, I don't need to explain the current situation. Although Lu Chun just made a foolish decision that could cost him his life. But his strength is undeniable, and we cannot be careless. There are still 10 hours before the opening of the parallel sea area. Everyone must hurry up and prepare for battle. We cannot be careless. Hi. We, the warriors of Fusong, will surely slay Lu Chun this time. Haha, the thought of 10 sea areas joining forces is exhilarating. I even suspect that Lu Chun doesn't understand the rules of the King of Naval Warfare mode at all, and accidentally clicked the wrong button. Maybe that's true, haha. Otherwise, why would he make such a stupid decision? By the great god Shiva, I am truly sorry. I was blinded before and misunderstood your will. That Lu Chun is the real demon. Haha, if they lose this time, they'll lose a full 200 attribute points. At that point, District 1000 will probably become a no man's land. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Chapter 84 Kraken Statue, Stormwind Clan. Now, within the 1000 beginner sea area, everyone listened in stunned silence to the announcement from the heavenly decree. I was a little stunned for a moment. Wait, did I hear that right? We've launched a survival gamble simultaneously in 10 sea areas? Those are the strongest sea areas in the 8th district. Upstairs, you haven't heard? It took me a while to realize it myself. It's true, we've declared war on 10 of the strongest sea zones simultaneously. Tang Hong, my godfather is so domineering. He thinks it's too slow to deal with those bastards one by one, so he's going to wipe them all out at once. But why take such a big risk? We could have taken a steady and methodical approach and defeated them one by one. Yeah, 1 against 10. I'm afraid no one in our district except for the great Lu Chun has the guts and strength, right? If we lose, we'll lose a full 200 attribute points. At that time, apart from the great Lu Chun, we'll probably all be doomed. Upon hearing this, everyone involuntarily shivered. Only then did I suddenly realize. Holy crap, how did this suddenly turn into a life or death battle? One loss and the whole team is wiped out? Upstairs, even now you still don't believe in God Lu Chun? When has he ever let us down? I think God Lu Chun must have a deeper meaning in doing this. Yes, I unconditionally support God Lu Chun. Although the risk is high, if we win, each of us will get a full 200 attribute points. 200 points. That's more than all my current attribute points combined. I also believe in Brother Lu Chun. He is the most amazing in my heart. Due to Lu Chun's series of victories, he has already accumulated astonishing influence and prestige within District 1000, to the point that he acted dictatorially, without anyone's consent. They simultaneously launched challenges in 10C areas. Such a crazy act. Within Zone 1000, apart from a few cautious and conservative individuals. Surprisingly, everyone else supported Lu Chun without hesitation, although they knew in their hearts that this battle would be very difficult. However, with Lu Chun around, they firmly believed that a miracle would happen. At this moment, Yang Ziming also stepped forward to calm everyone down. Yang Ziming, don't panic, everyone. Lu Chun's strength is already top tier in the 8th district. No matter how many enemies there are, we will not be afraid. There are still 10 hours before the parallel sea area opens. We need to make good use of this time to improve our strength as much as possible and upgrade all our ships to the advanced level. Although Lu Chun is powerful, we can't always let him fight alone. We should do our best to help him. As soon as Yang Ziming finished speaking, the previously wavering morale instantly stabilized. Everyone understood. There is no turning back now. We can only forge ahead. Victory is their only goal. Brother Yang is right. My Dragon Tamer is only 1 Tier 4 Crystal Core away from being upgraded to Advanced. Let's go hunting now. Let's go. Let's go. These 10 hours are the most precious. We can't waste them. Don't forget, everyone. Brother Lu Chun still needs the corpse of the sea beast with the talent. If you hunt one, don't forget to send it to Brother Lu Chun. Girl, will always remember. Yes, this is the only way I can help Lu Chun, the great god. Yang Ziming looked away from the chat channel and slowly exhaled a long breath. Lu Chun, that guy? It always makes his heart race, creating thrills time and time again. It's as if the word fear simply doesn't exist in his dictionary. Yang Ziming felt that. If breaking the sky would benefit Lu Chun, this kid might actually cause a huge mess. Noticing Yang Ziming's expression, Long Howren moved closer. She gently patted his shoulder, a playful smile playing on her lips. Officer Yang, do you feel that you're too old and can't keep up with Lu Chun's daring and adventurous spirit? Huh. Yang Ziming glanced at Long Howren and said, I don't believe that your army would easily launch an attack against an enemy 10 times its size during combat. Long Howren chuckled twice and scratched his head. That does happen, but those are always out of necessity. Someone as fierce as Lu Chun is truly rare. Yang Ziming shook his head slightly, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. I'm quite looking forward to seeing what kind of surprise Lu Chun will bring us in 10 hours. After successfully activating the survival bet, Lu Chun stopped paying attention to the chat channel. There are only 10 hours left before the parallel sea area opens. He wanted to use these last 10 hours. Upgrade the Ghost to a single-masted sailing ship. Once the Ghost is upgraded to a single-masted sailing ship, Lu Chun's combat power will not only be greatly enhanced, and, as the first evolver to upgrade to a strafe, you will also receive a silver-grade ship weapon as a reward from Revelation Online. Regarding the weaponry of the silver-class ships, Lu Chun couldn't help but think of the silver-grade Sea Dragon's Fury Cannon in the Revelation Online shop. A surge of emotion welled up within me. If the Ghost ship could be equipped with such a powerful weapon, it would surely be as majestic as a warship from the Caribbean pirates. Captain, where are we going next? If we encounter the enemy again, you absolutely have to let me go. I'm getting bored to death. Jack idly played with the little ball's tentacles. The little dumpling was provoked into baring its teeth and making random squeaking noises. Where to? Lu Chun's eyes sharpened, and he had already made up his mind. The sea creatures in the center of the beginner sea area are no longer enough to satisfy the hunting needs of the sinking land. In order to upgrade the netherworld, we must find an 8th tier sea beast. Sea monsters of this caliber can only be found on the edge of the beginner sea area near the storm zone. By the way, Fuyao said it before. Have you ever seen a huge statue in the north? There should be no shortage of monsters there. North. Sail north. Okay. Jack immediately perked up. He lashed out with his black crystal whip, striking the surrounding skeletons who stood frozen in place. You bunch of brainless idiots, get moving. The captain has ordered. Sail 000, full speed ahead. The 8 skeletons roared as they were lashed by the whip. Quickly swing the oars. The netherworld then broke through the waves and accelerated forward. Northern waters of Zone 1000. A magnificent tentacle sculpture stands like a mountain peak. Like a colossal pillar supporting the sky, it bursts forth from the dark, deep seabed, piercing straight into the clouds. In the sky near the statue, dozens of winged beings with wings on their backs are engaged in a fierce battle with a giant silver-feathered falcon. That giant falcon, clad in silvery white feathers, its wingspan instantly spans more than 10 meters, resembling a moving snow cloud. With each flap of its wings, sharp claws slice through the air like lightning, mercilessly tearing apart the body of a winged man. Yin-Ting, this silver-feathered giant falcon has the strength of an 8th-tier falcon. If we don't retreat now, everyone will be wiped out. I know, but the prophet foretold that the only chance for our Stormwing clan to reverse our fate lies hidden in this place of the Kraken statue. If we retreat now, will our descendants live forever in humiliation and despair? The winged man gritted his teeth. His face was covered in crisscrossing scars, yet they couldn't hide his handsome features. His eyes were filled with determination. Chapter 85, A Battle of Myriad Races? The Abandoned Races. The silver-feathered giant falcon suddenly let out a fierce cry, with a sudden flap of its wings. The 5th-tier winged man who was talking to Yin-Ting was caught off guard and was instantly captured by its sharp claws. No! Before the winged man's exclamation had even faded, a powerful force has suddenly invaded. His body was immediately and mercilessly torn in two, and blood and feathers rained down on the sky. Hateful! Yin-Ting roared, gripping his spear tightly, his muscles taut, ready to fight the silver-feathered giant falcon to the death. Sudden, a streak of black light shot out from below. It pointed directly at the arrogant, silver-feathered giant falcon. A flash of sword light, a black gleam streaked past. The giant falcon's head fell off with a thud, and scalding blood gushed out. This? Yin-Ting's eyes narrowed sharply as he stared intently at the source. That's not just simple black light. It was clearly a rotting corpse exuding an aura of death. The undead's lips curled into a sinister smile. He glanced coldly at Yin-Ting, then landed lightly. I stood steadily atop a black boat shrouded in black mist, exuding an eerie aura. Thump! The massive, headless body of the silver-feathered giant falcon crashed heavily into the sea. It stirred up a huge spray of water. Captain, resolve this. Jack struck a pose with a flourish. He chuckled. An 8th-tier ferocious beast, a single sword strike to the throat. That feeling is amazing. Go, retrieve the body. Lu Chen nodded slightly and tossed the storage ring to Jack. Yes, sir. But Captain, there are still those birdmen hovering in the sky. Shall I shoot them down first, and then deal with them all at once? Jack looked up and pointed to the Stormwing clan in the sky. No need. You excel in close combat. I'll handle the ranged attacks. Lu Chen's tone was indifferent. Immediately, dozens of bone spears materialized out of thin air above his head. With a slight movement of his fingertips, the bone spear shot out swiftly like an arrow released from a bow. What happened? The silver-feathered giant falcon is dead just like that. The winged people were stunned. The giant silver-feathered falcon, capable of slaughtering them all, was so easily beheaded. Who are those people on the black boat? Are they here to help us? However, when Yin-Ting saw the bone spear suddenly materialize above Lu Chen's head, his face turned deathly pale instantly. Evolvers. They are evolved beings participating in the war of all races. Get out of here. Before the words were finished, the ear-piercing sound of wind breaking through the air had arrived. Yin-Ting flapped his wings with all his might. A bone spear imbued with terrifying power grazed his cheek, the force of which sent a sharp pain through his face. Yin-Ting's heart tightened. Such power. How is this possible? Although he narrowly escaped thanks to his keen intuition. But his 4 companions were not so lucky. The reaction was slightly slow, and he was pierced by the bone spear. Before it could even let out a wail, it was shattered into pieces by the immense force of the bone spear. Moment. Limbs and blood mist intertwined as they fell from the sky, a gruesome sight. Quick, everyone fly higher. They can't fly. Yin-Ting came to his senses. He immediately commanded the remaining winged companions to ascend into the higher reaches of the sky. Yin-Ting? Who exactly are they? A young winged man followed closely beside Yun Ting, his eyes filled with fear. The two people on the black boat were far too powerful. They are level 5, and so are we. Why are you killing us like cutting melons and vegetables? The Evolvers, like our ancestors, were chosen by the heavenly decree to participate in the battle for supremacy among all races. They will kill every living being they see in order to enhance their own strength. Yun Ting's gaze was fixed on the black boat below, his thoughts racing. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something crucial. Quickly, go and inform the prophet that we have discovered traces of this generation's all races evolutionary near the statue. Ding. Your vassal, demonized Jack, has defeated the silver-feathered giant falcon, tier 8, and gained 4,000 life energy. Ding. You have killed 4 Stormwing clan members and gained 100 life energy x4. Hearing the divine message in his mind, Luchin raised an eyebrow. The life energy provided by the silver-feathered giant falcon met expectations and was consistent with its status as an 8th-tier ferocious beast. However, these Stormwing clan members clearly possess strength around tier 5. Why do I only gain 100 health points after killing the enemy? It's not even as good as a peak 1st-tier sea beast? Luchin was puzzled. He then opened the Stormwing clan's information panel. The Remnant clan, Stormwing clan, Cloud Thunder. Characteristics: high intelligence, ability to fly, aloof personality. Talent: the Remnant race cannot awaken their talents. Skill: Remnants cannot learn skills. Combat strength assessment: tier 5, a race that was defeated in the War of All Races and abandoned by the heavenly decree. They should have been extinct, but they have barely survived to this day thanks to their ability to fly. A battle for supremacy among myriad races? Survivors? What's going on? Luchin was shocked. I quickly opened the Tianyu encyclopedia. However, no information about the War of the Myriad Races could be found. Even so, Luchin still had a vague idea of the answer in his mind. The War of All Races. Abandoned by Revelation Online. They should have all perished. Could those birdmen from before have been evolved beings sent here by Revelation Online, just like me? No wonder. No wonder killing them only yielded a paltry 100 points of life energy. It turns out they were a race abandoned by the heavenly decree. They couldn't even awaken their talents and skills. Thinking of this, Luchin's eyes narrowed slightly, flashing with a deep light. It seems that this ocean survival game is far more complex than imagined. The participants were not only from Earth. This will be an unprecedentedly brutal competition. The Stormwing clan has survived to this day entirely thanks to their ability to fly. So, what about those races that cannot fly? They have probably long since vanished without a trace in this vast ocean. Jack, do you know about the War of the Myriad Races? Luchin turned to Jack, who was picking his nose as if no one else was around, and asked him, a battle for supremacy among myriad races? That sounds familiar, like I've heard it somewhere before. Jack scratched his head, his brow furrowed, as if trying to recall. Haven't you lived for a very long time? Luchin felt helpless. Captain, I have lived quite a long time, but this curse, it can seal a person's memories, and I can't remember a lot of things. Jack gave an awkward smile. I remember this battle of the myriad races only takes place once every 10,000 years. At that time, 10,000 planes from all the heavens and myriad worlds will be selected to participate, and only the top races can survive. As for the details, I really can't remember them. So it seems to largely match my prediction. Luchin nodded, his eyes deep. Compared to the upcoming battle between all races, the current predicament is nothing more than a minor setback. If we lose this game, the billions of living beings on Earth will be completely abandoned by Revelation Online, facing annihilation. After all, the humans of Blue Star do not have wings like the Stormwing clan, and cannot escape this predetermined fate. Chapter 86 Pirate or Lord. Strength. It all comes down to strength. Luchin sighed inwardly. Suddenly, I felt that my abilities were no longer sufficient. Take the monitors, for example. Although incredibly awesome. However, each plane has one observer seat. Although the assessment of inspectors is extremely difficult. However, there are many naturally powerful races in the myriad worlds. There are definitely quite a few exceptional individuals like Luchin who can pass the test. That means that on this ocean, those who, like themselves, possess the inspector template, there could be as many as several thousand. In this vast sea of people, Luchin dared not be arrogant. My talent isn't top-notch. Their only reliance is the incredible supportability of the dumpling. Therefore, one must always be vigilant. Continuous improvement. Only in this cruel world of war between myriad races can one strive for a glimmer of hope. Captain, those birdmen are still above us. Should we kill them? As Jack spoke, He handed over the crystal core he had just extracted from the brain of the silver feather falcon. No need. The Stormwing clan excels at flight and has meager life energy. It's not worth getting entangled with them. Lu Chun took the crystal core and gently shook his head. He then raised his right hand. Moment. All the necessary supplies for upgrading the netherworld were neatly stacked on the deck. Ding. We've detected that you've collected all the materials needed to upgrade the netherworld ship. Would you like to upgrade? Upgrade. Ding. Consuming 1 tier 8 crystal core, 5 copper ingots, 80 wood, 20 fiber, and 10 iron ingots. The netherworld ship is upgrading. As the notification sound from Revelation Online rang out, the materials on the deck seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, slowly merging into the hull. The netherworld began to undergo a transformation. The ship gradually lengthens to 15 meters, giving it a more majestic appearance. A dark mast rose from the ground, piercing the sky. The black canvas swayed gently in the breeze. It emitted a low, whistling sound, like the whisper of a ghost. Ding. The ghost ship has been successfully upgraded to a slingship. The cursed single-masted sailboat. The ghost, Captain, Sunken Land. Level, Beginner. Crew, 10/15. Durability, 1500. Weapon slot, Small weapon 1/3, Wailing giant crossbow, Bronze beginner. Equipment slot, 1/1 small equipment, Dragon scale armor, mid-silver. Speed, medium, sailing. Defense, high medium armor. Talents, Ghost ship, rank B. Enhanced guardian barrier, rank B. Night stalker, rank C. Ecological symbiosis, rank D. Extreme speed, rank D. Finally upgraded to a sloop. Lu Chun stroked the steering wheel beside him, his eyes filled with joy. Only now can the ghostly netherworld truly be called a warship. Not only did it directly add 2 small weapon slots. Furthermore, the ship's durability has more than doubled, reaching 1,500 points. Both defense and speed have been significantly improved. Most importantly, with the upgrading of ships, the power of all of the netherworld's talents has been greatly enhanced. It can be said that the upgraded sloop, the Ghost, will have an overwhelming advantage when facing novice wooden boats. Just then, a divine announcement rang out in District 1000. Ding! As the first evolved being to upgrade to a unit sailboat, Lu Chun is hereby rewarded with a silver-level basic ship weapon, Sea Dragon's Fury Cannon. Ding! The evolved being Lu Chun has successfully upgraded his ship to a single-masted sailboat, gaining the ability to sail out of the beginner's waters. The fleet faction missions in the beginner sea area of Zone 1000 are now active. Once this announcement was released, the chat channel suddenly erupted in noise. The group, who were actively preparing for the competition, began to discuss. Wow, Lu Chun has already upgraded to a slingshot? That was fast. I'm not surprised at all. If the great god Lu Chun can kill a terrifying being like Van Juas, dealing with an 8th-order sea beast is a piece of cake. Sea Dragon's Fury Cannon. Is that a cannon? Holy crap. While we were still paddling, the great god Lu Chun's netherworld ship was already equipped with cannons. Hee hee, I can't wait to see the expressions on the faces of those people in the Alliance of Nations after the parallel seas are opened. Wait, what's with that fleet faction mission? Yes, I'm curious about that too. A fleet? We can build our own. So what's the difference between a fleet built through this mission and one built through it? Holy crap, I just took a look. This fleet is incredibly important. You guys should check it out yourselves. Really? I'll check right away. Bang! With a deafening roar, a majestic sea dragon cannon suddenly appeared on the deck of the netherworld. The ship trembled slightly from the shock. Lu Chun was overjoyed. Previously, I was disappointed that I didn't have enough contribution points to exchange for the Sea Dragon's Fury Cannon. I never expected that Revelation Online would actually give me the Sea Dragon's Fury Cannon. However, Lu Chun's attention was quickly drawn to the upcoming fleet mission. Fleet power? What's the meaning? Fleet faction mission. On the outskirts of the beginner's area, a magnificent Kraken statue stands majestically. Deciphering the seal at the base of the statue will awaken a slumbering boss-level creature. Defeating the boss-level creature will complete the mission. Mission reward, Fleet Flag 1. Lu Chun's eyes flickered as he pondered to himself. This giant Kraken statue. Is it the giant tentacle statue in front of us? It's like searching high and low without finding it. The mission objective was within reach, which saved a lot of trouble. However, this fleet command flag was the reward for the first mission issued by Revelation Online. Its value is self-evident. It is undoubtedly a rare treasure. Lu Chun continued looking down. Note, those who hold the fleet flag will have the right to create their own fleet faction. Only one faction can be created per beginner sea area. Once a fleet is established, both the fleet leader and its members will enjoy numerous privileges, including but not limited to accessing the fleet shop, attribute bonuses for all members, and unlocking unique ships and building blueprints. After using the fleet flag, you can choose the direction of your faction's development according to your own wishes. 1. Sea Lord. Start with a place of your own, gradually expand your territory, and unlock various buildings and defense systems. From a small harbor town to a maritime city-state, and then to a maritime kingdom, ultimately forging a legendary maritime empire. This path emphasizes defense and management. I am the founding monarch of this sea. My people, join me in creating a glorious future. 2. Sea Pirates. Although they do not have fixed territory in the early stages, they can strengthen themselves by plundering resources from other places. As their power level increases, they will unlock more special ships and equipment. From a small pirate crew to a pirate fleet, a maritime overlord, and finally, a fearsome master of the seas. This path leans towards attack and plunder. Yes, I'm going to be the Pirate King. Chapter 87, the number 1 on Earth. The members of the first 3 fleets established in the Blue Star War Zone will receive additional attribute bonuses. Fleet leaders will receive double the attribute bonuses. First place, 200 points of free attribute bonus. Second place, 100 points of free attribute bonus. Third place, 50 points of free attribute bonus. Currently, no one in the Blue Star Theater has successfully established a fleet force. Originally, Luchin wasn't very interested in building up a faction. This can be seen from the fact that he rarely speaks in chat channels and rarely appears in public. For him, one's own strength is the most important thing. But, once you form a fleet, you'll receive attribute bonuses, which makes all the difference. The first power on Earth to form a fleet. All fleet members will receive a total of 200 free attribute points. The number of fleet leaders has more than doubled. You can directly gain a huge attribute bonus of 400 points. That's terrifying. Even for Lu Chun, who possesses the Inspector template. 400 attribute points is equivalent to the attribute points gained from leveling up 4 times. That would be quite considerable. This fleet command flag must be captured. The spot as number 1 on Earth belongs to me. At the same time, the people in District 1000 browsed through the detailed introduction of the fleet forces. The chat channel instantly erupted in chaos. Holy crap, everyone gets an attribute boost after forming a fleet. That's awesome. Doesn't that mean that once our region has a fleet, everyone's strength will be significantly increased? The benefits of having a fleet don't stop there. Don't forget about the fleet shop. Take a look at the treasures in the Revelation online store. The fleet shop must have plenty of good stuff hidden away too. Wow, I can't wait. Did you guys notice that the first faction on Earth to establish a fleet gets a 200-point attribute bonus for every member? I saw it. My heart is pounding. If our district is the first to establish a fleet, everyone will instantly level up 5 levels. I can't even imagine it. Sigh, the reward is good, but that mission will definitely not be easy. There are tens of billions of people on my blue star. There are 1,000 people in one novice area and 1 million people in one major region. That means there are as many as 10,000 regions like the 8th major region on this ocean alone. It's too difficult to win first place among such a terrifying number of evolved beings. Tang Hong. If it weren't for my godfather, I might have felt hopeless. But with my godfather Lu Chun around, I think we can really give it a shot. Tang Hong is right. Lu Chun is the most powerful person I have ever met. That fleet mission requires the ship to be upgraded to a single-masted sailing ship to participate. Otherwise, I would have liked to help the great Lu Chun out too. Hey upstairs, that mission is no joke. Going there without level 10 strength is just suicide. What level are you now? I'm only level 3. Never mind, I won't say anything more. At Lu Chun, the hopes of our 1000th district rest on your shoulders. Keep it up. Lu Chun, you are our pride. I, Li Jiqiang, swear to follow you to the death and will definitely lead our 1000th district to take first place. Yes, once we're the first to establish a fleet, our District 1000 will probably develop into the strongest power on Earth. Just thinking about it is exciting. Yang Ziming stepped in to reassure the troops. Don't put too much pressure on Lu Chun. He has his own plans. The Great War with the Alliance of Nations is imminent. We can't help, so let's not cause trouble. Yang Ziming then cautioned, Lu Chun, act within your capabilities and don't take risks. The top spot is tempting, but your safety is the most important thing. Brother Yang is right. Lu Chun is the core of our 1000th server. You must not take any risks. That mission is definitely not simple. Revelation Online issues it to everyone, so it obviously requires the joint efforts of everyone in the entire sea area. Everyone should hurry up and improve their strength. Let's go kill some sea monsters. The sooner we upgrade our ships to single-masted sailing ships, the sooner we can help the great god Luchun. Prophet. The prophet has arrived, under the watchful eyes of many winged people. An old man with a mottled face, wearing a robe inlaid with storm runes, gracefully glided in, flapping his white wings. Prophet, the evolved beings you once spoke of should be on that black ship below. Yunting bowed respectfully. His gaze swept over the mysterious black boat beneath him, a hint of apprehension flashing in his eyes. There was a human and a spirit on the black boat. Their cultivation levels seemed to be only at the 5th rank, but the power they displayed was terrifying. With a casual strike from that human, 4 of my comrades were reduced to nothing. The prophet, with his fierce gaze and piercing eyes, peered through the swirling black mist below, scrutinizing the black ship. He slowly stroked his long, flowing beard. Just as the ancient texts describe, they are indeed evolved beings who participated in the struggle for supremacy among all races. However, Feng Lai's words suddenly turned serious, and he sighed softly. Although they possess some strength, they are ultimately just a human from a lower-level world. In this battle for supremacy among all races, they will likely only serve as nourishment for the evolution of other races. A lower world. Yun Ting frowned, his eyes filled with confusion. Prophet, this human strength is so astonishing, yet he comes from a lower world. Shouldn't all races in lower-level worlds be weak? Why are humans so strong? Feng Lai smiled faintly and nodded slightly. Even a lower world can breed extraordinary talents, just as a higher world is not lacking in mediocre individuals. This person must be extremely rare in his race. Then, is it possible for them to survive this battle for supremacy among all races? The female winged person next to her spoke with a hint of curiosity in her voice. Feng Lai's gaze deepened, and he slowly shook his head. Disaster. We, the Stormwing clan, originate from the mid-level world. We possess the talent to soar through the skies and manipulate the wind, making us far stronger than ordinary people. However, compared to the races of the advanced worlds, we still pale in comparison. He paused, a hint of sadness flashing in his eyes. In the past, our 1 billion ancestors were defeated in the struggle for supremacy among all races and became the abandoned race of the heavenly decree. Now, only about 200 of us remain, barely clinging to life. If there is no turning back, the Stormwing clan may be completely wiped out within a century. Upon hearing this, all the winged people bowed their heads in silence. My heart was filled with resentment and humiliation. Abandoned by the heavenly decree, his talents and skills were sealed, and his cultivation level was limited to the 5th rank. Once upon a time, they were the rulers of the sky, but now they have become the bottom creatures of the ocean. Yin Ting raised his head, his gaze resolute. Prophet, you foresaw that the Stormwing's only hope lay in the land of the Kraken statues. However, the monsters there are exceptionally ferocious, and we've been unable to find a way to deal with them. Now, this human's unexpected intrusion might just be the opportunity for us to take action. He stared intently at the black boat that was heading straight for the Kraken statue, his eyes gleaming. Chapter 88 Transparent Platform, Shadow Nightmare Beast. Upon hearing Yinting's words, hope immediately ignited in the eyes of the winged people. They all hoped to find a way to save their people in the statue. However, Feng Lai, poured cold water on everyone's enthusiasm. He sighed. Alas, the human must have accepted a mission from Revelation after upgrading his ship. The reason he dared to go to the location of the Kraken statue is simply because he was unaware of what terrifying existence lurked beneath that statue. If he manages to escape by then, it will be considered extremely lucky. Although Feng Lai asserted this. However, all the winged beings continued to circle above the black ship, reluctant to leave. The Stormwings have been silent for far too long. Even if there is only a sliver of hope, they will never give up. Captain, those birdmen in the sky just won't leave? Jack looked up at the sky, his brow furrowed. Being able to fly is great. Otherwise, Uncle Jack, would definitely shoot down every single one of these bastards. Having just killed 4 of them, they're probably looking for an opportunity to retaliate. Let them be. Lu Chen's gaze swept over the Stormwing clan, circling in the air. It flew very high. Cannot hit. We'll just have to leave them for now. Anyway, his strength is only at the 5th level, so he doesn't pose any threat. Understood, Captain. So where do we go next? The storm zone is just ahead. As the netherworld continued its journey, the wind around us began to pick up gradually. See that statue ahead? That's our target. Lu Chen frowned as he spoke. The statue seemed so close, but the voyage had taken a long time. The distance, however, does not seem to have shortened. This is what they call looking at a mountain but running until the horse dies. Suddenly, the netherworld seemed to have crossed some invisible boundary. The wind suddenly became violent all around. Call. Creak, creak. Accompanied by the groaning of the wooden planks unable to bear the weight. The ghost ship began to shake violently. The sails on the mast were instantly taut, almost torn apart. Holy crap! The wind in this storm zone is deadly. Jack leaped suddenly. He grabbed the tricorn hat that was about to be blown away by the strong wind, his face filled with astonishment. With this wind, non-ocean-going sailboats would be blown over in a matter of minutes. Lu Chen's black hair danced wildly in the wind. He turned and looked. A terrifying storm was seen clinging tightly to the edge of the beginner's area. Within the sea, all was tranquil, and the sun shone brightly. Beyond the sea, however, the waves were raging and the winds were howling. Such a feat could probably only be accomplished by the heavenly revelation. And so, that enormous tentacle statue, seemingly within reach. It took the ghost ship a full hour of sailing at full speed to finally get close to its feet. Lu Chun and Jack then truly realized that. The grandeur and awe-inspiring nature of this statue. A gigantic tentacle suddenly broke free from the deep sea. Breaking through the water, it soars straight up into the sky, as if trying to pierce the heavens. Its surface is covered with strange patterns. Standing firm amidst the roar of the storm, it exudes a power that inspires awe. Wow, a giant tentacle. And then, Captain, we didn't just come here to admire the scenery, did we? Jack tilted his head back, looking at the towering tentacle statue, and muttered to himself. At this moment, all that remained around the tentacle statue were the surging sea and the raging winds. There are no mission objectives. Lu Chen's heart stirred. A faint green light immediately spread across the netherworld. Class D ship talent, eco-symbiotic engine. Chirp. Immediately, a pure white, Tigress 4 dolphin leaps out of the water. His eyes were full of obedience. Lu Chen's thoughts shifted. They immediately steered the blue-eyed dolphin towards the deep sea. However, as the dolphins continued to dive, the tentacle statue seemed to lead directly to the depths of the sea. Lu Chen piloted the dolphins through the coral-covered seabed. They circled the tentacle statue 3 times. Nothing was found except for marine life. Admittedly, the underwater scenery is indeed captivating. However, Lu Chen's trip was not for sightseeing. Strange, there's nothing there. How am I supposed to break the boss's seal? Lu Chen stroked his chin, his eyes slightly narrowed. Recalling what Fu Yao had once said, this statue was created at low tide. A terrifying thing will appear. But the water here is very deep. Even at low tide, the seabed cannot be exposed. Lu Chen shook his head. Never mind, let's wait for the tide to recede and see. As the two waited, the tide soon came in. The seawater receded slowly. The parts of the tentacle statue that were originally submerged are gradually being revealed. The surface is covered with a dense array of barnacles and shellfish. Captain, the tide is going out. The tide is going out. Jack pointed to the tentacle statue. He scratched his head, his face full of confusion. But nothing has appeared yet. Is that girl Fu Yao just playing a trick on us? Lu Chen frowned. Once again, the blue-eyed dolphins were directed to dive into the sea to explore. But the result remained the same. Nothing was found. Looks like this trip was a waste of time. Jack shrugged and chuckled. Well, the view is really nice, hee. At this very moment, Lu Chen slammed his right foot on the deck. His body shot towards the statue like an arrow released from a bow. Captain, watch out for falling overboard, Jack exclaimed. However, the look of surprise on his face suddenly froze. Because Lu Chen actually stood firmly on the surface of the sea. Wow, walking on the waves. Captain, when did you learn this skill? Stop talking nonsense. There's a transparent platform here. Come help me. Lu Chen glared at Jack. Oh, I knew it. Jack leaped and landed lightly beside Lu Chen. Then Lu Chen and Jack explore forward along the invisible platform. Before they had gone more than a few steps, the mutation occurred abruptly. The space to Jack's right suddenly distorted. Immediately afterwards, a slender, jet-black monster suddenly appeared. The monster's mouth split all the way to its ears. Its fangs were like blades, and it suddenly lunged at Jack. Holy crap! Jack felt a stench rising from the air. He immediately pushed off with both feet, and his body slid backward quickly. The monster's massive jaws snapped shut, but it bit into nothing. At the same time, Jack swiftly conjured a black crystal longsword in his right hand and thrust it fiercely at the monster. However, just as the sword tip was about to pierce the monster's head, the monster suddenly vanished without a trace. Jack's black crystal sword missed its target. Holy crap, what is this thing? Is it some kind of weird thing? Jack looked astonished. If they can already clash with magic, what's so scary about ghosts? Lu Chen's voice was calm as he slowly drew the heart-eating blade from his waist. Besides, this isn't a monster. It's just a ferocious beast with the talent of invisibility. Ferocious beast, shadow nightmare beast. Characteristics: can conceal its form, fast speed, moderate intelligence, ferocious. Talent: shadow fusion, rank C. Skills: none. Combat strength assessment, tier 9. When you see a shadow nightmare beast, you are actually already surrounded by countless of its kind. Chapter 89. 1 hour. Kill them all. As they were talking, Lu Chen's eyes suddenly brightened, gleaming with a pale light. Immediately afterwards, the shadow nightmare beast, which had already disappeared into the shadows, was suddenly petrified, revealing its form. The shadow nightmare beast, with its C-rank shadow talent. Although it can evade physical attacks, however, it still cannot protect against the B-grade petrified gaze of the sinking land. The jet-black blade arrived in an instant. Snap! A crisp sound. Stone chips flew everywhere. The shadow nightmare beast's petrified, ferocious head was instantly severed. In its vertical, cat-like pupils, full of shock and confusion. It cannot understand. Why would a mere 5th order being petrify me? Not to mention, I'm at the 9th level. He was actually killed in one strike at the 5th tier. Where can I find justice? Ding. You have killed the shadow nightmare beast, tier 9, and gained 6,000 life energy. After giving half to Tuanzi, Lu Chun received 3,000. Ding. You have leveled up to level 6. Level 6, 2,000/20,000. Strength plus 20. Agility plus 20. Constitution plus 20. Perception plus 20. Free attribute plus 10. Ding. You have discovered a dangerous area, the sealed altar. It is recommended that 50 tier 10 evolvers form a team to explore. This is my suggestion, but I feel you might not take it. It's been upgraded. A surge of powerful energy swept in. A hint of joy appeared in Lu Chen's eyes. Dangerous area. The last time this prompt appeared, still on Giant Lizard Island. That time, he himself killed the lizard giant Gorgon. They gained tremendous benefits. Jack also successfully evolved into a boss-level creature. Both are dangerous areas. There must be quite a few monsters on this sealed altar. The Shadow Nightmare Beast not only possesses a C-rank Shadow Fusion talent, the life energy it provides is also quite considerable. If we could grind monsters here, the gains will be immense. After all, Lu Chen's stealth talent is only D level. It's not even as tall as the Shadow Nightmare Beast. Gurgle. The backpack on Lu Chen's back trembled slightly, and a small opening quietly appeared. A pair of large, curious eyes peeked out from the gap. Tuanzi sensed the fluctuations in the battle. Unable to resist, I used my tentacles to pry open a corner of the backpack. In an instant, the towering, giant tentacle statue came into view. Gurgle. The dumpling's eyes revealed affection. The tentacle statue in front of us. For her, it exuded a strange sense of familiarity and warmth. Wow, that human is amazing. He killed a 9th tier Shadow Nightmare Beast in a single move. High above, a female winged person involuntarily covered her lips, her eyes flashing with shock. For her, who only possessed 5th tier strength, the 9th tier Shadow Nightmare Beast is undoubtedly an unshakable overlord. Seeing Lu Chen's formidable strength, a glimmer of hope also appeared in Yunting's eyes. Prophet, this human is extraordinary. His talent can actually restrain the Shadow Nightmare Beast's talent. In that case, he might actually be able to help us break the seal and find our only chance. The Prophet Feng Lai stroked his long beard, his voice deep and resonant. Let's hope so. We, the Storm Clan, really can't wait any longer. Speaking of this, Feng Lai's thoughts seemed to drift back to that unbearable past. A hint of sadness flashed in his eyes. Several years ago, the Stormwing clan had over 2,000 members. This was solely because he prophesied that the Stormwing clan's turning point lay in the land of the Kraken statues. They then urgently mobilized the entire clan. They launched a fierce attack on the sealed altar. However, those elusive Shadow Nightmare Beasts taught them a harsh lesson. They can blend into the shadows and are immune to physical attacks. Terrifying. Final. After that battle, the number of Stormwing clan members plummeted from over 2,000 to just over 200. Nearly extinct. Such a heavy sacrifice. However, they failed to obtain any valuable information. The predicted turning point remains nowhere to be seen. Even our Stormwing clan's more than 2,000 fearless warriors could not pose a threat to those terrifying Shadow Nightmare Beasts. How could such a weak and isolated human possibly succeed? Thinking of this, Feng Lai couldn't help but sigh. Wow, Captain, you've leveled up. Jack sensed the ever-increasing, powerful aura emanating from Lu Chun. His eyes lit up instantly. Captain upgrade. Then I can upgrade too, right? Suddenly, at this moment, a series of chilling roars rang out. Immediately afterwards, a horrifying scene unfolded. Dozens of shadow nightmare beasts, entirely black and exuding a sinister aura. Its form slowly appeared beside the two. Their long, scarlet tongues protruded from their mouths. Saliva dripped continuously, clearly indicating that he regarded the two as delicious prey. Oh dear, Captain, this situation doesn't seem too good. Jack forced a smile, inwardly groaning. Monsters that can become invisible and are immune to physical attacks. One is annoying enough. Now, nearly 50 of them have suddenly appeared all at once. Lu Chun waved his right hand. A surge of dark, deathly energy instantly flowed into Jack's body. Stop joking around. There's still an hour before the parallel sea area opens. Within an hour, wipe them all out. Hee, with the captain's support, I won't hold back. You little bastards, prepare to die, Jack felt the surging energy within him. He seemed to have transformed into the villain in an animated film, throwing his head back and laughing loudly. However, his laughter had barely begun when the surging energy suddenly vanished. What's going on? How come I didn't reach level 6? Jack stared blankly at his hands, his face full of astonishment. No, we should do the full set. It's over already? I just got started? Not enough death energy, that's all. Lu Chun glanced at Jack indifferently. Ever since this guy got the boss template, the death energy required for leveling up has increased dramatically. Upgraded from level 5 to level 6. It actually requires more than 10,000 units of death energy. The 2,700 points of death energy he currently has are simply not enough. It seems that, besides Tuanzi, he now had another money-devouring beast under his command. One that consumes life energy. One that consumes death energy. I completely forgot that I'm the boss. That's right, I'm the boss. You bunch of scum, prepare to die. Jack roared, and the dark energy within him suddenly erupted. It surged forth like a tidal wave, instantly coalescing into a wisp of dark, demonic flame. It suddenly swept towards a shadow nightmare beast. The shadow nightmare beast reacted swiftly, instantly blending into the surrounding shadows, trying to evade Jack's attack. A woo, but accompanied by a piercing wail. The shadow nightmare beast's body was still tightly bound by the dark demonic flames. It was instantly engulfed by flames and rolled and struggled on the ground in agony. Do you really think that I, Grandpa Jack, as a boss-level creature, only know how to use brute force attacks? A cruel smile curled at the corner of Jack's lips, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 90. 2 levels in 2 minutes. The instant Jack made his move, Lu Chun's figure moved as if following a shadow. His eyes suddenly flashed with a grayish-white light. Immediately afterwards, 3 shadow nightmare beasts that were originally hidden in the shadows. Under Lu Chun's gaze, there is nowhere to hide. Their bodies were instantly covered by a layer of stone shell, revealing their true forms. Before they could react, a sharp, extremely fierce blade of light had already slashed through the sky. It was as deafening as a dragon's roar. With a flash of light, 3 enormous heads fell to the ground. It rolled to the ground with a dull thud. At this moment, Lu Chun, it has evolved to the point where killing level 9 ferocious beasts is as easy as taking candy from a baby. Lu Chun, who had just dealt with 3 shadow nightmare beasts, had not yet regained his footing when 2 even more ferocious shadow nightmare beasts suddenly appeared around him. They had their blood-red mouths wide open. It revealed its sharp fangs. Like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, it fiercely pounced on Lu Chun. Faced with this sudden attack, a cold glint flashed in Lu Chun's eyes. He took a deep breath, and the intense energy within his body instantly surged. It transformed into a raging inferno and suddenly erupted. Rank C Blaze Mastery. With Lu Chun's perception power boosted by a staggering 840 points. With the amplification from enhanced perception, the flames seemed to come alive, becoming exceptionally violent and ferocious. It frantically devoured everything around it, instantly enveloping the 2 shadow nightmare beasts within it. A woo! They struggled painfully, trying to escape the deadly flames, but all in vain. Under Lu Chun's control of the raging flames, the 2 shadow nightmare beasts only lasted a short while. They were completely engulfed by the flames, turning into 2 charred, twisted corpses that crashed heavily to the ground. Ding! You have killed 6 shadow nightmare beasts tier 9 and gained 36,000 life energy. Ding! You have reached level 7. Level 70/40,000. Strength plus 20. Agility plus 20. Constitution plus 20. Perception plus 20. Free attribute plus 10. With a flash of light, Lu Qin broke through once again. In less than 2 minutes, he jumped 2 levels. For Lu Qin now, as long as there are enough monsters, the upgrade speed will be outrageously fast. Lu Qin and Jack fought side by side, getting carried away with the battle. The Stormwing clan members high in the sky were completely dumbfounded. Those were the shadow nightmare beasts we encountered earlier, weren't they? A winged man's voice trembled, his eyes filled with disbelief. They were all too aware of how terrifying these shadow nightmare beasts were. The shadow nightmare beast that could slaughter them at will. At this moment, before this human and the dead, they were like lambs to the slaughter. I don't know if it's because this human is too strong. The shadow nightmare beast has become weaker. 2 levels. In the blink of an eye, he advanced 2 levels. Yun Ting, who was always taciturn. At this moment, he couldn't help but raise his voice, his face full of astonishment. Are you kidding me? He cultivated diligently for decades before finally managing to reach the 5th level. The hardships involved are indescribable, but what he saw before him completely overturned his understanding. His decades of effort. They easily overtook him in just 2 minutes. Grandpa Prophet, they are so powerful. Judging from their appearance, they really might be able to defeat the shadow nightmare beast and break the seal. The female winged person standing to the side was beaming with joy. She had never seen anyone pose such a threat to those terrifying shadow nightmare beasts. Is this the power of an evolved being supported by the divine decree? Even Lai Feng, through the clan's ancient texts, had some understanding of evolved beings. But witnessing this scene firsthand still left me speechless with shock. In just 2 minutes, from the 5th rank to the 7th rank. This rate of evolution. Fear. That's absolutely terrifying. No wonder that the races that survive the struggle for supremacy among all races can rise to become the best in all the worlds. Thinking of this, Lai Feng's desire to help the Stormwing clan shed their remnant status and gain the support of the heavenly decree grew stronger. He gazed down at the unyielding figure. He murmured softly, "Could it be that you can really create a miracle?" Jack sighed. Dark, demonic flames surged, devouring the life force of a shadow nightmare beast. A sudden stench rose up behind me. Ha ha ha. You, Grandpa Jack, are a boss-level creature. You think you can hurt me? He didn't turn his head, his tone full of confidence. In an instant, countless black crystals churned behind him, rapidly coalescing into a solid black crystal shield. With the boss template, I can completely overwhelm a level 9 ferocious beast. A woo! A deafening roar rang out. A gigantic claw, carrying world-destroying power, slammed into the black crystal shield. Creak, creak. A piercing cracking sound rang out. The black crystal shield was instantly covered with cracks, which spread like a spider web. No way. Jack was startled and stiffly turned his head. All I saw was the shadow nightmare beast behind them. It's obviously a little different. It is unusually large in size. It was several times larger than an ordinary shadow nightmare beast. Snap! Before Jack could react, the black crystal shield shattered instantly, turning into pieces of black light. The giant shadow nightmare beast's claws were unstoppable. With a howling wind, it violently tore at Jack. Holy crap! Jack felt an irresistible force surging towards him. Immediately afterwards, his entire body was violently knocked away. Smack! He crashed heavily into the giant tentacle statue. Then, like a lump of soft clay, it slowly slid down. A woo! After seeing that a small insect had been dealt with, the shadow nightmare beast king let out a deafening roar, venting its rage. I've been resting well. Suddenly, then 2 wretched little insects stepped into their territory. They frantically slaughtered their own people. This enraged the shadow nightmare beast king. He had dominated this sea area for hundreds of years, yet today someone dared to provoke him. Lu Chun heard this enormous roar, turning slightly to the side, when he saw the enormous figure of the shadow nightmare beast king. A surge of joy welled up in my heart. Boss-level creature? As long as we kill it, you'll then be able to obtain the fleet flag. Lu Chun then opened the panel of the ferocious creature in front of him. Ferocious beast, shadow nightmare beast king. Characteristics: can conceal its form, immune to physical attacks, fast speed, moderate intelligence, ferocious, and immense strength. Talent: shadow fusion, rank C. Skill: shadow travel, rank C. The shadow nightmare beast king can instantly move between shadows, as if traversing a rift in space. A weakened version of teleportation. Combat strength assessment. Tier 14. The shadow nightmare beast king, capable of destroying a fleet, is a nightmare that haunts countless sailors, its elusive presence a constant reminder. Note that the beast's strength increases significantly after Tier 10. Chapter 91. Why are you here with me too? The moment I saw the panel, a sense of disappointment welled up in Lu Chen's heart. Not the boss. What a waste of your time. However, the Shadow Nightmare Beast King was the creature with the highest cultivation level that Lu Chen had ever seen. There are a total of 14 steps. After killing this thing, you must have received a lot of life energy, right? The disappointment in Lu Chen's eyes did not escape the Shadow Nightmare Beast King's notice. It immediately let out a deafening roar, its anger overflowing. It cannot understand. Why would the appearance of this noble beast king disappoint this tiny, insect-like creature? Is there some doubt about its capabilities? This is absolutely ridiculous. Today, it wanted to let this lowly ant personally experience the terrifying power of a level 14 expert. The Shadow Nightmare Beast King's massive body suddenly sank, instantly merging into the surrounding shadows. Then, in the next second, it suddenly appeared in front of Lu Chen. Rank C skill, Shadow Travel. The moment the Shadow Nightmare Beast King appeared, a sudden cry of surprise rang out from the sky. A level 14 Shadow Nightmare Beast King. Yun Ting's expression changed drastically in an instant. How could a level 14 Shadow Nightmare Beast King be hidden inside the sealed altar? Recalling the last time the Stormwing clan attacked the sealed altar, they only encountered ordinary 9th tier Shadow Nightmare Beasts. Unexpectedly, hidden among the Shadow Nightmare Beasts was such a terrifying Shadow Nightmare Beast King. If the Shadow Nightmare Beast King had appeared on the battlefield back then, the Stormwing clan would likely have been wiped out long ago. Thinking of this, Yun Ting felt a chill run down his spine. However, when he saw the once imposing Jack, after being struck by the Shadow Nightmare Beast King, it slid slowly down the statue like mud. A flash of despair crossed his eyes. It's over. With the Shadow Nightmare Beast King appearing, these humans are likely doomed. When will our Stormwing clan be able to break the seal on the altar and find a way out? The Prophet Feng Lai shook his head helplessly. Clearly, he had given up all hope for Lu Chen. The difference between 7th Order and 14th Order is like an insurmountable chasm. Moreover, after reaching the 10th tier, the ferocious beasts experience a qualitative leap in strength. Although this human possesses some ability, but the level is too low. Ultimately, it was too reckless. This sealed altar. Only those at the 10th rank or above are qualified to venture out. Just then, a sigh came from the Stormwing clan in the sky. The Shadow Nightmare Beast King's claws gleamed with a chilling light, suddenly tearing through the air. Accompanied by a deafening roar, it lunged fiercely at Lu Chen. Upon seeing the Shadow Nightmare Beast King appear before them in an instant, Lu Chen's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Teleportation? That's interesting. Before the words were finished, he stepped back with his right foot. His body was as steady as a rock. All the muscles in his body tensed instantly, as if cast in steel. Rock-like patterns appeared on his arms, and the power of mountains surged forth. With a deep rumble, a shockwave, invisible to the naked eye, surged outwards from him. Rank B talent, Mountain Power. Just then, the Shadow Nightmare Beast King's claws, carrying destructive power. The moment it came ruthlessly grabbing, Lu Chen suddenly jerked his arms apart. They actually managed to catch that terrifying claw strike that was powerful enough to tear space apart. Between the two, forces collided, and the air seemed to be torn apart. It emitted a piercing shriek. Lu Chen, however, remained completely still, with both feet firmly planted on the ground. It seems to blend into the entire mountain range. The fierce glint in the Shadow Nightmare Beast King's eyes suddenly froze, turning into astonishment. How is that possible? How could this mere 7th tier creature possess such astonishing power? I'm a level 14 overlord, you know? Are you kidding me? However, before the Shadow Nightmare Beast King could react, then a red light appeared on Lu Chen's body. Power transformation activated instantly. Immediately afterwards, the Shadow Nightmare Beast King felt an unprecedented, terrifying force surging towards it. It tried its best, but couldn't resist even a fraction of the force. This 7th tier human grabbed its claws tightly, lifted it up, and swung it around in the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind howled. Lu Chen's arms spun faster and faster. Finally, with a sudden throw, go! A woo! The Shadow Nightmare Beast King felt the world spinning around him. It felt like returning to the vulnerable and helpless infancy stage. My heart is filled with helplessness and despair. Boom! A loud bang. Its massive body crashed heavily onto the giant tentacle statue. Then, like a boulder that has lost its support, like Jack before him, he slid down slowly. Shadow Nightmare Beast King and Jack, one large and one small, 2 bodies. Softly and comically, it slid down the statue slowly. The scene was unusually bizarre, yet somewhat humorous. In the sky, the Stormwing clan's previous lamentations vanished instantly. A silence. Everyone stared in disbelief. What just happened was truly shocking. This left all the winged people momentarily stunned. The scene was like a roaring train crashing violently into a delicate leaf. Result: the train derailed. It's not enough to just flip it over. The leaf even pulled the train around and flung it out. Who the hell would believe this? Hey, why are you here with me too? Jack, who was sliding down the statue, looked up. But he discovered that the Shadow Nightmare Beast King, who had just knocked him away, was right next to him. He was immediately stunned. However, the Shadow Nightmare Beast King had no time to deal with Jack. Its eyes were filled with terror. After letting out a whimper, it instantly vanished into the shadows. This human is terrifying. It doesn't want to fight anymore. Trying to escape? Lu Chen snorted coldly. In an instant, all 3 senses of hearing, intuition, and smell exploded in a superpowered manner. Like a cheetah capturing its prey, completely focused. A moment later, a gray-white glint flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. Immediately afterwards, the Shadow Nightmare Beast King, which had been hiding in the shadows and trying to escape, was instantly imprisoned by a layer of grayish-white stone. It was completely revealed. Crunch, crunch, crunch. A woo! The Shadow Nightmare Beast King roared in despair. As his body gradually turned into grayish-white stone, it was completely puzzled. My cultivation level is clearly higher than that human's. Why was he beaten up like this? That doesn't make sense. Under the desperate gaze of the Shadow Nightmare Beast King, Lu Chen gripped the heart-eating blade tightly in his right hand, holding it horizontally in front of his chest. Stomp your right foot hard on the ground. His body shot out like lightning. Immediately afterwards, a chilling black blade of light sliced through the air. Blood splattered. The Shadow Nightmare Beast King's massive head crashed to the ground. It emitted a dull yet powerful echo. Ding! You have slain the Shadow Nightmare Beast King, Tier 14, gaining 24,000 life energy. As the notification sound from Revelation Online rang out, a surge of immense life energy erupted from the Shadow Nightmare Beast King's body. It was then absorbed by Lu Chen. Level 7, 12,000/40,000. Tawanzi's level has also reached level 3. Level 3, 16380/40,000. Gurgle gurgle. The dumpling, having absorbed a large amount of life energy, tumbled happily in the backpack. Chapter 92 Gluttonous Overlord, Ventaros. Lu Chen smiled and gently stroked his backpack. There are some troublesome birdmen watching us from the sky, so don't come out yet. Gurgle. Tawanzi responded and immediately quieted down. I must be the most obedient and never cause trouble for my master. Lu Chen waved his hand. He stored the Shadow Nightmare Beast King's enormous body into his storage ring. His eyes narrowed slightly, his thoughts racing. The power of the Shadow Nightmare Beast King just now fluctuated within the range of 400 to 500 points, far exceeding that of a 10th tier ferocious beast. If I hadn't used the power of mountains and the power transcendence in time, in a contest of strength, it would be truly difficult to suppress this behemoth. However, this Shadow Nightmare Beast King does not possess any special attributes of a boss. It's just an ordinary ferocious beast. Therefore, it can be inferred that, after organisms cross 10 levels, they may all experience a qualitative leap. A woo! Seeing their king so easily beheaded, the remaining Shadow Nightmare beasts on the sealed altar were instantly terrified. They all let out desperate cries. They leaped into the surging sea and scattered in all directions. They had no desire to follow in their king's footsteps, to become the next victim of Lu Chen's blade. Looking at the suddenly silent sealing altar, Lu Chen couldn't help but frown. And so on. When we killed the Gorgon last time, those giant rock-armored lizards scattered and fled for their lives. The same applies to killing the Shadow Nightmare Beast King this time. If we could wipe out all these Shadow Nightmare beasts in one fell swoop, I should be able to level up to level 10. It seems that I lack a wide-range control skill. Captain, you're getting more and more amazing. That giant black rat was level 14, and you killed it with a single strike? Captain, you're destined to become the Lord of the Ocean. Jack came over and fawned over him with a smug look on his face. Stop talking nonsense, and quickly find a way to break the seal. That Shadow Nightmare Beast King is not the boss mentioned in the quest. Lu Chen gave a light rebuke. His gaze swept around, searching for the key to solving the mystery. Yes, Captain. Jack responded, his gaze suddenly fixing on the statue. Captain, look. Lu Chen looked in the direction Jack was pointing. At the base of the tentacle statue, the previously hidden platform gradually came into view. The platform was covered with a thick layer of grayish-white moss and various parasitic shellfish. Between the moss and seashells, faint grooves can be seen. They intertwine to form a mysterious and unpredictable seal pattern. It emits a faint, eerie light, as if it contains some ancient and powerful force. Captain, that must be the location of the seal. There must be a mechanism to break the seal hidden inside. Jack shouted excitedly and ran quickly toward the platform. Lu Chen's eyes sharpened, and he followed closely behind. Really, in the very center of the seal pattern, there is a groove about the size of a fist. Surrounded by intricate runes, it should be the core hub of the entire seal. As the sealed altar gradually revealed its true form, the Stormwing clan members in the sky instantly became restless. It's revealed. The sealing altar has revealed itself. He's about to break the seal. I really don't know what exactly is sealed here. The key to the survival of our people lies in the prophet's foretells. The prophet Feng Lai's gaze swept over the excited tribesmen, and he calmly gave the order. Children, that human strength is unfathomable. After he breaks the seal, we must avoid conflict with him. Seize the key item and leave immediately. Many of our people may perish at his hands, but as long as the Stormwing clan can continue, all sacrifices will be worthwhile. Yes, sir. Prophet, rest assured. We are not afraid to die. However, Yun Ting, standing to the side, had a furrowed brow and seemed preoccupied. For some reason, he had a premonition. Everyone, including the prophet, may have misunderstood the true meaning of prophecy. But at this moment, the arrow was already on the bowstring, leaving him no time to think. Yun Ting gripped the spear tightly, his gaze fixed firmly on the ground below. I have made a resolute preparation in my heart. On Lu Chen's side, after some exploration, discover the groove at the center of the seal. It's just the right size to hold the Shadow Nightmare Beast King's crystal core. Presumably, this Shadow Nightmare Beast King crystal core. That is the key to break the seal. Captain, even the Shadow Nightmare Beast King, which serves as the key, possesses strength at level 14. I reckon what's sealed inside is probably quite powerful. Jack reminded him in a deep voice. It doesn't matter. Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat. Embed the dark crystal core into the groove. At worst, we'll just die once. We all have the curse of immortality, so what's there to be afraid of? The crystal nucleus melted instantly. It transformed into a stream of pure energy, flowing slowly along the trajectory of the groove. Gradually, intricate sealing runes were drawn out. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire sealing formation began to shake violently. Immediately afterwards, a blindingly bright light suddenly erupted. Under the light, a chilling, sinister aura quietly rose up. Ha ha ha! After hundreds of years, I, Vantaros, have finally broken free of this damned seal and regained my freedom. Ha ha ha! Accompanied by deafening laughter, a mountain of flesh slowly appeared in Lu Chen's line of sight. Gluttonous overlord. Vantalis, boss-level creature. Characteristics: for limbs, powerful physique, devouring, evil, hunger. Talent: steel bones, grade B. Skill 1. Gluttony, rank C. His massive maw can devour anything, living or non-living. The devoured objects are rapidly digested in his gastric juices, transforming into the power of Vantalis. This ability allows him to quickly recover stamina in battle and sustain combat. Be constantly wary of his massive maw. Skill 2. Berserk Transformation, rank B. When Vantaros is in a state of extreme hunger or rage, he enters a berserk state. In this state, his strength and speed are greatly enhanced, and his appearance becomes even more ferocious and terrifying. Activate second stage. Combat Power Assessment. Tier 12. Ahem. Tier 12 is relative to ordinary creatures. This guy has a boss template, so you can calculate his exact combat power yourself. My head is aching from calculating it. You freaks are so annoying. Holy crap. What the hell is this? Jack's eyes widened. His eyes were fixed on Vantaros in front of him, and he unconsciously swallowed. The ferocious creature before them was a full 4 meters tall, huge in size, like a moving mountain of flesh. 4 strong and powerful arms. Its skin was dark gray, covered with wrinkles and bumps, and appeared unusually tough. The most horrifying thing is that a huge gash had split open in his obese abdomen. It transformed into a gigantic mouth filled with sharp fangs. The gastric juices in the enormous mouth churned with digestive substances, emitting a chilling odor. Although Jack himself is a boss-level character. But at this moment, however, Vantaros made him feel an unprecedented sense of terrifying oppression. Chapter 93, Stunned by the Beating. Looking at the unparalleled ferocious creature released from the seal. Above the sky, The previously excited Stormwing clan instantly fell silent. They looked at each other. His eyes were filled with astonishment and confusion. Prophet, could this terrifying creature be the turning point for our Stormwing clan? A pale-faced female winged person shrank back. That ferocious and violent aura. She knew all too well that once she got close to that creature, it would probably be swallowed up in an instant. No, that's impossible. Despair was also evident on Feng Lai's face at this moment. The prophecy he made at great cost. It should be impossible for it to make a mistake. But the evil, hungry monster sealed within could absolutely not be the Stormwing clan's salvation. Where exactly did things go wrong? Prophet, Yun Ting's voice rang out at the right moment, attracting everyone's attention. You say it's possible that we misunderstood the prophecy from the very beginning. Perhaps, what can truly save our Stormwing clan is not the creatures or treasures within this sealed altar, but rather, it is the one who stepped into the sealing altar. Yun Ting's words were like a thunderclap, shocking all the winged beings. Yun Ting, are you saying that the turning point for our winged clan is that human? Feng Lai turned to Yun Ting, his gaze sharp as a torch. But then he shook his head. He rejected his own idea. He sighed deeply. It's unlikely. The four-armed monster that emerged from the seal is a Tier 12 boss-level being. Its strength is unparalleled, and this human probably can't contend with it. How could a dying person be the savior of our race? Prophet, a glint flashed in Yun Ting's eyes. This human is no ordinary being. Faced with such a terrifying enemy, do you see even a trace of fear or apprehension in his eyes? Really? He's not scared at all. He seems quite excited. The female winged person next to her covered her mouth, her face full of surprise. If she were facing such a terrifying enemy, she probably wouldn't even be able to stand up straight. This human not only isn't afraid, but seems quite happy about it. So it was you two ants who helped me break the seal? Vantaros chuckled in a low voice, his greedy gaze darting between Lu Chun and Jack. A seal that has lasted for hundreds of years. He was already starving. As a token of my gratitude, I have decided to make you a part of my body. That means I'll eat you all. Vantaros laughed wildly. The terrifying gaping maw on its abdomen suddenly opened wide. A gush of green, suffocating stomach acid erupted like a tidal wave. They were closing in on the two. Holy crap! Jack cried out in surprise and darted backward. The green acid splashed onto the stone slab, making a sizzling sound. The hard stone slab was instantly etched into a riddled mess of holes. White smoke billowed up. Jack's eyes sharpened. Captain, watch out for this guy's saliva. He hasn't brushed his teeth in years. His saliva is practically sulfuric acid. Lu Chen also retreated quickly, avoiding the stomach acid attack. His eyes were fixed on Vanillus's massive, mountain-like body, his fighting spirit burning brightly. This Vantaros. This should be the boss we need to defeat in the fleet mission. Tier 12 boss-level creature. I like thinking of this. Lu Chen's lips curled up slightly, forming a cold, sharp arc. Jack, we don't have much time. Let's kill this fat guy quickly. There's a survival bet waiting for us at home. Jack heard this. She couldn't help but widen her eyes and look at Lu Chun. Captain, although we are both bosses, he is 12th rank and I am only 5th rank. You are really giving me too much credit. Although he kept muttering to himself. But Jack's actions were anything but hesitant. He stomped his right foot on the ground, using the momentum to leap into the air. It transformed into a streak of black lightning and hurtled straight toward Vantilus. In terms of combat, as long as Lu Chun gives the order, Jack never backs down. You fat bastard, die. Jack roared. All the power in the body is concentrated at the tip of the sword. The black crystal longsword pierced towards Vantaros with incredible speed. The sword's edge sliced through the air, producing a sharp whistling sound, and arrived before Vantilus in an instant. Faced with Jack's sword strike, which was enough to instantly kill a level 9 ferocious beast, Vantilus's face was full of disdain. He didn't even bother to block it. Clang! A crisp metallic symphony. The black crystal longsword struck Vantaros's ashen, rock-like skin with a fierce blow, but it was as if it had struck an indestructible steel plate. The sword trembled violently. Then, to Jack's incredulous gaze, the black crystal longsword, which could cut through iron like mud, suddenly shattered into pieces. It turned into tiny dust particles, scattering in the air. You think you can hurt me, you ant? Vantilus sneered repeatedly, his limbs suddenly stretching out. Like 4 giant steel pincers, they lunged at Jack with a whistling sound. Jack cursed under his breath, reacting swiftly. He slammed his foot into the ground, using the reaction force to propel himself backward. Almost at the last second, he slipped out of the encirclement of Vantaros's 4 ever-present arms. Once grabbed by those hands, the consequences would be unimaginable. They are destined to be swallowed up. You ants, you're pretty quick to run away. Vantaro scoffed dismissively. Sudden. Crunch, crunch, crunch. A piercing sound, accompanied by a sudden gray-white hue, enveloped his body. Petrification. His sneer intensified. A trivial skill. Vantaro's was about to exert his strength to break free. But then I suddenly realized. A bone-chilling cold, like a snake, coiled around him, instantly freezing him in ice. Vantalus's movements also came to an abrupt halt due to the freezing. However, before he could react, another scorching flame surged forth like a raging torrent. Cull. He was completely surrounded by flames. The crackling sound of burning was incessant. What the hell? Vantalus was somewhat stunned by this sudden series of attacks. No, there are only two people on the other side, aren't there? Where do all these talent attacks come from? But the attacks against him did not end there. Suddenly, 7th-tier skeleton warriors clad in black iron armor appeared, roaring as they charged towards him. Just as Vantaro's was about to raise his hand to retaliate. But then the 4 skeleton warriors suddenly exploded. Boom, 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 boom. The enormous explosion was deafening, shaking the entire ceiling altar. The terrifying energy generated by the self-destruction tore at Vantaro's body like a raging storm. That pale skin that once withstood Jack's full-force attack. It finally collapsed and tore apart under the power of the corpse explosion. The dark yellow fat and bright red blood were clearly visible. The residual force of the corpse explosion had not yet dissipated. Before Vantaro's could even catch his breath, a rock-covered iron fist slammed into his forehead like a meteor. Boom. A loud bang. Vantalus felt a terrifying force, seemingly capable of crushing his head, suddenly erupt. Immediately afterwards, his head was slammed heavily onto the stone slab. Boom. The immense force even cracked the hard stone slab. Chapter 94. How come this fatso is so tough? Dazed and disoriented from the beating, Vantaro's eyes were glazed. He barely opened his eyes a crack. He saw a pair of cold, abyss-like black eyes looking down at him. The owner of those black eyes was now raising a black blade that gleamed with an eerie green light. No way. Vantaro's only had time to murmur one sentence. The next moment, the black blade pierced his skull like lightning. The terrifying toxin spread throughout his body instantly with the black blade, and everything fell silent. Petrification plus frost control plus flame control plus corpse explosion plus power boost plus poison control. Lu Chen's combo attack. This completely shattered the previously arrogant Vantaro's, leaving him questioning his very existence. He lay motionless on the ground. The Stormwing clan members in the sky. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They stared in astonishment at what lay below. No, the one lying on the ground. Isn't that a level 12 boss? A winged man rubbed his eyelids vigorously, trying to confirm that what he was seeing was not an illusion. What just happened was truly shocking. This led him to doubt his own vision. 12th level boss. Shouldn't they all be terrifying beings like demon kings? How come he got a good beating as soon as he appeared? Then he lay down on the ground and didn't move. This isn't how a boss should act. Yes, right? The aura he released earlier was undoubtedly that of a level 12 boss. It's just that that human was too powerful. Another winged being responded, his voice trembling. This is terrifying. This human is terrifying. How can he possess so many talents? Shock spread among the winged people. Just then, a winged man suddenly awoke, his voice filled with barely concealed fear. Were we just trying to steal something from that human? His eyes were filled with relief and lingering fear. Fortunately, no rash actions were taken. Otherwise, with the astonishing speed, devastating attack power, and endless stream of innate skills displayed by those humans, even if all 200 of them risked their lives, there is absolutely no way they could gain any advantage over them. Upon hearing this, all the winged people gasped, a hint of fear flashing in their eyes. They realized, just now, the entire clan had quietly teetered on the brink of annihilation. Possessing numerous talents, and with only a 7th-tier cultivation level, he actually suppressed a 12th-tier boss to the point of utter helplessness. This person is no ordinary individual. After Yun Ting finished speaking, a glimmer of hope shone in his eyes. He turned to look at Feng Lai, his tone firm. The prophet, perhaps he is the key you foretold, the one who can lead our Stormwing clan out of this predicament. Feng Lai was still in shock. The astonishing combat power that Lu Chun had just displayed left him deeply shaken. Fortunately, they didn't rush to make a move. Otherwise, the Stormwing race wouldn't exist in the world today. Yunting's words brought Feng Lai back to his senses. He stared intently at Lu Chun. This person is indeed powerful, and must have had some extraordinary encounter, but I still can't see how he was able to save my Stormwing clan from danger. Upon hearing this, Yunting couldn't help but frown. Really, no matter how powerful that human is. After all, he was just an evolved being who had just sailed out of the beginner's sea. What exactly should be done? Only then can he be closely linked to the survival of the Stormwing clan and overcome difficulties together? Dead. Jack looked at Vantaros, who lay lifeless on the ground. His face was full of shock. The captain is getting more and more awesome. With a smooth combo, even a level 12 boss can be instantly killed. Not yet. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as his sharp gaze swept across the battlefield. I did not receive a kill notification. The boss is not dead yet. Just as Lu Chen was about to make another move. But then, the originally green-skinned and scarred Vantaros suddenly trembled all over. It was as if a dormant, violent force within him had been suddenly awakened. His eyes snapped open, two crimson beams shooting out like swords, accompanied by a deep, furious roar. Damn it! You have successfully angered the great gluttonous overlord, Vantalos. Immediately, Vantalos's obese body swelled rapidly. The muscles in his forearms seemed to be filled with an invisible, immense force. His muscles tensed instantly, and his veins bulged like snakes. Its already massive size increased even further, approaching 5 meters, and the oppressive feeling surged in like a tidal wave. The massive maw on its abdomen slowly opened. Its jagged fangs were bared menacingly, and it let out a deafening roar. Roar! With this roar, a chilling aura swept out from the giant maw like a whirlwind, instantly engulfing the entire battlefield. Rank B skill, Berserk Transformation. Lu Chun stared at Vantaros, who suddenly seemed to have been reborn. His eyes narrowed slightly. I just unleashed all my techniques. Especially the final blow. The final blow was infused with a large amount of toxin enhanced by the heart-eating blade, which should have been a fatal strike. However, this Vantaros stood up unsteadily. This time, I will cut off your head and see if you can be reborn. Lu Chun gave a low, cold snort. Push off the ground with your right foot, using the momentum to your advantage. Speed and power supermaximum activation at full power. Power and speed both surged to their limits. On the stone platform, a flash of white light appeared like lightning. The air exploded with a deafening roar under the extreme impact. Immediately afterwards, Lu Chun swung his right arm. Driven by 690 points of strength, the jet-black blade whistled through the air and sliced precisely across Vantaros's neck. A muffled thud. Vantalos's massive neck was instantly split in half, revealing white bone and dark red muscle. Vantalos, however, seemed completely unaware of his injuries. A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. Ha, you do have some skills, but do you really think you can kill me? Before the words were finished, the wound on his neck healed itself at an astonishing speed, as if he had never been injured at all. Holy crap, how is this fat guy so tough? Jack stood there dumbfounded. This fatso not only has amazing defense, its self-healing ability is also beyond imagination. This is going to be a tough battle. You ants, prepare to die. Vantaros roared. Its massive body, like a moving mountain, crashed violently into Lu Chun. Lu Chun reacted quickly, stomping his right foot on the ground again and leaping nimbly backward. They narrowly avoided this devastating blow. Obviously, this Vantaros is a boss known for its physical strength, possessing extremely tenacious vitality. That B-rank talent, Iron Bones. This is probably what it looks like after one's physique is upgraded to grade B. Chapter 95 Absolute Judgment, The Desperate Vantaros. Now, Vantaros appears arrogant. He grinned maliciously. In reality, a deep sense of apprehension towards Lu Chun flickered in the depths of his eyes. Have I been silent for too long? A low-ranking human. How could someone possess such terrifying strength? Despite his strong physique allowing him to barely withstand the human's fierce attack. But Vantaros knew perfectly well what was going on. Both the human and the fifth-order undead were far more agile than I was. He had only brute strength. But like a clumsy bear, it couldn't even touch its opponent. This feeling of powerlessness left Vantaros extremely depressed. If this drags on for a long time, even if he has a strong physique, they will be slowly ground to death by these humans and the undead, as if being cut with a knife. Thinking about this, a surge of indescribable grief and indignation welled up in Vantaros's heart. Damn it. I'm the big boss of the new BC area, okay? In this situation, how come it's like the humans have become the bosses, while I've become a lamb to the slaughter? However, since things have come to this point, There was no escape. The battle was ineffective in harming the opponent. Vantalis could only grit his teeth and continue his blustering, hollow grin, pretending to be completely indifferent. I just hope those two get tired and leave quickly. I'm not eating you anymore. Lu Chen stared at Vantaros, who seemed completely unfazed by his fate. Starry eyes narrowed slightly. Thoughts flashed through my mind like lightning. Time is of the essence. There is less than an hour left before the opening of the Parallel Sea area. If Vantaros cannot be resolved before then, he will have to return to the Parallel Sea area to participate in the survival gamble. When I come back, this boss has probably already disappeared. Vantaros' outwardly strong but inwardly weak demeanor could not be hidden from Lu Chen. Given the opportunity, that fat guy will definitely escape faster than anyone else. But unfortunately, Vantalis is also a boss with exceptional physical strength. Its defensive and recovery capabilities are exceptionally strong. I want to get rid of him. If a swift and decisive blow cannot be delivered, that would require a lot of time to slowly grind it down. And Lu Chen, what we lack most right now is time. With this in mind, Lu Chen had already made up his mind. He slowly raised the heart-eating blade. Pointing directly to Vatican City, his voice was deep and firm. Vantaros, I, Lu Chen, the inspector, hereby declare you an evil spirit. Seeing Lu Chen's behavior, Vantalis was taken aback at first, then burst into wild laughter. Judgment? Huh, who do you think you are? To judge me? Do you think you're some kind of watchdog? Huh. His laughter was full of mockery and disdain. Those who oversee others are incredibly high and mighty beings. How could it be this mere seventh-order human in front of me? However, the laughter gradually became unnatural. Vantaros suddenly felt something was wrong, etc. No matter how powerful the inspectors are, it seems they were all trained from scratch by Revelation Online. The human in front of me. Could this be one of the inspectors that Revelation Online is training? Could I really be that unlucky? An unease flickered in Vantaros' eyes, as a sense of uncertainty and fear crept into my heart. The icy voice of the heavenly decree suddenly rang out. It was like a heavy hammer blow to Vantaros' heart, making him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Lu Chen, the inspector, exercises his power of judgment against the gluttonous overlord, Vantalis. The inspector Lu Chen has officially declared Vantaros an evil entity. Vantaros' identity as a malevolent spirit confirmed. Revelation Online is currently reviewing this information. Review complete. No evidence was found that Vantaros meets the criteria for being an evil spirit. Inspector Lu Chen will need to consume one absolute trial attempt for this trial. Current number of absolute judgments remaining, 0. As the voice of the heavenly decree faded away, a sinister eye-shaped curse mark suddenly appeared on Vantaros' forehead. The pupil part of the curse mark. It even faintly outlines the shape of the character, Lu. With trembling hands, Vantaros gently touched the cursed seal. His face turned deathly pale instantly. His eyes widened, and he roared in disbelief. An inspector? How could you be an inspector? How could I possibly encounter such a 1 in a billion chance? No, I've only just broken free from the seal. Did nothing. You get an inspector right at the start? I'm absolutely blown away. Is there anyone in this world more unlucky than me? As Lu Chen slowly approached, in Vantalis' mind, terrifying legends about the Watchers began to surface. A surge of uncontrollable fear welled up deep within him. She pleaded in a trembling voice. My Lord Overseer, while I, Vantaros, have indeed devoured many people in the past, but that was hundreds of years ago. I, Vantaros, may be guilty, but I don't deserve to be labeled as an evil spirit. The thought of being categorized as an evil spirit. Vantalis trembled involuntarily. I wanted to cry but couldn't. Evil spirits? What merit do I possess to warrant an inspector using absolute judgment to label me as an evil spirit? At this moment, Vantaros was filled with remorse. He secretly groaned. Ancestors, if you're so great, why didn't you say so earlier? I stopped making threats as soon as I came out of the seal. How about I kneel down and beg you to do it? Until this moment, Vantaros suddenly realized. Why would that boss-level undead be willing to follow a low-ranking human? Turn out to be. That human actually passed the inspector's test. Is it too late for me to learn the undead loyalty skill now? Wah. Once the identity of an evil spirit is established, it cannot be eliminated unless the judge dies, and the judge cannot take the evil spirit as a vassal. Now, winged people in the sky, witnessing the strange behavior of Vantaros. They exchanged glances, their faces full of confusion. Who is that? The inspector. Is he very powerful? It must be something extraordinary. Vantaros' reaction didn't seem fake. But he is, After all, an incredibly powerful Tier 12 boss. How could he be so frightened by a few words of judgment and evil from that human? Since becoming a remnant race, the Stormwing have struggled to survive in this limited land. They knew nothing of the legends surrounding the Watchmen. Suddenly, Yun Ting had a flash of inspiration, and his eyes lit up. He turned to Feng Lai, bowed, and asked, "Prophet, are you familiar with the Watchers?" That human's words could not possibly have caused the boss to lose his composure like this. Behind those words must lie some powerful being. Feng Lai frowned deeply. His gaze was fixed on the curse mark on Vantaros's forehead. My mind raced through the ancient texts I remembered. Watch dogs. Watch dogs. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. A burning light instantly ignited in his eyes. The inspector. He's actually the inspector. I understand now, the true meaning of that prophecy. Our Stormwing clan is saved. Chapter 96, Instant Kill. 2 more levels. Lu Chen stared at the previously fierce, but now humbly pleading Vantaros. A slight upturn of the corners of his mouth. A cold smile appeared on his face. Not that bad. I said you are an evil spirit. You are it. Having finished speaking, Lu Chen moved suddenly. Like a cheetah hunting its prey, it accelerated towards Vantalis. With a flip of his right palm, the jet-black blade flashed instantly, slashing down with a whooshing sound. Whoosh! The blade moved like a dragon emerging from the sea, its sharpness overwhelming, slicing through the air and arriving before Vantalis in an instant. The latter's eyes narrowed sharply. I felt an incomparably sharp wind pressure rushing towards me, and the breath of death was almost within reach. Driven by instinct, Vantaros knew he couldn't take this attack head-on. You bastard! Vantaros dared not be careless in the slightest. With a roar, he quickly crossed his arms in front of him, attempting to defend himself. However, the jet-black battle blade, under the absolute suppression of evil by the Observer's laws, like a divine weapon that can cut through iron like mud, it easily tore through the defenses that Vantaros was so proud of. Snap! Accompanied by a crisp and terrifying cracking sound. Vandalis's thick arms were severed cleanly at the root by the blade. Take off into the air. Blood gushed out like a wild horse. My hand, this, impossible. Vantaros's face was filled with disbelief. He clearly remembered that Lu Chen's attacks had not been this fierce before. Why did it become so unstoppable in the blink of an eye? However, even a rabbit will bite when cornered. At this moment, Vantaros understood that begging for mercy is useless now. Only by fighting to the death. Only then can they have a chance of survival against this terrifying humanoid creature. Thinking of this, Vantaros's eyes were bloodshot and filled with madness. Inspector, you forced me into this situation. Vantaros roared. The gaping maw on its abdomen suddenly split open. It opened wide in a chilling arc, as if to devour everything that stood in its way. By consuming you, I will gain unparalleled benefits. Vandalis's voice was filled with hysterical madness. Inside the giant mouth, the dark purple energy vortex spun wildly. The suction power is amazing. The surrounding air seemed to be drawn by this force, forming a distorted storm. Rank C skill Gluttony. At the same time, Vantaros's B-level talent, Iron Bones, was activated at full power. Faced with Vantaros's desperate attack, Lu Chen merely gave a cold laugh. It's all in vain. Having finished speaking, he moved suddenly. Break. Win. Lu Chen let out a low shout, gathering all his strength into his right arm. The heart-eating blade was instantly enveloped by a powerful force. The blade trembled and emitted a series of buzzing sounds. Immediately afterwards, he suddenly swung his knife. The speed is so fast that it almost surpasses visual capture. A streak of black light slashed across the sky. It brought with it a fierce gust of wind, and wherever it went, space seemed to be cleaved open. Clang! Accompanied by a crisp metallic symphony. The heart-eating blade seemed to tear through the barrier of space, flashing past Vandalis's astonished eyes at a speed too fast for the naked eye to perceive. Then came a chilling silence. What followed was a breathtaking scene. Vandalis's massive body was cleanly and decisively cleaved in two by this single strike. Dark red blood gushed out like a waterfall, staining the surrounding air crimson. Before his gaping maw could close, the madness and resentment in his eyes were forever frozen in that moment. Lu Chen sheathed his sword. The black blade returned to its sheath. The movements were fluid and elegant, as if the earth-shattering blow just now was nothing more than a normal swing in daily training. He stood as before, his clothes fluttering in the breeze. He was surrounded by an inviolable aura. It was as if everything that had just happened was nothing more than a trivial interlude. At this moment, Lu Chen's figure stretched long in the afterglow of the setting sun, appearing exceptionally aloof and powerful. Ding. You have slain a boss-level creature, Gluttonous Overlord Vantalis, Tier 12, gaining 320,000 life energy points. Ding. Vantalis is an evil creature. You have gained 1,000 execution points. Position: Inspector, 1500/10,000. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully leveled up to level 8. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully leveled up to level 9. Level 9, 52,000/160,000. Ding. As an inspector, the attributes you gain upon leveling up are doubled. Strength plus 40. Agility plus 40. Constitution plus 40. Perception plus 40. Free attribute points plus 20. Ding. Your pet, the Kraken God level, has reached level 4. Ding. Your pet, Kraken God level, has reached level 5. Level 5, 56,000/160,000. Congratulations on completing the Fleet Faction mission. Quest reward, Fleet Flag 1. A terrifying surge of life energy flooded into Lu Chun and Tuanzi's bodies like a tidal wave. A massive 320,000 points of life energy. Let Lu Chun and Tuanzi, both the human and the beast, gain 2 levels. The wave of evolution swept through my body, bringing an unprecedented sense of comfort. Lu Chun suddenly spread his arms wide. He looked up to the sky and roared. Cool. The little dumpling followed suit. He held his head high and howled from inside the backpack. The little dumpling was extremely pleased with its 2 promotions. No way. It's over in seconds. Jack, standing nearby, was completely dumbfounded. No. I know the captain is awesome as an inspector. But surely it can't be that amazing. That fatso is a 12th tier boss with a B-level physique talent. Enough to escape unscathed from an attack by thousands of other evolved beings of the same level. He's definitely a newbie sea monster. Such is existence. The captain was killed in one swift strike by such a delicate and beautiful woman? Keep in mind, the captain is only at level 7. A 7th tier boss with a single strike instantly kills a 12th tier boss with a special physical attribute. This is what you call an inspector. That would be very difficult to do, wouldn't it? Thinking of this, Jack stared blankly at Lu Chun. A strange light flickered in his eyes. Even within the terrifying group of observers, the captain's talent and temperament are probably exceptional. Hey, I, Jack, have such great taste. I could tell at a glance that the captain was no ordinary man. Lu Chun, who was enjoying the thrill of leveling up, suddenly became serious. Hundreds of winged beings hovered in the sky for a long time before suddenly swooping down towards Lu Chun. Lu Chun frowned slightly. Dozens of bone spears instantly materialized. They surrounded him, radiating a chilling aura. Court death. Lu Chun gave a cold shout, flicked his fingers, and the bone spear instantly transformed into a rain of arrows that whistled towards the winged group. However, just as the bone spears were about to strike the winged people, they suddenly stopped in midair. Lu Chun raised an eyebrow and sharply scanned the winged people flying towards him. These winged people did not attack. There was no attempt to dodge. Instead, they all knelt down before Lu Chun, their postures devout. If Lu Chun hadn't stopped the bone spear attack in time, this volley would have been enough to reduce the number of winged people in front of him by a third. The winged people's actions aroused a sense of doubt in Lu Chun's heart. He stared at the kneeling winged man, awaiting an answer. Chapter 97 Vassal Races. The leader of the remnant race, Feng Lai, leads the entire Stormwing clan in respectful homage to the esteemed overseer. The wind was fierce, and his forehead touched the ground. A barely perceptible tremor lingered in his voice. He was clearly extremely tense. The winged people behind him followed suit, kneeling and bowing to Lu Chun. Several young winged people took the opportunity to secretly look up. Glancing at Lu Chun, fear and unease were intertwined in his eyes. Could this young human truly be the salvation of our Stormwing clan? Stormwing clan. Lu Chun raised an eyebrow slightly, his tone calm and indifferent. You have half a minute to give me a reason not to kill you. Although he is the observer of the Revelation online world. But if these Stormwing clan members are planning to plead their case, they've really picked the wrong person. I don't have that kind of free time. On the contrary, they were very interested in the life energy within these winged beings. Although thin, but even a mosquito's leg is still meat. If they don't have a suitable reason to impress Lu Chun wouldn't mind killing them all and taking them in. In this world, only one's own strength is the most important thing. Hearing Lu Chun's calm words. Upon hearing this, the kneeling winged people trembled violently. No. Are these inspectors really that brutal? Cold sweat instantly broke out on Feng Lai's forehead. He knew very well that every word that follows will determine the fate of the Stormwing clan. He resolutely raised his head, his eyes flashing with determination. "My Lord Overseer, we Stormwing clan did not invade without cause," he said in a deep voice. "But we want to become your vassal race, to pave the way for you and go through fire and water for you." However, Feng Lai's words were coldly interrupted by Jack. "Hey old man, it's not that I look down on you. Although there are more than 200 of you, you have neither talent nor skills. I, Jack, alone am enough to kill you all." Jack's lips curled into a slight, disdainful smile. "Do you really think our captain will take in just any Tom, Dick, or Harry?" "Just kidding. My little snake girl from before. Level 7 strength, possessing B-grade talent and skills. Want to pledge allegiance to the captain." They were all ripped off by the captain. "You bunch of winged people who have nothing to offer. They also want to board our ship." Innocent. Lu Qin remained silent, only scrutinizing Feng Lai with a calm gaze. He silently acquiesced to Jack's words. Everything is understood without words. Upon hearing this, all the winged people felt humiliation and resentment in their eyes. Yunting lowered his head. His teeth clenched, making a grinding sound. The veins on the back of his right hand bulged as he gripped the spear tightly. This humiliation pierced his heart like a sharp blade. Even when their own people voluntarily offered to become vassals, the other party still looked down on them for being too weak. However, despite the resentment churning within him, Yunting knew that the words of the dead were not unfounded. A 5th-tier boss-level undead does indeed possess the power to slaughter its entire race. But at this moment, this is the Stormwing clan's only chance. Yunting will never give up. Thinking of this, Yunting suddenly looked up, his eyes gleaming, and stared directly at Lu Qin. "My Lord Overseer, things cannot be judged by appearances alone. The reason why my Stormwing clan appears so weak is because we have been abandoned by the Oracle. As long as the Overseer accepts us, the Stormwing clan can shed their remnant status and reawaken their talents and skills. At that time, Your Excellency will instantly possess an air force with everyone possessing B-rank talent." Lu Qin heard this. His eyes lit up immediately. Everyone has B-level talent? The Stormwing clan already possesses the ability to fly, and if they awaken a B-level talent, their combat power will not be underestimated. Not to mention, I have control of the fleet flag, and all members will receive attribute bonuses. In this way, with the attribute bonuses, this Stormwing clan, whose members are all B-level talents, will surely become a powerful force in his hands. Although he was already tempted, Lu Qin's expression remained calm and composed. He looked at Yunting and said calmly, "If you dare to deceive me, the consequences will be very serious. If Your Excellency accepts us as a vassal race, the life and death of our entire race will be in Your Excellency's hands." Yunting kowtowed again. Blood instantly streamed down his forehead, but he paid no heed, his voice remaining as firm as ever. "If the Lord discovers in the future that we have been deceiving him, he may simply eliminate us. All right, I'll give you this chance." As soon as Lu Qin finished speaking, a look of wild joy flashed in Feng Lai's eyes in an instant. I was almost moved to tears. Stormwing, as a remnant race. No matter which powerful figure one swears allegiance to, the mark of a remnant clan cannot be erased. That is the ironclad law of the divine decree, and it cannot be shaken. However, only the monitors are an exception. The inspector is the embodiment of law enforcement in the world of Revelation Online, equivalent to a spokesperson for the will of Revelation Online. Once the overseers are willing to accept the Stormwing clan, this means that Revelation Online has once again embraced the Stormwing clan. But the observers exist only in mythical tales. Extremely rare. Feng Lai had not anticipated this. Fate has been so kind to the Stormwing clan. In the face of despair, when the ethnic group was on the verge of extinction, they encountered Lu Qin. God truly blesses my Stormwing clan. Thoughts churned rapidly in my mind. Feng Lai's eyes reddened, and he bowed deeply to Lu Qin once more. "Thank you, Inspector. The Stormwing clan is willing to become your blade, slaying all invading enemies." With the movement of the wind, all the clansmen also kowtowed at the same time. The sounds were perfectly synchronized and resounded throughout the sky. "Thank you, Inspector. The Stormwing clan is willing to become your blade, slaying all invading enemies." At the same time, mottled specks of light escaped from each winged being's body. They converged before Lu Qin, condensing into a dazzling sphere of light. "My lord, this is the soul crystallization of our Stormwing clan. By accepting this soul crystallization, you are signifying your acceptance of us as your vassals." Feng Lai said respectfully. Lu Chen nodded slightly. With a thought, the sphere of light instantly entered his body. At the same time, the notification sound from Revelation Online came through clearly. Ding! You have chosen to accept the Stormwing clan as a vassal race. Your current inspector level is level 1. Currently, the number of vassal races that can be accepted is 1/1. The number of vassal races can be increased as the overseer's level increases. Reminder, you have absolute dominion over your vassal races and can completely eliminate them at any time. Upon hearing the series of prompts from Tianyu, Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. I didn't expect there to be restrictions on vassal races. My current level of inspector only allows me to accept one vassal race. No wonder I chose to accept it. The old man was incredibly excited. Thinking of this, Lu Chen was speechless for a moment. This divine decree. They didn't even give any instructions or anything. You have to figure everything out yourself. If only I had known earlier that there was a limit to the number of vassal races. They chose a more powerful race to be their vassal. But, now that things have come to this, Lu Chen has no regrets. Without the Stormwing clan, they themselves didn't know they could accept another race as a vassal. The identity of this inspector makes him appear all-powerful. Chapter 98. The Gift, prepared for the Allied Nations. At the same time, a surge of immense energy poured into the bodies of the Stormwing clan members who were kneeling on the ground. A look of surprise immediately appeared in everyone's eyes. My cultivation level is rising. This feeling is amazing. A beautiful female winged person covered her lips. In just a moment, her power soared to the 6th rank and continued to increase. Ha ha ha. Thank you, oh Inspector. Our Stormwing clan has once again gained the approval of the Revelation. This is an energy compensation bestowed upon us by the Revelation. Fenglai stretched out his arms, tears streaming down his face. Once, without the support of Revelation Online, the Stormwing clan's cultivation progress is as slow as a snail's pace. All members of the clan were stuck at the 5th level of cultivation, unable to advance even an inch. At this moment, the shackles are broken. The accumulated potential of everyone erupted instantly, and their cultivation levels rose rapidly. Fenglai wiped away his tears and quickly gave the order. Everyone, concentrate on comprehending your wind elemental talent and mastering wind elemental skills. Upon hearing this, all the winged clan members closed their eyes and concentrated. Open your arms wide to welcome the gentle caress of the wind. Holy crap, over 200 people evolving and awakening their talents at the same time. How spectacular. Can I be included? I want to level up too. Jack gazed at the winged people undergoing their transformation, his face filled with envy. The captain is already level 9, but I'm still stuck at level 5. So tragic, wah. They simply reclaimed the power that was rightfully theirs. Lu Chen crossed his arms, his eyes filled with curiosity. I wonder what level of talent these Stormwing clan members can awaken. It shouldn't be bad. Their ancestors seem to have come from the intermediate world, and the potential of beings from the intermediate world is quite strong. Jack shrugged. A glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. It seems that his true talent has also been sealed away. I really don't know when it will be solved. Soon, the strength of all Stormwing clan members jumped to around level 10. As Yunting stated, every Stormwing awakened talents are without exception. All are grade B. Lu Chen opened the panel of a female winged person. Now, the panel had changed dramatically. Stormwing clan, subordinate race, Yunrui. Characteristics, high intelligence, flight ability, agility, wind affinity. Talent, wind control, rank B. Skill, wind blade slash, rank B. Instantly unleashes sharp wind blades. These wind blades, like invisible razor blades, can easily cut through metal and rock, inflicting fatal damage on enemies. Have you ever seen a humanoid fighter jet? Now you have. Combat Strength Assessment, Tier 10, a kingly race in the skies. To fight her, it's best to prevent her from flying, otherwise you'll experience the frustration of being unable to retaliate. Also, she seems to have a master. Holy crap. So powerful. Jack moved closer to Lu Chen, and after glancing at Yun Rui's panel, his eyes widened in surprise. Good heavens. He had truly underestimated these birdmen before. Congratulations, Captain. You've gained a powerful force. Lu Chen nodded. Looks like we've really struck gold this time. Unexpectedly, these previously weak and feeble-winged people, after shedding his identity as a descendant of a remnant clan, his strength has increased so dramatically. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master, for giving me a new life. The Stormwing clan, whose talents and strength had been awakened, knelt before Lu Chen once more. His eyes sparkled with barely suppressed joy and excitement. However, as the winged people knelt down, Yun Ting's figure stood out, like a crane among chickens. His eyes remained closed. He was clearly immersed in some profound realization. Upon seeing this, the winged people couldn't help but show worry. Why hasn't Yunting finished awakening yet? Could it be that he failed to awaken? This shouldn't be happening. Yunting has always been the strongest among us. How could this be? Lu Chen still remembered the young winged man with the scar on his face. This guy was the one who dodged my bone spear attack earlier. No need to panic. He understands the wind better than you do. Keep quiet and don't disturb him, Lu Chen said calmly. At the same time, the curiosity in their eyes intensified. Ordinary Stormwing clan members can already awaken B-rank talents. Could this young winged human be able to awaken an A-level talent? Lu Chen, who had once awakened the control of an A-level undead, knew very well that awakening an A-level talent is by no means easy. Amidst the worried yet expectant gazes of the winged people, the wind around Yunting began to churn violently. An invisible storm of power quietly gathered around him. In the blink of an eye, Yunting suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade. He took 2 deep breaths, his chest heaving. Immediately afterwards, he knelt down before Lu Chen without hesitation. Winged man Yunting greets his master. Looking at Yunting, Lu Chen opened the panel. A surge of joy welled up in my heart. Stormwing clan, subordinate race, Cloudlight. Characteristics: high intelligence, flight ability, agility, wind affinity, cool personality. Talent: wind resonance, rank A. Skill 1, celestial storm, rank A. Gathers all the storm power in the body, unleashing it into a devastating storm. Insects, prepare to die. Skill 2, wind blade cut, rank B, same as above. Combat strength assessment, tier 11, a prodigy among the Stormwing clan, a child of the wind. Unexpectedly, this child not only successfully awakened an A-level talent, he even mastered an A-level skill. Good. It's worth cultivating them yourself. Lu Chen nodded. They were quite satisfied with the overall combat strength of the Stormwing clan. However, in addition to joy, a sense of unease quietly rose from the depths of my heart, given the current situation of the Stormwing clan. Seeing the whole leopard through a tube. This demonstrates just how powerful the Stormwing clan was when they participated in the War of the Myriad Races 10,000 years ago. At that time, the billions of winged clan members all possessed at least a B-level talent. Such a powerful race. Yet they still failed in the struggle for supremacy among all races. To this day, they are on the verge of extinction, struggling desperately. Then I thought of the human race on Earth. Although the population is as large as tens of billions. However, during the initial awakening, talents are mostly F-level or E-level. Even a C-level talent is a rare find. Thinking of this, Lu Chen felt an even greater sense of urgency. Strength, only strength. Improving our strength is of utmost urgency. At this moment, Feng Lai knelt down and respectfully reported. Master, all 234 members of the Stormwing clan have awakened their talents. Among them, there is 1 A-level talent and 233 B-level talent. Apart from Yunting, the rest are all around the 10th level. Please give instructions, Master. All the winged people responded in unison. Please give your instructions, Master. Lu Chen surveyed the winged race and said in a deep voice. All right, there is indeed something that needs your attention right now. Get to 563.876. I'll be waiting for you there. Go. As Lu Chen finished speaking. Yes, sir. The winged beings bowed in unison to the sinking land, then spread their wings and soared into the sky. Wow, it's so great that it can fly. I'm so envious. Jack watched the winged people come and go like the wind. I couldn't help but feel envious. Being able to fly over this ocean has such a huge advantage. Not only is it fast, no boat needed. Luckily, it's on our side, hee. Captain, what are you planning to do with these winged people? Jack looked at Lu Chen with a curious expression. The survival gamble will begin in half an hour, and I plan to give the Alliance of Nations a shocking gift. A cold smile curled at the corners of Lu Chen's lips. Chapter 99. The statue came to life? Subsequently, Lu Chen lightly flipped his right hand. A command flag, shimmering with a strange light, leaped into his palm. Fleet flag, special item. Holding this flag allows you to establish your own independent faction. Lu Chen stared intently at the command flag, his gaze burning with fervor. You should know, the first faction on Earth to use the command flag will receive a terrifying 200-point attribute bonus. As the fleet leader, the bonus is doubled. 400 attribute points. This made even the usually composed Lu Chen feel a longing in his heart. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Chen resolutely decided to activate the command flag so as not to miss the opportunity to become the first case. Ding. The fleet command flag has been activated. Please select a direction for your faction's development. 1. Sea Lord. Instantly possess your own exclusive territory and enjoy resource bonuses. Territory resources plus 5%, and the territory expands, and the bonus percentage increases with power level. This path focuses on defense and development. 2. Sea Pirates. Initially without a fixed territory, they grow stronger by plundering resources from other regions. They possess a plundering bonus, plus 5% resource plundering. Upgrading their faction unlocks special ships and even higher plundering bonuses. This path emphasizes attack and plunder. Faced with two completely different paths, Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. Quick analysis. Firstly, cultivate the land meticulously and stick to one's local area. One method is to wage guerrilla warfare across the land, using war to sustain war. Firstly, to operate steadily and build an empire. Firstly, amidst the clash of swords and the shadows, victory is sought amidst peril. Defend or attack. The choice is now. Despite the considerable allure of becoming a Sea Lord, owning a piece of land that can be slowly cultivated is a dream for many. But this goes against Lu Chen's original intention. What I crave is freedom, the freedom to explore and conquer without constraints. Then, Lu Chen resolutely chose the second path, piracy. It was a journey of unbridled freedom and unrestrained adventure. Ding. You have successfully chosen the development path of your faction as Sea Pirates. Ding. Faction creation in progress. Time remaining, 59 minutes. Creating a faction actually requires waiting? Lu Chen shook his head. Never mind. There's no rush. Let's use this hour to clean up the battlefield first. Jack. Captain, everything has been prepared for you. Jack bared his teeth and pointed to the right. Look, as far as the eye could see, there were mountains of ferocious beast carcasses. Vantalis, the Shadow Nightmare King, the 8 Shadow Nightmare Beasts, and the previously mentioned Silver Feather Giant Falcon were all present. Tawanzi, you can come out now. Lu Chen nodded, patted his backpack lightly, and spoke with a tone full of affection. Gurgle. Hearing that she could come out, Tawanzi darted out of the backpack in a flash. It kept rubbing against Lu Chen's face. The little guy has been really bored lately. This trip to the ceiling altar. Tawanzi also leveled up to level 5 and was extremely excited. Haha. Lu Chen laughed and said, all right, let's take care of business first. We'll collect these corpses before we play around. Gurgle. The dumpling responded cheerfully, and then its tentacles suddenly extended and rested on the pile of corpses. The pile of corpses immediately began to shrink and shrivel at a visible speed. It gradually lost all its essence. Hey, Captain, look, the dumpling has changed. Its tentacles can extend. Jack exclaimed in surprise. He thought that no matter how much life energy this little guy consumed, he wouldn't grow up. Really? Lu Chen gazed at Tawanzi, his eyes filled with satisfaction and doting affection. It seems that Tawanzi has improved after the upgrade. It seems that Tawanzi isn't unable to grow up, but rather that it can control its size freely. I really look forward to seeing what the dumpling will look like after it leaves its larval stage. Ding. Successfully consumed Gluttony Overlord. Vantaros, Tier 12. You have acquired the B-level talent, Iron Bones, increasing your constitution by 18 points. Ding. Successfully captured Shadow Nightmare Beast King, Tier 14. You have acquired the C-rank talent, Shadow Fusion, increasing your strength by 18 points. Ding. Successfully acquired Shadow Nightmare Beast 8, Tier 9. You have gained a C-rank talent, Shadow Fusion X8, increasing strength by 13 by 8 points. Ding. Successfully acquired Silver Feathered Giant Falcon, Tier 8, agility increased by 12 points. As numerous notification sounds from Revelation Online rang out, Lu Chen gained it again. 122 points of strength, 18 points of constitution, and 12 points of agility. In addition, there are rank B Steel Bones and rank C Shadow Fusion Talent X9. Ding. Your C rank talent, Shadow Fusion, has been detected. Evolution requirements have been met. Under Evolution. Evolution complete, Shadow Fusion, rank C, successfully evolved to rank B talent, Shadow Walker, 35%. Feeling the surging energy within my body, Lu Chen's face was full of joy. This absorption not only gave him a large number of attribute points. Furthermore, they obtained 2 B-grade talents. At this point, he already possesses 7 B-grade talents that are unattainable in the eyes of ordinary people. Very good. The battlefield has been cleared. It's time to return to the vicinity of the Parallel Sea area. Lu Chen decisively opened the Revelation Online panel. Choose to teleport to the vicinity of the Parallel Sea area. However, there was no response. Upon seeing this, Lu Chen frowned. What's going on? Why can't I teleport? Ding. Teleportation function is temporarily disabled due to interference from an unknown force. Captain, what do we do? We're pressed for time. Jack's expression changed drastically upon hearing the divine message. Are you kidding me? The survival betting begins in less than half an hour. Now you're telling me the teleportation failed? Are you kidding me? If teleportation is not possible, by the time we sail back to the parallel sea area from here, it will be too late. The Stormwing clan has already arrived. There's no need to worry about the survival bet. Lu Chen glanced around, his eyes cold and stern. What I'm more curious about is who exactly is capable of interfering with the transmission of the divine decree. At this moment, Jack stared blankly at the giant tentacle statue in front of him. He rubbed his eyes and said hesitantly, Captain, I think I just saw that giant hand move. Jack then shrugged, thinking he was seeing things. You must be mistaken. How can a statue move? Just kidding. If such a large statue could move, it would be incredible. However, as soon as Jack finished speaking, it seemed to be a direct rebuttal to his remarks. The towering tentacle statue suddenly erupted with a deafening roar. Boom! Immediately afterwards, the entire giant tentacle statue began to shake violently. It was as if a sleeping giant had been awakened and was slowly stretching its body, accompanied by vibration. Large amounts of rubble, like a torrential downpour, peeled off the statue's tentacles. Amidst a deafening roar, it poured down from the sky. It crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Small pebbles were even thrown everywhere by the impact. The scene was incredibly shocking, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Holy crap! Jack was speechless, the words he had just said stuck in his throat. He's actually alive. Chapter 100 Jack, please take good care of Tuanzi. Lu Chen's pupils contracted sharply. Witnessing the towering tentacle statue come to life in a bizarre way, my eyes twitched involuntarily. The oppressive feeling emanating from this behemoth was like Mount Tai pressing down on you, far surpassing all his previous opponents. Gurgle. The little dumpling stared innocently at the slowly moving tentacles. Calling softly, I seemed to sense a strange sense of closeness. Suddenly, the terrifyingly large tentacle statue moved. Call. Accompanied by a gust of wind. It slammed down on the dumpling with the force of a thunderbolt. Gurgle. The little dumpling was stunned for a moment by the sudden attack. His eyes were full of confusion. It cannot understand. Why would this being, which it once felt incredibly close to, suddenly attack it? However, the giant tentacles did not hesitate at all. The force didn't lessen at all, and it looked like it was about to crush the dumpling into a paste. At this critical moment, Lu Chen flashed, activating his Shadow Walker talent to its fullest extent, and swept past in a black shadow with Tuanzi. Boom! The giant tentacles slammed heavily onto the ceiling altar. The boulder shattered and scattered in all directions. The altar surface was instantly covered with spiderweb-like cracks, and the entire space trembled at the impact. Lu Chen held Tuanzi tightly, his face ashen, and shouted sternly at Jack. This thing's target is Tuanzi. Jack, quick! Retreat in the ghost. Clear. Jack answered without hesitation. With a blur, he transformed into a streak of light and shot swiftly toward the distant netherworld ship. However, the giant tentacle seemed to ignore Jack completely. It gathered its strength once more, unleashing an even more terrifying power. It swept across the location where Lu Chen was located. The air seemed to be torn apart, emitting a piercing whistling sound. As the tentacle statue approached once more, Lu Chen's gaze hardened like iron. The attack range of this giant tentacle is too wide. If we board the netherworld at this time, the ship will be sunk. He had to buy Jack time so that the ghost could get away from the threat of the tentacles. That way, everyone can escape. Bring it on. Lu Chen let out a loud shout and suddenly squatted down. Then, like a spring, it burst forth with astonishing power, its body instantly leaping into the air. It deftly avoided the sweeping attack of the tentacles. Die! In the air, Lu Chen's eyes flashed with a cold light. A thought crossed his mind. The pile of ferocious beast corpses on the sealed altar suddenly erupted with intense energy. Immediately afterwards, boom, 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 boom. A series of violent explosions rang out. The entire sealed altar trembled violently under the power of the corpse explosion. However, when Lu Chen's gaze fell on the giant tentacle again, his pupils suddenly contracted. Apart from being blackened by the smoke, the tentacles were completely unharmed. Corpse explosion. That's my most powerful A-rank skill. It was impossible to cause any real damage to the tentacles. A strong sense of shock welled up in Lu Chen's heart. Just how powerful is this tentacle statue? The giant tentacles seemed to be enraged by the repeated provocations of this tiny insect. A sudden, inexplicable tremor struck. The giant tentacles suddenly accelerated. It struck again with a terrifying speed that belied its enormous size. Here we go again. Lu Chen cursed under his breath, intending to activate the Shadow Walker talent and merge into the darkness to escape the attack. But, disrupted by that strange vibration, it couldn't blend into the shadows. The tentacles were closing in. There was no way to avoid them. A resolute glint flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. Who's afraid of who? Accompanied by a flashing blade trail. The Overseer's unique skill, Windbreaker, unleashed in an instant. However, the dazzling blade light shattered instantly upon contact with the giant tentacle. The ever-invincible Windbreaker. Compared to this behemoth, it appears pale and powerless. Faced with the oncoming tentacles, Lu Chen had no way to avoid it. We have no choice but to tough it out. Lu Chen gritted his teeth. With steel-reinforced bones and the full force of mountains activated, his physical condition and defense instantly soared to their limits. But, with a muffled thud, the giant tentacle swept across fiercely. Lu Chen's left hand, along with half of his left chest, was instantly torn into a bloody mist that splattered out. Even with defenses strengthened to the extreme, under the touch of the giant tentacles, all the defenses were rendered useless and collapsed instantly. Fortunately, at the last moment, Lu Chen instinctively turned to the side. He protected the baby he was tightly holding in his right hand. It doesn't matter if I get hurt. After all, I'm immortal. But Tawanzi can't be hurt. It's my life. There can be absolutely no mistakes. Bang! Lu crashed heavily onto the cracked sealed altar. A mouthful of blood gushed out. Since stepping into the world of Revelation Online, this was the first time he had suffered such a severe blow. Gurgle gurgle. Tawanzi looked at Lu Chen's injuries. Her big eyes instantly filled with tears. It was clear that he was extremely distressed. Just then, Jack's voice broke through the noise. Captain, get back to the netherworld. That giant tentacle can't reach us here. You must not fall. If you are defeated by that giant tentacle, you will be sealed away. Jack's words sent a chill down Lu Chen's spine. I originally thought that immortality would make me fearless. But Jack was right. Once defeated, he might very well end up like Vantaros. They were permanently sealed in this place. My life has only just begun to shine. How can we be trapped here? Thinking of this, Lu Chen gritted his teeth. He slammed his remaining right hand against the ground. Used the momentum to leap up. As the green light flickered, speed-boosting talent fully unleashed. His entire body transformed into a blur. They sped off towards the netherworld ship. Once you board the ghost ship, you'll be safe. However, at this very moment, a desperate scene unfolded. Splash! Splash! Accompanied by a deafening sound. Dozens of equally enormous tentacles suddenly burst from the sea surface and rose into the air from the deep sea. It instantly obscured the entire sky behind Lu Chen, gazing at the dense, swaying shadows of enormous tentacles ahead. Lu Chen's heart sank. It's over. I should have thought of that earlier. How could this statue only have one tentacle? Really, what I saw was only the tip of the iceberg. The statue itself and its numerous tentacles. They were all hidden beneath the mud and sand on the seabed. At this moment, Lu Chen felt utterly desperate. One tentacle was already impossible to avoid. Now dozens of them have suddenly appeared. We're doomed. Just as Lu Chen's thoughts were racing, the countless tentacle statues accompanied the whistling wind. It lunged at him fiercely. Lu Chen quickly turned around. The feeling of despair intensified. Countless tentacles have completely blocked all his escape routes. There's no way to avoid it. At this critical moment, a resolute glint flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. His right arm was instantly enveloped in a red glow, and his muscles tensed and bulged. All the body's strength is concentrated in the right arm. Suddenly, he threw the dumpling towards the netherworld ship. Jack, please take good care of Tawanzi for me. Chapter 101 God-level skill. Summoning the complete Kraken statue. Captain. Jack roared at this moment, his face contorted in pain. If it is sealed, it will take at least several hundred years. Over these centuries. Without the captain's help, the humans of Earth. How can we win in the battle for supremacy among all races? Once the human race on Earth is defeated, even 100 years later, when the captain emerges from the seal, they will also become a remnant race, just like the Stormwing clan. All his strength has been lost. Thinking of this, Jack was filled with endless panic and unease. Gurgle. The little dumpling in the air suddenly contracted its pupils, and tears fell like broken beads. It stretched out its tentacles with all its might, trying to get closer to its owner. Even if it faces death, it wants to die with its owner. But unfortunately, they could only watch helplessly as the distance between them continued to widen. It seems we'll be separated for a while. Luchin looked at Tawanzi, a faint smile playing on his lips. All my power came from Tawanzi. Now, it seems that it will also pass away because of the dumpling. But Luchin felt deeply grateful to Tawanzi, because it brought these unforgettable and brilliant days into my life. Although the time was short, it was precious enough. The roar overhead grew ever closer. Luchin calmly closed his eyes, preparing to accept the seal after death. However, time passed second by second, but the expected pain did not come. Luchin frowned in confusion. Strangeness? How can this not hurt? Could it be that the tentacle's attack power was too strong? Did you instantly turn yourself into mincemeat? Filled with doubt, Luchin slowly opened his eyes. In the distance, Jack was holding Tawanzi tightly, looking shocked. Luchin raised his hand and gently touched himself. There was nothing unusual. Looking back, the once towering giant statue had vanished without a trace. What's going on? Where's the statue? Luchin muttered to himself, utterly perplexed. Jack, his hand trembling, pointed at Luchin and stammered. Captain, that statue, it's on you. Jack saw. Just as the terrifying giant tentacles were about to crush the captain into a pulp, they suddenly became illusory. It then attached itself to Luchin's body. They disappeared without a trace. Gurgle, gurgle. The little dumpling saw that Luchin was safe and sound. It immediately jumped out of Jack's arms. They scrambled and slid as they rushed toward the sinking land. 8 tiny tentacles held him tightly, their eyes sparkling with barely suppressed joy. Haha, Tawanzi, don't worry, I'm fine, aren't I? Luchin first comforted Tawanzi. But I still can't figure it out. Jack said the statue was on me. What's the meaning? I clearly don't have anything on me. Could it be? A thought flashed through Luchin's mind. Quickly open your own panel. Upon closer inspection, he froze on the spot. In his skill list, a new item has been added. Skill: Summon Kraken Statue, God Tier Skill. Summons a fully formed statue of the Kraken to participate in battle. After use, the skill will enter a long cooldown period. Any opponent who corners you will confront the deepest fear of their life. God level skill? Luchin's eyes widened suddenly. His breathing instantly became rapid and heavy. My skills are all C level or A level, and the next level up is S level. What the heck is this God level skill? Although I've never heard of it. But, absolutely awesome. Could the Kraken statue that can be summoned be the same one that attacked me just now? Thinking of this, Luchin's heart was instantly filled with overwhelming joy. Happiness arrived so unexpectedly. The terrifying power of those giant tentacles. Luchin knew it all too well. In front of him, it was utter despair, with absolutely no power to resist. However, such a terrifying statue. Now it has become a force in my own hands. Invincible. Captain, what on earth is going on? Jack approached Luchin, his eyes flashing with surprise and uncertainty. Everything that just happened was so bizarre. What's going on? The terrifying enemy suddenly disappeared. Luchin looked at the little dumpling nestled in his arms, as if he had some kind of realization. Kraken. Isn't Tawanzi also a god-level Kraken from the North Sea? It seems that he has figured out the reason. If I'm not mistaken, that giant statue was probably the work of Tawanzi's family. When Jack heard Luchin say this, suddenly, as if waking from a dream. Yes, the statue has a giant tentacle, but our little dumpling has a small tentacle. But if it was made by Tawanzi's parents, why is the statue only targeting Tawanzi? Jack rubbed his chin, looking completely bewildered. Luchin looked at Jack, his gaze deep. Imagine if it were someone else. How would they react to such a terrifying attack on their pet by tentacles? What to do? Of course, abandon the pet and run as far away as possible. It's not worth risking your life for a pet. Jack spoke while pondering the question and instantly understood. So, this was a test set up by the little dumpling's parents. Luchin nodded slightly. That should be it. Although the Kraken is a divine species, it has no fighting power in its infancy. Therefore, finding a suitable guardian for Tawanzi is of great importance to its parents. As Luchin spoke, his tone gradually lowered. Just now, if we had abandoned Tawanzi and tried to escape alone, we might have lost Tawanzi forever. Oh. Upon hearing this, Jack panicked. Please don't do that. I love our little dumpling so much. Life would be so boring without her. Luchin remained silent. My gaze was fixed on the distant horizon. Thoughts churned in my mind. This is evident from the giant statue. Tawanzi's parents went to great lengths to raise her. If the future owner treats the dumpling as a tool to be used, they will then seal the dumpling away and seek another destined person. But if one were like oneself, they value dumplings more than their own lives. Then you will receive the full support of Tawanzi's parents and gain a god-level skill. But Tawanzi's parents are so powerful. Why not raise the dumpling yourself? Instead, they were willing to take this huge risk. Will the dumpling be handed to me through the heavenly decree? Could it be that? Is it possible for Tawanzi to face greater danger if she stays with her parents? Thinking of this, Lu Chen's heart sank suddenly. What kind of enemy is it? It could even make a fully formed, god-level Kraken feel threatened. So much so that they had to painfully give up their own child? What is the current situation of Tawanzi's parents? Will those enemies continue to target Tawanzi in the future? Thinking about these things, Lu Chen felt the situation was complicated. But they did not feel fear, since the dumpling helped him gain such talent. I have a responsibility to protect Tawanzi. No matter what enemies we encounter in the future, they would all step forward and stand in front of the dumpling. Chapter 102 Lu Chen is injured. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. Let's focus on what's in front of us first. The parallel sea area for survival betting is about to open. We need to teleport back immediately. This time, without the interference of the Kraken statue. The transmission function should be working properly now, right? Thinking of this, Lu Chen opened the panel and selected teleport. Ding, teleporting to the vicinity of the parallel sea area. As the notification sound from Revelation Online rang out, the surrounding space began to fluctuate violently. Immediately, Lu Chen and the Netherworld ship vanished from their spot in an instant. Outside the parallel sea area, hundreds of warships of various classes from District 1000 gathered here. Everyone looked at the sealed-off parallel sea area. His eyes were brimming with fighting spirit. Everyone's eyes were filled with confidence. Because, on the leaderboard, Lu Chen's level was a terrifying advantage of 9 levels. They firmly hold first place. Following closely behind was Li Sini, who was at level 5. Yang Ziming and others, who ranked 3rd, only reached level 4. Ha, I knew it. God, Lu Chen wouldn't fight a battle he wasn't sure of winning. In just 10 hours, he went from level 5 to level 9. Is that like riding a rocket? I wouldn't even dare to do that in my wildest dreams. Lu Chen is even more amazing than cheating. It takes a full 80,000 life energy to go from level 8 to level 9. I can only get a little over 100 life energy by killing a second-tier sea beast. I have no idea what earth-shattering things Lu Chen did in the past 10 hours to achieve such a terrifying improvement. I feel like Lu Chen is not playing the same game as us. We are struggling to survive in the ocean, while Lu Chen is playing a boss simulator. Lu Chen is the boss. Brother, you're wrong. Lu Chen is much more powerful than other bosses of the same level. Yes, last time when the great god Lu Chen fought Vanjuas, I noticed that the ghost captain next to the great god Lu Chen was actually a 5th-tier boss-level creature. Wow, that's impressive. No wonder he's the great Lu Chen. Even one of his followers could wipe us out. On the one-horned rhinoceros, Yang Ziming and the others looked at the crowd, discussing animatedly. A slight smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. Haha, Lao Yang, look how worried you were before. Now you should be relieved, right? We can't even begin to predict Lu Chen's strength. Long Howren crossed his arms in front of his chest and laughed heartily. Yang Ziming smiled and shook his head. Indeed, he gave me another big surprise. In just 10 hours, he jumped from level 5 to level 9. I really can't figure out how he did it. Were those sea monsters just standing there dumbfounded, sticking their heads out for him to chop off? Upon hearing this, Li Ming smiled helplessly. Even if a high-level sea beast stood still and let us cut it, we might not be able to break through its defenses. The defenses of high-level sea beasts are too strong. Sigh, I used to want to compete with the great Lu Chen, but now I can only worship him as an idol. When Zhou Yu mentioned Lu Chen, his eyes shone with admiration. Lu Chen's series of awe-inspiring feats. This has completely turned the once arrogant Zhou Yu into Lu Chen's devoted fan. It's almost time. Shouldn't the great god Lu Chen be back soon? Zhou Yu had barely finished speaking when a burst of enthusiastic cheers erupted from the surrounding area. The Netherworld ship. It's Lu Chen, the great god. Lu Chen is back. Brother Lu Chen, I love you. Victory is certain. God Lu Chen will slaughter those white pigs. Lu Chen is awesome. Godfather, look at me, Godfather. Hearing this enthusiastic cheer, Yang Ziming and the others exchanged glances and smiled knowingly. They knew that Lu Chen had returned. Then, the unicorn rhino slowly sailed toward the center of the cheering crowd. Amidst the swirling black mist, a majestic black dragon ship's prow was faintly visible. As the black fog gradually dissipated, a single-masted warship, far more imposing than the surrounding novice wooden boats, came into view. The sea dragon's fury cannon on the prow of the black dragon ship gleamed with a cold, icy light. This is the Netherworld ship. Upon seeing the Netherworld ship, another wave of cheers erupted from the surrounding area, like a tsunami. Wow, is this a sluice-masted sailboat that can sail out of beginner waters? It's amazing. The ghost ship really does look more and more like a ghostly warship sailing out of hell. Just one look at it is enough to make your heart tremble. But it's really cool. Great God Lu Chun, please recruit human crew members. I really want to be a crew member on the Netherworld. In this era when people still sailed simple wooden boats with oars, a magnificent single-masted warship brought an unprecedented visual impact to everyone. However, when everyone saw Lu Chen's figure clearly, the cheers abruptly stopped. Instead, there was only deathly silence. Because Lu Chen's left arm and a large portion of his left chest had disappeared. The severity of the injuries was terrifying. People could even see his still beating heart through the wound on his left chest. For an ordinary person, such an injury would undoubtedly be fatal. But Lu Chun, with his powerful physique, it remained standing and did not fall. As everyone came to their senses, exclamations of surprise rose and fell. Lu Chun, the great god, is injured. Wah, this is the first time I've seen Brother Lu Chun so badly injured. It hurts so much. Doctor, who's the doctor? Quickly treat the great god Lu Chun. I'm a doctor, but I don't have the equipment or medicine. Besides, only the severed arm of the great god Lu Chun can be reattached. Upon seeing Lu Chun's condition, Yang Ziming's expression changed drastically. He strode forward, his gaze fixed on Lu Chun, and asked in a deep voice, "Are you injured?" Lu Chun smiled calmly. "Yeah, I got hit by a statue." "What about the severed arm?" Lu Chun shrugged, looking nonchalant. "It's already broken, it's fine. One arm is pretty cool too. Although he lost an arm. But he gained a god-level skill as a result. This deal was worth it." Yang Ziming looked around solemnly. "If anyone has healing talent, or possesses healing potions or equipment, please lend a helping hand. I, Yang Ziming, will be eternally grateful." As soon as he finished speaking, a high-level beginner's wooden boat slowly approached the Netherworld. It was the Morning Star. Li Sini stared at Lu Chen's horrifying wound, biting her lip tightly. Her eyes revealed an undisguised heartache. "Xiao Qi is a healing-type talent. Let her give it a try." As Li Sini finished speaking, a sweet-looking girl with short, ear-length hair stepped forward timidly. Okay. Li Sini looked at Xiao Qi and solemnly instructed him. "Xiao Qi, don't be stingy with your mental energy. Lu Chun is of great importance to our District 1000. "Yes, don't worry, Sister Sini, I understand." Xiao Qi nodded firmly. Chapter 103 Parallel Sea Area Opening. As the Morning Star slowly approached the Dark Soul, without hesitation, Xiao Qi leaped into the air and landed steadily on the deck of the ghost ship. They became the first human to set foot on this ghost ship, aside from Lu Sun. In an instant, a chilling, bone-deep coldness coiled around her like a snake, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Her gaze then swept around. Rows of skeleton warriors clad in black iron armor stood on the deck. They awoke with a start, eerie flames flickering in their empty eye sockets. Their greed and bloodlust were palpable as they all turned toward Xiao Qi. A faint wailing echoed in the air. It was the low murmur of restless souls from the past, lingering in my ears, impossible to shake off. Ugh, how scary. Xiao Qi's face turned deathly pale instantly, and his lips trembled slightly. The past fantasies stand in stark contrast to the present reality. She once dreamed of boarding the legendary ship of the god of the sunken lands. Now that I'm actually on the ship, I suddenly realize. This Netherworld ship. It is clearly a ferry crossing to the underworld prepared for the deceased. "Hey, you brainless idiots, stop staring at that girl like that. You're scaring her." Jack's rising voice broke the silence. Then, he put on what he thought was a friendly smile. He reassured her. "Come on, little girl, don't be afraid, we're all family." However, the smile forced from Jack's flesh-covered face appeared particularly twisted and grotesque in the dim light. Xiao Qi's heart clenched, and she almost burst into tears. "Wah, that's terrifying. I want to escape." "Jack, keep quiet." Lu Chen's voice was steady and powerful. Noticing the tears glistening in Xiao Qi's eyes, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The Netherworld seems to be gradually becoming detached from the world of ordinary people, to become a true ghost ship. "Xiao Qi, don't be afraid. With me here, no one can hurt you." Seeing Lu Chun, Xiao Qi was no longer afraid. Lu Chen's invincible image had become her faith. She strode towards Lu Chun. He said timidly, "Brother Lu Chun, I possess a D-level natural healing talent. Although I'm unsure to what extent I can help you recover, I will do my best." Lu Chun nodded slightly. "I didn't have high expectations. Limb regeneration. A D-rank healing talent probably can't achieve that. Then, Xiaoqi slowly raised her hands and gently touched the wound on Lu Qin's left chest with her fingertips. A vibrant, verdant ray of natural light suddenly burst forth. Immediately afterwards, granulation tissue began to grow rapidly at a visible speed from the wound on Lu Qin's chest. More than 900 people in the surrounding area witnessed this scene. They all involuntarily held their breath, silently cheering for Xiaoqi. However, as time quietly passed, Xiaoqi's face gradually turned pale, and beads of sweat covered his forehead. Although she successfully helped Lu Qin's chest wound heal, his left arm still showed no signs of recovery. No, my natural healing level is too low. I can't completely heal brother Lu Qin's arm. Xiaoqi's voice was trembling with tears. The little girl was clearly quite remorseful. On the one-horned rhinoceros. Witnessing this scene, Yang Ziming felt a heaviness in his heart. He sighed softly. Lu Qin, as the strongest fighter in District 1000. At this moment, having lost an arm, their combat effectiveness will undoubtedly be greatly reduced. If any mishap occurs in the upcoming melee, the consequences will be unimaginable. Thinking of this, Yang Ziming looked at Lu Qin and said, Lu Qin, now that you're injured, you shouldn't participate in the upcoming survival gamble naval battles. After speaking, Yang Ziming turned his gaze to Jack, who was leering at Xiaoqi's figure. Bow respectfully. We beg the esteemed Ghost Captain to lend us a hand. The Ghost Captain is a Tier 5 boss-level creature. Its combat power is unparalleled, even if Lu Qin is absent. With him there, Yang Ziming still had great confidence in victory. However, Jack shrugged. He said with a helpless expression, Young man, it's not that I don't want to help you, but I probably won't even need to lift a finger in the fight later. Upon hearing this, an uproar instantly erupted around them. What do you mean? Captain Ghost isn't going to lend a hand. But if neither the great god Lu Qin nor Captain Ghost makes a move, it will be very difficult for us to win, won't it? Everyone, stop speculating. Lu Qin definitely has a better plan. That's right. When has our great god Lu Qin ever let the enemy gain an advantage? Really? Under the watchful eyes of everyone. Lu Qin smiled calmly. You don't need to worry about the naval battle later. He changed the subject, looking at Yang Ziming and Li Sini. However, there is indeed a task for you. Please speak. We will definitely complete it. Yang Ziming stepped forward, his eyes filled with determination. In all the previous battles, Lu Qin was the main attacker. I and everyone else are just passing by. This time I can finally use my skills. Okay, after the battle starts, you guys help me collect the corpses and the wreckage of the special ships together. Lu Qin gave the instructions. Everyone was stunned when the order was issued. That's all you're going to do? Lu Qin, you don't need us to join the fight. Zhou Yu's eyes widened, his tone full of confusion. If we don't participate in the war, then who will deal with those despicable alliances of nations? Yang Ziming and Li Sini also looked doubtful. After all, this survival bet. District 1000 must fight 10 against 1. The combat mission was arduous. As a result, Lu Qin assigned them the task. Is it cleaning up the battlefield? Hey, just do whatever the captain tells you. With your limited abilities, you'd only be a hindrance on the battlefield. Jack looked around at everyone and shook his head. These Earthlings, their talent is really lacking. All those who awakened were low-level talents. If it weren't for a genius like the captain, it seems certain that they will perish in this battle for supremacy among all races. Upon hearing Jack's words, the group quickly exchanged glances. Then he nodded, half believing and half doubting. Compared to the strength of Lu Qin and the Ghost Captain, the strength of the others is indeed negligible. Just then, the barriers separating the parallel sea areas began to slowly dissipate. The cold voice of the heavenly decree then rang out. Time's up. The parallel sea area is officially open. The survival bet begins. Victory is achieved by occupying the central crystal in the parallel sea area for 1 hour. Survival is extremely important. All evolvers, please give it your all. Upon hearing the prompt from the heavenly revelation, the group looked at each other again. The survival bet has begun. So, amidst the cheers and encouragement of the crowd, the sunken netherworld, along with the other 4 advanced beginner wooden boats from District 1000, slowly sailed into the parallel sea area. At the same time, in 10 different directions, a massive fleet comprised of over 30 advanced beginner wooden boats from allied nations, carrying more than 300 people. They are now sailing majestically into the sea. Meanwhile, on Sherlock's side, only 5 warships sailed out alone. 5v30. But it should be the other side that is trembling. Chapter 104 Angel? Combined Fleet. Saburo Suzuki, the newly emerged expert in the waters of the Fusang 903, standing at the bow of the Sea Soul Maru. Looking at the netherworld ship standing out like a crane among chickens in the distance, his face was full of apprehension. He glanced at the lighthouse beside him and said in a deep voice, "Charles, it seems that the devil Lu Chun has upgraded his warships to single-masted sailing ships. We must not be careless." Charles hadn't spoken yet. Suddenly, a burst of arrogant laughter erupted from the white elephant ship nearby. It was the ascetic Emir. He fiddled with the prayer beads in his hand, speaking with utmost confidence. "So what if it's a sling? Humph, we just need to concentrate all our firepower and bombard it fiercely. I want to see if that fragile sail can withstand the endless attack." Moreover, Amir glanced at the black cannons at the bow of the ship. His eyes were full of pride. That was a high-grade bronze, short-barreled rapid-fire cannon, the reward he received for upgrading his beginner's wooden boat to a high grade in the beginner's waters. "We in India possess such a terrifying weapon that we can surely ensure that the arrogant and conceited Lu Chun will never return and will be devoured by fish." That may be true, but Lu Chun's devilish strength is indeed unparalleled. I'm afraid none of us can restrain him. The gargoyle Pierre stands on the Triumph. The cracks on his skin were faintly visible in the sunlight, and his eyes revealed a deep worry. Pierre thought that with his French rooster-like hopping and leaping, he could achieve his goal, able to cleverly avoid the flames of war. But unexpectedly, his own sea area eventually became the hunting ground of that devil Lu Chun. Recalling the terrifying attributes of Vandros, who had actually been defeated by Lu Chun, a heavy gloom descended upon Pierre's heart. Damn it, that devil Lu Chun has actually reached level 9. How did he even do that? On the Hanjiang, Park Young-ho stared at the ranking list in Zone 1000, his eyes filled with disbelief. A while ago, when Lu Chun made a survival bet with himself, he was only at level 5. You've reached level 9 in such a short time? Are you kidding me? I, Park Young-ho, the strongest warrior of the great Goryeo nation, am currently only level 5. Lu Chun must have cheated. Just as the members of the combined fleet were filled with apprehension, a burst of wild laughter suddenly broke the silence. This drew everyone's attention. "It's Charles." He put down his binoculars, his face beaming with barely suppressed joy. "Haha, everyone, don't be afraid. Lu Chun suffered very serious injuries in his attempt to level up quickly. Half of his body is gone." "What?" Upon hearing this, Suzuki Saburo immediately looked up at the Yuming, shrouded in black mist, in the distance. Sure enough, Lu Chun's left arm and half of his left chest had completely disappeared. His face immediately lit up with ecstatic joy. "Ha ha ha, what a relief. It's truly a blessing from heaven for our great Fusang Empire. That demon Lu Chun has suffered such a heavy blow at such a crucial moment." The moment they discovered Lu Chun was injured, the tension in the hearts of the members of the combined fleet suddenly eased, and smiles spontaneously appeared on their faces. Amir's fighting spirit intensified, and he sneered. "Very well. Next, I will let that Lu Chun experience the terror of the ascetics of our ancient Indian kingdom. Even if you were once a level 9 powerhouse. Now, having lost half his body, what can we do? I'll make you die from my Brahma wrath in a moment." At the same time, in the chat channel of the 8th region, members of the alliance countries, witnessing Lu Zhong's severe injuries, erupted in cheers. "Oh God, I was a little worried before, but now it looks like we've got this in the bag." "Ha, that's right. Lu Chun is really too arrogant. He actually overestimated himself and wanted to challenge all 10 of our sea areas by himself. Now he's dumbfounded. Lord Emir, charge. Use your power to shatter the pride of the Kampa people and show them the might of India." Haha, after winning this survival bet, all 10 of our sea areas will receive 40 attribute points. Arigato, these generous Xinxia people, huh? You Japanese friends upstairs, no need to thank them, because they're all going to die soon. Damn it. I can't wait to see all those Xinxia people turn into mummies and die. As the combined fleet rapidly approached, Zhou Yu approached Yang Ziming, his expression tense. "Brother Yang, we're getting closer and closer to the joint fleet. What exactly is Lu Chen's plan? If we don't take action soon, we'll be within their firing range. We only have 5 warships, and we'll undoubtedly be completely outmatched in terms of firepower. It's important to know that the rewards for every beginner's sea area in Revelation Online are the same. More than 30 high-ranking warships of the combined fleet. It was also equipped with a considerable number of bronze and iron-grade shipborne weapons. Although its individual firepower and range cannot compare with the Sea Dragon's Fury cannon of the Ghost ship. However, its advantage lies in its sheer number. If the Sherman fleet were to engage in a head-on naval battle based solely on its current strength, it would likely meet a tragic end. Yang Ziming gently shook his head, his gaze resolute. I don't know the specific details either, but since Lu Chun has made this arrangement, he must have his reasons. We just need to wait for the right opportunity. The astonishing miracles that Lu Chun created time and time again. This made Officer Yang, who is usually calm and acts with logic and evidence. Gradually, and involuntarily, she developed an almost blind trust in Lu Chun. Looking back, he had repeatedly advised Lu Chun, with good intentions, to temporarily avoid confrontation. However, Lu Chun, consistently defied his expectations with his astonishing performances. So this time, he chose to believe Lu Chun. Attention everyone. Once within firing range, concentrate fire to sink the sinking netherworld. Charles stood at the bow, his gaze sharp as a knife. Looking directly at Lu Chun, who stood tall and straight like a pine tree. A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. Lu Chun, oh Lu Chun, I don't know where you got the audacity to challenge all 10 of our sea areas at the same time. Soon, you will pay the price for your arrogance and learn what regret tastes like. Just as Charles was immersed in his fantasy of victory, a sudden roar shattered the tranquility of the sea. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound grew louder and louder as it approached. What was that sound? Charles frowned and looked around in confusion. Look up. Charles, look at the sky. Catherine's voice came from behind, trembling slightly. In the sky? Charles slowly raised his head, his pupils instantly shrinking to pinpoints. In the sky, hundreds of figures soared through the air, their wings outstretched, exuding a chilling aura. It was swooping down rapidly, heading straight for them. It was the Stormwing clan who had come after receiving Lu Chen's orders. Charles felt the oppressive aura emanating from the Stormwing clan. His face suddenly turned pale. Then, as if he had just realized something, a look of wild joy appeared on his face. Oh God, it's an angel! An angel has descended to help us fight against the sinking demon. Those Stormwing clan. Spread your wings. Handsome face. Its image is indeed very similar to that of angels in Western cultural legends. Chapter 105, not a single one left behind. However, the joy on Charles's face had not yet faded. The 200 or so Stormwing clan members he mistook for angels. Suddenly, it hovered in the sky. Immediately afterwards, they all bowed in unison to Lu Chun. They shouted in unison, "Greetings, Master." Upon seeing this scene, Charles's smile froze instantly. Master, Master? His eyes were filled with astonishment. These angels actually called that devil Lu Chun their master? Are you crazy? Charles. Catherine's terrified scream came from behind. They're not angels, they're aliens. They're all level 10 aliens. Upon hearing this, Charles quickly opened the attribute panel of a Stormwing clan member. At first glance, his heart almost stopped beating. The 10th tier strength displayed on the panel stung his eyes. These alien races in the sky are all at least at the 10th rank. Now, everyone in the entire combined fleet also noticed these uninvited guests. His initial smugness and arrogance vanished instantly. The group looked at each other in bewilderment. His eyes were filled with shock and fear. And Nanny, did I hear that right? These level 10 alien races just called that Lu Chun master? Saburo Suzuki turned his head mechanically and asked his companion in a trembling voice. I'm only level 5 now. Tell me now. The opposing evolved beings have over 200 10th tier vassals. Are you kidding me? Even TV dramas wouldn't dare to film like this, okay? However, his companion just stared ahead, trembling, his face pale, unable to utter a single word. All I saw was Lu Chun waved his hand lightly, his face calm. Leave no one alive. Yes, sir. All the Stormwing responded and rose up. His gaze then swept sharply across the combined fleet. Its wings flapped suddenly. A gust of wind was stirred up. In an instant, countless wind blades appeared, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound. Like a sharp arrow in a storm, they fired a dense barrage of bullets at the combined fleet. Damn it! Park Young-ho gazed at the wind blades surging towards him like a tidal wave. The pupils shrank instantly. Uft! A dull thud. His head was suddenly lifted high into the air by an invisible force. The top fighter on the South Korean ship 942. Before they even had a chance to react, they were already separated from their bodies. Limbs and severed arms were scattered everywhere, and blood gushed out like a fountain. In a short while, more than 100 people in the combined fleet perished in the ravages of the wind blades. The wails and screams intertwined to create a hellish soundscape. On the lighthouse, under Charles's horrified gaze, the 3 crew members. In an instant, it was torn to pieces by invisible wind blades. The gushing blood splattered all over Charles's face. He was abruptly pulled from his shock. Counterattack! Counterattack now! He roared, his face contorted. These wind blade attacks were incredibly swift. Not only is it launched at extremely high speed, but it is also invisible and extremely sharp. There's no way to avoid it. It will injure you if you touch it, and kill you if you touch it. Bang, bang, bang. With Charles's roar, the bronze-class divine arrows mounted on the bow of the ship roared into action. However, the divine arrow only flew halfway through the air before falling limply to the ground. The range is far from sufficient. This discovery instantly plunged the hearts of everyone in the combined fleet into an icy abyss. Tier 5 versus Tier 10. That's outrageous enough in itself. Now the other side can not only fly. Their range is even farther than ours. How are we supposed to fight this? Charles, these alien races are too strong. We can't fight them at all. Let's retreat. Half of Suzuki Saburo's ear had been sliced off by a wind blade. His eyes were filled with fear, and all fighting spirit was gone. He was clearly terrified. That wind blade just now, if it were even slightly off, he, Suzuki Saburo, was about to die on the spot. No, we still have a chance. Charles gritted his teeth and suddenly turned his gaze to Lu Chun. Those Stormwing clan members all revered Lu Chun. As long as we capture Lu Chun, this devil, there is still a possibility that the tide of battle can be turned. Seeing the devastation of the combined fleet, there was complete silence on the side of the Sherlock Holmes. Everyone stared in disbelief. The scene before my eyes. The impact on them was too shocking. Imagine this. Both sides were armed with broadswords and spears, ready for a fierce battle. Suddenly, more than 200 fighter jets appeared in the sky. Without saying a word, he started firing wildly at the enemy. This is a devastating, overwhelming attack. Old Yang, those level 10 winged beings are all under Lu Chen's command? The shield in Long Howren's hand clattered onto the deck. He stared blankly at Yang Ziming. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Yes, right. Yang Ziming was also taken aback. At a time when they still needed to team up to barely deal with a level 5 sea beast. Lu Chen now commands a terrifying force consisting of over 200 level 10 experts. Thinking of this, Yang Ziming understood instantly. No wonder the land never recruits human crew members. He has never shown any intention to rule over District 1000. Turn out to be, he didn't even consider our meager efforts a threat. At that very moment, Zhou Yu, who possessed the talent of stealth, frowned deeply. Huh? Why do I feel like the space around me is a bit unstable? Suddenly, his expression changed. He said urgently, "Oh no, it's Lu Chen's idol. Someone is trying to harm Lu Chen's idol." Hearing Zhou Yu's words, Yang Ziming and the others' expressions changed drastically in an instant. They all turned their gazes toward the Netherworld ship ahead. With the powerful Stormwing clan joining the war, Sherlock Holmes winning this survival bet is a foregone conclusion. However, the key at this moment rests entirely on Lu Chun. Although the Stormwing clan is incredibly powerful, but as a subordinate race of Lu Chun, once the land sinks and falls, they will all perish as a result. And obviously, the enemy also realized this. They launched a decapitation strike against Lu Chun. Although Lu Chun was incredibly powerful, but he has just suffered a major blow. This is the most vulnerable time. Yang Ziming was about to speak up to remind him. Then they saw a figure dressed in an orange monk's robe, holding prayer beads in his hand, suddenly appearing behind Lu Chun. It was Amir, a thin, dark-skinned ascetic from India. Amir's lips curled into a cold smile. His muscles bulged instantly, like solid rocks. A colossal phantom image of Brahma suddenly appeared behind him. Its power and influence extended to all directions. He formed his right palm and suddenly gathered his strength. With the force of a tsunami, it slammed fiercely into Lu Chen's back. Upon seeing Amir's sudden attack, Charles's face instantly contorted, revealing a ferocious expression, and he burst into triumphant laughter. Ha ha, Lu Chen, do you think you're the only one with a backup plan? Charles was fully aware of Lu Chen's terrifying strength. Multiple foreshadowings had already been secretly laid. If a direct assault on the Divine Sherman fleet goes awry, Amir was his hidden trump card. At that time, Amir will activate the bronze level one-time use treasure, the teleportation assault talisman. A decapitation strike was launched against Lu Chun. Chapter 106 Another Boss. Charles had great confidence in Amir's abilities. Amir, an ascetic monk from India. Their basic attributes are already far beyond those of ordinary people. Furthermore, it possesses a B-rank strength-based talent, Power Resonance, instantly amplifying strength 5-fold. In addition, he mastered the B-rank skill, Brahma's Wrath, which increases attack power by 100%. Talent and skills go hand in hand. The power unleashed by the attack instantly surged to over 1,000 points. That immense force. Charles firmly believed that, even if Lu Chun is at his peak, They also found it difficult to cope. Moreover, at this moment, Lu Chun was seriously injured and had lost his left arm. Faced with this ferocious attack with 1,000 points of power, Lu Chun, what makes you think you can withstand this? Are you going to rely on your only remaining arm? Ha 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 ha. As Charles's maniacal laughter echoed, Amir's right palm, brimming with unparalleled power, lunged at Lu Chun's back like a tiger pouncing on its prey. However, Lu Chun, seemed to be detached from the matter and did not make any move to dodge. Humph, is this the vigilance of the #1 expert in Xinxia? You can go see the king of hell now. Amir's lips curled into a disdainful smile, and he snorted coldly. It was as if he could already foresee the horrific scene of Lu Chun's heart shattering under his palm. Just as Amir was feeling smug, a pale, skeletal hand, like a ghost, suddenly emerged from the shadows and locked onto his right arm. Who dares to obstruct me? Amir's expression changed drastically, his shoulders twitched, and power surged into his right arm like a tidal wave. But the skeletal hand remained as firm as a rock. Unmoved at all, he firmly restrained his right arm. This is impossible. A sense of unprecedented horror welled up inside Amir. You should know, my main attribute is strength, combining talent and skills. When unleashed at full power, its strength can easily exceed 1,000. How could someone with such astonishing strength not be able to break free from a bone hand? Who exactly is this deity? How can its power be so astonishing? Just as Amir was filled with shock, a 3-meter-tall figure, clad in armor and wielding a giant bone axe, emerged slowly from the shadows like a demon stepping out of hell. The mottled marks on the armor tell a story of endless battles. The giant bone axe gleamed coldly in the dim light. It exuded a chilling, murderous aura. 10 tier boss level undead. Amir glanced at the panel of the undead creature before him, his eyes widening in disbelief. Undead, skeleton berserker, boss level creature. Summoner, Lu Chun. Characteristics: immense strength, insensitive to pain, grows stronger with each battle, moderate intelligence. Talent: Berserker's Fury, Tier B. Skill: Undead Roar, Rank B. Combat Power Assessment, Tier 10, a Tier 10 boss level undead. If you don't have the strength of that freak, you might want to prepare your last words. Suddenly appearing before him, it was a Tier 10 boss level undead. How is this possible? Isn't Lu Chun's ghost captain only at level 5? Amir was horrified. My gaze involuntarily drifted to the back, where I saw Jack leisurely picking his nose. 2. Amir cried out. The Netherworld actually harbored 2 boss-level undead. Jack snapped his fingers, a look of disdain on his face. Baldy, you're making a big fuss over nothing. The captain has A-level undead control, so what's so strange about him summoning a boss-level undead? Before the words were finished, the skeleton berserker roared suddenly, and its skeletal hand yanked out sharply. Amir felt a tremendous force surge towards him, and involuntarily lunged towards the skeleton berserker. Immediately afterwards, a giant skeletal hand gripped Amir's face tightly. A tremendous force erupted instantly. Brahma, save me! Amir cried out in despair. However, before the words were finished, his head had been crushed by the skeleton berserker. The phantom of Brahma behind him also let out a mournful wail. It then shattered into countless pieces and dissipated into the air. The skeleton berserker carried Amir's headless body. He strode up behind Lu Chun and knelt on one knee to pay his respects. Lu Chun gently waved his arm. The skeleton berserker then turned into a wisp of black smoke, vanished without a trace. Summoning a boss-level undead requires a large amount of mental energy to continuously consume. From the moment Amir appeared, until his head was crushed, Lu Chun never turned around. For him, Amir was nothing but an insignificant ant. Why bother looking at an ant that you've already stepped on? Ha ha ha. On the lighthouse, Charles's sinister laughter caught in his throat. 1 second ago, Amir, on whom he had placed high hopes, was still aggressively determined to kill Lu Chun. The next second, Amir's head was suddenly crushed by a skeleton berserker. This sudden change, Charles was stunned and stood there, unable to recover. My God, how is this possible? His carefully prepared trump card. As a result, Lu Chun didn't even turn his head. It was easily solved. Now, Charles was filled with despair. The combat strength of both sides. They're not even on the same level. The divine revelation. Take a look for yourself. On the battlefield at the kindergarten level, let Lu Chun, an adult, come and slaughter the children. Is anyone in charge or not? Holy crap, Zhou Yu, who had been looking worried. Seeing Amir arrive quickly, only to die even faster. His eyes widened. He was speechless for a moment. In the end, all he managed to utter was holy shit. He knew about summoning talents. Very strong. But summoning a boss-level creature that's higher than the summoner's level is a bit outrageous, isn't it? Boss. That's the boss. That requires a team of people. A terrifying existence that could only be defeated with tremendous effort. Result. With a wave of his hand, the great god Lu Chen summoned the boss. How awesome. Li Ming stared blankly at the scene, asking incredulously. We've only been in the Revelation world for 5 days. In just 5 days, Lu Chen has become this strong. He was still there figuring out how to build with blocks. Lu Chen has already built airplanes. Are we playing the same game? Yang Ziming let out a long breath, smiled, and shook his head. I knew it. My worries about this kid were completely unnecessary. Long Howren also spoke with a wry smile. Lu Chen is right. All we can do now is clean up the battlefield. With Lu Chen's current strength, he can wipe out any new BC area at any time if he wants to. Although the description is long, only a few seconds had passed on the battlefield. At this moment, the Stormwing clan in the sky were poised to strike. The wings suddenly flapped. In an instant, countless wind blades poured out like a torrential rain, heading straight for the combined fleet. The morale of the combined fleet was already low. At this moment, it completely collapsed. The crew members, with all their might, cried out in desperation as they turned the ship around. They were racing against time to escape the battlefield. They returned to their respective sea areas. Chapter 107. Can the talent be upgraded to S rank? Lord Pierre, save me. Ah, God. On the deck of the Triumph. A crew member was cut in half at the waist by a wind blade, letting out a desperate wail before Pierre's eyes. However, Pierre, the strongest gargoyle among the Gallic roosters, was now completely terrified. There was absolutely no response. Several wind blades shot out in succession, aiming straight for Pierre's feet. The Triumph's sturdy deck was instantly torn apart. Wood chips flew everywhere. The ship's durability decreased dramatically. The flying sawdust jolted Pierre awake. He looked around and saw that the combined fleet was completely powerless to fight back. An overwhelming sense of fear welled up inside me. Slaughter. This is blatant slaughter. He screamed in terror. Immediately, 2 black wings suddenly unfurled behind him. He struggled to fly into the sky, attempting to escape this land of death. The world of Revelation Online is too dangerous. He wanted to go back to Earth. However, they had only flown a short distance when a young winged man with a cold and hard face and scars on his face blocked his way. The master has ordered that no one be left alive. Where do you think you can escape to? Yun Ting coldly stared at Pierre, who also possessed wings. A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. In an instant, he transformed into a bolt of lightning. They headed straight for Pierre. Damn it! Petrify! Pierre cried out urgently, and his body quickly hardened into a stone statue. But, snap! A crisp sound. Yun Ting's figure suddenly appeared behind Pierre. Pierre's stone statue trembled and slowly cracked, splitting in two. God, is this how you treat your children? Charles looked around and saw those renowned masters. Under the rampage of the Stormwing clan, they perished like chickens awaiting slaughter. On his face, despair spread like a tide. He sadly discovered that the battle has reached this point. Our side failed to inflict the slightest damage on the Sherlock Holmes camp. Not even a tiny bit. This was a completely one-sided massacre. Knowing that the situation was beyond repair, Charles, with trembling hands, pulled out a teleportation talisman from his pocket. Charles also had some extraordinary encounters. 2 teleportation assault talismans were obtained in total. He gave one to Amir and kept the other to save his own life. Oh, Charles, take me with you. You said you loved me and would never abandon me. Catherine has a sharp eye. She grabbed Charles's arm suddenly, her face full of pleading. Open. Charles's face contorted with rage, and lightning crackled around him, instantly turning Catherine into a charred corpse. Then, he vanished from the spot in a flash. With Charles's disappearance, the parallel sea gradually fell silent. The combined fleet consisted of 30 warships and over 300 personnel, under the Stormwing clan's frenzied slaughter. Apart from Charles, not a single one survived. At this moment, the solemn proclamation of the heavenly revelation resounded throughout the heavens. Announcement: 10 beginner-level sea areas, including US 976, have lost all advanced beginner-level wooden boats. Sherlock Holmes 1000 has won this survival bet. Upon hearing the announcement from Revelation Online, however, the Sherlock Holmes side did not erupt in the enthusiastic cheers that had been present before. On the contrary, they were completely silent. Everyone stood there, stunned, unable to recover for a long time. No, that's how you win. I originally thought this survival gamble would be. Sherlock Holmes fought 10 against 1. A world-shaking, epic battle is bound to erupt. Even if Sherlock wins, it will be incredibly difficult to win. However, from beginning to end, in just a few minutes, even all the Sherlock Holmes evolved didn't move. Just watching the Stormwing clan slaughter them. Brutal. That's too brutal. Announcement. All evolved beings in the number 1000 beginner C area will receive 200 free attribute points. Announcement. The storm outside the number 1000 beginner C area has completely disappeared. Announcement. Due to the victory of the weaker beginner C number 1000 over the stronger beginner C number 903 and others, all evolvers will receive an additional 5 evolution points. Announcement. Evolver Lu Chun has made the highest contribution in this survival gamble and has been awarded 400 free attribute points and 10 evolution points. Announcement. Evolver Lu Chun has contributed the most points in this survival gamble and has been awarded an additional silver grade item, the wave riding boots. As the announcement ended, the sky suddenly brightened. Beams of dazzling light cascaded down like a waterfall. It tightly enveloped every evolved being in Zone 1000. An uncontrollable look of ecstasy immediately spread across everyone's face. Everyone received a total of 200 attribute points and 5 evolution points. 200 attribute points. How precious they are. Currently, the average level of evolved beings in Zone 1000 is only 2 to 3. The total 4-dimensional attributes are only around 200 points. This reward is tantamount to a significant boost in strength. It doubled. Not to mention those 5 evolution points. This means that, from then on, within District 1000, there will never be another evolver with talent lower than C level. Strong individuals like Yang Ziming and Li Sini. It can even directly upgrade one's talent to B level. And Lu Chun, he was then surrounded by an even more dazzling pillar of light, and the power within his body surged like a tidal wave. Feeling the surging, tidal wave of power within my body, Lu Chun's lips curled up slightly. 400 free attribute points and 10 evolution points. Cool. Charles's foreign friends were quite useful. If it weren't for them, I can't very well gamble my life on my fellow Sherlock Holmes, can I? There has to be a villain. Otherwise, I'd become the villain. Oh right, with these 10 evolution points. I currently have 16 evolution points. That should be enough to upgrade Necromancer to S rank. Upgrading to A level requires 32 points, but Lu Chun has excellent synergy with the undead talent, so the required evolution points are halved. Thinking of this, a burning desire flashed in Lu Chun's eyes. S-rank talent. That was a field he had never set foot in before. Unlike the joy of the Sherlock Holmes, the sea areas of the allied nations participating in the survival bet. It was shrouded in a dark and eerie curtain. In the black fog, people cried out in despair. In the chat channel of the 8th district, screams of agony rose and fell. Damn it, 40 points of my strength have been deducted, and I only have 9 points left. The heavenly decree will release the poisonous fog in 5 days. The storm outside our sea area has returned to normal. In 5 days, we are doomed. Damn it. Our 903C district already suffered a defeat at the hands of Lu Chun once before, and this time we lost another 40 attribute points. Our district is now littered with dried corpses, with only a little over 200 people barely clinging to life. My attributes are so low now that I can't even handle a tier 1 sea beast. I'm finished. Aish, someone, please save us. Half of the people in our South Korean District 942 have died. We're so desperate. Damn it. We shouldn't have used the survival bet to plunder the Kampa people in the first place. Otherwise, we Gallic chickens wouldn't have ended up in this state. Chapter 108. Demanding the inspector to judge Lu Chun? Hey upstairs, do you have any shame? You French were the most enthusiastic about looting back then. Wah, what I'm worried about is the future. Xinxiao Lu Chun is too strong. So strong that it makes me despair. Yeah, as long as he has the survival bet token, he can activate the next King of the Seas mode survival bet at any time. I don't want to die. Dad Lu Chun, we South Koreans surrender. Please stop hitting us, okay? We know we were wrong. Yoshi, Lord Lu Chun, we Japanese have always respected the strong. You have conquered us, and we are willing to serve you like dogs and horses, even through fire and water. Don't dream upstairs, you Japanese. Your 903C district only has more than 200 old, weak, and disabled people left. Lord Lu Chun has the powerful Stormwing clan as his vassals. Why would he look down on you? Yama, we don't want to die yet. My God, those Stormwing clan members are so powerful. How could they obey Lu Chun's orders? That's right. It's our civil war as humans on Earth, and Lu Chun actually sought help from alien races. That's not fair. Can you? I'm going to report him. Just when everyone was pessimistic, Charles's image flashed. Don't lose hope, everyone. Lu Chun will be punished. Upon seeing Charles appear, the crowd's anger instantly found an outlet. Charles, you bastard, you're still alive. If you hadn't encouraged us to join forces against Sheikah, we wouldn't be in this mess now. Yes, you should have died in the parallel sea with Lord Amir. You actually instigated Lord Amir to attack that devil Lu Chun. Wah, Lord Amir died such a tragic death. Charles, you are responsible for what's going on. Charles, gentlemen, if I don't die, I'll be held responsible for this situation. Charles, what's the point of saying all this now? Lu Chun is so powerful. If he gets another survival bet token, we're finished. Yes, I really can't think of any way to deal with that devil Lu Chun. His Stormwing clan is just too powerful. At this point, someone tentatively asked, Charles, does this mean you already have a solution? Charles's eyes were firm. Gentlemen, no matter how strong Lu Chun or the Stormwing clan are, can they be stronger than the Enforcers of Revelation? Upon hearing Charles's words, everyone was taken aback. The Enforcers of Revelation online? What? Mr. Charles, what do you mean by that? Charles, everyone don't worry. I've received information that there is a Revelation Enforcement Inspector in our Blue Star General War Zone, and that inspector is currently in our 8th district. Seeing Charles's words, the people of the allied nations, who had been filled with despair, suddenly had their eyes light up. No matter how strong Lu Chun is, could they possibly be stronger than the Enforcers of Revelation online? There's hope now. Yoshi, Charles, your news is just in time. That devil Lu Chun has actually colluded with alien races to harm our compatriots. We must ask the inspector to help us uphold justice and eliminate that devil Lu Chun. Damn it, Your Excellency the Inspector. Look at our 942C area in Korea. The sea is littered with dried corpses. This was all done by that Lu Chun. You must help us get justice. Lord Inspector, you must save us. We are all waiting for your arrival. Calling out to the Overseer. Can you hear our plea? That devilish Lu Chun has betrayed his people and joined the alien race, slaughtering his own kind. In a short time, in the chat channel, instantly, the air was filled with voices pleading for the arrival of the Overseers to judge Lu Chun. Charles, oh, everyone, don't be too hasty. What you're doing won't allow the Overseer to directly conduct a trial. I'm currently working on a mission, and once it's completed, I can apply to the Overseer for a verdict and punish Lu Chun. Oh God, I can't wait. Mr. Charles, you must do your best. The inspector is our 8th district's only hope. Yes, if the inspector hadn't intervened, we Japanese would probably have all been wiped out by that devil Lu Chun. Good luck, Mr. Charles. Charles nodded. Don't worry, everyone. This task isn't difficult, and I'll finish it quickly. At that time, I would like to ask you all to join me in submitting a joint petition to the Overseer, demanding that Lu Chun be put on trial. Haha, don't worry, Charles. We Japanese fully support you. We Koreans are no exception. That devil Lu Chun deserves to be killed by everyone. We all support it too. Anyway, that Lu Chun guy won't let us off the hook. We Indians will also avenge Lord Amir. Mr. Charles, we Indians support you. Now, Lu Chun and the others were teleported out of the parallel sea area. This time, because of previous experience, the storage ring was filled with the corpses of evolved humans and the wreckage of several special ships. The Sherlock members waiting outside. Upon seeing Lu Chun return, they immediately swarmed around him like a tide. Moment. Cheers and shouts of worship echoed across the sea in Zone 1000. Everyone looked at Lu Chun with the reverence one would show to a deity. Long live the great god Lu Chun. I, who was once an F-level talent weakling, have now been promoted to C-level, all thanks to the great god Lu Chun. Wah, the storm outside the beginner's area has disappeared. We'll all be alive in 5 days. Great God Lu Chun, you are our savior. Brother Lu Chun, I love you. Faced with countless fervent, worshipful gazes, Lu Chun simply nodded, his heart not feeling much joy. It's too early to say whether they'll survive. In the world of Revelation Online, it's not just about competing with our own kind on Earth. It also competes with other races from tens of thousands of other planes. The Stormwing clan of the intermediate world is already so powerful. So, how powerful must those alien races from the advanced world be? Just as everyone was immersed in jubilation, a voice broke the joy. Oh no, they're going to trip up Brother Lu Chun again. It's Fan Ying. She stared at the screen in front of her, her face filled with unease. Ying, tell me quickly what happened. Yang Ziming, who had been smiling, frowned immediately upon hearing that the Alliance of Nations was up to no good again. They're despicable. That Charles said that an inspector from our Blue Star War Zone is currently in our region, and they plan to petition the inspector to try Brother Lu Chun, falsely accusing him of colluding with alien races and harming his compatriots. You should check the region chat channel quickly. Before Fan Ying could finish speaking, everyone opened the regional chat channel. After seeing the chat logs of the allied nations, my heart sank. The enforcers of Revelation Online, the inspectors. Chapter 109, the inspector? I know him very well. I just checked the Tianyu Encyclopedia, which says that the overseers are tasked with overseeing all things in the world and wield the power to judge all living beings. Our Blue Star only has one overseer. Holy crap, a being that monitors everything. Such a powerful entity is actually guarding our 8th district. The inspector wouldn't actually believe the nonsense spouted by Charles and his gang and be planning to take action against the great Lu Chun, would he? No. Everyone hurry up and speak out on the regional channel. We have to let the inspector hear our voices and find out the truth, someone suggested. Yes, it would be terrible if the inspector were fooled by those guys from the Alliance and attacked God Lu Chun. Let's go quickly. Everyone responded enthusiastically. In an instant, the joy on everyone's faces was replaced by anxiety. Lu Chun is the spiritual pillar of District 1000. We absolutely cannot allow anything to go wrong. Yang Ziming's brows were also furrowed at this moment. Watchdogs, the enforcers and judges of the heavenly revelation. Their strength must be immense. If Charles and his associates succeed in their plot, Lu Chun will face a tremendous crisis. However, just as Yang Ziming was racking his brains for a solution, he saw that Lu Chun was calm and seemed not to care at all. Yang Ziming was taken aback. Why does this kid have that expression? Does he already have a plan? Thinking of this, Yang Ziming turned to Lu Chun and asked, Lu Chun, what are your plans regarding the inspector? Lu Chun had not yet spoken. Jack, who was standing nearby, suddenly burst into laughter. Plans? Ha 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 ha, don't worry about the inspectors. Upon hearing this, Yang Ziming's eyes lit up. Could it be that Captain Ghost knows Lord Overseer? This Ghost Captain is a native boss in the world of Revelation Online. Mysterious and unpredictable. Perhaps I really can speak with the inspector. Acquaintances? Ha ha ha, of course. We're very close. Ha ha ha. Jack glanced at Lu Chun, then laughed so hard, he almost fell over. These people are hilarious. The inspector you keep talking about is standing right in front of you. But they were still completely unaware. That's hilarious. Upon hearing Jack's reply, the previously worried crowd immediately beamed with joy. Yang Ziming bowed deeply to Jack and said sincerely, Please, Captain Ghost, help us report the truth to the Overseer. Thank you, Captain Ghost. As soon as Yang Ziming finished speaking, nearly 1,000 people in District 1000 also bowed to Jack along with him, shouting in unison, Thank you, Captain Ghost. In everyone's mind, the observer who can monitor and judge all living beings is mysterious and incredibly powerful. However, no one expected that this much-discussed inspector. In fact, just like them, he was also an evolutionary who had just arrived in the world of Revelation Online. This scene made Jack a little embarrassed. He glanced at Lu Chun, wanting to explain the truth to everyone. But having spent so much time with Lu Chun, he understood Lu Chun's indifferent nature, knowing that if I were to say it, the captain will definitely have to spend a lot of time explaining. Then, Jack gave an awkward laugh. Don't thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank the inspector himself directly. Yang Ziming breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. If the ghost captain is willing to help, Charles and his gang's plot posed no threat whatsoever to Lu Chun. Thinking of this, he turned to Lu Chun and suggested, Lu Chun, the survival gamble is over. Shouldn't we start working on the fleet's power mission? Upon hearing about the fleet's mission, Fan Ying immediately interjected anxiously. That's right, Brother Lu. The first faction created on our Blue Star can get a full 200 attribute points. I just got 200 free attribute points. If we could also get 200 attribute points from the fleet, that's amazing. Fan Ying thought of this. Her little face turned bright red. I was so excited I almost jumped for joy. However, amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd, Lu Chun slowly shook his head, his tone calm. No need for that. Seeing that Lu Chun refused. Although Yang Ziming felt somewhat disappointed, he also understood that he couldn't be too greedy. The people of District 1000 have already received too many favors from Lu Chun. We can't let him keep giving so much. After all, if one were to challenge the fleet mission boss at this time, the main force will definitely be Lu Chun and the Stormwing clan. These evolved beings are still too low level to be of much help. Thinking of this, Yang Ziming nodded in understanding. Yes, the rest of us are indeed not strong enough yet. We should first consolidate our strength and increase our level. We'll be more confident in completing fleet missions once our strength has increased. Lee Sin chimed in. Let's all keep going. We can't always rely on Lu Chen alone. Yes, Yang Ziming and Lee Sin are right. We need to level up as soon as possible so that we can help Lu Chen when we fight the boss. That's right. We can't always wait for our adoptive father to raise us like babies. Tang Hong, guarantee that I'll raise your level to 8 within 3 days. Yes, let's work together. Don't worry, Lu Chen, we will never hold you back. Amidst a chorus of understanding from everyone, Lu Chen lightly touched the panel. I glanced at the time. Then he shrugged his shoulders slightly. I said no need because I've already completed the fleet mission. Lu Chen's deep voice. In an instant, the noisy sea fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stood there, stunned. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Wait, am I hearing things? Did Lu Chen just say the mission was completed? Everyone doubted that they had heard correctly. After all, since the release of the mission by Revelation Online, in just a few hours, this fleet mission is far from being a simple monster-slaying exercise. First, you have to spend a lot of time searching for Kraken statues. Next, they had to rack their brains to remove the seal at the bottom of the statue. At last, you also need to defeat the powerful boss. Such a difficult task. To complete it in such a short time is simply a pipe dream. Just as everyone was wondering if they had misheard. A special announcement. A thunderous roar resounded throughout the entire Blue Star War Zone. Blue Star War Zone announcement. Lu Chen, an evolved being in the 1000th Novice Sea of Xinxia in the 8th region of Blue Star, has successfully created a fleet force. As the first established force in the Blue Star War Zone, all fleet members receive a 200-point attribute bonus, with fleet leader Lu Chen receiving an additional 400-point attribute bonus. Blue Star War Zone announcement. Blue Star War Zone announcement. The resounding voice of the heavenly decree. The announcement was broadcast 3 times in a row in the sky before gradually stopping. Is it done? The shocking announcement echoed in Yang Ziming's mind. He muttered to himself blankly. The number 1 power on Earth. It was born right before my eyes. Chapter 1:10 The Pirates of the Sea, the Underworld. Yang Ziming felt a moment of mental confusion. On this blue planet, with its billions of inhabitants, there are hidden talents and brilliant minds emerging in great numbers. To stand out from the crowd. How difficult. However, submerged. Lu Chen, that kid, he actually did it. The sea was quiet for 2 seconds. It suddenly boiled over. Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. The number 1 power on Earth. The great god Lu Chen has created the number 1 power on Earth. Am I dreaming? Such a difficult task, and Lu Chen accomplished it all by himself. That's incredible. The great god Lu Chen has actually left hundreds of billions of people behind. My hands are shaking with excitement. I just feel so lucky to be assigned to the same beginner sea area as the great god Lu Chen. I didn't do anything, but I got so many benefits by following the great god Lu Chen. Yes, we have to thank the great Lu Chen for all of this. Long live the great god Lu Chen. Blue Star Region 8765, Beginner Sea Area 784. A pale-faced vampire, Van Payne. He knelt on the deck and respectfully reported. Ancestor, the seal on the fleet mission altar has been broken. Inside, a Tier 12 boss, the Vajra Ape King, is imprisoned. The entire first squad has perished at the hands of the Vajra Ape King. Before him, it is the progenitor of vampires on Earth, Blood Moon Arcadia, who has lived for hundreds of years. A level 12 boss. Arcadia's lips curled into a sinister smile. Although the level 12 boss is strong, it is not invincible. Summon all vampires immediately and prepare for attack. Yes. Van Payne suddenly raised his head and let out a sharp screech. Invisible sound waves spread outwards. In an instant, a large number of black bats appeared on the horizon. They flocked to Arcadia. Seeing this, Van Payne quickly flattered. Wishing our progenitor success in establishing the Blood Moon Dynasty, the foremost power on Earth. Arcadia glanced at Van Payne. The mission is not yet complete, so what is there to celebrate? Ancestor, you are too modest. On Blue Star, how could there be any being more powerful than our vampire race, or even you? You are the founder of the first power on Blue Star. Van Payne's face was plastered with a fawning smile. Ha ha ha. Arcadia burst into laughter. Clearly, Van Payne's flattery pleased him greatly. Thinking about the 400 attribute points that would be gained upon successfully establishing a faction, a greedy glint gleamed in Arcadia's eyes. However, just as Arcadia was laughing heartily, the loud announcement from the heavenly revelation suddenly rang out. Blue Star War Zone announcement. Lu Chen, an evolved being in the Shunsha 1000 Novice area of the 8th region of Blue Star, has successfully created a fleet force. Ha 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 ha, a cough cough. Arcadia's triumphant laughter suddenly caught in his throat. How is this possible? Our vampire clan is so powerful, and we've only just broken the seal on the altar. How could someone be faster than me? This is impossible. Arcadia roared in frustration. Compared to other ordinary people, their own vampire clan, it's already incredibly powerful, almost like having a cheat code. They thought the throne of the number one power was within their grasp. Unexpectedly, Lu Chen suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Who exactly is this Lu Chen, that he's so powerful? Blue Star Region 658, Siam Sea Region 763. Sir, who are we targeting in our next survival bet? Target. Pawa's face was full of ferocity. His 763 naval area is now unrivaled in the region. Evolvers from other countries are merely his prey. Let's choose the Sherlock Holmes 018 area. They've won 2 survival bets, and the profits are substantial. Ha ha, sir, you're brilliant. It seems these Xinxiao people are in for a rough time. The subordinate offered a compliment, just as he was about to crush the survival bet order. However, at this very moment, the announcement from Revelation Online suddenly rang out. Blue Star Warzone announcement. Lu Chen, an evolved being in the Shunsha 1000 Novice area of the 8th region of Blue Star, has successfully created a fleet force. The sudden announcement caught Pawa off guard. Global announcement. He stared intently at the contents of the announcement. He exclaimed in surprise. Someone actually completed the fleet mission and established a faction. That was a Tier 12 boss. Someone actually managed to defeat it. After upgrading to a sloop, fleet missions were also unlocked. As a top-tier mercenary, Pava immediately realized the importance of this mission. They then organized a force to attack the sealed altar. However, after suffering heavy casualties, the seal was finally broken. However, they discovered that a level 12 fire troll boss was hidden inside the altar. Everyone present, except for Pawa, perished in the raging fire. Such a terrifying enemy. Is there really anyone who can defeat him? How is that possible? Sir, are we still going to choose the Xinxia 018C area for the survival bet? The subordinate held the survival bet order, his eyes filled with astonishment and doubt. Of course not. Pawa suddenly stood up, with a roll of his eyes. Not only do we not choose them, but we must immediately issue a statement throughout the region declaring that we Siamese and the Kampa people will always be friends, and anyone who dares to harm the Kampa people is an enemy of Pawa. Although the Shermans in Region 658 performed only moderately, but Pawa knew in his heart that, I will leave the beginner's area sooner or later. That Xinxiao person, Lu Chen, is so powerful. I must never make an enemy of him. We need to establish good relations with the sheiks now. Yes. Now, in Lu Chen's mind, the notification sound from Revelation Online rang again. Ding. You have successfully created a fleet faction with the development direction set as C rating. Please name your faction. Name? Lu Chen's heart stirred, and he decided to continue using the name Yuming. Therefore, it was confirmed that the Netherworld. Immediately, a surging force rushed into Lu Chen's body like a tidal wave. Ding. You have successfully created the Sea Pirate faction, Netherworld, Level 1. As the fleet leader, you have gained fleet attribute bonuses, and your free attribute has increased by 400 points. Reminder, the leader interface is now open. You can invite or dismiss fleet members at any time. Faction information. Faction name, Sea Pirates, Netherworld. Leader, Lu Chen. Fleet level, 1. Fleet size, 1/1000. Fleet bonus, 200 free attribute points, 400 points for the leader, 5% plunder bonus. Fleet shop. Fleet depot. Fleet blueprint. Lu Chen felt the power surging within his body. A hint of joy flashed in his eyes. Winning the survival bet plus fleet bonus. In this short period of time, he actually gained a whopping 800 points of free attribute. That was awesome. At the same time, another global announcement was issued. Ding, Blue Star Warzone announcement. The faction, Netherworld, has been successfully established, with its development direction being Sea Pirates. As the first established force in the Blue Star Wars zone, all members of the fleet receive a 200-point attribute bonus, with the fleet leader, Lu Chen, receiving an additional 400-point attribute bonus. Chapter 111. Yaya is so scared. The moment I heard the announcement, the faces of the billion divine Xia people in the world of Revelation Online instantly lit up with pride. In an instant, cheers and shouts of encouragement surged like a tide across the sea. The Netherworld belongs to us, the people of Xinxia. It is a power created by us, the people of Xinxia. Awesome. Yuming is awesome. Lu Chun is awesome. This really makes us Xinxiao people proud. Damn it. This time I'll see if those Americans in the region still dare to be so arrogant. Lu Chun has already proven to everyone the excellence of us Xinxiao people. Yuming. Joining Yuming will grant you 200 free attribute points. I really want to join Yuming. Not only the Xinxiao people. Once the global announcement was made, many maritime forces that were originally hostile to the Xinxiao people, they also changed their attitude and began to show goodwill towards the Sinkians. After all, there are plenty of prey. No one wants to provoke the most powerful force on Earth, the Netherworld. Within the 1,000 beginner sea area, amidst enthusiastic cheers, all 914 people received Lu Chun's invitation. Ding! Lord of the Underworld, Lu Chun, has sent an invitation to all evolvers in the 1,000 seas to join. Joining the Netherworld will grant you attribute boosts, plunder bonuses, and access to the fleet shop and fleet blueprints. If you are expelled from a fleet after joining, half of your attribute points will be deducted as a penalty. Evolvers, please choose your allegiance carefully. Without the slightest hesitation, everyone in the 1,000 nautical miles, they all quickly clicked agree. Yang Ziming joins the Netherworld and becomes a pirate who plunders the seas. Li Sini joins the Underworld and becomes a sea pirate. Long Howren joins the Netherworld and becomes a sea pirate. Tang Hong joins the Netherworld and becomes a sea pirate. Moment. The number of people in the Underworld has surged from 1 to 915. A new interface for fleet factions has been added to each person's panel. Ding. All members of the Netherworld fleet can enjoy the Netherworld fleet bonus, 200 free attribute points, and a 5% plundering bonus. As the notification sound from Revelation Online rang out, a white light shone from everyone's body. What followed was the infusion of power. 914 people in Zone 1000. They all gained 200 free attribute points. In a short time, cheers rose and fell in waves. Is this a dream? I was only level 2 before, with a total of just over 100 attribute points. In the blink of an eye, I've gained a full 400 attribute points, and my strength has quadrupled instantly. Ha ha ha. It's not a dream. We're just incredibly lucky to have met the great Lu Chun. Everyone, please stop calling Lu Chun great god. We are all people of the Netherworld now. As the Lord of the Netherworld, Lu Chun should be respectfully addressed as Lord of the Underworld from now on. Yes, long live the Lord of the Underworld. Without the Lord of the Underworld, I would have been doomed in 5 days. The Lord of the Underworld gave me a new life, and I am willing to do anything for him. Seriously, we are so lucky. There are tens of thousands of regions and tens of millions of beginner seas on Earth. The probability of us encountering someone as amazingly talented as the Lord of the Underworld is even lower than winning the lottery. Just as everyone was cheering, a cold glint flashed in Lu Chen's eyes as he quickly looked towards the back of the crowd. On a beginner's wooden boat, a 4-year-old girl named Yaya is clapping her hands and jumping around. His tender little face was beaming with joy. And right behind Yaya, a 4-meter-long, Tier 4 ice swordfish covered in transparent ice crystal scales suddenly burst out of the water. With fangs bared, it sped towards Yaya, clearly regarding the innocent little girl as its prey. 5 days ago, Yaya and her mother traveled to the world of Revelation Online, but unfortunately, Yaya lost her mother in an attack by sea monsters. From then on, Yaya became an orphan. She has barely survived to this day thanks to the protection of the people in District 1000. However, in this chaotic world, everyone is in danger. Everyone was too busy to give Yaya more care. Therefore, Yaya has never personally hunted any sea monsters, and her level remains at the initial level 1. Faced with this sudden crisis, a 4-year-old girl looked so small and helpless. Court death. Lu Chun snorted coldly. In an instant, a bone spear, gleaming with a chilling light, materialized above his head. But before the bone spear could be fired, the situation took an astonishing turn. The ice swordfish stretched out its body and suddenly leaped out of the water, its sharp sword fins stabbing towards Yaya like lightning. At this critical moment, incredibly, Yaya's slender, fair hands reached out to meet them. It's not about avoiding. Instead, it caught the swordfish that was rushing towards it. Oh, how scary! Yaya closed her eyes, her little hands clenched, and a strange power surged through her body. Then, its small body actually swung the 4-meter-long ice swordfish, as if it were a toy, and swung it violently. Yaya is scared. Oh whoa! The frost swordfish let out a cry of utter despair, tracing a chilling arc through the air. He was forcefully thrown away by Yaya. It crashed heavily into the distant sea, splashing water and turning belly up. This scene stunned everyone around. The cold glint in Lu Chen's eyes was replaced by a smile. Yiya herself was stunned and stood there, looking at her little hands, wet from the seawater. A hint of confusion flashed in her eyes. Then he regained that innocent joy. It was as if the thrilling scene just now was just a small adventure in her game. At this moment, all the evolved beings in Zone 1000, having won 3 survival gambles, coupled with the powerful boost from fleet attributes. Even a naive child at level 1, with a casual wave of his hand, he can unleash combat power sufficient to crush high-level sea beasts. Upon seeing this, Yang Ziming couldn't help but smile with delight. It seems that everyone should be able to survive. All of this is thanks to him. Thinking of this, Yang Ziming faced Lu Chun and bowed solemnly. He said respectfully, "Lord of the Underworld, congratulations on the founding of the Netherworld. Please give us your instructions and issue the next course of action for the Netherworld." Yang Ziming no longer addressed Lu Chun by his given name as usual. Instead, they addressed him with great respect as the Lord of the Underworld. He knew very well that, from the moment the power was established, the boundaries between superiors and subordinates are clearly defined. The Netherworld has the potential to develop into a superpower with countless members in the future. One must assess the situation carefully. One must not act recklessly just because one has a little fame in District 1000. Lu Chun also noticed the change in Yang Ziming's attitude. He didn't utter any platitudes like, "We're all friends. I don't have time to do those trivial things like winning people over." What Lu Chun needs it is an absolute obedience. A vengeful organization that obeys orders without question. Lu Chun was very satisfied with Yang Ziming's performance. Chapter 112, So what if I'm an executioner? I'm still an inspector. Just as Lu Chun was about to speak, the voice of the heavenly decree suddenly rang out again. Announcement from Revelation Online. Congratulations to all evolved beings for surviving to this day. Poisonous gas will be released in all beginner sea areas in 4 days and 23 hours. Evolvers, please upgrade your ships as quickly as possible and sail out of the beginner waters. Effective immediately, all survival bet orders and invasion orders are invalid. All evolvers can now focus on improving their strength and upgrading their ships. There are only 5 days left until Revelation Online releases the poisonous fog. If the vessel cannot be upgraded to a sloop within this time frame, they could only sit and wait for their deaths. For most people, this is undoubtedly a hopeless ending. However, the people in District 1000 looked relaxed, without fear, because storms 1,000 nautical miles away, because Lu Chun's string of victories in the survival gamble had all dissipated. Players can pilot ships of any level out of the beginner's waters. Everyone can survive. Therefore, instead of anxiety, the crowd's faces were filled with regret. Alas, Revelation Online had to cancel the survival bet at this crucial moment. Otherwise, with our current strength, we could still plunder a lot of attribute points through the survival bet. Haha, be content. We've gained a total of 260 attribute points in the survival bet, which is enough to make people in other sea areas extremely envious. There are still over 200 people on Xiao Rizi's side barely clinging to life. Let's give them another survival gamble and guarantee their complete annihilation. Don't worry. Although they are not dead, they have had so many attributes plundered that they definitely won't last more than 5 days. Amidst the banter, the voice of the divine decree rang out once more. Warning, after the poisonous fog is released, executioners will appear outside the beginner's area. Reminder, the executioner is a tier 50 boss level creature that will randomly execute 50% of the evolved beings. Reminder, upgrading your fleet to level 2 will unlock the Protective Array special ship, which can protect you from executions by executioners within the Protective Array. Finally, best of luck to all evolved beings. The smiles on everyone's faces, which had been relaxed just moments before, instantly froze. The sea was immediately filled with angry curses. I knew it. This damned oracle wouldn't let us have an easy time. We finally managed to get rid of the poisonous fog threat, and before we could even catch our breath, they've given us another executioner. This executioner is actually a level 50 boss? That's too powerful. How are we supposed to fight them? Confront? Didn't you understand what Revelation meant? These executioners are completely beyond our ability to resist. Revelation wants us to upgrade the Netherworld fleet to level 2 and build special ships with protective arrays to avoid the executioners' executions. But, based on my understanding of Revelation Online, upgrading a fleet to level 2 will definitely not be easy. Brother, you're such a jinx. I just checked the fleet faction interface. To upgrade the Netherworld to level 2, you need 10 sloops, 100 level 10 evolved beings, 1,000 plunder points, and at least 500 fleet members. Upon hearing this, the sea suddenly fell silent. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. 100 tier 10 evolvers? I didn't hear that right, did I? They want 100 tier 10 evolvers? Has Revelation Online gone mad? There are only 4 days left. Where are we going to find so many experts? Can anyone tell me how much life energy is needed to level up from level 9 to level 10? 160,000. The heavenly decree is clearly aiming to take the lives of half of us. Just as everyone was wailing, Yang Ziming snorted coldly. He shouted sternly, "Humph, you are all members of the number 1 power on Earth now, and you complain about this little difficulty. Do you deserve the strength that the Lord of the Underworld gave you?" As soon as Yang Ziming finished speaking, everyone lowered their heads in shame. Yes, Lord Hades only gave everyone 400 points of free attributes. As long as you're willing to work hard, it's still possible to reach level 10 within 5 days. Yang Ziming looked around, then finally turned to Lu Chun and said respectfully, "Lord of the Underworld, upgrading the fleet requires 3 conditions: 10 straight sailing ships and 100 tier 10 evolved beings, which we can probably accomplish. It's just that these 1,000 plunder points will be difficult to obtain. Please arrange the next steps for the Underworld." Upon hearing Yang Ziming's words, Lu Chun nodded. As expected of a former criminal investigator, Yang Ziming saw the crux of the matter at a glance. The sloop and the 100 evolved beings are easy to handle. After all, the 400 attribute points that everyone just received were not just for show. As long as they don't slack off and are willing to fight desperately, Lu Chun believes that it will be easy to gather 100 level 10 evolvers within 5 days. But loot value is different. Plundering is worthwhile if it involves plundering other forces. In other words, in order to upgrade the fleet, the Netherworld will inevitably clash with the local forces of the Revelation Online world. Thinking of this, Lu Chun looked at Yang Ziming and said calmly, "Yang Ziming, Li Sini, I hereby appoint you two as deputy commanders of the Netherworld. Your next task is to lead the Netherworld members to level up." As he spoke, Lu Chun waved his right hand. A beam of light surged into the unicorn rhinoceros beneath Yang Ziming's feet. "I have already designated the unicorn rhino as the Netherworld base ship, and everyone can be teleported back to the vicinity of the base ship at any time." Upon hearing this, Yang Ziming was immediately puzzled. "Lord of the Underworld, aren't you coming with us?" Lu Chun glanced at Yang Ziming, his voice calm. "You just focus on leveling everyone up. I have my own things to do. Come to me if you encounter any problems you can't solve." At this point, a fighting spirit flashed in Lu Chun's eyes. "A level 50 boss-level executioner. If we kill it, you should be able to gain a lot of benefits, right?" That's right. From the moment the divine revelation was heard, Lu Chun never thought of escaping execution. "You are the executioner, and I am the watcher. The level 50 boss is proving a bit difficult to deal with now, but things might be different after 5 days." "Yes." After Yang Ziming respectfully agreed, he stepped forward and suggested, "Lord of the Underworld, your Netherworld ship only has a ghost captain. Do you think we should recruit some more evolved beings from the Netherworld onto the Netherworld ship?" Upon hearing Yang Ziming's words, everyone's eyes lit up immediately. The Lord of the Underworld is so powerful that many people aspire to board the Netherworld ship and become his close attendant, like the ghost captain. In a short time, many people volunteered. "Lord of the Underworld, let me follow you. I am skilled in killing enemies and will never let you down." "Brother Lu Chun, I've never been in a relationship before. Now that you've lost an arm, life must be inconvenient for you. Let me take care of you. Godfather, please take me with you. I can't live without you." Seeing this, Li Sini's heart stirred, and her lips parted slightly. However, in the end she said nothing. She knew that Lu Chun would probably do the same thing as before and wouldn't recruit any human crew members. Chapter 113 Rank 18 Boss, Undead Beast King. Really? Facing the expectant and ardent gazes of the crowd, Lu Chun gently shook his head. The ghost ship is a ship that carries a curse. If humans linger on it for too long, they will eventually become ghosts like Jack. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. It turns out that the terrifying appearance of the ghost captain was caused by a curse. No wonder the Netherworld always exudes a sinister aura. At this time, Li Sini looked worried and anxiously stepped forward. "Lu Chun, are you cursed too?" "Yes, I will soon become an undead." Lu Chun remained calm. "I'm not made of wood." Li Sini's feelings. How could I not know? Now, knowing that he is about to become a ghost. She should give up now, right? However, Li Sini's next words startled Lu Chun. "I'm not afraid of becoming a ghost. I'll take care of you." Li Sini's eyes were full of determination. It was clearly not a decision made on impulse. Lu Chun tilted his head slightly, his gaze deep. "You and Yang Ziming should lead everyone to level up first, and we can discuss this matter later. After speaking, the sails of the ghostly ship slowly rose. The ship gradually disappeared into the black mist and eventually vanished from everyone's sight. Licini stared blankly at the black fog spreading across the sea, muttering to himself, "What can I do to get closer to your heart?" Lu Chen stood tall at the bow of the ship. "A sea breeze blows in my face." He squinted slightly, his gaze distant. The members of the Netherworld, although nominally his subordinates. But, unlike Jack and the Stormwind clan, my control over it is limited to removing it from the Netherworld. It cannot be directly erased. This kind of control is clearly not enough to deter others. Therefore, Lu Chen still had concerns. If someone betrays us for personal gain and reveals Tuanzi's existence, that would bring you endless trouble. Lu Chen was well aware of the complexities of human nature. Therefore, during the larval stage of the dumpling, I have decided not to recruit human crew members for the time being. As for Licini, she is indeed somewhat special. But at this moment, danger lurks everywhere. I don't have time to deal with those romantic matters. Just then, Jack's voice came. Captain, that old bastard Feng Lai is here." Lu Chen glanced sideways. Feng Lai led two rather beautiful winged women, respectfully following behind Jack. This old servant, Feng Lai, greets his master. Yunrui greets her master. Yunyan greets her master. The three bowed in unison. "What is it?" Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. "Master, this old servant has come to ask you two things." Feng Lai glanced at the beautiful Yunrui and Yunyan behind him, a sly glint in his eyes. Yunrui and Yunyan are among the most beautiful members of the Stormwind clan. It will surely please the master. "Master, this old servant wishes to keep Yunrui and Yunyan here to serve you. What do you think?" As soon as Feng Lai finished speaking, Yunrui and Yunyan secretly looked up. Upon catching a glimpse of Lu Chen's handsome face, cheeks flushed. My heart is filled with joy. Lu Chenji's strength was something they had witnessed firsthand from the air. One strike to kill the 12th rank Vantaros. Such a powerful man. They were unlike anything they had ever seen before. "Hey old man, you only send beauties to the captain, but not one to me, Uncle Jack?" Jack teased from the side. This, in the future, definitely in the future." "Huh." Feng Lai immediately gave an awkward smile. He treated all the Stormwind clan girls as his own children. He was willing to give it to Lu Chen. After all, he was well aware of the inspector's capabilities. Moreover, the future of the supervisors. The number of vassal races will only increase. The Stormwind clan must cherish the opportunity before them. Seize the opportunity to elevate your status in your master's eyes. If Yunrui and Yunyan can bear children for Lu Chen, then the Stormwind clan's position will be as secure as Mount Tai. But he was actually a little reluctant to give it to Jack. "This matter need not be mentioned again. I need no one to serve me." "And the second matter?" Lu Chen resolutely refused, his sharp gaze fixed on Feng Lai. "If this old fellow came only for such trivial matters, then I'll have to give him a good talking to. Now, I've only just left the beginner's waters. If one indulges in lust at this point, even those who act as overseers are not far from their demise." Noticing Lu Chen's gaze, Feng Lai quickly lowered his head and said respectfully, "Master, the second matter concerns the sacred relic of my Stormwind clan, the essence of wind." "Oh, tell me more about it." A sharp glint flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. "What can be called a sacred object must be extraordinary. Master, the essence of wind can grant the wearer immense power, elevating them to boss-level status, and significantly enhances wind-type talents and skills." Feng Lai explained. "In other words, as long as our Stormwind clan possesses this sacred artifact, we can instantly create a powerful boss-level warrior who will serve his master even more diligently." "So, the essence of wind has been stolen?" Lu Chen asked calmly. A look of humiliation crossed Feng Lai's face. He suddenly knelt down and cried out, "Master, I, Feng Lai, am utterly incompetent. The essence of wind was stolen by the king of the undead. I beg you, master, to seek justice for me and for the Stormwind clan." Yunrui and Yunyan immediately knelt down and pleaded in unison. "Please, master, seek justice for my Stormwind clan." "No, your entire clan has now recovered its strength. Can't you handle this undead beast king yourselves?" Jack raised an eyebrow and asked. The Stormwind clan numbered over 200, each possessing 10th tier strength. He possesses a B-level talent and can even fly. Not to mention, as a captain's vassal, you can also enjoy fleet bonuses and get 400 attribute points for free. Such a powerful Stormwind clan. Why would we need to trouble the captain? Upon hearing Jack's words, Feng Lai's face flashed with embarrassment, and he quickly explained. "Lord Jack, you are unaware of this. When this undead beast king stole our clan's sacred artifact, he was only at the 5th rank. But he has a strange talent, corpse fusion, which allows him to fuse with corpses to enhance himself. After obtaining the Heart of Wind, this undead beast king has now become an 18th tier boss, and his strength is terrifying. Although Feng Lai's cultivation level is higher than Jack's, but they knew in their hearts that Jack was Lu Chen's close confidant. You can't offend them. Therefore, their attitude was very respectful. An 18th tier boss. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. I'm really in need of monsters. The arrival of the undead beast king is just in time. Where is this undead beast king? Reporting to Master, the undead beast king is on Corpse Island at coordinates 355.554. Lu Chen looked at the coordinates on the map and was secretly delighted. The location of this burial island. It happens to be located not far north of the Kraken statue. All right, Feng Lai, take the Stormwing clan to the vicinity of Burial Island and wait for me immediately, Lu Chen ordered. Upon hearing this, Feng Lai was stunned. Yun Yin tugged at his wing from behind, and he finally snapped out of his daze. He asked incredulously, Master, are you planning to deal with the undead beast king right now? Fearing that Lu Chen might not understand the situation, Feng Lai added, Master, the burial island is teeming with undead creatures, all driven by the Soul Beast King. If we go there now, we will not only face the Soul Beast King, we also have to face its horde of undead. I think we should plan ahead or upgrade our level before launching an attack. Chapter 114 Humanoid Boss, Lu Chen. Lu Chen glanced at it, his voice calm, yet carrying an undeniable authority. You just need to follow my orders. Nothing else is necessary. Upon hearing this, Feng Lai immediately lowered his head and said respectfully, This old servant obeys. Afterwards, Feng Lai and the other two bowed and took their leave. It turned around, flapped its wings, and soared into the sky, quickly disappearing into the horizon. Watching the three disappear, Jack clicked his tongue and muttered, The King of the Dead, what a resounding name. I hope he's not a useless fellow. Lu Chen's gaze shifted to Jack, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. Jack, once we get to Corpse Island, you should have enough death energy to level up. Upon hearing this, Jack was immediately moved. Wah, Captain, you actually made a special trip to Corpse Island just for me. I'm so touched. Upgrading you was just a side thing. My main purpose was to see how much loot value I could get if I raised Corpse Burial Island to the ground. Captain, your emotional intelligence is really low. If you keep going like this, you'll be single for life. When I'm single, you can forget about having a partner. Captain, I think with your charm, you don't need emotional intelligence at all to make those young girls swoon. Sir, is Master really going to take action against Corpse Burial Island now? A winged man asked in a trembling voice, his gaze sweeping over the desolate land below. On the island of corpses, corpses lay strewn about, layer upon layer. It was as if every inch of the land was shrouded in the shadow of death. The spirits of the dead wandered in the putrid air, sometimes drifting aimlessly, sometimes emitting mournful howls. The entire island was permeated with a chilling and eerie atmosphere. A sense of apprehension flickered in the eyes of the winged people as they scanned the undead, silently assessing the situation. Those undead were numerous. There were at least 8,000, if not 10,000, densely packed together, like a sea of death. With only about 200 people from our Stormwing clan, wouldn't it be like lambs to the slaughter if we charged in? We wouldn't even make a sound. Someone muttered under their breath, their tone full of unease. As the overseer, dealing with these undead should be a piece of cake for our master. How dare you doubt his strength? Yun Ting shouted sharply, his gaze sharp as a sword as he scanned the surroundings with an unwavering determination. Yes, Yun Ting is right. Everyone, stop making wild guesses and just wait here for our master to arrive. Feng Lai chimed in agreement. Although his lips were moving, his expression revealed a subtle hesitation. He tried to maintain a calm exterior, but his heart was far from at peace. Feng Lai's gaze unconsciously drifted downwards. The undead beast king there exudes a chilling aura, surrounded by countless undead. This oppressive feeling weighed on Feng Lai's heart like a boulder, causing his inner confidence to waver. The master, as the overseer, is powerful. But after all, he had just been seriously injured and lost an arm. Can they really be a match for Burial Island now? Ding. Successfully acquired Amir, Tier 5. You have acquired the rank B talent, Power Resonance, increasing your strength by 6 points. Ding. Successfully acquired Park Young-ho, Tier 5. You have acquired the B rank talent, Speed Resonance, increasing agility by 5 points. Ding. Successfully absorbed Pierre, Tier 5. You have acquired the B rank talent, Perception Resonance, increasing perception by 4 points. Ding. Successfully acquired. Suzuki Saburo, rank 5. You have acquired a C-rank talent, Lightning Control, increasing perception by 3 points. Accompanied by a series of heavenly revelation notification sounds. More than 300 corpses of evolved beings from various nations, now shriveled shells, floated on the sea around the netherworld. Gurgle gurgle. The little dumpling was wrapped around Lu Chen's neck, looking exhausted. Tawanzi, you've worked hard. Lu Chen gently stroked the little dumpling, his eyes filled with tenderness. After Tawanzi's efforts, this finally helped Lu Chen to completely absorb all 300-plus corpses he had obtained in this survival gamble. However, the evolved beings in the Alliance of Nations are generally of low level. Only a handful of people possess B-grade talent. The rest were all D-level and C-level talents scattered among them. But its advantage lies in its considerable quantity. After Lu Chen absorbed these talents one by one, all of his talents below grade C underwent a transformation. Tier A, Undead Control. Tier B, Undying Curse, Petrifying Gaze, Mountain Power, 0.25%. On My OG, Blood Feast, Shadow Walker, 35%. Steel Bones, 0.25%. Power Resonance, 20%. Speed Resonance, 8%. Perception Resonance, 12%. Grade C, Plant Affinity, 50%. Poison Control, 75%. Flame Control, 62%. Ice Control, 65%. Lightning Control, 35%. Olfactory Ability, 50%. Visual Ability, 14%. Auditory Ability, 95%. At this moment, Lu Chen's talent pool no longer contains any talents below C rank. All auxiliary talents such as smell, hearing, and vision have been promoted to the C level. All of their enhancement talents, such as strength, perception, speed, and physique, have now reached the B-level threshold. Thanks to the fusion of a large number of low-level talents of the same type, the evolution progress bars for each talent have all advanced. Among them, the C-level auditory superpower is nearing the critical point, with a progress rate as high as 95%. Just absorb 2 more portions of D-level auditory perception, and you can step into the B-level hall. Unlike the talent of absorption, however, the attribute points are not satisfactory. Due to the large-scale consumption of low-level evolved beings, the attributes gained have been severely diminished. In the end, many Tier 4 evolvers are no longer able to absorb even a single evolution point. Final. More than 300 corpses. Lu Chen only got Strength 85, Agility 81, Constitution 82, Perception 88. Over 300 attribute points? Not bad. Lu Chen examined his attribute panel and nodded slightly. From then on, consume creatures of level 5 or lower. You will not be able to obtain any attributes. Fortunately, Lu Chen never had the idea of growing stronger by bullying the weak. In contrast, absorbing the power of the strong is more exciting. We still have 800 free attribute points, so let's distribute them evenly across all the attributes. Lu Chen made up his mind. They immediately took action. Each of the 4 attributes was increased by 200 points. The adjusted 4-dimensional attributes are as follows. Strength, 677. Agility, 714. Constitution, 640. Perception, 668. Level 9 Land Subsidence. Its 4 attributes all jump to an astonishing 600 points or more. It far surpasses the strength of other experts at the same level. Like a humanoid boss. No, even against bosses of the same level, Lu Chen's attributes have already been completely crushed. In Lu Chen, the common understanding is that humans are weaker than beasts of the same level. It has been completely overturned. Chapter 115 The second A-level talent, Teleportation. Besides the corpses of evolved beings, Lu Chen also had several special-purpose ships in his storage ring. However, when taking in special vessels, but a problem arose. Ding! Your ship, the Netherworld, is a single-masted sailing ship. It has reached the limit of its carrying capacity talent and cannot be further enhanced. Upgrading the ship to a 2-masted frigate will increase its carrying capacity talent. Tawanzi looked at Lu Chen with her big eyes. It was whispering and gurgling, full of helplessness. It's all right. The Netherworld can now accommodate 5 talents, which is already quite good. Lu Chen picked up Tawanzi and gently comforted her. One should not be too greedy. Lu Chen is already very satisfied with what he has gained so far. By the way, after creating the Netherworld, I remember there were some new features on the fleet panel. The panel displays 3 functions: Fleet Shop, Fleet Warehouse, and Fleet Blueprint. The Fleet Shop is similar to the Revelation online shop I've seen before. All items require contribution points to be exchanged. Contribution points can be obtained by contributing resources, equipment, and other items. The fleet warehouse is like a large, shared storage ring. Lu Chen particularly liked one of the features of the fleet warehouse. That means it can store ships. So, in certain scenarios, Lu Chen can store the Yuming in the fleet warehouse and retrieve it when needed, which is extremely convenient. When Lu Chen saw the final fleet blueprints, his eyes suddenly lit up. Currently, the Netherworld, as a Tier 1 fleet, has unlocked 2 blueprints. Short-bodied rapid-fire cannon blueprint, advanced bronze. A cannon with short range, but high rate of fire. Once your fleet is equipped with this type of cannon on a large scale, you will show the enemy what a hail of bullets is like. Crafting requires 1 Tier 10 crystal core 1, 20 iron ingots, 1 magic stone, and 5 copper ingots. Class C healing fluid special ship blueprint. Basic single-masted sailboat. A special ship with powerful healing abilities. Class C healing fluctuations are enough to regenerate severed limbs. Crafting requirements. 1 Tier 15 or higher spirit crystal core, 5 copper ingots, 150 wood, 20 fiber, 10 iron ingots. These 2 blueprints. Not only could they make high-grade bronze cannons, they can even build Class C special-purpose ships directly. You should know, that's a special-purpose ship. Among the thousands of people in the beginner's area, only a handful of lucky ones can possess it. Now, with sufficient resources, they are able to build these special ships on a large scale. What moved Lu Chen even more was that Class C special-purpose ship with healing capabilities could even regenerate severed limbs. This is exactly what Lu Chen urgently needs right now. After all, having only one hand would indeed affect his combat effectiveness to some extent. Certainly, the materials needed to build specialized ships are extremely precious. A Tier 15 spirit crystal core can only be obtained from the brain of a Tier 15 boss-level creature. Although I don't have a level 15 boss at hand. But coincidentally, right in front of you is a level 18 boss, the Undead Beast King. Mentioning boss, Lu Chen's thoughts drifted back to recalling the evolution points I gained from defeating the previous boss. I have now accumulated 16 points. 16 points should be enough to raise Lich Mastery to S level. Lu Chen felt a slight warmth in his heart, then choose to spend evolution points to upgrade Undead Control. Ding! You have not yet awakened your S-rank talent and are unable to comprehend it. Lu Chen was stunned. What's going on? Awakening? Revelation Online, what is awakening? Is it only through awakening that one can comprehend S-rank talents? Ding! Yes, only those evolved in the awakening realm have the potential to comprehend S-rank talents. After reaching level 50, evolved individuals can go to the awakening tower and complete the trials to achieve awakening. Upon successful awakening, they can enter the awakening realm. Reminder, awakening is the first major stage on an evolver's path. After awakening, your strength will undergo a qualitative change. We hope you will continue to work hard. Looking at the prompt from Revelation Online, Lu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. A surge of emotion welled up inside me. It turns out that the previous ranks were merely the initial explorations on the path of evolution. The true realm. It turns out that it all starts with the awakening after level 50. Thinking of this, Lu Chen sighed softly. It seems that S-level talent can't be rushed. The differences between these different races are truly remarkable. As a divine seed, Tuanzi possessed top-tier SSS level talent from birth. In contrast, the human race on Earth mostly awakens F-level or E-level talents. But I am in an even worse situation. Awakening failed immediately. Lu Chen shook his head with a wry smile. He then made a decisive decision to invest all 16 evolution points into Shadow Walker. In this perilous world, every resource must be transformed into combat power as quickly as possible. However, the Shadow Walker, capable of concealing their form and moving through the shadows. This is undoubtedly the talent that will help Lu Chen the most. As the system notification tone faded, profound insights into reality and illusion, light and darkness, space and constraint flooded into Lu Chen's mind like a tidal wave. Ding! Congratulations! Your Shadow Walker, rank B, has successfully evolved into spatial manipulation, rank A. Your success rate is 100%. Ding! Due to your profound understanding of spatial talents, you have successfully mastered the skill, Teleport, rank A. Listening to the notification sound from Revelation Online, Lu Chen's lips curled up slightly. It was a success. Unexpectedly, this initial invisibility actually belongs to a spatial talent. What surprised Lu Chen even more was that, and as a result, he learned a new skill. Teleport, rank A. You can transcend spatial limitations and instantly move to any location within your line of sight. Whether attacking or escaping, This skill will make you feel like a fish in water. A great skill. Everyone who's used it raves about it. It just consumes a bit of mental energy, so be mindful of its consumption. Corpse Island. The Undead Beast King, as massive as a mountain range. They also noticed the Stormwing clan members lingering and waiting in the sky at this moment. Suddenly it opened its enormous, bloody maw. A deafening roar of laughter erupted. Ha ha, I wondered who it was, but it's just you bunch of birdmen with your worthless wings. Are you here to die again? It stretched out its long tongue and slowly licked its chapped lips. Speaking of which, I should thank you for the wind essence you gave me back then. So, I've always taken good care of your people. Having said that, on the massive body of the Undead Beast King, pieced together from countless black bones, rotting flesh, and parts of various undead creatures. Suddenly, countless winged heads appeared. Above the sky, all the winged race members who witnessed this scene were instantly enraged. You bastard! King of the dead beasts, you will surely be punished by the heavens. Our master will never let you get away with this. Those heads. These were the Stormwing warriors that the Undead Beast King had slain in the past. It dared to desecrate its companions' remains in such a way. This is truly an unforgivable crime. Chapter 116: The Terrifying Undead Beast King. Just as the Stormwing clan and the Undead Beast King were locked in a standoff. Far away, a small pirate fleet of 7 dhows is lying in wait, observing. These ships are mottled and worn. The ship's gunwale was covered with tattered canvas, and the sails were painted with grotesque skulls. It seems to be proclaiming their pirate identity. Several rusty iron hooks still stood at the bow of the boat. The hanging strings of dried heads and unidentified bones added to the eerie atmosphere. On the deck of the lead ship, a group of kobolds exuding a powerful aura of level 15 were clustered together. Captain, we haven't made any money in days. What are we waiting for? Those bastards are weak and have nothing of value on them. The kobold-headed man with a dog's tail looked up at the Stormwing clan circling in the sky. His face was filled with impatience and boredom. These bird-like beings come to Burial Island from time to time. It seems they're trying to find some treasure. But each time, they would leave behind a pile of corpses and slink away in disgrace. This group of newbies. We hyena pirates are too lazy to even lift a finger to rob. However, the kobold captain standing before Inu Tai, Wilderness, smiled and shook his head. No, this captain's target is not those birdmen. Dogtail was stunned and exclaimed, Captain, you're not planning to attack Corpse Island, are you? That Undead Beast King is no pushover. Smack. Wilderness suddenly slapped the dog's head. Do you think I'm tired of living? There are over 10,000 dead on Burial Island. Are you suggesting we, a mere 100 or so dogs, go and die? So, what exactly are your plans, Captain? Dogtail covered his head, looking completely bewildered. Didn't you smell something different about those Stormwing clan members? A different taste. The dog closed its eyes. The big dog nose sniffed hard. Suddenly, a look of joy lit up his face. An evolved being. It smells like an evolved being. Wilderness narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a deep voice. That's right. These birdmen are covered in the scent of evolved beings. In a moment, we hyena pirates just need to quietly follow them, and we'll definitely find the evolved beings' gathering place. Upon hearing this, the dog's face was filled with undisguised greed and bloodlust. This competition among all races has only been going on for 5 days. Those evolved beings are still too green. If we wipe them all out, the benefits are mouth-watering. Ha ha ha, that's right. Under the rules of Revelation Online, evolved beings can become stronger by killing us. We can also increase our strength by killing evolved humans. As long as we find a sea area where evolved humans are concentrated and wipe them out, the harvest will be equivalent to decades of hard training. At this point, a ferocious smile appeared on Wilderness's face. Hee, Captain is brilliant. Don't be angered by the Soul Beast King's few words. Our master is on his way, and we must follow his orders. Feng Lai stared at the countless heads of his kin atop the Undead Beast King. Humiliation flickered in his eyes, but he gritted his teeth and suppressed his anger to restrain everyone. Although the Stormwing clan has regained the approval of the Revelation, however, compared to the level 18 Undead Beast King, their strength is still vastly different. Owner, the Beast King of the Dead was taken aback, then burst into mocking laughter. I knew you guys smelled weird. Turns out you scraggly birds have pledged allegiance to an evolved being who's only been in the Revelation Online world for 5 days. He laughed wildly, his words filled with disdain. Ha! You actually pin your hopes on a trashy newcomer like this? How utterly ridiculous. The laughter of the Undead Beast King served as a signal. The The tens of thousands of undead on the island grinned, emitting chilling laughter. Hee. Faced with this overwhelming ridicule, a cold glint flashed in Yunting's eyes, and he roared angrily. You scoundrel! How dare you disrespect your master? Immediately, he suddenly stretched out his body, waving hands. The internal energy surged like a tidal wave, instantly transforming into a violent storm. Rank a skill, Skystorm. Yunting's palm was loosely clenched. The power of the storm rapidly gathered. It transformed into a tornado, sweeping towards the king of the dead with destructive force. How dare you lowly rats insult the majesty of your master? Die! Yunting roared, his figure moving with the storm. Like the Lord of the Storm, riding this destructive power, they charged straight at the king of the dead souls. Call! The storm was like an angry dragon emerging from the sea. Wherever it passed, the air was torn apart, emitting a sharp howl. The undead surrounding the Beast King were caught off guard. They were instantly swept up by the storm. The power of the storm raged wildly. Like a sharp meat grinder, it instantly tore the undead to pieces. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and the sound of bones breaking echoed all around. Snap! Snap! The bodies of the dead were instantly torn apart in the storm, turning into countless flying debris. However, faced with the terrifying storm, the Beast King of the dead remained unfazed, letting out a disdainful snort. A-level skill? Among you bunch of scruffy birds, finally there's one that catches my eye. Before the words were finished, the massive body of the undead Beast King trembled slightly. The giant mouth opened. Roar! A deafening roar, as loud as thunder, erupted. The roar contained boundless pressure and power, instantly clashing with the storm unleashed by Yunting. The storm seemed to have encountered an irresistible force. In an instant, it shattered into pieces and vanished without a trace. Yunting, who was controlling the storm, suffered a backlash. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his face turned deathly pale. Yunting, hang in there. The winged people around quickly reached out and supported Yunting, who was staggering and about to fall. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. Yunting, as a prodigy of the Stormwing clan, A-level storm attack unleashed at full power. It was easily destroyed by the undead Beast King's gentle roar. This undead Beast King, just how terrifying is their strength? Far away, on the hyena, Wilderness put down his binoculars. A disdainful sneer curled at the corner of his lips. They're really courting death. An 18th tier undead Beast King is incredibly powerful. Even our hyena pirate crew wouldn't dare to provoke it lightly. It's laughable that a mere 11th tier winged human dares to attack the undead Beast King. Inuo the Tail interjected upon hearing this. Captain, won't all those winged people die on the burial island soon? Then we won't be able to find those evolved beings from them. Don't worry, these winged people may not be good at fighting, but they are good at escaping. After all, they can fly, so one or two should be able to escape. Wilderness smiled confidently. Judging from the usual behavior of these winged people, they'll probably make their escape soon. Huh? Captain, why do they not seem to be planning to leave? Are they waiting for reinforcements? Wilderness glared at Dogtail. Reinforcements? Where are the reinforcements around here? Could they possibly rely on those evolved humans who only arrived 5 days ago? The following is a longer update. Readers may skip it at their discretion. Lu Chen's latest panel. Name, Lu Chen Cursed. Level, 9, 5.2/16W. Job title, Inspector, Level 1, 1500/10,000. Faction, Netherworld, Sea Pirates, Level 1, Leader. Subordinate race, 1-to-1 Stormwing. Evolution points, 0. Death energy, 0. Contribution points, 0. Strength, 677. Agility, 714. Constitution, 640. Perception, 668. Free attribute points, 0. Talent. Level A. Necromania, Spatial Manipulation. Tier B. Undying Curse, Petrifying Gaze, Mountain Power, 0.25%. On my OG, Blood Feast, Steel Bones, 0.25%. Power Resonance, 20%. Speed Resonance, 8%. Perception Resonance, 12%. Grade C. Plant Affinity, 50%. Poison Control, 75%. Flame Control, 62%. Ice Control, 65%. Lightning Control, 35%. Olfactory Ability, 50%. Visual Ability, 14%. Auditory Ability, 95%. Skill 1. Summon Kraken Statue, God Tier Skill. Summons a fully evolved Kraken statue to fight. After use, this skill will enter a long cooldown period. Any enemy who corners you will face the greatest fear of their life. Skill 2. Windbreaker, Overseer exclusive. The moment the opponent sees this move, they will experience what true despair is. Skill 3. Corpse Explosion, Rank A. An extremely cruel necromancy skill that causes corpses or undead creatures to self-destruct, releasing a devastating explosion that inflicts massive damage on enemies. The fear surrounding necromancy skills is well-deserved. They are simply too brutal. Skill 4. Poseidon's Blessing, Rank C. You have been granted the breath of the deep sea, greatly extending your breath-holding time underwater. Wow, now you don't need equipment for diving. But be careful, you're not a fish. You'll still drown if you stay underwater too long. Skill 5. Teleportation, Rank A. You can transcend spatial limitations and instantly teleport to any location within your line of sight. Whether attacking or escaping, this skill will make you feel like a fish in water. A great skill. Everyone who's used it raves about it. It just consumes a bit of mental energy, so be careful with your consumption. Ship, Basic Slingshot Sailboat, the Ghost. Overall Combat Strength Assessment. Unable to assess. For the inspectors, realms are a joke. Anyone who relies on realm to fight an inspector will die a horrible death. Chapter 117 One Punch Man. Just as Ergo was talking, the Stormwing clan members, who had previously been filled with shock and unease, were now. Suddenly, they all bowed deeply in unison. They shouted in unison, "Greetings, Master. Owner? Could it be those evolved beings?" Wilderness's gaze followed the direction in which the winged people bowed. A single-masted sailing ship could be seen appearing and disappearing in the black fog. At the bow, a handsome young man stood tall like a pine tree. An evolved being. "Captain, look. That evolved being is actually an ally of these winged people." The dog pointed at the handsome young man, its face full of surprise. Wilderness shook his head. What kind of bullshit help is this? When he sees the undead Beast King later, he'll probably run away with his tail between his legs. Even we don't dare set foot on Burial Island and fight the undead Beast King. What can a mere 9th tier evolver do? A glint of greed flashed in Inu's eyes. Then, why don't we take advantage of his escape to capture him and force him to reveal the location of the evolved being's settlement? Upon hearing this, Wilderness and Dogtail exchanged a smile. Ha ha ha. Ergo seemed to have already foreseen that wonderful scene. Wow, being able to fly is so convenient. These birdmen are really fast. Jack looked up at the winged beings bowing in the sky, then sniffed sharply. An excited expression appeared on his face. "Captain, the aura of death is so strong. There must be a lot of undead on the island ahead." "Yes, this is it." Luchin nodded calmly. "Because I have already received a notification from Revelation Online. Ding. You have detected a dangerous area, Funeral Island. Reminder, Corpse Island is a habitat for undead creatures. It is recommended that teams of 500 or more Tier 15 evolved beings explore it." Looking at the prompt from Revelation Online, Luchin raised an eyebrow slightly. Is it recommended that at least 500 Tier 15 evolvers be required to explore this area? This is the first time that Revelation Online has set such a large number of evolved beings as the requirement for exploring this location. It seems that this Burial Island is indeed extraordinary. But just what I wanted. A fighting spirit flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. Having just received an epic upgrade, I was worried about not finding any monsters to test my strength. "Master, Corpse Burial Island is just ahead," Feng Lai said respectfully to Lu Chen. "The island is inhabited by an 18th tier undead Beast King, and nearly 10,000 undead of 10th tier or higher." Lu Chen nodded slightly. His gaze then fell on Feng Lai's back. Yun Ting, whose face was pale, whose breathing was disordered, and whose mouth still had blood on it, was covered in blood. His brow furrowed slightly. "Are you injured?" Upon seeing this, Yun Ting quickly lowered his head. He said shamefully, "Yun Ting's strength is insufficient. He failed to defeat the undead Beast King and has disgraced his master." Lu Chen did not speak. Instead, they turned their attention to the enormous creature on the island. A slight, cold smile curled at the corners of his lips. "Who dares to hurt my people?" The undead Beast King also caught a glimpse of the Stormwing clan's salute. At the same time, they noticed the black ship approaching Corpse Island and the sinking bodies on it. Its ferocious face was full of disdain. "You're the evolved being these winged creatures serve? And you're only at the 9th rank." It scanned the winged beings bowing in the sky. His disdain became increasingly obvious. "Your Stormwing clan is getting worse and worse, actually bowing down to a 9th tier evolved being. Haha, how utterly laughable." However, the Beast King's maniacal laughter had not yet subsided when. But then he suddenly realized. The dark-eyed youth who was just a moment ago on the black ship. It appeared before my eyes in an instant. A pair of deep, star-like eyes, gleaming with a chilling light, were staring at him. Ha ha. The laughter of the undead beast king abruptly stopped. No. What's going on? That distance just now. Even if it's flying, it will take a while. How did it suddenly appear in front of me? However, before he could even react, then, a blinding red light burst forth from Lu Chen's body. Rank B talent, power resonance. Strength increased 5-fold. The power of a mountain condensed on his right fist, encased in incredibly hard rock. Rank B talent, mountain power. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed, and he moved suddenly. A punch was thrown out like a cannonball. Call. This punch, swift as lightning, heavy as a mountain. With overwhelming force, it struck directly at the enormous head of the undead beast king. The sneer on the face of the undead beast king had not yet faded. A sharp gust of wind, like a sudden storm, rushed straight at his face. The force of the punch was like a blade, cutting its face painfully. The beast king's pupils constricted sharply. I was utterly terrified. Is this the power that a 9th-level cultivator could possibly possess? In the midst of the chaos, it only had time to rush the death energy within its body to its head in an attempt to strengthen its defenses. However, it was completely useless. Boom! The rocky fist collided violently with the head, producing a deafening roar. The ferocious face of the undead beast king vanished under Lu Chen's punch. Instantly distorted. Then it shattered. The giant was like a watermelon struck by a boulder. It exploded with a bang. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Brains flew everywhere. The scene was horrific. The undead beast king's mountain-like body. He was suddenly blasted away by the immense force of the fist. It slammed violently into the mountain of corpses behind it. Fragments of bone and debris then scattered in all directions. Boom! The mountain of corpses slowly collapsed. A cloud of dust was stirred up. However, the scene fell into a deathly silence. Whether it's the Stormwing clan in the sky or the undead on the burial isle, everyone was stunned. In the distance, Wilderness and Dogtail are laughing triumphantly. Upon seeing this scene, the laughter stopped abruptly, stuck in his throat. What's going on? I only blinked, and the Beast King's head is gone. The Wilderness stared at the undead Beast King buried under a mountain of corpses. His mouth was wide open. He rubbed his eyes frantically with both hands. I must have seen it wrong. I just saw it. A 9th-rank kid. From such a long distance. It appeared in front of the undead Beast King in an instant. Then, a punch. They smashed the head of the undead Beast King to pieces. That's a level 18 boss. How is that possible? Has the world gone mad? A level 9 human can instantly kill a level 18 boss. And he's only one-armed. Are you kidding me? Is it over? Yin Ting's eyes widened, his voice trembling. The undead Beast King could severely injure him and knock him to the ground with just a gentle roar. And the master? My master's level of cultivation is clearly lower than mine. But he killed him with a single punch. As expected of my master, Yin Ting. So amazing. There shouldn't be any trace of the undead Beast King still lingering. The prophet Feng Lai, standing to the side, was also filled with shock. Although it didn't kill instantly. But the power of that casual punch thrown by the master was astonishing. You should know, the undead Beast King is a level 18 boss. Its strength and physique, they are all at least above 2,000 points. 2,000 points. The owner, however, could easily crush it. Could it be? As Feng Lai's thoughts reached this point, he couldn't help but tremble. Has the master's power already exceeded 2,000 points? Chapter 118. This guy got a head transplant. Did he also lose his brain? Thinking of this, Feng Lai was deeply shocked. The master is currently only at level 9. Its attributes are already enough to overwhelm a level 18 boss. After that day, if the master advances to level 18, how terrifying will that be? Thinking of this, Feng Lai was overjoyed. He only pledged allegiance to Lu Chun in order to escape his status as a descendant of the fallen families. But at this moment, he realized more and more clearly that Lu Chun, the observer of Blue Star, the talent they possess is absolutely extraordinary. Feng Lai stared intently at Lu Chun, his eyes gleaming with intense light. Perhaps, Master can truly help us today to reclaim the Stormwing clan's sacred artifact on this undead-ravaged island of corpses. Captain, wait for me. When did you learn to teleport? Jack, panting, caught up with Lu Chun. Out of breath. However, we finally made it. But to their astonishment, they discovered that the arrogant and domineering Beast King from just moments ago. At this moment, the body and head have been separated. He muttered to himself, "Holy crap, the captain is getting more and more powerful. He can even kill an 18th tier boss in one hit. I'd believe you if you told me he could kill an executioner with one punch now. Luchin stood still. The red light on his body gradually dissipated. Teleportation truly lives up to its A-rank status, although it has no offensive capabilities. However, it played a crucial role in the battle. Just now, he suddenly teleported to the front of the undead Beast King. Caught off guard, he was struck by a punch that contained 3,385 points of his own power. It suffered a severe blow. However, Luchin also knew that the undead Beast King was a tier 18 boss. It won't be solved so easily. So, Luchin opened the attribute panel of the undead Beast King. Undead Beast King, boss level creature. Characteristics: no fatal weaknesses, highly intelligent, can merge with corpses, tyrannical, commands the undead, extremely averse to living beings. Talent: necromancy, rank A, allows the user to fuse with the corpses of other creatures to gain greater power and special abilities. Skill 1, netherworld tier, rank B. The undead Beast King uses its claws, fused with the limbs of various undead creatures, to easily tear through the enemy's defenses, inflicting fatal damage. Whoever it grabs dies. Don't believe it? Try it. Skill 2, Soul Impact, rank A. The Soul Beast King gathers dark energy within its body and releases a soul impact. This impact contains the resentment of undead creatures, causing immense damage to their souls. Don't rely on your strong defense to tank this attack. It can destroy your soul. Combat Power Assessment, Tier 18 Boss, a terrifying existence capable of making the ocean tremble. Also, don't think that dealing with it alone will suffice. Otherwise, you will experience true despair in the Sea of the Dead. After seeing the panel, Luchin narrowed his eyes slightly. No fatal weaknesses. Really, this thing won't die even without its head. However, Luchin did not rush to finish off the enemy. Now my strength has greatly improved. We need an enemy. Test your talents and hone your strength. Boom. Boom. Really, accompanied by a deafening roar that shook the earth. The mountain of corpses began to tremble violently. It was as if an unstoppable force was breaking free from it. The enormous headless body of the undead Beast King. Like a colossal beast awakening from the abyss, it slowly broke free from the mountain of corpses. Each step was accompanied by a violent tremor of the ground. Its arms suddenly stretched out, gripping the head of a subdragon lying on the ground nearby, which had been dead for some time. The subdragon was enormous, its eyes tightly closed. The rotting flesh emitted a nauseating stench. However, faced with the irresistible power of the undead king, the dragon's head was forcibly ripped off. Rotten flesh splattered, and dried blood stained the surrounding bones red. Then, something astonishing happened. The Beast King of the Dead raised the head of the dragon high. It was installed on his own body in an almost cruel way. With a chilling sound of bones grinding together, the head settled firmly into place. As the dragon's head was placed, the dragon's eyes, which had been dull and lifeless, suddenly opened strangely. An eerie, ghostly light flickered in his eyes. Like two burning ghostly flames, they exuded endless violence and resentment. Roar! You bastard, you're asking for it. The Beast King of the Dead let out a deafening roar. Those newly installed dragon eyes. He stared fiercely at Luchin, as if he wanted to devour him alive. As the King of Burial Island, it commands thousands of dead souls. The Beast King of the Dead had never been provoked like this before. Today, this ant-like being dared to ambush me. That's absolutely unforgivable. Unforgivable. Holy crap, this works? This dragon is practically rotten to dust, and it can still be fused. Jack's eyes widened, his face showing disgust. I thought my body covered in rotting flesh was disgusting enough. Unexpectedly, this undead Beast King was even more disgusting to the extreme. They can even make use of such a rotten head. Upon witnessing the sudden attack of the undead Beast King, Wilderness and Dogtail on the hyena breathed a sigh of relief. I knew it. The undead Beast King is such an existence. How could it be instantly killed by that 9th-tier human? The dog patted its chest, a gesture tinged with relief. The Beast King of the Undead must have been careless just now, which is why that human was able to launch a sneak attack. Now the Beast King of the Undead is angry, and I'll see how that human will get out of this mess. Wilderness and Dogtail can accept that the undead Beast King is stronger than them. After all, the undead Beast King is a top-tier 18th-tier boss with unfathomable strength. But they couldn't accept it. A newcomer to the world of Revelation Online, a mere 9th-rank human, is stronger than them. After decades of arduous training, they barely managed to reach the 15th rank. Now, but someone told them that someone had surpassed them after only 5 days of training. This feeling is worse than killing them. Moreover, if this human is truly so powerful, how can they then continue to follow the clues and hunt down those evolved beings? Once the undead Beast King equips itself with the dragon's head, it will gain some of the dragon's power, greatly increasing its strength. Humans will surely die then. Dogtail gazed at the ferocious undead Beast King in the distance. A sly smile curled at the corner of his lips. Go ahead and hit them, the harder the better. That way, we hyena pirates can take advantage of the situation. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, some surprised, some delighted, the Beast King of the Dead suddenly opened its enormous dragon mouth wide. Immediately afterwards, a blazing fire, as hot as surging magma. It erupted with earth-shattering power, sweeping across the surrounding area. This flame was no longer an ordinary flame. It is hot enough to melt steel and distort the air. Wherever it passed, the space seemed to be scorched and distorted, crackling and popping. However, this chilling attack was not directed at Lu Chun. Instead, it suddenly lunged at the undead minions beside it. Call! Flames raged. Like a raging beast, it instantly engulfed more than a dozen undead. The spirits, consumed by the flames, let out piercing screams. Its form rapidly dissolved, turning into wisps of black smoke that vanished without a trace, a scene both terrifying and awe-inspiring. This guy got a rotten head, so did his brain rot too. Jack stared wide-eyed at Lu Chun in disbelief and asked blankly. No. The undead Beast King struck an incredibly arrogant pose. The result was that they immediately turned on their own people and killed them. Is this a joke? Lu Chun watched as the undead Beast King was frantically slaughtering the undead. A meaningful smile curled at the corner of his lips. Really, the visual, auditory, and olfactory supernatural abilities, which have evolved to sea level, are activated simultaneously. It's enough to confuse the enemy so much that they can't distinguish friend from foe. Chapter 119 Sea of Bones and Forest of Corpses. Boss, it's us. Oh. The surrounding spirits cried out and frantically tried to dodge. They were puzzled as to why their leader suddenly attacked his own men like a mad beast. In the eyes of the undead Beast King, Lu Chun leaped and darted through the hellfire. The shouts of its subordinates, when they reached its ears, turned into Lu Chun's screams of agony. Even its smell was no different from Lu Chun's, an illusion created by the interplay of sight, hearing, and smell. Unbeknownst to the Beast King of the Dead, he was slaughtering his own minions. Ha ha, human, today I will make you taste the bitterness of regret. After speaking, its thick claws swung down suddenly, slamming the head of a level 16 zombie to the ground. Die, boss, I'm your subordinate. The zombie howled in despair. The immense force erupted instantly. Blood and flesh splattered as the head of the level 16 zombie was crushed by the undead Beast King's stomp. The struggle came to an abrupt end. This texture is not right. The king of undead beasts raised its paw in confusion. The sensation just now was not like the delicate skin of a human, but rather like the rough, hard skin of a zombie. Could it be? The Beast King of the Dead felt a chill run down his spine. He quickly shook his head. The scene before my eyes changed abruptly. The surroundings were littered with the remains of his men. And that human was standing in front of him, staring at him as if he were a clown. You bastard. It was you who did this. The Beast King of the Dead finally realized his mistake. He realized that he had just killed only his own men. This made its already boiling anger even more intense. This despicable human dares to mock me like this. I will tear him to pieces. However, despite their burning anger, the Beast King of the Dead did not dare to attack rashly again. Its gaze shifted to Lu Chun, its eyes filled with apprehension. This human is truly bizarre. Not only can he unleash astonishing power in an instant, but it also possesses a bizarre ability to distort the perception of others. This prevented it from acting rashly. Wow, Captain, how did you manage to walk this undead Beast King like a dog? Jack, full of curiosity, leaned closer and asked. It's very simple. Lu Chun glanced at Jack lightly. Then he flicked his finger lightly, making a snapping sound. In an instant, in Jack's eyes, Lu Chun's image had undergone a complete transformation. She transformed into an unparalleled beauty, her red lips parted slightly, and her voice was melodious and captivating. Because when a support-type talent is upgraded to a higher level, it can interfere with the enemy's perception. Visual supernatural abilities allow enemies to see illusory scenes. The supernatural sense of smell allows enemies to detect illusory scents. The ability to hear sounds allows the enemy to hear false noises. These three sensory interferences work simultaneously, weaving together an invisible net that traps the enemy within, making it difficult to distinguish between truth and falsehood. Holy crap! Jack was dumbfounded. It took him a while to come to his senses, and he stammered. Captain, your methods are simply too incredible. It would be easier to deal with if only one sense was interfered with, but you have manipulated sight, hearing, and smell at will. Even the most powerful enemy would be in trouble if they were not careful. Ouch! You bastards! How dare you chat in front of me? The Beast King's eyes were bloodshot. He stared intently at Lu Chun, gritting his teeth and roaring. Human, I admit, you do have some tricks up your sleeve. But this burial island is the territory of my undead race. Today, I will make you perish in the endless sea of bones. Before the words were finished, the Beast King of the Dead suddenly roared to the sky. Roar! The sound was deafening, as if it could pierce through the clouds and reach the netherworld. With its roar, the entire island seemed to tremble. The ground began to tremble slightly, as if some long-dormant power was being awakened. Immediately afterwards, a series of dense and eerie sounds of bones grinding together quietly began. The sound was initially faint, but it quickly coalesced into an unstoppable torrent, echoing all around. Sudden snap! A skeletal arm burst forth from the ground. Then came the second one, the third one. Crack, crack, crack. Hundreds and thousands of skeletal arms sprouted up like mushrooms after rain. As the skeletal arms continued to emerge, a large number of undead crawled out from the depths of the earth. They varied in shape. Some were incomplete, while others retained their appearance from when they were alive. Without exception, they all exuded a chilling aura of death. Tens of thousands of undead had empty eyes and emitted low, guttural growls. Densely packed, like a sea of the dead, they had already completely surrounded Lu Chun and Jack. Upon seeing this, the Beast King of the Dead burst into triumphant laughter. Ha ha ha, you ant. Faced with this endless sea of bones, your methods that can affect perception are utterly useless. Today, you are destined to perish in this boundless sea of the dead. Above the sky, the Stormwing clan members gazed at the vast, white sea of bones on Burial Island. His expression instantly turned ashen. Damn it, there are over 20,000 undead, and all of them are at least at the 10th rank. Yuan clenched her fists, covering her red lips, her eyes filled with horror. A full 20,000 dead souls. A number that is almost suffocating. Feng Lai's gaze sharpened as he scanned the sea of bones below. My heart is heavy. The situation he least wanted to see finally came to pass. I thought the number of undead on the Burial Island would decrease. Unexpectedly, the number increased instead of decreasing. However, since things have come to this point, the Stormwing clan had no other choice but to retreat. If Lu Chun perishes in this battle, the Stormwing clan will also perish with him. Thinking of this, Feng Lai surveyed his tribesmen, his voice low and firm. Everyone, prepare for battle. In the future, no matter life or death, we must fight with all our might. As long as one member of my Stormwing clan survives, we must never let our master die. Yes. The winged people responded in unison, their eyes gleaming with determination. Despite the Stormwing's ability to fly, but facing enemies 100 times larger than themselves of the same level, this battle will undoubtedly be extremely difficult. Every moment will be a life or death struggle. It's appeared. The corpse burial island, the bone sea, the corpse forest. The dog's tail widened its eyes, staring intently at the burial island before him. Now completely white with bones, fear spread through his eyes. Tens of thousands of skeletons, densely packed, covering the sky and the earth. Even if a super strong expert of level 30 or above were to come, they will probably be ground to death by this endless torrent of the dead. Wilderness gazed at Lu Chun, who was trapped in the sea of the dead. A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips, and he couldn't help but shake his head. TSK. This human evolver is indeed quite capable. However, he is too arrogant and conceited, and doesn't know his own limitations. Don't even think about attacking Corpse Island without 1,000 elite troops. As he spoke, Huanya abruptly waved his hand and decisively gave the order. This human is dead. We no longer need to hide our whereabouts. Raise the sails, all ships, and head towards Corpse Island. In the chaos, capture a few winged people and find out where the evolved humans are gathering. Yes, Captain. Chapter 120 Corpse Burial Island changes hands. However, faced with this endless sea of bones and forests of corpses, Lu Chun and Jack both looked relaxed and showed no fear. Jack caught a glimpse of the smug look on the Beast King's face. I couldn't help but scoff. TSK, little guy, If other races were this size, we might really have to avoid their sharp edge for the time being. But as for undead creatures, no matter how many come, they're just food for the captain. Having said that, the oppressive aura emanating from Lu Chun when his necromancy talent evolved to ill-level resurfaced in Jack's mind. That was clearly the aura unique to those in high positions. I almost knelt down at that moment. The captain's status in the underworld in his previous life was definitely not simple. With only a mere 10 or 20,000 dead souls before them, they also wanted to pose a threat to the captain. Oh, ridiculous. Under Jack's mocking gaze, the beast king of the dead let out a deafening roar. The sea of bones and forest of corpses formed by the undead army roared and pounced on Lu Chun and Jack. Undead, skeleton warrior. Characteristics: insensitive to pain, grows stronger with each battle, low intelligence, hates all living beings. Talent: none. Skills: none. Combat strength assessment: Tier 10, the most common, yet most terrifying, skeleton warriors. While individual skeletons are not particularly strong, their endless numbers are enough to plunge enemies into despair. A level 10 undead? Interesting. Looking at the densely packed, grotesque army of undead, Lu Chun's lips curled up slightly. In this place teeming with death energy, your necromancy talents and skills will definitely be greatly enhanced. Thinking of this, Lu Chun flicked his right hand lightly. It made a crisp snap sound. As the fingers snapped, the skeleton warrior at the very front, the movement suddenly stopped. Immediately afterwards, the death energy within his body suddenly erupted. Boom! With a roar, the skeleton warrior's body seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force, and it exploded with a deafening roar. It instantly created a crater 10 meters in diameter. Dust and bone fragments flew everywhere. The force of the explosion was like a surging wave, instantly engulfing dozens of undead in the surrounding area. Their fragile skeletons were no match for the explosion, and they were all blasted to pieces, turning into bone fragments scattered everywhere. The edge of the pit, soil and gravel were blasted high into the air and then fell heavily back down, raising a cloud of dust. However, but this is only the beginning. Boom, 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 boom. Accompanied by an increasing number of explosions, like firecrackers going off. Countless charging skeleton warriors suddenly self-destructed without warning. The death energy within them erupted instantly, blasting all their companions within a 10-meter radius into dust. Flesh and bones turned into primordial dust, permeating the entire sky above the burial island. In a short time, the island of corpses seemed to have transformed into a living hell. The explosions were deafening, one after another. Bone dust and grime from countless explosions mingled together, turning the entire island into a blanket of white snow. The air was thick with the smell of death. Rank a skill, corpse explosion. Watching the sudden, earth-shattering explosion unfold before their eyes, the Beast King's smile froze instantly. After a moment of stunned silence, it roared in utter astonishment. Corpse explosion. You actually used corpse explosion. How is this possible? Corpse explosion. That's an A-rank skill that only a mysterious necromancer could wield. How could a mere 9th-level human master this? Could it be? The Beast King of the Dead's mind raced. His pupils suddenly contracted. Could it be that this human has awakened an A-level necromancy talent? As if to confirm his conjecture, the land subsidence at the center of the explosion. He suddenly raised his right hand. A cold glint flashed in his dark eyes. You ants, how dare you be so insolent before me? Immediately afterwards, a black aura erupted from Lu Chun's body. It spread rapidly in all directions. Rank a talent. Necromancer's control activated. At that moment, Lu Chun suddenly had a brilliant idea. Since corpse explosion can affect undead that are not under one's control. So, what about the control of the undead? Whether they can wrest control of this undead legion from the Beast King of Souls remains to be seen. The undead Beast King possesses an A-rank undead talent. I possess the same qualities. Why not give it a try? As the black halo swept in an instant, the originally ferocious skeleton army. His steps suddenly stopped. A look of confusion appeared on his face. Immediately afterwards, snap! The bone spear slipped from the hand of a skeleton warrior. Suddenly, he knelt down on one knee before Lu Chun. Subsequently, like a domino effect, countless dead souls. They all knelt down, kneel, and bow to Lu Chun. It was as if they were paying homage to their monarch. You bastards! What are you doing? I order you to kill him. Kill this human. An uncontrollable look of terror flashed in the eyes of the undead Beast King. He roared furiously. How is that possible? This human actually possesses A-level undead talent. And his power over the dead. It's even stronger than me. How is that possible? He was just a level 9 human. How could your power over the dead surpass mine? I'm a level 18 undead boss. Lu Chen stared at the hysterically roaring beast king of the dead. A hint of amusement flashed in his eyes. It actually worked. It seems my expertise in necromancy is indeed incredibly powerful. The undead army that the beast king of the undead spent hundreds of years painstakingly building. But it was easily snatched away by me with a mere wave of my hand. Cool. A slow, gentle smile curved Lu Chen's lips. The tone was indifferent. King of the undead, it seems that your control over the undead is not as good as mine. Then you can die. As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, the kneeling undead legion seemed to have received an order. He slowly got up. They turned their empty and terrifying gazes toward their former master, the undead beast king. Upon seeing this scene, the roar of the undead beast king abruptly ceased. A few words were squeezed out of his throat. No way. However, the scene that followed made it feel like it had fallen into an ice cellar. Roar. Countless skeleton warriors let out deafening roars. Turn around instantly. They surged toward the king of the dead souls like a tidal wave. At this moment, Corpse Burial Island has changed hands. Looking down at the terrifying ocean of undead, the Stormwing clan members in the sky looked at each other in bewilderment. They could see the disbelief in each other's eyes. So, the undead legion below, is it now the masters? Feng Lai's voice trembled slightly. His face was filled with shock. Just now, he had prepared himself for a fight to the death. However, before he could even make a move, the master then gently waved his arm. Instantly, countless undead self-destructed. Hundreds and thousands of skeletons were blown to bits. But this is just the beginning. The master's body trembled. The tens of thousands of dead at the scene. They obeyed their master's commands in unison. They've rebelled. That's a full 20,000 level 10 undead. Such terrifying power. Yet, with a mere wave of its master's hand, it bowed down and submitted. Oh my god. Who exactly is the master? How could someone be so monstrous? Yun Ting gazed down at Lu Chen, who stood as firm as a pine tree. His eyes burned with a fervent flame of worship. I knew it. How could these little undead on Burial Island possibly be a match for my master? Chapter 121, The Utterly Frustrated Beast King of the Dead. You brainless pigs. You deserve to die. The Beast King of the Dead roared. Its body, pieced together from countless decaying corpses. Suddenly, a giant tail, composed of countless interwoven white bone arms, suddenly appeared. Call. With a sudden lash, its massive tail swept across the area. It instantly smashed dozens of undead that rushed towards it in half. But the surrounding skeletons showed no fear, surging forward like a raging tide. They pounced suddenly. He tightly embraced the rotting body of the undead beast king. Lu Chen witnessed this scene. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Next, I'll let you taste the true power of the undead on Corpse Burial Island. As Lu Chen finished speaking, the undead clinging to the body of the beast king of souls all grinned, revealing their hideous maws. The flames of the soul in his mind leaped wildly. The death energy within the body surged violently like a flood bursting its banks. The beast king of the dead witnessed this scene. His pupils constricted sharply, becoming as thin as needles. It's over. Before the words were finished. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the undead surrounding the beast king exploded one by one like ignited explosives. At the epicenter of the explosion, a brilliant light shone. It was as if the sun had fallen to earth. The scorching heat wave rolled and boiled, instantly turning everything around into dust. A terrifying shockwave, like a raging giant wave, spread wildly from the point of explosion. It swept across every inch of the burial island, turning the piles of corpses on the island upside down. Trees were uprooted, and pebbles flew through the air. When this devastating shockwave struck the sea surface, the seawater seemed to be violently slapped by an invisible giant hand, stirring up towering waves that blotted out the sky. Giant waves rolled and surged into the distance, carrying the aftershocks of the explosion. Terrifying ripples spread across the sea surface. It was as if even the ocean trembled, witnessing this horrific explosion. At the epicenter of the explosion, a giant pit, tens of meters deep, was clearly visible. The enormous, undead beast king. Now, there was no trace of their remains. They had vanished without a trace. Huh? They just got blown up like that? That's no fun. Jack curled his lip in disdain. I've fought so many bosses with the captain. This undead beast king is the worst. It's not exciting at all. However, The instant Jack finished speaking, a strange, dark aura suddenly surged and churned behind Lu Chun. In an instant, an energy containing the endless resentment of undead creatures swept towards Lu Chun like a violent storm. That's the Undead Beast King's A-rank skill, Undead Impact. The shadowy figure rippled slightly. It then slowly condensed, transforming into a humanoid outline. It was the true form of the Undead Beast King that was manifesting. It is inherently a collection of the resentment of the deceased. Its enormous body was merely an outer shell used to enhance its combat power. Caught off guard, Lu Chun was struck hard by the impact of the vengeful spirits. His face turned deathly pale in an instant. He slowly turned around, his trembling finger pointing at the king of the dead. His eyes were filled with disbelief. You weren't dead? How could you? Before he could finish speaking, Lu Chun suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. His eyes gradually dimmed and lost their light. That's a sign that the soul is gradually dissipating. Ha 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 ha. Human, did you really think your attack could harm me? That was nothing more than a shell I made from a pile of corpses. The Beast King of the Dead caught a glimpse of Lu Chun's disheveled appearance. He tilted his head back and laughed triumphantly. This human was incredibly gifted. But so what? Now he's still dead at my hands. Next, if I were to seize his body, my strength would surely increase by leaps and bounds. Ha 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 ha. The Beast King of the Dead was filled with uncontrollable elation. However, at this very moment, the Beast King of the Dead noticed that Jack and the Stormwings of Skyrim. They all looked at him with an expression as if he were an idiot. Your master is dead. How can you not grieve? The Beast King frowned and questioned. Grief? Why don't you take a look at what you're doing? Is attacking the air really that interesting? Jack looked at the undead Beast King before him, a flicker of pity crossing his eyes. That's terrible. This undead Beast King is, after all, a boss-level undead overlord. It governs tens of thousands of dead souls. Now that we've met the captain, not only were all his men taken under the captain's command, he himself was made to look like a fool by the captain. Oh, how tragic. Luckily, I was quick-witted when I met the captain. He resolutely pledged allegiance to the captain. Hey, I, Jack, am so smart. Attack the air? An ominous premonition welled up in the heart of the Beast King of the Dead. Did I just get fooled by that human's illusion again? Impossible. I have been cautious enough. How could a human's reaction be so sharp? However, as the Beast King of the Dead shook his head vigorously, Lu Chun was nowhere to be seen. My senses were being disturbed once again. The Beast King of the Dead felt a chill run down his spine. He turned around in a hurry. Lu Chun was standing right behind him. The black battle blade in his hand was gleaming with an eerie green light. This is impossible. My actions were so secretive. How did you manage to find out? This is absolutely impossible. The Beast King of the Undead roared with uncontrollable rage, its eyes wide open. Instantly, a monstrous dark energy surged around it, as if it were about to devour the entire space. In an instant, he sprang up, his arms swinging wildly. A chilling, ghostly power coalesced, transforming into a jet-black claw that, with the force to tear through space, fiercely ripped towards Lu Chun. Rank B skill Netherworld tier. Wherever the Netherworld tore through, the space seemed to have been ripped open, revealing endless nothingness and darkness behind it. Wherever the claws reach, even the air seemed to screech as it was cut, as if even light could not escape its sharpness. Faced with the unstoppable attack of the Undead Beast King, Lu Chun's expression remained unchanged, without the slightest movement. The power within his body surged, like the roar of a dragon and the howl of a tiger. Suddenly, a bright light shone from the black blade in his right hand. Suddenly, with a swing of his arm, break wind. In an instant, a dazzling blade of light shot out from the tip of the heart-eating blade, like a dragon soaring across the seas, carrying the power to tear apart all things. It crashed head-on into the netherworld tearing force of the Undead Beast King. Boom! A deafening roar. The windbreaker and the netherworld clashed and tore at each other in midair. The light shone brightly, and the sound was like thunder. Like stars falling, the heavens and earth trembled. But the netherworld tier, which the Undead Beast King had gathered with all its might, it shattered in just a moment. The blade's edge swept away autumn leaves like a whirlwind, its momentum unstoppable. In an instant, it tore the netherworld apart and crushed it into dust. The space itself seemed to be cleaved apart by this attack. The blade's edge still retained its power, and it continued its charge. Like an unstoppable arrow, it aimed straight at the King of the Dead. The Beast King of the Dead's eyes widened, filled with horror and disbelief. This is impossible. You're only level 9. How can your attack be so powerful? What level of skill is this? This is impossible. It wanted to hide, but it was too late. They could only watch helplessly as the dazzling blade of light approached. Chapter 122. Encountering a fellow traveler? Cut. Lu Chun let out a low roar. The heart-eating blade, carrying boundless killing intent, slashed down in an instant. The blade's edge gleamed like a rainbow, invincible and unstoppable. It instantly pierced through the resentful body of the undead Beast King. It cleaved its enormous shadow in two. No, this is impossible. I'm not reconciled. The Beast King of the dead howled and vanished under the blade's edge, ultimately turning into nothingness. Lu Chun, wielding the corrosive heartblade, stood firm in place, surrounded by swirling blade light. His eyes were cold and deep. It felt as if a perfectly easy hunt had just ended. Hurry! Full speed ahead, charge! Wilderness's eyes gleamed with greed as he loudly commanded his crew. Behind them, a dozen or so kobold pirates strained to pull the ropes of the sails. The hyena cleaved through the waves. They bravely charged out of the mist and headed straight for Burial Island. However, just when the wilderness was full of ambition, the dog-tailed creature beside him suddenly seemed to have seen a ghost. His trembling finger pointed to the Burial Island. He stammered, Captain, it's over." Wilderness was currently crouching down, inspecting the grappling hook crossbow, and glanced impatiently at Dogtail. Faced with more than 20,000 undead, isn't it normal for humans to be hacked to death? What are you making such a fuss about? We'll just need to catch one Birdman later. No, Captain, you look. Dogtail was so anxious he was almost crying, and he could barely speak. What's the big deal? Wilderness glared at Dogtail, slowly stood up, and turned his gaze toward the corpse burial island ahead. Upon closer inspection, clang! The grappling hook crossbow in his hand slipped instantly and slammed heavily onto the deck. Because he saw it with his own eyes. That arrogant and invincible Beast King of the dead. It was cleaved in two by that human's blade, vanishing without a trace amidst a scream. And the tens of thousands of undead on the island of the dead. At this moment, they all knelt down before the human, as if submitting to their emperor. Holy crap! Is this for real? Wilderness gaped, his face filled with disbelief. No, aren't humans only at the 9th level? How could he possibly kill a level 18 undead Beast King with a single strike? Are you kidding me? Besides, shouldn't those undead be seeking revenge for their king? Why did he kneel down to that human instead? At this moment, after wandering the wilderness at sea for decades, his worldview completely collapsed. He had never seen anything so outrageous. A level 9 evolved being battles a level 18 undead boss. There was no earth-shattering battle. There was no clash of swords as I had imagined. He only kept his head down and worked for a short while. Then, is it all over? It's over. Was it that human was simply too powerful? Or is the undead Beast King too weak? No, the undead Beast King's strength is still incredibly formidable. Wilderness recalled the scene from 6 months ago. A subdragon of level 20 or so accidentally flew into Corpse Burial Island. As a result, he was slowly worn down to death by the combined efforts of the undead Beast King and his endless undead minions. Since then, the hyena pirate gangs of the wilderness have kept their distance from Corpse Island, despite the alluring magic stones buried on the island. Now, Wilderness's gaze fell once more on the human surrounded by swirling blades, and his heart sank. He realized that there is only one possible explanation for everything that is happening before our eyes. This human strength. This has far exceeded everyone's expectations and imagination. Captain, the sails are full, and we're at top speed. The crew's report suddenly rang out behind them, making the wilderness tremble violently. He quickly turned his head, his face contorted in a ferocious expression as he roared the command. Quickly, turn around. Turn back right now. However, it was all too late. The tall, upright figure on the island of corpses. They had already coldly turned their gaze to the hyena pirate fleet that was heading towards the island. It was as if they were watching a group of prey about to fall into a trap. 1 minute ago, ding. Defeat the undead Beast King, level 18 boss. Gain 800,000 death energy. As the notification sound from Revelation Online rang out, a surge of immense death energy rushed in, causing Lu Chun to raise an eyebrow slightly. 800,000 units of death energy? I never expected that the undead Beast King would be so fat. If this is life energy, that should be enough for me to level up several times, right? But Lu Chun didn't care too much. After all, monsters keep appearing all around, so there are plenty of opportunities to level up. Not to mention, Jack is only at level 5 now and urgently needs to improve. Just then, where the beast king of the dead vanished, a faint green light flickered in and out of sight. Lu Chen's mind stirred. The green light shot into his palm like a shooting star. Ding! You have acquired a special item, Wind Essence. Heart of Wind, special item, a sacred relic of the Stormwing clan, granting the absorber immense power, elevating them to boss-level status. It also significantly amplifies wind-based talents and skills. Lu Chen stared intently at the object in his hand. Starry eyes narrowed slightly. This is the Stormwing clan's sacred artifact, the essence of wind, that Feng Lai spoke of. It can assign a template to the boss without any side effects. It is indeed a rare treasure. It truly lives up to its name and is worthy of being called a sacred object. Recalling the dark magic essence he had given Jay before, although you can also obtain the boss template. However, this comes at the cost of losing one's reason and being corrupted by demons. If Jack hadn't possessed immortality, probably no one would have dared to touch the dark demon essence so easily. And this essence of wind, not only does it have no side effects, it can actually enhance wind-type talents and skills. No wonder the Beast King of the Dead tried so hard to seize it. Thinking of boss templates, a surge of warmth welled up in Lu Chen's heart. After all, the strength of a boss-level creature far surpasses that of creatures of the same level. However, as Lu Chen attempted to fuse with the essence of wind, a notification sound from Revelation Online rang out. Ding! You now possess the Overseer template. The Overseer template has higher priority than the boss template and cannot absorb the heart of wind essence. Lu Chen sighed softly. Really? Still unable to absorb it. However, I also understand that one shouldn't be too greedy. The Inspector template is far more powerful than the boss template. We'll choose one of the Stormwing clan to use this essence of wind later. After all, the Stormwing clan is also a force in their own hands. Just then, Lu Chen's ears twitched slightly. A faint, muffled noise could be heard. There are still enemies. Immediately, Lu Chen turned his gaze to the sea, instantly activating his visual supernatural power. 7 stilted sailing ships, their hulls weathered and worn, were speeding toward Burial Island. The mast was covered with tattered canvas, and the sails were painted with grotesque skull patterns. Pirate! Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. A playful smile immediately appeared at the corner of his mouth. Speaking of which, our Netherworld's development direction is C rating, so we can be considered to be in the same boat as them. Then, I'll go and meet these colleagues. Chapter 123. What a coincidence. I'm a pirate too. Turn around. I told you to turn around. Didn't you hear me? The wilderness turned its head and roared menacingly. However, the dog-tailed creature next to him patted Wilderness's shoulder blankly. Stiff movements. What are you doing? Wilderness impatiently turned its head away. With this flick, his face turned deathly pale instantly. All I saw was the one-armed, dark-eyed youth who was originally far away on the island of corpses. He suddenly found himself sitting at the bow of the hyena. She was examining him with great interest. You've arrived. The dog in the wilderness managed a weak smile. It's uglier than crying. Lu Chen's gaze swept across the deck. On the deck, piled high with debris and corpses, 15 kobolds were staring blankly at him. Oh, were you looking for me? Now I'm here. A playful smile appeared on Lu Chen's lips. The gaze finally settled on the kobold leader wearing a captain's tricorn hat. Kobolds, wilderness, boss-level creature. Characteristics: cunning, high intelligence, keen eyesight and hearing, predatory nature, agile. Talent: speed resonance, rank B. Skill 1, cunning raid. Rank C. The kobold pirate can use its keen intuition and savage strength to instantly close the distance to the enemy and launch a surprise attack. Its speed is lightning fast, and its attacks are like a tiger descending a mountain, making it impossible for the enemy to defend against. Getting bitten by it hurts a lot. Combat strength assessment. Tier 15 boss, the hyena of the ocean, whose prey consists of all wounded sailors. However, it seems it has chosen the wrong prey this time. A glimpse of the wilderness's attribute panel. A burning desire flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. It's a level 15 boss. What a kind person. He just said that. Killing the undead Beast King left no life energy. This kobold delivered it to me. It's like someone bringing you a pillow just when you're about to go to sleep. Ha ha, ha ha ha. I'm so relieved you're all right. We'll be going now, please don't see us off. Wilderness laughed awkwardly. But in my mind, a million curses were running through my head. No, isn't this a classic case of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind? I am the hunter. How the hell did I become someone else's meal in the blink of an eye? Besides, the human before me, is he really just an evolved being who has only been in the world of Revelation Online for 5 days? This guy doesn't look like a complete novice at all. If all evolved beings in a war of myriad races possessed this level of strength, what else can we play? Just wait to die? Upon hearing this, Lu Chen, he gently brushed a strand of hair from his forehead with his right hand, his tone calm. You pirates aren't exactly qualified. What a coincidence. I happen to be a pirate too. How about I teach you? The work of pirates who plunder the sea. As Lu Chen finished speaking, splash. One sound. The pitch-black ghost ship suddenly broke through the waves and stood in front of the hyena fleet. The sea dragon's fury cannon on the bow. A cold glint flashed, and the cannon muzzle was pointed directly at the hyena. Ha ha ha. Captain, we're about to strike it rich. Just killed an undead boss, and now I've run into a kobold boss. Jack leaned against the sea dragon's fury cannon, staring at the hyena pirates before him. His eyes were full of mockery. These kobold pirates are probably just looking to take advantage of the chaos. They wanted to wait until the captain and Burial Island were both severely weakened before they could take advantage of the situation. Pity. They miscalculated. The captain is the true master of this sea. These kobolds, instead of fleeing, they even came to our door on their own initiative. That's really funny. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Accompanied by the sound of wings flapping. All the Stormwing clan members also flew over the hyena pirate fleet. The wings swayed gently. Ready to go. Be ready to deliver a fatal blow at any time. Seeing this scene, his face suddenly darkened. Threatened. Human Evolver. I, Wilderness, respect you as a strong person, which is why I do not wish to be your enemy. Do you really think that with just your 200 or so men and a lone ship, you can swallow up my hyena pirates' 7 sling-masted warships? As they were talking, Wilderness's tail swished rhythmically behind it. The 2 pirates behind him exchanged a knowing glance. They slipped into the shadows without a sound. Wilderness's expression softened slightly, and he continued to coax. In my wildlife, I've always loved befriending the strong. Young brother, you're new to the world of Revelation Online, so there's probably much you don't know. Besides, we're all pirates. Why don't we become sworn brothers? With me, Wilderness, by your side, I'll make sure you don't suffer any losses. Lu Chen saw this. The sneer at the corner of his mouth deepened. However, at this very moment, the mutation occurred suddenly. On the deck, piled high with miscellaneous items, 2 kobolds had silently approached Lu Chen's side without him noticing. Suddenly, he launched an attack, his spiderweb gun pointed directly at Lu Chen. After 2 muffled thuds, 2 white spiderwebs instantly wrapped Lu Chen tightly. Seeing this in the wilderness, a sudden surge of joy welled up in my heart. Suddenly, he stomped his right foot heavily, his body shooting out like a lightning bolt. His right claw suddenly extended, gleaming coldly, and sliced through the air. With a sharp gust of wind, it rushed straight towards Lu Chen. C-rank skill, cunning assault. Amidst the whistling sound of claws tearing through the air, the amiable expression on Huang Ye's face vanished instantly, replaced by a ferocious grin. Ha ha, kid, you really think that with your meager luck and a few lucky encounters in the new BC, you can run rampant in this world of Revelation Online? Today, I'll show you what it means to be cunning in war. Upon seeing this, a group of kobold pirates behind them, a deafening burst of laughter immediately erupted. Ha ha, boss is awesome. Kill that kid. Human flesh is so delicious. I want to be the first to bite into his head. In the eyes of many kobold pirates, Lu Chen, tightly bound by the spiderweb gun, was trapped and doomed to die. You should know, the spiderweb that bound Lu Chen was woven from the tough silk spun by the 100-eyed spider. Even a level 20 powerhouse would find it difficult to break free in a short time. Not to mention, the boss's cunning and surprise attack skills are incredibly powerful. The human body, so fragile, would surely be torn apart and disemboweled by a single claw if caught off guard. Victory seemed within reach, and the kobold pirates laughed even more wildly. However, unlike the other kobolds, Dogtail, however, looked terrified and slowly backed away, trying his best to hide himself. Everyone was busy just now. I didn't notice the battle on the Burial Island. Dogtail saw everything without missing a single second. The undead Beast King stood before this human. They were as powerless as infants. You should know, the undead Beast King is a terrifying boss with the strength of an 18th tier monster. Dogtail didn't believe it. With such terrifying strength of this human, they would easily fall onto the webs of 200-eyed spiders. Then, Dogtail had only one thought in his mind: escape. Escape was the best option. Chapter 124: The Transformation at level 10. Just as the claws of the wilderness were closing in on the sinking land, less than a meter away, Lu Chen's eyes suddenly turned gray. Crunch, crunch, crunch. A chilling sound suddenly rang out. Wilderness suddenly realized that his movements had become unusually sluggish. The claws that were about to touch Lu Chun were held back by an invisible force and could not be swung down no matter what. He glanced down. His pupils suddenly contracted. He saw his body rapidly turning to stone, as if being sculpted by an invisible magical hand. Rank B talent, petrifying gaze. Petrification. How do you know the petrification technique of the Naga royal family? Wilderness's eyes were filled with horror. The petrification talent, that's an exclusive ability of the Naga royal family. How exactly did he, a human being, awaken? Besides, damn it, how can he have so many talents? I just saw this human use necromancy, spatial, strength, and support talents. And now he even has the petrification talent. Are you cheating? I have only one talent. How does he have so many varieties? And they're all high-end? While the wilderness was still in shock, a red light flashed around Lu Chun. He slowly got up. The spider web that could have firmly bound a level 20 powerhouse. It shattered instantly. For Lu Chun, there were no obstacles. Upon seeing this, Wilderness's pupils contracted sharply again. Impossible. This 100-eyed spider silk can even bind a level 20 expert. How could you break free so easily? Before the words were finished, Wilderness suddenly fell silent. Because the image of Lu Chun teleporting in front of the undead Beast King and smashing its head with a single punch flashed through his mind. At that time, he thought Lu Chun had taken advantage of the undead Beast King's carelessness to launch a sneak attack. Looking back now, that had nothing to do with a sneak attack. Lu Chun relied entirely on overwhelming power, defeating the undead Beast King head-on. Thinking of this, an uncontrollable fear welled up in the eyes of the wilderness. His body was flashing with green light. That was a sign that he was desperately trying to unleash the power of speed. However, no matter how hard the wilderness struggles, his petrified body remained completely still. With the boost from Lu Chun's high perception attribute, the wilderness could never escape the shackles of petrification. No, this is impossible. The wilderness howled in despair. Suddenly, Lu Chun's seemingly slender right hand gripped Huang Yuan's face. Then, a tremendous force suddenly erupted. They slammed his head hard onto the deck. Boom! The deck shook violently. The entire hyena trembled slightly. The immense impact caused blood to gush from all 7 orifices of Huang Ye. His vision went black, and the world seemed to spin around him. Spare me. Spare me. He managed to squeeze out a few words. Spare you? Then who will give me life energy? A cold smile curled at the corner of Lu Chun's lips. Immediately, the red light emanating from his right hand, which was pressed against the desolate landscape, intensified. The muscles tensed up instantly. A terrifying force erupted once again. Wilderness felt an irresistible force surging towards it. No! He wailed in despair. Accompanied by a chilling sound, Wilderness's head was crushed by Lu Chun's right hand. Like a watermelon that has been smashed open, red and white substances splattered everywhere. Splattered bits of blood, flesh, and brain matter landed on Lu Chun's sharply defined face. It made him look like a devil who had come out of hell. Ding! Killed Kobold, Wilderness, Tier 15th boss, gained 560,000 life energy. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully reached level 10. Level 10, 17.2/30W. Ding! As an inspector, the attributes you gain upon leveling up are doubled. Strength, plus 20. Agility, plus 20. Constitution, plus 20. Perception, plus 20. Free attribute points, plus 10. Ding! You have successfully crossed the level 10 threshold and have gained additional attributes. Strength, agility, constitution, and perception each plus 100. The reward for a level 10 ordinary evolver is only 50 points. Reminder, after reaching level 10, the attribute points gained by evolved individuals upon leveling up are doubled. Reminder, you have the Inspector template bonus. After level 10, each level gained grants plus 40 to your attributes and plus 20 to your free attributes. After reaching level 10, a normal evolved being gains plus 20 to each attribute and plus 10 to each free attribute per level. Ding! Your pet, Kraken, God level, has been upgraded to level 6. Level 6, 176,000/300,000. Accompanied by a surge of life energy. The power within Lu Chun's body expanded and grew at a visible speed. No wonder creatures are so powerful after level 10. The leap from level 9 to level 10 can bring about such a transformation. Not only do they instantly gain attribute points equivalent to a 5-level jump. After that, for each promotion, Attribute growth is accelerating exponentially. The leap of 490 attribute points made Lu Chun burst into wild laughter. Ha ha ha, that's great. The thrill of soaring power. Unparalleled. Looking at Lu Chun, who was roaring to the sky. The rest of the kobold pirates and the hyena pirate crew were all dumbfounded, their mouths agape. His own boss. The leader of the hyena pirate gang. A level 15 boss-level powerhouse. And so, in front of this human being, his skull was crushed by force. No, the boss is the boss. That's someone who can take on 100 enemies single-handedly. Even if this human is powerful, shouldn't they also have an earth-shattering battle with the boss? Come up here. He crushed the boss's head with a single slap? Even adults shouldn't hit children like that, right? He was stunned for a long time. The pirates snapped back to reality, their faces simultaneously contorted with extreme fear. The boss is gone. A demon. This human is a demon. Run. He's on the boat. Where can we escape to? Jump into the sea. Jump into the sea and escape. The dog-headed men threw down their weapons and fled in panic. Trying to escape now? Too late. Lu Chun snorted coldly. With a wave of his right hand, a jet-black energy surged into Jack's body on the ghost ship. A sliver of emerald green light flew into the body of Yun Ting in the sky. Jack and Yun Ting immediately showed joy. Jack's body trembled, and his cultivation level instantly soared from the peak of the 5th rank to the peak of the 10th rank. Black energy surged and churned around him, sending chills down one's spine. The famous Jack, have finally leveled up. Jack chuckled, his body convulsing. His scarlet eyes were filled with uncontrollable savagery and murderous intent. Above the sky, Yun Ting suddenly spread his arms wide, looked up at the sky, and let out a long roar. The energy within his body increased wildly at an astonishing rate, and that emerald green was the surging power of the wind-hard essence. This is the power of a boss-level creature. Yun Ting looked down at his hands. His eyes sparkled with uncontrollable joy. Both are on the 11th level. However, the combat power of a boss-level being is worlds apart from that of an ordinary creature. Chapter 125 Massacre. Don't stand there, kill all these pirates. But don't sink the ship. Lu Chun flashed back to the Netherworld ship. The tone was calm. Clearly, they've become too lazy to take action themselves. Captain, don't worry. Jack chuckled and replied, I will obey my master's command. Yun Ting nodded solemnly. Their eyes locked onto the kobold pirates who were fleeing in panic. All the kobolds were stunned, a chill running down their spines. Two bosses. This human has 2 bosses under his command? How is that possible? He's only been in the Revelation Online world for 5 days. There weren't just 2. Those humans were even more terrifying than the boss. Run. However, what greeted them was the roar of the Sea Dragon's Fury Cannon. Boom! The dragon's eye of the Sea Dragon's Fury Cannon suddenly lit up. Immediately afterwards, a huge bullet whistled out of the barrel and struck the mast of a hyena pirate sling. Boom! The projectile exploded violently. The 3 kobolds who were manipulating the storm were instantly blasted away. Creak! The mast made a snapping sound and was instantly blown apart. The kobolds on the ship watched in despair as the powered sails slowly collapsed. The entire ship suddenly became helplessly adrift on the sea. However, before the other kobolds on the ship could react, all I saw was a streak of black light flashed past the 2 terrified kobolds. In an instant, 2 enormous dog heads flew up instantly. As the black light settled on him, a rotting corpse, dressed in a tattered captain's uniform and wearing a tricorn hat, stood out starkly. It was Jack, who had advanced to the peak of the 10th rank. It's that undead boss. There's no escape. Let's fight him. The remaining 10 kobolds on the ship exchanged glances, then howled and charged at Jack. Faced with these 10 howling kobold pirates charging at them, Jack's lips curled into a sinister smile. My darlings, Uncle Jack is here to love you. He moved swiftly, darting into the pirate group like a ghost. With a sudden swing of both hands, black crystals instantly gathered in his palm, transforming into sharp blades. Whoosh! A black light flashed by swiftly. A pirate's throat was slashed open by a blade, blood spurted out, and his body collapsed. Jack kept moving. With a flick of his right hand, the black crystal twisted into a black python, which suddenly coiled around the neck of another pirate. Twisted hard. The pirate's eyes widened, his neck snapped with a crack, and he was instantly killed. A kobold pirate screamed in terror and brandished his knife in an attempt to fend off Jack's attack. But Jack simply waved his hand dismissively. The black crystal instantly transformed into a shield, blocking the longsword's slash. At the same time, spikes popped out from the edge of the crystal and instantly pierced the pirate's chest. The pirates panicked even more, while Jack's attacks became increasingly fierce. His movements were as swift as lightning. The black crystal in his hand conjured endlessly, sometimes a long sword, sometimes a giant hammer. Each swing took the life of a pirate. Bang! Jack kicked a pirate away, sending him tumbling through the air before crashing to the ground, spitting out blood. Before the pirates could get up, Jack's right hand, the black crystal had transformed into a sharp blade, piercing through his body from behind. In the blink of an eye, most of the 10 pirates have fallen. The remaining pirates. His eyes were filled with fear and despair, but there was nowhere to escape. These kobold pirates are all level 15 beings. Take any one person individually. Even in beginner-level waters, they would be considered boss-level entities. At this moment, however, they are treated like livestock. He was left to be killed by Jack. Jack grinned maliciously as he walked toward the last pirate. Baby, don't be afraid. I'm very gentle. The black crystals condensed into a giant scythe in his hand. He swung his sickle and brought it down fiercely. The pirate's body was instantly cleaved in two. Blood splattered everywhere, covering the deck. See, it doesn't hurt, does it? Jack licked the blood from the corner of his mouth with the tip of his tongue. Then, he stomped his right foot hard on the ground. His body shot towards another single-masted warship that was fleeing in a frantic manner, like a cannonball. In the sky, Yun-Ting suddenly let out a sharp shout, the sound shaking the surrounding area. Stormwing clan, follow me to slay the enemy. Yes. The Stormwing warriors behind them echoed in unison. The sound was like a tidal wave. Immediately, Yun-Ting suddenly flapped his wings, and a gale arose. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, hundreds of wind blades, glowing with an eerie green light, materialized beneath his wings. Like the scythe of death, it roared toward a single-masted pirate warship that was frantically turning around. Quick! The boss is dead. Run! The dog-headed captain on deck roared with a contorted face, urging his crew on. However, at that very moment, a chilling whistling sound suddenly approached. It felt like the breath of death was right next to my ear. The kobold captain slowly raised his head. The pupils suddenly contracted at that moment. The sight before him sent shivers down his spine. Countless wind blades ripped through the sky like lightning, bringing with them the aura of death. A wind blade struck a pirate in the chest instantly, disemboweling him. Internal organs were scattered all over the ground, and blood gushed out like a fountain, staining the deck red. Immediately afterwards, the wind blades rained down like a storm. One after another, they rained down on the pirates on the deck. A pirate's chest was pierced by a wind blade, and blood gushed out like a fountain. His eyes widened. His hands instinctively reached for his chest, but he could only grasp a handful of warm blood. However, the next second, his hands were also severed by the wind blades. His body was cut into several pieces, with severed limbs scattered all over the ground. Another pirate was enveloped in a bright green light, attempting to use an agility-based talent to dodge. But before those dense, rain-like wind blades, all struggles were futile. An invisible wind blade silently sliced across his neck. The head flew high into the air. Blood splattered all over the ground. The headless body swayed a few times, and then collapsed with a thud. The deck instantly transformed into a slaughterhouse. Wherever the wind blades passed, limbs flew off and blood splattered everywhere. A pirate was cut in half at the waist by a wind blade. Upper body and lower body separated. Internal organs were scattered all over the ground, emitting a nauseating, fishy stench. Another pirate jumped into the sea in terror, attempting to escape, but the wind blade followed him relentlessly, carving a deep wound on his back. The seawater was instantly stained red with blood. He sank to the bottom of the sea and disappeared without a trace. A moment later, there was no sign of life on the deck, only severed limbs and flowing blood. This proves that a horrific massacre once took place here. Yun-Ting's wings fluttered slowly. His gaze was coldly fixed on the pirate warship below, which had become a living hell. His face was expressionless. They then turned their attention to the next warship. At this time, on another pirate ship not far away, Jack suddenly released the kobold whose neck he had snapped. He stared in shock in Yun-Ting's direction. Holy crap, what did the captain feed this bastard? That intense. 15 pirates wiped out in one move? Jack stared wide-eyed, muttering incredulously to himself. Chapter 126 I'm ashamed. Subsequently, he turned his head, his eyes filled with even more bloodlust. A surge of frenzied, killing intent welled up in his heart. No, I was one of the first veterans to follow the captain. We can't let this jerk outdo us. Thinking of this, Jack's killings became even more swift and ruthless. In an instant, the entire sea was filled with the dying howls and screams of the kobolds. Blood stained the sea red. Intertwined with the afterglow of the setting sun, it created a terrifying scene. On the churning sea, a dog's tail floats. Witnessing their kin being mercilessly slaughtered like livestock, utterly powerless to resist. Its body trembled involuntarily. Paleface. Boss, it's over. Hyena pirates are finished. How is this possible? Shouldn't evolved beings be very weak at this point? How come they are so powerful? The ancestral precepts of the kobold race echoed in his mind. An ancestral precept once said, in the early stages of the War of the Myriad Races, the various races that had just entered the world of Revelation Online were weak. If we can hunt them in large numbers at this time, they will reap immeasurable benefits, and may even change the status of the kobold race. However, this year's battle for supremacy among all races has only just begun, and it's only been 5 days. In just 5 days, the evolved beings who emerged from it have become so powerful? The old teachings are misleading. Dogtail's face turned even paler at the thought of the hyena pirates' complete annihilation. The world of Revelation Online is fraught with danger. It was all alone. Without any powerful backing, they will eventually perish in this vast ocean. Etc. Dogtail suddenly remembered something, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. That human used petrification magic when he killed the boss, right? It sniffed the air, carefully recalling the scene from that moment. Petrification is an exclusive talent of the Naga royal family. This human can petrify. His hands must be stained with the blood of the Naga royal family. Dogtail was plotting in his mind. If I deliver this message to the Naga royal family, I will surely gain their protection. By then, won't wealth and glory be within easy reach? Thinking of the Naga royal court's power, Inutail felt a surge of hope for the future. Its nose twitched again. He carefully memorized Lu Chen's scent. Then he plunged headfirst into the sea, his figure gradually disappearing. Hiss hiss hiss. Accompanied by a piercing scream, a 6-meter-long wetland ant king collapsed to the ground, its 4 transparent wings drooping limply. Around the ant king's enormous body, Yang Ziming, Li Sini, Long Hauren, Li Ming, Zhou Yu, and other powerful figures from the netherworld were all panting heavily. But his eyes gleamed with barely suppressed excitement. Ha ha, Lao Yang. This wetland flying ant king, a 7th-tier boss, is really not easy to deal with. But we still managed to take it down. Long Hauren laughed loudly. His right hand was twisted into an unsightly arc, clearly broken. But the smile on his face was brighter than ever. Tier 7 boss. That was a challenge they never dared to even dream of before. Now they have truly fallen at their feet. Yang Ziming nodded. As my gaze swept over the massive body of the wetland ant king, a sense of accomplishment welled up inside me. An island. This dangerous area was recommended by the Heavenly Revelation to be explored by a team of 507th-tier evolved beings. But now they have been conquered by this group of netherworld members whose rank is still relatively low. On the island, the wetland was littered with the corpses of flying ants, resembling a black ocean. A large number of netherworld members are focused on hunting down the last few surviving wetland flying ants. Amidst the flashing blades, the last few wetland flying ants were also killed. Recalling the previous battle, Yang Ziming still felt lingering fear. Thousands of 6th-order wetland flying ants swarmed in. The leading wetland ant queen is even more formidable. If it weren't for the fact that everyone had received a lot of attribute bonuses and had excellent teamwork, they would probably have been eaten by ants long ago. But at this moment, all the dangers and hardships were worthwhile. This ant island has already been successfully conquered by the netherworld. Brother Yang, Sister Sini. Fan Yingying excitedly jogged over, her cheeks flushed, and called out. Everyone has discovered that Ant Island is hiding a lot of iron ore. We're going to be rich. Upon hearing this, Li Sini's lips curled into a smile. Keep some iron ore to upgrade ships, and exchange the rest for contribution points to find some good stuff in the fleet shop. Yang Ziming nodded in agreement. Yes, the fleet shop is full of good stuff that can greatly enhance netherworld strength. Just then, the notification sound from Revelation Online rang in everyone's minds. Ding! Netherworld Deputy Commanders Yang Ziming and Li Sini have successfully plundered Ant Island, a small-scale, beginner-level force, gaining 20 plunder points. Current loot value, 20/1000. Upon hearing this, everyone cheered and jumped for joy. Wow, we've successfully raided a small, nascent faction. We got loot points. We got loot points. Long live. Wow, we're awesome. Godfather, did you see that? I killed 3 wetland flying ants all by myself. I didn't disgrace you. Although, The plunder value is only 20 points, far from the 1,000 points required to upgrade the netherworld to level 2. But everyone remained filled with pride. You should know, on Ant Island. However, it was inhabited by thousands of 6th-order wetland flying ants. There's also a Tier 7 boss in charge. With the strength of Ant Island, it is more than capable of easily crushing any novice sea area in the 8th district. However, such a powerful being. However, they were defeated by the people of District 1000. How could everyone not be excited? Yang Ziming, Li Sini, and other powerful figures from the netherworld. They smiled at each other. His face was full of pride. At such a low level, being able to defeat a small, rudimentary faction is indeed something to be proud of. Haha, we've accomplished something big this time. The Lord of the Underworld should be very happy, right? Li Ming said with a smile. All along, I and everyone else have been receiving the blessings of the Lord of the Underworld. This time, I can finally do something for him. The Lord of the Underworld will definitely be happy. After all, our netherworld's plunder value was 0 before. This is a good start. Zhou Yu smiled and echoed. Since meeting the Lord of the Underworld, Zhou Yu has been suffering a lot of setbacks. He used to be a prodigy wherever he went. But after encountering the Lord of the Underworld, he always felt like a piece of trash. Now, we can finally make the Lord of the Underworld look at us with new eyes. However, the joy of the crowd did not last long. The notification sound from Revelation Online rang out again. Ding! Netherworld leader, Lu Chun has successfully plundered Corpse Burial Island, a mid-level small-scale faction, gaining 200 plunder points. Current loot value, 220/1000. Upon hearing the prompt from the heavenly revelation, the smiles on everyone's faces froze instantly. Li Ming's eyes widened, and he stammered. So, the Lord of the Underworld also succeeded in his plunder. Is right. Zhou Yu was also stunned, the notification sound from Revelation Online echoing in his ears. He shook his head violently and exclaimed in surprise. The Corpse Burial Island that the Underworld Lord plundered is definitely much larger than Ant Island. Ant Island is only a small, low-level force, but Corpse Burial Island is a mid-level small force. The plunder value contributed by the faction is 10 times different. The Lord of the Underworld must have just done something earth-shattering. Upon hearing this, they couldn't help but look at each other. They were just celebrating over a mere 20 loot points. Result: the Lord of the Underworld easily gained 200 plunder points. I am truly ashamed. However, before anyone could recover from the shock, the voice of the divine revelation echoed in my mind once more. Ding! Netherworld leader, Lu Chun has successfully plundered the Hyena Pirates, a mid-level small-scale faction, gaining 150 plunder points. Current loot value, 370/1000. Chapter 127. The nation is fortunate. The divine Xia is fortunate. Another divine message arrived. This completely stunned the netherworld beings on Ant Island. The group looked at each other in bewilderment. His eyes were filled with shock. The Lord of the Underworld has plundered 2 mid-level forces in succession. Zhou Yu, who had just managed to maintain a calm and analytical demeanor. He was stunned and speechless. Li Ming was also stunned. He mumbled incoherently. The Lord of the Underworld is awesome. He and the more than 900 people from the Underworld, fighting to the death here. After going through countless hardships, it was only with great difficulty that we barely managed to wipe out a small, rudimentary faction. I thought I could impress the Lord of the Underworld. But, Lord of the Underworld, he single-handedly took down 2 mid-level small forces in succession. The difference in quality is immediately apparent. They were all evolved beings who came to the world of Revelation Online together. How can there be such a big difference? Yang Ziming was still feeling a surge of joy from his successful raid on Ant Island. They were instantly stunned by Lu Chen's result. He shook his head and gave a wry smile. The Lord of the Underworld really doesn't give us any chance to be proud. Every time we just think we're about to feel smug. He showed us with his own strength just how big the gap is. Fan Yingying was surprised, her big eyes filled with curiosity. Can anyone tell me just how strong was the mid-level small-scale force that Brother Lu Chen defeated? Level 15 boss. Li Sini took a deep breath. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and she answered in a deep voice. Only forces whose leader is a 15th tier boss are qualified to be judged as a mid-level small force by Revelation Online. She looked up at the sky, her heart growing heavier. No matter how hard I try, the gap between them and Lu Chun seems to be widening. It took the combined efforts of myself and all the renowned experts in the 1000 seas to barely kill a tier 7 boss. However, Lu Chun is now able to easily defeat 2 level 15 bosses in a row. All of this was as simple as chopping melons and cutting vegetables. She and Lu Chun. It seems we are gradually moving towards 2 completely different worlds. Upon hearing Li Sini's words, a series of rapid gasps filled the air on Ant Island. It was as if even the air itself had frozen in shock. Tier 15? Doesn't that mean the Lord of the Underworld just killed 2 Tier 15 bosses? 15th rank. It seems the Lord of the Underworld gains a significant power after every battle. Compared to the Lord of the Underworld, I feel like a complete waste. After a 2-second reaction, a deafening roar of cheers erupted on the island, as if it were about to turn the world upside down. Long live the Lord of the Underworld. The Lord of the Underworld is awesome. Your Highness, I love you. Holy crap, I'm so excited I can't even speak. With the Lord of the Underworld around, we in the Netherworld are invincible, and so is the divine summer. The Lord of the Underworld is mighty. At this moment, everyone's hearts were filled with boundless excitement. A prodigy like Lu Chun, if it is an enemy, that was absolutely a nightmare. But fortunately, Lu Chun is not an enemy. Rather, they're compatriots. It is their Lord of the Underworld. Happiness. I'm so happy. It can be deployed in 1000 sea areas. What a blessing from heaven. Yang Ziming gazed at the cheering crowd on Ant Island. A relieved smile appeared on his face. Murmured to himself, Lu Chun, with you here. The nation is fortunate. The divine Xia is fortunate. Reporting to the master, the enemies of the hyena pirate gang have been completely wiped out. Yun Ting knelt on one knee. His eyes were full of respect. Hee, I just took down more than 40 kobolds. Captain, give me a compliment. Jack joined in the fun with a grin. It's hard to imagine. These 2 people. The boss had actually killed nearly 100 level 15 kobolds. Lu Chun glanced at the 2 of them and gave a casual order. Clean up the battlefield and move all the corpses to the corpse burial island. Having said that, Lu Chun's figure flashed. They have already appeared on the distant island of corpses. Yes, master. Please rest assured. Yun Ting bowed respectfully. He then slowly got up. Hey, Xiao Yunzi, the captain's gone. Who are you bowing to now? Jack walked over and patted Yun Ting on the shoulder. Hey, I'll leave the cleanup to you. I'm going to find the captain now. Remember to moor the ghost ship and the hyena pirates' warships near the island later. Don't worry, Senior Jack. Yun Ting bowed respectfully to Jack, even though he is now a boss-level being. But Jack, as the earliest servant to follow his master and the only crew member on the ghost besides his master, Yun Ting still held Jack in high esteem. Hee, then I'll go first. Jack grinned. His figure transformed into a black streak of light and shot towards the burial island. Everyone, clean up the battlefield immediately. Collect the corpses and transport them to Corpse Burial Island. Yun Ting surveyed the Stormwing clan in the sky. He gave the order in a deep voice. He exuded an undeniable air of authority. Since Lu Chun bestowed the essence of the wind upon Yun Ting, he then replaced Wind Fury and became the new leader of the Stormwing clan. Yes. All the winged people responded to the call and quickly sprang into action. Feng Lai looked at Yun Ting and nodded repeatedly, his eyes slightly red. His eyes were filled with undisguised satisfaction. He saw in Yun Ting the hope for the Stormwing clan to regain its former glory. With Yun Ting's current strength, perhaps the master can accept him as a crew member of the Netherworld. Feng Lai smiled, secretly pondering to himself. He knew very well that only by boarding the Netherworld can one truly understand its power. Approaching the owner, only then can one truly integrate into the core of the Netherworld forces. On the island of corpses, Lu Chun looked at the black crystal that had formed after the death of the undead Beast King. My heart started pounding. How did the undead Beast King turn into beads after it died? Is it still safe to eat this dumpling? Never mind. Let's try letting the dumpling eat some first. Just as Lu Chun was about to wake Tuanzi, who was sleeping in the backpack on his back, suddenly paused. He immediately closed his eyes and concentrated. Its vision, hearing, and smell are all fully activated, allowing it to keenly perceive everything around it. Just now, while I was fighting the undead Beast King, surprisingly, no one noticed. Outside the island of corpses, an entire pirate fleet was actually poised to attack. If it weren't for the fact that Wilderness was in such a hurry to get the fleet out of the fog, want to come to Corpse Burial Island to pick up the load? I might not even be able to spot these cunning kobolds. At that time, if Tuanzi's existence is leaked, that would definitely cause unimaginable trouble. Although Lu Chun can now kill level 15 bosses like it's nothing. However, they dared not presume to claim greatness. After all, I have not yet entered the Awakening Realm. They didn't even reach the lowest level, level 50. If they encounter a powerful enemy at the awakening realm or even a higher realm, they have absolutely no chance of winning. Therefore, for safety reasons, Lu Chen must be extra careful. Chapter 128 Jack receives epic enhancement. After carefully observing my surroundings, after confirming that no other creatures were spying on them, Lu Chen, he slowly took off the backpack from his back and gently bounced it around. Inside the backpack, a slight wriggling sensation came from within. Then, a delicate pink tentacle quietly peeked out from the opening of the bag. Tawanzi, wake up. Gurgle. Tawanzi responded with a sound that still carried a hint of sleepiness. Lu Chen looked at Tawanzi's lazy appearance. I couldn't help but find it funny. He was just in the middle of a fierce battle. This little guy can sleep so soundly. You have such a broad mind. The little dumpling tilted its head, and its two round eyes snapped open. Obviously, the little guy has already realized that he has leveled up to level 6. Gurgle, gurgle. The dumpling cried out excitedly. The tiny tentacles wrapped tightly around Lu Chen's fingers. It's as if it's saying, I've leveled up. I've leveled up. Lu Chen smiled and ruffled Tawanzi's hair. Yes, Tawanzi has leveled up again. At this rate, she'll soon be out of her larval stage. Gurgle. Tawanzi closed her eyes, enjoying Lu Chen's caresses. Tawanzi, try absorbing this black bead. Lu Chen pointed to the corpse left behind by the undead beast king, a black bead. This thing was formed after the death of the undead beast king, so it should be considered its corpse. Gurgle. As soon as they heard there was work to be done, the little dumpling immediately began to wriggle and quickly enveloped the black bead. But a moment later, the dumpling then released its tentacles and shook its head. Gurgle, gurgle. It seems to be saying, no, that won't work. Is that not allowed? Lu Chen shrugged. He did not seem disappointed. I have many talents. This one won't make a difference. Just then, Jack came running over, shouting as he went. Captain, could you please stop using teleportation so often next time? You arrived in the blink of an eye, and I was panting heavily as I chased after you. When Tawanzi saw Jack, her big eyes lit up. Gurgle. Its little finger pointed at the black bead, then at Jack. Lu Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Turning to Jack, he began to speak. Jack, why don't you try eating this bead formed from the essence of the undead beast king? Upon hearing this, Jack froze on the spot. What are you doing, making me eat random things again? Hey Tawanzi, you little rascal, you're not trying to trick me, are you? Gurgle, gurgle. The dumpling immediately extended its tentacles towards the black bead. The meaning is obvious. Give it back if you're not going to eat it. Hee hee, I'll eat, I'll eat. Jack snatched the black bead, grinning from ear to ear. Anything indicated by the divine seed must be a treasure. As he spoke, he was about to swallow the black bead. But before that, Jack looked up at Lu Chen. Captain, if I mutate later, you have to save me. Don't worry, if you mutate, I'll be the first to kill you. Lu Chen's eyes gleamed with amusement as he urged. What are you afraid of if you're immortal? Eat up. Okay. Jack swallowed hard. Then, with his eyes closed, he swallowed the black bead that exuded a putrid and evil aura. A moment later, suddenly, bursts of black light erupted from Jack's body. A powerful and malevolent aura surged forth from his body. Immediately afterwards, his aura suddenly surged to its peak. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Jack's interface had undergone a significant change. Undead, the cursed captain, demonized Jack, boss-level creature. Characteristics, extremely fast, painless, grows stronger with each battle, highly intelligent, cunning, tyrannical, bloodthirsty, and commands the undead. Talent, undying curse, rank A, cursed by Eleanor, possessing an immortal body. Don't ask me what the difference is between upgrading to rank A. The difference is that the curse is more severe, and you will resurrect faster after death. Skill 1, Dark Demon Sword, rank B. Exquisite swordsmanship combined with the power of dark demonic essence, capable of both offense and defense, with endless variations. Skill 2, Corpse Fusion, rank A, allows you to fuse with and devour undead or corpses to gain greater power and special abilities, a powerful skill enough to scare a child. Combat Power Assessment, Tier 10 Boss, a terrifying undead spirit. To fight against it is to face only despair. Seeing Jack's change, Lu Chen's lips curled slightly. Talent evolved to A level. And did you learn an A-level skill? There has been some progress. Hee hee. Jack sighed. Feeling the surging power within my body, he involuntarily shrugged his shoulders and let out a sinister laugh, coupled with his terrifying appearance and an aura of extreme evil. He's a complete villain from an animated film. If you weren't one of my vassals, I would judge you as an evil spirit right now and kill you with one blow. Lu Chen looked at Jack and said calmly, This Jack looks like an evil spirit no matter how you look at it. Meow. Jack, who was grinning slyly, shuddered upon hearing Lu Chen's words. The evil and ferocious expression on his face. His expression instantly turned fawning. He quickly moved closer to Lu Chen and squeezed his shoulders. How could that be? I, Jack, have always taken it upon myself to maintain world peace, and will resolutely assist the Overseer in protecting the world's tranquility. Lu Chen glanced at Jack sideways. That old bastard really got a great deal this time. All the takeaways from this trip to Burial Island. It all belongs to Jack. Immediately, Lu Chen turned his gaze to the vast, white army of undead. His brows furrowed involuntarily. Can these undead be taken out of Burial Island? Well, they can be taken out, but once they leave Corpse Island, there won't be any death energy left for them to consume and maintain their bodies. At that time, these 20,000 troops will become a one-time thing, and we won't be able to bring them back. As Jack spoke, his hands continued to work. Lu Chen nodded. 20,000 level 10 undead are enough for one use. Once we find a slightly stronger force nearby, we'll use all of these undead at once. With the speed at which their own strength improves, I'm afraid it won't be long before these 20,000 dead will not be able to keep up with your pace. It's better to find a bad force. Treat these undead as disposable weapons. It was all squandered. One-time undead combined with corpse explosion. That's practically 20,000 mobile bombs. That's enough to give any power a hard time. Now, the Stormwing clan has already collected hundreds of kobold corpses. They were piled up in front of Lu Chen. Master, the battlefield has been cleaned up. Yun Ting bowed and reported. Lu Chen nodded slightly and gave the order in a deep voice. All right, search Corpse Burial Island again carefully and see if there are any resources worth plundering. Yes, sir. After bowing, Yun Ting turned around, spread his wings, and took flight. He led his people to begin searching everywhere. Then, the dumpling then sprang into action. These nearly 100 kobold corpses. Take them in one by one. Chapter 129 Captain, I'm jealous of you. Ding. Successfully captured kobold, wilderness, tier 15 boss. You have acquired the B rank talent, speed resonance, increasing agility by 19 points. Ding. Successfully captured the kobold-headed man, greyhound, tier 15. You have acquired a C rank talent, speed polarization, increasing agility by 18 points. A series of notification sounds rang out. Tawanzi successfully helped Lu Chen extract the necessary materials from the hundreds of kobolds in the Hyena Pirate Gang. A B-level speed resonance, and hundreds of C-level velocity polarizations, and a terrifying 10-20 points of agility. That's right, that's 10-20 points. This was still after Tawanzi had ingested 2 mini-level 15 corpses. This results in a decrease in the properties of the ingested food. Otherwise, that agility boost could very well reach around 2,000 points. But even so, Lu Chen was already quite satisfied. You should know, before absorbing the dumpling, my agility was only 834 points. This time, agility doubles directly. It reached a terrifying 1854. It has been more than 5 days since I arrived in the world of Revelation Online. Lu Chen, through observation and practical experience. Gradually, a rough estimate of the basic attributes of monsters of each tier was obtained. Level 10 monsters. The average score for each of the 4 dimensions fluctuates between 100 and 200 points. Level 20 monsters. The average of the 4-dimensional attributes can reach a range of 300 to 600 points. My current agility is 1854. It is already enough to completely suppress ordinary monsters of level 30 in terms of speed. If a speed-type talent is activated, it can even crush a level 30 boss. Speaking of speed-related talents, Lu Chen suddenly realized the more than 100 kobolds that Tawanzi acquired this time all possessed speed-related talents. So, is it possible to evolve speed-type talents to a level? Really, Lu Chen had just thought of this when the notification sound from Revelation Online rang out again. Ding! Your B-rank talent, speed resonance, has been detected, meeting the evolution requirements. Under evolution, immediately afterwards, Lu Chen's body suddenly erupted with a dazzling green light. Countless understandings and insights about speed flooded into Lu Chen's mind like a tidal wave. In an instant, Lu Chen felt as if he were in a world made of speed. Everything around us is moving at an astonishing speed. And myself, it is the center of this world. Lu Chen felt that his control over his body had reached an unprecedented level. Every cell and every muscle is precisely mobilized under one's own will. Jack looked at Lu Chen. He couldn't help but open his mouth wide and exclaim in amazement. Another A-level talent. An A-level talent that ordinary people dream of is just commonplace for the captain. This is the third one already, isn't it? Jack spoke while pondering. Suddenly, he frowned and asked in confusion. Wait a minute? That's not right. I remember that the success rate for other people trying to evolve their talents to a level is only about 1/3. This is the captain's third A-level achievement. How come he's never failed? Just as Jack was filled with doubt, the green light on Lu Chen's body gradually subsided. Ding! Your talent, Speed Resonance, rank B, has successfully evolved into Speed Burst, rank A, with a 99% success rate. Due to your profound understanding of agility-based talents, you have successfully mastered the A-level skill, Flowing Cloud Sword Dance. Flowing Cloud Sword Dance, rank A. With a light flick of the sword tip, the sword's shadow drifts like flowing clouds, concealing deadly intent. Man and sword become one. Phantoms appear frequently. This technique wins through speed and skill. The higher the agility, the greater the damage. When Flowing Cloud Sword Dance unfolds, the most graceful yet deadliest dance in the world is born. As the notification sound from Revelation Online faded, Lu Chen suddenly opened his tightly closed eyes, radiant with light. Really, as long as there are enough enemies. My gains were immense. Although they didn't gain much from the corpse burial island this time. But, just a hyena pirate crew. He made a fortune. Not only did Speed Resonance successfully leap to grade A, its growth rate jumped from 5 times to a staggering 6 times. He also mastered an extremely elegant A-level skill, Flowing Cloud Sword Dance. Thinking of this, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. But then he saw Jack's dumbfounded expression. It's just that he evolved an A-level talent. Why the big expression? Lu Chen rolled his eyes at Jack. So what if he evolved an A-level talent? Upon hearing this, Jack's eyes widened, and his voice suddenly rose. Captain, this is way too Versailles. That kid Yunting has an A-level talent. Listen to how Tianyu describes him. A prodigy. The prodigy of the Stormwing clan. Anyone who can awaken an A-level talent isn't exceptionally gifted. Lu Chen was taken aback by Jack's words. There really are failures in evolving A-level talents. Of course, Jack nodded vigorously. Most people in this world don't even have the chance to evolve their talent to a level. Even with a huge investment of time and effort, the success rate is only about 1/3, and for those with mediocre talent, it's even lower. Captain, how come your talent evolution is as easy as drinking water? You succeed every time. Speaking of which, Jack was suddenly stunned and looked at Lu Chen. Captain, you have the revelation panel. You should be able to see the success rate of talent evolution, right? What is your success rate? Success rate. Lu Chen stroked his chin, recalling the scenes of each talent evolution. Indeed, a success rate is displayed after each evolution. When you control an evolved undead, the success rate is 100%, but it's slightly lower for others. Jack listened, pouted, and nodded. He seemed to know everything. Well, Captain, I'm not surprised that you're so compatible with the necromancer element. It's normal that other elemental talents have lower success rates. It seems you're really lucky, Captain, that you've managed to evolve successfully on your first try. As he spoke, Jack casually asked another question. However, Captain, what's the success rate of your spatial and agility talents again? 30. Yes, spatial manipulation and speed burst are indeed a bit low, 99%. Lu Chen answered calmly. 99. 99 is indeed too low. Jack muttered to himself. He suddenly looked up at Lu Chen. His eyes were filled with disbelief. 99. You call that one too low? My goodness. Captain, who exactly are you? Jack knew that Lu Chen had a high compatibility with the undead. A genius of the undead, huh? Although rare, it does happen. But, what the hell is this about agility-based and spatial-based classes also being 99? Is he a polymath? How can such an extraordinary being exist in this world? Captain, I'm jealous of you. Chapter 130 Activating the Overseer's Altar. Seeing Jack's exaggerated reaction, Lu Chen shrugged. All right, it seems that my potential is indeed a little bit stronger than that of ordinary people. But, even if I have great potential now, if it weren't for Yui's help back then, I'm probably just a severely ill patient who can't awaken his talent. Perhaps they have long since perished in the vast ocean. With these thoughts in mind, Lu Chen looked at Tuanzi with gratitude in his eyes. It can be said that it was the dumpling that gave me a second life. Don't worry, Tuanzi. I will train you to become the most powerful Kraken in the world. Gurgle, 8th region. US 976 Beginner Sea Area. Wah. Woo wah woo wah. Fuck you. A group of indigenous people with brownish yellow skin and strangely patterned tattoos. They fell one after another under the fierce attack of nearly 1,000 Americans. The clamor of battle mingled with the wails of the natives. The sound echoed throughout the isolated island. Go see Satan. Charles's face was contorted. With a roar, lightning surged from his body. In an instant, the indigenous village chief in front of him was electrocuted and charred black, collapsing to the ground. As the village chief fell, there was no more shouting of killing. Mr. Charles, we have cleared out all the natives from the island. Richard wiped the blood from his face, his eyes gleaming with anticipation and excitement. Look, isn't that the overseer's altar mentioned in the mission? Charles brushed aside his hair, which had been ruffled by the sea breeze. His gaze slowly turned forward. The ground was littered with the corpses of natives, and behind them stood an ancient altar. The altar was made of huge stones, which were covered with intricate runes. In the center of the altar, a black stone tablet stood tall, with a strange eye mark engraved on it. A light seemed to gleam in his eyes, as if he were observing everything in the world. Below the stone tablet, it is a sunken sacrificial trough, which seems to have been used for offerings. The altar exudes an ancient and majestic aura. It inspires awe and makes one want to kneel and worship. That's right, that's the Watcher's altar. Charles nodded, a hint of joy flashing in his eyes. We have finally completed our mission. Now, it is time to submit a request to the Blue Star Overseers to try Lu Chun. Upon hearing Charles's words, the Americans within a kilometer radius erupted in thunderous cheers. Fantastic. We can finally punish that devil Lu Chun. My God, Lu Chun is just too powerful. He just established the first fleet force on Earth. Without the Overseer, I really don't know how I would have been able to fight this demon. Haha. Damn it, Lu Chun. This time I'm going to make you spit out every single attribute point you took from us Americans. Oh, no. Simply returning attribute points isn't enough. We want the inspector to completely obliterate Lu Chun and make all his equipment and attributes ours. Huh. Yes, I support him. That Lu Chun is colluding with alien races and harming humans. The inspector will definitely stand on our side. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go? I can't wait to see Lu Chun's miserable state. Mr. Charles, let's get started. Looking at the expectant gazes of the crowd, Charles threw his head back and laughed. Haha. Very well. I will immediately request the inspector to put Lu Chun on trial. Having said that, Charles walked toward the altar, surrounded by the crowd. Then, he pulled out a small knife. He decisively cut his right hand. The bright red blood slowly dripped into the sacrificial trough, where it was instantly absorbed. Immediately afterwards, the eerie pupils on the stone tablet slowly began to flicker with light. Immediately, a divine pronouncement suddenly resounded in the sky. Ding! The Overseer's altar has been successfully activated. The activator is a human from Earth, currently scanning for the presence of Earth's observers. Scan complete. Earthling observers are present. Altar is functioning normally. The activator has one opportunity to request a trial from the Overseer. Upon hearing the voice of the divine revelation, Charles's face instantly lit up with ecstatic joy. It's done. After going through all sorts of trouble, I finally have the opportunity to punish Lu Chun. Recalling the rampage and slaughter that Lu Chun inflicted on their side in the parallel sea, and the attribute points that were taken from him, a ferocious look crept across Charles's face. Haha, Lu Chun, today is your day of judgment. Having said that, Charles pressed his bloodied right hand tightly against the eerie eye on the stone tablet. A moment later, the announcement from Revelation Online was suddenly broadcast in the chat channel of the 8th region. Announcement: Charles, the Evolver in the 976 Novice area of the U.S. Theater, has successfully activated the Overseer's altar and has filed a public trial request with the Overseer. Request details: the 1000 Novice Evolver Lu Chun in the 8th region has colluded with alien races through illegitimate means to harm the human race of Blue Star in order to win a survival bet. Expected trial outcome: annihilate Lu Chun and return the attribute points and evolution points obtained illegally to the 1000C areas. Initiation area: US 976C area. Success probability 50%. Note: this is a public trial. Other C areas can be jointly initiated with the US's 976 area. The more C areas involved, the greater the influence on the monitors, and the higher the probability of success. Since Lu Chun created the Netherworld, the chat channel in the 8th region then fell silent. The previously arrogant alliance of nations has now completely behaved itself. They feared attracting the attention of the Xinxia people. But, once this announcement was released, the chat channel in the 8th region instantly erupted in excitement. Yoshi, Charles, you're truly our best friend. You completed the mission so quickly. We Japanese support you. Announcement. Joint petitions for the Fusang 903C area have been added, increasing the success rate to 60. Damn it, Lu Chun. Today you will return all the attribute points you plundered from our great Goryeo people. Announcement. Joint petition for waters off South Korea 942 area has been added, increasing the success rate to 70%. Lu Chun, you heretic. Today, we Indians will avenge Lord Emir and our fallen compatriots. Announcement. Joint petition for Tianju 579 waters joins. Success rate rises to 80%. In an instant, the allied nations, which had previously remained silent, suddenly emerged one after another. Join the United States in its joint petition. With each additional sea area added, the success rate of the request continued to rise. Charles, watching the ever-increasing success rate, laughed triumphantly. Haha, thank you all for your help. Once the Overseer sees our joint petition, he will definitely eliminate Lu Chun and make Lu Chun and those divine Xia people spit out all their evolution points. Chapter 131 His Highness the Inspector supports our sanctions against Lu Chun. Yash, finally we can punish those despicable Xinxia people. Since the survival bet ended, dozens more of us in the 903C area have died, and now we only have a little over 100 left. It's all because of that despicable Lu Chun. Mr. Charles, why don't we just ask the inspector to exterminate all the Xinxia people to prevent future troubles? That's right, Mr. Charles. We Koreans think our Japanese friend's suggestion is excellent. Those Xinxia people are utterly despicable. They wiped out Lu Chun, and we can't vent our anger. In a short time, the members of the allied nations unanimously suggested annihilating all the sheiks in District 1000, because they feared the next sinking of the land. Charles shook his head. Oh, my dear friends, it's not that I'm unwilling, but there are limitations to my demands. This is the most favorable condition I can offer for us at the moment. Damn it. What a pity, we can't deal with all those Xinxia people at once. All right, if we can eliminate Lu Chun and get our attribute points back, that's fine too. As for the other divine Xia people, we'll settle accounts with them after we leave the beginner's sea area. Yes, they were our prey before, and they will still be our prey once they leave the beginner's sea. If Lu Chun hadn't cheated, how could the Xinxia people have been a match for us Tianju people? Ha ha, everyone, the success rate is now 90%. Which sea area haven't we reached yet? Where are the British? They've arrived. Our great Eagle Empire has joined us. Announcement. The joint petition from the area where the sun never sets, C345, has increased the success rate to 95%. Yash, this time we're guaranteed to win. An island. Everyone, come quick. Charles is going to ask the inspectorate to put Lu Chun on trial. Fan Yingying stared at the light screen in front of her, her small face full of unconcealed worry. Hearing Fan Yingying's shouts, the Netherworld members, who were sorting through their spoils, all gathered around. Don't worry, Yingying. Doesn't Lord Jack know the inspector? With him involved, the Lord of the Underworld will definitely be fine. Long Howren, with his right hand wrapped in bandages, spoke with a relaxed expression. However, Yang Zimming, noticed Fan Yingying's expression. Yingying, is something wrong? Fan Yingying bit her lip and looked at everyone. Although the zombie brother said he knows the Overwatcher, the oracle shows that Charles and his team have a 95% success rate. I'm still a little worried. Upon hearing Fan Yingying's words, everyone was stunned. Li Sini quickly opened the chat channel of the 8th region. When I saw the announcement from Revelation Online, her cool, aloof face instantly changed color. He exclaimed in surprise. 99%. Their success rate is an astonishing 99%. How is this possible? Yang Zimming stared at the announcement on the panel, his voice trembling involuntarily. Now, the addition of Italy's 764 and Australia's 137 maritime zones. This suddenly boosted the success rate of joint requests to an astonishing 99%. The glaring data stung Yang Zimming's eyes. He immediately tagged Lu Chun in the chat channel. At Lu Chun, Lord of the Underworld, quickly checked the chat channel of the 8th region. The Alliance of Nations has completed its mission and is about to launch a trial against you against the Overseer. Revelation Online data shows a success rate of 99. Please, Captain Ghost, come forward to clarify as soon as possible to prevent the Overseer from being misled by rumors. However, Lu Chun did not respond. Seeing how nervous everyone was, Zhou Yu offered words of comfort. Brother Yang, Sister Cindy, I don't think everyone needs to worry too much. It's just data. After all, it's not 100% yet, and the final judgment is still up to the inspector. Both Lord Jack and the Lord of the Underworld have said that there is no need to worry about the Overseers. They have certainly made preparations. Li Ming nodded in agreement. Yes, when has the Lord of the Underworld ever disappointed us? We should just trust him. Upon hearing their words, the worries in the hearts of the Netherworld people were somewhat relieved. However, at this very moment, within the regional channel, another announcement came from Revelation Online. The moment fell, everyone felt as if they had been plunged into ice, and despair filled their hearts. Announcement: this is the first time Blue Star has requested a trial by the observers, and it has successfully attracted the attention of Blue Star's observers. Announcement: monitors have relaxed restrictions on trial outcomes, allowing for modification of the expected outcome in the sea area where trials are initiated. Reminder: once you attract the attention of an observer, the success rate reflects the observer's inclination. The observer reserves the right of final interpretation. The current success rate is 99%. The allied nations, who were cheering with joy after seeing the announcement from Revelation Online, overjoyed. Oh my God, this is such exciting news. The watchdogs of Earth have taken note of our demands. Arigato, the inspector is truly insightful. The success rate remains at 99%, unchanged, which shows that the inspector is very supportive of us. Ha! I'm so happy, so proud that we have such a fair and just overseer. At Charles, Mr. Charles, what exactly does the announcement mean by easing restrictions? Yes, does that mean we can make more demands and make the Xinxia people pay an even heavier price? Charles, yes. The overseer is truly great. He actually relaxed the restrictions specifically for us, so that those sheiks will pay a greater price. Long live the first prince of the kingdom. Long live the overseer. O Watcher, you are as great as Brahma, and we Indians will forever follow you as our faith. We Koreans can't wait any longer. Mr. Charles, please revise your request quickly. I want to annihilate all those Xinxia people. Yes, I can't wait either. Charles, oh, everyone, don't worry, I'm making changes now. A moment later, the announcement from Revelation Online sounded again. Ding, the requested area, US 976 area, has been revised and submitted. Expected trial outcome: annihilation of Lu Chun, return of illegally obtained attribute points and evolution points from the 1000 sea areas. Furthermore, compensation of 100 attribute points to each of the sea areas that jointly filed this petition. Jointly initiated in 10 sea areas including US 976, Japan 903, South Korea 942, India 579, etc. Success probability, 99%. Reminder: the attribute points from the compensation will be stripped from the evolved beings in the Judgment Sea. Reminder: those who request a public trial are also subject to the trial itself. The final verdict rests with the oversight body. Upon seeing the announcement from Revelation Online, the members of the Alliance erupted in thunderous cheers once again. The chat channels in the 8 major regions were being flooded with messages. Wow, 100 attribute points. Chapter 132. Let me erase myself? This time, we'll be able to get all the attribute points we lost back from the Xinxia people. What I see is not just that. The attributes of those Xinxia people are simply not enough to compensate for such a huge amount of attribute damage. At that time, all of these Xinxia people will be drained into dried corpses. Sugoi, I can't wait to see the Xinxia people die with Nakamura Kenta. I hate that Lu Qin the most. This time I must eliminate him. Exactly. We all came to the world of Revelation Online together. So why is he the only one who's so powerful? That's not fair. He must have cheated. Yes, so this time the inspector will uphold justice for us. 2 minutes ago, Burial Island. Lu Qin was playing with Tuanzi. Suddenly, a notification from Revelation Online rang in my mind. Ding. Evolver Charles has successfully activated the Overseer's altar and has requested judgment from the Overseer. Evolver, Lu Qin, as the observer of Blue Star, you are responsible for carrying out this trial. Should the trial commence immediately? Well, Charles is quick on his feet. He actually managed to get a trial request? Lu Qin raised an eyebrow slightly. He then clicked on the trial proceedings submitted by Charles. Accusing me of colluding with alien races and harming humans, demanding my elimination. Lu Qin glanced at Charles's request. I was speechless. This guy? How dare they make me, the inspector, judge myself? They even dared to try and erase me. Are you crazy? Noticing Lu Qin's expression, Jack curiously approached. When his gaze fell on the panel in front of Lu Qin, he couldn't help but burst into laughter, bending over with mirth. These idiots, they actually did something like that. I'm dying of laughter. Jack laughed so hard that tears streamed down his face. They must think the inspectors are all sent directly by the heavenly revelation. Who knew that the inspector was actually you, Captain? Haha. Just thinking about their expressions when they find out that you, Captain, are the Blue Star Inspector makes me laugh until my stomach hurts. Jack pointed at Lu Chun, laughing so hard he was shaking. Haha. Captain, look at you. As their inspector, you became the first one to be judged. How much do people hate you? Ha ha ha. Lu Chun glanced at Jack. His gaze grew colder and colder. He said calmly, "Is it funny? I think the next time you encounter the boss, you should rush up and act as a human bomb. That scene would be even more funny." Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Jack's smile instantly froze. He shook his head rapidly, like a rattledrum. "It's not funny at all." As he spoke, Jack immediately adopted an indignant expression. These bastards dared to frame their local officials. They deserve to die. Captain, later you must put them on trial. Don't let a single one escape. Annihilate them. Annihilate them all. It's settled then. Next time you'll self-destruct. A boss-level corpse explosion should be pretty powerful. Wah. I was wrong, Captain. Jack was on the verge of tears. Wah. These bastards. Because of the mess you guys made. You've turned me into a walking bomb. Jack, I'm not finished with you. Lu Chun rubbed his chin. I'm pondering the issue of the supervisor's authority in adjudication. Discover. The power of the supervisors is immense. Both the one who initiates the trial and the one being tried are within the scope of their own judgment. However, the punishment imposed during the trial is limited. It is limited by the request of the person who filed the lawsuit. Charles's request was that, if you kill me, you will have to return the attribute points and evolution points obtained illegally within 1,000 nautical miles. So, if he rules against Charles, the greatest consequences that Charles and the allied nations will have to bear in the waters. It was merely equivalent to what Charles had requested. Right now, eliminate Charles, and you won't need to return those points in the 1,000 nautical territories. This seems to be satisfying. But for Lu Chun, there is no real benefit. I'm not a child anymore. They won't act just to vent their anger. We must secure tangible benefits. Thinking of this, Lu Chun's eyes darted around. Got it. Since there are limitations, why don't I just remove some of them? As an inspector, shouldn't I have this kind of privilege? Immediately, Lu Chun began to operate the device. Really, as a level 1 supervisor, I have the right to appropriately relax the restrictions on trial outcomes. Lu Chun's eyes lit up. Take immediate action. A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. The trap has been set. Now it's up to you whether you'll willingly jump in. Unlike Lu Chun's calm and composed demeanor, the people in District 1000 were already as anxious as ants on a hot pan, running around in circles. What do we do? What do we do? The inspector has actually expressed support for the allied nations. Is Brother Lu Chun really going to be eliminated? At the thought of this terrible outcome, tears welled up in Fan Yingying's eyes instantly. No, I don't want Brother Lu Chun to be killed. Wah. There's no reason for this. Both the Lord of the Underworld and the Ghost Captain have stated that there's no need to worry about the overseers. How could this happen? Yang Ziming frowned, his heart filled with confusion. He really couldn't understand it. The Ghost Captain's demeanor and words earlier clearly didn't seem fake. But why is the inspector now adopting a stance of supporting the Alliance of Nations? Sigh, Brother Yang, I think this Revelation Online world is no different from our Earth. Li Ming sighed and said dejectedly, the fickleness of human relationships and the coldness of the world. Perhaps the Ghost Captain had some connection with the overseers and could speak with them. But now the Ghost Captain has fallen from grace, while the overseer remains high above. Perhaps the past affections have long since vanished. Li Sini took a deep breath and shook her head firmly. No, I can't just stand by and watch Lu Chun suffer. He has sacrificed so much for us. As she spoke, she quickly opened the chat channel for the 8th region and sent a message. Your Excellency, what the allied nations say is not true. The Stormwing clan is merely a vassal of Lu Chun, not colluding with other races. Furthermore, many things were done by Lu Chun and me together. I, Li Sini, am willing to take responsibility. I only ask that you not erase Lu Chun from the picture. As soon as Li Sini finished speaking, everyone in District 1000 also started speaking out in the regional channel. Yes, Your Excellency, just because there are more people doesn't mean you're right. You also have to hear what we Xinxia people have to say. Those people from the allied nations were originally scoundrels who used gambling tokens to harm others and plunder attributes. Now that they've encountered the great god Lu Chun and can't defeat him, they're trying to use you to eliminate him. Your Excellency, Inspector, you must not listen to their slander. These bastards are just jealous of Lu Chun's power and want to bring him down. Chapter 133. Thanks to Ruby, happy time for the extra chapter today. Charles's fear. Charles and others from the League of Nations. Upon seeing the message sent by the people in the 1000C area, they all let out mocking laughter. Charles. Ha! These Xinxia people still dare to plead for mercy? Give up, your Lu Chun is doomed. That's right, still trying to argue that Lu Chun didn't cheat. We arrived in the Revelation world at the same time. We were only level 4 or 5, while Lu Chun was already level 10. With that advantage, how could he not have cheated? Yes, and those Stormwing clan members, all of them were at least level 10. Lu Chun was only level 9 at the time. How could he have subdued more than 200 level 10 Stormwing clan members as vassals? There's only one answer. Lu Chun is a spy for the Blue Star people. He has long since defected to the alien race. Traitor. Also, why is it that only Lu Chun can take on vassal races? I checked my stats, and I can't even take on a single vassal follower, let alone an entire race. He must have betrayed us. The Winged clan is using the guise of vassalage to slaughter us. Yoshi, everyone's right. Those despicable Xinxia people. Look, no matter how much nonsense you spout, has our success rate decreased by even a fraction? How could the great overseer be fooled by your few words? Ha ha ha. As soon as the news about the Japanese spread, the gazes of the Sherlock members involuntarily turned to the control panel. All I saw was a joint petition initiated by the Allied nations. The success rate remains a solid 99%. Nothing has changed. How could this be? How could this be? Lee Sinny stared at the glaring numbers, muttering desperately. 99%. This means that the overseers are now completely on the side of the Alliance of Nations. This indicates that, once the trial begins, Lu Chun will really be wiped out. After all, for Charles's request to fail, there is only a 1% chance. Only 1%, almost zero. Unless, of course, Lu Chun is the inspector himself, capable of changing his attitude at will and toying with the Allied nations. But, how could that be? What kind of existence is the watchdog? Those are the enforcers who represent the divine mandate to oversee and judge all living beings. Such a sublime existence. How could he be an evolved being who has only been in the world of Revelation Online for 5 days? Thinking about this, Lee Sinny was heartbroken and utterly despondent. No. Immediately, Lee Sinny steeled her resolve and sent another message to the regional headquarters. Your Excellency, Lu Chun's actions were not entirely his own. I did many of them, and I am willing to take the main responsibility. As soon as Lee Sinny said this, the others from the underworld also responded. I've taken so many benefits from my godfather. I can't let him bear the consequences alone. Inspector, I'll be frank with you. It was my idea, Tang Hong, to ally with the alien race. If you want to eliminate me, then eliminate me. I'm not afraid. Damn it, if it weren't for the Lord of the Underworld, I would have been dead long ago. Inspector, you bastard who can't tell right from wrong. Look carefully, Lu Chun didn't do anything. I was the one who went to contact them. That's right, Lu Chun knows nothing. If you want to eliminate us, then eliminate us. Yang Ziming stared at the scene before him. He took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with determination. Slowly typing text in the message box. Your Excellency the Inspector, I am Yang Ziming, Commander of the Netherworld. You may verify at will that from the moment I stepped into the world of heavenly revelation, I have been the organizer and leader of the 1000 Seas. The responsibility for this incident lies with me. It has nothing to do with Lu Chun. If Your Excellency wishes to pursue this matter, Yang Ziming is willing to bear the consequences first. If Your Excellency deems me, Yang Ziming, insufficient, then everyone in District 1000 is willing to accept the punishment together. As for Lu Chun, he knows nothing about it. Everything was done by Yang Ziming and the others in the 1000C area. I humbly request Your Excellency the Inspector to amend the clause regarding the elimination of Lu Chun. Yang Ziming said this because the punishment proposed by Charles was too severe. District 1000 needs to compensate each person in the 10C areas of various countries with 100 attribute points. This enormous number of attribute points would reach a terrifying 500,000 or more. Such a massive amount of attribute points, if taken from everyone, besides land submersion, no one can withstand it. Yang Ziming was no exception. This means that, once the monitor rules in Charles's favor, people of District 1000, all his attributes were drained, and he died as a dried-up corpse. But Lu Chun was different. Yang Ziming knew just how terrifying Lu Chun's attributes were. As long as he can avoid being wiped out, Lu Chun can survive. Then, Yang Ziming decided, rather than be completely wiped out, it would be better to sacrifice everyone else and do everything in our power to save Lu Chun. Lu Chun has enormous potential. as long as you survive. Even though attribute points are significantly reduced, they can also make a quick comeback. As long as Lu Chun is there, Sherlock has a greater chance of surviving and rising in this brutal survival game. After Yang Ziming sent out the message, the island of ants fell silent in an instant. Everyone stared blankly at Yang Ziming. Everyone knows that. What does Yang Ziming's statement mean? This means that he planned to sacrifice everyone else to save Lu Chun alone, including himself. Faced with impending death, there was fear in people's eyes. There is resentment. Many of the more timid girls were already sobbing silently. However, but no one voiced any objection. No one went to the regional channel to defend themselves and claim they had nothing to do with the matter. If the trial is lost, everyone will die. It would be better to take all the responsibility and save Lu Chun's life. Everyone firmly believes that Lu Chun will definitely avenge them. At this moment, the unity of the people of Xinxia, this moved the entire 8th district. Now I finally understand why the sheiks were able to rise so quickly to become a world superpower after World War II. Their unity and cohesion are truly terrifying. Persian War Zone 265 Beginner Sees. My God, aren't they afraid of death? How can people be so brave? Salon Theater 851 New BC area. No, it's not that they're not afraid of death. They just want their deaths to be more meaningful. Java War Zone 243 Beginners Sees. Alas, it's a pity that after today, the 8th region will likely be controlled by the allied nations again. Siam War Zone 188 Beginner Sees. Charles witnessed the unity of the Xinhua people. My heart skipped a beat. He feared that the inspectors would change their minds if they saw this. He quickly and carefully examined the panel. When the success rate is still 99%, the huge weight in my heart finally lifted. He had to admit, at this moment, he did feel fear. He feared Lu Chun's martial prowess. They were even more afraid of the unity of the Xinxia people. Such a people, such a nation, if they cannot be subdued, must be annihilated. Otherwise, they would surely stand at the top of the world. Thinking of this, Charles took a deep breath. Then, he burst into unrestrained laughter. Ha ha ha, people of Xinxia, don't waste your energy. Whether it's Lu Chun or any of you, you will all die today. Yes, Charles is absolutely right. After today, the Xinxia people will cease to exist in the 8th district. Damn it, most of us Koreans were killed by the Xinxia people. Now, we can finally take our revenge. Mr. Charles, please, Your Excellency the Inspector, initiate the trial. Chapter 134 The Inspector is also called Lu Chun. Charles nodded. The people of Xinxia were so united. We must finish this quickly. Delay could lead to unforeseen circumstances. A 99% success rate is already high enough. No need to wait any longer. Thinking of this, Charles decisively clicked the confirm button. The announcement from the Revelation online system immediately sounded. Ding. The initiator, Charles, has submitted a trial application to the overseer. The success rate is currently 99. The Earth's watchdog will execute the judgment in 10 seconds. 9. 8. Charles stared at the notification from the Revelation system, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Ha ha, you damn Xinxia people, take a few more breaths while you can, because once the inspector arrives, you'll all be finished. The members of the Alliance of Nations also revealed their ugly faces. Mocking voices rose from all sides. Ha ha ha, people of Xinxia, weren't you so arrogant? Just wait until the inspector arrives, and we'll see how arrogant you are then. Yoshi, Lu Chun will never escape the grasp of us Fusong people. Those who oppose us Fusong will never have a good end. Damn it, I really want to see the miserable state of Lu Chun, that devil, when he is wiped out by the inspector. He must be terrified and helpless. Those who oppose us Indians will inevitably face death. We Japanese are eagerly anticipating the scene of everyone in the 1000 Seas being stripped of their attributes, their cries of agony filling the air, and ultimately turning into dried-up corpses. Oh God, this is too cruel. But I like it. Could you make the Xinhua people die even more horribly? Ha ha ha. Looking at the ugly faces of the allied nations, Yang Ziming's fists clenched so tightly they cracked. Filled with extreme anger, he gritted his teeth and roared. Why? We didn't die on the battlefield, but we're going to be defeated by this inexplicable judgment. I'm not reconciled. Long Howren patted Yang Ziming on the shoulder, forcing a smile to comfort him. Old Yang, we haven't lost yet. Didn't Lord Jack say he knows the overseer? Let's mention Lord Jack's name later. Maybe there'll be a chance. However, Long Howren glanced at the glaring 99% success rate on the panel. Deep down, he knew that what he was saying was nothing but self-deception. The oversight body has clearly taken notice of this case. They are also fully aware of the current situation. But the success rate did not decrease at all. This shows that the observers are on the side of the allied nations. What he said, it's just that 1% of a slim hope. Although the hope is slim. But perhaps, could a miracle really happen? Lee Sin-hee stared at the constantly ticking countdown. He took 2 steps back, feeling utterly helpless, and leaned against a tree. Her beautiful eyes were filled with despair. He murmured to himself, I'm sorry I ultimately couldn't help you. Under the despairing gaze of everyone in District 1000, the countdown has finally reached 0. Another announcement came from the Revelation online system. Ding! The inspector has accepted Charles's request for a public trial. Request for trial. Lu Chun, a novice evolver in the 8th region, colluded with alien races through improper means to harm the human race of Blue Star in order to win a survival bet. Expected trial outcome, annihilation of Lu Chun, return of illegally obtained attribute points and evolution points from the 1000 C areas. Furthermore, compensation of 100 attribute points to each of the C areas that jointly filed this petition. The executing judge is Lu Chun, the Blue Star Inspector. This announcement was made. The previously noisy chat channel in the 8th region instantly fell silent. Everyone stared intently at the last 2 words of the announcement. Sinking. And Nanny? Lu Chun, the Blue Star Inspector? The Japanese man's hands were shaking when he typed the words, Lu Chun. Lu Chun will be tried? What the heck is this? Stop messing around. Hey, everyone don't panic. This is just a coincidence. The inspector just happens to be named Lu Chun as well. Charles wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, trying to remain calm. Look, the success rate is still showing as 99%. Hearing Charles's words, the members of the alliance were somewhat relieved. Hee, I knew it. But what a coincidence. The inspector is also named Lu Chun. Hee, what a coincidence. I suddenly have a bad feeling. Is it too late for us French to withdraw from the joint application? Baka, you Gauls are always like this. The overseer is such a noble being. How could he be compared to those lowly divine Xia people? Your worries are simply an insult to the overseer. The Japanese man speaking exuded confidence. But his face, however, revealed a fierce yet cowardly expression. The unease in my heart grew stronger. The divine summer continent was already exceptionally powerful. Everyone else has only one talent, but he has dozens. No one can accept vassals. Only Lu Chun can be collected. They even subdued an entire incredibly powerful race. This is definitely not the strength that an ordinary evolved being should possess. Most importantly, the inspector is also called Lu Chun. This can't be real, right? I'm definitely scaring myself. Haha. Now, the chat channel for the entire 8th region. It's much quieter than before. Many of those who were gloating soon realized something was wrong. They began to remain silent, no longer daring to speak easily. On Ant Island, everyone in District 1000 stared blankly at the public chat screen in front of them. My heart almost stopped. Old Yang, the inspector is also named Lu Chun. Do you think it's possible? Long Howren's voice trembled slightly as he spoke. Clearly, things developed far beyond his expectations. Yang Ziming stared blankly at the names of the monitors on the screen. He kept repeating, Lu Chun, is all of this real? Lee Sin-hee, who was originally in despair. The moment I saw the inspector's name, tears streamed down her face instantly. She wept with joy. At this moment, she suddenly understood. Now I finally understand why Lu Chun wasn't worried at all before. Why does Jack have that expression? You've only been here 5 days, yet you've already achieved such a position. However, although everyone in District 1000 had a vague idea of the truth, but no one dared to confirm it easily. After all, one is an evolved being who has just entered the world of Revelation Online and is struggling to survive. One is the spokesperson for the heavenly decree, the enforcer who oversees all living beings. One on the ground. One is in the sky. One is the people. One is an official. No one dared to connect these 2 seemingly unrelated people. Chapter 135 Plaintiff compensates defendant. Under everyone's tense gaze, a hazy outline slowly coalesced in the sky above the vast sea of the 8th region. Ding! Monitor, Lu Chun, image projection has been formed. The trial has officially begun. Charles looked up at the gradually clearing projection of the sky. My hands unconsciously clenched into fists. He kept praying to God, hoping that the names of the Watcher and Lu Chun were just a coincidence. However, as the projection of the observer gradually takes shape, Charles's heart grew colder and colder. Charles, how come the inspector is also missing his left arm? Could he really be Lu Chun? Richard's face turned pale. His finger trembled as he pointed to the sky, his voice trembling. Impossible. Charles whirled around, his face contorted in rage, and roared at Richard. Isn't it normal for inspectors to have suffered some injuries from countless battles? Lu Chun is just an evolved being who has only been in Tianyu for 5 days. What makes him qualified to become an inspector representing Tianyu? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Charles's eyes were fixed on the phantom in the air. Facial muscles contorted. He kept muttering impossible. However, as the phantom became more solid, a strangely familiar voice suddenly rang out, striking Charles as if he had been struck by lightning. They fell into the abyss of despair. The observer in the sky slowly opened its cold, piercing eyes. With piercing eyes, he surveyed all living beings. His thin lips moved slightly. The cold and authoritative voice instantly echoed throughout the entire 8th district. You insignificant ants dare to accuse this inspector? You have quite the nerve. That figure. Her eyebrows were like sword blades, and her eyes like stars. It was undoubtedly Lu Chun. In a short time, the entire 8th district fell silent instantly. Everyone stared blankly at the projection in the sky. His eyes gleamed with disbelief. And the people of the 10 allied nations. His eyes widened in disbelief, his face filled with unconcealed shock and fear. Damn it. How is this possible? Lu Chun. Lu Chun is actually an observer. We've actually been actively opposing the observers of Earth, courting death. We Japanese have been courting death all along. Ha! Oh God, what stupid things have we done? No, this can't be real. I must be dreaming. We're asking the watchdogs to judge themselves? We're all clowns. Damn it, this can't be. Lu Chun, you clearly came here with us, and it's only been 5 days. I'm barely surviving. So how could you become an inspector? This is absolutely a joke. Looking at the projection of the sinking land in the sky, Charles's facial muscles involuntarily contorted. Like a madman. He simply couldn't accept this fact. The inspector he had painstakingly found turned out to be his enemy, Lu Chun. He had actually been so naive as to think that Lu Chun would kill him himself. Ha! How ridiculous. How utterly ridiculous. I was incredibly stupid. Is there anyone in the world more ridiculous than myself? In stark contrast to the reactions of the allied nations, the people in the 1000 C area, after realizing that the observer in the sky was indeed Lu Chun, a deafening roar of cheers erupted immediately. Everyone's face was filled with uncontrollable ecstasy. The feeling of going from hell to heaven in an instant is truly indescribable. Many people cheered wildly. Tears welled up in her eyes. Lord of the Underworld, the Lord of the Underworld is actually the Overseer, Tai Pants La. Lu Chun, Lord of the Underworld. Long live Lu Chun. Holy crap, I haven't cried since I became an adult. Damn it. I don't know why I'm crying today, I just can't control it. Lord of the Underworld. Lord of the Underworld is really amazing. Godfather is awesome. Voice cracks. Above the sky, Lu Chun stood tall. His gaze swept over the people from the allied nations, and a cold smile slowly crept onto his lips. He spoke in a cold voice, his tone as icy as ice. The trial begins. Regarding the accusation that this inspector colluded with alien races to harm the human race of Earth. That's utter nonsense. I, Lu Chun, the observer of Blue Star, hereby formally announce that the joint trial initiated by the allied nations has been lost. Upon hearing Lu Chun's verdict, no one, including the allied nations, was surprised. Just kidding. Can someone judge themselves and still lose? All the nations of the alliance. At this moment, he was completely terrified by Lu Chun. I just hope this farce ends soon. In this lifetime. No, they would never dare to oppose the Xinxia people again in their next life. Holy crap, is this even human? While they were struggling to survive there, they've become enforcers of the heavenly decree. However, they were being far too naive. Now that things have been started, how could it end so easily? Lu Chun's next words. It penetrates the air like ice. This plunged everyone in the allied nations into an icy abyss, filling them with endless despair. The United States, along with 10 other countries including the US 976, has slandered its monitors. Their crimes deserve death. This inspector hereby announces the verdict. Eliminate Charles, the evolved being. All marine evolutionists who participated in the joint trial will have 100 attribute points deducted from their accounts as compensation for the 1,000 marine areas. Having said that, Lu Chun's lips curled up slightly, forming a satisfied smile. Hee. They set traps for themselves at will. People from allied nations eagerly rushed in. That's just asking for trouble. The verdict for Lu Chun at this moment. Exactly the opposite of what Charles requested. This is the greatest benefit that Lu Chun can currently secure for himself and for the people of Yuming. Speaking of which, it was a wise move not to reveal the identity of the inspectors to Yang Ziming and others. Given today's scene, The people of District 1000 were filled with genuine emotion, vying to die in their place. Anyone would be fooled. Thinking of this, Lu Chun turned his gaze to the group in the 1000C area. A gentle look involuntarily appeared in his eyes. The next reward. It's what you deserve. Upon hearing Lu Chen's verdict, the people from the allied nations were instantly stunned. Wasn't this trial initiated by us? The worst outcome. Doesn't it just mean we lose and all our efforts go to waste? But why do we have to deduct our attributes as compensation? We are the plaintiffs. There's no reason for the plaintiff to compensate the defendant. Damn it. Revelation Online, please take a look. Some people abuse their private rights. We're innocent. The thought of having 100 attribute points deducted. The 10C areas of the allied nations. Immediately, cries of agony filled the air, and everyone fell to their knees. The cries for mercy continued unabated. The allied nations had already suffered heavy losses from having their attributes plundered by Lu Chun once or twice before. Now, if another 100 attribute points are deducted, those 10 beginner C areas belonging to the allied nations will be completely turned into no man's land. No, this isn't fair. Charles's face contorted in pain as he roared madly at the sky. Our proposals have a 99% success rate. So what gives you the right to arbitrarily declare us the loser? Chapter 136, 510,000 free attributes. 99% success rate? Lu Chun looked down at Charles with disdain. He chuckled softly. If I don't give you hope, how can you expect to obediently raise your demands? That way, I can extract more attributes from you. As Lu Chun finished speaking, on the panel, the success rate of the proposals from the allied nations suddenly jumped. 99%, 0.85%, 0%. It finally stopped at the despairing 0 point. Upon hearing this, Charles's heart skipped a beat. This was all a trap you set. He recalled how painstakingly he had completed the task and activated the Watcher's altar. They also proactively raised the upper limit of the trial outcome. Like an idiot, constantly digging his own grave. They also dragged the allied nations into the mess. Thinking of this, Charles was so enraged that he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Frustrated. This is so damn frustrating. The people of the allied nations. Looking at the success rate of 0, the last glimmer of hope in my heart was completely extinguished. They all knelt down on the ground, pleading repeatedly. Your Excellency, have mercy. I have less than 100 points left in my total attributes. If you deduct any more, I'll really die. Your Excellency, this is all Charles's fault. It has nothing to do with us French. Please, let us go. Lord Lu Chun, we Japanese are truly convinced this time. We are willing to be slaves of the divine Xia people. Just please spare our lives. Oh, great overseer, you only need to punish Charles. The rest of us Americans are innocent. You must uphold democracy. President Lu Chun, you are so outstanding. You must be of the blood of our great Goryeo people. We Goryeo people are willing to support you as king. President Lu Chun, please stop associating with those Xinxia people. Great Goryeo is your true home. Court death. Upon hearing the Korean's words, a cold glint suddenly flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. With a sudden swing of his right hand, the verdict is final. It shall be executed immediately. In an instant, vast swirling black fog surged forth from various sea areas of the Alliance of Nations, spreading rapidly. Oh no, God. Yemit. Damn it. This black mist is draining my attributes. We were wrong. Please have mercy. Brahma, save us. Wherever the black mist passed, screams rose and fell. Those evolved beings who touched the black mist. In an instant, they turned into horrifying mummies. Although the allied nations are the 10 most powerful sea regions in the 8th region, but almost no one can withstand the plundering of 100 attribute points. I'm not dead. I'm actually still alive. Charles stood in the black fog, watching his hands gradually wither, but a hint of surprise appeared on his face. His level was relatively high, and he luckily survived the attribute plunder. However, others in the US 976 area were not so lucky. Charles looked around. Thousands of horribly shaped, mummified corpses were scattered about, densely packed together. Fear and struggle were still frozen on their faces. Charles shuddered at the sight of his compatriots' miserable state. At this moment, a strong will to survive drove him to abandon all dignity and hatred. All he wanted was to live. Charles fell to his knees with a thud. Using all his strength, he kept kowtowing to Lu Chun, begging for mercy. Lu Chun, I was wrong. I shouldn't have made an enemy of you and the people of Xinxia. I have B-grade talent. I'm willing to be your vassal, your slave. I'm still useful. Please spare me. However, Charles welcomed. It was a bolt of lightning that suddenly struck down from the sky. Boom! A loud explosion occurred. Charles's body was instantly crushed into dust and vanished without a trace. Looking at the spot where Charles disappeared, a cold smile curled at the corner of Lu Chen's lips. It's laughable that a mere ant dares to try and become my vassal. Then, the projection in the sky gradually faded away. Lu Chen, his consciousness returning to his body, slowly opened his eyes. What came into view was Jack's decaying, large face. Captain, how was it? Using the power of the divine revelation to judge others, didn't it feel amazing? Jack asked excitedly. Lu Chen glanced at Jack. It's not my own power, so what's there to be happy about? If this trial hadn't been helpful to me, I wouldn't have bothered with it. Captain, next time you conduct an inspector trial, can you let me go? I promise to be fair and impartial. Jack instantly adopted a solemn posture. I, the inspector, Jack Benchon, declare you guilty and annihilate you all. Hee hee. Instead of wasting your time, you should focus on preparing for the battle. Preparing for war? Jack was taken aback. Captain, what do you mean? We just wiped out 2 factions. Where are there any monsters around? Lu Chen shook his head. Didn't you notice that one of the kobolds slipped away while you were fighting the hyena pirates? Huh? Is that so? Jack frowned, thinking carefully. Indeed. The number of corpses doesn't seem to match. Imagine this. Jack blushed. Hey, Captain, what do we do now? Should we leave this corpse island first? Leave? Why leave? Lu Chen looked at Jack, a smile playing on his lips. I let it go on purpose. This kobold seems to be able to make contact with the Naga royal family. Although Lu Chen didn't make a move back then. But the ecological symbiosis of the netherworld is constantly in operation. Seagulls in the sky. Fish in the sea. They were all Lu Chen's eyes and ears. How could Lu Chen miss the dog's subtle movements? Naga royal tiny little snake girl. Jack instantly understood, his eyes widening. Captain, you're planning to lie in wait here and wait for us to come to us. No, aren't you afraid you can't win? Lu Chen rolled his eyes at Jack. It's never too late to run away if you really can't beat them. It's much better than going through all that trouble to find monsters. Hee hee, that's true. Captain is brilliant. Just as the two were talking, more than 900 dazzling beams of light suddenly crashed down from the sky, enveloping everyone in the 1000C area. Ding! The joint trial initiated by Charles, the Evolver, has taken effect. All persons in the 1000C areas will receive 512,538 attribute points as compensation from the United States in 10C areas, including 976. After being distributed equally, each person will receive 560 free attribute points. As the notification sound from Revelation Online rang out, a surging, powerful force flowed into everyone's body. Certainly, behind this is, the Allied nations paid a heavy price, with everyone turning into mummies. As the light gradually faded, everyone in District 1000 was filled with surprise. Holy crap, I just got 560 free attribute points. What about you guys? Did you get any? I got it too. This is so damn awesome. It's the Lord of the Underworld. It's all thanks to the Lord of the Underworld. Wah, in less than a day, my total attributes skyrocketed from over 100 points to over 1,000 points. This is like a dream. No, I wouldn't even dare to dream of something this crazy. Chapter 137 Naga Royal Court. Sister Cinny, Brother Yang, aren't we the defendants? How can the defendants receive compensation from the plaintiff? Is that even allowed? Fan Yingying felt the surge of power within her body, her eyes filled with surprise. Charles initiated the joint trial. The result was that we lost so many attribute points. That's so tragic. No wonder he was so angry that he vomited blood in the end. Li Cinny glanced at Fan Yingying, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Your brother Lu is the supervisor, so the verdict is naturally up to him. Recalling her previous despair, Li Cinny couldn't help but show a hint of reproach on her face. However, he's really wicked, keeping it a secret until now, making us so worried before. Brother Lu is the observer of Blue Star, so doesn't that mean we no longer have to worry about survival, and everyone can live on? Fan Yingying's face flushed with excitement at the thought. To be able to be thrown into the same sea area as Brother Lu. I'm so happy. Obviously, in District 1000, there are many people who share the same thoughts as Fan Yingying. Many people breathed a sigh of relief after learning that Lu Chun was the only observer on Blue Star. A relaxed expression appeared on his face. Oh, my boss is an enforcer in Revelation Online. What can Revelation Online do to me? However, Yang Zimink's next words poured cold water on everyone's enthusiasm. If you think that having a connection with the Lord of the Underworld will make you worry-free, you are sorely mistaken. Yang Ziming's expression was serious, and his voice was low. Upon hearing this, the Sherlock Holmeses, who were dreaming of a happy future, all turned to look at Yang Ziming. Commander Yang, what do you mean by that? The Lord of the Underworld is already the supreme inspector of the Blue Star War Zone. How could he possibly be in danger? Yes, Brother Yang, we've all gained over 1,000 attribute points now, which is much stronger than before. Almost everyone is a superhuman. We should be able to survive without any problems, right? Looking at the beaming faces of the crowd, Yang Ziming shook his head. It seems we need to give everyone a good talking to and let them know their situation. Otherwise, those who are greeted by the crowd will inevitably perish sooner or later. Have you ever considered that, given how powerful revelation is, why doesn't it simply send an inspector instead of having to select one from among us? Yang Ziming's words made everyone fall into deep thought. Zhou Yu's eyes darted around, and he quickly guessed the reason. I'm afraid that even though the Lord of the Underworld is an observer, he faces competition just like us. If he's not strong enough, he might be eliminated. He then went on to analyze. When I saw the Stormwing clan that day, I realized that we Earthlings were probably not the only ones who had crossed over to the world of Revelation Online. There must be other races as well. Our real enemies are probably those alien races that also traveled to Revelation Online. We have observers on Earth, and there may be observers among them as well. Yang Ziming gave Zhou Yu an approving look. The top student's reaction was indeed quick. He nodded and took over the conversation. That's right, we are far from being safe. Even someone as powerful as the Lord of the Underworld is now facing the same risk of being eliminated as us. Similarly, the heavenly revelation will choose the most powerful observer to be its true representative. Even if we assume, hypothetically, that the Lord of the Underworld is exceptionally powerful, none of the other alien races are his match. However, the Lord of the Underworld can accept other races as vassals. He paused, then emphasized. The Netherworld will only grow stronger in the future, and the number of vassal races under the Netherworld Lord will also increase. If we, the people of Xinxia, are not strong enough, not hard-working enough, and remain forever like infants, merely waiting for the Lord of the Underworld to nourish us, instead of sharing his burdens and solving his problems, then the Lord of the Underworld may very well abandon us and choose other races instead. Upon hearing this, the joy on everyone's faces gradually froze. Yes, leaving aside other races. Speaking solely of the Stormwing clan, which the Lord of the Underworld has already subdued. Each of them possesses B-level talent. All of them have reached level 10 in strength, far surpassing the current Shermans. If we don't work harder and remain complacent, perhaps one day in the future I will truly be abandoned by the Lord of the Underworld. Moreover, such a brutal struggle for supremacy among myriad races. How could we allow only the Lord of the Underworld to charge into battle? Everyone must become stronger quickly. Only in this way can they truly survive. Sherlock, only then can they truly stand at the pinnacle of all races. Commander Yang, rest assured, we will do our utmost. Yes, we will never lose to the Stormwing clan. B-level talent, 10th tier strength, I will catch up soon. The Xinxia people cannot be outdone by those birdmen. Let's go, brothers, let's go kill some monsters. Commander Yang's words instantly snapped me out of my daze, and I didn't want to waste another minute. All right, let's go, let's kill the enemy. We must show the Lord of the Underworld as soon as possible that the people of Xinxia are the strongest. Everyone instantly understood the current situation and sprang into action, their expressions tense yet resolute. At the same time, on a secluded island not far from Burial Island, in the center of the island, a magnificent palace built of massive stones stands tall. In front of the palace, a statue of a Naga, wielding a trident and covered in scales, stands prominently. Inside the palace, dozens of Naga people were gathered together discussing something. Dogtail was kneeling in the center of the Naga tribe. His body trembled uncontrollably. These Naga, each of them possessed strength above level 20. The Naga King's strength reached a terrifying level, equivalent to a tier 30 boss. The oppressive aura emanating from them. It nearly suffocated the dog's tail, which was on the 15th tier. Father, Nagaros has been away traveling for many days, and there has been no news of him since. Naga Prince Nagarex glanced at the kneeling dog-tailed creature. The voice suddenly turned low. If what this kobold says is true, then I'm afraid my sister has already fallen victim to that human's cruelty. The words had barely left his lips when a powerful killing intent suddenly erupted from all the Naga warriors. Nagaros, that was the beloved little princess of the Naga royal court. Feeling this palpable killing intent, the dog knelt even lower. Your Highness, even if I, Dogtail, had the greatest audacity, I wouldn't dare deceive you. That human truly possesses the ability to petrify with his gaze. As he spoke, Inutail pointed towards the direction of Corpse Burial Island. He's on the nearby Corpse Burial Island. I still remember his scent. If you don't believe me, I'll take you there to see for yourself. Naga King Nagathuros heard the words of the dog-tailed creature. A flicker of pain flashed in his aged eyes. Petrification technique. Historically, only members of the Naga royal family have been able to awaken this ability. The human stared, petrified. It must have been taken from Nagaros by some means. Despite the pain in my heart. But the Naga King still stared at the dog's tail and asked in a deep voice. How strong is that human? What is his background? Speaking of Lu Chen's strength, a flicker of fear flashed in the dog's eyes, and it said in a trembling voice. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. Although he is only at the 10th level, he can kill our boss in an instant. Defeating the 18th level Undead Beast King is also a piece of cake for him. Chapter 138, leveled up to 12. And he also subdued all 20,000 undead on the burial island. My lords, if you are to deal with him, you must not be careless. That human is absolutely terrifying. The eldest prince glanced at the dog's tail, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes, and said dismissively, a mere 10th level human can wipe out your entire hyena pirate crew. You're really useless. When Inutail heard this, he hurriedly looked up, wanting to explain. No, it's that human. However, he was interrupted by the Naga King halfway through his sentence. All right, all you need to do is tell us where he came from. Origin. The dog paused, recalling the scene from that time. Hey, it should be an evolved being who came to participate in this year's All Races Championship. An evolved being? Nagathuros frowned and pressed for an answer. Is he from a mid-level world or a high-level world? If it were a mid-level world, it would be easier to handle. But if this human evolver comes from a higher world, then it would be difficult to avenge the loss of his daughter. Evolvers from advanced worlds. The Naga royal court is currently powerless to resist. As for the lower worlds, Nagathuros completely ignored this possibility. A level 10 character can defeat a level 18 boss, the Undead Beast King. An existence possessing such formidable combat power. How could they be beings from a lower world? However, what Dogtail said next stunned Nagathuros. He comes from a lower world, but although he comes from a lower world, he is truly terrifying. The moment the phrase lower world was uttered, a shrill laugh suddenly erupted from inside the palace. Ha ha ha, low-level world? A mere insignificant being from a low-level world dares to attack my Naga royal family? They're practically courting death. Humans are inherently weak, and those from lower-level worlds are even weaker. Your Majesty, we shall immediately send troops to kill that human and avenge the princess. Just then, Aston, the 22nd tier boss's chief guard, stepped forward. Its grotesque snake head suddenly extended a scarlet tongue, gently licking her lips. He volunteered for the battle. Your Majesty, you are nothing but an ant from a lowly world. Give me only 100 of your people, and I will surely raise Corpse Island to the ground, cut off that human's head, and present it before your Majesty. Only the Naga royal family possesses the form of a human head, human body, and snake tail. Ordinary Naga are all of the form of a snake head, human body, and snake tail. The Naga King glanced at Aston. He pondered for a moment and said, although this person comes from a lower-level world, his ability to defeat the Undead Beast King and the Hyena Pirates has already proven his strength. He must be a prodigy in this lower-level world. He should not be underestimated. Speaking of this, he looked at his eldest son, Nagarex, a level 25 boss. With Rex's strength, even if that human had some skill, there was absolutely no chance of survival. Nagarex, you will go to Corpse Island with the captain of the guard. I will also give you 500 of your people. Make sure you capture that human. Nagarex smirked, her face full of disdain. Father, I can go to a mere 10th tier low-level world on my own. There's no need for such a large commotion. Nonsense. The Naga King's eyes widened suddenly, and he roared. The War of All Races has only been going on for 5 days. For him to evolve to this extent in just 5 days, he is no ordinary person. If you underestimate him, you will surely suffer a great disaster in the future. Seeing that her father was truly angry, Nagarex lowered her head. Father, please calm your anger. Your son knows he was wrong. The Naga King's expression softened slightly, and he instructed. It is said that killing the evolved beings who contend for supremacy among all races brings great benefits. Nagarex, when you see that human, You must first force him to reveal the whereabouts of the other evolved beings before killing him. Father, rest assured. Nagarex bowed, then pointed to the kneeling dog tail. You come with us. Upon hearing this, Inuo's expression changed drastically, and he pointed to himself. Hee. Well, your highness is so powerful, there's probably no need for me to come along. Despite the formidable strength of the Naga Royal Court's forces, one level 25 boss and one level 22 boss. In addition, 500 Naga warriors of rank 20 and above. But whenever Dogtail recalled the dying screams of the Beast King and the wilderness, I felt uneasy. That human, whether dealing with the undead Beast King or the wilderness, they were annihilated with overwhelming force. Dogtail couldn't possibly fathom its true strength. Stop talking nonsense. Let's go together. If we can't find that human, I'll kill you first. Nagarex snorted coldly. With a flick of its tail, they walked out of the palace. The dog shrank its neck and followed behind dejectedly. I don't know why. At this moment, he somewhat regretted coming to the Naga Royal Court. Corpse Island. As the beam of light slowly dissipated, Luchin looked down at his panel, a smile involuntarily creeping onto his lips. 560 free attribute points easily obtained. Cool. Thinking of Charles, Luchin couldn't help but chuckle. If Charles hadn't painstakingly completed his mission and activated the Watcher's Altar, how could I possibly obtain those 500+ attribute points? This Charles. Selflessness. What a kind person. Returning to his senses, Luchin remembered the more than 40 kobolds Jack had killed before, whose life energy had not yet been extracted. A gentle touch. Instantly, a massive amount of life energy surged toward Luchin and Xiao Tuanzi like a tidal wave. Ding. Your vassal Jack has slain 48 kobold pirates. Gained 1.34 million units of life energy. After dividing half of it into portions, Luchin suddenly gained a terrifying 670,000 units of life energy, and his level soared accordingly. Ding. You have reached level 11. Ding. You have reached level 12. Level 12, 40, 000/700, 000. Strength plus 80. Agility plus 80. Constitution plus 80. Perception plus 80. Freedom attribute plus 40. That's awesome. The exhilarating feeling of advancing 2 levels in quick succession made Luchin unable to resist letting out a long roar to the sky. The little bundle in my arms also joined in the fun. Gurgle gurgle ah. Although it sounds a bit like a dog barking, it is exceptionally cute. After the dumpling is upgraded, its level is level 8, 40, 000/700, 000. Luchin stroked the pink dumpling, his heart filled with smiles. Subsequently, Luchin decisively added all 610 points of free attribute to strength. With a major battle imminent, we must transform every bit of strength into real power. After allocating free attribute points, Luchin's attribute panel has been completely revamped. Strength, 1480. Agility, 1934. Constitution, 840. Perception, 868. The average 4-dimensional attributes of a level 12 evolved being are around 200 points. To avoid redundancy, only key data is listed. Just then, Yun Ting flew over, knelt on one knee before Luchin, and respectfully reported, Master, we have discovered a large number of magic stones underground on Corpse Burial Island. Chapter 139 Arm Recovery. Philosopher's Stone? Luchin raised an eyebrow. It seems that the blueprint for the short-barreled rapid-fire cannon, which the fleet has unlocked, requires magic stones as a crafting material. With these magic stones, his own fleet should be able to be equipped with these high-grade bronze, short-barreled rapid-fire cannons on a large scale. At that time, the power of the Netherworld will surely increase greatly. Thinking of this, Luchin nodded and gave the order. Okay, Jack, you command the undead on the burial island to work with Yun Ting to dig out all the magic stones. After Jack fused with the black bead of the undead Beast King, he gained the ability to command the undead and control undead creatures of lower power than himself. All right, Captain, just you wait and see. Jack grinned. He then scanned the dense sea of bones around him and shouted loudly. You lazybones, get moving. Dig out all the magic stones. Upon hearing this, the undead immediately began digging. Yun Ting bowed to Luchin, preparing to join the excavation team. But Feng Lai called out to him. Yun Ting, wait a moment. Yes, Prophet. After bowing to Luchin, Feng Lai slowly said, Master, Yun Ting has reached level 14 and possesses the boss template, making him exceptionally powerful. Do you think he could become a crew member of the Netherworld and serve by your side? Previously, Yunting had killed a large number of kobold pirates and had advanced to level 14. Want to board the Netherworld? Lu Chen looked at Yunting and said in a deep voice. Yunting, you may not know, but the Netherworld is a cursed ship. All its crew members are cursed. Though they gain immortality, their bodies will gradually decay, like Jack's. Even so, are you still willing to board the Netherworld? Yunting was not surprised at all when he heard Lu Chen's words regarding the curse of the Netherworld ship. The gossipy Jack had already told Yunting about it. Without hesitation, he knelt on one knee and bowed, saying, Yunting is willing to become a crew member of the Netherworld, serve by his master's side, and vanquish all invading enemies for his master. Good. Lu Chen nodded slightly, not refusing. A boss-level subordinate who can resurrect indefinitely. This will undoubtedly greatly enhance their strength. With a wave of Lu Chen's right hand, Yunting then officially joined the crew of the Netherworld. On the panel, in addition to the A-level wind resonance talent, a B-level undying curse has been slowly added. Ha ha, Zio Yunzi, it seems you'll soon be just like me. I won't be the only ugly one in the future. When Jack saw that Yunting had also been cursed, he burst into laughter. It is Yunting's honor to serve the master alongside Lord Jack. Yunting bowed again. He then joined the team that was digging for magic stones. Lu Chen watched Yunting's retreating figure. He nodded in satisfaction. Yunting. He possesses immense potential and a resilient, unperturbed character. That's really good. Then, Lu Chen's gaze shifted to his empty left arm. It's time to restore my arm. Being Yang Guo is cool, but losing an arm will definitely affect my combat power. Now, all the materials needed to build the special treatment vessel have been gathered. Immediately, Lu Chen opened the fleet blueprint and selected to manufacture. Ding, consumed 15th tier spirit crystal core 1, 5 copper ingots, 150 wood, 20 fiber, and 10 iron ingots. Class C special Dao, currently under construction. Not long after, a single-masted warship radiating green light slowly took shape. It appeared on the sea surface outside the island of corpses. Gurgle gurgle. Upon seeing this, Tuanzi's big eyes immediately narrowed into crescent moons. It sensed it. This ship can heal its owner. Tuanzi is so clever. My arm will be better soon. Let's go upstairs. Lu Chen smiled slightly and instantly appeared on the deck of the special ship with Tuanzi. Distant sailing ship. Unnamed, captain, unspecified. Level, beginner. Crew, 0/15. Durability, 1000. Weapon slots, small weapons 0/3. Equipment slots, 0/1 small equipment. Speed, medium, sailing. Defense, medium, medium armor. Talent, healing fluctuation, rank C. An extremely powerful ship-based healing talent, capable of regenerating severed limbs. With this ship, as long as you're still breathing, you can be saved. Although the treatment ship and the Netherworld were both rudimentary, single-masted sailing ships. However, the differences in attributes are significant. The Ghost ship has a durability of 1500 and high defense. If the two ships engage in naval battle, the Ghost could easily sink it. But Lu Chen was not disappointed. After all, the purpose of building the healing ship was not for combat, but simply to heal his own arm. Subsequently, Lu Chen's mind stirred. A burst of emerald light suddenly erupted, transforming into undulating energy, jumping around the sunken land. Lu Chen's left chest. The granulation tissue grew at a rate visible to the naked eye. New bone is rapidly formed at the site of the fracture. About half an hour later, Lu Chen's left arm is now completely healed. He clenched his left fist. There was no discomfort whatsoever. Lu Chen was very satisfied. As expected of a special ship built using a tier 15 boss crystal core. Its healing abilities are indeed powerful. Subsequently, Lu Chen then stored the treatment ship in the fleet warehouse and returned to the Yuming. There are still 7 warships to deal with. As his gaze swept over the 7 hyena pirate warships moored by the island, Lu Chen subconsciously stroked his chin. These warships were spoils of war plundered from the hyena pirates. However, they were all ordinary ships without any special talents. The weapons on the ship were also unremarkable. It's not worth equipping your own fleet with it. By the way, could we exchange these useless items for contribution points? Lu Chen suddenly thought of something. After creating the Netherworld, the fleet shop was opened. Although he himself didn't think much of these 7 warships. But the items in the fleet shop are truly high-quality goods. Once the idea is made, Lu Chen acted swiftly, converting all 7 ships into contribution points. Ding. 7 beginner single-masted sailboats. Exchange for 150 contribution points. 7. Current contribution points, 1050. The revelation online notification sounded. Then, Lu Chun checked the redeemable items in the fleet shop. 1. Sea Cucumber, Silver Beginner, 300 points. 2. Storm Charm, Silver Beginner, 350 points. 3. Sea Dragon's Fury Cannon, Silver Beginner, 400 points. 4. Ocean Spirit Orb, Special Item, 500 points. When I saw the Ocean Spirit Pearl, Lu Chen's eyes lit up instantly. This is a treasure that can upgrade a ship's talents. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Chen decisively spent 1,000 contribution points to exchange for 2 Ocean Spirit Orbs. A moment later, looking at the 2 Spirit Pearls lying in front of him, Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. The Ocean Spirit Pearl can only evolve talents below Grade C. The Netherworld currently has the following 5 talents. Ghost Ship, Rank B. Enhanced Guardian Barrier, Rank B. Night Voyager, Rank C. Ecological Symbiosis, Rank D. Extreme Speed, Rank D. Chapter 140 is becoming more and more like Davy Jones. In other words, you can only choose 2 out of the 3 talents, Night Traveler, Ecological Symbiosis, and Extreme Speed, to evolve. The stealth ability of the Night Voyager is extremely useful, making it the preferred choice. As for Ecological Symbiosis and Extreme Speed, Lu Chen thought for 2 seconds, so they decided to upgrade to the Speed mode first. After all, even with further upgrades, Ecological Symbiosis can only control some more powerful organisms. He has 2 boss-level subordinates, Jack and Yun Ting, by his side. They have more than enough combat power. In comparison, for land submersion, the ability to increase speed is currently more important. Ding! The Netherworld ship's D-rank talent, Extreme Speed, has evolved into a C-rank talent, Gale. Gale, Class C. The ship gains wind-like speed, capable of accelerating to its limit instantly, and maintaining high-speed cruising for a longer period. Trying to outspeed the ship? Ding! The Netherworld's C-rank talent, Dark Knight Voyager, has evolved into a B-rank talent, Dark Knight Stealth. Dark Navigation, Tier B. Ships can not only navigate stealthily, but also submerge into the sea in a short time. Let's play hide-and-seek. Looking at the upgraded talents of the Netherworld ship, a glint of light flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. These talents are so useful. A gale can not only accelerate instantly, it can also maintain high-speed cruising for extended periods. This is very helpful for traveling or pursuing the enemy. The upgrade to Night Stealth further delighted Lu Chen. B-level Night Stealth. Besides invisibility, it even managed to make the ghostly ship submerge in water, etc. A cursed ghost ship, a pet octopus, and a ship full of undead. In addition, the boat can only dive. I'm starting to look more and more like Davy Jones from Pirates of the Caribbean. Fortunately, I haven't turned into someone with a disgusting appearance like Davy Jones yet. The dumpling isn't as ferocious and terrifying as the Norwegian sea monster in the movie. Thinking of this, Lu Chen looked down at the adorable pink little bundle in his arms. My heart started pounding. Tawanzi, when you grow up, you won't turn out like those characters in the movies, will you? Gurgle. Tawanzi tilted her little head, clearly not understanding what Lu Chen was saying. It's okay, it's okay. No matter what you become when you grow up, I will always love you. Lu Chen picked up Tawanzi and affectionately rubbed his face against hers. Guji. The dumpling closed its eyes, and its 8 little tentacles danced merrily. At this very moment, Yun Ting flapped his wings and gracefully arrived, bowing respectfully. Reporting to Master, all the magic stones have been mined. Good. Lu Chen nodded. With a flash, they appeared on the island of corpses in an instant. With teleportation, it's much more convenient for short-distance movement. As for long distances, Lu Chen also tried it. Yes, it is possible. However, the mental energy consumed was extremely terrifying, far beyond what I could currently withstand. As things stand, teleportation is primarily used in combat rather than for long-distance travel. On the island of corpses, Jack had already piled up the Philosopher's Stones neatly. Upon seeing Lu Chen, Jack's face immediately lit up with surprise. Oh, Captain, your arm is all better. Yes, a treatment ship has been built. As Lu Chen spoke, his gaze shifted to the magic stones. Those magic stones were completely transparent. Each one emits a faint fluorescence, and its surface is covered with strange patterns. Magic Stone 100, Bronze Beginner. Stones containing strange energy, the power source for many weapons and equipment. It's actually a low-grade bronze material? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. A full 100 units of primary bronze material. That's a considerable fortune. But, thinking of the fighting power of the Undead Beast King and Corpse Island, Lu Chen then felt relieved. Don't be fooled by the fact that the Undead Beast King was powerless against Lu Chen. That's because Lu Chun possesses a high-level necromancy talent. This directly caused the undead army on the island of corpses to defect. Otherwise, even Lu Chun, they dared not easily engage in battle with the army of 20,000 undead. Revelation Online World. Risk and reward go hand in hand. It's only natural that such a dangerous island of corpses would contain precious magic stones. Lu Chun decisively consumed 2 magic stones. 2 high-grade bronze, short-barreled rapid-fire cannons were manufactured. The giant whaling crossbow on the ghost ship was then replaced, and the equipment was in place. At this point, all 3 small weapon slots on the ghost were fully equipped. Then, Lu Chun stored all the remaining magic stones in the fleet warehouse. He then opened the fleet channel and tagged Yang Ziming. Yang Ziming responded instantly. Lord of the Underworld, please give your orders. There is a healing ship and a batch of magic stones in the warehouse. You can arrange their use as needed and raise the level of the Netherworld members as soon as possible. When Yang Ziming saw the message, a glint of light flashed in his eyes. With the magic stone, once you get another tier 10 crystal core, you can build a short-barreled rapid-fire cannon. He immediately signed a military pledge. Yes, Lord of the Underworld, Yang Ziming guarantees that everyone will reach level 10 or above within 4 days. Lu Chun nodded. Then another thing came to mind. Manufacturing a short-barreled rapid-fire cannon also requires a tier 10 crystal core. Therefore, the hundreds of tier 15 crystal cores that had been dug out from the kobolds were also stored in the fleet's warehouse. There are still some tier 10 crystal cores here. You and Licini can decide how to distribute them. Also, keep an eye out for any sea beasts with hearing abilities. If they're weak, just deal with them and give me their corpses. If you can't handle them, call me. After giving the instructions, Lu Chun shut down the fleet channel. His auditory superpowers had evolved to 95% of C level. Just absorb 1 more D-level auditory perception to upgrade to B-level. The last battle with the undead Beast King. This made Lu Chun deeply realize the huge boost that upgrading a support-type talent to C-level provides in combat. Although a single support talent has a limited impact on enemies. But I have dumplings with me, possessing assistive talents in 3 areas: sight, smell, and hearing. The combined effect of these 3 elements is truly astonishing. This is only a C level. How powerful it would be if it were upgraded to rank B. Moreover, Lu Chun was also very curious. What changes will occur after auditory superpowers evolve to level B? Yang Ziming stared at the chat channel, his heart filled with turbulent emotions. He then turned around. His gaze swept over the netherworld beings behind him, and he declared in a deep voice. The Lord of the Underworld just provided us with the main materials for over 100 short-barreled rapid-fire cannons. The food is already served to us. We're just waiting to eat. I have made a solemn pledge. Within 4 days, all of you must raise your level to level 10 or above. Upon hearing this, the people of the Netherworld instantly erupted in excitement. Holy crap, a short-barreled rapid-fire cannon. That's a high-grade bronze cannon. Yuming actually managed to get so many materials. That's amazing. Long live the Lord of the Underworld. Long live the Lord of the Underworld. Chapter 141, The Naga Royal Court Attacks. Don't worry, Commander Yang. If the Lord of the Underworld treats us like this, and we still can't reach level 10, we might as well just find a block of tofu and smash our heads against it. Yes, I think that as long as there are enough monsters, we can reach level 10 in less than 4 days. Seeing everyone's eager and high morale, Yang Ziming nodded, then gave the instructions. Okay, everyone, don't let your guard down. I don't want to see anyone sacrifice their lives. According to the plan, the exploration team will go out to search for sea monsters, and the support team will be on standby at any time. Once a large-scale hostile force is discovered, the main force in the rear will immediately launch a general attack. He paused, then emphasized his command. Also, everyone keep an eye out. The Lord of the Underworld specifically requested sea beasts with auditory abilities. Once you find one, no matter the cost, capture it. Yes. Captain, what's our next step? Jack saw Lu Chun close the panel. He immediately moved closer, his face full of curiosity. Next, go to sleep. After Lu Chun finished speaking, so they found a comfortable place. I lay down and closed my eyes. Since stepping into the world of Revelation Online, Lu Chun has been either fighting or on his way to fight. Although due to the high level of sensory enhancement, bodily functions can be maintained even without sleep. But that feeling of exhaustion was hard to shake off. The spoils have now been packed away. As expected, the enemy will come to us on their own soon. During this rare moment of leisure, Lu Chun naturally wanted to get a good night's sleep. Gurgle. Seeing this, the little dumpling quickly climbed onto Lu Chun's lap. She curled up into a little pink ball, and then fell fast asleep. Sleeping. Me, Tawanzi, I love sleeping the most. No way. The Naga royal family is about to arrive, and he can still sleep? You fell asleep so fast, damn it. Seeing the two, one human and one beast, falling asleep the moment their heads hit the pillow, Jack opened his eyes wide. Then he waved to Yunting. I'm sleeping too. Zio Yunzi, let's sleep together. Yunting shook his head. Lord Jack, you should go to sleep. I'll keep watch on Corpse Burial Island. Okay. Jack shrugged. He then lay sprawled out beside Luchun. Soon, the snoring became thunderous. A sweet dream. On the 6th day after arriving in the world of Revelation Online. Early morning. A ray of sunlight gently fell on Lu Chen's angular face. Lu Chen suddenly opened his eyes. A cold glint flashed across his eyes. Our guests have arrived. They're here. Jack, who was fast asleep, suddenly jumped up. A flash of black light appeared in both hands. Two black, crystal-long swords instantly materialized. He looked very nervous. Gurgle, the little dumpling, who was sleeping soundly, was startled by Jack. He grumbled at Jack with dissatisfaction. This was the first time it had ever slept in its owner's arms, but Jack ruined it. It's still a long way off, you scared Tawanzi. Lu Chun glared at Jack, then gently stroked Tawanzi to soothe him. Oh, I thought the Naga had attacked. Jack scratched the back of his head and chuckled. Now that you're awake, hide first. We might have to make a move later. Lu Chun patted Tawanzi lightly and whispered his instructions. Gurgle. Tawanzi obediently responded and then crawled into the backpack behind Lu Chun. Just then, Yun Ting slowly descended from the sky and quickly walked to Lu Chun, reporting, Master, during my aerial reconnaissance, I discovered a large number of Naga people approaching Corpse Island. New. Lu Chun nodded. Everyone pretended not to know anything and waited for them to get closer before saying anything. Yes, sir. On the sea outside the island of corpses, the waves were surging. Your Highness, Corpse Island is just ahead. That human with the petrifying gaze is there. He hasn't left yet. I can still smell his scent. The dog's limbs struggled in the seawater, its nose twitched, and its face was full of determination. Beside the dog's tail, more than 500 Naga warriors swayed their snake tails. His face was ferocious, and his eyes flashed with a fierce light. So this is Burial Island. I can't even sense the aura of a level 15 cultivator. Captain Aston flicked his tongue, his snake-like face full of contempt, and then said, Your Highness, the island is full of level 10 trash. Let's just charge in and kill our way through. Nagarex nodded. With a wave of his right hand, he was about to issue the order to attack. But it was interrupted by the dog's urgent voice. Your Highness, you mustn't. Upon hearing that Nagarex intended to attack directly, Dogtail's face paled in terror. He quickly tried to dissuade them. There are a full 20,000 undead on the Burial Island. Upon hearing this, Aston scoffed and said disdainfully, they're nothing but 10th tier ants. What does it matter how many there are? They can't stop me at all. All I have to do is charge forward and kill that human, and these undead will be like headless flies, out of control. Nagarex nodded in agreement. Yes, there are many of these undead, but most of them lack intelligence and do not pose a significant threat. All personnel, listen to my command. Proceed to Burial Island. However, Nagarex's orders have not yet been fully issued. The dog-tailed creature screamed again and blocked his way. No, Your Highness, it really won't work. The dog shook its head incessantly, its body trembling, its fear palpable. Seeing this, Aston's bloodlust intensified. Nobuko licked her lips and sneered. Your Highness, this kobold is clearly terrified by that human. Since he's no longer of any use, we might as well kill him and use him as a sacrifice for the army flag. A hint of coldness flashed in Nagarex's eyes. He stared at the dog's tail and questioned it coldly. Kobold, do you think I'm no match for that lowly human? You'd better give me a reasonable explanation. Seeing the cold looks in Nagarex and Aston's eyes, Dogtail unconsciously swallowed. I felt uneasy. He didn't want to keep stopping the Naga race. But the current situation forced him to do so. To stop them now might mean death. But if we follow the Naga to the Burial Island, we will surely die. Thinking of this, Dogtail mustered its courage and said in a trembling voice, Your Highness, how could you possibly be no match for that human? It's just that human is rather strange. As he spoke, the dog's tail pointed to the large pit in the center of the Burial Island. He can control the undead to self-destruct. That huge crater was created by him. The dog-tailed dog continued its description with a look of terror on its face. I witnessed the undead beast king being instantly blasted to ashes. The power was terrifying. Hearing what the dogtail said, Nagarex and Aston's expressions instantly turned serious. Self-destruct? You mean the undead skill? Corpse explosion. Nagarex's voice rose a few decibels. Then, he exchanged a glance with Aston. Both of them revealed a deep sense of apprehension. The island is home to tens of thousands of the dead. If they had rushed forward recklessly, they would probably have been met with a barrage of undead bombs. Chapter 142, Just Kill the Snake Woman. Corpse explosion? Humph, so what if it's a corpse explosion? Do you think we Naga are afraid of such a trivial corpse explosion? The captain of the guard, Aston, still wore a look of disdain. But then he changed the subject. However, the enemy has the advantage of terrain, so a direct attack would be disadvantageous for us. Those undead are bound to the island of corpses, but for that human, as an evolved being participating in the battle for supremacy among all races, time is of paramount importance. He will definitely leave Corpse Island as soon as possible. We just need to wait patiently, and he will come to us on his own. A level 10 undead corpse explosion might not be a threat, but if it breaks out in large numbers, even someone as formidable as Aston could not withstand that destructive power. Crown Prince Nagarex nodded. He ordered, "The captain of the guard is right. Everyone, spread out and keep a close watch on Corpse Burial Island. Once that human leaves, intercept him immediately." "Yes, sir." The Nagas responded in unison. Seeing this, Inutail secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He patted his chest and muttered to himself. Then the humans are probably only good at necromancy. Once they leave Corpse Island and lose the support of the Undead Legion, they probably won't be a match for the Naga royal court. However, the Naga were unaware of this. A pure white seagull is circling in the sky. He had heard every word of their conversation. On the island of corpses, Jack idly fiddled with a magic crystal longsword in his hand, complaining, "Why haven't these Naga people arrived yet, despite making such a big fuss? They won't come." Lu Chun moved his newly grown left hand, his face calm. "They know I'm good at corpse explosion." Huh. Jack was taken aback, then became anxious. Then all our preparations for the undead army have been for nothing? Sudden, as if he had just thought of something, his eyes widened, and he stammered to Lu Chun, "Captain, you're not thinking of leaving Corpse Island and launching a preemptive strike, are you? Those are 2 level 20+ bosses and over 500 high-level Nagas." Smack. Lu Chun snapped his fingers crisply. "Smart. Since you've already guessed it, why don't you be the first to attack?" "No way. I'm only level 12. Why would I go and fight 2 level 20+ bosses?" Jack pointed at himself, his eyes filled with astonishment. "What? Even the famous Captain Jack Sparrow is afraid." A hint of mockery flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. "Afraid? Jack, haven't known how to spell the word fear since I was born. Watch closely, Captain. I'm about to twist the heads off those 2 snakes." Jack suddenly straightened his spine. "So what if I die once? What do I have to fear if I'm immortal?" "All right, the Netherworld set sail. Target, the Naga on the sea." "Your Highness, a black ship has sailed out of Corpse Island and is rapidly approaching us." Upon spotting the ghost ship, the Naga warriors on the front lines immediately reported to Nagarex. "Ha ha, this human, with all that talent, is utterly foolish. He didn't even bother to do any reconnaissance before rashly sailing out of Corpse Burial Island. He's practically courting death." Aston watched the approaching black ship, a disdainful sneer curling at the corner of his lips. Snort. This human being. If they rely on the burial island and hold their ground, they can avoid conflict. With the power of that corpse explosion, I really can't do anything about him. Unexpectedly, he so easily gave up his advantage. They're really asking for it. Nagarex was secretly delighted at the sight, a cruel smile creeping onto her lips. Dare to slip away from Corpse Island? Without the army of the undead, today will be your doom. Before the words were finished, he swung his right arm. He gave a cold command. "Everyone, stop that black ship." "Yes, sir." The Naga warriors responded in unison, their voices booming like thunder. Immediately afterwards, splash, splash, splash. Many wielding tridents. A Naga warrior, his eyes gleaming with ferocity, suddenly leaped out of the sea, blocking the path of the ghost ship. "Human, you'd better stop the ship right now, or I'll let you experience the terror of the Naga kingdom." Aston wields a giant hammer. He threatened with a sinister grin. His arm muscles were taut. They were poised to strike, ready to smash the eerie black boat to the ground with a single blow. After all, faced with so many alien forces blocking their way, no one would be foolish enough to stop the ship. However, to Aston's shock, the black sails of the ghostly ship slowly descended. The ship has really stopped. A handsome young man, tall and straight as a pine tree, stood proudly at the bow of the ship. He surveyed the Naga race with a calm gaze. "The Naga? We've been waiting for you for a long time. You guys are really slow to arrive. Upon hearing this, the Naga people looked at each other in bewilderment. What's going on? A human of only level 12, faced with the terrifying army of the Naga royal court. Not a trace of fear appeared on his face. Instead, a strange expectation flickered in his eyes. He only hunts his own people. This isn't right. We're hunters, aren't we? Especially the dog-tailed creature mixed in with the Naga army. Seeing Lu Chen's calm and composed expression, the unease in my heart grew stronger. He glanced at Aston instinctively. I kept comforting myself. It's okay, that human is just showing off. The Naga royal court is so powerful that it will surely crush that human into dust. Clap, clap, clap. Just then, a burst of applause suddenly rang out. Nagarex slowly rose from the sea. His head of snakes hissed, and his eyes were like knives as he stared at Lu Chun. An evolved being who can sail out of the beginner sea area in 5 days is indeed exceptionally courageous. Nagarex, with piercing eyes. Keep a close eye on Lu Chun on the black boat. A cold voice was squeezed out from between his teeth. We have come here today only to verify one thing. How exactly did you obtain your petrified solidification? As soon as he finished speaking, a palpable killing intent instantly emanated from Nagarex's body. Faced with Nagarex's questioning, Lu Chun showed no surprise. He said casually, "Oh, just killed a snake woman." As he spoke, a cold smile curled at the corner of Lu Chun's lips. Speaking of which, she also has snake hair just like you. As Lu Chun finished speaking, the surroundings fell into dead silence in an instant. All the Nagas stared at Lu Chun with murderous eyes. Arrogant. That's too arrogant. They actually admitted it without any attempt at concealment. This is a complete disregard for our Naga race. Dogtail gazed at Lu Chun, who stood tall and straight like a pine tree. He couldn't help but swallow. This human is really something else. Inuo the tail thought he would offer some excuses or explanations. Unexpectedly, they admitted it so readily. This undoubtedly forged an irreconcilable hatred with the powerful Naga royal court. All right. I didn't expect you to be so courageous and responsible. Nagarex's face twisted into a ferocious expression. Do you know about Nagaros, whom you killed? She is the princess of my Naga royal court, my sister. Chapter 143, One-Time Weapon Jack? Lu Chun glanced at him. A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. Royal court? A tiny, insignificant group of frogs in a well dares to call themselves a royal court. How absurd. You bastard. Damn humans. Your Highness, stop arguing with him and order him killed immediately. Upon hearing this, the surrounding Naga warriors were instantly enraged. Nagarex's eyes were as cold as ice. He slowly raised his right hand and said in a fierce voice, "Captain of the guards, break his limbs. I'm going to personally cut off pieces of his flesh and feed them to the fish in the sea. Your Highness, rest assured, I will make this brat cry and beg you to give him a quick death." Aston grinned menacingly. Sharp fangs were clearly visible. A pair of vertical pupils were fixed on Lu Chun on the netherworld. The surging power within him was like a volcano about to erupt, poised to burst forth. Naga, Aston, boss-level creature. Characteristics: ferocious, aquatic affinity, aquatic/terrestrial, scaled skin. Talent: water resonance, rank B. Skill 1, Raging Sea, rank B. Aston summons a massive raging sea, engulfing the entire battlefield in its torrents. Within this sea, his strength and speed are greatly enhanced, while enemies suffer continuous damage and suppression. Have you ever experienced a tsunami? Skill 2, Water Shield, rank C. Aston can weave an unbreakable barrier with water power to withstand all attacks. This barrier can also deflect enemy attacks, making the attackers suffer the consequences. Hitting me is like hitting yourself. Combat Strength Assessment, Tier 22 Boss. If you encounter him in a watery area, running away is the best option. Of course, this assumes you can actually escape. A level 22 boss. Looking at the Snake Man's panel in front of him, Lu Chun raised an eyebrow. With your abilities, you're not qualified to make me beg you while I cry. Kid, I know what you're relying on. Aston stared at Lu Chun, his sinister grin widening. It's nothing more than the tens of thousands of undead on Corpse Burial Island and their self-destruction techniques. But right now, on this ocean, the undead on Corpse Burial Island can't help you in the slightest. So you can go die now. Before the words were finished, Aston roared, his inner power erupting like a volcano. The snake's tail lashed out. His figure blurred into afterimages as he shot towards Lu Chun. At the same time, Aston swung his trident fiercely. Giant waves surged up beside them, transforming into a terrifying tsunami. With terrifying power, like an angry dragon roaring, it swept towards the netherworld ship. Insects, today I will show you the power of my Naga race. Rank B skill, Raging Sea. Its power was so great that it seemed as if the heavens and earth were about to collapse, and all things were to be burned. Aston knew. This human before me had once slain an 18th tier undead beast king. So, he showed no mercy. It's the most powerful killing move ever made. We are determined to strike Lu Chen dead in one blow and eliminate this threat forever. Dogtail looked at the terrifying tsunami. Excitement was evident on his face. As expected of the Naga royal court, even a casual strike is so terrifying. That human may be strange, but under this raging tsunami, there is absolutely no chance of survival. Just thinking about it. After Lu Chen was killed, the generous rewards that I can receive from the Naga race. A smile spread across Dogtail's face. However, the smile lasted only 2 seconds before freezing in place. It turned into disbelief. This is impossible. On Lu Chen's side, faced with the tsunami-like waves unleashed by Aston, his expression remained calm and composed. There was no movement. Sudden, a black light flashed out from behind Lu Chen like lightning, heading straight for Aston, which was rushing towards them. Aston was taken aback. Once you can see clearly what's rushing towards you, his face immediately showed disdain. Humph, a mere tier 12 boss level undead dares to try and stop me? Having said that, Aston's arm muscles bulged. The massive trident whistled through the air, aiming straight for the charging Jack. He vowed to cleave it in two with a single blow. Let this ignorant spirit understand. The power of a level 22 boss is unshakable by a level 12 boss. Ha ha ha, Snake Man, let me show you my 12th tier power. Jack stared at the rapidly approaching trident and the overwhelming, terrifying waves. A near maniacal smile spread across his face. Immediately, he suddenly spread his arms wide and laughed wildly, as if in a frenzy. Ha ha ha. Today, you little snakes will forever remember the supreme power of Lord Jack. Before the words were finished, a blinding black light erupted from Jack's body. Death energy is like a flood breaking through a dam, surging and surging, flowing unrestrainedly. Wrong. Upon seeing this, Aston's expression changed drastically. This terrifying surge of power, could it be a corpse explosion? He was utterly terrified and cursed inwardly. Is the other side crazy? The game starts with a boss being sent over for a suicidal zombie explosion. Is a boss really that worthless? In that very instant, Jack's body seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force. The death energy erupted violently, like a volcano. It instantly engulfed him completely. Boom! A deafening roar. Jack was suddenly self-destructed by the terrifying power of the corpse explosion. The shockwave from the explosion centered on him. It spread outwards instantly. Wherever it passed, space seemed to be torn apart. Madman. Aston reacted extremely quickly, instantly mobilized the water element around the body. The frenzy coalesced into a thick water shield, attempting to withstand the devastating impact. However, the impact of the corpse explosion was beyond imagination. Aston's water shield, which he had painstakingly constructed, faced with this terrifying impact. The cracks spread rapidly, and it finally shattered with a crash. At the same time, the tsunami triggered by Aston Martin proved utterly fragile in the face of such explosive force. It was instantly vaporized and vanished without a trace. The surrounding seawater seemed to be suddenly hurled into the sky by an invisible force. It flew straight up several hundred meters. Subsequently, as if the sky had collapsed and the earth had caved in, torrential rain mixed with broken waves poured down from the sky. The scene was chaotic. Water mist filled the air. Everything in sight was a blur of chaos. It was as if the whole world had been baptized by this sudden rainstorm. When the rainstorm subsided, Aston was seen floating miserably on the sea surface. His once fierce vertical pupils were now filled with terror. The snake scales on his body were blown off in pieces. Countless horrifying wounds were clearly visible, and the blood stained the surrounding seawater red. Even more shocking is that his arms were blown off in the explosion. The once imposing head guard was now in a pitiful state. This horrific explosion, the Naga, who had been grinning maliciously, froze instantly, their gazes fixed on him. Ruthless. That's too ruthless. That's a tier 12 boss level undead. They were actually willing to become a one-time weapon of destruction for that human. You should know, if a highly intelligent spirit of the dead is unwilling, no one can force its corpse to explode. And that human, it was extremely cold-blooded. He watched helplessly as his loyal subordinate was blown to pieces right before his eyes. His face remained completely expressionless, calm and composed. as if they didn't care at all whether the spirit lived or died. It's as if that undead spirit can be resurrected later. Chapter 144. Lu Chen is crushed. The fur on the dog's tail was soaked by the torrential rain released from Jack's self-destruction. He stared blankly at Aston, who had been so arrogant and domineering just moments before, but was now utterly disheveled. My mouth involuntarily opened wide. I was deeply shocked. Aston had previously made some outrageous remarks. They claimed that just 100 of their people could raze Corpse Island to the ground. But as a result, he hasn't even touched a single hair on that human's head yet. They were severely injured and rendered unable to fight. Are you kidding me? No. Could the Naga Royal Court really be unable to defeat this human who has only been in Revelation Online for 6 days? Madmen. You are all utter madmen. Aston's eyes were bloodshot, and the white bone was exposed at the sight of his severed arm. He roared in terror. Your Highness, hurry. Kill this heartless bastard. As the chief guard of the Naga Royal Court, Aston has been through countless battles. But he had never encountered an opponent as ruthless as Jack. He immediately used his own body as bait. Activate Corpse Explosion. She wanted to die with him. Damn it. What benefits have humans given you? To make you risk your life so desperately, willingly becoming his human bomb. Nagarex looked at the captain of the guard's miserable state. His eyelids twitched slightly, and he said in a low voice, a boss-level corpse explosion. Human, you really know how to go all out. Ruthless to enemies. Even more ruthless to your own people. You're quite something. Speaking of this, Nagarex's tone suddenly turned cold. His whole body was filled with murderous intent. However, you don't have any other boss-level undead under your command that you can use for corpse explosion again. However, Nagarex hadn't finished speaking when a hint of impatience flashed across Lu Chen's face. Stop being so long-winded. Do you villains always have to talk this much nonsense before the fight even starts? Having said that, a streak of black light flashed across the sea. The sound of tearing through the air was deafening. Under the gaze of hundreds of eyes, Lu Chen, who had been standing quietly at the bow of the ship, suddenly sprang up. Like a black lightning bolt, it shot out in an instant. At the same time, his right palm's jet-black blades sliced through the sky. He suddenly thrust at Nagarex. 12-tier land subsidence. They actually launched an attack on Nagarex, who was at level 25. The dog's tail at the back saw this. A moment of silence ensued. Villain? Big brother. You look more like the villain, don't you? First he killed someone's sister. Then he used his own men as human bombs, directly crippling the head of the guards. Now they've even launched an offensive. I feel like the Naga are the ones who have suffered the most injustice. But when His Highness makes a move, you, as a human, are probably doomed. Considering the power of the Naga race, Inu's previously uneasy heart calmed down slightly. You arrogant brat. Nagarex saw that Lu Chen was not afraid at all. Instead, they took the initiative to attack. He immediately roared angrily. He gripped the trident tightly in his right hand and swung it fiercely at the black blade in front of him. Clang! A deafening explosion. The heart-eating blade and the trident collided violently. Sparks flew everywhere. Lu Chen felt an immense force surging towards him. His body leaped backward in the momentum. He did 2 somersaults in the air. It eventually crashed onto the sea surface. The wave-riding boots on his feet instantly shimmered with light. He took 6 steps on the sea surface before he was able to dissipate that immense force. Seeing Nagarex casually send Lu Chen flying dozens of meters back, the surrounding Naga erupted in a tremendous cheer. The first prince is mighty. Your Highness, kill this arrogant human. A race as insignificant as ants dares to provoke us Naga. Today, we'll show you our power. Seeing this, Inu Tail breathed a sigh of relief. Ha. I knew it. How could a mere 12th-tier human possibly be a match for the Naga royal family? Now I can rest assured. You can go collect your reward in a little while. Feel the power coming from your hands. The seriousness in Nagarex's eyes gradually dissipated. Instead, a look of disdain prevailed. Hee. Humans are, after all, humans. So weak. He only dared to act recklessly because he relied on his loyal subordinates. Now that he's personally taking the field, he's proving utterly ineffective. Now, Lu Chen stood steadily on the sea, his body swaying with the rise and fall of the waves. I glanced at the slightly trembling arm. His eyes narrowed slightly. Can you really defeat yourself with a casual wave of your hand? You should know. Just now. Although I did not activate the power resonance. But its base attributes have reached a terrifying 1480 points. Being able to suppress oneself in terms of strength. This indicates that Nagarex's base stats are at least around 3,000 points. That's interesting. As expected of a level 25 boss. Lu Chen's mind stirred. Then Nagarex's attribute panel was brought up. Naga race. Nagarex, boss-level creature. Characteristics: ocean-friendly, amphibious, scaly skin, highly intelligent. Talent: petrifying gaze, freeze, rank A. Under this gaze, everything freezes. Whoever gets pregnant from this gaze. Skill 1, bloodlust tracking, rank B. Nagarex possesses a keen sense of smell and perception in the ocean, allowing her to easily track the scent of enemies. Once she spots you, you won't escape even if you run to the ends of the earth. Skill 2, bloodstained slash, rank A. Unleashes a powerful slashing attack while absorbing the enemy's blood and life force, continuously replenishing Nagarex's energy and making her increasingly ferocious in battle. A prolonged battle is exactly what she thrives on. Combat Power Assessment. Tier 25 Boss. A terrifying, bloodthirsty Naga. Also, watch out for his eyes. A-level Petrifying Gaze. Lu Chen's eyes suddenly lit up, and the corners of his mouth slightly turned up. Even more interesting. Hope, can you play with me for a little longer? Thinking of this, Lu Chen pushed off the sea surface with his right foot, like a giant hammer crashing down, rising with the waves. A deafening explosion that tore through the air suddenly rang out. Lu Chen's figure shot towards Nagarex once again, like an arrow shot from a gun. His right hand held a jet-black battle blade, gleaming with a cold light. It drew a resolute arc. They went straight for Nagarex again. Humph, how dare you come here to die again? Nagarex saw Lu Chen attack again like a brute. The disdain in his eyes grew even stronger. His arms were muscular and knotted, as if cast in iron. All the power in his body surged and gathered together. Like rivers flowing into the sea, they poured entirely onto his arms. The trident in his hand, carrying a world-destroying power, was suddenly swung towards Lu Chen. You ant, this strike will surely take your life. Amidst Nagarex's roar, the trident and the black battle blade collided with a deafening roar. However, this time, there was no expected metallic clashing. At the instant the tridents made contact, it shattered as easily as fragile porcelain. The jet-black battle blade swept through everything in its path. Under Nagarex's shocked gaze, it pierced straight through his right shoulder. The sound of bones cracking was crisp and loud, sending chills down one's spine. Chapter 145: Nagarex's Existential Crisis. Nagarex felt an indescribable, terrifying power surge into her, and a brilliant flower of blood instantly bloomed on her shoulder. His body was violently slammed away by the immense force. Like a kite with a broken string, it crashed heavily onto the sea behind it. It stirred up a huge wave. Asshole. Strength-based talent? You're actually a strength-based talent user. Nagarex let out a piercing wail. The excruciating pain in his shoulder made him twist his body frantically. In the instant he was knocked away, he clearly glimpsed an eerie red light flashing on Lu Chen's body. That was clearly a sign of the activation of a strength-based talent. He never expected that. This ant-like human being before me. Besides necromancy-based talents, he also possesses strength-based talents. Hateful. How exactly did this human manage to possess two talents simultaneously? However, Nagarex's shock had not yet subsided. A faint green hue quickly spread across his wound. This scene, his pupils contracted sharply. Poison. I've been poisoned. This human has poison-type talents. Just how many other talents does he possess? However, Lu Chen did not stop at all at this moment. Amidst countless astonished gazes, he flashed away. Almost the instant Nagarex crashed into the sea, they had already arrived in front of him. His experience with countless TV dramas on Earth told him, villains often die because they talk too much and are arrogant. Even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. Finishing off enemies is always the top priority in battle. Nagarex had just raised her head when. Then she met Lu Chen's emotionless black eyes, cold as ice. Immediately afterwards, a long, slender hand suddenly reached out and gripped his head tightly like an iron clamp, slamming him hard onto the sea surface. On the palm of the hand, a terrifying force is gathering momentum. It seemed as if it could unleash destructive power at any moment. The sea surface had become as hard as rock thanks to the wave-riding boots. At this moment, Nagarex felt a wave of death wash over her, as cold as ice. The intuition forged through countless battles is screaming wildly. This attack, if we can't stop it, I really am going to die. Thinking of this, Nagarex dared not hesitate for the slightest. His eyes widened suddenly, instantly turning ashen. The snake hair on its head danced wildly, and the snake heads roared in unison. Rank A talent, petrifying gaze, freeze, activated. Lu Chen's right hand hadn't even had a chance to exert force yet. In an instant, the person turned into a stone statue. Bastard, bastard. Seeing Lu Chen petrified, Nagarex was panting, still shaken. They didn't dare to fight back at all. The snake just swung its tail violently. He leaped backward quickly, creating distance between himself and Lu Chen. If the petrified person is attacked, they will break free from the petrified state. Then, Nagarex focused all her energy on the wound in her shoulder, trying to stop the spread of the poison. The disdain in his eyes as he looked at Lu Chen was gone. Instead, there was a deep sense of apprehension and solemnity. How troublesome this human is. This was truly the only time he had ever seen anything like it. Thinking of this, Nagarex cursed inwardly. Is this guy really an evolved being from a lower world? Isn't it said that the talent level of evolvers in lower-level worlds is very low? Awakening a C-level talent already makes one a genius. This freak in front of me. Not only does it possess A-rank necromancy talent, there are also B-grade strength-based talents and C-grade poison-based talents. 3 talents in total. Damn it. He's only level 12. I am a genuine level 25 boss. A level 25 boss who had cultivated diligently for 100 years was almost instantly killed by an evolved being who had only been in the world of Revelation Online for 6 days. Is there no justice left? Is there no law anymore? The divine revelation. Look at the freakish evolved beings you've created. How are we natives supposed to survive this sudden battle? The cheering Naga people instantly fell silent. Everyone gaped open. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Those who just retreated in such a disheveled manner. But he was the eldest prince of the Naga royal family. He is the second strongest member of the clan after the Naga king. The eldest prince. The eldest prince was actually knocked away by that human in a single move. Even, in the end, they could only rely on their petrification talent to escape in a panic. Just how powerful have humans become? This caused the eldest prince to only dare to flee when faced with the petrified Lu Chen, and he dared not fight back. Seeing this shocking scene, the smile on Inu Tail's face froze instantly. He was stunned for a moment. He nudged a dumbfounded Naga warrior beside him. She asked in a trembling voice. Then, Your Highness hasn't used your full strength yet. I guess so. The Naga warrior beside him sounded completely lacking in confidence. Aston, who had lost both arms, stood to the side. They were completely dumbfounded. I can't believe my eyes. Your Highness was completely overwhelmed in terms of strength. This is impossible. You should know. Your Highness's strength attribute is over 3,000 points. To crush His Highness in terms of strength. And with a single blow, he shattered His Highness's weapon. It would take at least 6,000 points of power to accomplish this. This human is only level 12. Strength attribute is already over 6,000? Are you kidding me? At this moment, a wave of fear washed over Aston. I initially thought I was incredibly unlucky to encounter a human bomb right from the start. Thinking about it now, I'm so lucky. After all, Aston doesn't possess the attributes and strength of Nagarex. If faced with Lu Chen's terrifying attack just now, he would probably be dead by now. On Nagarex's side, I've barely managed to suppress the poison in my shoulder. Suddenly, a creaking sound rang in my ears. Suddenly, countless cracks appeared on Lu Chen's body, which had been frozen in time. Immediately afterwards, with a loud crash, it shattered into pieces of stone. Nagarex's pupils contracted sharply. I couldn't help but gasp in surprise. What? How could you possibly break free from petrification so quickly? His petrifying gaze had already evolved to rank A. Even against boss-level opponents of the same rank, it takes several minutes of struggle to break free from the shackles of petrification. But the monster before them, from the moment he was petrified, it only took a mere 5 seconds to break free of its restraints. Damn it. My talent is A level. Only 5 seconds of control. Just how astonishing was this monster's perception? Its resistance to abnormal states is surprisingly strong. Grade A petrochemicals, not bad. I'll take them. Lu Chen stretched his stiff neck. A hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes as he looked at Nagarex. As expected of an A-level talent, under the resistance of sensory resonance that he himself had initiated, it can also petrify itself for 5 seconds. He's quite capable. Speaking of which, the Naga are really generous. My sister delivered a B-grade petrification item first. The older brother was afraid that he wouldn't be satisfied. He even came in person to upgrade his talent. What a kind person. Chapter 146 A-rank talent, Petrifying Gaze. Slow down. You want my talent? As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, Nagarex's shock instantly twisted into a ferocious expression. Do you really think that the Naga royal family has survived to this day in this dog-eat-dog world with just this petrification talent? He sneered. Human, Take a good look at your body right now. Upon hearing Nagarex's words, Lu Chen flicked his wrist, and his brows immediately furrowed. I saw my agility suddenly drop from 1934 to 967. Haha. Human, once you're hit by my petrifying gaze, even if you break free, your agility and reaction time will be reduced to half. Nagarex grinned maliciously. He could tell that Lu Chen possessed astonishing strength, and must be an evolutionary being who primarily cultivated strength. Agility is his weakness. Now it is further weakened by petrification and stagnation. He was certain he couldn't dodge his next attack and would surely die. Thinking of this, Nagarex's appearance became even more ferocious. He roared, "Humans, pay for my sister's life." Before the words were finished, his body trembled violently, and the power within him surged wildly. Crack, crack, blood-red scales grew wildly from under the skin. Fingertip, crimson claws, like sharp blades breaking through a cocoon, tore through the air, their screech piercing the ear. Nagarex instantly transforms into Bloody Naga. The oppressive atmosphere was suffocating. Die! Nagarex let out a deafening roar. With a fierce swing of its claws, a bloody storm ensued. Moment. Countless crimson beams shot out from between the claws. Like a sea of blood-red scythes. Sharp and decisive, it aimed straight at the sinking land. Rank a skill, Bloody Cut. Bloody cuts intertwined in the air, weaving a dense, crimson net. Wherever they went, the air was violently torn apart. The screeching continued. The space where Lu Chen was located was instantly enveloped by this terrifying power, as if he had been caught in a bloody meat grinder. Looking at the densely packed, surging, blood-red scythes, a smug, sinister smile instantly spread across the face of the captain of the guard, Aston. Heh, this human is indeed exceptionally talented, but far too arrogant. His Highness's petrifying gaze has advanced to rank A. How could he possibly withstand it so easily? His Highness unleashed a bloody slash with all his might. Even a boss of the same rank at its peak cannot dodge it. Moreover, this is a level 12 human whose agility and reaction speed have been reduced by 50%. Thinking of this, an excited glint flashed in Aston's vertical pupils. It was as if they could already foresee the horrific scene of Lu Chen's body being cut into countless pieces. The dog-tailed creature beside him patted its chest as well. He let out a long sigh and muttered, "That scared me to death. I knew it. How could the Naga royal family possibly lose to a mere tier 12? Holy crap. How is this possible?" He had only spoken halfway through his sentence when he suddenly opened his dog's mouth wide, too shocked to speak. Faced with the blood-red scythes pouring down like a torrential rain, a glint of light flashed in Lu Chen's eyes, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. It can even freeze things. I like it even more now. Having said that, a blinding green light suddenly erupted from Lu Chen's body. Grade A talent, Speed Burst, activated. Agility, which had been reduced to 967, instantly surged sixfold. It surged to an astonishing 5,802 points. Whoosh! A blood-red slash came hurtling towards him. Lu Chen moved nimbly to the side. A blood-red scythe whistled past his nose, severing only a single strand of black hair from his forehead. Whoosh whoosh dash. Immediately afterwards, countless blood-red scythes came crashing down like a storm. However, with the boost of 5,802 points of terrifying agility, Lu Chen only moved his body slightly. Those massive, overwhelming, blood-red scythes all grazed his body and plunged into the sea. It stirred up waves. Not a single blow hit Lu Chen. How is this possible? Nagarex gasped for breath, her eyes filled with horror. His own blood-red slash, unleashed with all his might and without reservation. They all missed. That's hundreds of attacks. Even if it's just a guess. Surely you've guessed right once or twice. However, at this very moment, Captain Aston's voice boomed in Nagarex's ears like thunder. His heart sank suddenly. "Your Highness, unleash your speed." He just used a speed burst. Aston stared wide-eyed at the green light flashing around Lu Chen. His voice was filled with shock and disbelief. A-grade talent. Another A-level talent. Did this kid get all his talent from the market? Is it free? Why is it so difficult for me to evolve even a single talent? There isn't even an A-level one yet. But this human, who has only been in the world of revelation for 6 days, already possesses 2 A-level talents. This is unfair. Upon hearing Aston's words, Nagarex felt as if a heavy stone had fallen upon her heart. He stared at Lu Chen, who was completely unharmed. My heart was filled with fear and trepidation. Speed burst. You actually awakened an A-level speed burst. He muttered to himself, then shook his head violently. No, It's impossible for one person to awaken two talents. Sudden, a flash of understanding crossed Nagarex's eyes. He suddenly looked at Lu Chun and shouted sharply, You have mastered a method to absorb the talents of others. Only in this way can you explain why you possess Nagarosa's petrification ability and why you have so many advanced talents. You demon. Lu Chun touched the lock of hair on his forehead that had been cut off. He pursed his lips. Agility and reaction time have been halved, which is a significant impact. My hair got hit. It seems that we still need to continue improving our strength. Thinking of this, Lu Chun looked up at Nagarex and smiled slightly. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. You'll find out soon enough. The moment Nagarex's eyes met Lu Chen's, she felt as if she were being stared at by an ancient behemoth. Every hair on my body stood on end. He had to admit. At that moment, I was afraid. The thought that if they were defeated, their talents would be stolen. His body trembled slightly involuntarily. Everyone, attack together and kill that human. I am terrified, Nagarex shouted. He no longer dared to be reckless and challenge Lu Chun to a one-on-one duel. The decision was made to overwhelm this human with 500 Naga warriors. After all, even the strongest person can't possibly take on 500 people, right? Yes. The Naga warriors around responded and moved to surround Lu Chun. However, at that very moment, a lazy yet unrestrained voice suddenly rang out, stunning the Naga people. Yo, you Naga people can't win one-on-one, so you want to gang up on each other. How shameless. A decaying corpse dressed in tattered captain's clothes and wearing a tricorn hat rose from the bow of the black boat. He looked at them with disdain. It was Jack, who had just performed the corpse explosion. It's you. Didn't you self-destruct? The moment Aston saw Jack, his pupils contracted sharply. His body involuntarily moved backward. Chapter 147. You didn't expect this, did you? I can be resurrected. His arms, which had been blown off, were still throbbing with pain. And the guy who caused his miserable state. At this moment, it reappeared in front of him completely unharmed. Hey, little guy, you didn't expect that, did you? I can be resurrected. Jack scoffed dismissively. Or do you think I'm stupid enough to die together with a piece of trash like you? Resurrection? You can actually be resurrected? Aston stared wide-eyed, his face filled with disbelief. No. If you've been resurrected, what about my severed arm? Shouldn't we have died together? Now that you've blown off my arm, you're telling me you can be resurrected? And it revived so quickly? That's not fair. What is it strange? Not just me, Captain, all the crew members on our netherworld are immortal. Jack shrugged. Immortality. Envious, aren't you? It was obtained by exchanging it with Kuan Kuan. Wah. The undead, the cursed ship. Nagarex's pupils dilated violently. Upon seeing the netherworld, shrouded in black mist, he sensed something was wrong. This sling gave him an unprecedented sense of eeriness. Now, he finally understood. The ship in front of us. It was a cursed ship. According to legend, after being cursed by the sea goddess, ships and crew members would transform into terrifying monsters. The crew members will turn into skeleton-like beings. They lose the ability to enjoy all basic desires, such as delicious food and beautiful women. At the same time, they will gain immortality. But this state is worse than death, because the curse will accompany them forever. They will be trapped on the ocean forever, until loss of consciousness, to become a monster that only knows how to kill. Thinking about this, a huge fear welled up in Nagarex's heart. Oh, I've been fighting a bunch of unkillable monsters all this time. His gaze involuntarily fell upon Lu Chun. Really? Lu Chun's skin appeared unnaturally pale. This is clearly a sign of gradual undeadification. Nagarex felt a wave of despair wash over her. That's impressive enough. And it's an immortal monster. How do we fight this battle? There's absolutely no way to win. Just as Nagarex was having second thoughts, the sound of flapping wings suddenly came from the sky. More than 200 Stormwing clan members with wings on their backs slowly descended from the sky. The leader of the winged people had a scar across his face. He bowed respectfully to Lu Chun. Master, should we need the Stormwing clan to intervene? However, the moment Nagarex's gaze fell upon the Stormwing clan, his expression changed drastically in an instant, as if he had witnessed the most terrifying thing in the world. He suddenly turned his head, his face contorted. He roared at the shocked dog-tailed dog behind him. Subservient races. Why didn't you tell me that this human has vassal races? Oh. The dog's tail trembled at Nagarex's roar. He stammered. Well, those are just over 200 level 10 creatures. They shouldn't affect the overall situation, right? These idiots really don't affect the overall situation. Nagarex glared at the dog's tail. Her eyes blazed with fury. She wanted nothing more than to tear him to pieces. However, being able to accept vassal races means he has passed the selection of the overseer, and he is now an overseer. You fucking want us to go against an inspector? An inspector? Impossible, right? Dogtail's face turned deathly pale instantly. She forced out a smile that looked worse than a grimace. He's only been in the Revelation Online world for 6 days. How? How could he possibly be an inspector? Nagarex's gaze was fixed on Lu Chun, her expression extremely serious. He slowly said, all the inspectors are selected in each of the 10,000 races competition. On average, only one inspector can be selected from 10 races. I never imagined that someone could pass the selection process by the inspectors in this lowly world. I actually encountered such a 1 in a trillion chance. At this point, Nagarex already understood. Why is Lu Chun so powerful? So bizarre. The word observer is enough to explain everything. However, despite feeling heavy-hearted, Nagarex showed no intention of begging Lu Chun for mercy. This human observer clearly possesses the ability to plunder the talents of others. He would never let go of his own A-level talent. Nagarex glanced at the 500 elite Naga under her command. He thought to himself, as long as I can stop him, I can escape back to the Naga royal court. At that time, with my father's formidable strength, I am capable of fighting even the overseers. Thinking of this, Nagarex swung her right hand violently and shouted, warriors of the Naga royal court, the time has come to show your bravery. Slay this human before you, and the glory of the Naga will shine forever. The glory of the Naga will shine forever. 500 Naga warriors shouted in unison. Then it twisted its tail and surged towards Lu Chun like a tidal wave. Owner. Upon seeing this, Yun Ting frowned and was about to lead the Stormwing clan into the battlefield. However, Lu Chun reached out to stop him. I'll deal with these Nagas. You can make your move when they try to escape. Lu Chen's eyes blazed with fighting spirit as he slowly sheathed the heart-eating blade back into his waistband. Then he turned to look at Jack. Jack, give me 2 swords. Okay. Jack responded and moved. Black crystals surged between his hands, instantly condensing into 2 2-meter-long black crystal swords. Captain, would you like to try out your new skill? He grinned and tossed the longsword at Lu Chun. Lu Chun calmly accepted it. A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. We've finally encountered so many enemies. Of course we have to give it a try. Now, with the enhancement of Lu Chun's powerful perception, Nagarex's reduction of her agility has vanished. Agility attribute quickly returned to normal. Immediately afterwards, a green light flashed around Lu Chun, and his speed burst talent activated once more. Agility stat skyrockets. It reached a terrifying 11,604 points. Lu Chun closed his eyes slightly. He took a deep breath and gripped the black crystal longsword tightly with both hands. On the sword, a gust of strong wind was generated from the swirling motion. As if it were alive, it gently blew on the black hair on his forehead, causing it to sway slightly. That's right. Lu Chun was now poised and ready to unleash his power. It was the A-level skill he had just mastered from his burst of speed, Flowing Cloud Sword Dance. The higher your agility, the greater the damage from the Flowing Cloud Sword Dance. Human, you are far too arrogant. We, the 500 Naga elites, are all experts above level 20. Together, we are enough to contend with a level 30 boss. How dare you challenge us all alone? Kill him and let him taste the power of the Naga. Charge. The Naga warriors roared, brandishing their weapons as they charged toward Lu Chun. Go, Naga brothers! Dogtail shouted excitedly, about to cheer on the Naga warriors. However, he suddenly discovered that, as the leader, Nagarex did not join her subordinates in the attack. On the contrary, he began to back away without making a sound. Dogtail froze instantly. No, isn't it? What does the eldest prince mean by this? The fight hasn't even started yet. He just ran off on his own? Chapter 148, Flowing Cloud Sword Dance. The dog's eyes darted around. He instantly realized that something was wrong. Nagarex would never abandon her men and retreat alone unless absolutely necessary. Dogtail was secretly alarmed. Nagarex probably believes that even 500 elite Naga would be no match for that human. The thought flashed through my mind, and it sent a chill down my spine. Although he had heard of the power of the inspectors, but this human has only been in the world of Revelation Online for 6 days. Only 12 levels. Their depth and understanding seems so shallow. But unexpectedly, Nagarex fled without a fight. Thinking of this, the dog's tail silently began to back away. At the same time, the Naga warrior at the forefront had a ferocious expression. The trident in his hand suddenly thrust towards Lu Chun. Die! just as the tip of the trident was millimeters away from Lu Chen's nose. Lu Chen's eyes suddenly opened. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Both hands trembled violently. Two black, crystal-long swords were drawn, their sword light soaring like dragons, slicing through the sky. Naga warriors. The ferocity remains. But his eyes showed confusion. No matter how hard he tried, the trident pressed against Lu Chen's nose. It couldn't advance even an inch further. Sudden, several streaks of blood appeared on the Naga warrior's body. Immediately, he was like a building block. It shattered with a crash along the bloodstain. Until death, the Naga warrior still looked puzzled. Lu Chen's sword, swift as lightning. So fast that he didn't even see the process. It happened so fast that he didn't feel any pain. Kill. The Naga warriors that followed marched over the shredded corpses. It roared and pounced on Lu Chen. Good timing. Lu Chen chuckled lightly. With a light flick of the sword tip, the seemingly casual movements conceal a hidden meaning. Sword shadows bloomed like flowing clouds. Sword light intertwined in the air, transforming into countless sword shadows, like swirling clouds, elegant yet fraught with deadly intent. In an instant, the 8 Naga elites who rushed in front of Lu Chen were reduced to minced meat. 8 level 20 powerhouses. Before he could even scream, he had already perished. Lu Chen continued his actions. Stomp your foot hard. The sea suddenly surged with waves. Leveraging trends, Lu Chen's figure transformed into a black lightning bolt. It shot into the Naga swarm. The Naga warriors, seeing this, they roared and brandished their tridents, attempting to overwhelm Lu Chen with their numerical superiority. Don't be afraid, he's all alone. The glory of the Naga will shine forever. However, in Lu Chen's eyes, his movements were slow and clumsy. Lu Chen's figure flashed. He easily dodged the oncoming trident. At the same time, he swung the black crystal longsword. The sword flashed with light. In an instant, it severed the arm of a Naga warrior. The Naga warrior let out a scream. Blood gushed out. No time to react. Lu Chen's sword shadow arrived again, instantly separating his head from his body. Ross, no. Kill this human. Seeing this, his companions swung their tridents even more frantically, attempting to avenge his comrade. However, Lu Chen was moving too fast, and they couldn't catch a glimpse of him at all. Lu Chen thrived among the Naga swarm. The figure appeared and disappeared amidst the sword shadows. Sometimes he would leap into the air, his sword flashing like a shooting star across the sky. Sometimes it would swoop down, its sword tip aimed straight at the Naga's vitals. The movements were smooth and agile. Every swing of the sword was precise and accurate. It seemed as if they had foreseen every move the enemy would make. The sword light swept across like flowing clouds. Every swing of the sword is accompanied by the sound of wind breaking. The Naga warriors felt a blur before their eyes, followed by waves of excruciating pain. Some soldiers tried to defend themselves with their tridents, but Lu Chen's sword flashed past. The trident and the warrior were both cleaved in two. The tridents in the Naga warriors' hands appeared clumsy and powerless against Lu Chen's flowing cloud sword dance. They couldn't catch a glimpse of Lu Chen at all. They were even less able to withstand Lu Chen's sword. Lu Chen turned around. The sword light swept across like a whirlwind. Wherever they went, the Naga warriors fell one after another, a bloody mess, their corpses scattered across the sea. As the flowing cloud sword dance unfolds, the most graceful yet deadliest dance moves in the world were born. Lu Chen seemed to be a spirit that had transformed into a sword, dancing gracefully on the sea surface. Every swing of the sword is a harvest of life. Every action is an interpretation of death. Now, the Stormwing clan members in the sky. Everyone was stunned. Yunrui and Yunyan stared, their eyes glazed over. Her pretty face flushed. Master is so handsome. Watching him fight is like enjoying a feast. Yunrui's beautiful eyes followed Lu Chen's figure below. A blush spread, almost reaching her neck. Such elegant swordsmanship. Yunyan, this is the first time in my life I have ever witnessed it. Yunyan bit her lip tightly, her gaze filled with infatuation. Even the flapping of its wings on its back gradually slowed down. On the other side, Nagarex had just retreated not far. Then, a series of shrill screams rang in my ears. Help! A devil! That human is a devil. I couldn't see his movements at all. Slaughter! This is blatant slaughter. Run! Where is His Highness the Crown Prince? Your Highness, help me. That piercing scream. Nagarex's eye twitched involuntarily. No way. Those 500 elite Naga soldiers, even if they were no match for the human observers. At least it can hold out for a while and help me escape, right? After all, those are a full 500 level 20 warriors. accompanied by a tremor in my heart. Nagarex slowly turned her head, trembling. This glance. His face changed drastically, turning deathly pale. All I saw was the once azure sea. It was now completely crimson. The severed limbs and dismembered remains of Naga warriors floated on it. The entire sea area was turned into a hellish inferno. And those Naga warriors on whom he placed such high hopes, under the slaughter of Lu Chenlian's sword dance, it has completely collapsed. They scattered and fled. And that devilish human overseer. With a flash, he instantly appeared before Captain Aston. Aston's eyes were filled with terror. He hadn't even had time to react. Then a flash of sword light appeared. Aston's head flew high into the air. How could this be? How could my Naga elites have been defeated so easily in such a short time? Nagarex was terrified when she witnessed this. No longer hidden, he turned and ran away. They dived into the sea with all their might and fled frantically. Horrible. Those humans are truly terrifying. At this moment, Nagarex had only one thought in her mind. Escape. Escape this hellish place. Return to the Naga royal court. Upon seeing that the Naga had been defeated and scattered, Yunting coldly gave the order from the air. Stormwing clan, follow me and pursue the enemy. Kill. A deafening battle cry rang out. The Stormwings swooped down like a squadron of fighter jets. They unleashed a frenzied slaughter on the Naga warriors who were scattering and fleeing for their lives. Hee, it's time to catch piglets again. A bloodthirsty glint flashed in Jack's eyes. Stepping off the deck, his figure transformed into a black streak of light, shooting straight towards the fleeing Naga. And Nagarex, who showed no regard for the lives of her people. They have now successfully dived into the depths of the ocean. Feeling the increasing water pressure around them, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Those humans were terrifying beyond measure. But they are ultimately land creatures and cannot venture into the ocean. I am safe now. Although this battle was a great defeat, but at least I survived. We must inform Father immediately and be wary of that human observer. Nagarex muttered to herself. It then swung its tail and accelerated towards the Naga royal court. Chapter 149. Wiping out the Naga royal court in one fell swoop? However, they had only swum a short distance when a faint voice suddenly boomed in Nagarex's ear. You think you can just run away before my talent level has even been upgraded? It was Lu Chen's voice. Nagarex's body stiffened instantly. Impossible. This is the deep sea. How could a human like you track me here? He slowly and shakily turned his head. All I saw was Lu Chen crossed his arms, surrounded by a faint halo of light. He was staring at me with a mocking expression. The surrounding water pressure had no effect on him whatsoever. That was the skill that Fu Yao gave to Lu Chen. The blessing of the sea god was at work. I've already escaped to the deep sea. How could you possibly catch up with me? Nagarex's pupils contracted sharply. I was so scared I almost jumped out of my skin. The snake's tail thrashed wildly. He darted forward like an arrow released from a bow. Even if that human can dive. However, there is enormous water resistance in the deep sea. He's definitely not as fast as me. Nagarex tried to console herself as she fled. However, he swam and swam. Suddenly I realized. A familiar figure blocked my view. Nagarex looked closely. It's Lu Chen again. No. How did you get through it? Nagarex was utterly shocked and had no time to think. Changed direction instantly. They fled frantically once again. However, that devilish figure. But it reappeared before him like a nightmare he couldn't shake off. This time, Nagarex saw it clearly. Teleportation. A-level spatial talent. You actually possess an A-level spatial talent. Nagarex's face turned deathly pale. His lips trembled as he muttered desperately to himself. He had never experienced such a shock in his entire life as he had in those 10-odd minutes. Damn it. Are A-level talents as common as cabbage? How come he also has spatial abilities? Even if you can plunder talent, there's a limit to how much talent your body can handle. Not running anymore. Lu Chen glanced sideways at Nagarex. Then he gently patted the backpack behind him. Tuanzi, come out. It's time for us to harvest. Gurgle gurgle. What are you talking to? Nagarex watched Lu Chen's movements. For some reason, a sudden, indescribable, immense fear welled up within me. As if, what terrifying ancient creature is hidden in Lu Chen's backpack? Just as Nagarex's eyes widened, a tiny, pink tentacle quietly peeked out from the backpack. In an instant, the school of fish surrounding Lu Chen seemed to have encountered something terrifying. They scattered and fled in a frenzy. And Nagarex, his whole body trembled, and his face turned deathly pale. I'm completely stunned. North Sea, giant monster. This human is actually accompanied by a giant sea monster. Damn it. The Kraken is a godlike creature. Lord of the undead. Watchdogs. Lord of the North Sea Kraken. Oh my god. What kind of enemy has our Naga race provoked? At this moment, Nagarex felt her legs go weak. They didn't even have the strength to run away. The Kraken's natural aura of dominance over marine life is like a chilling sensation that penetrates to the very soul. This completely robbed him of his will to resist. Ding. Nagarex, level 25 boss, defeated, gaining 1.36 million life energy. Ding. Nagarex successfully acquired. You have acquired an A-rank talent, Petrifying Gaze. Slowing down, perception increased by 30 points. Dumpling is awesome. Luchin smiled and patted the little dumpling. Another A-level talent acquired. In this way, he already possessed 4 A-rank talents: Undead, Spatial Ability, Speed, and Petrification. Their strength has been greatly enhanced once again. I feel incredibly happy. Gurgle. Tawanzi nuzzled against Luchin affectionately. Then he obediently crawled into the backpack. Subsequently, Luchin's figure flickered and disappeared instantly. Only Nagarex's withered corpse remained, swaying in the ocean currents. On the sea, the battle is nearing its end. The remains of the Naga were scattered everywhere, creating a desolate yet magnificent scene. Owner, welcome, master. Upon seeing Luchin's sudden appearance, the Stormwing clan members bowed in reverence. 0 casualties. They had annihilated the powerful Naga race without suffering any casualties. For the Stormwing clan in the past, it's something I simply can't even imagine. Master, all the Naga corpses have been collected and are awaiting Lord Tawanzi's consumption. Yunting reports. Good. Luchin nodded, then turned his gaze to Yunting, level 17? Yes, it's all thanks to the master's cultivation. Not only me, but everyone in my clan has improved their cultivation level. Yunting responded. Thank you for your grace, master. The Stormwing clan members expressed their gratitude in unison. Bowing in greeting, their faces were beaming with undisguised joy. Now, the Stormwing clan members, numbering over 200, generally possess strength at the 15th or 16th tier. Once upon a time, the Stormwing clan spent decades cultivating to reach tier 5. Now, under Luchin's guidance, they regained the approval of the Oracle and gained the same life energy absorption ability as the evolved beings. In just over 2 days, they had already advanced to level 15, the result of decades of arduous practice. The fact that we were able to surpass them in these 2 days is all because of Luchin. Captain, how about we launch a surprise attack on the Naga Royal Court and wipe them out in one fell swoop? Jack leaned closer, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I thought the Naga Royal Court would be a tough nut to crack. In retrospect, it was nothing special. Hey. At that time, even if the Naga King has some strength, Jack, immediately unleashed a corpse explosion. That'll definitely be enough to give him a hard time. Luchin nodded slightly. After destroying the Naga Royal Court, the Netherworld's plunder value should reach 1,000 points. And Luchin still harbored a thought in his mind. That is the Tower of Awakening. Luchin wanted to go to the Tower of Evolution to find out what was going on. After all, without awakening, one's talent cannot be promoted to S rank. The Naga Royal Court is an indigenous power in the world of Revelation Online. Perhaps we can find clues to the Tower of Evolution. Hey, we should have spared one of them to get to the Naga Royal Court. Now, things are really messed up. We don't even know where the Naga Royal Court is anymore. Jack stroked his chin, his brow furrowed. There's no need to worry about that. Luchin glanced at Jack. A slight smile appeared on his lips. Far away, the dog's face was deathly pale, and it pawed at the ground with all 4 limbs. Water splashed everywhere. That's terrifying. Luckily, that human didn't catch up. Thank goodness I was quick-witted and escaped fast. The dog's tail never stopped moving. His limbs were paddling rapidly through the water. The Naga army was incredibly powerful, enough to wipe out the hyena pirate crew more than 10 times over. But it crumbled instantly before that human, vanishing into nothingness. That human was truly terrifying. The thought of Luchin, the dog's tail involuntarily shuddered. He no longer wanted to be enemies with that human. I never want to see that human again. It was too terrifying. Chapter 157.46 million life energy. Then let's not go back to the Naga Royal Court. Immediately, the dog shook its head, denying it. No, if the eldest prince dies here, the Naga King will definitely think I killed him, and then he'll hunt me down. Anyway, no matter how strong that person is, he definitely can't beat the Naga King. Yes, let's do it. Back to the Naga Royal Court. Dogtail nodded, then changed direction. They swam with all their might toward the Naga Royal Court. However, he didn't notice. A pike was silently following closely behind. Upon hearing that Dogtail had decided to return to the Naga royal court, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. In this way, I don't need to bring him back. You can simply follow quietly. Then, Lu Chen opened his panel. They examined it closely. That was so satisfying to kill. Lu Chen didn't even bother to check how much life energy he had absorbed. Upon closer inspection, Lu Chen was stunned. The results of this battle are truly astonishing. Ding. 101 Naga Royal Warriors, Tier 20, defeated, gaining 48,000 life energy, 101 points. Ding. Defeat Aston, the Naga Royal Guard Captain, Tier 22nd Boss, and gain 1.12 million life energy. Ding. Your vassal, Demonized Jack, has defeated 31 Naga Royal Warriors, Tier 20, and gained 48,000 life energy, 31 points. A total of 7.46 million life energies. This exhilarating battle allowed Lu to accumulate such terrifying life energy. Even if half is given to the little dumpling, he would still have 3.73 million left. That's enough to level up several times. Sure enough, as long as the opponent is strong enough, the leveling speed will be very fast. Lu Chen's lips curled up slightly, his heart filled with joy. Immediately, Lu Chen chose to absorb this life energy without hesitation. In an instant, a massive amount of life energy surged in from all directions and poured into the body. Lu Chen slowly closed his eyes. A terrifying surge of energy erupted within him, his power soaring like a rocket. Upgrade notification sounds also rang out one after another. Ding. You have reached level 13. Ding. You have reached level 14. Ding. You have reached level 15. Level 15, 570, 000/2, 000. Strength plus 120. Agility plus 120. Constitution plus 120. Perception plus 120. Freedom attribute plus 60. As the fluctuations disappear, Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes, a sharp glint in them. Promoted 3 ranks in a row. Cool. At that very moment, a rustling sound came from inside the backpack. It's a little dumpling. Like Lu Chen, Tawanzi. He also leveled up 3 times in a row, reaching level 11. Level 11, 570, 000/2, 000. Clearly, the little guy was extremely excited at that moment. Lu Chen chuckled and said, "It's okay. Come out, Tawanzi, there's no one around." Gurgle. Upon hearing its owner's words, Tawanzi immediately jumped out of the backpack. He snuggled up and hugged Lu Chen. Dumpling felt, if they continue to evolve at this rate, I will grow up soon. Then you'll be able to help your owner even better. At this very moment, a divine edict suddenly resounded throughout the entire Blue Star War Zone. Blue Star War Zone announcement. Arcadia, the evolved being of the 8,765th region and the 784th beginner sea area of the Undying Sun, has successfully created a faction, the Blood Moon Dynasty Development Direction, Sea Lord. As the second faction established in the Blue Star Wars Zone, the Blood Moon Dynasty grants all its members a 100-point attribute bonus, with its leader, Arcadia, receiving an additional 200-point bonus. The announcement came. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. My heart sank. Lu Chen felt heavy-hearted. It wasn't because the Blood Moon Dynasty was established too quickly. On the contrary, it's just too slow. Since he founded the Netherworld, more than a day has passed. On Earth, among billions of people. Only then did someone establish a second power. That speed. It's truly astonishing. Too slow. Thinking of this, Lu Chen couldn't help but shake his head. It seems that the others on Earth are not very strong. If I want to secure a place in this battle for supremacy among all races, I can only rely on myself. As he spoke, Lu Chen turned to look at Tawanzi. Get to work, Tawanzi. If we want to live a peaceful life, we need to work harder. Gurgle. Blue Star Wars Zone. Region 8765. Beginner Sea Area number 784. Never Setting Sun. On the sealed altar, the mutilated corpses of hundreds of vampires lay scattered about. The progenitor of vampires, Blood Moon Arcadia. His face was deathly pale as he stared at the lifeless King Kong before him. His eye twitched slightly involuntarily. This 12th-tier boss. This is so tricky and difficult to deal with. Arcadia has gathered the power of the entire beginner sea area. Nearly 1/3 of the clan members were lost. They barely managed to wear down the terrifying King Kong ape. He himself was also severely injured. Completing this mission is surprisingly difficult. Congratulations to our progenitor on establishing the Blood Moon Dynasty, the #1 power on Earth. On the altar, the vampires shouted in unison. However, Blood Moon Arcadia showed no joy whatsoever. The number one power on Earth? Humph. The Netherworld was founded more than a day ago. Our Blood Moon dynasty is only second. Having said that, Arcadia's face suddenly contorted. With my Arcadia's initial attributes being so formidable, I only managed to barely defeat this boss. Just who is this Lu Chun? How could he be so powerful? I thought. The first place reward is practically guaranteed. Not only did it get robbed, but it's so difficult for me to get second place even though I'm only one day behind others. If it weren't for the vampire's life-saving abilities, he had already perished under the iron fist of the King Kong ape. Thinking of this, Blood Moon Arcadia's eyes were filled with resentment. He was the overlord of the dark world of Blue Star, the most powerful being. Now, they were actually outdone by an unknown Xia person. I'm not reconciled. Hearing the words of the ancestor, the vampires looked at each other in silence. Van Payne pondered for a moment, then speculated. Ancestor, could this Lu Chun be from an ancient martial arts family of Xinxia? Impossible. Those ancient martial arts families have long since declined, and they are no match for even one of my princes. Arcadia vetoed it outright. At this time, there are also speculations about vampires. Ancestor, I suspect those Xinxia people must have used some trick to complete the mission by chance. Their true strength may not be that great. Upon hearing this, he immediately received the approval of the crowd. Yes, only this explanation makes sense. Those cunning Kampa people. They stole the prize that our Blood Moon dynasty was supposed to receive as the first place winner. In a short time, the vampires were filled with fervor. Just then, Van Payne made the suggestion with a sinister grin. Ancestor, I consulted the Heavenly Decree Encyclopedia. It states that forces of the same clan can annex each other. If we encounter that Lu Chun in the future, simply kill him, seize his fleet flag, and we can take his place. Upon hearing Van Payne's words, a glint of greed flashed in Blood Moon Arcadia's eyes. The leader of the most powerful force on Earth. However, you can enjoy a full 400 attribute bonus. Thinking of this, Arcadia's lips curled into a bloodthirsty grin. Lu Chun, I look forward to our meeting in Revelation Online. Chapter 151, Absorbing Thousands of Perception Points. Beginner See Area 1000. Now, the group that was hunting sea monsters heard the announcement that had just been broadcast. They all looked astonished. Holy crap, it's only now that someone's established a second power? The gap is too big. The Netherworld was founded by the Lord of the Underworld a day ago. I thought someone had already created a second force, but Revelation Online didn't announce it. It turns out that it's only now that someone has completed the fleet mission. Ha ha ha, with the Lord of the Underworld around, all those geniuses and powerful figures have to step aside. The Lord of the Underworld is invincible. Hee. Actually, I'm not surprised. My godfather is the inspector of our Blue Star War Zone. He is the one who represents the heavenly revelation to inspect all living beings. His power is definitely incomparable to that of us, ordinary people. We are so lucky. Holy crap, I just checked, and the Lord of the Underworld has leveled up 3 times in a row. He's level 15 now. Upon hearing this, everyone was startled. Holy crap, I just reached level 6 and thought I was leveling up pretty fast, and you're telling me the Lord of the Underworld is already level 15? The Lord of the Underworld's strength is becoming increasingly unfathomable. You must know, he needs twice the life energy of us to level up. I can't even imagine how many alien races my godfather killed just now to be promoted 3 levels in one go. At that very moment, suddenly someone exclaimed in surprise. Look everyone, the Lord of the Underworld is speaking in the chat channel. Everyone was overjoyed. They all clicked to enter the chat channel. Lord of the Underworld. Long live the Lord of the Underworld. Brother Lu Chun, I love you. Lu Chun looked at the excited crowd. He looked completely bewildered. What's going on? I just called out Yang Ziming's name. Why are you all so agitated? Little did they know. Against the backdrop of Arcadia, only then did everyone truly feel Lu Chun's power. The Netherworld was established a full day ahead of schedule. This is enough to prove that Lu Chun's strength on Earth far surpasses that of anyone else. Yang Ziming quickly responded. Yang Ziming is here. Lord of the Underworld, please give your orders. Lu Chun glanced at Yang Ziming's level. He nodded in satisfaction. Now, Yang Ziming has already leveled up to level 8. Not only Yang Ziming, Li Sini, Long Howren, and other Netherworld powerhouses also rose to level 8. Ordinary members have also reached level 5 to 6. Such a huge increase in level in just over a day. This shows that everyone is racing against time to level up, without wasting any time. Notify everyone to immediately cease all activities and assemble at position 367.986. Netherworld upgrade. 100 tier 10 evolvers are needed. If Luchin doesn't help, at their current speed, it will probably take the Netherworld clan another 1 to 2 days to reach level 10. Too slow. Therefore, this attack on the Naga Royal Court, Luchin made a decision. Bring the Netherworld people along too. After all, a single unit from the Naga Royal Court can propel the entire Stormwing race to around level 15. If we can annihilate the Naga Royal Court in one fell swoop, helping 100 people advance to level 10, it's as easy as turning your hand. Yes. Yang Ziming responded respectfully, and then tentatively inquired. Lord of the Underworld, what is our mission this time? Destroy the Naga Royal Court. After leaving 6 words, Lu Chun left the chat channel. The Netherworld clan was left standing there, stunned. Destroyed the Naga Royal Court? Zhou Yu's eyes widened as he muttered to himself. My mind is completely blank. No. Isn't this an ocean survival game? Shouldn't they be struggling to survive? We've only been here for 6 days. Now the Lord of the Underworld suddenly says that he will lead everyone to destroy a royal court. This is so much fun. Follow the inspectors. That's awesome. The group looked at each other for a long while. His face showed surprise, excitement, and exhilaration. But one thing I wasn't afraid of. The miracles that Lu Chun has repeatedly created. He had already earned the unconditional and fervent trust of everyone. Now, even if Lu Chun were to lead them to attack Tianyu, the crowd will also follow without hesitation. That's the charisma of a leader. Yang Ziming looked around at everyone. He gave the order in a deep voice. Everyone understands the Lord of the Underworld's orders, right? Quickly clear the battlefield and advance to the designated location. Yes. Everyone echoed in agreement. Haha, I can finally fight alongside the Lord of the Underworld. I'm so excited. I also want to stay by the side of the Lord of the Underworld forever, just like those Stormwing clan members. The Naga Royal Court, is it a kingdom? We're going to destroy a country? Wow, that's so exciting. It shouldn't really be called a kingdom, since this is near the beginner's sea area, but it's definitely stronger than any enemy we've ever encountered. At this time, Li Sini's cool voice rang out. The Netherworld now possesses 60 sling-masted warships, all equipped with short-barreled rapid-fire cannons. This is our first time fighting alongside the Lord of the Underworld. We must all give it our all, show the spirit of the Xinxia people, and let the Lord of the Underworld see that we are no less than the Winged Clan. His words were firm and resounding. The Netherworld warriors were filled with fighting spirit. Since the Lord of the Underworld established the Netherworld, the Stormwing clan has always been by his side, fighting on all sides. And they? However, they can only hunt low-level sea beasts in the beginner's waters. Everyone was unwilling to accept this. They did not want to be outdone by the Winged Clan. In this battle, this is a perfect opportunity to prove myself. Don't worry, Sister Sini. I won't let the Xinxia people down. Commander Li, rest assured, we will kill just as many enemies as those bastards. Everyone expressed their opinions. Yang Ziming nodded and gave instructions. The creatures of the Naga Royal Court are probably of a high level. Close combat is at a disadvantage for us. We need to make the most of our strengths, concentrate our firepower, and use short-barreled rapid-fire cannons for a concentrated bombardment. Yes. Now, all ships, raise your sails and set sail. Destination, the Naga Royal Court. Gurgle gurgle. Tawanzi exerted all her strength. Finally, all the Naga people present were captured. Then, with its round little body upright, it shuffled closer and closer to Lu Chun. Wow, the dumplings have all been consumed. That's amazing. Lu Chen's eyes curved into a smile. He casually pulled the little dumpling into his arms. Immediately afterwards, streams of energy surged into Lu Chen's body like a tide. Ding. Successfully recruited a Naga warrior, tier 20. You have acquired a C-rank talent, Water Mastery, increasing perception by 24 points. Ding. Successfully recruited a Naga warrior, tier 20. You have acquired the D-rank talent, Water Manipulation, increasing perception by 23 points. Accompanied by a series of notification sounds from the Revelation online system. A large number of perception attribute points were continuously absorbed by Lu Chun. However, as Lu Chen's own perception attributes continued to rise, the attribute points gained from each intake gradually diminish. Until the very end, the number of perception points added each time has dropped to single digits. As the last notification tone faded away, Lu Chun felt his spirits lift instantly. My thoughts became exceptionally clear, despite severe attenuation. But this time, I did indeed gain 1,012 points of perception. The original 1,018 perception points jumped to an astonishing 2030 points. Chapter 152 adds another A-rank talent, greatly increasing strength. Warriors of the Naga royal court. The main attributes all tend to favor the perception side. Their awakened talents are all water-based. Therefore, although the talent level extracted from the corpses of ordinary Naga warriors was not high, most are D-level water manipulation and C-level water control. But its advantage lies in its large quantity. With the accumulation of a large number of low-level talents, Lu Chen's water-based talent jumped directly to grade B, water resonance. Looking at his attribute panel, Lu Chen nodded slightly. Having the same talent as other races also has its advantages. After absorbing it, I can advance to a higher level of talent more quickly. 500 Naga warriors have come this time, including Aston. The most talented among them only possesses the B-level water resonance. However, he could absorb and fuse the talents of all of them. They possess A-rank water-type talent that surpasses theirs. Thinking of this, Lu Chen's lips curled up slightly. Tawanzi, take Aston. Gurgle. Ding. Successfully captured Aston, the Naga Royal Guard Captain, Tier 22 boss. You have acquired a rank B talent, water resonance, increasing perception by 26 points. Your B-rank talent, water resonance, has been detected and meets the evolution requirements. Under evolution, in an instant, the sea around the ghost was surging and turbulent. It then coalesced into a water dragon. It hovered and roared above Lu Chen's head. Lu Chen kept his eyes tightly closed at this moment. A flood of knowledge and understanding about water rushed into my mind. Looking at the roaring water dragon in front of him, Yunting's expression was solemn. Master, will Master be able to successfully evolve into an A-level talent? Water-based talents are mostly awakened by marine life. The Master, being a land creature, the compatibility is likely extremely low. Moreover, the Master had never mastered any water-based talents before, not even the most basic ones. Now, he has suddenly absorbed a large amount of water-based talent in order to evolve. It's tantamount to being rushed into battle. The success rate is worrying. Thinking of this, Yunting's face was full of tension. Jack, was already used to it. He glanced at Yunting. Xiao Yunzi, why are you worrying about this? Our captain is a monster. I've never seen him fail to evolve his talent. Evolving into an A-level talent is a piece of cake for him. As he spoke, Jack then counted on his fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4. This should be the captain's 5th A-level talent. It all depends on whether the captain can directly comprehend water-based skills. As soon as Jack finished speaking, then all that could be seen were the water dragons in the sky raising their heads and roaring, their voices shaking the heavens. At the same time, Lu Chen's eyes snapped open, gleaming with sharp light. Splash! Splash! In an instant, 4 enormous water dragons surged out of the sea, roaring as they soared into the air. It raged across the sky. The roar shook the heavens and the earth. Ding! Your B-rank talent, water resonance, has successfully evolved into an A-rank talent, water avatar. Your success rate is 99%. The success rate for humans of the same rank is 10%. Ding! Due to your profound understanding of water-type talents, you have successfully learned the skill, Water Dragon Roar, rank A. Skill, Water Dragon Roar, rank A, summons several enormous water dragons that self-destruct the moment they charge at the enemy, releasing a massive torrent of water and destructive energy waves, dealing massive damage. Let's have a water fight, but let's agree not to get angry. Not bad, you've mastered another A-level skill. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Water-based skills. Its power over the ocean is still considerable, as long as you have enough mental strength. This water dragon roars to the sky. It will turn itself into a mobile missile launcher. Having said that, Lu Chen's body trembled. The 5 roaring water dragons in the sky instantly transformed into countless water droplets, dissipated into the horizon. Congratulations, Master, you've gained another amazing skill. Yunting offered his congratulations with great excitement. His eyes were filled with fervent admiration as he looked at Lu Chen. It was a success. It actually worked. For a field that they have never ventured into and are not good at, the Master actually evolved his talent to A-level in one go. They also successfully mastered the skill. This talent, absolutely terrifying. Captain, with you doing this, I'm starting to think A-level talents are worthless. Jack muttered, pouting. Jack had even felt a little smug about successfully evolving his A-level talent. But now, compared to Lu Chen, Jack suddenly felt there was nothing to be happy about. Wah! It makes me feel like a piece of trash. Lu Chen turned to look at Jack, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Your corpse fusion technique is also quite good. It will come in handy later. Jack looked at Lu Chen's smile. I couldn't help but shiver. Captain, your smile gives me the creeps. I wonder what terrible things those unlucky guys in the Naga Royal Court will encounter later. Naga Royal Court. You're the only one who came back? Where are Rex and the captain of the guard? Naga King Nagatharos. Sharp eyes. It coldly swept its gaze across the disheveled dog's tail, looking at the Naga King before him. The dog-tailed dog, as if seeing a savior, cried out with tears streaming down its face. King Naga, wah, I actually came back alive. I thought I was going to die. That human, he's a demon. He single-handedly routed the elite guard, and he also killed the eldest prince and the head guard. Upon hearing this, everyone present was astonished. Nonsense, a Naga elder shouted sternly. Even if that human was just an evolved being from a low-level world, and even if they came from a high-level world, they would only have been in Tianyu for 6 days. How strong could a 6-day-old be? Even if the eldest prince and the chief guard were no match for him, they could always retreat. How could they have died at the hands of that human? The elder had barely finished speaking when the Naga all nodded in agreement. Yes, even if humans are exceptionally gifted. After all, they had only been in Tianyu for 6 days. It's already a miracle that it can evolve to the 10th rank in 6 days. The eldest prince and the chief guard were both boss-level powerhouses of over level 20. How could they have died at the hands of a human of such low level? That is, Kobold, stop joking, tell the truth. Where is his highness now? Seeing that no one believed him, Inutail wiped away her tears and hurriedly said, Tu didn't lie to you. That human was an observer. The moment the words observer were uttered, the once noisy palace fell silent instantly. Everyone was stunned. Nagatharos abruptly rose from his throne. With a flick of its tail, in an instant, he appeared in front of the dog's tail. The iron-like right hand suddenly gripped the dog's tail by the neck. Hold it high. Say it again. Watch dogs. Nagatharos clenched his teeth, and the veins on his forehead bulged. He truly is an observer. He has vassal races. Chapter 153 The Nine Heavens Palace. A great battle is about to begin. With its neck being gripped, the dog's face turned bright red as it struggled to squeeze out the words through its teeth. Nagatharos looked solemn. It felt as if a huge rock was pressing down on my heart. A vassal race, an inspector. I never expected someone to pass the test. He never expected that. Among these humans from the lower world, an observer unexpectedly emerged. If Rex were to face off against the Watcher, the outcome would be truly unpredictable. According to rumors, once an evolved being becomes an observer, they can inherit the observer's legacy. Inspectors have always been established seniors mentoring juniors. And those well-known inspectors, each and every one of them was an extremely powerful being. Their legacy is even more powerful. Thinking of this, Nagatharos suddenly opened its eyes wide and roared at the dog's tail. Where's Rex? Where is he now? However, before Dogtail could respond, a Naga warrior hurriedly reported from the hall entrance. Your Majesty, a large number of evolved beings' warships have been spotted approaching from outside the island. Upon hearing this, everyone in the hall was greatly shocked. The warships of the Evolvers? Could they be the fleet under the command of the Overseer? A Naga elder's expression changed drastically, and he exclaimed in surprise. It's undoubtedly true. The War of All Races has only been going on for 6 days, and to be able to sail out of the beginner's sea area and build a fleet within 6 days. Who else but the inspectors has such ability? An observer is going to attack us. What should we do? The inspectors have the power to judge evil spirits. If you are labeled as an evil spirit, you will be doomed. In a short time, the arrogance and disdain that once graced the faces of the Naga within the temple had vanished without a trace. Instead, there was trepidation and fear. The title of inspector is simply too prestigious. It is terrifying. Sudden, a Naga elder stared coldly at the dog's tail. No, the ocean is vast and boundless. How could the observers find us so quickly? Upon hearing this, all the Naga's eyes immediately focused on the dog's tail. His eyes flashed with murderous intent. The Naga King suddenly realized what was happening and roared fiercely. It was you. You led the overseers here. Rex and Aston were also misled by you into leaving Naga Island. Seeing that everyone was pointing the finger at him, the dog was terrified and cried out, trembling. Injustice, injustice, no. However, before he could finish speaking, with a crack, the Naga King snapped the dog's neck in an instant. His head drooped limply. The inspectors, what a clever method. Nagatharos tossed the dog-tailed corpse aside like trash, his face grim as he spoke. An elder snaked his way towards the Naga King. He inquired respectfully, Your Majesty, this newly appointed human observer has clearly set his sights on our Naga royal court. Should we retreat? Withdraw? The Naga King sneered. So what if they are inspectors? They are not invincible. Seeing the Naga King like this, fear appeared on the elder's face. He continued, but don't the overseers possess the power to judge evil spirits granted by divine decree? The Naga King flicked its serpent tail. He nimbly glided to the throne. The giant hand suddenly lifted the pitch-black hammer, its eyes flashing with a chilling, killing intent. He can indeed judge evil spirits, but if the observer of judgment is killed, the mark of evil spirits will disappear without a trace. Speaking of which, a fierce light flashed in Naga Thalas's eyes. Moreover, if I can kill an overseer, I will gain immeasurable benefits, and my Naga race will also take this opportunity to rise to prominence. Having said that, Nagatharos suddenly swung her right hand. Summon all our people immediately. Today, we will annihilate this so-called overseer and avenge Rex and all our fallen kin. Yes. Outside Naga Island, 60 jet-black, single-masted warships stood on the sea. The masts stand tall, creating a magnificent sight. Now, more than 900 Netherworld members have all arrived at the location designated by Lu Chun. Old Yang, that should be the Naga Royal Court that the Underworld Lord mentioned. Judging from the looks of it, this is going to be a tough nut to crack. Longhauern squinted his eyes. They were surveying the islands ahead. Yang Ziming nodded, his voice low. The Naga people on the island are probably all at the 20th level or above, but we don't know how many there are. Tier 20? This time I can really have some fun. To be honest, I'm already tired of killing those Tier 8 and Tier 10 sea beasts in the beginner sea area. Li Ming's fingers twitched slightly, arcs of electricity crackled, and his eyes burned with fighting spirit. Sudden, the visually gifted individual at the bow, responsible for reconnaissance, reported loudly. Commander, the Naga are gathering in large numbers on the island. There are 2,000, no, 3,000, at least 3,000. Upon hearing this, the previously relaxed group of Netherworld members were instantly stunned. How much? 3,000. Zhou Yu exclaimed in shock. Good heavens, more than 3,000 level 20 Nagas. The Lord of the Underworld really has a big appetite this time. The Lord of the Underworld's decision is truly domineering. This battle was exhilarating. Longhauern slowly removed the giant shield from his back, looked up at the sky, and laughed heartily, his face full of pride. However, some people hold a cautious attitude. Commander Yang, we in the Netherworld only have a little over 900 6th and 7th tier evolved beings. Fighting against the Naga Royal Court is like an ant trying to shake a tree. Why don't we retreat first and wait for the Netherworld Lord to arrive before making further plans? 20-level monsters, and more than 3,000 of them. My God, I've never seen so many high-level monsters in my life. The difference in both level and quantity is too great. Let's wait for the Lord of the Underworld to arrive. Hearing what everyone said, Yang Ziming surveyed his surroundings, his gaze sharp and piercing. He said coldly, the Lord of the Underworld has ordered us to wait for the right opportunity to act. We already possess powerful ships and cannons. If we still cower and hide behind the Lord of the Underworld, we will be abandoned by him sooner or later. Upon hearing this, those who had just advocated for retreat all lowered their heads. His face was full of shame. Commander Yang, we were wrong. I don't want to be abandoned by the Lord of the Underworld. Commander Yang, give the order. Yes, we'll listen to you. Yang Ziming slowly turned his gaze to the Naga Island where they were gathering. He gave the order in a deep voice. Everyone, prepare for battle. Yes, sir. In an instant, the sails on the warships were raised one by one. The cannon muzzle began to rotate, adjusting its direction. A major battle is imminent. At the same time, a 30-meter-long two-masted frigate was slowly sailing towards the Naga Royal Court. On both sides of the ship, a dozen or so cannons gleamed with a cold light. On the deck, the mast stood tall. The banner of the Golden Eagle fluttered in the wind. Captain, what power do we, the Nine Heavens Palace, possess? We need no one else to explore the Tower of Awakening. Did the minister really need to send us here specifically to invite this old snake? Xiao Langtao was dressed in a black bodysuit, his hands tightly clutching a long sword to his chest. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. He complained with a look of impatience. Chapter 154, Overwhelming Firepower. Captain Xiao Yunfan's lips curled into a slight smile. The minister's decision makes sense. The Tower of Awakening opens only once every 10,000 years, and no one knows what dangers it may hold. It would be safer to gather more powerful individuals. When the Tower of Awakening was mentioned, a burning desire flashed in his eyes. It is said that tower can awaken people. Once successful, the strength will undergo a dramatic change. That's true, but to explore the Tower of Awakening, you need at least level 50. The Naga King is only level 30. What use can he be? I bet he won't even be able to get through the gates of the Tower of Awakening. Xiao Langtao curled his lip in disdain. You don't understand. This Naga King is no ordinary person. Xiao Yunfan glared at Xiao Langtao. He has a skill that allows him to borrow the power of his ancestors to elevate his talent to S rank. Otherwise, why would the minister have specifically invited him? SS rank. My God. Xiao Longtao's expression changed. He immediately dropped the disdain on his face. S rank talent. I've only ever seen it on the clan chief. And the power of the clan leader. I can't even imagine it myself. At that very moment, the lookout on the mast suddenly rang the alarm bell. Captain, several unidentified vessels have been spotted ahead of Naga Island. Upon hearing this, everyone in the Nine Heavens Palace looked up. Before Naga Island, dozens of single-masted warships were lined up on the sea. They're all basic slingships. Pirates? What are they planning? To attack Naga Island. Xiao Langtao raised an eyebrow, looking suspicious. Xiao Yunfan stared intently for a moment, then shook his head and chuckled. What pirates? They're just evolved beings who just sailed out of the beginner's seas. An evolved being who participated in the War of All Races. Xiao Longtao's eyes widened in shock. They've only been here 6 days, and they already dare to plot against the Naga royal court? Are they crazy? Yeah, they must have had it too easy in the beginner's waters and think they can do the same outside. Langtao, just wait and see. The Naga race will be able to sink all of these dozens of ships to the bottom of the sea in no time. Xiao Yunfan crossed his arms, looking like he was watching a spectacle. Hee. A group of evolvers whose level is not even 10. They actually dared to set their sights on the Naga royal court. They're really tired of living. Captain, I reckon that once the Naga make their move, these humans will scatter in terror. As Xiao Langtao spoke, a ruthless glint appeared on his face. Our Ling Xiao will be positioned right behind them, allowing us to launch a pincer attack and capture all these evolved beings without leaving a single one alive. Thinking about the benefits he could gain from killing evolved beings, Xiao Langtao couldn't help but grin. Commander Yang, the situation is dire. The Naga are going into the water. They are all marine creatures, and once they enter the water, they will be even more difficult to deal with. Li Sini watched the Naga warriors crawling towards the sea. Her eyebrows were furrowed. Yang Ziming naturally realized the seriousness of the situation. His expression was solemn. Old Long, how far are we from there? Longhauern closed his left eye and raised his right thumb. Distance measurement is in progress. He had handled artillery during his time in the army, so this simple range finding was no challenge for him. Right now, the distance is just right. Longhauern suddenly lowered his right hand and shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, Yang Ziming, his eyes widened suddenly, and then he roared out the command. All ships, lower sails and stop. Aim at the Naga on the island and bombard them. Fire! Fire! As soon as Yang Ziming gave the order, the captains of the warships in the Nether Fleet roared and gave the order to fire. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, 180 short-barreled rapid-fire cannons on 60 sloops roared simultaneously. The artillery fire was like a raging dragon emerging from the sea. The sound was deafening, tearing through the air. It poured down on the Naga. Quick, everyone, get moving. A Naga elder was urgently giving orders to the Naga warriors around him. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing whistle tore through the sky. Elder Naga instinctively looked up. All I saw was a dense barrage of shells rained down like a dark cloud. His pupils suddenly contracted. Before they could react, a scorching shell slammed into his body like a meteor. The Naga elder's body trembled. Fresh blood gushed out suddenly. He was like a piece of duckweed swept up by a giant wave, instantly blasted several meters away. However, this is just the beginning of a nightmare. Hundreds of bullets rained down on the small island of Naga like a storm. This triggered a series of earth-shattering explosions. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, dust rose up. The heavens and earth seemed to be overturned by a violent force. The boulder rolled. Smoke and dust obscured the sky and the sun. How can they have such intense firepower? The Naga elder was caught in a series of explosions. It let out a shocked and desperate roar. Before the words were finished, his body was completely torn apart in the continuous explosions. Torn apart. Although the Naga race generally possesses a cultivation level of 20 or higher and has a remarkably strong physique, but they might be able to withstand the impact of a single artillery shell. However, it was simply unable to withstand the relentless bombardment like a torrential downpour. The short-barreled rapid-fire cannon is a high-grade bronze cannon. Having just one weapon is enough to suppress the enemy at sea. And this terrifying weapon. The Netherworld fleet was equipped with a total of 180 guns. If it weren't for the limitation of each warship having 3 weapon slots, Yang Ziming wished he could install another 180 doors. Just because. This thing is so useful, so deadly. Keep firing. Don't stop. Suppress them. Yang Zimo's Naga Island, shrouded in dust and mist. He slammed his hand on the armrest. The order was given again. He understood. The attack before them, though seemingly spectacular and as powerful as a thunderbolt. However, the Naga race's level was simply too high. If continuous bombing is not maintained, it is unlikely that the enemy can be effectively killed. Boom, 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 boom. The Naga people on the island were stunned by the bombing. Before they could react, the Netherworld fleet unleashed its second salvo of artillery fire once again. Although short-barreled rapid-fire cannons have limited range and poor accuracy, but its rate of fire is so fast. Like a violent storm, this gave the Naga race no time to catch their breath. One shot after another, without stopping. In just a few dozen seconds, the Netherworld fleet completed a full 10 salvos. Only then did the sound of gunfire cease. It wasn't that Yang Ziming was unwilling to continue. Instead, it was the barrel of that short-barreled rapid-fire cannon that, after 10 consecutive, fierce shots, it has turned bright red and hot. It urgently needs time to cool down. As the sound of cannon fire faded, the dust and smoke over Naga Island gradually dissipated in the sea breeze. It revealed a scene of utter devastation. The once picturesque Naga Island is now riddled with holes. The island is covered with countless bomb craters. The severed limbs and dismembered remains of the Naga warriors were scattered everywhere. Some were blown beyond recognition. Some are still barely clinging to life. They rolled and howled in agony in the crater. These 10 volleys of fire actually killed more than 500 Naga warriors. In an instant, vast streams of life energy rose from the Naga corpses. Like surging waves, they converge into a stream in the air. Then they surged towards the members of the Netherworld fleet. The sheer magnitude of this life energy caused over 900 people to instantly rise 2 to 3 levels, greatly increasing their strength. Chapter 155: The Undead Legion Strikes. The Netherworld beings felt their levels soaring. A burst of loud cheers erupted. Holy crap, did we do this? That's amazing. I can't even imagine that more than 500 level 20 monsters were wiped out in less than a minute. I went from level 6 to level 9. I've never felt so good in my life. Haha. Thank you, Lord of the Underworld, for providing us with so many magic stones. Otherwise, how could we have built so many short-barreled rapid-fire cannons? Long live the Lord of the Underworld. Godfather, I'm level 10. Did you see that? We're no worse than those Stormwind clan. Long live the Emperor. Rear. The people of the Nine Heavens Palace, who were just about to laugh at the Netherworld, were now dumbfounded. Xiao Langtao turned his head mechanically. Looking at Captain Xiao Yunfan, he said incredulously, Captain, are they really just evolved beings who have only been in the Revelation Online world for 6 days? This firepower, this strength, even our Ling Xiao can't withstand it. No, only 6 days? Where did they get so many high-grade bronze cannons? Xiao Yunfan was stunned for a while before he came to his senses. I felt like I'd been slapped in the face. 1 minute ago, he was still saying he wanted to see others make fools of themselves. Result. The next second, these evolved beings were like cheaters, unleashing hundreds of cannons that killed more than 500 Naga warriors. However, despite the surprise in my heart, but Xiao Yunfan still shook his head. He said in a deep voice, I admit that I underestimated these evolved beings before. However, they still cannot change the outcome of the battle. The strength of the Naga race is far beyond what can be countered by these few cannons alone. Really, as soon as Xiao Yunfan finished speaking, the Naga warriors on Naga Island once again surged towards the ocean like a tidal wave. The Naga king looked at the ceased artillery fire. He snorted coldly. Inspector, is that all you've got? You can't beat me with just these cannons. Once all the Naga warriors had submerged into the sea, the firepower of the human race's artillery would be greatly reduced. At that time, the Naga warriors will launch a surprise attack from underwater. We must wipe out all these annoying evolved beings. Seeing the Naga warriors surge forward again like a tide, the cheers of the Netherworld people gradually subsided. It then became heavy, even though everyone has already killed so many. But the number of Naga warriors still seemed the same. That's terrifying. Yang Ziming watched as the Naga race continued to enter the sea. Clenching his teeth, issue the order. All warships, raise full sails and retreat at full speed, create distance, and wait for the short-barreled rapid-fire cannons to cool down. Yes, sir. Commander's order, full speed retreat. Reverse at full speed. In a short time, the ships of the Netherworld all raised their sails, prepare to evacuate. However, the fleet has not yet taken action. A series of rapid, grinding sounds echoed across the sea. Everyone was stunned. Huh? What's that sound? It sounds like bones rubbing together. Bones. This is all seawater. Where would bones come from? Naga Island. The Naga also heard this strange sound of bones grinding together. They all looked at each other in bewilderment. Don't stop. Keep going into the sea and kill those evolved beings. The Naga elder in charge of overseeing the battle urged. But at that moment, a Naga warrior, half submerged in the seawater. Suddenly, I felt something strange under my feet. Looking down, his expression changed drastically, and he couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Skeletons. My lord, the sea is full of skeletons. All I saw was, the once dark yellow seabed has now turned a pale white. And that pale color, it was actually made up of skeletons. The Naga warrior barely had time to issue a warning. They were then pounced upon and devoured by a dense swarm of skeletons. Screams echoed across the beach. Subsequently, countless terrifying and grotesque skeleton warriors slowly emerged from the seawater. The once golden beach. They were instantly submerged in a sea of bones. Undead. Elder Naga's expression immediately changed. How could so many undead appear? When did our Naga race offend the forces of the undead? However, the situation left him no time to think further. In an instant, countless skeleton warriors roared and surged toward Naga Island like a tidal wave. Damn it, these undead are only level 10. Naga warriors, charge with me and slaughter them all. May the glory of the Naga live on forever. The Naga elder roared and charged towards the sea of bones. The glory of the Naga will live on forever. A blue wave of Naga warriors clashed violently with a pale sea of bones formed by undead warriors. In an instant, limbs shattered, bones flying everywhere. The sounds of fighting and wailing mingled together. This sudden change. This left the Netherworld members, who were preparing to retreat and create distance, dumbfounded. Wait, Lao Yang, what's going on with these undead, judging by the number? There must be at least 8 or 10,000, if not 10,000. Did you arrange this? Longhauern gazed at the fierce battle scene before him. His eyes were filled with astonishment and confusion. When did our Netherworld get such an undead legion? Yang Ziming shook his head in confusion. I'm not sure either, but I'm certain that these undead are not our enemies. Just then, Zhou Yu's voice rang out, attracting everyone's attention. Do you guys think this undead army, could it be the work of the Lord of the Underworld? Zhou Yu gazed at the sea of bones and tentatively spoke. Although, this sounds incredible, but the Lord of the Underworld is, after all, an observer. It's understandable that the overseers possess a large, undead army. Just as everyone was in shock, a sound of waves breaking came from the water. Splash! A black boat, its hull pitch black and emanating an eerie black mist, suddenly burst forth from the waves. It appeared on the sea surface. When everyone saw the black boat, they cheered and jumped for joy. The Netherworld ship. The Netherworld ship is here. The Lord of the Underworld has arrived. These spirits are all under his command. That's so cool. The ghost can actually travel underwater. Long live the Lord of the Underworld. Cheers erupted continuously. But Lu Chen's eye twitched slightly. This is a total ripoff. This ocean is a total ripoff. He brought out a full 20,000 undead warriors from the island of corpses. However, due to a lack of sufficient ships, it can only drive the army of the undead to dive into the seabed and move forward. Unexpectedly, the seabed is teeming with all sorts of ferocious and bizarre marine creatures. They didn't even spare the skeleton warriors' bones. Result: the short march from Corpse Island to the Naga Royal Court. They lost tens of thousands of skeleton warriors. What remains now? Only about 8,000 are still usable. And, without the deathly aura provided by Burial Island, these 8,000 plus skeletons were only a one-time combat force. It simply cannot last. Thinking of this, Lu Chun felt a pang of heartache. It seems I need to find a way to generate death energy and store undead creatures as soon as possible. As long as the aura of death is present, the undead army can gain energy, with storage methods available. That way, I won't have to lead the skeleton warriors on that dangerous underwater journey anymore. Lu Chen's latest panel. Name: Lu Chun Cursed. Level: 15, 570, 000/2, 000,000. Job title: Inspector, Level 1, 1500/10,000. Faction: Netherworld, Sea Pirates, Level 1, Leader. Subordinate race: 1-1 Stormwing. Evolution points: 0. Contribution points: 50. Strength, 1,600. Agility, 2050. Physical fitness, 960. Perception, 2056. Free attribute points, 60. Talent. Tier A. Necromancer, Spatial Manipulation, Speed Burst, 29%. Petrifying Gaze/Slowness, 5%. Water Avatar. Tier B. Undying Curse, Mountain Power, 0.25%. On My OG, Blood Feast, Steel Bones, 0.25%. Power Resonance, 20%. Perception Resonance, 12%. Grade C. Plant Affinity, 50%. Poison Control, 75%. Flame Control, 62%. Ice Control, 65%. Lightning Control, 35%. Olfactory Ability, 50%. Visual Ability, 14%. Auditory Ability, 95%. Skill 1. Summon the Kraken Statue, God Tier Skill. Skill 2. Windbreaker, Observer Exclusive. Skill 3. Corpse Explosion, Rank A. Skill 4. Poseidon's Blessing, Rank C. Skill 5. Teleportation, Rank A. Skill 6. Flowing Cloud Sword Dance, Rank A. Skill 7. Water Dragon Roars to the Sky, Rank A. Ship, Basic Slingshot Sailboat, The Ghost. Overall Combat Strength Assessment. Unable to assess. For the inspectors, realms are a joke. Anyone who relies on realm to fight an inspector will die a horrible death. The Cursed Single-Masted Sailboat, The Ghost. Captain, Sunken Land. Level, Beginner. Crew, 15/15. Durability, 1500. Weapon slots, Small Weapons 3/3, Sea Dragon's Fury Cannon, Silver Basic, Short-Bodied Rapid-Fire Cannon, Bronze Advanced 2. Equipment slot, 1/1 Small Equipment, Dragon Scale Armor, Mid-Silver. Speed, Medium, Sailing. Defense, High Medium Armor. Talents, Ghost Ship, Rank B. Enhanced Guardian Barrier, Rank B. Night Stealth, Rank B. Ecological Symbiosis, Rank D. Gale, Rank C. Chapter 156 Why do I feel like we're the villains? Half of their lives were lost on the march. This left Lu Chun feeling inexplicably frustrated. At this moment, the Naga people before him became the perfect target for Lu Chun to vent his anger. A cold glint flashed in Lu Chun's eyes. With a sudden swing of his right hand. Die, all of you. The skeleton warriors who were fighting fiercely with the Naga warriors. His mouth suddenly opened wide. The death energy within his body instantly became extremely chaotic. Immediately afterwards, under the terrified gaze of the Naga warriors, the skeleton warriors exploded. Boom, 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 boom. The explosions continued incessantly. The self-destruct power of a Tier 10 undead. A short-barreled rapid-fire cannon that far surpasses the capabilities of the Nether Fleet. In an instant, the earth trembled and the mountains shook. The enormous explosive force created towering waves. The force of the explosion propelled the seawater several meters high. He fell hard again. A thick layer of blood mist shrouded the entire Naga island. That was the flesh and blood of countless Naga warriors torn apart in the explosion. Retreat. Retreat immediately. The Naga elder hastily erected a water shield and shouted at the top of her lungs. Now, his eyes were filled with uncontrollable fear. Corpse explosion. It was a corpse explosion. Elder Naga had never seen such a brutal fighting style. These skeleton warriors have no regard for their own lives. Upon seeing a Naga, they would roar and charge forward, exploding their corpses to take the Naga with them. However, he had barely finished speaking when. Then he saw more than a dozen skeleton warriors roaring and rushing over, attacking his water shield frantically. The death energy within their bodies is expanding rapidly at a visible rate. It's over. Elder Naga's pupils contracted sharply, her heart filled with despair. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out. More than 10 undead exploded at the same time. The massive shockwave instantly shattered the water shield that Elder Naga had been maintaining with all his might, turning it into wisps of water vapor that dissipated into the air. No! With the Naga elder's desperate wails, his body was mercilessly torn apart in the explosion. Blood splattered everywhere. It eventually disappeared into the dark red blood mist. As the explosion ceased, Naga Island was completely shrouded in a blackish-red dust cloud. It was a mixture of flesh, soil, and bone fragments that had been blasted apart. The entire battlefield was silent. Whether it was the Naga race, the human race, or even the Nine Heavens Palace later on, they all stared blankly as the dust slowly settled on the battlefield. The shocking scene was revealed. On the battlefield, the thousands of Naga warriors and countless skeleton warriors they were originally killing. Now, they had all turned to dust and vanished. All that remained were the huge craters left by the exploding corpses. Gulp. Xiao Langtao swallowed hard. He said in a trembling voice, Captain, are all the evolved beings this fierce in battle? A total of 4,000 or 5,000 creatures. Just like that, he vanished into thin air before his very eyes. This way of fighting, it terrified the waves and the sky. If there are enough undead, which faction can withstand this kind of self-destructive war? Even their Nine Heavens Palace can't do it. Looking at the hellish scene before him, Xiao Yunfan couldn't help but take a deep breath. An A-level corpse explosion. It seems there's an extraordinary figure among the evolved beings in this sea area. As he spoke, at this point, a hint of interest flashed in his eyes. He said in a deep voice, I'd like to see how long this evolved being from a lower world can last against the Naga King. How long can you hold out? Xiao Longtao's face was full of doubt. Captain, it seems the human evolved humans have the upper hand now. Useless. Xiao Yunfan snorted coldly. In this world, the strong always decide the outcome. No matter what tricks these evolved beings are using to gain any advantage right now, once the Naga King makes a move, they will collapse instantly, like clay chickens and earthenware dogs. A cold smile slowly crept onto Xiao Yunfan's lips. For a true strongman, no matter how many ants there are, they can't kill an elephant. As for the Naga King, in Xiao Yunfan's eyes, that is the true strongman. Otherwise, the minister would not specifically invite the Naga King to explore the Tower of Awakening together. The inspectors have made their move. Witnessing thousands of clansmen instantly turn into a blood mist. A hint of regret flashed across Nagatharos' eyes. The troops on Naga Island were all elite soldiers of the Naga royal court, totaling no more than 3,000. Now, half of them were lost at the very beginning of the war. Thinking of this, Naga the Los gripped his heavy black iron hammer tightly. Slowly move forward, give a deep command. Don't engage these skeletons in close combat. The corpse explosion range is about 10 meters. Keep your distance and use water-based skills to eliminate these undead from a distance. Yes, sir. The glory of the Naga will live on forever. Victory belongs to us. As Nagatharos' command fell, the Naga warriors, who had been filled with fear and anxiety, were instantly pacified. Nagatharos' gaze sharpened as she swept it across the black boat on the sea. He asked in a cold voice, Your Excellency the Overseer, now that you have graced the Naga royal court with your presence, why not come up and have a chat? However, it was not Lu Chun who responded to him. Instead, it was a sinister laugh with a rising tone. Old man, if you want to fight the captain, you'll have to get past me, Lord Jack, first. Before the words were finished, a huge wave suddenly surged up from the sea. Immediately, a colossal hand burst forth from the waves. Immediately afterwards, a giant tens of meters tall slowly rose from the deep sea. It was the person who had spoken. The appearance of the giant caused a gasp of surprise to erupt on Naga Island. This giant was actually formed from the fused corpses of withered Naga warriors. They twisted and intertwined, forming a terrifyingly enormous creature. On the giant's body, the faces of countless Naga warriors are faintly visible. Frozen in the extreme fear and despair of dying, it seemed to be silently telling of the suffering and resentment of the life before death. They were our men. They're all dead. It's the guard that accompanied the eldest prince on his last campaign. I saw the captain of the guard's face, and the captain is already dead. Amid exclamations, the giant corpse slowly raised its right leg. With a sudden stomp, it crashed to the ground, creating a wave that steadily approached Naga Island. At the same time, a series of rapid, grinding sounds of bones rang out again. Countless skeleton warriors surged forth from the ocean like a tidal wave, gathering at the feet of the giant. They followed the giants and launched an attack on Naga Island. In the Netherworld fleet, witnessing this horrifying scene, everyone looked at each other in silence. I have a feeling we're kind of like the villains, don't we? Zhou scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Look at your own side. Undead, rotting corpses, self-destruction. Giants made of corpses. The fleet was also a pirate fleet created to plunder resources. This doesn't look respectable at all. Chapter 157 Naga King's exclusive skill? Don't talk nonsense. We are a force under the control of the inspectors. Li Ming coughed lightly, feigning composure, and said, Even if it uses undead and corpse explosion, it's still corpse explosion that represents justice. So what if their appearance and skills look scary? Our boss is an inspector, officially certified. From now on, if anyone dares to call us villains, we'll just wipe them out. Yes, that's it. You're asking for it. Nagatharos stared at the giant corpse, which was tens of meters tall. His eyes suddenly widened. A palpable killing intent rose from his body. On the giant's body, he caught a glimpse of his son's face. "You bastard. You will all die with Rex." Nagatharos roared. The snake's tail lashed out suddenly. His body shot towards the corpse giant in an instant, like an arrow released from a bow. "Come on, you old man." Jack grinned maliciously. The giant corpse's right hand lashed out with a whooshing sound, lunging fiercely at the Naga King. But the moment his right palm touched the Naga King, it shattered into countless pieces of flesh like a sand sculpture. Naga the Los wields a massive black hammer. Unstoppable momentum. They advanced with unstoppable momentum. It slammed into the chest of the corpse giant. A dull thud was heard. The giant corpse exuding a terrifying aura. His chest was shattered into pieces by the Naga King's hammer. A woo! The giant corpse howled as its body disintegrated into countless fragments. However, at this very moment, a black streak of light shot out from the shattered corpse. "Go straight for the Naga King." Old man, let me show you what a real surprise is." Jack's grin widened. His aura surged wildly. It was clear that he was going to use the corpse explosion technique again, to catch the Naga King off guard. But Naga Thalos' combat experience is incredibly rich. He instantly discerned Jack's plot. His eyes suddenly turned gray. His head of snake hair flew wildly in the air. The snake heads hissed in unison. The Naga royal family's exclusive talent, petrifying gaze. It was launched suddenly. Jack, on the other hand, had his arms outstretched. "We're preparing a surprise for the Naga King." Suddenly, he felt the flow of energy within his body becoming increasingly sluggish. Looking down, "I've already started to turn to stone." Holy crap, this old guy reacted so fast. Before he could finish speaking, Jack had turned into a stone statue. It froze in place. Nagatharos, however, continued its actions. The jet black hammer in his right hand swung out with a whooshing sound. Splash! Stone fragments flew everywhere. Jack's head was smashed to pieces in an instant. Nagatharos landed lightly. He gave Luchin a cold laugh. A boss-level corpse explosion. The inspector is really willing to go all out. It's a pity. All that effort was wasted. If you don't take action soon, all your men will soon follow in the footsteps of these dead." As soon as he finished speaking, there were many Naga warriors. They have already dived into the sea from all sides of Naga Island. They swayed their bodies nimbly. Like an arrow released from a bow, it hurtled towards the Netherworld fleet. Seeing Jack, who had merged with 500 corpses, he was instantly killed before he could even unleash a corpse explosion. A slight smile involuntarily appeared on Luchin's lips. Such rich combat experience. No wonder he is the Naga King. Interesting. As he spoke, Luchin opened the Naga King's panel. Naga race, Nagasaros, boss-level creature. Characteristics: ocean-friendly, amphibious, scaly skin, highly intelligent. Talent: petrifying gaze, freeze, rank A. Under this gaze, everything freezes. Whoever gets pregnant from this gaze. Skill 1. Rock hammer domination, rank A. Gathering all the power in one's body into a rock hammer. A powerful swing is enough to flatten a small island and instantly annihilate the enemy. Big Hammer 80. Skill 2. Ancestral power, Naga King exclusive. Naga the Los can draw upon the power of her ancestors to greatly enhance her strength. Her ancestors have appeared. Combat strength assessment, tier 30 boss. When facing him, you'd better pray his hammer doesn't hit your face. This will help you identify him when you're looting him. After browsing through the Naga King's panel, Lu Chun frowned slightly. For the first time, a serious expression appeared on his face. Naga Thalos' talent and A-rank skills did not surprise Lu Chun. But when you see the Naga King's second skill, ancestral power, a sense of unease suddenly welled up in Lu Chun's heart. This skill has no level division. The description is also extremely vague. Skills like this. I have one myself. That is, Overseer's exclusive skill, Windbreaker. He knew full well the power of windbreaking. Could it be that the strength of this ancestral power is also extraordinary, like breaking through the wind? It seems that the battles to come may not be as easy as before, but this is for the best. Since defeating the Gorgon, it becomes very difficult to find an opponent who can make you give it your all. Thinking of this, Lu Chen's fighting spirit intensified. Yun Ting, you will lead the Stormwing clan to support the Netherworld fleet. I'll go and meet this Naga King. Yes, master. Yun Ting responded respectfully. Immediately, the sound of wings flapping loudly filled the air. More than 200 Stormwing clan members swooped down from the sky and hovered above the Nether fleet. Their wings shimmered with azure wind energy. Be ready to unleash wind blades and launch an attack at any time. Stormwings provided aerial support. The Nether Fleet should be able to fight the Naga race. Lu Qin's mind raced. His gaze then settled on Nagatharos. I'd like to see just how powerful your special skill really is. Before the words were finished, Lu Qin had already stomped out from the bow of the ship. His figure instantly turned into a blur. They sped toward Nagatharos. Nagatharos felt a ringing in her ears, followed by a deafening sound of air being torn apart. The next second, Lu Qin had already arrived in front of him. The battle blade in his hand was as black as night. A strange green light flickered. He thrust it out at him suddenly. Nagatharos felt a chill run down her spine. Wow, that's fast. He barely had time to see Lu Qin's movements. The blade is upon us. As expected of an inspector, their strength is truly terrifying. A person's name, a tree's shadow. Faced with an attack from an inspector, Nagatharos dared not be careless in the slightest. With a flick of his wrist, the giant hammer spun around. He immediately met the black blade and parried it. However, the expected impact did not come from the giant hammer. The figure of Lu Qin, who had just been standing in front of them, was now gone. It vanished without a trace in an instant. Phantom. Nagatharos was greatly alarmed. It was determined instantly. My vision and hearing were disturbed. He turned around abruptly. Really? Lu Qin had already quietly appeared behind him. Black blade edge. He was already no more than an inch away from her heart. Arrogant. Nagatharos roared. As the power within his body surged, a water shield instantly materialized behind him. But Lu Qin's figure vanished like a ghost. My vision wasn't disturbed. Nagatharos' eyes widened. From the moment you perceive that you have been disturbed, he has made every effort to strengthen the protection of his vision and hearing. That shadow just now. It was undoubtedly Lu Qin's true form. How could it have disappeared so suddenly? Etc. Could it be teleportation? Saros felt a chill run down his spine. His gaze shifted abruptly. Really? Lu Qin's figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The green light on the black blade remained. At this moment, Nagatharos, however, was too late to block. Chapter 158. Go for it. You actually awakened a spatial ability? Nagatharos roared in shock and rage. Immediately, his eyes suddenly turned gray and white, intending to use the petrifying gaze to control the sinking of the land. Although Lu Qin's cultivation level was only 15, but the inspectors were renowned for their authority. He didn't want to take Lu Qin's attack head-on. However, the petrifying gaze has not yet been fully unleashed. Nagatharos was astonished to discover that. Lu Qin's eyes also turned gray at this moment. Petrified. How could you? He had only spoken halfway through his sentence when Nagatharos' body instantly froze into a stone statue. Shock and disbelief are frozen on the face of the stone statue. He didn't expect that. I was surprised to find myself petrified at one point. A cold glint flashed in Lu Qin's eyes. The movements were not slowed down at all. The heart-eating blade in his hand suddenly thrust out. It pierced Nagatharos' heart with tremendous force. At the same time, a bright green light shone from the heart-eating blade. Unleash the full power of your poison control talent. This Naga King posed a great threat to Lu Qin. So, Lu Qin showed no mercy. The goal is to kill with a single blow. Uft. The sound of a blade piercing flesh rang out. Snap. With the heart pierced, Nagatharos' petrified state instantly shattered into countless stone fragments, dissipating. He felt a sharp pain in his chest. Immediately afterwards, his body was violently slammed away by the immense force contained in the black blade. It crashed heavily onto a rocky beach. A cloud of stone chips flew up. This scene came suddenly. It stunned everyone on the battlefield. The island's group of Nagas. Just as they were about to cheer for their king's decisive smashing of the terrifying corpse giant. However, before the cheers could even be uttered, just then, the low-level human suddenly sprang up. The next second, the Naga King's heart was pierced through. His body crashed to the ground with a loud thud. And, look at the green spreading across the Naga King's body. It's obvious that he's been poisoned. The Naga people who witnessed this scene couldn't help but gape in astonishment. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. The gruesome figure on the ground. That was the strongest member of the Naga race. Their king. How could they be so severely injured by a human of such lowly status? On the Lingxiao behind. Originally, upon seeing the Naga King make a move, Xiao Yunfan, Xiao Langtao, and the others were all looking excited. They were all stunned at that moment. Xiao Langtao rubbed his eyes. With a trembling voice, she asked, Captain, are you sure this Naga King is really as powerful as you say? How could she fall after just one exchange with that evolved being? These injuries are definitely fatal. Xiao Yunfan was also taken aback. The corner of his mouth twitched. That can't be right. I've personally witnessed the Naga King's power. He was incredibly strong. There's only one possibility. This human is more powerful than we imagined. Yes, that's right. Xiao Langtao nodded. This human's true strength definitely far exceeds his 15th tier realm. During the fight just now, he used spatial, petrification, and poison talents. Having only been here 6 days, he has already mastered 3 talents. This person is no ordinary individual. It's a pity we're too far away to hear their conversation. Otherwise, it would have been even more interesting. Having said that, the waves and billows turned towards the clouds and sails. He inquired, "Captain, the Naga King's heart has been pierced. He's probably beyond saving, right? There's no need for us to invite him any further. Shall we return to the Nine Heavens Palace?" However, Xiao Yunfan chuckled softly. Is it hopeless? You underestimate this Naga King. If that's all he's capable of, why would the minister have invited him to explore the Tower of Awakening together? Just you wait, the best is yet to come. Under the watchful eyes of countless people, Lu Qin's movements did not pause at all. I won't act like a villain in a TV drama. Arrogant and pretentious. This Naga King clearly possesses a mysterious skill. The best strategy is, go all out. It can kill it instantly. That skill was completely rendered useless. Thinking of this, Lu Qin gently waved his left hand. Dozens of bone spears flashed with a cold light instantly. Like an arrow released from a bow, it shot towards the Naga King on the rubble. The bone spear hit its mark precisely. It emitted a series of heart-stopping sounds. That's not all. Behind Lu Qin, 5 water dragons roared and rose into the air from the sea. They twisted their enormous bodies. With a deafening roar, it suddenly lunged at the Naga King. Immediately afterwards, boom, 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 boom. 5 loud explosions rang out almost simultaneously. The water dragon exploded the moment it touched the Naga King. It unleashed a torrent of water and destructive energy fluctuations. Like giant bombs. In an instant, it blasted a bottomless crater into the location where the Naga King was. Dust and water mist mingled together. Like a state of chaos. It completely blocked everyone's view. Gulp. Zhou Yu watched this shocking scene unfold. He subconsciously swallowed. Is this what the Lord of the Underworld looks like when he attacks? It's terrifying, absolutely terrifying. Looking at Lu Qin's series of attacks, Long Howren couldn't help but shiver. My God, the Lord of the Underworld truly lives up to his reputation as the #1 person on Earth. The attack he unleashed just now was even more powerful than our entire Netherworld fleet. Ha ha ha, with the Underworld Lord's attack just now, even a lump of iron could be shattered by him. This Naga King is probably doomed. Li Ming burst into hearty laughter. As long as King Naga dies, the remaining Naga warriors would then be leaderless. We, the Underworld, will slaughter you. However, Yang Ziming stared intently at the chaos, his expression unwavering in its gravity. He said in a deep voice, something's not right. How could the Naga King's aura become even stronger after such a fierce attack? On Lu Qin's side, despite launching such a horrific attack. But I was still uneasy. He then stomped his foot. His figure moved like lightning, swiftly rushing towards the Naga King. He couldn't rest easy until he personally severed the Naga King's head. However, having taken just 2 steps, Lu Qin suddenly stopped in his tracks. An unprecedented look of solemnity flashed in his eyes. All I saw was, the dust ahead slowly dissipated. A colossal figure gradually revealed its true form. The Naga King, originally only 2 meters tall. At this moment, its body suddenly grew taller, reaching a height of 4 meters. Its entire body was tightly covered in dark gray scales. Each piece shimmered with a cold light, their brilliance complementing each other. The muscles on his arms were knotted and twisted, like a sculpture carved from a rock, incredibly hard. Its tail stretched for over 10 meters. Thick and powerful, swaying gracefully. Nagatharos had changed drastically at this moment. He exuded a terrifying, suffocating aura. It sends chills down your spine. Lu Qin's eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze sharp and intense. He quickly scanned Nagarosa's attribute panel. Really, the panel in front of me has been completely renovated. Chapter 159 Terrifying S-Rank Talent. Naga Race. Nagasaros, possessed by ancestral power, boss-level creature. Characteristics: ocean affinity, amphibious, scaly skin, high intelligence, blessed by ancestral power. Talent: petrification domain, S-Rank. Within a 100-meter radius, everything can be petrified with a wave of the hand. Master Sculptor. Skill 1, Rock Hammer Domination, Rank A. Skill 2, Ancestral Power, Naga King exclusive. Combat Power Assessment. Unable to assess, feel the terror of an S-Rank talent. In the Combat Strength Assessment section, It suddenly changed from a level 30 boss to one that cannot be assessed. And what revelation cannot assess? It is often those powerful individuals whose strength far surpasses the limitations of their cultivation level. Most importantly, the Naga King's talent. It actually evolved from A rank to S rank. This is the first time Lu Chun has come to Tianyu. This is the first time I've seen an S-level talent. Thinking of this, a fierce fighting spirit instantly ignited in Lu Chen's eyes. Just in time. I've wanted to experience this for a long time. The power of an S-rank talent. Naga Island. The Naga people, who were initially astonished by Lu Chen's power, upon witnessing Nagatharos empowered by the power of their ancestors, the initial shock instantly turned into ecstasy. They all bent their tails and knelt down. A frenzied shout. Our ancestors have appeared. Our ancestors have come to help us. Ancestors of the Naga, may the glory of the Naga endure forever. Slay this human and avenge our people. On the Lingxiao behind, Xiao Langtao witnessed the Naga King's transformative metamorphosis. His eyes widened involuntarily. Holy crap! Holy crap! His talent actually skyrocketed to S rank. That's insane. S rank talent. That is only for super strong individuals who have completed awakening. Feng might possess extraordinary talent, even for awakened level powerhouses, to evolve one's talent from A level to S level. The success rate is a paltry 3%. This clearly demonstrates that he has acquired an S-level talent. The difficulty is immense. However, the Naga King before them, with a mere level 30 body, he already possesses such astonishing talent. It's astonishing. Xiao Langtao sensed the terrifying aura emanating from the Naga King. I finally understand. Why would the minister send himself to invite the Naga King? The Naga King possesses such power. Even when facing a level 50 powerhouse, defeat is not guaranteed. Aha! The Naga King's talent has not only evolved to S rank. With the blessing of ancestral power, his various attributes will also be greatly enhanced. Xiao Yunfan spoke. His gaze shifted to Lu Chun, a flicker of pity crossing his eyes. And this human can be considered a prodigy among their race. Unfortunately, he provoked someone he shouldn't have. Obviously, in Xiao Yunfan's eyes, before the Naga King, whose power was enhanced by his ancestors, Lu Chun, they're definitely going to die. The Naga King glanced sideways at his shoulder. The wound from the bone spear was clearly visible. Subsequently, the shoulder muscles twitched. The horrific wound was completely healed in an instant. Immediately, Nagatharos' gaze sharpened as she turned to the dark-eyed youth. Low-pitched opening. Human, you have only been in the world of revelation for 6 days. Logically, I should not use this method against you. Having said that, the Naga King's voice suddenly turned cold. A palpable killing intent, sharp as knives and swords, instantly erupted from his body. But how dare you kill my beloved son and daughter, and slaughter my people? Even if you are the chosen observer of the heavenly revelation, today I swear to take your life to vent my anger. Moreover, although you have passed the overseer's trial, don't delude yourself into thinking that the divine will help you. In the laws of the heavenly revelation, strength is paramount. If I kill you, it only proves that you are not as skilled as others, and Tianyu will never interfere. Upon hearing the Naga King's words, a faint smile appeared on Lu Chen's lips. Without any surprise. I expected that. This world is ruled by the strong. So, I'm quite interested in killing you. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chun stomped his right foot on the ground. His entire body instantly transformed into a blur. They rushed towards the Naga King at top speed. At the same time, supernatural powers of smell, hearing, and sight fully launched. But a cold smile curled at the corner of the Naga King's lips. Unmoved at all. Isn't it shameful for the inspectors to use such childish interference? Hee. Knowing that you possess the talent to interfere with perception, I will not fall for it again. But a cold glint flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. The perception of resonance is activated in an instant. The number of perception points surged 5-fold from 2056, soaring to an astonishing 10,280 points. With the blessing of over 10,000 senses, Nagatharos suddenly realized that Lu Chen's figure was everywhere, coming from all directions. In an instant, visual illusion, hearing confusion, even the sense of smell is disturbed. Nagatharos was startled. In the state of Lao Tzu's ancestral power, his strength greatly increased. How could someone like that get infected? How many points of perception does this kid have? After all, he was facing an inspector. Naga the Los dared not be careless. With a flick of its tail, to retreat. First, create distance to resolve the abnormal state. But then he suddenly realized. The weeds on the ground were originally as tall as a hand. It is now growing wildly. The snake's tail was tightly wrapped around him like a rope. Plant-based talent. Nagatharos felt a chill run down his spine. As expected of an inspector, various methods have emerged one after another. Seeing that they could not avoid Lu Chen's attack, Nagatharos simply stopped dodging. A sinister smile slowly crept onto his lips. He snarled. The methods are numerous, but they are all merely at death throes. Lu Chen's figure. He appeared behind Nagatharos in an instant. A surge of red light erupted from his body. The power resonates and surges. The jet-black battle blade in his hand was suddenly swung out. With a sharp wind, strike straight at the back of Nagatharos' head. He survived having his heart pierced. So, this time, I'll just smash your head open. See if you'll ever get away with this. However, just as the heart-eating blade was millimeter away from the back of Nagatharos' head, a terrifying surge of energy suddenly erupted from Nagatharos' body. Crunch, crunch, crunch. A piercing sound followed. The incredibly sharp, heart-corroding blade tip. It was petrified with lightning speed. Lu Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. S-grade petrochemicals. He made a decisive decision. Instantaneous activation. His figure vanished from the spot in an instant and reappeared more than 100 meters away. And Nagatharos stood still. As the fluctuations spread, the grass, the earth, the trees, and the corpse beneath his feet were petrified one by one. In the blink of an eye, within 100 meters of him, the area transformed into a desolate, stone-like world. Nagatharos slowly turned around. His gaze sharpened, fixed on Lu Chen 100 meters away. The ferocity on his face intensified. You reacted quite quickly, managing to escape unscathed. Lu Chen looked down at the heart-eating blade in his hand, which had been half-turned into stone. His brows were furrowed. I am now far from the Naga King's petrification range. However, the heart-eating blade remained petrified. It has not been restored. Ha ha. Inspector, do you still dream that the knife in your hand can be restored to its original state? Nagatharos laughed maniacally. Under my petrification domain, everything except living beings will be eternally turned into stone sculptures. Your knife is now nothing but scrap metal. Ha ha. Chapter 160 Heavenly Decree. Is this the monitor you created? Lu Chen looked at the laughing Nagatharos. Squinting slightly. S-rank talent. It is truly extraordinary. Since you can petrify everything within 100 meters, then I'll keep my distance. Long-range attack. I want to see. You used this S-level talent beyond your level. How long can it last? Thinking of this, Lu Chen spread his arms wide, palms facing the sky. Splash. For water dragons suddenly burst forth from the water. It roared and pounced on the Naga King. However, before they could get close, their movements gradually slowed down. Then, with a roar of resentment, it transformed into four stiff stone dragons. Nagathalos' petrified domain. Even a water dragon formed from flowing water can be petrified. Ha ha, it's just a small trick, Inspector. What other tricks do you have up your sleeve? Bring them on. I'd like to see how many tricks you have up your sleeve. Nagatharos scoffed. However, Lu Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. He then waved his right hand. A shikigami with 2 wings and blazing flames descended from the sky. It flapped its wings and pounced on the Naga King. But similarly, upon entering the petrochemical field, the flame shikigami instantly solidified into a stone statue. Immediately afterwards, several more Tier 15 undead warriors were summoned. In an instant, around Nagatharos, it was covered with countless stone statues, water dragons, ghosts, shikigami, and wildly growing plants. Despite the seemingly significant results. But, at this moment, Nagatharos could no longer laugh. After petrifying the 4 undead warriors who charged at him attempting to explode, Nagatharos' eye twitched slightly. He finally realized. Lu Chen actually intended to exhaust his spiritual power. Thinking about this, Nagatharos couldn't help but curse inwardly. I'm a level 30 boss. A level 15 evolved being. He actually wanted to exhaust his mental energy. Doesn't that mean? A 15-tier land subsidence. How could someone's mental strength be higher than mine? How is that possible? Nagatharos found it utterly absurd. But, seeing Lu Chen launch such a fierce attack in succession, yet remaining unfazed, considering the astonishing power of the land-sinking skill, it seems that my perception attributes might actually be inferior to those of this human who is only at level 15. This is absolutely outrageous. Thinking of this, Nagatharos dared not slacken her efforts any longer. It's not a pleasant feeling to capsize in a ditch. Thinking of this, his brows were furrowed. The veins on his forehead bulged instantly. An invisible wave emanated from him. It suddenly spread out. This shockwave. The speed and scope of this event far exceed those of the past. Lu Qin was caught off guard and was affected by this force. My heart sank. The Naga King's petrification range is only 100 meters. This shockwave was clearly not a petrifying force. So, it should have a delaying effect similar to the A-level petrification talent. Thinking of this, Lu Qin slowly looked at the agility indicator on his panel. Really, the agility value has now dropped significantly. And my teleportation skill is also unusable. S-grade petrochemical field. It actually exerted such a huge suppression on his own A-level spatial talent. It seems that the Naga King had clearly realized his intentions. They're planning a full-scale attack. However, Lu Qin remained calm and composed, showing no sign of panic. He glanced indifferently at Nagatharos. If you want to continuously suppress my agility and teleportation, then the petrification field shouldn't be able to maintain itself at the same time, right? Nagatharos stared at Lu Qin, her voice heavy. So what? You are the first inspector I have ever truly faced. I admit, your potential is so great that it frightens me somewhat. I'll give you 10 more days, no, 5 days, and I might no longer be your match. But, at this point, a look of madness suddenly appeared on Nagatharos' face. But now, you are about to die by my hand. No matter how brilliant your future may be, no matter how extraordinary your potential may be, today, everything will come to an end. The thought of about killing a legendary overseer. Nagatharos felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. He suddenly lashed out with his snake tail, and with a loud crack. The whole person was like an arrow released from a bow. It shot towards Lu Qin at high speed. At the same time, the muscles in his arms were taut and knotted like dragons. He gripped the massive, jet-black hammer tightly in both hands. He swung it up in a full circle, with a force as powerful as a mountain collapsing and a tsunami crashing. It slammed down hard on Lu Qin. Upon seeing this scene, a sharp glint flashed in Lu Qin's eyes. A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. Good timing. I, Lu Qin, have never been afraid of head-on confrontation. Compared to ranged attrition, I prefer this fair and square battle. Before the words were finished, Lu Qin's body blazed with crimson light. The power resonance was instantly unleashed at full power. Heart-eating black blade. With a frenzied infusion of 8,000 points of power. Whistling wind. He swung it fiercely at the massive, black hammer. Ha ha ha, kid. You, a perception-type evolutionary being, dare to confront me head-on? You're practically courting death. Nagatharos' eyes blazed with madness. It was as if he could already foresee the horrific scene of Lu Qin being smashed into mincemeat by him with a single blow. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the battle blade and the giant hammer collided with a deafening roar. In an instant, sparks flew everywhere, like dazzling fireworks. Boom! An indescribable, deafening roar erupted. The two terrifying forces clashed and tore at each other the moment they made contact. A tremendous shockwave originated from the point where the two met. It raged in an instant. The surrounding rubble, dust, weeds, and corpses, suddenly lifted up by this shockwave. It splashed everywhere. It was merely a clash between two weapons, but it was like detonating a powerful bomb. Absolutely terrifying. As the dust settled, the giant hammer and the black blade faced each other head-on, locked tightly together. Under the contest of strength, it slowly moved towards Nagatharos. How could this be? Nagatharos' forehead veins bulged. His eyes were filled with horror. With the blessing of the ancestral power, his strength has soared to an astonishing 7,000 points. Such power, let alone a level 15 human, even a level 30 boss. I can crush it myself. But I had clearly used all my strength. Why? Why is my strength not even as great as this insignificant human? Thinking about this, Nagatharos was burning with rage. He almost wanted to roar to the heavens and denounce the injustice of the divine decree, the divine revelation. This is the monitor you created? Having dozens of talents is one thing, but I could tolerate their exceptionally strong senses. Let's just consider him a perception-type evolutionary being. But damn it, he's stronger than me. Is there any justice left in this world? Is there no law left? A mere level 15 evolved being. Every attribute is stronger than mine, a level 30 boss. Am I the boss, or is he the boss? That's so unfair. Chapter 161, Don't Slap Me in the Face. It seemed that Nagatharos' angry roar, fueled by resentment, had the desired effect. The heart-eating blade in a semi-petrified state. Countless cracks appeared instantly. Immediately afterwards, under Nagatharos' surprised gaze, it shattered with a deafening roar. Ha ha ha, Overseer, without your weapon, let's see how you die. Nagatharos laughed maniacally. The giant hammer roared. It slammed down on Lu Chen's head. My body is my strongest weapon. Lu Chen gave a cold shout. Left hand open, palm facing up. The power of the mountain rocks instantly gathered and covered it. They directly met the unstoppable giant hammer head-on. Lu Chen, with bare palms. Bring this hammer blow head-on. Court death. Nagatharos gritted his teeth. All of his strength was concentrated on the giant hammer. They vowed to smash Lu Chen flat with a single blow, no matter how strong Lu Chen's power is. However, the human body is fragile. It's destined that it's impossible to directly compare strength with weapons. Lu Chen's actions. This is exactly what Nagatharos wanted. Smack. A dull thud resounded. Lu Chen's seemingly thin left hand. It actually managed to steadily catch Nagatharos' powerful hammer blow. This is impossible. Nagathalos' pupils contracted sharply. Use your body to block my hammer? They actually succeeded? Just how strong is this kid's physique? Are you cheating? In fact, physical constitution has always been a relatively weak attribute for Lu Chen. Only 960 points. But at this moment, Lu Chen activated his physical talent, Steel Bones. His physique instantly soared to 4,800 points. Furthermore, with the added power of the mountains, although not as overpowered as other attributes. But, catch the Naga King's hammer. That's more than enough. The shock on Nagatharos' face had not yet faded. All that was seen was Lu Chen's right fist slowly retracted. The mountain rocks converge on the fist's edge. Nagatharos instantly understood Lu Chen's intention. Is this kid planning to punch me right now? He was terrified. He hurriedly tried to pull back the giant hammer for defense. He didn't want to be with someone who could take a weapon head-on with their bare hands. Moreover, they engage in close-quarters combat with enemies possessing such abnormal strength. However, the massive black hammer in his hand was firmly gripped by Lu Chen's slender left palm. Not moving at all. Nagatharos' eyes widened in surprise. Don't hit my face. Too late. Lu Chen's right fist, enhanced by 800 points of power, like a cannonball fired. Suddenly, it was blasted out, accompanied by a deafening explosion that tore through the air. It slammed heavily into Nagatharos' face. Bang! A loud bang was heard. Nagatharos felt as if she had been struck head-on by a whale. Stars flew everywhere, and the world spun around me. But this is just the beginning. Lu Chen's right fist was like a storm, falling one after another. This completely stunned Nagathalos. He gripped the giant hammer tightly in his right hand, fearing that Lu Chen would take it away. The left hand then releases the hammer handle. Prepare for a counterattack. I am the mighty Naga King. Why should I let you beat me up like that? I'm going to fight back. However, a chill suddenly descended. Nagatharos felt a sudden stiffness in her left arm. I can't move at all. In the brief moment between being hit by Lu Chen and seeing stars, Nagatharos saw it out of the corner of his eye. My left hand was completely encased in a thick layer of ice. Ice-type talents. That damn inspector even has ice-type talents. Is there anything he can't do? At this very moment, Lu Chen's left arm muscles suddenly bulged. A tremendous force erupted. Release the giant hammer with your left hand. He grabbed Nagatharos by the forehead, suddenly exerting force. Boom! The towering Nagatharos was instantly pinned to the ground. Immediately afterwards, Lu Chen quickly bent down. His fists rained down like a storm. Bang, 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 bang. Nagathalos was so badly injured that he saw stars. The impact sent shards of stone flying. The entire Naga island trembled slightly from the impact. On the Ling Xiao, Xiao Yunfan, and Xiao Langtao watched this scene unfold. Stunned, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Captain, didn't you say that the Naga King, after being empowered by the power of the ancestors, will it become incredibly powerful? Xiao Langtao's voice trembled. His face was filled with disbelief. No, it's not that the Naga King is particularly powerful. Didn't they say that humans would die a terrible death? This wasn't performed according to the script either. Logically, the boss should have unleashed its ultimate attack. Shouldn't they be chasing after the evolved beings and beating them up in a powerful and arrogant manner? How come it's reversed? He became an evolved being riding the Naga King's hammer. Every time Xiao Langtao saw Lu Chen's heavy punch land, his heart trembled. That's terrifying. Humans are terrifying. How can you treat the boss like this? They've already unleashed their ultimate move. Give the boss some dignity, okay? That's really good. Hammering someone in the face. Is this guy really an evolved being who just arrived in the 6th day of Revelation Online from a lower-level world? Did he take some kind of magic pill during those 6 days? Xiao Yunfan, who was standing to the side, was also stunned. Upon hearing Xiao Langtao's words, it took me a second or two to come to my senses. No, Something's not right. This human is strange. Xiao Yunfan gripped the railing tightly with both hands. Leaned forward. His face was filled with surprise and disbelief. The Naga King didn't hold back. I could feel his terrifying power even from this far away. But how could this human possibly overpower such a powerful Naga King? Just who is he? At this moment, Xiao Yunfan's mind raced back to the information from the last battle for supremacy among the myriad races. There's no reason for it. An evolved being who has only been in the world of revelation online for 6 days. How could it be so powerful? Could it be? Did he pass the selection process for the overseer? Considering this possibility, Xiao Yunfan suddenly shivered. Immediately, he shook his head abruptly. He rejected his own idea. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The selection of oversight officers is extremely difficult. How could a human from a lower world possibly pass the selection process by the overseers? If a monitor were to actually appear in this sea area, for the Nine Heavens Palace, it's definitely not a good thing. I must be overthinking it. Xiao Yunfan stared intently at Lu Chen's figure. I kept comforting myself. On the other side, Lu Chen, who was having a great time fighting. Suddenly, I felt a lightness in my body. That was a sign that the Naga King had released the suppression of his agility and teleportation. Almost simultaneously, Lu Chen sensed an energy quietly gathering beneath his feet. This energy. Lu Chen was very familiar with this. S-grade petrochemical field. A thought flashed through my mind. Lu Chen no longer coveted the sword. With a swift movement, he activated his teleportation skill and vanished from his spot in an instant. Really, in the instant the land subsided. An invisible energy surge suddenly emanated from the Naga King. It spread rapidly in all directions. Within 100 meters, everything was instantly petrified and frozen in time. Lu Chen stood firmly on his feet. A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. What? You're not going to fight me in close combat anymore. Bastard. Damn bastard. The Naga King's massive body slowly struggled to rise from the crater that had been smashed open. His originally handsome face. He was now beaten so badly his head was swollen like a pig's head. Chapter 162, A Hero's Decisive Move. He looked at Lu Chen. His eyes were filled with uncontrollable astonishment. Watchdogs. Is this the legendary observer? It's so terrifying. Not only do they possess a large number of advanced talent skills, and each of the 4 attributes is alarmingly high. It can be said that it's a humanoid monster with absolutely no weaknesses. No wonder. No wonder people turn pale at the mention of inspectors, as if they've seen a tiger. Having only been in the world of revelation for 6 days, he has already displayed such astonishing combat power. It far surpassed the results of his centuries of hard work. Nagatharos was secretly amazed. If you give him another 6 months, or another 6 years, what terrifying level will this human reach? I can't even imagine it. Now, originally lying prone on the ground, the Naga tribe, fanatically chanting, "Our ancestors have appeared." They were all stunned. No, haven't our ancestors already shown their power? Logically speaking, shouldn't this human be easily beaten to a pulp by the king? Why is our king still getting beaten up? The Naga were now beginning to question the meaning of life. The power of our ancestors. This was originally a powerful means left behind by the Naga ancestors to ensure the continuation of their race. In the past, no matter how great the crisis the Naga race faces, as long as the power of the ancestors is summoned, all problems will be solved. However, faced with this terrifying human, it seems that even the king, blessed by the power of his ancestors, is no match for him. How is that possible? That human was only level 15. How could it be so powerful? Unlike the astonishment of the Naga and the Nine Heavens Palace, when the Netherworld and the Stormwing clan witnessed this scene, then erupted a thunderous cheer. Taipants are hot. The Lord of the Underworld is hot. Wow, my heart almost jumped out of my chest when I saw that Snake Man transform. That Snake Man's aura was terrifying, but the Lord of the Underworld was able to hold him down and beat him up. That's amazing. Holy crap, I'm blown away. The Lord of the Underworld can attack from both range and in melee. This is absolutely unbeatable. Haha, I'm even starting to feel sorry for the Naga King now. No matter what methods he uses, he seems so powerless in front of the Lord of the Underworld. Now I understand why the Heavenly Revelation chose the Lord of the Underworld as its overseer. With the Lord of the Underworld's potential, he can be considered invincible among those of the same level. Godfather, you're so handsome. The S-level petrochemical field is indeed not to be underestimated. Lu Chen looked down at Nagatharos. The tone was indifferent. Since you're avoiding close combat, then I'll exhaust your mental energy. I'd like to see how many more times you can use your petrification field. As soon as he finished speaking, countless bone spears coalesced above Lu Chen's head. Moment. Like an arrow released from a bow, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound. It shot towards Nagatharos. Nagatharos, seeing this, facial contortion. He cursed in his heart. Hateful. That's outrageous. Let's use the petrochemical industry. This human is incredibly agile and possesses teleportation abilities. They simply won't engage me in close combat. They're consuming me remotely. Not in the petrochemical field, right? Although it can suppress the human's agility and teleportation. But, damn it, I can't even beat him in close combat. No solution. After petrifying the flying bone spear once again, a resolute glint flashed in Nagatharos' eyes. No, if this continues, my mental energy will soon be depleted. By then, I'm left completely at their mercy. Could it be? Is that the only move we can use? Nagatharos felt a pang of pain in his heart. But then, he looked at Lu Chen, a determined look in his eyes. No matter the cost, if only this inspector could be eliminated, the returns will more than make up for the losses. It will all be worth it. Thinking of this, Naga Saros immediately opened her arms, roaring angrily towards the sky. O ancestors of the Naga, the unfilial descendant, Nagatharos, has encountered a formidable enemy today and is unable to withstand him. I implore the Naga ancestors, please cease holding back your power. Give me a hand, slay the powerful enemy, and ensure the eternal prosperity and glory of my Naga race. As soon as he finished speaking, powerful energies surged in from all directions. It was poured into Nagatharos' body. In an instant, Nagatharos originally had a massive body that was 4 meters tall. It expanded rapidly at a rate visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the terrifying aura emanating from him grew increasingly terrifying. The Naga King has gone mad. He actually used up all the power of his ancestors at once. Seeing this scene, Xiao Longtao's eyes widened suddenly. He exclaimed in surprise. The Naga King's actions are tantamount to exhausting the powerful skill of the ancestral power all at once. From today onwards, the Naga race will lose the protection of the ancestral power. Has he gone mad? However, Captain Xiao Yunfan's eyes narrowed slightly. Gently shake your head. With a long sigh. Alas, the Naga King must have been driven to the brink of despair. That human strength was simply too astonishing. If he doesn't do this, I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on for much longer. Having said that, Xiao Yunfan turned his gaze to Lu Chen, who remained standing firm, whispering, "These humans, they don't know when to stop. They insist on exterminating everyone. Now, the Naga King is fighting to the death. No matter how monstrous this human is, he will not escape death today." Xiao Langtao nodded in agreement. That's right. The Naga King unleashed all the power of his ancestors at once, and no one knows the extent of his power at this moment. As he spoke, a hint of regret involuntarily surfaced in Xiao Longtao's eyes. If this human could survive today, he would definitely grow into a powerful overlord in the world of revelation. What a pity. At this time, a smile gradually appeared on Xiao Yunfan's lips. Die. It's good that you're dead. That way I won't have to worry about this sea area having one more observer. Given the Naga King's current strength, even if that human actually passed the selection of the observers, it's probably difficult for them to contend with the Naga King. Although the observer is superior to those of the same level, but it is by no means invincible. Naga Island. A group of Naga, seeing Nagatharos become powerful again, but they didn't cheer and jump for joy as they used to. Instead, wailing and sobbing rose and fell. From this day forward, our Naga race will lose the protection of our ancestors' power. Wah, Your Majesty, what desperate situation has Your Majesty been driven to resort to such a desperate measure as draining the pond to catch all the fish? An elderly Naga elder. Wipe away the tears from the corners of your eyes. His gaze toward Lu Chen was filled with an uncontrollable hatred. It's all the human's fault. He's the one who caused our Naga race to lose the protection of our ancestral power. Your Majesty, execute him. Kill him. Kill him. In an instant, the Naga were filled with fervor, their battle cries deafening. Lu Chen stared at the figure whose height had suddenly increased to 8 meters. The Naga King, like a majestic small mountain. His eyes narrowed slightly, the aura emanating from the Naga King at this moment. This made Lu Chen wary. They felt an unprecedented threat. It can actually transform twice? Lu Chen was puzzled and glanced at the Naga King's attribute panel. Chapter 163, Let's Fight. All I saw was the Naga King's original signature skill, ancestral power, had vanished without a trace. I see. Lu Chen nodded slightly. A hint of approval flashed in his eyes as he looked at the Naga King. This Naga King wanted to fight him. They actually resolutely used up such a powerful exclusive skill all at once. Such a heroic act of cutting off one's own arm. Naga King. He's a remarkable person. As expected of the inspector, he managed to push me to such a level. Nagatharos glared at Lu Chun. His eyes flashed with ferocity and hatred. The sound grew increasingly violent. At this moment, I am the embodiment of all the power passed down from countless ancestors of the Naga race. He raised his hands high. The massive black hammer in his hand began to tremble violently, as if resonating with its master's will. It exudes an ancient and magnificent aura. You're lucky to die by my hammer. Nagatharos' words carried a hint of cruel pleasure. He suddenly raised the giant hammer into the sky. In an instant, the hammer body expanded rapidly. The stone hammer emitted a deep rumble as it was infused with power. With a roar, Nagatharos slammed its serpent tail into the ground. His body suddenly rose up. The earth trembled. Gravel flew everywhere. The cracks meandered and spread like a dragon. He swung the giant hammer. The rock hammer, now shaped like a small mountain, contained earth-shattering power. Cutting through the sky, it slammed down on Lu Chun. Rank as skill, rock hammer domination. The hammer's shadow loomed overhead like dark clouds. It instantly blocked Lu Chun's vision. The air was filled with an atmosphere of destruction. Wherever the giant hammer passed, space seemed to be torn apart, leaving behind distorted streaks of light. Feeling the strong wind rushing towards me, Lu Chun frowned slightly. No, this attack cannot be taken head-on. With a change of heart, Lu Chun immediately tried to teleport to dodge. However, there was no response. Teleportation and agility were once again firmly suppressed by Nagathalos' S-rank petrification field. Seeing that there was no way to avoid it, Lu Chun then decided to interfere with the Naga King's perception. In an instant, all three support talents are activated at full power. But Nagatharos was emanating terrifying, violent energy fluctuations. Lu Chun's three supernatural abilities, sight, hearing, and smell. It had absolutely no effect on it whatsoever. Seeing Lu Chun's tightly furrowed brows, Nagatharos burst into triumphant laughter. Ha ha ha, you think you can escape by teleporting? I knew you'd do that. Before the words were finished, Nagatharos' expression grew even more ferocious. Die, overseer. Faced with this unavoidable blow, a slow smile crept onto Lu Chun's lips. His eyes burned with fierce fighting spirit. Bullying the weak is utterly boring. Only by defeating such a powerful opponent can we achieve this. That's what I, Lu Chun, am pursuing, since it cannot be avoided. That's it. War. Let's fight. Lu Chun suddenly let out a sharp shout. A golden light suddenly appeared in his eyes. Rank B talent, steel bones. In an instant, countless white bones surged forth from the top of his head. It quickly solidified into a massive, chillingly white bone shield. Rank A talent, necromancer's control. Immediately afterwards, boom, with a roar, a small rocky hill suddenly rose from the ground, standing before the giant bone shield. Rank B talent, mountain power. Faced with that terrifying hammer blow, Lu Chun dared not slacken his efforts in the slightest. All defensive talents are activated. His spiritual power poured out like a torrent. At this very moment, Nagaros's massive, mountain-like rock hammer arrived in an instant. The small, seemingly sturdy stone mountain blocking the way at the very front. At the moment of being touched by the rock hammer, it instantly turned into a shower of white powder and shattered. The giant rock hammer's power remains undiminished, continuing to be accompanied by howling winds. Penetrating the mist of stone powder, it slammed into the giant bone shield. Boom! A loud explosion occurred. That giant bone shield was powerful enough to withstand a full-force attack from a level 30 boss, instantly covered with countless cracks. Subsequently, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, it exploded with a bang. It turned into countless shattered bones that scattered in all directions. The jet-black giant hammer that shattered the bone shield. It continued to hurtle down. We are determined to crush Lu Chun into mincemeat. Good timing. Lu Chun suddenly roared. A red light flashed across his body. The muscles in his arms bulged instantly, with the full activation of the power resonance. A total of 8,000 points of power surged forth like a tidal wave. It poured out without reservation. Lu Chun, he was determined to withstand the attack with his bare body. Those aboard the Netherworld fleet in the distance witnessed this scene. His expression of horror was evident. They all gasped in shock. Lord of the Underworld, be careful. Brother Lu Chun, get out of the way. Don't try to take it head on. Godfather, dodge that move. Regardless of whether it is a solid rocky mountain, it was still a massive white bone shield. Under the touch of that terrifying hammer, they all instantly turned to dust and vanished without a trace. Everyone's hearts trembled. It's almost unbelievable that the Naga King unleashed such a powerful attack, drawing upon the combined strength of all her ancestors. Just how powerful is it? And Lu Chun, their lord of the underworld. At this moment, he actually raised both hands to meet it, intending to catch that terrifying blow. How? How is this possible? That massive hammer, as imposing as a small mountain. How could a human body of flesh and blood withstand such a thing? Thinking of this, the eyes of the netherworld beings were bloodshot with rage. My mind is in turmoil. Under the spotlight of countless eyes, Lu Chun spread his palms out. It held the giant rock hammer crashing down from the sky like an iron clamp. In an instant, an unprecedented force surged forth like a raging tide. The violent impact pounded against every inch of Lu Chun's skin. Every bone. It felt as if he was being torn apart. Get up. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Amid a series of crisp and terrifying sounds, Lu Chun's teeth shattered under the immense force of his bite. The veins on his arms bulged out like angry snakes, winding and twisting. Subsequently, amidst a series of muffled cracking sounds, the blood vessels couldn't withstand the pressure. They all exploded. Blood gushed out like a fountain. It stained the hem of my clothes red, even though Lu Chun activated his steel-like body. But, for 1,800 points of physique, in such a terrifying clash of forces, it's still not quite enough. In no time, Lu Chun's body would collapse from the inability to withstand such terrifying power. Lu Chun's eyes were wide open, bloodshot. He let out a deafening roar, under Nagatharosa's shocked gaze. It was truly through sheer willpower that they achieved this. It withstood that devastating blow. The next moment, Lu Chun suddenly exerted his strength. Push and thrust your arms to the right. The giant rock hammer was actually deflected. It whizzed past Lu Chun's body. It slammed into the ground below with destructive force. Boom! With a deafening roar, the entire world seemed to tremble at that moment. Centered on Naga Island, the vast sea area suddenly shook violently. The waves surged, like an enraged beast roaring. Chapter 164. No, this isn't fair. Watching the giant hammer smash deep into the ground, Nagatharosa's eyes widened. His face was filled with disbelief. Is it blocked? A person with only the 15th level of cultivation. How could it withstand his attack, which combined the power of all his ancestors? Watchdogs. Is it really that terrifying? Just as the Naga King's heart was filled with unease, Lu Chun stomped his right foot hard on the ground. His figure quickly swept backward. At the same time, a mouthful of bright red blood suddenly spurted from his mouth. Upon seeing this scene, the apprehension in Nagathalas's eyes was instantly replaced by ecstasy. He immediately grinned maliciously and spoke. Overseer, I never expected your fragile human body to be able to withstand my rock hammer, Overlord. That really surprised me, but you are already seriously injured. I'd like to see how long you can hold out. Having said that, he gripped the hammer handle tightly with both hands, trying to pull out the giant hammer, completely crush Lu Chun. At this time, an uproar erupted on the Netherworld fleet at sea. Everyone was shocked and stunned. They were shocked that Lu Chun could withstand this devastating blow head-on. I am even more heartbroken by his miserable state at this moment. Yang Ziming stared at the blood trickling from Lu Chun's mouth, his teeth grinding involuntarily. His face was extremely gloomy. Since arriving in the world of Revelation Online, he had never seen the Lord of the Underworld in such a desperate situation. He was seriously injured. No, the Lord of the Underworld is now the soul of the Underworld fleet. It is the hope of the Shinsha people. He absolutely cannot get hurt. Thinking of this, Yang Ziming anxiously shouted the order. Netherworld fleet, follow me to support the Underworld. However, before the words were finished, Long Howren suddenly interrupted him from behind. Old Yang, don't be impulsive. Yang Ziming was taken aback. Turning to look at Long Howren, a flash of anger crossed his eyes. The Lord of the Underworld is now on the verge of death. How can I not be anxious? Long Howren stared ahead, his eyes deep and unfathomable. He slowly began to explain. Old Yang, observe the Lord of the Underworld's eyes carefully. Can you see even a trace of panic or fear? Upon hearing this, Yang Ziming immediately turned his gaze to Lu Chun. Lu Chun's arms were covered in wounds. Fresh blood gushed out. He looked quite disheveled. However, a smile played on his lips, and his eyes gleamed with excitement. Now, Lu Chun stared intently into the Naga King's eyes, passionate and focused, like a hunter eyeing his prey he has long desired. Long Howren continued in a deep voice. This Naga King may seem incredibly powerful, but he is probably far from forcing the Lord of the Underworld to reveal his true trump card. If we rush forward now, We will not only fail to help the Lord of the Underworld, but may also disrupt his plans. Longhorn guessed correctly. The Naga King's earth-shattering hammer blow just now. Although it was aggressive, however, it did not truly threaten Lu Chun. Even with the Naga King's S-rank talent and the blessing of all her ancestors' power, their strength has increased again and again. But Lu Chun still had no intention of summoning the Kraken statue. This god-tier skill has an extremely long cooldown. It was Lu Chun who left behind a truly formidable foe that he could not match. And the Naga King, not nearly qualified. Instead, upon sensing the terrifying surge of power from the Naga King, although Lu Chun's blood and chi surged from the impact of the hammer blow, he was inwardly thrilled. Because of the Naga King at this moment, by drawing upon the power of his ancestors, he forcibly elevated his strength to a level far beyond what he could achieve. This has already violated the laws of the heavenly decree. The conditions for being judged as evil have been met. Ever since Lu Chun used this month's absolute judgment attempts on Vanillus, they then dared not easily judge living beings as evil spirits anymore. After each trial, all of these will be reviewed by Tianyu, in case the review fails, and he himself did not have an absolute number of trials left to use. The consequences would be unimaginable. If the heavenly decree sends an inspector to conduct an inspection, the existence of the dumpling was exposed. That would be a loss rather than a gain. Lu Chun knew that no one could resist the allure of the young, god-level Kraken. Other inspectors won't do either. Therefore, during this period of time, Lu Chun would not easily conduct a trial unless he was absolutely certain of success. However, evil spirits are extremely rare. Lu Chun was still thinking of killing as many evil spirits as possible. Accumulate execution points. To upgrade the level of the inspector, Lu Chun had a vague feeling that, as the inspector's level increases, their own strength will also be greatly enhanced. And the Naga King before them, what a fine snake. He did not originally meet the criteria for an evil spirit. Even after activating the power of their ancestors, the line between them and evil spirits is also blurred. But at this moment, he exhausted all the power of his ancestors in one go. He forcibly raised his strength to a level far exceeding his own capabilities. Finally, it met the criteria for being an evil spirit. Now, Lu Chun stared at the Naga King as if he were looking at a pile of execution points that were about to be handed to him. His gaze was burning. Naga King, to be honest, I should be grateful to your Naga race. As the Naga King was pulling out his hammer, he felt Lu Chun's burning gaze. A sudden tremor ran through my heart. He said, all bluster and no substance. Why? Why are you staring at me like that? Don't think I'll let you off the hook just because you say a few nice words. For some reason, although the Naga King seems to have the upper hand at this moment. But I have absolutely no sense of security inside. He was starting to lose interest in fighting. This inspector, it's eerie everywhere. So powerful it's almost inhuman. Upon hearing Nagatharos' words, a deeper smile appeared on Lu Chun's lips. Without the full support of your Naga race, how could my strength have increased so quickly? You? A sudden sense of foreboding washed over Nagatharos. The words had barely left his mouth when Lu Chun extended his index finger, pointing to oneself. Thin lips parted slightly. Nagatharos, I, the overseer, Lu Chun, hereby declare you an evil spirit. Upon hearing this, the Naga King's pupils contracted sharply. Judgment of evil spirits. That damned inspector actually launched an absolute trial against me. In the past, the Naga King had heard that the Watchers possessed the ability to judge creatures as evil. But when you actually experience it firsthand, a tremendous fear inevitably welled up inside me. In an instant, the solemn voice of the divine decree resounded throughout the heavens. The inspector, Lu Chun, is exercising his power of judgment against the Naga King, Nagatharos. The inspector Lu Chun has officially declared Nagatharos an evil entity. Nagatharos' identity as an evil spirit confirmed. Revelation Online is currently undergoing review. Verification complete. Nagatharos' identity as a malevolent spirit is confirmed. Inspector Lu Chun's judgment will not consume any absolute judgment attempts. Current number of absolute judgments remaining, 0. No, this isn't fair. Nagatharos heard this. The heavenly decree unexpectedly approved his review. His eyes widened suddenly. His facial muscles twitched, filled with resentment. Why should I? I merely borrowed a little of my ancestors' power, yet I've been branded as an evil spirit. Having said that, Nagatharos suddenly reached out, her fingertips pointing directly at Lu Chun, who was judging her. Facial distortion. And him. He's only level 15, but damn it, he's so strong. He should be the real evil spirit. Chapter 165 The Inspector's level is about to level up. Upon hearing Nagatharo's indignant accusations, Lu Qin nodded in agreement. That makes some sense. Then, Lu Qin's lips twitched. A cold smile appeared on his face. But don't forget, I am the one who is in charge of monitoring. I can decide your fate. And you can only stand here and cry out in vain about injustice. As soon as he finished speaking, a malevolent curse mark slowly appeared on Nagatharo's forehead. The outline of the character, Lu, flickered in his pupils. His majesty was fully revealed. Nagatharo's touched the curse mark on his forehead, his face contorted in pain. So what if it's an evil spirit? As long as I kill you, my evil spirit curse will be lifted. However, Lu Qin only responded with a cold laugh. Okay, I'll wait and see. Hee. Even when you're not haunted by evil spirits, you're helpless against me. Now that the overseers have absolute control over evil spirits. Nagatharos. That's really wishful thinking. As soon as Lu Qin finished speaking, two muffled thuds, two arms, formed from countless corpses, suddenly shot out from the ground. It firmly grasped Nagatharo's thick serpent tail. What the hell? Nagatharos was startled. Looking down, they immediately paled. That which bursts forth from the earth, clutching its own snake tail tightly. It was the giant corpse that he had smashed to pieces with his hammer before. How is this possible? You weren't dead. He had clearly smashed the boss-level undead's head to pieces with his own hands. How the hell did it come back to life again? Old snake. There's no one Lord Jack, can't blow up if I want to. Prepare to die. Jack, now transformed into a giant corpse, let out a ferocious laugh. At the same time, its enormous body emitted terrifying energy fluctuations. Another corpse explosion? You're insane. Nagatharos felt a chill run down her spine and cursed angrily. This giant corpse was formed by the fusion of countless corpses. In addition to the boss-level undead at the core, if they all explode together, its power is unimaginable. Thinking of this, Nagatharos dared not be negligent. Immediately activate the petrification field at all costs. Last time, Jack attempted to use himself as bait to unleash a corpse explosion on the Naga King, but was instead petrified by the Naga King. Now, with the blessing of ancestral power, S-class petrochemicals should be able to petroleumize Jack more quickly and efficiently. However, with the development of the petrochemical field, the corpses and the ground beneath Nagatharo's feet all turned to stone. Jack, however, remained unchanged. She was looking at him with a mocking expression. Nagatharo's face immediately showed extreme terror. He roared in disbelief. This is impossible. How could you withstand an S-class petrification field? Evil spirits cannot exert any negative influence on the Watchers and their minions. Lu Qin slowly raised his hand. He slightly raised his eyes. Goodbye. As the words fell, Lu Qin snapped his fingers crisply. Rank a skill, corpse explosion. Smack. The energy contained within the countless corpses on the giant's body suddenly surged violently. Like a powder keg that has been ignited. It instantly reached the critical point of explosion. Boom! A loud bang. The giant corpse exploded with a deafening roar. Captain Jack, the self-destruction squad leader, once again bravely sacrificed himself. Mission accomplished. The massive energy shockwave generated by the corpse explosion was like a surging tide. It spread violently in all directions. The land, impacted by this force, seemed to be violently overturned by an invisible hand. Dust and gravel flew everywhere like bullets. The energy in the air fluctuated violently, transforming into a sudden gust of wind. The wind blew the trees on the island askew. Leaves and branches fluttered down. The blast wave, like a ferocious beast, roared as it rushed toward the ocean. Immediately, the sea surface was whipped up into walls of water several meters high, with giant waves rolling and surging. The island is inhabited by Naga, and the beaches are teeming with undead warriors. Faced with this destructive force, they were like tattered leaves in the wind, ruthlessly swept into the sky. It tumbled and struggled in the air again. Finally, he fell heavily to the ground. At that moment, the entire island seemed to be caught in an apocalyptic storm, a scene of chaos and destruction. The Naga race is finished. An aged-looking Naga elder, clinging tightly to the tree trunk beside him. A desperate whisper. King, we shouldn't. His voice trembled. We shouldn't have made enemies of the inspectors. The dust slowly settled, revealing the devastation below. The Naga King's originally towering 8-meter-tall body. It has now shrunk to 2 meters. He lay helplessly in the deep crater created by the explosion of corpses. He was covered in wounds and barely breathing. His eyes were filled with astonishment and confusion. He didn't understand. On what grounds? Why should I, having painstakingly cultivated for hundreds of years, be able to achieve this? Using the combined power of all the Naga ancestors. They were actually defeated by a human who had only been in the world of Revelation Online for 6 days. It's unfair. That's so unfair. If Nagatharos knew that Lu Chen still had several trump cards up his sleeve, he would probably be even more upset. Just then, a pale bone spear shot out like lightning. It plunged viciously into Nagatharos' head. In his eyes. Finally, the image that appeared was that tall and straight figure, like a pine tree. Subsequently, his vision gradually blurred. Ultimately, it disintegrated. Ding. Naga King, Nagatharos, Tier 30 boss, defeated, gaining 1.76 million life energy. Ding. Nagatharos is an evil creature. You have gained 4,000 execution points. Hearing the notification tone in my ear, a satisfied smile appeared on Lu Chen's face. It wasn't because of the 1.76 million units of life energy contributed by the Naga King. Instead, 4,000 execution points. Killing Nagatharos directly brought me a gain of 4,000 execution points. With these 4,000 execution points added, the job title column was then updated to Position, Inspector, Level 1, 5,500/10,000. Upgrade of the Inspector. The progress is already more than halfway done. All we need is to find another evil spirit of comparable strength to Nagatharos. You can then get promoted. Thinking of this, a surge of heat rose in Lu Chen's heart. I wish I could find another evil spirit and kill it right away. Looks good. What will this inspector look like after it's upgraded? Now, on the sea surface, the Nether Fleet, Naga, and Stormwing are currently engaged in a chaotic battle. Everyone was stunned by the earth-shattering explosion. After everyone realized what was happening, the Nether Fleet and the Stormwing clan erupted in a thunderous cheer. Everyone looked at Lu Chen with eyes full of fervor and admiration. Lord of the Underworld. As expected, no one can defeat him. The Naga people witnessed their king being pierced through the head by a spear. Life is gone. Countless desperate cries echoed through the sky. Immediately, the remaining Naga warriors were utterly demoralized. Instant defeat. They scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing in all directions. However, Lu Chen ignored the fleeing Naga. They didn't even immediately draw upon the Naga King's life energy. Instead, he slowly turned his gaze. Throw it into the distance. There. A two-masted frigate is rocking and swaying with the waves. Chapter 166. I was just watching a show and it turned into a life-or-death crisis. Yang Ziming, Yin Ting. You two take some men and take care of the rest of the Naga. Lu Chen said. A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. Some people have been watching this show for so long. Now, it's time to charge them admission. Before the words were finished, Lu Chen's figure vanished in an instant. When it reappeared, it was already on the Netherworld ship. Immediately afterwards, the sails of the ghostly ship suddenly rose. The entire ship was accompanied by billowing black smoke. It accelerated and drove off instantly. Ever since encountering the hyena pirates, Lu Chen has become more cautious. Whenever the Phantom symbiotic ecosystem controls small marine creatures or birds that roam and scout around the area, just in case. Therefore, as the Lingxiao approached Naga Island, Lu Chen had already noticed. He was simply too busy fighting the Naga King. There was no time to spare for anything else. But every move the Lingxiao made, the sinking of the land was clearly visible through the seagulls perched on the mast. The dialogue between Xiao Yunfan and Xiao Langtao. Every single word of it fell into his ears without him missing. Nine Heavens Palace. A force completely unfamiliar to Lu Chen. However, these people seemed to know the location of the Tower of Awakening. This reason, that would be enough for Lu Chen to make his move. Yes, master. I obey the command of the Lord of the Underworld. Yunting and Yang Ziming bowed and accepted the order. They then directed their respective troops. They launched a manhunt for the fleeing Naga. At this moment on the Lingxiao, a deathly silence. Xiao Yunfan and Xiao Langtao stared blankly ahead. My mouth involuntarily opened wide. Because of the distance, they could not hear Lu Chen and the Naga King's conversation. But the voice from Revelation Online just now, they heard it all clearly. Judgment by evil spirits. Watchdogs. This human from a lower world. He was actually an inspector. No wonder. No wonder the Naga King seemed so vulnerable in front of this person. No wonder the Naga King chose to go all in, exhausting all the power of his ancestors to fight against this human who was only level 15. No wonder this person is so fearless. The 3 words, monitor. That's enough to explain everything. Thinking about this, Xiao Yunfan felt a chill run down his spine. King Naga, that stubborn brat. I was just fighting an observer. No. What makes him think he can beat an inspector? More importantly, they were all acting like fools, commenting on an inspector from the sidelines. Thinking of this, Xiao Yunfan and Xiao Langtao couldn't help but look at each other in bewilderment. Speechless, several seconds passed. Xiao Langtao finally recovered from his shock. He asked, stammering, Captain, the Naga King has been killed by the Watchers. Should we still go? Why go there? To die. Can you defeat an inspector? Xiao Yunfan glared at him. Just kidding. The observers are also evolvers, you know? He can increase his strength by slaughtering our native forces. If this is discovered by the inspectors, can things still turn out well for us? Luckily, I'm smart. We kept our distance from the beginning. Now, even if things change, the Ling Xiao was also able to escape unscathed. Thinking of this, Xiao Yunfan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, when he looked at Lu Chen again, his expression changed drastically. Holy crap, where are the inspectors? Xiao Yunfan gripped the railing tightly with both hands. His face was full of disbelief. The inspector was just in my sight a moment ago. How did it happen so quickly? The person is gone. The ship, the captain. Xiao Langtao pointed to the right front. His face was filled with undisguised terror. He's coming at us. Xiao Yunfan looked to the right front. His pupils suddenly contracted. All that could be seen was a strange black boat shrouded in black mist. It is approaching the Ling Xiao at an alarming speed. And this black boat, it was the flagship of that inspector. No. Are we already that far apart? How did he find us? I was just watching a commotion and it turned into a life-or-death crisis. Although my heart was filled with 1,000 galloping horses. But Xiao Yunfan had no time to think further. Facial muscles contorted. He roared. Hurry. Hurry up. Raise the sails, full speed ahead. Get out of this damned place right now. The sailors on the Ling Xiao were startled by Xiao Yunfan's ferocious appearance. They had never seen a captain so out of control. What are you all standing there for? The inspectors are coming after us. If we don't run now, we're all going to die here. Seeing everyone stunned, Xiao Langtao, standing to the side, also roared with a contorted expression. Upon hearing this, the dozens of sailors on deck shuddered violently. They got busy in a flurry of activity. As the sails on the two thick masts of the Ling Xiao rose rapidly, that massive 30-meter-long ship, it started up slowly. However, watching the Ling Xiao gradually increase its speed, Captain Xiao Yunfan, however, showed no joy. Because the black ship of the inspectors, that's incredibly fast. In just a moment, the black boat had already traveled half the distance. It won't be long. We'll be able to catch up with the Ling Xiao. Boom, boom, boom. The short-barreled rapid-fire cannon fired 3 shots in quick succession. Amidst the roar, more than 20 Naga warriors were fleeing ahead. 2 people were instantly blown to pieces. We can't escape. The water is too shallow. We can't dive down. If we keep trying to escape like this, we'll become targets for humans sooner or later. The Naga squad leader abruptly stopped the swaying of his snake tail. Looking back at the warship that was hot on their heels, a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. Brothers, there's only one ship chasing us, and only 15 evolved beings on board. The overseer may be strong, but his subordinates might not all be powerful. If we kill these humans, it will be a way to avenge the Naga King. Hearing the captain's words, the surrounding Naga warriors responded enthusiastically. Yes, these humans rely on their strong ships and powerful cannons. Their strength is at most level 10. Damn it, I've been holding back my anger for ages. I'm always getting beaten up by these low-level bastards. Let's get them. That's right. It's not too late to kill them before we retreat. In an instant, nearly 20 Naga warriors turned around in unison. They charged headlong at the single-masted warship with the ramming horn of a wild beast at its bow. In their eyes, these human evolutionaries, they only had this advantage because of their powerful ships and cannons. Once they get close, aren't we just at their mercy? After all, Naga warriors have an average strength of rank 20. Dealing with these evolved beings who are not even at level 10 is a piece of cake. However, after they boarded the single-masted warship named the One-Horned Rhinoceros, indeed, a one-sided massacre occurred. Only the targets of the massacre. It was them. Haha, you've come at the right time. Li Ming laughed wildly, looking up at the sky. The rolling thunder was like a hammer falling from the sky. It crashed down suddenly. In an instant, 3 Naga warriors who climbed onto the deck were electrocuted, their skin torn open and their bodies charred black. Damn it, he's a rank B lightning talent user. Kill him now. The Naga warriors were filled with horror. Chapter 167 The Twin-Masted Frigate, Ling Xiao. They leaped over their 3 convulsing companions. He thrust his trident fiercely at Li Ming. Lightning talent. It has great restraint towards marine life. They must be eliminated as soon as possible. However, at that very moment, a towering man stepped forward. The giant shield slammed heavily onto the deck. Moment. A yellowish-brown earthen wall rose abruptly from the ground. It blocked all the attacks from the Naga warriors. If you want to harm the people on the Unicorn Rhino, you'll have to get past me first. Long Howren's voice was as loud as a bell. Clang. With a dull thud, the Naga squad leader slammed his trident into the earthen wall. I felt my arms go numb from the tremendous recoil. But the earthen wall remained completely unmoved. The Naga squad leader was immediately dumbfounded. My heart was filled with astonishment. He didn't even have time to react. A dark shadow flashed by. The heads of the 2 Naga warriors behind them instantly flew into the air. Amidst the splattering of blood, Zhou Yu's slender yet agile figure was clearly visible. Almost instantly, half of his Naga squad was lost. This left the Naga squad leader, who had been filled with ruthlessness, completely dumbfounded. No. What's going on? We're level 20. Shouldn't a level 20 player be utterly crushed when fighting a level 10 player? How come we're the ones being slaughtered? It's one thing for the monitor to cheat, but it's another for them to do it themselves. Are his subordinates also cheating? So you're not even going to pretend anymore? As the Naga squad leader was in shock, all I saw was a man in a police uniform with a resolute face appeared before him. His right arm swelled up rapidly, as if it were being inflated. Immediately afterwards, the Naga squad leader only saw a fist the size of a millstone. With the sound of whistling wind, it slammed down on him hard. Bang! A muffled thud. The Naga squad leader felt as if she had been directly rammed by a wyvern. An incredibly terrifying force surged forth. At this moment, he finally understood why his teammates were instantly killed the moment they met. These evolved beings before us. It appears to be only 10 levels, but its strength far exceeded his expectations. The power of this punch. It's even stronger than a level 20C beast. The inspector's subordinates. Are they all monsters? Puff. The Naga squad leader suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs. The shock in his eyes froze instantly. His heart. It was shattered by Yang Ziming's punch. The remaining Naga warriors. He was also surrounded and killed by the other members of the Netherworld crew on the Unicorn Rhino. This formidable Naga squad. They were wiped out within seconds of boarding the deck. Now, such situations were playing out on the battlefield. Although the Netherworld beings are not of high rank, but benefiting from land subsidence. Everyone received a full 1,000 attribute points boost. Their talents have all evolved to at least sea level, in addition to the air support from the Stormwing clan. Although the Naga race is of a slightly higher rank, but at this moment, they are still being unilaterally slaughtered. Snap! Long Howren crushed the head of a Naga warrior with a single stomp. Then he looked up and gazed into the distance. The pitch-black ghost was rapidly approaching the 2-masted frigate. Long Howren's lips curled slightly. A 2-masted frigate. It looks like it's equipped with at least a dozen cannons. Since arriving in Tianyu, this is the first time I've seen such a large ship. I hope the Lord of the Underworld won't sink this treasure later. Yang Ziming wiped the blood from his hands. Watching the frantically fleeing frigate, he chuckled softly. The Lord of the Underworld has just been injured and is all alone. Aren't you worried that he might be in danger? Danger? Long Howren raised an eyebrow. They're probably the ones in danger now. I bet they'd love to get out and push the boat away. Ha ha. In fact, Long Howren's guess was indeed correct. Xiao Yunfan watched the approaching Yuming ship, clenching his teeth. The Ling Xiao is a 2-masted sailing ship, and its speed has already reached its limit. But the ghost ship kept getting closer and closer. The Ling Xiao is clearly a 2-masted sailing ship. It couldn't even outrun a sloop. Where can you reason with this? The ship? Captain, it's a high-speed special-purpose vessel. We can't shake it off. What? What should we do? Xiao Langtao gazed at the ghost ship that was breaking through the waves. He swallowed hard. Wah! What have I done to deserve this? He was actually being chased by an inspector. A ruthless glint flashed in Xiao Yunfan's eyes, and he shouted sharply. Damn it! This inspector can achieve so much in such a short time. He must be no saint. If we fall into his hands, we'll definitely become his experience points, and we'll be doomed. Everyone, prepare for battle. Sink his ship. As soon as Xiao Yunfan finished speaking, all 50-odd people on the ship turned to look at him. His gaze was complex. Fighting? And the overseers? Don't you know how that big snake died? However, before anyone could react, a dragon's roar suddenly rang out. Immediately afterwards, a huge cannonball struck the stern of the Ling Xiao with great force. The entire ship then began to shake violently. Ghost ship. The overseer's ghost ship has opened fire. The lookout on the mast cried out in alarm. Xiao Yunfan gritted his teeth and roared, his voice sharp, but his voice weak. What's there to be afraid of? No matter how strong the inspector is, he's just an evolved being who's only been here for 6 days. As long as we sink his ship, he'll be at sea in the same boat. Everyone, aim at the ghost ship, prepare to fire. Although Xiao Yunfan was extremely unwilling to fight Lu Chun, but the shot just now has already shown the attitude of the monitors. Now it's a do-or-die situation. And Xiao Yunfan still harbored a sliver of hope. The battle between the Overseer and the Naga King was so intense that the Overseer must have suffered considerable exhaustion and injuries. If we can take this opportunity to kill an observer, then I will definitely be able to soar to great heights. Become the Minister of Leixiao Department. He could even become the Master of the Nine Heavens Palace. Thinking of this, Xiao Yunfan's fear was instantly overwhelmed by greed. Watchdogs, I admit you are quite capable, but I am currently in the vast ocean. I'd like to see your simple little boat. Can it withstand a salvo from the Lingxiao? Lu Chen stood tall on the deck. He raised an eyebrow slightly. Just now, the Netherworld had launched a salvo. 3 cannons fired simultaneously. However, only the Sea Dragon's Fury cannon successfully damaged the enemy ship. The other 2 are short-barreled rapid-fire cannons. They failed to penetrate the enemy ship's defenses. A frigate is indeed much more powerful than a straight ship. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. The enemy ship's information panel was then quickly brought up. Britain, Lingxiao, Captain Xiao Yunfan. Level, Beginner. Crew, 50/50ths. Durability, 4850/5000. Weapon slots, medium weapons 0/1, small weapons 12/12ths, shipborne instant fire cannons 12, bronze intermediate. Equipment slot, small equipment 4/4ths, basic armor 4, intermediate bronze. Speed, high sailing. Defense, extremely high, medium armor. Talent, none. Chapter 168. No? His ship is this weird too? 5,000 durability points. It's 3 times the size of the Netherworld ship. Lu Chen stared at the Lingxiao's attribute panel. I was slightly startled. This was the first time I had ever seen a frigate. Unexpectedly, the attributes of the 2-masted frigate far exceed those of the ghostly Netherworld. Not only is it incredibly durable, the weapon and equipment slots are 4 times that of the Ghost. Even speed. It is also superior to ordinary sling-sailing ships. If it weren't for the Netherworld's C-rank talent Gale, it seems unlikely that they can catch up with the Lingxiao. Most importantly, on the Lingxiao, there was actually 1 empty medium weapon slot. Lu Chun had never seen medium-sized shipborne weapons. Its power is unknown, but I had a vague premonition. It was this medium-sized weapon that. This allows the frigate's overall strength to far surpass that of a sling-masted sailing ship. Just then, the frantically fleeing Lingxiao suddenly slammed its rudder to full power. The ship tilted sharply and turned. The starboard side instantly turned sideways to face the Netherworld. The gun ports on the ship's side slowly opened. The cannon muzzle, gleaming coldly, was exposed. You brought this on yourself, Inspector. Xiao Yunfan stood on the deck. His eyes gleamed with madness and greed. He swung his right hand violently. Fire! Boom, 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 boom. A deafening roar erupted as all 12 cannons fired simultaneously. The immense recoil caused the Lingxiao to tilt sharply to the left. The ship's planks creaked and groaned. At the same time, 12 huge shells. With a whooshing sound, it swiftly sped towards the Netherworld. Upon seeing this, Xiao Yunfan's face contorted with rage. Watchdogs, what good is it if you're incredibly strong on your own? Your ship is nothing but a single-masted, rudimentary piece of junk. I don't believe it. It can withstand the bombardment of 12 cannons. As long as this ghost ship is destroyed, you will become a rootless duckweed on the sea. At that time, with its powerful firepower and superior maneuverability, I can wear you down. However, faced with the whistling approaching shells, Lu Chen stood tall and imposing, his face expressionless. His body did not move an inch. Xiao Langtao witnessed this scene. A joyful expression involuntarily spread across his face. Ha ha, this inspector is too arrogant. He actually thinks that he can ignore the artillery bombardment because of his power. Even if this observer is very strong, they are also land-dwelling humans, not a fish that swims in the sea. Once a ship is destroyed or capsized, on the vast ocean, there is nowhere to stand. Their strength will inevitably be greatly reduced. At that time, perhaps we really will have a chance to kill an inspector. Thinking of this, Xiao Langtao suppressed the fear in his heart. His excitement was palpable. Under the fervent gazes of all the crew members aboard the Lingxiao, 12 scorching hot shells. Just before they were about to make contact with the hull of the ghost ship, a jet-black barrier suddenly materialized at the bow of the netherworld. Boom, boom, boom. The series of explosions were deafening. Flames and smoke spread rapidly in an instant. It blocked the view of everyone in the Nine Heavens Palace. Did you get rid of it? Xiao Yunfan stared intently at the plume of smoke. My heart was taut like a string. However, the next moment, a black boat suddenly emerged from the thick smoke and waves. It headed straight for the Lingxiao. The ship's hull gleamed with black light. There wasn't a single trace of damage. Is this some kind of ghost? Xiao Yunfan's eyes almost bulged out. Where did Laozi's cannonballs go? The salvo just now caused the earth to shake violently. Result: the other party acted as if nothing had happened. Are you kidding me? As the ghost ship drew ever closer to the Lingxiao. Unconvinced, Xiao Yunfan decided to try again. Quick, load. You bunch of idiots. Aim properly this time. Xiao Yunfan watched the ghost ship rapidly approaching. He shouted urgently. The Lingxiao is now at a standstill. He had one last chance to fire. They would be caught up by that incredibly fast ghost ship. Certainly, Xiao Yunfan was not afraid of that single-masted ghost ship. What he feared was that, a watchman on the ship. He was not afraid of naval battles. But once the inspectors board the ship, he didn't believe he could defeat the Naga King who unleashed the power of their ancestors. This last chance. You absolutely must seize this opportunity. At this time, the ship's 12 cannons were loaded and ready. Xiao Yunfan suddenly swung his arm. Shout loudly. Fire. Boom, boom, boom. A series of cannon shots rang out. More than a dozen shells were fired at once again. However, the shells had not yet reached the ghost. A pitch-black barrier suddenly appeared out of thin air. Intercept all the shells. Netherworld B-level talent. Enhanced Guardian Barrier. This scene. The people on the Lingxiao were instantly dumbfounded. BB-grade protective barrier. Xiao Yunfan finally understood where all the previous shells had gone. It turns out that everything was blocked by this protective barrier. Seeing this scene, a wave of despair washed over Xiao Yunfan. No, this is impossible. Your ship is clearly a speed-type special-purpose ship. How could it possess two talents? Special-purpose ships are already rare. Specialized ships with advanced talents are even more valuable. This human had only been in the world of Revelation Online for 6 days. His own talent is already amazing enough. Unexpectedly, the ship he was riding also possessed advanced talent. Most importantly, there are two of them. Xiao Yunfan has lived most of his life. I have never seen a special-purpose ship that can possess two talents at the same time. Isn't that cheating? People are perverted, and so are ships. At this moment, Xiao Yunfan felt extremely grief-stricken and indignant. It's unfair. That's so damn unfair. He has fought desperately in this world for decades. I finally managed to cultivate to level 30 and raise my talent to be great. Only then did he barely manage to take the position of captain of the Nine Heavens Palace. Even so, the Lingxiao under his command was merely an ordinary warship with no special talents. But even so, Xiao Yunfan was already quite satisfied. Because his achievements, they have far surpassed most of their peers. But, upon seeing Lu Qin, Xiao Yunfan's Dao heart shattered with a crash. A person from a lower-level world. It only took 6 days. They then possessed dozens of advanced talents. Its strength has evolved to the point where it can kill a level 30 boss. His warships are also incredibly powerful dual-talent ships. He was completely unaware that the Netherworld ship actually possessed several unused talents. Otherwise, he would have likely collapsed completely. And he was chosen by the heavenly decree to be an observer. Damn God, you're being too biased. That's unfair. It's not that. Creatures from lower realms participating in the struggle for supremacy among all races. Are they all just giving our native species a freebie? What kind of welfare is this? Have you ever seen such benefits? This is like sending us an ancestor. Lu Qin was unaware of this. He had already made the opposing captain question his existence. Watching the protective barrier gradually dissipate, Lu Qin's eyes narrowed slightly. Although the B-level reinforced protective barrier blocked the two salvos from the Lingxiao. However, the energy consumption of the Netherworld is also enormous. The weapons equipped on the ghostly Netherworld. However, this was not enough to quickly sink the behemoth that was the Lingxiao. Chapter 169, Obtaining the Location of the Awakening Tower. Since that's the case, I then went directly to the Lingxiao and boarded it. Just kill everyone on the ship. After all, even the most powerful ships. It also requires human intervention. Now, the Netherworld was approaching the sky. Lu Qin suddenly opened his right hand. In an instant, a long sword of ice condensed amidst flashes of cold light. Immediately afterwards, Lu Qin slammed his right foot against the deck. His figure instantly transformed into a blur. Leap into the air. It is above the Ling Xiao. He's charging at me. Defend. Defend now. Forget about the cannons. They can't reach him. Everyone follow me and blast him with lightning-based abilities. Xiao Yunfan looked up at Lu Chun high in the sky. His face was contorted with fear. Roar loudly. Electricity crackled and surged around his body like mad snakes. B-level lightning resonance activated in a frenzy. The crew of the Ling Xiao, facing a genuine inspector. They were all extremely tense, fully activating their lightning-type talents. Xiao Yunfan is a member of the Thundercloud Department of the Nine Heavens Palace. Crew members. Most of them are skilled in lightning-based talents. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning gathered on the Ling Xiao, transformed into a thunderous tiger. It roared and pounced on Lu Chun. Gazing at the thunderous tiger, a manifestation of the combined power of the entire crew. Although its power was earth-shattering, but the fear in Xiao Yunfan's eyes did not diminish in the slightest. He was fearless in naval battles. But facing the inspectors head-on, Xiao Yunfan felt completely lost. I have absolutely no confidence. Shouldn't we be able to take him down? Xiao Yunfan muttered to himself. His voice was full of unease and anxiety. At this critical moment, Lu Chun moved. Lu Chun raised the gleaming ice crystal longsword in his hand. The sword's edge pointed straight to the sky. Then he swung it sharply. He slurred in his mouth. Break wind. In an instant, the sword tip tore through the air. It brought with it a piercing whistling sound. A sharp sword beam ripped through the sky, striking the thunder tiger like lightning. Boom! The sword's edge collided with the lightning tiger. A deafening roar erupted. Radiant. The sky trembled. Awoo! The seemingly ferocious lightning tiger, under the impact of the sword's light. He let out a mournful cry. Collapsed instantly. They turned into specks of lightning and disappeared into the sky. Lu Chun's sword momentum remained undiminished. Like a wild horse that has broken free. They were closing in on Xiao Yunfan and the crew on deck. Xiao Yunfan felt a sharp gust of wind press down on him instantly. The scent of death was palpable. His pupils suddenly contracted. His heart almost stopped. It's over. Xiao Yunfan's lips trembled slightly. He only uttered 2 words. The sword light flashed across the deck like a bolt of lightning. Xiao Yunfan and the 20-odd crew members in the middle of the deck. Before they could react, they were then caught in the blast of the sword's edge. The sword light flashed by. Everyone froze instantly. Then it felt as if it had been sliced by an invisible giant blade. It suddenly turned into fragments and scattered. Blood splattered everywhere. There was no hope left. With one sword strike, a deep sword mark, running from bow to stern and across the entire deck of the Ling Xiao, was left on the ship. It almost splits the deck in two. The chill spread rapidly along the sword mark. The surrounding air seemed to freeze instantly. It condensed into a thin layer of frost. This scene, it was so fast it was breathtaking and incredibly awe-inspiring. Lu Chun landed lightly. The long sword plunged violently into the deck. The hilt of the sword vibrated violently, making a buzzing sound. Subsequently, the long sword could not withstand the powerful force of the wind. It shattered with a crash. It turned into countless shards of ice that scattered and flew everywhere. At this moment, the entire Ling Xiao was stunned by this terrifying sword strike. Dead silence. Even the wind seemed to have stopped blowing. The 20-odd crew members who were still alive, witnessing this scene, terrified. His eyes were wide open, his mouth agape, but he couldn't utter a sound. They were completely terrified. A good while later, the crew members were suddenly awakened. Run, run, help. These are the overseers? They're terrifying. We're no match for them. Abandon ship now. Run. He is a devil, a demon. The crew members were terrified. They screamed and jumped into the sea. On the vast ocean, without ships to rely on, the chances of survival were so slim they were practically zero. Everyone knows this perfectly well. However, even so, they dared not linger in front of this devil for even a moment longer. Thump, thump, thump. In a short time, besides Xiaolangto, all the crew members on the Ling Xiao, they jumped into the sea one after another. It swam desperately outwards. Their only thought at that moment was, it's about getting away from here. Stay away from this devilish watchdog. Ding. Defeat Xiao Yunfan, Tier 30, of the Nine Heavens Palace. Gain 88,000 life energy. Ding. Killed Xiao Pang, rank 24, of the Nine Heavens Palace. Gain 64,000 life energy. Listening to the notification tone in my mind, Lu Chun couldn't help but purse his lips. This Nine Heavens Palace. What a piece of trash. There wasn't even a single boss-level character on a 2-masted frigate. This group of people combined The life energy contributed is less than that of a single Naga King. Thinking of the Naga King, Luchin couldn't help but frown. That bastard actually shattered the heart-eating blade. Now I don't even have a handy weapon. Although a long sword made of frozen ice can be used in emergencies. However, it simply cannot sustain high-intensity combat. It seems that I need to find a new weapon quickly. At this time, Lu Chan turned his gaze to Xiao Langtao, the only one on the Ling Xiao who had not jumped into the sea. He remained expressionless. His expression was solemn. He looked ready to fight to the death. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. Aren't you going to run? Good. Inside the Nine Heavens Palace. At least there are still a few people with backbone. However, as soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, Xiao Longtao's legs trembled, suddenly knelt down on the ground. They kowtowed repeatedly. He pleaded, "Pay mercy, Inspector. My legs went weak with fear. I couldn't move. Sob, sob, sob." Xiao Langtao was completely devastated at this moment. My thoughts were tangled up like a jumbled mess. On the Ling Xiao, there were more than 50 crew members in total. With a single sword strike, half of them were instantly killed. If it weren't for the other half of the station being scattered, I'm afraid they could wipe us all out in one move. How the hell are we supposed to fight this? This is a fight on a completely different level. Xiao Longtao's heart was filled with despair. At this moment, he finally realized the power of the Naga King. The Naga King is indeed powerful. Otherwise, how could he have withstood the attacks of this humanoid monster for so long before dying? What am I thinking? Wah! My legs went weak with fear just now. They didn't escape. They're doomed now. Thinking of this, Xiao Langtao couldn't help but turn his gaze to his teammates who were swimming and fleeing on the sea surface. His eyes were full of envy. However, just then, unexpected changes occurred suddenly. Suddenly, the sea began to boil. One by one, half-rotted, hideous sharks swam in from all directions. They ruthlessly tore the crew members who had escaped into the sea to pieces, one by one. It instantly turned the sea's surface blood red. In an instant, the wails and screams echoed across the entire sea, sending chills down one's spine. Having seen this, Xiao Longtao's face turned deathly pale, and his eyes became vacant. Lu Chen looked at Xiao Langtao, who had suddenly knelt down. I couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. I thought I had met a tough guy, but he turned out to be the most cowardly one. Lu Chen shook his head. He said calmly, "Tell me the location of the Tower of Awakening, and I'll give you a quick death." Chapter 170 Target, the Tower of Awakening. Awakening. The Tower of Awakening. Xiao Langtao muttered to himself, his face deathly pale. Unexpectedly, the observer caught up with them because of the location of the Tower of Awakening. What? You don't want to talk about it? Lu Chen looked calmly at Xiao Langtao. If this person is stubborn and inflexible, Lu Chen had many ways to get him to talk. I said. Xiao Langtao sensed that the chances of survival were slim. Instead, they were no longer afraid. He gave a bitter laugh. He opened his mouth slowly. The Tower of Awakening is located at 647.326. There, you can gain greater power through awakening. However, a barely perceptible ruthlessness flashed in Xiao Longtao's eyes. Go ahead and do it. If you dare to step into the Tower of Awakening, you will surely meet the minister and his group. By then, I'll be watching from heaven as you perish. Even if you are an inspector, you cannot match the minister's strength. Knowing the location of the Tower of Awakening, Lu Chen's fingers twitched slightly. A bone spear slowly materialized in front of him. Lu Chen looked up at the towering waves and said calmly, I know you want to use someone else to deal with me in the Tower of Awakening. Right now, your Thundercloud Department's minister should be near the Tower of Awakening, right? Lu Chen's words made Xiao Longtao's eyes snap open. His face was filled with disbelief. How did you know? Subsequently, Xiao Longtao's face suddenly turned ferocious. So what if you know? Right now, the minister and all the powerful figures in this sea area are heading towards the Tower of Awakening. If you dare to take even half a step inside, the minister will take your life to avenge me. Having said that, a mocking expression reappeared on Xiao Longtao's face. You're not so scared that you don't dare to go, are you? If that's the case, I really look down on you. So what if he's an inspector? He's nothing but a coward who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Before the words were finished, a muffled thud. Xiao Longtao's sarcastic expression froze instantly. A bone spear pierced his skull. Xiao Langtao collapsed limply onto the deck. He was completely lifeless. A provocation tactic? Lu Chun withdrew his finger and sneered. Only children would fall for that. However, I really want to take a look at this Tower of Awakening. It wasn't because Xiao Longtao's provocation worked. Rather, Lu Chen urgently needs new monsters to enhance his strength. On this vast sea, finding a powerful force is not easy. within the Tower of Awakening. Isn't there a group of them gathering here? This is the perfect opportunity to wipe them all out. Moreover, Lu Chen was also quite interested in awakening. Only through awakening, A-level talent has the potential to be promoted to S-level. After the battle with the Naga King, Lu Chen has deeply experienced the power of S-level talent. He naturally longed to evolve his talent to S rank as soon as possible. Therefore, head to the Tower of Awakening. It is imperative. But, before going to the Tower of Awakening, we must first transform the gains from this battle into strength. Thinking of this, Lu Chen instantly teleported back to the Netherworld ship. With a wave of his right hand, the Lingxiao was stored in the fleet's warehouse. Although the frigate had been slashed by its own sword. But it's nothing serious. The Netherworld fleet can be put into use after a little repair. Immediately, Lu Chen's gaze fell on his own control panel. This battle with the Naga royal court. Lu Chen had long since lost count of how many enemies he had killed. How much life energy has been accumulated. On the screen, a long row of kill notifications had already been displayed. Ding. Naga King, Naga Soros, Tier 30 boss, defeated, gaining 1.76 million life energy. Ding. 1134 Naga Royal Warriors, Tier 20, defeated, gaining 54.42 million life energy. Ding. Defeat 9 Heavens Palace, Xiao Langtao, rank 28, gain 80,000 life energy. Ding. 9 Heavens Palace defeated. Upon closer inspection, Lu Chen was startled. 60 million. That's right. A full 60 million units of life energy. I never expected that the Naga Royal Court could give me such a generous amount of experience points. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, full of surprises. Unexpectedly, killing a Naga King only gives you 1.76 million. But the Undead Legion, however, helped Lu Chen obtain over 50 million units of life energy. Because all 1,134 Naga warriors died at the hands of the Undead Legion. After all, the Undead warriors are controlled by Lu Chen, so the spoils of war they kill naturally belong to him. It seems the saying, many hands make light work, is true. Without the Undead Legion, those 1,134 Naga warriors, even if they just stood still and let me kill them, it would still take some time. Lu Chen stroked his chin, deep in thought. It seems that it's time to build a true undead army of our own. On large-scale battlefields, the undead army is incredibly powerful. This battle is the best proof. And this is still when the undead warrior is only level 10, and without the replenishment of death energy. Thinking of this, Lu Chen sighed. To build an army of the undead, the first problem to solve is the source of the death aura and the transportation of the undead army. This can't be rushed. Immediately, Lu Chen patted the backpack behind him. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Tuanzi, this time we can have a big meal together. Gurgle. The little dumpling in the backpack excitedly waved its tiny tentacles. It had already sensed the immense life energy emanating from its master. Eat. Tuanzi loves to eat. As Lu Chen chose to absorb, an extremely rich life energy instantly surged into Lu Chen and Tuanzi's bodies. In an instant, the energy within Lu Chen's body began to surge wildly. Upgrade notification sounds kept coming in. Ding. You have reached level 16 after consuming 2.5 million life energy. Ding. You have reached level 17 by consuming 3 million life energy. Ding. You have reached level 22 after consuming 6 million life energy. Level 22, 4.57 million/7 million. Ding. As an inspector, the attributes and evolution points you gain upon leveling up are doubled. Ding. You have gained 10 evolution points for reaching level 20. A normal evolver gains 5 points. Strength plus 407. Agility plus 407. Constitution plus 407. Perception plus 407. Free attribute points plus 207. As you advance through the ranks, a surge of pleasure washed over me like a tidal wave. Lu Chen suddenly opened his arms. He looked up at the sky and let out a long howl. Ha ha ha, that's awesome. Level 7. The battle is over. He had actually skipped 7 levels. Carefree. It was incredibly enjoyable. The little dumpling also started to get restless in the backpack. 8 tiny tentacles stretched out and curled up. It started barking like a little puppy in the backpack. Gurgle, gurgle a woo. Tuanzi also advanced 7 levels in a row. His level jumped to level 18. Level 18, 4.57 million/7 million. Lu Chen turned his head, looking at the little dumpling in the backpack. His eyes were full of smiles. The little dumpling from level 18. Although there was no obvious change in body shape. Chapter 171 Netherworld Upgrade. But Lu Chun could clearly feel that the energy surging within Tuanzi's body was increasing day by day. Evolvers can only awaken at level 50. Perhaps, as the Kraken, Tuanzi will also reach level 50, breaking free from the constraints of the larval stage, entering the growth stage. At that time, the true power of the Kraken will shake the world. Tuanzi is now level 18. At this speed, in less than 10 days, then it can enter the growth period. Thinking of this, Lu Chen felt a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. What we are looking forward to is, after the dumpling leaves the larval stage, what amazing combat power can it demonstrate? What I'm worried about is, will my adorable dumpling turn into a hideous sea monster like those in the movies? That's enough. Don't think too much about it. Lu Chen shook his head. Bring your thoughts back. I looked at my panel again. He was promoted 7 times in a row. The improvement in his own strength is enormous. A total of 1260 attribute points were gained. That's quite impressive. After the upgrade, Lu Chen's 4-dimensional attributes have been completely revamped. Strength, 1880. Agility, 2330. Constitution, 1240. Perception, 2336. Free attribute points, 200. Evolution points, 10. Aside from being slightly less physically fit, the other 3 attributes are all approaching or exceeding the 2,000-point mark. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Then his attention focused on the 10 evolution points. It seems that every 10 levels, there will be a buff. A glint of light flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. When you reach level 10, the attribute points increased dramatically. When you reach level 20, you then gained an additional 10 evolution points. Good. The inspector template is awesome. Even the evolution points given to them are twice as many as those given to ordinary evolvers. But these evolutionary points, Lu Chen wasn't in a hurry to use it. I already have enough advanced talents and skills. What's truly lacking now is S-level talent. These evolutionary points. Instead of wasting time on low-level talents, it's better to save it up. After I successfully awaken, then upgrade the talent to S-level all at once. Subsequently, the ghostly vessel slowly adjusted its course, heading towards Naga Island. Ding! Successfully plundered the Naga Royal Court, high-level small faction. Plunder value increased by 700 points. Current plunder value, 1070/1000, achieved. As the last Naga warrior shattered under the Stormwing's wind blades, the system notification sound suddenly rang out. This marked the complete annihilation of the Naga Royal Court. The Netherworld beings and the Stormwing clan in the sky erupted in deafening cheers. Many people were so moved that tears welled up in their eyes. You should know, the Naga Royal Court is a powerful force with over 3,000 level 20 experts. They were actually defeated by a force that had only been established for a day and whose average level was only 10. This is simply a miracle. All of this, it's all thanks to the Lord of the Underworld. Watching the Netherworld slowly return, the members of the Underworld surrounded him with fanatical worship. The cheers shook the entire sea. Long live the Master. I never imagined I could be so powerful one day. Thank you, Lord of the Underworld. Brother Lu Chun, I love you. Godfather, that sword strike you just made was so cool. Amid cheers, the one-horned rhinoceros greeted the returning ghost. Yang Ziming stood at the bow of the boat, her face flushed with excitement. He reported, Lord of the Underworld, all the Naga have been annihilated. The brothers of the Netherworld have gained a lot in this battle, and their average level has increased to around level 12. Speaking of which, Yang Ziming choked up for a moment. The voice trembled slightly. Lord of the Underworld, our Netherworld, can be upgraded. Upon hearing this, the cheers around them grew even louder. You can upgrade now. From the time the Netherworld was founded until now, it has only been a little over a day. The strength of the Netherworld members rapidly increased from level 3 to 4 to level 12. All ships were upgraded to single-masted sailing ships. And they plundered 4 factions, accumulating over 1,000 plunder points. The conditions for upgrading to Netherworld have been fully met. Such a brilliant achievement. How could this not be exciting? Most importantly, after Netherworld reaches level 2, everyone no longer needs to worry about threats from the executioners. You should know, 3 days later, as poisonous fog was released in the beginner's waters, the executioners will randomly execute 50% of the evolved beings. But now everyone can build protective array special ships to evade execution by the executioners. Upon hearing Yang Ziming's report, Lu Chen nodded. I am satisfied with everyone's performance. In such a short period of time, they then killed all the remaining thousands of Naga. It's really not easy. Immediately, Lu Chen opened the panel of the Netherworld fleet. The upgrade requirements are displayed in the upgrade section. 1,000 plunder points, 10 sloops, 100 tier 10 evolved beings, and a fleet of at least 500 people. All have been achieved. Having seen this, a hint of heat flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. The Netherworld was the first faction established on Earth. It was created by rewarding players with a large number of attribute points. I don't know who will be the first to upgrade to level 2 power. Will I receive any further rewards? Immediately, Lu Chen decisively chose to upgrade. In an instant, the sky was radiant with light. Beams of light descended like a miracle. It enveloped everyone in the underworld, including the Stormwing clan. Ding! Revelation Online announcement. The Sea Pirate, Netherworld, has successfully leveled up to level 2. As the first faction on Earth to upgrade to level 2, all members receive an additional 400 points of free attribute bonus, and the fleet leader receives an additional 800 points of free attribute bonus. As the first faction on Earth to upgrade to level 2, all members receive an additional 8 evolution points, and the fleet leader receives an additional 16 evolution points. As the voice of the divine decree faded, the attributes of everyone inside the Pillar of Light surged dramatically. On the sea, a thunderous roar of cheers erupted immediately. Holy crap! What's going on? Jack, who had just been resurrected, walked out of the ghost ship's cabin, looking at the scene before him, completely bewildered. Captain, don't make me self-destruct next time. The battle ends right after I self-destruct, and I don't even know what happened. Jack looked at the reveling crowd. He complained, pouting. Lu Chen glanced at Jack. Try to sense the changes in the power within your body. Changes in power. Jack was stunned. He then activated the death energy within his body, circulating it throughout his entire being. In an instant, his face suddenly lit up with an expression of wild joy. Holy crap, what's going on? I just self-destructed. How did my stats skyrocket like this? Jack was pleasantly surprised to discover that. My attributes have increased by 400 points. 400 points. Even for Jack, who possesses the boss template. This is a huge upgrade. Lu Chen smiled faintly. The Netherworld has reached level 2, and all members have received an additional 400 attribute points. The same as you. Although Jack and the Stormwing clan are not direct members of the Netherworld, as vassals of Lu Chen, the leader of the Netherworld, they can also enjoy the Netherworld's power bonus. Chapter 172 Global Shock. Hee, then my self-destruction was worth it. Jack grinned. They also joined in the revelry. Ding. The Sea Pirate, Netherworld has successfully leveled up to level 2. Plunder value, 70/10,000. The fleet's recruitable size has been increased to 2,000. Fleet size, 874/2,000. 39 killed in battle against the Naga Royal Court. Fleet bonus, 600 free attribute points, 1,200 points for the leader, 8 evolution points, 16 points for the leader, 10% plunder bonus. Total attribute bonus from the 2 rewards, 200 plus 400, is equal to 600. For forces of the same level, the free attribute bonus is 100 points, and the reward is 1 evolution point. New items have been added to the fleet shop. The fleet's storage capacity has been expanded. Fleet blueprints now include weapon and ship blueprints. Looking at the upgraded panel of Netherworld, the faces of the crowd were filled with uncontrollable joy. Ha ha ha, number 1 on Earth. We, the Netherworld, are the first force on Earth to reach level 2. How could we not be number 1? We in the Netherworld have already upgraded, while the 3rd power on Blue Star hasn't even been created yet. Wah, following the Lord of the Underworld is just so wonderful. It's really great. I checked, and we're currently in the Netherworld, enjoying a full 600 attribute points and 8 evolution points. This is a special privilege only the first faction to be established and upgraded in the Blue Star War Zone can enjoy. Other factions, even if they reach level 2, will only receive 100 attribute points and 1 evolution point as a bonus. Ha ha ha, the gap is so huge, people in other countries will be green with envy when they find out. It's no use in them being envious. In the world of Revelation Online, the strong get stronger and the weak get weaker. The gap between us will only widen. When I first came to Revelation Online, I was just a girl with poor attributes, terrible talent, and no strength whatsoever. I never imagined that I could become so strong now. If it weren't for the Lord of the Underworld, I would probably have died in the mouths of sea monsters long ago. It's true, the Lord of the Underworld is our God. Given the strength of the Naga King, if it weren't for the intervention of the Underworld Lord, even if we outnumbered them, we wouldn't have been able to conquer the Naga Royal Court. Honestly, the Lord of the Underworld is too invincible. When the Naga King gathered the power of the ancestors, he could have wiped us out with just 1 hammer blow. Such a powerful enemy was actually defeated by the Lord of the Underworld. And Lord Jack, if it weren't for Lord Jack's self-destruction, the Naga King wouldn't have died so easily. The Undying Spirit is awesome. Long live. Lu Chun heard cheers rising and falling in his ears. His gaze slowly shifted from the panel. The corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up slightly. 800 free attribute points. 16 evolution points. This gain, that's really expensive. As the first faction in the Blue Star War Zone to break through the level 2 barrier, the Netherworld, the rewards received were incredibly generous. It seems that, once the power level is increased, the overall bonus to the fleet's power will also increase accordingly, making it even stronger. Now, the assistance that establishing the Netherworld faction brought to Lu Chun became increasingly significant. At that very moment, a loud announcement resounded throughout the entire Blue Star War Zone. Blue Star War Zone announcement. The Blue Star faction, Netherworld, has successfully advanced to level 2. As the first faction in the Blue Star War Zone to reach level 2, its members will receive an additional 400 free attribute points and 8 evolution points, while its leader, Lu Chun, will receive an additional 800 free attribute points and 16 evolution points. Blue Star War Zone announcement. Blue Star War Zone announcement. The resounding voice of the heavenly decree. Within the Blue Star War Zone, it rang out 3 times before finally stopping. This announcement. This left countless Earth's evolved beings who were struggling to survive on the ocean, stunned and speechless. What's going on? We're still racking our brains over whether we can survive the poisonous fog released in the beginner's area in 3 days. Their fleet's power level has already reached level 2? The executioner's crisis was even resolved? No. Didn't we all come to this godforsaken place together? Are there really such big differences between people? Even ordinary members of the Netherworld are getting a direct 400 attribute points bonus. I don't even have 400 points in all my attributes combined, okay? If we're going to die, let's die together. Why should we struggle to survive in this ocean? But they're playing a superhero raising game over there. That's not fair. In an instant, a lively discussion immediately erupted in every corner of the Blue Star War Zone. And the central point of the discussion, none of them were Lu Chun and Yu Ming. Oh my god, is Lu Chun a god? His fleet's total attribute bonus has reached a terrifying 600 points. I can't even imagine how powerful the members of Yu Ming are now. Haha, Lu Chun truly deserves to be called the pride of our Divine Xia. He really brings honor to the people of Divine Xia. Do they still need to worry about the poisonous fog 3 days from now? Poisonous fog? Heh, brother, don't compare yourself to them. They've probably already gone to the outskirts of the beginner's sea to plunder and kill. Yes, I checked the Tianyu Encyclopedia. To level up to level 2 as a sea pirate, you need to accumulate 1,000 plunder points. Who knows how many native forces they've plundered during this time? Damn it, their fleet has been upgraded to level 2. Doesn't that mean that the people in their waters not only don't have to worry about the poisonous fog, but they don't even have to worry about the threat of the executioners, and everyone can survive? No, this is not fair. At this rate, only about 30 people will survive in our sea area in 3 days. Half of them will die when they face execution. This is so unfair. Wah, Lu Chun, please save our fellow Xinxia people from other regions. I'm only level 2. I'm sure I'll be poisoned to death in 3 days. I really envy the people in the 1,000 novice area of the 8th region. They are so lucky to be assigned to the same region as such a strong person. Damn it, why are there such powerful evolved beings in Sherlock Holmes? Where are our great Japanese warriors? Can anyone tell me how I can get in touch with Lu Chun? I want to join the Netherworld. I also want to join the Netherworld. Once I join, I'll get a full 600 attribute points, and then I can survive. Oh, great Mr. Lu Chun. If you can let me join the Netherworld, I am willing to pay any price. Region 8765. Blood Moon Dynasty. Surrounded by a group of vampires. His face was full of astonishment. Ancestor, it's that Lu Chun again. They've managed to get ahead of us again and raise their power to level 2. Damn it, it's him again. Our Blood Moon Dynasty's first prize was snatched away by this guy last time, and now it's happening again. He cheated. He definitely cheated. For hundreds of years, our Blood Moon Dynasty has been the overlord of the dark world of Blue Star. How could an unknown Lu Chun possibly be superior to us in every way? Chapter 173 Legendary Force. The Deep Sea Butcher. That's right, he must have used some underhanded methods to always be ahead of us. Ancestor, we must get rid of that bastard Lu Chun as soon as possible. Otherwise, he'll probably steal all the top spots in the Blue Star War Zone. The vampires were agitated. It was as if the attributes and evolution points that Revelation Online rewarded the Netherworld were taken from their pockets. And the progenitor of vampires, Blood Moon Arcadia. At this moment, his eyes were bloodshot and the veins on his forehead were bulging. The anger of his subordinates. He empathized with her, which only fueled his resentment. You should know, the leader's reward is doubled. A total of 800 free attribute points and 16 evolution points. These should all have been his. Lu Chun. Arcadia roared. I, Blood Moon Arcadia, will devour your flesh and drink your blood to vent the hatred in my heart. However, Van Payne, standing to the side, frowned deeply. He tentatively began to speak. Ancestor, I think our Blood Moon dynasty shouldn't be enemies with the Netherworld. I always felt that Lu Chun was not simple. Perhaps it would be better to be friends with him than enemies. Van Payne initially shared the same ideas as many other vampires. Some believe that Lu Chun may have been taking a shortcut. But, having just learned of the Netherworld's upgrade, Van Payne then changed his mind. You should know, upgrading the pirate faction requires 1,000 plunder points. Heaven knows how terrifying the forces that Netherworld defeated were to obtain so many plunder points for leveling up. Is this also cheating? I am afraid. Lu Chun's true strength at this moment. It has far surpassed the vampire race. However, at this moment, Arcadia was still unable to shake off the preconceived notion that he was the strongest being on Earth. His bloodshot eyes were fixed on Van Payne. What? You actually think Lu Chun can beat me? Upon hearing this, Van Payne was immediately met with angry roars from numerous vampires. Van Payne, those ordinary people have always been just our food. Now you want us to be friends with our food? What a joke. Lu Chun may have some strength, but as long as he is still human and has blood on his body, he can never be a match for the ancestor. That's right. The ancestor's skill in manipulating human blood was already unparalleled. No matter how strong Lu Chun's data was on paper, the ancestor could drain his blood in the blink of an eye, turning him into a withered corpse. For hundreds of years, the ancestor has been recognized as the strongest being on Earth. Now, even in this heavenly oracle, the ancestor is still the strongest evolved being. That Lu Chun dared to steal the generous rewards from our vampire clan. He must be killed, and what is rightfully ours must be taken back. Kill him. Kill him. Upon hearing this, Van Payne shook his head helplessly. He sighed and said nothing more. Now, the vampire clan has been basking in its former glory for too long. Little did they know, the world has changed. This is no longer Earth. If the progenitor continues to be so stubborn and unenlightened, sooner or later, this will bring annihilation upon the vampire race. Lu Chun was unaware of this. In this brutal battlefield where all races vie for supremacy, the Blood Moon dynasty, as the second most powerful force on Earth, instead of considering how to join forces with the various powers on Earth to expand their territory, instead, they only think about internal strife. They attempted to seize the attribute bonuses of the Netherworld fleet from Lu Chun. Certainly, even if Lu Chun knew, he wouldn't care. In this dog-eat-dog world, Lu Chun never had the idea of uniting with other forces. In this world, Lu Chun believed, the only power you have is the power in your own hands. With the announcement from Revelation Online now complete, Lu Chun looked at his panel. All I saw was the Freedom Attributes section. It clearly displays a full 1,000 points of unallocated free attributes. Fleet reward 800 points, level up to get 140 points, and previously accumulated 60 points. A burning desire flickered in Lu Chun's eyes. Just gained 7 levels in a row. This resulted in an attribute boost of over 1,000. Now I've got another 1,000 free attributes. That felt so good. The fierce battle with the Naga King. This made Lu Chun deeply realize a truth. That's the 4-dimensional attribute. There must be no weaknesses. During the battle with the Naga King, Lu Chun's power attributes were already sufficient to rival those of the Naga King. But the reason is that the basic physical attribute is too low, only a little over 840 points. Much lower than the other 3. This led to the situation when he fought the Naga King. His body could not withstand the enormous impact and nearly collapsed. Therefore, to become a true strongman, all 4 attributes must be developed in a comprehensive and balanced manner. There should be no imbalance in academic performance. Thinking of this, Lu Chun immediately made a decision. 1,000 free attribute points. Invest 800 points in physical fitness. The 200 points will be added to the power. After allocation, the 4-dimensional attributes become Strength, 2080, Agility, 2,330, Constitution, 2040, Perception, 2,336. Each of the 4 attributes reached a terrifying 2,000 points or more. Level 22 evolved beings of the same rank have an average 4-dimensional attribute of 400 to 500. Balanced and powerful. Good. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. At that very moment, the divine message sounded again. Ding. The first force in the Blue Star War Zone to advance to Level 2 has been detected. The unique faction quest has been automatically triggered. Faction quest, legendary faction, Deep Sea Butcher, unique quest, chain quest, limited time quest. This sudden notification. The members of the Netherworld, who were immersed in celebration, were instantly stunned. His face was filled with astonishment. Wait, am I hearing right? The only mission? Holy crap, what's going on? Factions can have missions. A unique mission? Does that mean only we can take on this mission? That sounds pretty awesome. Lu Chen's eyebrows also twitched sharply. His eyes gleamed with intense interest. The only time-limited mission. The reward will definitely be substantial. Thinking of this, Lu Chen quickly turned his gaze to the mission panel. Reminder, legendary faction. Deep Sea Butcher, faction quest. Automatically activated within 7 days of the first Tier 2 faction appearing during the War of All Races. This is a unique quest, only available to Netherworld factions. This is a continuous quest. Completing each stage grants rewards and extra time. Upon completion of all stages, the faction will receive the legendary faction title, Deep Sea Butcher. Deep Sea Butcher Phase 1 Mission Introduction. Butcher Assemble. Among the billions of people on Earth, nations and factions abound, but those of the same origin have stronger cohesion. You must recruit 2,000 fleet members within 24 hours, all of whom must be of Sheikah origin. Deep Sea Butcher Phase 1 Mission Reward. All ships in the fleet receive a 50% bonus to durability, defense, and attack power. The flagship receives double the bonus. On the ocean, we are the embodiment of fear, the advocate of death. Mission time remaining, 23 hours and 59 minutes. The mission will fail if time runs out or the fleet flag is destroyed. First stage mission difficulty rating, extremely difficult. Even the simplest first stage has a success rate of only 10%. Only legendary factions can complete the entire mission and earn the title of Deep Sea Butcher. Chapter 170 for an unfinished mission? A legendary force. Lu Chen's gaze fell upon the mission description. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. The reward for only the first stage of this mission. It's a 50% boost to all ship attributes. If all of these tasks can be completed, the Netherworld fleet will surely be able to roam freely in this vast ocean, fearless in any naval battle. Not just Lu Chen. Everyone also recognized the extraordinary value of this mission. Immediately, discussions arose one after another. Holy crap, a legendary faction quest? Does that mean if we complete all these quests, the Netherworld can become a legendary pirate crew? That sounds incredibly awesome. The rewards for the first stage are too tempting. The ship's durability, defense, and attack all increase by 50%. Once we complete this mission, we'll be unstoppable at sea. Moreover, this is just the beginning. The rewards that follow will certainly be even more generous. Oh dear, this task seems simple. It's just recruiting people. However, just as the members of the underworld were salivating over the tempting rewards of the Deep Sea Butcher quest, Zhou Yu's words, however, extinguished their enthusiasm like a bucket of cold water. Zhou Yu shook his head and sighed. The mission rewards are indeed tempting, but as things stand, it's almost impossible to complete. Because we, the Xinxia people of our 8th district, only have 874 of us left, it's simply impossible for us to recruit 2,000 people. Upon hearing this, the previously heated discussion came to an abrupt end. Everyone was stunned. Yes, the entire 8th district has only 3 Sherlock beginner sea areas. Apart from the 1,000 beginner sea area, the Xinxia people in the other 2 sea areas have been completely wiped out in their gamble with the allied nations. People, that's not enough. Even if the Nether Fleet can freely enter and exit the beginner's waters. But within the entire 8th region, there are no other sheiks available to recruit. Thinking of this, the group exchanged glances. My mind was filled with confusion. Someone tentatively suggested. Then, how about we try recruiting outside the 8th district? How do we get there? With just this sailboat? Let alone whether we can even get there alive, there won't be enough time. This mission is time-limited, only 24 hours in total. I'm afraid we won't even be able to leave the 8th district. Sigh. Yeah, and we don't even know where the other regions are. This mission looks good, but it's impossible to complete. It's all those bastards' fault in the allied countries. If they hadn't fought amongst themselves earlier, our compatriots in those 2 seas wouldn't have died. I really want to kill them all. Don't be angry, They've already been wiped out by the Lord of the Underworld. Is our deep-sea butcher mission going to be a disaster? Wah, I don't want this to happen. For a moment, everyone was filled with disappointment and helplessness. At this very moment, Lee Sin's cool voice drifted over slowly. This mission may determine whether we, the people of Earth, can continue to survive in the struggle for supremacy among all races. The hint from Revelation Online is quite clear. We have a 10 chance of completing the mission, so don't give up so easily. As soon as Lee Sin finished speaking, Yang Ziming nodded in agreement. Commander Lee is absolutely right. This legendary force mission may be the only opportunity for us lower-level world races to catch up with higher-level world races. This is a rare opportunity, and we cannot afford to miss it. You should know, throughout the entire Blue Star War Zone, this legendary faction quest may only appear once. If you fail or give up, then they will be completely cut off from legendary forces. As he spoke, Yang Ziming turned to Lu Chun. Lord of the Underworld, what are your thoughts on this mission? Moment. All eyes of the Netherworld beings turned to Lu Chun. Lu Chun has established an image of being omnipotent in everyone's mind. However, Lu Chun really didn't know this time. There are no Sherlock Holmeses left in the 8th District. If you want to recruit, it is necessary to make contact with the Shinsha people from other regions. But getting there is a problem. But, although I was unaware of it, but perhaps some people know, you should know, he has quite a few people from the Revelation Online world under his command. Thinking of this, Lu Chun looked around at everyone. He said calmly, Feng Lai Jack, Yin Ting, do you know any way to quickly reach the beginner waters of other regions? Feng Lai and Yin Ting exchanged a glance. His eyes were full of confusion. Feng Lai bowed deeply and said with remorse, Master, this old servant is ashamed. The Stormwing clan has been huddled here for hundreds of years, and much of the knowledge from our ancestors has been lost. Having said that, Feng Lai gritted his teeth, seemingly having made up his mind. However, this old servant is willing to risk his life to perform divination in order to find a way out. Feng Lai's divination comes at the cost of his soul. It can only be used twice in a lifetime. In search of a way out for the Stormwing clan, a divination has already been performed once. If we were to perform another divination, they will die from a broken soul. Hearing Feng Lai's words, the Stormwing clan behind him trembled involuntarily. Looking at Feng Lai's hunched back, his eyes were full of reluctance. But no one spoke up to stop it, able to share the master's worries. It is the glory of the Stormwing clan. You don't need to do that. Lu Chun turned his head. He glared at Jack, who was picking his nose. Speak quickly. Huh? Captain, how are you so sure I know? Jack was stunned. Oh no. The captain seems to be getting better and better at understanding my thoughts. From now on, those little schemes in your heart. It seems I can't hide it from the captain anymore. Jack smacked his lips. He opened his mouth and said, Hey, Captain, didn't you just find out the location of the Tower of Awakening? Inside the Tower of Awakening, there is a sea area teleportation array that can instantly teleport evolved beings to any novice sea area in the same race's war zone. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope instantly appeared in everyone's eyes. But what Jack said next? But it was like a bucket of cold water. This little flame was completely extinguished. Jack simply shrugged. Go on. Actually, it's pointless for me to say anything, because you have to reach level 50 to be qualified to step into the Tower of Evolution. As soon as these words were spoken, a murmur of surprise rippled through the crowd. How many? Level 50? Did I hear that right? Are you kidding me? Godfather is so powerful, and he's only level 22. People from other seas would be lucky to even reach level 10. We've only been here for a little over 6 days, and we've already reached level 50? That's simply a pipe dream. No wonder they're called a legendary force for completing this series of missions. The difficulty of these missions is simply unbelievable. Yeah, what kind of amazing character would they be to reach level 50 in such a short time? Sigh, it seems we have no choice but to abandon this mission. Hearing Jack's words, Lu Chen's brows furrowed tightly. Within 24 hours, reach level 50. Even I couldn't do it. Is this legendary faction quest truly unsolvable? No. Chapter 175, The Tower Guardian? Just kill him. Since Revelation Online has given a 10% success rate, that means there's a method to this task. Now, Lu Chen's mind raced. Once you obtain this legendary power title, both his own strength and that of the entire Netherworld will experience a qualitative leap. This task, we must never give up easily. Sudden, a glint of inspiration flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. Turn to Jack. Jack, you said only level 50 evolved beings can enter the Awakening Tower. Then, what is stopping evolvers below level 50? Is it a barrier? A guardian? or a constraint imposed by some kind of law? Jack stroked his chin, recalling. I think it was a level 50 boss-level tower defender. This guy only stops evolved humans and ignores the local natives. Upon hearing this, a sharp glint flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. He snorted coldly. A level 50 boss. If we take care of him, we can enter the Tower of Awakening and complete the mission, right? Jack was horrified when he heard this. He quickly waved his hand. No, no, no. Captain, please don't be impulsive. That tower guard may be at level 50, but he is an awakened powerhouse. Fearing that Lu Chen might not understand the meaning of awakening, Jack quickly added, once a person awakens, their strength skyrockets. To put it simply, even at the same level of 50, an awakened person can easily handle 3 unawakened ones. Upon hearing this, those around couldn't help but gasp. That level 30 Naga King is already powerful enough. And this Tower Keeper, not just level 50 bosses, he even awakened. Their strength is simply terrifying. However, Lu Chen's eyes, were brimming with fighting spirit. An awakening realm expert. I'd like to meet him and see what he's really made of. Well, I guess I wasted my breath. Jack looked at Lu Chen's eyes, which were filled with fighting spirit. He rubbed his forehead helplessly. The captain is a battle maniac. Upon encountering the enemy, no matter how strong the opponent is, go up there and get to work. The tower guard is the protector of the Tower of Awakening. In order to get into the tower, they actually wanted to kill him? A level 22 evolved being challenges a level 50 awakened powerhouse. They've gone mad. Completely insane. However, at this moment, Lu Chen's mind was made up. He commanded, Yang Ziming, you lead the team to plunder the resources of Naga Island. Then, in cooperation with the Stormwing clan, we will hunt down the surrounding sea monsters and native forces. Yes, Yang Zi responded. Then he looked at Lu Chen. He asked in doubt, Lord of the Underworld, the tower guards are incredibly powerful. Why don't you take all of us with you? We can provide you with some firepower support. The Stormwing clan of the skies also volunteered. Yes, Master, please take us with you. I'm already level 17, and my wind blades should be able to break through the tower guard's defenses. Master, please take us with you. We can fly, and we can help our master. However, faced with everyone's request to fight, Lu Chen refused outright. You guys focus on developing yourselves first. Jack and Yunting can come with me. The battle with the Naga Royal Court. 39 people died in the Battle of the Netherworld. Because the Stormwing clan could fly, none of them died. However, many people were also seriously injured. Although Lu Chen was warlike, but he was well aware of the advantages and disadvantages involved. The Tower Keeper was no ordinary person. If you bring the Nether Fleet and the Stormwing clan along, half the population would be considered a small number if they died. That would only make things more difficult for you. It would be better to just bring Jack and Yunting. Play however you like. Anyway, they can be resurrected after they die. Thinking of this, Lu Chen said no more. The sails of the ghostly ship slowly rose. It then disappeared into the black mist, gradually disappearing. Yang Ziming watched the Netherworld ship gradually disappear into the distance. I couldn't help but sigh. Alas, in truth, all the real burdens are borne by the Lord of the Underworld alone. We are still too weak to truly lend him a helping hand. Long Howren patted Yang Ziming on the shoulder, comforting him. Old Yang, don't be discouraged. We will all become stronger in the future. Li Ming nodded and encouraged them. Yes, although we can't be of much help on the battlefield, we can do some small things within our power. I just glanced over, and there's a patch of golden-veined fir trees on Naga Island. That thing produces mid-grade wood, which is exactly what the Underworld Lord needs for upgrading his Netherworld ship. Zhou Yu chimed in. Yes, that's right. I remember the Lord of the Underworld mentioned needing the corpse of a sea beast with the ability to hear. I'll take a team and go search right away. Upon hearing this, Yang Ziming took a deep breath and nodded. Yes, the Lord of the Underworld is fighting on the front lines, and we must fully support him from the rear. Scavenge Naga Island and search for sea beasts with hearing abilities. Everyone move out immediately. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. The black sails of the ghostly ship billowed. The entire ship sped toward the location indicated by the waves. On deck, the corpses piled up like mountains. Apart from the Naga King and a small number of Naga elders, the rest were all warriors from the Nine Heavens Palace. The little dumpling was busy wriggling its body. They took the corpses one by one. Actually, more than 3,000 corpses of Naga warriors are still piled up near Naga Island. However, after Tuanzi absorbed too many level 20 Naga, the power has diminished significantly. There are no more attribute points left to be extracted. And The Naga warriors' talents were all water-based talents that Luchin already possessed, so they had no choice but to give up. Fortunately, although the people from the Nine Heavens Palace are weak, but their levels are all above level 20. It can also bring some gains to Luchin. Captain, aren't you going to let the little dumpling absorb this Naga King? Jack stared curiously at the Naga King's corpse that had been placed to the side. The Naga King is yours, Luchin said. I. Jack pointed to himself, looking surprised. Luchin nodded. I already possess the Naga King's talents. His corpse is of no use to me. Try fusing with corpses. You might gain even greater power. Wah, Captain, you understand me so well. I love you so much. As Jack spoke, he lunged at Luchin. I want to have your baby zombie. Roll. Luchin kicked Jack away. First, see how well you can fuse with this corpse. Okay. Jack shrugged. Captain, you're always so shy. As he spoke, Jack waved his right hand. The Naga King's massive corpse slowly floated up and merged into Jack's body. A moment later, a face miraculously grew out of the back of Jack's head. It was the deceased Naga King. Subsequently, the Naga King's eyes suddenly turned grayish-white. A seagull flying in the sky was instantly petrified. This is the Naga King's A-rank talent, Petrifying Gaze, slowing down. Oh ha, Captain, this Naga King's corpse you gave me is so useful. Jack laughed heartily, looking up at the sky. It's not surprising that he can use an A-level petrification gaze. Luchin looked at Jack, his eyes narrowing slightly. But the Naga King died at an S-rank level. Try to see if you can use an S-rank petrification field. Chapter 176 adds another A-rank lightning talent. Luchin himself also possessed the A-level petrifying gaze. If Jack could use the S-rank petrification field, that will be of great benefit when fighting the tower defender. S-class. Captain, you really think too highly of me. My corpse fusion skill is only A-level. Let me give it a try. Jack muttered something to himself. Subsequently, the Naga King's face behind his head was bloodshot and contorted in a ferocious manner. Well, it works, but I'm afraid it can only be used once or twice. Then the Naga King's corpse will collapse. Jack said helplessly. Once or twice. Luchin was overjoyed and nodded. Unexpectedly, Jack gave him a surprise. It can be used in the petrochemical field at the S level. With Jack's help, we are much more confident in the upcoming battle. At that very moment, Tawanzi also finished taking all the corpses on the deck, with its round little body on its head. Giggle, as he crawled over to Luchin's side. The delicate pink tentacles gently rested on Luchin's body. In an instant, a tremendous force surged forth instantly. Ding! Successfully acquired 9 Heavens Palace, Cloud Sail, level 30. You have acquired a rank B talent, Lightning Resonance, increasing your strength by 34 points. Ding! Successfully captured 9 Heavens Palace, Sky Waves, level 28. You have acquired a rank B talent, Lightning Resonance, increasing your constitution by 29 points. Ding! Successfully captured Shower Pang, rank 22, from the 9 Heavens Palace. You have acquired a C rank talent, Lightning Control, increasing your constitution by 26 points. Accompanied by a series of notification sounds. The 50 warriors of the 9 Heavens Palace. The dumpling absorbed a full 675 points of physique and 721 points of strength for Luchin, and a large number of lightning-type talents. 1,300 attribute points easily gained. Luchin's eyes gleamed with undisguised joy. Dumpling is indeed an amazing cheat code. Even with the Inspector template, I only managed to gain 1260 attribute points after leveling up 7 times. But the dumpling only helped him recruit more than 50 mediocre martial artists from the 9 Heavens Palace. This gave him over 1,300 attribute points. The profits exceeded the total gains from a 7-level advancement. Help to Luchin. It's so big. If the dumpling's ability to absorb level 20 creatures does not decrease. So what about the corpses of these 3,000 plus Naga? This is enough to cause Luchin's attributes to soar to an unimaginable level. But Luchin did not feel regret. People should know how to be content with what they have and find happiness in it. If the attributes are missing, then go hunt down higher-level monsters. Let the dumpling absorb it. This ocean is never short of high-level creatures. Ding! Luchin's B-level talent. Lightning Resonance has been detected, and the evolution conditions have been met. Under evolution, a notification from the Heavenly Revelation arrived. Luchin was slightly taken aback. Immediately remembered. Both Xiao Yunfan and Xiao Langtao possess B-level Lightning Resonance. After taking the 2 of them, the fusion of 2 B-grade talents. The conditions for evolution were triggered. Luchin then closed his eyes, immersed in the overwhelming insights into the power of lightning. Little Yunzi, come and see God. God is about to add another A-level talent and skill. Jack gazed at Lu Chun, who was surrounded by crackling lightning. Numb expression. They've clearly become accustomed to this. Is the captain about to evolve a new A-level talent? I wonder what skills I'll learn this time. Yin Ting was in high spirits. I am no longer as worried as I was last time about Lu Chen's failure to evolve. The captain was able to evolve even water-type talents he had never encountered before into A-level with a 99% success rate. Evolving an A-grade lightning talent this time will be a piece of cake. As expected, a moment later, Lu Chen's talent pool added a new A-level talent, Lightning Avatar, and one A-level skill. Thunderous Might, rank A, summons a sky full of thunderbolts, inflicting heavy lightning damage on the target area and paralyzing enemies. Let's see who dares to swear such nonsense. Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes. Lightning flashed in his eyes. A satisfied smile appeared on his lips. A-level Thunderous Might, not bad. Unexpectedly, this time, the lightning-type talent has been evolved to A-level. He actually mastered a wide-range lightning attack skill. It also has a paralyzing effect. During the previous attack on Giant Lizard Island and Shadow Nightmare Beast, all due to a lack of wide-ranging skills. This results in many of the smaller monsters always fleeing after each boss is defeated. Now, with such overwhelming force, this solved the problem perfectly. Moreover, on this vast ocean, water has electrical conductivity. The power of lightning-type talents will undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. 6 hours later. Captain, this place is correct. The location matches. Yun Ting flapped his wings, circling around. His brows were furrowed, and he was filled with confusion. The ghostly journey took 6 hours to complete. We finally arrived at the location given by Xiao Langtao. However, before me stretched an endless sea, let alone the Tower of Awakening. There wasn't even the outline of a small island. Did we get tricked by that bastard from the Nine Heavens Palace? Jack couldn't help but curse. The Legendary Force's mission is time-sensitive. The journey alone took more than 6 hours. If the position is incorrect, this mission is likely to fail at the last minute. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. Looking around, he said in a deep voice, "No, the location Xiao Langtao provided should be fine. The Tower of Awakening must be here. Last time, we discovered that the ceiling altar of Vanturos was invisible. Let's search the sea first to see if there's anything hidden." Lu Chen knew in his heart that Xiao Langtao told him the location of the Tower of Awakening. He wanted to use the other powerful figures in the Tower of Awakening to eliminate him, to avenge him. So, the location given by Xiao Langtao could not possibly be wrong. Tower of Awakening. It must be here, on the ocean beyond the range of land subsidence detection. A uniquely shaped two-masted frigate drifted slowly on the waves. On the warship's mast, the giant eye flag fluttered in the wind. That was the unique battle flag of the Light-Eyed clan. On the ship's deck, a group of people with azure skin. The warriors of the Light-Eyed clan, their eyes gleaming with a faint white light, stood there. His gaze turned toward the direction of the Netherworld ship. "Brother, look at that single-masted sailboat." The people on board seemed to be evolved beings participating in the war of all races. The white light in Eros's eyes intensified, as his visual talent was operating at full power. The distant scenery was crystal clear to him. When it comes to evolved beings, a glint of greed flashed in Eros's eyes. Yesterday, he had just slain a group of evolved beings who had sailed out of the beginner's sea. Unexpectedly, those guys who are only level 10. This unexpectedly allowed him to advance a rank. You should know, Eros is now a level 35 expert. Each level of advancement all requires several years of arduous training. Now, just a few evolvers, like ants, let him advance easily. This filled him with anticipation of encountering another evolved being. Chapter 177, Finding the Tower of Awakening. Thinking of this, Eros couldn't help but stick out his tongue and lick his chapped lips. A sinister smile appeared on his face. "Brother, shall we go over there and kill them?" However, before the words were finished, Laos, who was standing to the side, suddenly raised his hand. He gave Eros a hard knock on the head. "Are you out of your mind? Can't you think before you act?" Laos, the captain of this two-masted frigate. He was glaring angrily at Eros at that moment. That evolved being is clearly no ordinary person. You can't just kill him like that. Be careful not to be caught off guard and end up in trouble. "Oh, I checked. That evolved being is only level 22. They pose no threat to us at all." Eros rubbed his head, which had been throbbing from the blow. He said with an embarrassed look on his face, Realm, all you know is realm." Laos waved his hand angrily, frowning. "Tell me, where is this? What are we doing here?" Eros was clearly still in a daze and answered blankly. Isn't this the Tower of Awakening? The Thunder God Department of the Nine Heavens Palace invited us to explore this tower. Didn't you ever consider that they're also looking for the Tower of Awakening? Leos frowned. The tone became more forceful. The battle for supremacy among all races has only been going on for less than 7 days, and these evolved beings have already managed to find the location of the Awakening Tower. They still dare to come and explore. Do you think they're easy targets? Could they be evolved beings from an advanced world? Eros's expression changed drastically. He quickly turned to look at the netherworld ship. A white light flashed in his eyes. But then he became puzzled. No, that's not right. This human is clearly an evolved being from a lower-level world. How strong can races from lower-level worlds be? What's wrong with the lower world? Leos glared at his brother, interrupting him. Aren't there plenty of strong people who have emerged from lower-level worlds? If you keep underestimating them like this, you'll suffer a great loss sooner or later. As he spoke, Leos watched as the netherworld crew searched the skies and the seas. He said in a deep voice, "Take a close look at that undead and the winged birdman. What's wrong with birdmen and undead? I just checked, they're only level 20. Eros muttered, but he still activated his visual talent once again. However, upon seeing this, he was immediately horrified. He exclaimed in disbelief, "Holy crap, bosses, these two are both boss-level beings. You should know, her brother was considered the most talented and powerful member of the Light-Eyed clan besides his sister. It was only recently, during an adventure, that I was lucky enough to obtain the boss template. On the sling-masted sailing ship opposite, there are actually 2 boss-level figures here. How is this possible? Who exactly is the other side?" Eros was utterly shocked. Those 2 bosses are both vassals of this human evolver. Leos's eyes were sharp. His gaze was fixed intently on Lu Chun, a thoughtful look flickering deep within his eyes. This person has managed to subdue 2 bosses in just 7 days. He is no ordinary individual. Right now, the Tower of Awakening has just opened, and our primary task is to explore it in depth. If we can complete our awakening within, that would be even better. Remember, we must not create any unforeseen complications. As for that human, Leos then changed the subject. Although we know the location of the Tower of Awakening, we obviously know nothing about its details. He'll leave once he can't find it, and we'll just wait for him in the distance. However, before the words were finished, Eros suddenly pointed into the distance and exclaimed in surprise, "Brother, look, they're going into the water. Could it be that they've discovered the entrance to the Tower of Awakening?" Upon hearing this, his expression changed slightly. He quickly turned his head to look. Then, a cold smile curled at the corner of his lips, and he slowly said, These idiots, they don't even know to avoid the territory of the bone-eating fish. They just dive straight down. They're practically courting death." He turned to his younger brother, a ruthless glint in his eyes. "If any of them manage to escape from the swarm of bone-eating fish later, that will be our chance. We'll take care of them and gain experience points." Upon hearing this, a sinister smile immediately appeared on Eros's face. Even a level 50 expert wouldn't dare to provoke a school of bone-eating fish so easily. These evolved beings, relying on their strength, act recklessly. In a moment, they will probably all become food for the bone-eating fish. On Lu Chen's side, Yun Ting searched the sky. Jack searched for the water's surface. But no matter how hard you search, there was nothing on the sea except for the surging waves. That shouldn't be the case. Lu Chen frowned deeply. The Tower of Awakening. Sudden, Lu Chen had a flash of inspiration. The Tower of Awakening. Who says it has to be built on water? It's also possible that it will be built in the sea. Immediately, Lu Chen quickly initiated ecological symbiosis. Control a pomfret and swim into the deep sea. A short while later, deep in the ocean, a colossal black shadow came into view. It really is underwater. Lu Chen was overjoyed. He then turned to look at Jack and Yun Ting. The Tower of Awakening has been found. It's underwater. Let's go down. After saying that, the 3 jumped into the sea without hesitation. They swam with all their might toward the huge black shadow. Zhao Yunzi, the captain, and I are both experts in the water. You're the only novice. Jack swam to Yun Ting's side. He joked as he paddled leisurely through the water. Lu Chen also noticed Yun Ting. Yun Ting was seen holding his breath, paddling with clumsy swimming strokes. The 2 large wings at its back added considerable resistance to the water. Obviously, the Stormwing are not good swimmers. So he said to Yun Ting, "All right, Yun Ting, you can go up now. I'll call you if anything comes up later." Jack is an undead and doesn't need to breathe. Lu Chun has the blessing of the sea god, so the 2 can talk underwater. Yun Ting shook his head, as if he wanted to say something. But, thinking that he would be almost unable to fight effectively in the sea, not only will it not be of any help, it could also become a burden. Left with no other choice, he could only bow to Lu Chun. He then swam back to the surface with a dejected look on his face. Ha ha, even the Stormwing clan has its downfalls. I always said that fate is fair. Look, they can fly, but they're doomed once they're in the water. Jack burst into laughter as he watched Yun Ting clumsily swim to the surface. Just then, Jack's expression suddenly changed. He noticed that the seawater in front of him seemed somewhat unusual. Huh? Why do I feel like there's something watching me in the water? Jack held up his finger in confusion. I intend to touch those vaguely visible eyes. The moment the finger moved, those eyes suddenly blinked. Immediately afterwards, a strange fish, half a meter long, completely transparent, and the same color as the seawater, suddenly opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth. It lunged straight at Jack's fingers to bite. Holy crap! Jack was startled. The right hand reacted swiftly, transforming the fingers into a palm. He grabbed the ferocious sea fish. Immediately afterwards, he suddenly exerted force with his right palm, crushing the fish to pieces. In an instant, a crimson-red color spread through the water. What is this thing? Jack flicked his fingers and muttered to himself. Meanwhile, Lu Chun glanced around. He said in a deep voice, Jack, you've probably stirred up a hornet's nest. Chapter 178 Piranhas. A hornet's nest? What does that mean? Jack paused for a moment. Then he looked around. All I saw was surrounded by azure seawater. Suddenly, countless pairs of eyes like those from before appeared. It was staring at him with a bloodthirsty gaze. No way. Piranhas. Jack's lips twitched. Is it too late for me to apologize now? Marine mammal, bone-eating fish. Characteristics: high stealth, extremely aggressive, bloodthirsty, social, low intelligence, cooperative, sharp teeth, agile. Talent: none. Skills: none. Combat strength assessment: Tier 8. A single bone-eating fish is not strong, but they are social animals. A school of bone-eating fish can easily devour a whale. It is recommended that you face the school of bone-eating fish head-on and shout, "Come on, I'm not afraid of you." That way, you'll die with some dignity. I'm afraid it's too late. These bone-eating fish are very aggressive. We must have wandered into their territory. Lu Chun scanned the densely packed bone-eating fish around him. His eyes narrowed slightly. This thing, somewhat like piranhas on Earth, although not strong individually, can, once they form groups, it would become extremely terrifying. Before the words were finished, suddenly, countless bone-eating fish lashed their tail fins. Like a silver lightning bolt, they converged into a surging wave. They surged toward Jack in a frenzy. Holy crap! Jack exclaimed in surprise. Two black, crystal-long swords instantly materialized in his hands. It swung fiercely at the school of bone-eating fish. Two jet-black sword beams cleaved through the seawater. Dozens of bone-eating fish were instantly cut in two. However, more bone-eating fish flew out like arrows released from a bow, weaving through the gaps in the sword's edge. They came straight at Jack. There are too many. Jack's expression changed drastically. The bone-eating fish in this school of fish, densely packed. If not 10,000, then at least 8,000. The dozens of ones I just killed were completely useless. Jack gritted his teeth. The death energy within his body began to circulate violently. Countless black crystals surged forth. It quickly coalesced into a solid black crystal shield, enveloped him tightly. But the bony-eating fish have bloodshot eyes, revealing those sharp, knife-like teeth. It frantically gnawed at the black crystal shield. Crack, crack. In just a moment, the black crystal shield that Jack had been maintaining with all his might was now covered in cracks. How come this thing's teeth are so sharp? Jack was greatly alarmed. I am a level 22 boss. After the battle on Naga Island, Lu Chun upgraded Jack's level to be the same as his own. Lu Chun has accumulated a large amount of death power on Corpse Burial Island, enough for Jack to level up. The condensed shield was actually gnawed through by these level 8 bone-eating fish. However, before Jack could think any further, the black crystal shield shattered with a deafening roar. Immediately afterwards, countless bone-eating fish pounced on Jack like hungry tigers, engulfing him. The sounds of gnawing on flesh and bones rose and fell. In the blink of an eye, the school of bone-eating fish suddenly scattered. All that remained was Jack's skeletal remains. All the rotten flesh on his body had been eaten away. The bony-eating fish did not continue to gnaw on Jack's skeleton, because they discovered fresher, more fleshly targets. It was Lu Chun standing to the side. The food just now, it was rotten and smelly and hard to swallow. Extremely disgusting. In comparison, The humans next to you are the real delicacy. As for that human strength, hee, just a human of level 20 or so. We, the school of bone-eating fish. But it has even devoured the level 50 boss sea monster. In an instant, the terrifying swarms of bone-eating fish swept through like locusts. They surged and gushed towards the sinking land. On the sea, Leos's eyes flashed with white light. The sneer at the corner of his mouth deepened. That undead is finished. Next, it's that human's turn. Speaking of which, he couldn't help but shake his head. It seems I was too cautious before. This human evolver only achieved such success because of his extraordinary luck. Now it seems that he is nothing special. Eros smacked his lips. He muttered in dissatisfaction. Sigh. If we had known these guys were so weak, we should have just finished them off earlier. We wasted so much life energy. Leos glanced sideways at his younger brother. All right, stop complaining. Better safe than sorry. This evolved being is doomed. Let's prepare to enter the Tower of Awakening. Third sister is still waiting for us inside. Upon hearing her younger sister's name, a look of pride instantly spread across Eros's face. He chuckled. Leona is the rising star of our light-eyed clan. She's so young, and her strength has already reached level 50. I think our third sister will definitely be able to awaken successfully this time. Brother, don't you think so? He turned to look at his brother, but he found that Leos did not respond to him. Leos's eyes shone even brighter with white light, staring intently into the distance. He looked utterly astonished. What's going on? Does that mean humanity is doomed? Seeing his brother's appearance, Eros couldn't help but feel puzzled. They followed Leos's gaze. Upon closer inspection, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Holy crap, how is this possible? On Lu Chen's side, faced with the surging swarm of bone-eating fish, his face remained completely expressionless. From Jack's battle just now, Lu Chen observed that these bone-eating fish have high attack but low defense. What makes them terrifying is their overwhelming numbers and their sharp teeth. To deal with this social creature, wide-range attack skills are the most effective. And such skills, I just happened to figure one out myself. Thinking of this, a sharp glint flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. You've come at the perfect time. I'll use you lowly foes to test my newly acquired skills. Before the words were finished, Lu Chen moved suddenly. He suddenly raised both hands high above his head. An invisible force of lightning seemed to be rapidly gathering around him. In an instant, the sky above the sea seemed to be obscured. Dark clouds gathered rapidly. A thunderous roar suddenly sounded. The water on the sea surface was also violently stirred up by this sudden force. Lu Chen clasped his hands together. He then pushed it away abruptly, shouting loudly, "Thunderous force!" With this angry shout, several thick bolts of lightning flashed like cracks in the sky. It crashed down. It plunged straight into the sea. It accurately struck the school of bone-eating fish. In an instant, lightning flashed and lightning crisscrossed. Bursts of light burst forth. The seawater was instantly filled with electric light. The entire ocean seemed to be violently shaken by this thunderous force. Within a 30-meter radius of Lu Chen's body, thousands of bone-eating fish were bombarded by thunder. Exploded instantly. The fish's body was charred black. The seawater boiled under the power of lightning, with bubbles churning endlessly. Faced with this horrific scene, the entire school of bone-eating fish froze instantly. Those companions who had just approached humans. They all died in the blink of an eye. Chapter 179 Thunderclaps. Although the bone-eating fish is not very intelligent, but instinct compels them to realize that the person in front of me, they're definitely not to be trifled with. The total number of ethnic groups is only a little over 10,000, and that human only needed one move. They annihilated nearly 2,000 of their comrades. Fear. That's terrifying. Even when hunting whales, they have never suffered such terrible losses. Thinking of this, all the bone-eating fish were starting to back down. If you can't win, retreat. However, although I wanted to withdraw my intention, he was unable to move his body. More than 9,000 bone-eating fish, floating helplessly in the sea. The fish's body was stiff and unable to move. In an instant, the eyes of countless bone-eating fish were filled with terror, paralysis. They were all paralyzed by the lightning. In the seawater, the power of lightning-type skills has been greatly amplified. The ship, Captain, kill they. Now, Jack, who had been eaten away by the bone-eating fish and reduced to only a skeleton. He was also electrocuted, and his whole body became numb. He spoke haltingly. Wah, my handsome face, Captain Jack Sparrow, has been ruined by these wicked little fish. Most importantly, damn it, these bastards actually ate my kunkin. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Jack was thinking. Lu Chen glanced at him. A smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Rest assured, I'll take care of them all right now. As soon as he finished speaking, a strange fluctuation surged from Lu Chen's body. Perceptual resonance is fully activated. The perception attribute skyrocketed from 2336 points to a terrifying 11,680 points. Seeing this, Jack, suddenly remembering something. His body trembled. His voice no longer trembled. Captain, don't shock me too. Water conducts electricity. Jack was badly shocked by Lu Chen's electric shock just now. However, it's too late. Jack hadn't finished speaking when several bolts of lightning, thicker than the previous ones, were seen. Illuminate the entire ocean. Like several giant dragons, they plunged into the sea with a roar. Boom! Moment. Terrifying lightning filled the entire sea area. Jack's whole body convulsed. The originally pale bones were instantly charred black by the electricity. As Lu Chen's perception increased fivefold, the power of thunder and lightning also increased fivefold. In an instant, the entire sea area was almost entirely filled with the power of thunder. Absolutely terrifying. Even Jack, a level 22 boss. They're all getting so badly shocked right now. Moreover, the surrounding schools of bone-eating fish, paralyzed and unable to escape. Under the ravages of lightning, they immediately turned completely belly up. He died on the spot. A moment later, the power of lightning dissipated. The once formidable and fearsome school of bone-eating fish was now. They had all turned into charred corpses, drifting helplessly with the ocean current. More than 10,000 bone-eating fish. Under Lu Chen's 2 thunderous strikes, none survived. The entire army was wiped out in an instant. Far away, elder brother. Eros's voice trembled. His gaze was fixed on the lightning strike that raged like a dragon. His body stiffened as he murmured, "The bone-eating fish, they've all been wiped out? How is this possible?" Leos, witnessing this scene, was also stunned. Hollow eyes. I was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? In less than 2 seconds, the bone-eating fish that terrified countless creatures in the ocean have all disappeared? You should know, a swarm of bone-eating fish can devour even a level 50 boss. If it were Leos facing the bone-eating fish swarm alone, they probably wouldn't even last a second. They will be gnawed down to a pile of bones. However, this human has only been in Revelation for less than 7 days and is only at level 22. How is that possible? How can there be such a huge difference between people? Although Leos had vaguely sensed that Lu Chen was unusual before, but he never imagined that. Lu Chen was able to escape the attack of the bone-eating fish swarm, not to mention wiping out the entire school of bone-eating fish with a wave of his hand. The scene before my eyes. This has completely overturned Leos's understanding. There are tens of thousands of bone-eating fish in the school. So many fish. Even if you just stand still and let him kill you, he'll have to fight for several days. Not to mention, schools of bone-eating fish are known for their ferocious attacks and astonishing agility. If they are outmatched, they will flee quickly. But, such a terrifying school of bone-eating fish. Right now, right in front of Leos. They were all annihilated with a wave of Lu Chen's hand. Who exactly is this evolved being? How could it be so terrifying? Elder brother. His strength is terrifying. If we let him enter the Awakening Tower, will Leona be in danger? Eros was shocked. My heart suddenly tightened. I thought of my younger sister. Although Leona is a genius at level 50, if she were to encounter this terrifying evolved being in the Tower of Awakening, Eros didn't think so at all. She could withstand the lightning that could destroy tens of thousands of bone-eating fish. There's no need to worry about that. Leos patted his cheeks, trying to recover from the shock. He continued, although this human is strong, he has not yet reached level 50, and the Tower Guardian will never allow him to enter the Tower of Awakening. Ah, yes. Eros suddenly realized, slapped his chest, and let out a long sigh of relief. I was so shocked that I completely forgot about the Tower Guards. There are Tower Guardians there, so no evolved beings below level 50 can enter, even if they find the Tower of Awakening. Then, Eros looked at Leos with a relieved expression. Brother, thank goodness you stopped me just now. If I had actually rushed over to cause trouble for that human, I would probably have been struck by lightning and reduced to ashes by now. It's always good to be cautious. Leos touched his nose and gave an awkward laugh. Actually, he misjudged it just now too. 1 second, he was confidently saying that these humans were doomed. The next second, the school of bone-eating fish was wiped out by Lu Chen in one fell swoop. It's like slapping yourself in the face. Cough, cough. Leos cleared his throat and continued. It seems we'll have to wait a while. We'll go in after the Tower Guard refuses to let this human leave. Yes, that's right. I'm not in a hurry. Eros nodded vigorously. This guy is terrifying. We must make sure he doesn't discover our presence. Ding. Killed 10135 bone-eating fish. Tier 8. Gained 300. 01035 life energy. As the notification sound rang, immediately, the surrounding area was covered with countless dead fish. A massive surge of life energy erupted like a tidal wave. They surged toward Lu Chun and the little dumpling behind him. In an instant, Lu Chen's level rose again. Ding. You have successfully leveled up to level 23, consuming 7 million life energy. Ding. You have successfully leveled up to level 24, consuming 8 million life energy. Current level, 24, 4.75 million/9 million. Strength plus 402. Agility plus 402. Constitution plus 402. Perception plus 402. Free attribute points plus 202. Ding. Your pet, Kraken, God level, has successfully leveled up to level 19 and 20. Current level, 20, 4.57 million/9 million. Chapter 180. The Tower Guardian appears. Feeling the surging power within his body, Lu Chen's eyes were full of joy, unexpectedly, before even stepping through the gates of this Tower of Awakening. That's how you can encounter such a large school of bone-eating fish. To get promoted 2 levels in a row. That was awesome. Jack, standing to the side. He was stunned into silence. Half of it was from the shock of the electric current, and the other half was from being stunned. He just said it casually. Unexpectedly, the captain's wave of his hand actually wiped out the entire group of bone-eating fish. Holy crap. The flame of the soul within Jack's skull flickered uncertainly. He asked in a trembling voice, Captain, how come your skills are so amazing? Those were tens of thousands of bone-eating fish, and you wiped them out in an instant. If those fish had gnawed on me for even a second longer, my skeleton would have fallen apart. Recalling the feeling of helplessness when attacked by the swarm of bone-eating fish, Jack couldn't help but shudder. Lu Chen glanced at Jack. He said calmly, lightning skills are already enhanced in water, and with my high level of perception, it's only natural that I can wipe out thousands of fish in one strike. Just now, with the support of sensory resonance, Lu Chen's perception attribute soared to an astonishing 11,680 points. According to Lu Chen's estimates, even a level 50C beast has an average of only about 1,500 points in its 4 main attributes. My own attack, just now, its power has long exceeded the level of 50. It wouldn't be surprising if they could wipe out the entire school of bone-eating fish in one fell swoop. After all, these creatures are inherently high in attack, but low in defense. But Lu Chen was quite satisfied with the performance of the Thunderous Might skill. This skill, to deal with a weaker but more numerous group, it couldn't be more perfect. Even the weakest creatures, if numerous enough, can bring considerable benefits to Lu Chen. You should know, these bone-eating fish are only level 8. But it can raise Lu Chen and Tuanzi's levels by 2 each. A very fruitful harvest. Lu Chen stared at Jack's charred skeleton. His brows furrowed slightly. You've lost all your flesh. Can the Naga King's talents still be used? How about I kill you first, and then resurrect you? Upon hearing this, Jack, he quickly shook his head. No, my flesh can grow back. It won't affect my fighting ability. As he spoke, he activated his death energy. Rotten flesh rapidly grew on the charred bones. He reverted to his terrifying and horrifying ghost captain appearance. Seeing this, Lu Chen nodded slightly. He said in a deep voice, All right, the Tower of Awakening is right below. We're probably in for a tough battle. Jack watched as Lu Chen slowly swam downstream. The corner of his mouth involuntarily twitched slightly. He muttered to himself, A fierce battle? I'm afraid the one who'll be fighting hard later is that tower guard, right? Before coming here, Jack was still apprehensive about Lu Chen's challenge to the tower guard. But ever since witnessing Lu Chen's single strike annihilate the entire school of bone-eating fish, his thinking then completely changed. That devastating blow just now. Even the tower guard, even if they can, they might not be able to use it. Thinking of this, Jack silently mourned for the tower guard for 3 seconds in his mind. Brother, it's not that you're not good enough. It's just that our captain is too awesome. I wish you good luck in advance. As the two slowly descended, the huge dark shadow underwater gradually became clearer. A towering, pyramid-like structure suddenly came into view, resembling an unyielding underwater mountain. The giant tower was tightly wrapped in a thin, invisible membrane. The thin film shimmered with an eerie light, completely shut out the surging seawater. This resulted in a miraculously created space filled with air deep in the ocean. Ding! You have discovered an extremely dangerous area, the Tower of Awakening. It is recommended that 10 evolved beings of level 50 or above form a team to explore. Just leave a brief visit and go back. At least the trip wasn't a complete waste. Upon hearing the notification tone in my ear, a glint of light flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. The Tower of Awakening, we've finally arrived. Lu Chen and Jack gently passed through the membrane. Suddenly, I felt a lightness in my body. The immense water pressure vanished instantly. The long-awaited fresh air rushed towards us. Oh dear, it's so much more comfortable where there's no water. Jack tilted his head, shaking the water out of his ear. Looking around, he sighed. However, this Tower of Awakening is truly magnificent. It actually managed to carve out such a large space on the seabed. Such a grand gesture could probably only be easily accomplished by an entity like Revelation Online. Stop reminiscing and let's go. Lu Chun had no time to appreciate the magnificent scenery before him. Because the deep-sea butcher mission is nearing its end. Only 17 hours left. Judging from the size of this tower, the interior space must be extremely vast. In such a short time, to defeat the tower guard, we need to find the sea area teleportation array again. It is by no means an easy task. I must hurry. Thinking of this, Lu Chen first sent a signal to Yunting. He was ordered to dive into the deep sea to provide reinforcements. Then, with a push of the right foot, his figure transformed into a blur. They sped toward the entrance to the Tower of Awakening. Suddenly, whoosh! A crystal streak flashed past Lu Chen. The strong wind it generated stung Lu Chen's cheeks. Lu Chen's expression hardened. They stopped abruptly, slightly narrowing his eyes. Tower Keeper. They've appeared. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Accompanied by the sound of crystal rubbing together. A slender, well-defined crystal figure slowly entered Lu Chen's line of sight. That's right. It's the Crystal Man. An uninvited guest blocking the way. Although it has a human form, but all over his body. It was carved entirely from crystal. The Crystal Man, Tarion, slowly moved his long, slender fingers on his right hand. Moment. Countless crystals condensed behind him. It transformed into a dazzling crystal throne. He sat down lightly. Thin lips slightly parted. Evolver from a lower world, step back. The Tower of Awakening is beyond the reach of ants like you. Tarion rested his chin on his left hand. He surveyed the two people before him with a condescending air. His eyes were full of disdain. Oh, unexpectedly. The Tower of Awakening that I guarded. It was located in the racial sea area of a lower-level world. More than 6 days have passed. Only this one evolved being came. Moreover, his cultivation level is only 24. A lower world is still a lower world. Its race of beings, whether it's talent or ability, they are all pitifully weak. They're just cannon fodder in this game of war between myriad races. If it were an advanced world, it has been almost 7 days. There should be at least 1 or 2 prodigies who have broken through to level 50. Oh, Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. Asking the question, then may I ask, what level of strength is required to continue? Level 50. The Tower of Awakening has rules. Only those who reach level 50 are qualified to enter. Tarion scanned Lu Chen from head to toe. He sneered. However, it will probably take some time for you to reach level 50, so you should leave as soon as possible. Chapter 181 Battle Against the Tower Guardians. Level 50. How can you be so sure that my true strength is below level 50? After Lu Chen finished speaking, tap the Crystal Man's panel to bring up the information. Tower Guardian, Tarion, Boss Level Creature, Initial Awakening. Characteristics, Crystal Body, Extremely High Defense, Extremely High Agility, High Intelligence. Talent, Crystal Incarnation, Rank A. Skill 1, Crystal Burst Rank A. Tarion can gather surrounding crystals, transforming them into dazzling crystalline light to launch a fierce attack on the enemy. Dynamic Light Wave. Skill 2, Crystal Clone Rank A. Tarion can create several extremely powerful clones using crystals. Come on, let's see who can summon more people. Combat Power Assessment, Awakening Level, Tier 50 Boss. The Guardian of the Awakening Tower, possessing terrifying strength. If you provoke him, you will experience the terror of the Awakening level. Lu Chen's gaze swept across the panel. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Level 50 Boss, A-rank talent, A-rank skill. However, it has an additional label, Basic Awakening. Nothing special about it. We are ready to fight. Just kidding. I've already killed the Naga King, who has S-rank talent. Why would I be afraid of a mere A-level talent tower defender like you? Strength. Tarion felt as if he had heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. He burst into laughter. You ain't from a lowly world. How dare you talk to me about strength? Luchin gave Jack a wink and quietly took a step forward. He said in a deep voice, I've heard that, apart from evolved beings, everyone else can freely enter and exit the Awakening Tower, and there's number 50 level restriction. Could the Tower Keeper do us a favor and let us in? Convenient. Tarion glanced sideways at Luchin. A disdainful smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. Who do you think you are, daring to ask me to do you a favor? My patience is limited. Get lost. Tyrion's face clearly showed his disdain. Obviously, he was filled with contempt for Luchin, an evolver from a lower-level world. Haha, bro, look, he was indeed stopped by the tower guard. Eros gazed at the blocked Luchin. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Even the most monstrous evolvers, upon reaching the Tower of Awakening, everyone must abide by the rules of the Tower of Awakening. Now go back and upgrade slowly, ha. However, Leos frowned and said in confusion, Strange, even the tower guards have stopped him. Why isn't he leaving? I'm not willing to accept it. I'll just wait for the tower guard to teach him a lesson. Eros curled his lip. His face was full of disapproval. No. Leos's eyes widened. He asked, both surprised and doubtful. Something's not right, Eros. Look at the positions of those birdmen and undead. Could they be planning to attack the tower guard? Oh. Upon hearing this, Eros. His eyes immediately lit up, and he turned his gaze over there. There was a winged person with 2 wings on his back. They had already quietly crept up above the tower guard without anyone noticing. And that undead covered in rotting flesh. It slowly moved to the side of the tower guard. 3 people. They had clearly surrounded the tower guard. Upon witnessing this scene, Eros couldn't help but show astonishment. No, that can't be right. The tower guardian is an awakened level boss. This human, though somewhat powerful, is nothing but an ant compared to the tower guardian. Awakened level powerhouses are not something that evolved beings like them, who have only been in revelation for a few days, can challenge. However, just as the two were talking, a sudden change occurred. After hearing the tower guard's sharp words, Luchin, the cold smile at the corner of his mouth deepened. It seems the tower keeper is unwilling to do him a favor. Well, I guess I'll just have to figure it out myself. As Luchin finished speaking, countless sharp whooshing sounds rang out. Immediately afterwards, numerous sharp wind blades carried a terrifying aura, like a torrential rain. It shot towards Tyrion. At the same time, Jack, who had already lurked beside Tarion, suddenly sprang into action. He flipped his right hand over. A flash of black light. A black crystal longsword, accompanied by a booming sound, stabbed fiercely towards Tyrion's temple. Feeling the overwhelming attack like a storm, Tyrion's disdain deepened. Humph, looks like a greenhorn, unafraid of death. Do you really think the tower guard, won't kill an evolved being? Before the words were finished, Yunting had already suddenly activated his wind blades. The wind blades were as sharp as knives. It slashed fiercely at Tyrion's crystal body. Immediately, sparks flew everywhere. The clanging of metal echoed in my ears. However, the wind blades rained down like a dense rain. Only a few faint white marks appeared on Tyrion's body. He was completely unharmed. At the same time, Jack's black crystal longsword carried a booming force. It pressed hard against Tyrion's temple. Watch me, Jack, send you to your death with a single sword strike. Jack grinned maliciously, unleashing its full power. But the black crystal longsword seemed to have struck an indestructible piece of meteorite iron. It couldn't penetrate even a fraction of an inch. On the contrary, the immense recoil from the sword hilt sent a shiver down Jack's spine. So hard. Before Jack could finish speaking, Talion's crystal head slowly turned towards him. Immediately afterwards, a crystal fist shot out like a meteor. It slammed down hard on Jack. So fast, Jack's pupils contracted sharply. There was no time to dodge. His entire head was instantly shattered by Tyrion's crystal fist. After taking down Jack, Tarion did not stop for a moment. He smiled slightly at the clouds in the sky. Immediately, dozens of crystals beside him rose up. With a wave of his left hand, those crystals instantly transformed into cannonballs fired from the barrel. With a roaring sound, it shot towards Yunting with the force of a thunderbolt. In the sky, all that could be seen was Tarion pushing with his left hand. Dozens of crystals were already close in the blink of an eye. How could it be so fast? His face was full of astonishment. There was simply no time to react. In an instant, dozens of crystals pierced his body like sharp arrows. One of them even pierced straight through his forehead. Blood splattered in the air. A touch of scarlet crimson appeared. All of this, it happens in the blink of an eye. Yunting and Jack, these 2 level 20 bosses are enough to strike fear into the hearts of ordinary people. He was instantly killed by Tarion without any chance to resist. The power of the awakened. That's absolutely terrifying. On the Light-Eyed clan's escort ship, Eros's eyes widened in surprise. Holy crap, they've really started fighting. He never expected that. These three were only level 20 evolved beings. How could they be so reckless? They actually dared to attack a level 50 Awakening Realm Tower Guardian. But the battle scene was as he expected. In just a moment, the two major bosses under the human forces were like lambs to the slaughter. They were instantly killed by the tower defender without any chance to resist. Leos witnessed this, shook his head, and a sneer curled at the corner of his mouth. Heh, this human must have had it too easy in the beginner seas, and really thinks he's invincible. He said dismissively. He simply doesn't understand what the term awakening realm truly means. To the awakened, the unawakened, no matter how powerful, are nothing more than ants. Chapter 182 Awakening Level. Will fight without hesitation. Just as Leos was speaking, Lu Qin's body had already swiftly reached Tarian's front. On the right fist covered by mountain rocks, red light pulsed. With a sonic boom tearing through the air, like a meteorite falling to earth, it slammed down hard on Tarian's crystal face. However, facing Lu Qin's powerful punch, a look of disdain appeared on Tarian's face. His body did not move. There was no intention to dodge. Hee, with your level 20-something trash. Even if I stand still and let you hit me, you won't be able to break through my defenses either. This time, I'll take this punch head on. Let you, an ant in this lowly world, understand. At the awakened level, how powerful it is. I'll make you die with complete submission. Just now, Jack and Yunting's attack. For Tarion, it posed no threat whatsoever. This gave Tarion an overwhelming sense of confidence. They estimated that Lu Qin's strength was similar to the two of them. They are easily defeated. However, the instant Lu Qin's fist made contact with Tarian's crystal face, Tarion immediately realized his mistake. That's completely wrong. An unprecedented and terrifying force. Like a raging torrent, it surged and crashed against his crystal body, the crystal on his face. Under the onslaught of this immense force, it felt as if it were being relentlessly hammered by countless invisible iron hammers. Crack, crack, the sounds of shattering echoed one after another. Crystal shards scattered like ice flowers. Tarian's body, faced with this irresistible force, like withered leaves swept away by a gale. He was instantly sent flying by Lu Qin's punch. His body traced a parabola in the air. It slammed violently into the wall of the awakening tower behind it. Boom! A deafening explosion. Even the solid walls of the Tower of Awakening seemed to tremble under this power. Waves of vibration were felt. Tarian's crystal body. It smashed a deep dent into the wall, deeply embedded within it. And on his face, their faces were filled with disbelief and horror. Oh, he was actually sent flying by a single punch from a mere level 24 evolved being. How is that possible? A level 24 evolved being. How could someone possess such terrifying power? It can knock me flying. That power is at least tens of thousands. Aren't the creatures in lower worlds generally of very low potential? He's only level 24. Your strength is already over 10,000? His growth attributes at each stage. Just how high does it have to be? Even the races of advanced worlds couldn't reach such a terrifying level, could they? On the other side, the sneer on Leos's lips hadn't completely faded yet. His expression suddenly froze. Leos shook his head and rubbed his eyes vigorously. I just saw it myself. Awaken level tower guard. It was actually that human of level 20 or so. He punched into the wall. I misread it. I must have misread it. Awaken level beings are unparalleled. How could I possibly be knocked away by a piece of trash who hasn't even realized his own limitations? However, when Leos wiped his eyes clean, what came into view was still the tower keeper's body, deeply embedded in the wall, and the cracks spreading across his face. This scene, Leos, who had just regained some confidence. My worldview collapsed once again. 24th tier evolved being. A single punch crushed a level 50 awakened boss into the wall. This joke has gone too far. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, who would believe it? Brother, didn't you say that awakened level experts are invincible? What exactly is going on? Eros stared in disbelief at the scene. He asked in a trembling voice. Perhaps. Perhaps the tower keeper saw their lowly status. I was just letting them have their way on purpose. Leos managed a weak smile. He absolutely refused to believe it. A level 50 awakened powerhouse. They wouldn't be able to defeat a level 20 evolved being. This is outrageous. Now, Lu Qin's movements did not stop for the first time. Jack made the awakened level seem so powerful before. So, Lu Qin showed no mercy whatsoever. Time is limited. Lu Chun had no intention of engaging in a 300-round battle with this crystal man here. Take advantage of his current underestimation of the enemy. We'll kill him with a single, decisive move to eliminate any future trouble. Thinking of this, a cold glint flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. His right hand suddenly jerked. The jet-black wave-breaking spear instantly appeared in his right palm. It emitted a roar like a tiger's howl and a dragon's cry. Tearing the air, they swiftly advanced towards Tarion. I was careless. I was absolutely careless just now. Tarion stared at the rapidly approaching spear tip. His face contorted into a ferocious expression. Just now, Lu Chen punched him into the wall. This is an absolute disgrace. This time, I won't let you get away with it. He secretly vowed to himself. A crystalline light suddenly burst forth from its body. The power within his body surged and boiled like a tsunami. However, just as he was gathering his strength, ready to retaliate fiercely, to deliver a fatal blow to this arrogant human before us, when he experienced the true power of the awakening level. In Tarion's ear, suddenly, two clear and forceful words rang out. Break the wind. In an instant, the spear tip in front of me, it suddenly unleashed an astonishing power. Like a sudden gust of wind. Sweep everything. The tip of the spear transformed into an extremely sharp edge. With overwhelming force, it stabbed at Tarion with incredible speed. It seemed as if it wanted to tear apart and penetrate all the obstacles in its path. The terrifying gust of wind brought by the windbreak hit me head-on. Tarion's pupils contracted instantly. Jack's previous sword strike. The same thing was aimed at his head, but he didn't take it seriously. With its crystal body providing formidable defense, Tarion was confident he would emerge unscathed. However, at this moment, faced with this terrifying shot, every crystal on Tarion's body was screaming a warning. Intuition told him, if I hadn't dodged that shot, oh, you'll die? That's right. I, a level 50 awakened being, was actually stabbed to death by a level 20 evolved being. This sounds absurd, but Tarion dared not gamble. Asshole. Tarion's face was ferocious. The pupils suddenly lost focus. Consciousness instantly shifted. It was projected onto a crystal clone in the distance. Rank A skill, crystal clone. In the very next second, the wave-breaking spear, gleaming with a chilling light. Like a wild beast that has been imprisoned for thousands of years, suddenly breaking free of its restraints. The destructive power contained within the spearhead, driven by the wind-breaking technique. It transformed into an unstoppable tidal wave. The spear tip pierced deeply into Tarion's body, which remained standing in place. In an instant, that incredibly hard crystal skull, under the wind-breaking power of the wave-breaking spear, pierced instantly. Snap! A crisp sound. The crystal skull shattered into countless fragments instantly under the terrifying destructive force. The power of the wave-breaking spear still lingers. Keep charging forward. It crashed violently into the thick, solid wall of the Tower of Awakening. Boom! A deafening explosion, accompanied by this terrifying power. Chapter 183 Awakening Level. Nothing more than that. The walls of the Tower of Awakening seemed to be suddenly torn apart by an invisible, immense force. A huge crater, nearly 2 meters deep, instantly appeared. Gravel flew everywhere like cannonballs. Dust filled the sky. The tower's sturdy walls, under the fierce impact of the wave-breaking spear, it was torn apart as easily as thin paper. Fortunately, the walls of the Tower of Awakening are thick enough. Otherwise, Lu Chen's shot. This would likely create a huge hole in the Tower of Awakening. Dead. Lu Chen looked at the crystal remains before him. His brows furrowed slightly. Could it be a level 50 awakened boss? Is this all you've got? I've made so much preparation beforehand. It's a shame. Even, they were all prepared to use the god-level statue skills. Result. That's it. Snap. Lu Chen suddenly exerted force with his right hand. Pull the wave-breaking spear, which was deeply embedded in the wall. Sudden. Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat. Wrong. The tower guard is definitely not dead. I haven't received any notification from Revelation Online yet. At that very moment. Buzz. A dazzling, crystalline light. Like a sword that destroys the world. It shot towards Lu Chen with lightning speed. Wherever the crystalline light passed, the land was instantly torn apart, sending up clouds of dust. The strong wind it generated was like a sudden storm. It ravaged everything around it. Oh, he's still alive. Lu Chen snorted coldly. He vanished from the spot in an instant. Rank a skill, teleportation, activated. Buzz. The crystalline light pierced through the afterimage left by Lu Chen, carving itself deep into the earth. Boom! A deafening roar followed. Where the crystalline light shone, the land seemed to have been ripped open by a tremendous force. It curled and flew, forming a huge pit. The shockwave from the explosion spread outwards like a tidal wave, sweeping up debris and dust into the air, creating chaos. Die, you bastard! Tarion unleashed his crystal burst skill. At this moment, the two fingers of the right hand are together. It transformed into a sword finger, pointing straight ahead. The fingertips unleashed such a powerful attack. It emitted a scorching high temperature. The surrounding air trembled slightly from the heat. Now, Tarion's gaze fell on the huge hole in the wall of the Tower of Awakening. The corner of her eye twitched slightly involuntarily. Recalling the human shot just now, he was still shaken. If it weren't for my quick reaction, dodge in time, they would probably be dead by now. Thinking of this, Tarion felt a chill run down his spine. It's a ghost. Where the hell did these freaks come from? It's only 20-something levels, yet it possesses such astonishing strength. Now, even if you tell Tarion, this human, like him, is a level 50 awakened being, Tarion believed it. A low-level world. How could such a person have been born? Even the geniuses of the advanced world. It's impossible for someone to be as powerful as this human at this point. Fortunately, it's all over. As the dust gradually settled, Tarion finally breathed a sigh of relief. A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips as he pondered to himself. Hee, human beings. No matter how extraordinary your talent is, how dare you provoke my great Lord Tarion? Today is your death day. The thought that he had actually killed a peerless genius in the struggle for supremacy among all races filled Tarion with an indescribable sense of pleasure. Ha ha! He burst into laughter. If you hadn't provoked me today, you might have truly become a powerful figure in the heavenly revelation kingdom in the future. But now, you can only turn to ashes at my hands. Ha ha! Suddenly, the hairs on Tarion's body, who was laughing triumphantly, suddenly stood on end. Don't ask me why the crystal man has body hair. Ears. A sharp, piercing sound suddenly rang out. There are still enemies. Tarion felt a chill run down his spine. Almost instinctively, he suddenly lowered his head and dodged to the side. Boom! A familiar, jet-black spear. It flew past his scalp. It crashed heavily onto the ground in front of him. Gravel flew everywhere. The gun barrel trembled violently due to inertia. Tarion turned around quickly, his pupils suddenly contracting. He couldn't help but exclaim in shock. You're still alive? A cold smile curled at the corner of Lu Chen's lips. You're still alive. How could I possibly die before you? As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chen's figure suddenly disappeared. He appeared instantly in front of Tarion. Tarion felt a blur before his eyes. The demonic human stood before him, a cold smile on his face. Tarion's heart raced instantly. It almost came to a standstill. A-level spatial talent. That's not right. You're clearly a strength-type talent user, you. Tarion was startled. Suddenly his expression changed drastically. You actually have 2 talents. You're wrong. Lu Chen's cold smile deepened. The muscles in his right arm were knotted and bulging like a coiled dragon. His entire body surged with a crimson glow. His right fist, covered in rock, slammed down towards Tarion's head. I have more than 2 talents. Tarion had already experienced the power of the land sinking. Naturally, he dared not confront him directly again. A crystalline light flashed on her legs, attempting to use its speed advantage to evade. However, at this very moment, Tarion was horrified to discover that his legs turned grayish-white at an extremely rapid pace. Grade A petrification. Tarion's voice suddenly rose, and he exclaimed in surprise. His face was filled with undisguised horror. He gave it his all, but he found that his petrified legs felt as if they were filled with lead, unable to move an inch. As Lu Chen's punch, which shattered the air, drew ever closer, Tarion could only instinctively cross his arms, trying to withstand this fatal blow. Bang! Tarion stared wide-eyed in horror. Just as his arms made contact with Lu Chen's fist, it was instantly covered with cracks. Immediately afterwards, boom! His arms exploded with a bang, turning into countless crystals that scattered in all directions. Lu Chen's iron fist. Its power has not diminished in the slightest. It slammed down on Tarion's head. Tarion felt a tremendous force come from him. It felt as if I had been struck hard by a meteorite. He was instantly struck and sent flying backward. 15,000. As Tarion flew through the air, he mentally screamed out that number. After being beaten again, he finally roughly estimated Lu Chen's power attributes. The results he obtained devastated him. This human evolver, who was only at level 24. At this moment, the power attribute. It's as high as around 15,000 points. What a terrifying number. Oh, it has a boss template. In addition to the awakening bonus, The number of attributes also hovers between 9,000 and 10,000. This human had been in the world of Revelation Online for less than 7 days. The strength has reached 15,000. Are you kidding me? Damn it. Am I the awakened level? Or is he the awakened level? At this moment, Tarion just wanted to shout at the top of his lungs in the sky. They protested against all this injustice. Damn it. Even without awakening, their stats are higher than mine. If it awakens later. This is outrageous. Chapter 184. Just turn off the cheat code. It's pointless. At that very moment, Tarion suddenly discovered that Lu Chen's devilish black eyes came into view once again. His heart skipped a beat. He cursed under his breath. Damn it, is this never going to end? Do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you can teleport? Clenching his teeth, a crystal quickly materialized behind Tarion. He slammed his right foot against the crystal. Using recoil force, his figure instantly darted off in another direction. This freak is incredibly strong. A direct confrontation is by no means the best strategy. I must take advantage of my agility. Use ranged attacks to wear him down. However, the tactics have just been decided. It has not yet been implemented. Talion then discovered that Lu Chun had reappeared before him. Another teleportation? These spatial skills consume a lot of resources. I'd like to see how many more times you can last. But just as I thought of this, Tarion's pupils contracted sharply, because that's when he realized. A green light flashed around Lu Chen's body. Its speed was so fast that it was in no way inferior to his own. This human being. I didn't use teleportation at all. Instead, they caught up by sheer speed. His agility is actually better than mine. Thinking of this place, Tarion's heart nearly stopped beating. No way. Big brother. Are you sure you're only level 24? If you're a behind-the-scenes bigwig here to experience life, just say so. Don't mess with me. It's one thing if they're stronger than me. Is your agility higher than mine? So levels are completely useless to you? At this moment, Tarion was increasingly questioning the meaning of life. Agile. It has always been something he is proud of. His agility attribute has reached an astonishing 10,000 points. However, with this 10,000 point boost, Tarion's speed, it's not even as fast as that human. This shows that this human's attributes far surpass those of himself. 24th level. Strength, 15,000. Agility, 15,000. Isn't the average attribute of a level 24 character only around 500 points? His attributes are 30 times that of other evolved beings of the same rank. Hee. Turn off the program. It's boring. By the way, can I report it? This is so unfair to the boss. Wah? At this moment, Lu Chen's strength attribute has increased 5-fold under the power resonance enhancement, reaching 14,005 points. The agility attribute is increased 6 times with the speed burst bonus, reaching 13,980 points. Lu Chen didn't care how much Tarion doubted his existence. My time is limited. We must act swiftly and decisively. After approaching Tarion, Lu Chen clenched his fists tightly. Raise it high. Then, under Tarion's terrified gaze, the incredibly hard elbows crashed down. Bang! A loud bang. Tarion felt as if he had been struck by a giant hammer. My body instantly lost control. Like a shooting star, it crashed heavily into the ground beneath its feet. Boom! The earth seemed to be torn apart by this immense force. A sudden, violent tremor. Dust churned like waves. However, Lu Chen's attacks did not stop there. Lu Chen opened his arms wide. With a sudden swing, a woo, accompanied by a deafening roar. 4 ferocious water dragons instantly surged into the protective shield. They bared their teeth and claws. It roared as it charged into the crater created by Tarion. Rank a skill, water dragon roars to the sky. In an instant, the 4 water dragons intertwined and swirled in the large pit, converging into an unstoppable force. Then, they seemed to have reached some kind of critical point. It exploded with a bang. Boom, boom, boom. At the moment of the explosion, enormous energy overflowed like a surging tide. Dust and water vapor were instantly torn apart and merged, forming a chaotic curtain. The remains of the water dragon transformed into countless tiny water droplets, splashing in all directions like a violent storm. And the earth, under the impact of this force, deep ravines appeared. However, this is not the end. Just as the aftershocks of the water jet explosion had not completely dissipated, a sudden glint of lightning flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. It was as if thunder was brewing in his pupils. Immediately afterwards, a barrage of thunderbolts followed. It was like divine punishment descending. Rank a skill, thunderous might. Thunder was like an angry dragon. With the power to destroy everything, it slammed into that chaos. Lightning and water mist intertwined. The collision produced dazzling sparks. It created a scene of apocalyptic devastation with lightning and thunder. The earth trembled incessantly under the continuous bombardment of thunder, as if it could not withstand the relentless and violent impact. And the large pit where Tarion was located, it was completely destroyed by the thunderbolts. It was reduced to scorched earth. The heat wave was suffocating. The pungent smell of burning permeated the surroundings. On the Light-Eyed clan's escort ship, the light in Laos and Eros's eyes had completely turned crimson. This reveals the extreme shock in one's heart. Now, their mouths were wide open. It looked like it could fit a fist inside. They were all completely dumbfounded. Elder brother. The tower guards are almost killed. Is he still letting the human win? Eros turned his head mechanically. Looking at her brother, her voice trembled. Laos had previously said that the tower guard was letting the human win. Eros was still somewhat skeptical. But now, the tower defenders are almost all dead. What's the point of giving way? That's clearly a losing battle. Just thinking about that level 50 awakened boss. To be beaten so badly by a human who is only level 24? A profound and indescribable shock welled up within Alos. How is this possible? Laos's eyes were glazed over. Muttering to himself, it was as if they couldn't accept the reality before them. In this sea area, those who haven't awakened their powers can never be a match for those who have awakened their powers. This is an ironclad rule. That's common sense. However, what just happened? But it was like a sharp knife, shattering this common sense into pieces. That human. Not only did they defeat the awakened level tower defender, moreover, they were utterly crushed with overwhelming force. This means that, whether it's talent, attributes, skills, or combat level, that human was far superior to the tower guard. But he has only been in the world of revelation for less than 7 days. Laos knew very well that. How weak were the creatures of the lower worlds when they first arrived in this ocean? They were practically powerless. This human being, in just 7 days, from an ant to such a terrifying being. This potential, how astonishing. Thinking of this, Laos couldn't help but shudder. An ominous premonition welled up in my heart. Such a figure emerged from this sea area. It would probably be a disaster for all living beings. More importantly, Leona is still inside the Tower of Awakening. Thinking about this, Laos clasped his hands together. He began to pray incessantly. Tower guard, hold on. We're counting on you to stop this monster. But, obviously, Laos's prayers were in vain. On the battlefield, dust mixed with moisture slowly settled. Tyrion's disheveled figure gradually came into view. He lay helplessly in the charred pit. The electric arcs still flickered on the cracked crystal body. Chapter 185 Revenge was taken on the spot. The once majestic tower keeper. At this moment, however, they were in a state of utter misery. Lightning-type talent and water-type talent, both A-level. Who are you? Tyrion's voice trembled. His face was filled with horror. Space, speed, petrification, water, lightning. 5 in total. This human actually possesses 5 A-level talents. He had never seen it before in his life. I've never even heard of anyone possessing 5 A-level talents at the same time. He went through all sorts of hardships. It took countless resources to upgrade an A-level talent. And this human had only been there for less than 7 days. They actually have 5. Why should I? This is unfair. However, despite the burning jealousy in his heart, but seeing Lu Chun approaching step by step, Tarion forced an awkward smile onto his face. Ha, valiant evolver. You have proven yourself with your strength. Now, the gates of the Tower of Awakening are open for you. You just want to go in, don't you? I'll just let you in, that's all. Stop hitting me. Wah, it hurts so much. Oh, you're not stopping me anymore. Lu Chun looked at Tarion. A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. Am I, an ant from a lowly world, not qualified to enter the Tower of Awakening? Hee. Tarion laughed awkwardly. Yes, you are qualified. I stopped you before because I was afraid you weren't strong enough and might encounter danger inside the tower. Tarion was on the verge of tears. Who knows what it would be like for the tower guard? The first evolved being I encountered was so monstrous. If only we could turn back time. I would never stop this freak. Looking at Tyrion's ingratiating smile, looking back at his previous behavior, Lu Chen's sneer intensified. This world. Indeed, strength reigns supreme. What rules? What law? As long as you have enough strength, everything will make way for you. Thinking of this, Lu Chun slowly stepped forward. Approaching Tarion. I have a principle. I always avenge every wrong. You killed 2 of my men. How do you plan to settle this? Hearing Lu Chen's words, Tyrion's heart tightened instantly. It's over. I knew it wouldn't be that easy to solve. His eyes darted around. I see that the weapon you have is only of the black iron grade. I know there's a place in the tower where a gold-level weapon is hidden. A gold-tier weapon? Where is it? The instant Lu Chen heard these words, his eyes suddenly lit up. After the self-corroding blade shattered, he had been troubled by not having a suitable weapon, left with no other choice. The only option is to take out the earliest wave-breaker gun and reuse it. But the wave-breaking spear is only of the black iron grade after all. They probably couldn't withstand high-intensity combat at all. This gold-grade weapon will be of great use to me. Tarion breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. Really, this weapon is extremely tempting to the freak in front of me, he said slowly. After you complete the quest and enter the second level of the Tower of Awakening, you will encounter a frost wyvern. The gold-grade weapon is hidden inside its horn. How about it? This is good news, isn't it? Take this message and leave quickly. In my life? No. I never want to see you again in my next life. Lu Chen nodded. Not bad. We'll let it go about you killing Jack. Tarion had just breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Chen then changed the subject. However, Yun Ting's revenge is still pending. So you have to die. Upon hearing this, a flash of shame and anger crossed Tarion's face. He roared. Damn it, Evolver. I've already let you in. Why are you still forcing me? Lu Chen twisted his wrist, calmly responding. Do you know why I'm so strong? It's because every monster I see basically turns into life energy within my body. As he spoke, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. And I also hold grudges. The tower guard just kept calling people ants. One bite and one roll. Lu Chen hadn't forgotten. There is an enmity. Of course you should report it on the spot. Thinking of this, Lu Chen's right hand moved slightly. Dozens of bone spears instantly condensed above his head, accompanied by a sharp sonic boom. The bone spear shot towards Tarion's mangled body. You bastard, do you really think you've got me cornered? Upon seeing this, Tarion's face contorted with rage. He bent over and slammed his head against the bottom of the pit. In an instant, large amounts of crystals emerged from the earth. It coalesced into a wall of crystal. It blocked all the bone spears. You wouldn't believe it, but there's a huge amount of crystal hidden beneath the Tower of Awakening. Tarion grinned maliciously. The originally damaged body instantly became hard and flawless after being repaired by the crystal. So what? Lu Chen's gaze was indifferent. His figure appeared in front of Tarion in an instant. His right fist whistled through the air. It slammed down hard on Tarion's head. It's just that I'll die a little later. However, just as the fist was about to strike Tarion, suddenly, a large number of crystals appeared all around. It shot towards Lu Chen with the force of thunder. Lu Chen's posture remained unchanged, his right fist continuing to thrust forward. Golden light gleamed in his eyes. The talent of Iron Bones and Steel Body is activated instantly. Physical fitness increased fivefold instantly. It surged to a terrifying 13,575 points. Puff, 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 puff. Accompanied by a dull thud, a large number of crystals shot towards Lu Chen. It instantly turned into dust and shattered. Lu Chen's skin was only slightly red. Upon seeing this, Tarion remained expressionless. They were already numb with shock at Lu Chen's actions. Hee. Really? The physical condition is also over 10,000. Have to. No need to guess. This thing's perception level must be over 10,000. Compared to him, I'm just a younger brother. It seems that I had no choice but to bring out all the things I had hidden away. Call. Just as Lu Chen's fist was millimeter away from Tarion's nose, it stopped abruptly. It wasn't that Lu Chen wanted to spare Tarion's life. Instead, Tarion's gaze was vacant. His eyes were lifeless. The consciousness has clearly been transferred. At the same time, dozens of crystal figures suddenly appeared all around. All the crystal people looked at Lu Chen. His face contorted with rage. They said in unison, Human, I admit you have some strength, but this is my home turf. If you want to kill me, dream on. Today, I will make you die beneath my endless clones. As soon as he finished speaking, a large number of crystal figures instantly transformed into afterimages and rushed towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen saw this. He frowned slightly, immediately teleport away to avoid it. It seems that this Tarion, relying on the abundance of crystals stored underground, had long ago stored a large number of crystal clones. Lu Chen wasn't afraid of these crystal clones. However, Tarion's soul consciousness can freely transfer between his clones. To kill it, this will inevitably waste a lot of time. What I'm most anxious about right now is time. The legendary faction quests are the most important. There's no need to waste time here just for a tower guard. Just as Lu Chen was considering retreating, Jack's familiar voice rose. Holy crap, I've only been resurrected for a short while, and I'm already in this state. Jack. They've been resurrected. Seeing Jack's familiar figure, a slight smile curved Lu Chen's lips. He thought to himself, I've got an idea. Chapter 186, Killing the Tower Guard. Now, Jack gazed at the apocalyptic battlefield before him, lost in thought. Suddenly, his vision blurred. Lu Chen suddenly appeared beside him. Immediately afterwards, a horde of crystal people surged toward Jack like a tidal wave. Jack was greatly alarmed upon seeing this. Captain, I've only just been resurrected. Let me catch my breath. Enough with the nonsense. Lu Chen snorted coldly. Use the petrochemical industry. Petrochemicals? Oh, right. I forgot about that in my haste. Jack slapped his forehead. The face of the Naga King immediately appeared behind his head. Upon seeing this, the group of crystal people, a burst of mocking laughter immediately erupted. Ha ha ha, human, you can't do anything to me, yet you put your hopes on a subordinate. How utterly ridiculous. Hearing this harsh mockery, Jack's lips curled into a cold smile. Oh, how dare you look down on the great Captain Jack Sparrow? I'll show you what happens when you underestimate me. Before the words were finished, the Naga King's face behind Jack's head instantly contorted into a ferocious expression. Bloodshot eyes. The veins on his face bulged out like earthworms. Immediately afterwards, an invisible wave emanated from Jack. It suddenly spread out. S-rank talent, petrification domain. Wherever the fluctuations reach, the surrounding land, crystal, and vegetation instantly turned into cold stone. As Jack's master, Lu Chen was naturally unaffected by the petrification. Those crystal figures rushing towards Lu Chen and Jack. First and foremost, the entire area is shrouded in the petrochemical industry. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Accompanied by a piercing sound, the crystal people's translucent bodies instantly turned deathly pale. Seeing this, Tarion narrowed his eyes slightly. A-rank petrifying gaze? I didn't expect this undead to have a petrification skill. However, he remained calm. Even if he is petrified, he can escape by transferring his soul consciousness. But at that moment, Tarion suddenly noticed. The crystal clone behind the undead was also petrified. He was startled. Class A petrifying gaze should theoretically only be effective on objects within the field of vision. How come the parts of the undead that can't see have also been petrified? Sudden, a terrifying thought flashed through his mind. Could it be? Could it be that this undead wasn't using an A-level petrifying gaze? Instead, it's an S-level petrochemical field? No, that's absolutely impossible. S-rank talent. Even for a powerhouse like him at the awakening level, the success rate of evolution is only 3%. How could an undead at only level 20 possess an S-rank talent? Are you kidding me? In that split second, Tarion was instantly petrified. Unconvinced, Tarion immediately tried to repeat his old trick. Escape by transferring consciousness. However, no matter how hard he tried, but he discovered that his soul was firmly bound within this stone shell. In an instant, Tarion felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. My heart was filled with despair. SS rank. It's fucking S-class. Are you crazy? It's one thing for humans to be this twisted, but he had a vassal of rank 22. He actually possesses S-rank talent. Even an awakening level powerhouse like me only deserves an A-level talent. Lu Chen slowly walked towards Tarion. A mocking smile appeared on his face. An S-rank talent is enough to petrify your soul as well. This time, you can't escape. Tarion watched as Lu Chen gradually approached. The pupils trembled violently. He wanted to run away, want to beg for mercy. He was willing to do anything to keep him alive. However, no matter how hard he tried, my body felt as if it were nailed to the ground. Motionless. He couldn't utter a single word. Subsequently, all I saw was Lu Chen's fist covered by mountain rocks. With a majestic momentum, it slammed hard into Tarion's head. Boom. A loud bang. Tarion's head exploded instantly. It turned into countless flying pebbles. This time, unlike before, as the body disintegrated, his soul also perished. Ding. Defeat the Tower Guardian, Tarion, level 50 boss, awakened. Gain 10 million life energy points. You have reached level 25. Current level, 25, 750, 000/10, 000. Each of the 4 main attributes, plus 40. Freedom attribute, plus 20. The notification sound from Revelation Online had just finished. A surge of immense life energy erupted from Tarion's tattered body and flowed into Lu Chen's body. Lu Chen's level increased under the infusion of this energy. Suddenly jumped to level 25. How dare you underestimate me, Lord Jack? This is your end. Jack looked at the completely dead Crystal Man. He burst into triumphant laughter. Don't get cocky yet. Is the Naga King's petrification field still usable? Luchin twisted his neck. The energy that had been boiling within his body due to the upgrade gradually subsided. He then asked Jack. Let me see. Jack, who was laughing heartily. He choked instantly. He quickly summoned the Naga King behind him. The Naga King's face was covered in blood vessels. One eyeball had ruptured. Clearly, they couldn't withstand the immense pressure from the S-rank talent just now. His body was on the verge of disintegration. Captain, judging from the situation, this body probably can no longer use its S-rank talent. Jack shrugged. He said helplessly, well, it's already a pleasant surprise that we were able to use it even once. Without the help of the petrification field, we wouldn't have been able to take down this tower guard so easily. Luchin nodded and said in a deep voice, although Tarion seemed powerless against Luchin, but in reality, this is because Luchin's attributes are too powerful with the support of multiple auxiliary talents. If it were a typical level 24 evolved being, I'm afraid he wouldn't even be able to withstand one of Tarion's attacks. At this point, from the very beginning of the battle, Jack and Yunting were instantly killed. This gives us a glimpse into the situation. But the rewards for slaying Tarion were also extremely substantial. Not only did it promote Luchin by 1 level, it also provides a new A-level talent. Considering Tarion's talent, Luchin immediately released his senses. After surveying the surroundings, after confirming that no one was watching, he then summoned the little dumpling to absorb Tarion's corpse. About to step into the Tower of Awakening, Luchin knew in his heart that there are many unknown dangers inside. We must elevate our strength to its peak. Adding an A-level talent will increase your chances of success. It is worth mentioning that the escort ships of the Light-Eyed clan, because both Leos and Eros possess advanced visual abilities. Therefore, it is extremely far from the sinking landmass. This allowed them to evade Luchin's detection. They narrowly escaped death on the Light-Eyed clan's escort ship. Now, all the Light-Eyed clan crew members looked at their captain and first mate with curiosity. Whispers. Hey, what are the captain and first mate looking at? Their mouths are so wide open, you could fit an egg in them. I don't know. Look at the red light in their eyes. It's like blood. Did they see something scary? I haven't heard of anything terrifying near the Tower of Awakening. It's just a school of bone-eating fish. Can't we just avoid it? Sigh, my talent level is too low. I can't see anything. I'm so curious. However, I've never seen the captain so shocked before. I really don't know what kind of monster came out from below. Chapter 187 Tuanzi Exposed. Leos and Eros paid no attention to the whispers of their crew. Eros turned his head, trembling. He stammered. Brother, the tower guard is dead? What kind of monster is that human evolver? He's only in his 20s. Yet he killed a 50th level awakened tower guardian just to get into the awakening tower. Speaking of which, Eros seemed to recall the scene he had just witnessed. An uncontrollable fear was visible on his face. And also, there's that octopus behind that human. That octopus can actually absorb the talents and attributes of corpses. What kind of monsters are these? At this moment, Leos's eye twitched slightly. Fear. This evolved being is absolutely terrifying. Just talent. He used more than a dozen techniques. And they're all high-level talents, B grade or above. Thinking of this, Leos couldn't help but turn his gaze to the little octopus rubbing against Luchin. His eyes were filled with unspeakable horror. A god, a cub of a god-level being. There's no mistake, this human actually has a cub of a god-level creature as a pet. No wonder. No wonder he has so many talents. No wonder he's so strong. All of this. It's all because of this cub. A god-level cub. Upon hearing the words, God level, the pitch instantly rose. He exclaimed in surprise. The fear on his face was instantly replaced by greed. A god-level cub capable of absorbing talent. If only we could snatch this little thing. Then wouldn't we be able to become as powerful as that evolved being? At this moment, Eros. He wished he could rush down and kill Luchin with a single blow, so that they could keep the dumplings for themselves. However, just as he was blinded by greed, Leos gave him a sharp rap on the head, waking him up. Take it. Are you crazy? Do you think you can beat that human? Well, that's true. So what are we going to do? This little thing is priceless. Are we just going to watch this human take it away? Eros's face was full of resentment. One must have self-awareness. As Leos spoke, he refocused his gaze on Luchin. This level of treasure is beyond our reach. Rather than keeping this secret without the ability to seize it, it's better to sell it for a good price. Eros listened to his brother's words. Although I felt a little reluctant, but they are also aware of their own capabilities. If you try to take this treasure by force, you might end up losing your life. Thinking of this, he suggested, Brother, the Nine Heavens Palace is the strongest force in this sea area, with unparalleled strength. They will definitely be willing to pay a high price for this information. Yes, that's what I think too. Eros, go to the Nine Heavens Palace first and sell this information to the palace master. Remember, sell it for a good price, Laos instructed. Oh, brother, aren't you coming with me? Eros asked. No, I have more important things to do. Laos shook his head. His gaze slowly fell upon the Tower of Awakening below, his expression solemn. That terrifying human has defeated the Tower Guard and will definitely enter the Tower of Awakening next. I have to go in and tell Leona to stay away from this human. Upon hearing his sister's name, a hint of concern flashed in Eros's eyes. Leona. But then he thought of something else. Brother, Leona isn't the only one in the Tower of Awakening. The minister of the Thundercloud division of the Nine Heavens Palace and many other powerful figures from this sea area are inside as well. With them here, Leona shouldn't be in too much danger, right? Upon hearing this, Laos couldn't help but give a wry smile. Among those powerful individuals, aside from the minister of the Nine Heavens Palace, who do you think could defeat the Tower Guard from earlier? These words left Eros speechless. Yes, even the formidable tower defenders died at the hands of that human. Once he entered the Tower of Awakening, who can stop him? Laos continued. Moreover, this human has a divine offspring that can absorb talent, so he will certainly not easily let go of anyone he sees. Upon hearing this, a look of horror also appeared on Eros's face. Yeah, brother, I was so shocked just now. I only realized now that this human has dozens of advanced talents. This must have involved. How many people must have been absorbed? Moreover, Leona possesses an A-level visual acuity talent. This human will definitely not let go of such a rare, high-level support talent. You should know, support talents are already rare. There are very few creatures that can upgrade their support talents to a level, because support-type talents lack offensive and defensive capabilities at low levels. Many creatures with support-type talents are weak in strength. To die young, there was simply no chance to evolve the talent to an advanced level. Just like the Light-Eyed clan, a race with an extremely high compatibility in visual talent. Only then can geniuses like Leona be born. Right? Laos nodded. Therefore, we'll split up. You first take the warship to the Nine Heavens Palace, sell the information for a good price as soon as possible, and then bring back reinforcements. I'll secretly follow that human into the Tower of Awakening in a bit, and go find Leona. Okay, brother, then hurry up. Leona has no idea how powerful that human is. Eros said worriedly. Don't worry, the Tower of Awakening is full of challenges. Laos smiled confidently. Just getting through the first level of the missions will take a lot of time. Leona is on the second floor now, so she won't run into that human so soon. Ding. Successfully captured the Tower Guardian, Tarion, level 50 awakened boss. You have acquired the A-rank talent, Crystal Avatar, increasing agility by 150 points. Feeling the energy surging within my body, Lu Chen's eyes were full of joy. Tawanzi has once again acquired an A-level talent for herself. At this point, the number of A-level talents in your talent pool, it reached a terrifying 7. And the dumpling also gained a full 150 points of agility from Tarion. This is the first time Lu Chun has obtained such a large number of attribute points from a single individual. It seems that hunting down awakened level experts does indeed lead to a rapid increase in strength. Lu Chun clenched his fist. A smile curled at the corner of his lips. Then he turned his gaze to the towering, awakening tower before him. Inside, there must be quite a few prey, right? At this time, Jack came closer. Pointing to Lu Chen's panel, he said, Captain, check the chat channel. It seems like Xiao Yangzi is trying to get you involved. That's called that. Lu Chen rolled his eyes at Jack. Then the chat channel was opened. Upon inspection, a look of surprise immediately appeared on his face. Yang Ziming sent a message. Lord of the Underworld, we have gathered all the materials needed for the evolution of the Netherworld ship. In addition, the sea monsters with auditory talents that you need have been hunted down. There are 2 corpses in total, one with a B-level auditory talent and the other with a D-level auditory talent. The sea monster carcasses and materials are stored in the fleet warehouse, and you can take them at any time. Chapter 188 Auditory Talent evolves to Grade A. It was the corpse of a sea beast with a gift for hearing. 2 bodies, 1 B grade and 1 D grade. Lu Chen was shocked. You should know, his own sea-level auditory supernatural ability was developed through countless absorptions of lower-level similar talents. It has approached the edge of evolution. Progress reached 95%. Only one crucial step is needed to advance to grade B. However, the carcasses of sea beasts with exceptional hearing are extremely rare. Lu Chen had been searching for a long time. To no avail. The promotion can only be postponed for now. Now, the two sea beast corpses with hearing abilities provided by Yang Ziming. For Lu Chen, it was undoubtedly a welcome rain after a long drought. They were a great help. Because, first, acquired D-level auditory talent. Lu Chen's auditory supernatural ability will then reach 100% evolution progress, thus evolving to rank B. If you then acquire the same B-grade talent again, Lu Chen's B-level auditory talent will meet the conditions to evolve into A-level. As for A-level auditory talent, Lu Chen was filled with curiosity. This initially only enhanced hearing ability. After evolving to rank A, what kind of extraordinary power will it display? Thinking of this, Lu Chen waved his right hand lightly. Two azure blue sea monster corpses suddenly appeared before their eyes. One big and one small. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow and said in realization, "So that's how it is. No wonder one is B-level and the other is D-level." Yang Ziming didn't even spare the cubs. Although Yang Ziming's methods were somewhat cruel. But Lu Chen just wanted to say, well done. Because of the D-level talent provided by this little sea monster. This was the key to his advancement to A-level auditory talent. Tawanzi, take this cub first. Gurgle gurgle. The dumpling moved in response. The tiny tentacles gently rested on the corpse of the sea monster cub. Moment. The cub's corpse shrank at a visible rate. A moment later, a notification sound from Revelation Online played. Ding. Successfully captured the sea beast, spirit sound dolphin, cub, tier 5. You have obtained a D-level talent, hearing senses. Due to the low level of the corpse, the attribute cannot be absorbed. As the cubs absorb their talents, Lu Chen's auditory supernatural power instantly reached its critical point. A breakthrough has begun. Ding. Your C-rank talent, auditory ability, has reached 100% evolution progress, meeting the evolution requirements. Evolution in progress. Ding. Your talent, auditory ability, rank C, has successfully evolved into auditory resonance, rank B. Hearing the divine message in his ear, a slight smile curved Lu Chen's lips. As expected, the D-level auditory perception was indeed as I predicted. That just matches the 5% evolution points for auditory ability. Successfully promoted to grade B. Next, we're aiming for A-level. Ding. Successfully captured the sea beast, spirit sound dolphin, tier 25. You have acquired a rank B talent, auditory resonance, increasing agility by 30 points. Detected. You already possess the B-level talent, auditory resonance. Having acquired this talent again, you have met the evolution requirements. Evolution in progress. As the notification sound from Revelation Online rang again, countless insights and understandings about sound flooded into Lu Chen's mind like a tidal wave. I can clearly hear the subtle buzzing sound of mosquitoes flapping their wings. The powerful roar of the surging waves. The sounds of all things in the world enter the ear. At this moment, Lu Chen seemed to merge with the sound, delving into the mysteries of sound, searching for the source of the sound, tracing the path of sound propagation. Try to touch the texture of sound, feel its rhythm, and understand its power. Gradually, Lu Chen learned how to manipulate sound. Make your voice a powerful tool. Ding. Congratulations. Your auditory resonance, level B, has successfully evolved into auditory sharpness, level A. Reminder, your evolution success rate is 99%. The evolution success rate of other evolutionaries at the same level is 30%. Ding. Due to your profound understanding of auditory talents, you have successfully mastered the A-level skill, Heavenly Strings. As the series of notification tones abruptly ended, Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes. The smile on his lips grew even wider. The gains from this trip. It's too big. Support talents, despite their incredibly difficult evolution path. But once you reach the pinnacle of advancement, the benefits to the host will be immeasurable. Hey, Captain, you've been taking a really long time to comprehend this. Almost as long as the time it took for the necromancy system to evolve. As soon as Jack saw Lu Chen wake up, they immediately came closer. He asked with a face full of curiosity. Captain, what does it look like when your auditory talent evolves to grade A? Have you mastered the skill yet? Lu Chen turned to Jack. He slowly extended his right hand and made a shushing gesture. In an instant, Jack's mouth was still opening and closing, but not a sound was made. Jack's eyes widened. A look of astonishment. His lips moved, but he remained silent. Only after Lu Chen withdrew his right hand did Jack's voice flow out like a spring. Holy crap, what's going on, Captain? I thought I'd gone mute. After advancing to rank A, I was able to control my voice. Now, with just a thought, I can make an ordinary person instantly lose their voice. Lu Chen stated it calmly. Awesome. Awesome. Jack gave a thumbs up, then followed up with another question. Captain, did you not awaken any new skills this time? Lu Chen glanced at Jack. He then turned his attention to his own control panel. A new A-level skill has been added to the skill library. Skill, strings resonating through the heavens, rank A, gathering the power of music from heaven and earth, transforming it into an invisible sonic harp. A gentle pluck of the strings unleashes incomparably sharp sonic slashes that ignore physical defense. So you think you're a tank? Having seen this, Lu Chen's mind stirred. An invisible Guqin suddenly appeared in front of him. Lu Chen gently stroked the strings with his right hand. Zheng. A sound filled with murderous intent suddenly rang out. An invisible sonic blade shot towards a large cluster of crystals in the distance in an instant. A muffled thud. The incredibly sturdy crystal cluster was actually cut in half, slowly sliding down. The cut surface is as smooth as a mirror. Oh my god, it's so sharp. This scene left Jack speechless. He had personally experienced the hardness of that crystal, as solid as a rock. Even with his full-force sword strike, he couldn't leave the slightest mark. However, the sonic blade that the captain just casually flicked out, it so cleanly and decisively severed such a large cluster of crystals. How sharp must it be to do that? Naturally sharp, because this skill can ignore physical defense. Lu Chen smiled slightly. He was very satisfied with the power of the string that resonated throughout the heavens. Although this skill consumes a great deal of mental energy. However, its armor-piercing ability is extraordinary. It's absolutely a god-tier skill for dealing with enemies with high defense. TSK. Captain, I've noticed you're going further and further down the path of invincibility, even developing skills that ignore physical defense. With you here, how can the other races participating in the war of all races possibly compete? Jack pursed his lips and sighed. Chapter 189 Blue Star, chat channel unlocked. We must not be careless. Even the Stormwing clan at their peak were defeated in the last all races tournament. No one can predict the strength of the races in the advanced worlds in this round of the battle for supremacy among all races. Lu Chen waved his right hand. The invisible zither vanished in an instant. Although I overcame all obstacles along the way. Invincible. But Lu Chen felt no sense of complacency whatsoever. There's always someone stronger than you. There is always a higher mountain than the one above. The world is so vast. There will always be evolved beings more powerful than oneself. What I can do? It means not wasting a single second. Get stronger. Keep getting stronger. Until it stands at the top of the world. To become an existence that all beings look up to. Gurgle gurgle. The little dumpling tilted its head back. She looked at Lu Chen with her big, watery eyes. My eyes are full of stars. Although I couldn't understand anything. But I think what the owner said is really impressive. Lu Chen smiled and patted Tuanzi's pink and tender little head. Then I turned my attention to the fleet inventory page. Yang Ziming had already prepared all the materials needed to upgrade the Netherworld ship. Lu Chen saw this. He nodded in satisfaction. Having a capable subordinate is a great advantage. It saved me a lot of trouble. The materials needed to upgrade the Netherworld are not uncommon. But to collect them all, it will also take a lot of time. Subsequently, Lu Chen closed the warehouse interface. Currently, I am near the Tower of Awakening. Upgrading the Netherworld is not something that needs to be rushed. Lu Chen opened the fleet chat channel. Enter text. The carcass of the spirit dolphin is very useful to me. Well done, everyone. As soon as the news came out, the previously quiet fleet channel instantly erupted in cheers. Lord of the Underworld. The Lord of the Underworld has spoken. Haha, we can finally help the Lord of the Underworld. That's right. We'd be content if we could help the Lord of the Underworld. We can't just keep receiving his favors without doing anything in return. Lord of the Underworld, it was Tang Hong who risked his life to venture into the dangerous area and discover the traces of this spirit sound pig. We should give credit to him. Haha, no, I just discovered that this spirit sound pig is incredibly cunning. It was only through the combined efforts of over 800 brothers from the Netherworld and the Stormwing clan that it was finally hunted down and killed. Hee. It's good that it helped my godfather. Looking at the words of the Netherworld people, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Originally, I created my own faction simply for attribute bonuses. Now it seems, the help from others was also considerable. Lu Chen continued typing. Great job, everyone was excellent. Tang Hong has been promoted to captain. In addition, I have dealt with the tower guards, and the first phase of the legendary faction quest should be completed soon. As soon as Lu Chen spoke, The once lively chat channel instantly fell silent. Everyone stared at those words. They were all stunned. A level 50 awakened tower guard. Just for a short while, he was dealt with by the Lord of the Underworld? At this moment, even the Netherworld members, who had unwavering faith in Lu Chun, were stunned into silence. A level 22 player challenges a level 50 boss. Still at the awakening level. Lord of the Underworld. The Lord of the Underworld actually did it. A moment later, the chat channel exploded with activity. The comments from the Netherworld people flooded the screen. Holy crap, the Lord of the Underworld is invincible. I thought Hades would have a tough time winning, but I was wrong. In such a short time, Hades took down the tower guard. It was a completely crushing victory. Wow, Godfather is awesome. Haha, the title of legendary force is beckoning to us. I'm starting to look forward to encountering those advanced races from other worlds. When the time comes, I'll show them just how terrifying the Lord of the Underworld can be. Long live the Emperor. Just as everyone was celebrating. Yang Ziming at Lu Qindao, Lord of the Underworld. During this period, more than a dozen forces have sprung up in the Blue Star War Zone like mushrooms after rain, and the Blue Star War Zone chat channel has been unlocked. If we want to recruit people, shouldn't we start looking for candidates now? Lu Qin saw these words. His eyebrows immediately twitched. A dozen or so factions suddenly appeared. They've unlocked the Earth chat channel. Immediately. Sure enough, the Blue Star chat channel page was found on the panel. And a dense array of announcements. Previously, Lu Chun was focused on the battle with the tower defenders and had not paid attention to this. Blue Star War Zone announcement. Michael, the American Evolver, has successfully established a faction, the Pirates of the Sea Raiders. As the third faction established on Earth, the Pioneer Legion grants all members an additional 50 points of free attribute bonus. Blue Star War Zone announcement. Divine Sherrygator, Zhao Weigua, has successfully established a faction, Dragon Alliance, Sea Lord. Blue Star War Zone announcement. Fusang Evolver, Sato Jiro, has successfully established a faction, the Eastern Shogunate, Sea Pirates. Blue Star War Zone announcement. Siamese Evolver. Pawa has successfully established a faction, Muay Thai War God Alliance, Sea Pirates. Blue Star War Zone announcement. Ivan, an evolved being from the Grizzly Bear Kingdom, has successfully established a faction, the Siberian Sea Wolf Sea Pirates. Ding. The Blue Star War Zone chat channel has been officially unlocked as the number of factions established in the Blue Star War Zone has reached 10. Reminder, due to the large number of users in the Blue Star chat channel, a speaking restriction rule is in effect. Only evolved beings of level 10 and above can speak. Evolved beings below level 10 can enter the chat channel but cannot speak. This rule will change as evolved beings level up. Looking at this densely packed announcement, Lu Chen couldn't help but shake his head. For a long time before that, there was a Blood Moon dynasty. Then there was no further news. Why have so many forces suddenly appeared at the same time? However, a moment later, Lu Chen understood. With the strength of the top experts from all the countries of Earth, it generally takes about 7 days to evolve. Only then can this mission be completed. Thinking of this, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a dark expression on his face. From this perspective, the Blood Moon dynasty that he once looked down upon. Compared to these people, that's pretty impressive. They established their faction in just 6 days. Thinking of this, Lu Chen sighed deeply, already understanding the situation. Humans of Blue Star. To survive this battle for supremacy among all races, I can only rely on myself now. The Earth appears to have billions of inhabitants, but no one with the same exceptional talent as himself has appeared. Otherwise, the time required to establish power, they should be on par with the Netherworld. But, anyway, we still need to hire people. The legendary faction's mission must be completed. Then, Lu Chen clicked into the Blue Star chat channel. Now, the chat channel was in an uproar. Every word spoken by the speaker revealed a hint of pride. Because, to speak on this channel, you must reach level 10. And right now, the average level of Blue Star Evolvers. However, it's around level 5. Their ability to reach level 10 in such a short time undoubtedly makes them the best of the best on Earth. Francois, level 10, Gallic Rooster Knights. Ha ha ha. Mr. James, you shouldn't have to worry about the poisonous fog 3 days from now, right? James, level 11, Trailblazers. Oh, Mr. Francois, the poison fog is no longer a problem, but the threat of the executioners still hangs over our heads. Sergei, level 10, Siberian Wolf, Sai. Looking at the entire Blue Star now, apart from the Netherworld, I'm afraid no other force can reach level 2 within 3 days. It seems there's no escaping this executioner. Chapter 190 Recruiting. The Neglected Arcadia. James. Oh, I only found out after joining the Trailblazers that the conditions for upgrading a faction to level 2 are so demanding. The most troublesome thing is that you have to accumulate 1,000 plunder points. Captain Michael led us. We fought tooth and nail, sacrificing dozens of lives, just to barely defeat a small, rudimentary faction. And the result? Only 80 loot points. To accumulate 1,000 points in 3 days is simply an impossible task. As soon as James said that, a chorus of sighs immediately filled the Blue Star chat channel. Sigh, at least your Pioneer Legion has a 50-point free attribute bonus, and you're still having such a hard time. Then we forces without attribute bonuses have no hope at all. Yes, that damned Oracle is deliberately trying to kill half of us. I'm so envious of you, Ming. I can't even imagine how they managed to accumulate 1,000 plunder points in such a short time. Sigh, brother, there's no use in being envious. The Netherworld is in the 8th district, too far away from us. We can only pray that we'll have better luck in 3 days and not be targeted by the executioners. Just then, a special message appeared in the chat channel. Arcadia, level 15, Blood Moon Dynasty. Leader, fellow warriors of Blue Star, the Blood Moon Dynasty is currently recruiting new members. Those who wish to join can register first and become reserve members of the Blood Moon Dynasty. Once the teleportation array is unlocked in the future, you can officially join us and enjoy a high attribute bonus of 100 points. Upon hearing this, everyone exclaimed in surprise. Holy crap, it's the Blood Moon Dynasty, the second most powerful force on Earth. The leader of the Blood Moon Dynasty has spoken. No wonder he's so strong. He's the Blood Moon Ancestor. When the Blood Moon Ancestor was on Blue Star, he was the strongest in the Dark World. Now it seems that he is still just as powerful in this Revelation world. Yes, I'm already the strongest in our region, and I'm only level 11. But the Blood Moon Ancestor has reached level 15 in such a short time, which is the highest level I've ever seen among all the evolved beings. He's really amazing. The Blood Moon Ancestor must be the highest ranking being among our human race on Blue Star, right? Wow, the Blood Moon Dynasty, as the second most powerful force on Blue Star, offers a 100-point bonus to free attributes. Just joining is equivalent to leveling up. I'm only level 10 now, so a 100-point attribute boost would greatly increase my chances of survival. Ancestor, register me. I want to join the Blood Moon Dynasty. I want to join too. Count me in. Arcadia's appearance immediately attracted the attention of countless powerful figures. In an instant, many powerful individuals above level 10 who have not yet joined a faction. They all clamored to join the Blood Moon Dynasty. After all, join the Blood Moon Dynasty. You will receive a 100-point attribute bonus. And, with a strong leader leading, in this brutal survival game, the chances of survival would undoubtedly be greater. Arcadia couldn't help but laugh triumphantly at the sight of the commotion. Haha, everyone, don't worry. Register with Van Payne first. Although my Blood Moon Dynasty only has 1,000 slots right now, we will soon rise to become an unprecedentedly powerful empire on this ocean. Then you will all have the opportunity to join. He looked down at the chat channel, a smug gleam in his eyes. Now, those that can make a sound in the channel. They are all exceptionally talented and powerful top experts on Earth. Arcadia knew this well. His Blood Moon Dynasty is currently in its initial stages. We urgently need manpower. Not to mention, 3 days later, the executioners will also execute half the population. At that time, manpower will be even more scarce. If we could recruit these top experts to our ranks, this will undoubtedly be of great benefit to the future of the Blood Moon Dynasty. Van Payne, level 13, Blood Moon Dynasty. Commander, evolvers who wish to register, come here to register. Just state your name, talent level, and whether you have mastered any skills. Those who have awakened advanced talents will be given priority. However, following the release of Van Payne's message, but not a single evolved being came to sign up. Because, another message in Van Payne's words. They appeared in the chat channel almost simultaneously. The message reads, Lu Chun, level 25, Netherworld, leader, Netherworld, is recruiting. Please communicate with Commander Yang Ziming for details. This simple sentence. The noisy chat channel instantly fell silent. It took everyone a second or two of stunned silence before they reacted. Subsequently, the previously quiet chat channel instantly erupted in chaos. Holy crap, it's Lu Chun, the Lord of the Underworld. I've heard this name countless times in Revelation Online's announcements, and today I've finally met the real person. Level 25. Holy crap, look at that. Mr. Lu Chun is actually level 25. Oh my god, I'm only level 10, and I'm already the strongest in our region. Mr. Lu Chun has actually reached level 25. He's really as powerful as a god. Konnichiwa, Lu Chinchin. You are the most powerful human I have ever seen. Wow, President Liu Chun has the same face as our great Korean people. I'm so excited. President Liu Chun, you are the pride of Asia. Who just said that the Blood Moon ancestor is the highest level person on Blue Star? Come out here. Mr. Liu Chun has already reached level 25. He is the most powerful person on Blue Star. That's right. Compared to Mr. Liu Chun, the Blood Moon ancestor who was just speaking doesn't even deserve to carry your shoes. Ha ha. Liu Chun, you really make us Xinxia people proud. You're so cool. Strange, Mr. Liu Chun is so powerful. Why have we never heard of his deeds on Earth before? The people of Xinxia like to keep a low profile, and Mr. Liu Chun seems to be a reclusive master of Xinxia. After Liu Chun spoke, Arcadia, which was once highly sought after, was suddenly neglected. Van Payne, who was preparing to register for recruitment, also looked embarrassed. Because nobody came looking for him. Blood Moon Dynasty. Arcadia stared at the chat channel, gritting his teeth. Asshole. How could he level up so quickly? Arcadia stared at the level number after Liu Chun's name in the chat channel, 25. Eyes bloodshot. With a ferocious expression. My heart was filled with resentment and anger. Arcadia has always believed that Liu Chun relied on despicable means and opportunistic tricks to stay ahead of others in every aspect. Arcadia firmly believes that my true strength is definitely not inferior to Liu Chun's. You should know, as the progenitor of the vampire clan, when he first entered the world of Revelation Online, his four-dimensional attributes were dozens of times greater than those of other evolved beings of the same level. However, even so, I've only just reached level 15, and this Liu Chun is already level 25. That's impossible. Absolutely impossible. He must have found some despicable way to cheat his way up his level again. That bastard. Chapter 191. Compared to the Netherworld, the pathetic force I created is utterly useless. Now, the Blue Star Wars Zone chat channel was being bombarded with countless messages. Some of it was flattery. There is flattery. There is envy. There were also calls for help. Looking at the densely packed information, Liu Chun felt a headache coming on. He left behind the message. If you need anything, contact Yang Ziming. Then he closed the chat channel. Time is limited. We need to enter the Tower of Awakening as soon as possible to complete the legendary faction quest. Liu Chun didn't have time for so many people flattering and arguing. Hiring is such a small matter. It's enough to leave everything to Yang Ziming. All you need to do is gather enough people to complete the task. As for the selection and screening of personnel, let Yang Ziming worry about it. At that very moment, Yun Ting's voice came. I'm sorry, Captain, Yun Ting is late. Yun Ting, they've come back to life. Hey, Zio Yunzi, I've been resurrected for a while now, and you're only just arriving? Jack leaned closer. He put his arm around Yun Ting's shoulder. He looked him up and down carefully. He laughed and said, Not bad, not bad. Xiao Yunzi's appearance is becoming more and more in line with the temperament of our netherworld ship. Upon seeing Yun Ting after his resurrection, the image is completely different now. The once snow-white wings on its back have now turned grayish-black. The once neat and comfortable feathers were now dry and disheveled. Her skin also appeared unnaturally pale. His face was covered in chapped skin. He exuded a chilling aura of death. Yun Ting in the past, like a bright and handsome angel. But it turned into a sinister and terrifying fallen angel. Senior Jack, please don't joke around. Your immortality talent level is higher than mine, so your resurrection time is naturally shorter. Yun Ting is ashamed. Yun Ting smiled wryly. This battle, he cast a wind blade himself. Then he was instantly killed. It could be said that it didn't help its owner at all. I am truly ashamed. He only died once, and his undead transformation is already this severe. Liu Chun looked Yun Ting up and down. His brows were furrowed. Yun Ting only died once. The characteristics of undead transformation are so obvious. If this continues, he could die again. They would probably become undead completely. At that time, the negative effects of the curse will fully erupt. Thinking of this, Liu Chun grew increasingly anxious. The power of this curse of immortality is greater than expected. I must hurry and break this curse as soon as possible. Otherwise, once I too become a complete undead, all the crew members on the ghostly nether, they will all become lonely ghosts unable to set foot on land. As long as Liu Chun doesn't completely turn into an undead, Jack and Yun Ting, as his vassals, can still briefly follow him onto land. Yes, master. After my death, the energy within me has changed. From now on, I can only level up by absorbing death energy. Yun Ting answered respectfully. Haha, great. There's plenty of death energy on Corpse Burial Island, so we don't have to compete with the captain for life energy. Jack grinned. All right, Now that Yun Ting has been resurrected, let's go into the Tower of Awakening. Lu Chen nodded. Then he stepped towards the majestic gate of the Tower of Awakening. At the same time, the Blue Star chat channel was in an uproar. Hey, Mr. Lu Chen, don't rush off. I want to join the Netherworld. Oh God, Mr. Lu Chen is so aloof. I like him so much. I wonder if he likes Western beauties. I really want to be his woman. Just as everyone was lamenting Lu Chen's departure from the chat channel, a message attracted everyone's attention like a magnet. Yang Ziming, level 16, Netherworld, Commander, I am fully responsible for the recruitment of Netherworld. You can ask me any questions you may have. As soon as Yang Ziming's news came out, the chat channel erupted in chaos once again. I'm not seeing things, am I? Mr. Yang Ziming is already at level 16. My God, it's one thing for Mr. Lu Chen to be powerful, but now even a commander in the Netherworld is this strong, already level 16. My God, the Blood Moon Ancestor is only level 15. So, not only is the Blood Moon Ancestor no match for Mr. Lu Chen, but he's not even as good as a commander of the Netherworld. The gap between the first and second powers is actually this huge. Seeing this scene, Arcadia, who was already furious. At this moment, he was clenching his teeth so hard they were grinding. The veins on his forehead bulged as if they were about to burst. It's one thing that Lu Chen's level is higher than mine. Now, even a minor leader in the Netherworld was of a higher rank than him. This is an utter disgrace. An absolute disgrace. He was recognized as the strongest being on Earth for hundreds of years. These ants dared to use such despicable means to steal his position as the strongest. They even dared to steal people from their own Blood Moon dynasty. Unforgivable. I will definitely suck their blood dry to vent the hatred in my heart. Van Payne, standing to the side, watched the progenitor's ferocious expression as if he wanted to devour others alive. I couldn't help but shake my head. He sighed deeply. Our progenitor. What time is it now? We can't afford to have any more internal strife. Mr. Yang Ziming, may I ask, after joining the Netherworld, will I receive attribute bonuses like I would in the Blood Moon Dynasty? That's right, the Blood Moon Dynasty has a full 100 attribute bonuses. As the number one power, the Netherworld should have even more bonuses, right? In response to everyone's inquiries, Yang Ziming sent a message in reply. Yes, once you join the Netherworld, you will receive 600 free attribute points and 8 evolution points. As soon as the news came out, the chat channel suddenly went silent. Although everyone had already heard the announcement from Revelation Online, they all had a general idea in mind. The attribute bonuses from the Netherworld must be substantial. But when you actually see these astonishing numbers, everyone was stunned. His eyes were fixed on the striking number. His eyes gleamed with an uncontrollable, burning light. What? I didn't see that wrong, did I? Joining the Netherworld grants me so many attributes right away. This is amazing. Compared to the Netherworld, the Blood Moon Dynasty suddenly seems insignificant. If the Blood Moon Dynasty is a beat-up Alto, then the Netherworld is a Rolls-Royce. They're not even in the same league. I want to join the Netherworld. I'll do anything you ask. I absolutely must join the Netherworld. My total stats are less than 600 points right now. The boost from Netherworld is higher than all my stats combined. Doesn't that mean if I join Netherworld, my strength will immediately double? It's not just attribute points, it's also evolution points, a full 8 evolution points. If I had these evolution points, my talent could be upgraded to B level. Now I understand why the Netherworld's commander is of a higher level than the Blood Moon Ancestor. With such a terrifying fleet boost, even a 5-year-old child entering the Netherworld could instantly become a super expert. Mr. Lu Chen, how exactly did he manage to create such a terrifying force? Damn it. Mr. Yang Ziming, as long as you can let me join the Netherworld, I will immediately quit the Han River Guardians, even if I lose half of my attribute points. Ivan, am the leader of the Siberian Sea Wolves. If you can let me join the Netherworld, I'll burn my fleet flag right now. Compared to the Netherworld, this lousy force I created doesn't add any attributes. It's just trash. I love Xinxia. I love the Netherworld. Let me join you, hurrah. No attribute bonus for a normal level 1 faction. A level 2 faction provides a bonus of 100 free attribute points and 1 evolution point. Chapter 192, is it too late for me to learn the language of Sherlock now? In a short time, the screen was filled with messages from people wanting to join the underworld. The allure of 600 free attribute points and 8 evolution points is simply too tempting. No one can resist it. Even a top powerhouse like Ivan, who had founded a faction, they all considered disbanding their forces. The thought of throwing oneself into the underworld. However, Yang Ziming's next words. Like a bucket of cold water, it extinguished everyone's enthusiasm. Yang Ziming, thank you all for your kind offer, but there are limited spots available for members of the Netherworld. The Lord of the Underworld has decreed that we, the Netherworld, are currently only recruiting members of the Divine Summer. Those Divine Summer Evolvers who are interested in joining, please register with me. Upon hearing this, the chat channel instantly erupted in chaos, filled with expressions of frustration. Oh my God, no, this isn't democratic, this is racism. You can't discriminate against me just because I'm American. Yes, Blue Star Village as a whole. The Great Lord of the Underworld should treat people from different countries equally and give us a chance too. Mr. Yang Ziming, I am Pawa, the leader of the Muay Thai God of War Alliance. You can inquire about it. In the 658 region, I have always been helping the people of Xinxia. We Siamese and the people of Xinxia are the best of friends. Please lift the restrictions and give us Siamese a chance. As long as I can join the Underworld, I am willing to disband the Muay Thai God of War Alliance immediately. Me too. After the Lord of the Underworld established the Netherworld, we Koreans in District 1783 have never opposed the people of Xinxiao again. We are all yellow-skinned Asians. You have to give us a chance. But, no matter how much the crowd pleaded, Yang Ziming's attitude remained consistent. He reiterated, please understand, everyone, that the number of places in the Netherworld is limited, and at present we are only recruiting people from Xinxia. This is a strict order from the Lord of the Underworld. However, we will remember your friendship with Xinxia. Once the Netherworld grows stronger, we may consider recruiting people from other countries. Seeing Yang Ziming's resolute decision, everyone was utterly disappointed. However, some people are still unwilling to give up. Lord Yang Ziming, we Koreans were vassals of Xinxia in ancient times. If we trace our ancestry back, I can also be considered a Xinxia person. Please let me join you. Yoshi, that's right. Our ancestors also came from Xinxia. Logically speaking, we Japanese people also have the blood of Xinxia flowing in our veins. We Japanese people are also qualified to join the Netherworld. However, hearing the words of the Koreans and Japanese, the group of Divine Xia people in the channel immediately objected. Don't give me that. Aren't you ashamed to say that? Why didn't you ever call yourselves people of Xinxia before? Now that there are benefits to be had, you all want to curry favor. Dream on. Exactly. There are only 2,000 spots in the Netherworld. We, 1 billion people in Divine Xia, don't even have enough for ourselves. You lowly folks and Koreans want to get a piece of the pie? Go cool off somewhere else. Commander Yang, my name is Li Chao, level 11, B-grade strength talent. I am applying to join the Netherworld. I'm level 10, with a B-grade poison talent. I want to apply too. I'll report it. In a short time, the Sherlock Holmes members eagerly signed up. Evolvers from other countries have taken note of this. Full of envy, you should know that as long as you can join the Netherworld, one's strength can double in an instant. More importantly, the Netherworld has shown an unstoppable momentum of rise. Everyone understands. In the world of Revelation Online, the strong get stronger and the weak get weaker. As time goes by, the gap between the Netherworld and other forces will only widen, until they could not catch up. Now, if I could join the Netherworld, choice is far more important than effort. Ugh, I hate it so much. Why didn't my mom give birth to me in Xinxia? Then I could have joined the Netherworld. I envy these Xinxia people so much. Just joining the Netherworld is like ascending to heaven in one step. Wah, I wish there were no racial discrimination in my next life. Sigh, I can understand. There are only 2,000 spots in the Netherworld. Even the Divine Xia people don't have enough for themselves, so why would they give them to us? Van Payne tried. Everyone, don't be discouraged. If you can't join the Netherworld, you can come to our Blood Moon dynasty. Forget it. Someone who has ridden in a luxury car would never look at an Alto again. Seriously, after seeing the bonus attributes of the Netherworld, I feel that the Blood Moon dynasty, which is second to none on Blue Star, suddenly looks incredibly low. At that very moment, a vampire from the Blood Moon dynasty, he said sarcastically, don't be envious. Even if they sign up now, they can forget about easily joining the Netherworld. When the executioners arrive in 3 days, at least half of these people will die. Even if they are registered now, what difference does it make? They are still the same as us. No one can guarantee that they won't be one of the half to be executed. They can only leave their fate to chance. Upon hearing this, they were just in high spirits. The Sherlock Holmes members were beaming with joy. They couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Yes, joining the Netherworld would be even better. That's a matter for the future. No one can guarantee that. I hope I can live long enough to truly join the Netherworld. However, at this very moment, Yang Ziming's words instantly stunned everyone. Yang Ziming. Oh, Regarding the issue of the executioners, there's no need to worry. We will send someone to pick up all those who have joined the Netherworld and bring them back to the 8th district within a day. At that time, the threat of the executioners will naturally be eliminated. Really? Now that we've joined the Netherworld, you can actually take us back. The Netherworld is currently the only second-tier power on Blue Star. If we can get to the 8th district, then we can survive. I'm so excited that tears are streaming down my face. Lord of the Underworld. Lord of the Underworld is truly great. Long live the Underworld. Long live the Lord of the Underworld. Upon hearing this, the powerful figures of Earth were overjoyed. Many people were so moved that they burst into tears. You should know, the Executioner is a level 50 boss-level creature. It is an existence that no one can resist at present. If we can go to the 8th region, that way, one can escape the 50% chance of death. Those evolved individuals from other countries who were already filled with envy witnessed this scene. His eyes were filled with jealousy. They couldn't wait to change their nationality and become a sheik. Oh my god. So, if they join the Netherworld now, they can gain 600 free attribute points and 8 evolution points in less than a day, and they won't have to worry about being executed by the executioners. Yes. I'm so envious. Is it too late for me to learn Shin Natsu's language now? Just stab me to death with your sword. Seeing how the people of Xinxiao are treated, I suddenly don't want to live anymore. Baka, we're all yellow-skinned, so why does the divine Xia have a godlike figure like Lu Chun? Our great Fusang nation is no less amazing. This is unfair. Just when everyone was filled with envy, Arcadia's message immediately attracted everyone's attention. A god? I think this Lu Chun is nothing but a boastful fraud. Chapter 193, The First Floor of the Tower of Awakening, Another Dimension. What? Blood Moon Ancestor, what are you saying? Yes, Blood Moon Ancestor. Have you perhaps heard some rumors? I still don't know how to cross regions. Is there some kind of teleportation array? Seeing that everyone's attention was drawn to his news, Arcadia sneered. A picture was sent to the Blue Star chat channel. This is the guiding stone tablet I found. It clearly states that if a novice evolver wants to quickly cross the sea area, the only way is to go to the Tower of Awakening to unlock the sea area teleportation array. But only those who reach level 50 will be allowed to pass by the incredibly powerful Tower Guard. Do you really think Lu Chun can reach level 50 in a single day? Or that he can defeat the Tower Guard by leaping more than 20 levels? Laughable. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in surprise. Really? Unlocking the sea area teleportation array, is this demanding? You need to be level 50. My god, this Tower Guardian is incredibly powerful. It's a level 50 awakened boss, not inferior to the Executioner in 3 days. But the Lord of the Underworld clearly said he could take us back within a day. What's going on? Upon seeing this, some were rejected because they wanted to join the Netherworld. The envious evolved beings began to mock. What's going on? Just bragging. It seems this so-called Lord of the Underworld is nothing special. That's right. I'm afraid Lu Chun has no idea that the conditions for using the teleportation array are so strict. Damn it, that's it. They were just bragging that they only recruit people from Xinxia. They're so unreliable. Even if they offered me a place now, I wouldn't join. That's right, reaching level 50 in 1 day is simply a pipe dream. If Yuming can't use the teleportation array after 1 day, he'll be humiliated in front of the whole world. It seems that Lu Chun's strength is just due to good luck. In a short time, the chat channel was filled with sarcastic remarks. However, evolvers from other countries within the 8th region, seeing that his fellow countrymen dared to mock Lu Chun on the Blue Star channel, my heart was in my throat. I wish I could rush over and cover their mouths. Big brother, Lu Chun is an inspector. Do you even know what an inspector is? That being represents the heavenly decree and oversees all living beings. Are you fucking mocking an inspector? Even if you didn't know Lu Chun was an inspector, at least use your brain and think about it, okay? Currently, even the top-tier experts are only around level 10. Lu Chun is already level 25. Can it be simple? How dare you mock someone? However, since no one has reached level 10, others in the 8th region are unable to speak on the Blue Star channel. All I could do was keep pleading in the regional chat channel. Brother who said the Lord of the Underworld was bragging. I beg you, please don't do anything stupid for us Ceylonians, okay? The Lord of the Underworld. He's the inspector of our Blue Star. How dare you say the inspector is bragging? You're tired of living. Don't affect the rest of us Ceylonians. I still want to live a few more days. 8th District, Salon 851 New BC. Wah, do they even know what they're doing? Java strongmen, I beg you shut up. If they won't let you join, just wait for your chance. If you offend the overseers, the Java tribe might disappear altogether. 8th District, Java 243 Beginner C. I'm level 9 now. Once I level up, I'll be able to speak on the World Channel. I need to tell my fellow countrymen in Luzon right away that the overseers are not people we can mess with. Hey bro upstairs, hurry up and level up. I'm so afraid those brainless bastards in our country will say something that will anger the inspector. Your Excellency, the words they speak represent only themselves and have nothing to do with anyone else in our country. Please don't blame us, have mercy. Upon seeing this, Yang Ziming snorted coldly. How dare you ants speak ill of the Lord of the Underworld? Anyone who dares to criticize the Lord of the Underworld again is an enemy of the Netherworld. No matter how far away they are, they will be punished. Those who wish to join the Netherworld should register as soon as possible, or they will be left behind. Upon hearing this, those evolved beings who were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred, they all fell silent. After all, to be able to reach level 10 in such a short time, nobody's a fool. It's not worth offending such a powerful being as the Underworld over a mere verbal dispute. But, aside from the Blood Moon progenitor, Arcadia, hell what? Your lies have been exposed, and now you're getting angry and threatening others? What a bunch of clowns. Upon seeing the news of the Blood Moon ancestor, Yang Ziming simply smiled coldly. Whether it's a lie or not, we'll know in a day. There's no point in saying more. Arcadia. Ha! Good. I'll be waiting to see you make a fool of yourselves. I want to see how Lu Chun will sheepishly apologize to everyone a day from now. At that time, your Netherworld will become the laughing stock of the entire Blue Star. Despite this incident, however, this did not dampen the enthusiasm of the sheiks to sign up. Now you can speak in the chat channel. They are all among the best of Sherlock. They all knew very well that Lu Chun was able to establish the Netherworld in such a short time. It's not simple. By joining the Netherworld, one can ascend to heaven in one step. They would not give up because of a few words from the Blood Moon ancestor. On the other side, Lu Chun paid no attention to the activity in the Blue Star chat channel. Instead, he led Jack and Yunting. Step into the Tower of Awakening. Just as I stepped over that thick threshold, a wave of heat suddenly hit my face. As far as the eye can see, it was all yellowish-brown. Yellow sand swirled in the air. Inside the Tower of Awakening, it was an unbearably hot desert scene. The sun was blazing hot. High in the sky, the earth was scorched. Ding! You have entered the first level of the Awakening Tower in the 8th region, the Blazing Sands. Holy crap, is this a tower or another dimension? And why is there a sun hanging in the sky? Jack was speechless. His face was filled with astonishment. Now, the first floor of the Tower of Awakening. It's like a completely different real world. Don't you know something about the Tower of Awakening? Why are you behaving like this? Lu Chun glanced at Jack and teased him. I know that, but this is my first time here too. Jack looked around. Smacking his lips, he exclaimed, TSK, 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 Revelation Online is really amazing. They managed to create such a world underwater. This is incredible. Master, look over there. That should be the passage to the second floor. Yunting pointed forward. All I saw was a giant, earthen yellow pillar rises from the desert, soaring straight into the sky. Lu Chun stared at the colossal pillar that seemed to disappear into the clouds. His eyes narrowed slightly. I was also deeply shocked. Obviously, the divine revelation was able to utilize the limited space within the Tower of Awakening, expand into a miniature world. What astonishing power this is. Thinking of space, he also possesses an A-level spatial ability. However, very few of them have been developed. Perhaps, when one day, spatial abilities become powerful enough, I can be like Revelation Online. Create a whole new world. Chapter 194. If you don't want to solve the problem, then kill the person who raised it. At that very moment, the voice of the divine decree rang out. Ding! Quest successfully triggered. Blazing Sands trial. Reminder, brave evolver, your presence here proves your strength. However, this is only the beginning of your journey. To advance further, you must complete the Sand Sea trial and gain the approval of the guardian of the Blazing Sand Sea, the poisonous scorpion demon, Shara. Mission introduction. The fiery sands are teeming with deadly giant sand scorpions. You must find and hunt 20 giant sand scorpions to collect the sand sea crystals from their brains. With the crystal of the desert, you will obtain a vague clue about the desert temple. Next, you will need to rely on your wisdom and strength to find the desert temple in this vast desert. After defeating the level 45 boss, the flaming sand beast, in the desert temple, you will gain the approval of the guardian, Shara, and obtain the Sand Sea Pass. With the pass, you can proceed to the second floor of the Awakening Tower. Task assessment. Difficult. Only powerful evolvers are qualified to complete their awakening within the Tower of Awakening. Holy crap, this task is way too complicated. Jack tilted his head and stared at Lu Chen's mission panel. His brow furrowed. He muttered to himself. You have to kill monsters, collect items, find that damn temple, and finally fight the boss. This series of events. There probably isn't enough time left for the deep-sea butcher mission. Master, this sea of sand is too big. Why don't the three of us split up and hunt down the sand scorpions first? Yin Ting made his suggestion with a serious expression. However, Lu Chen simply closed the task panel. He said calmly, It's too much trouble, I don't plan to do this task. Huh? Not doing it. Then Captain, what do you intend to do? Jack looked stunned. He then slapped his forehead. Suddenly realized, hey, look at my brain. The captain didn't follow the rules when he came in, so naturally he doesn't need to anymore. Just kill that damn poison scorpion demon Shara, and we'll save time from wasting time on quests. That's right. Jack, you understand me better and better. Lu Chen gave Jack an approving look. A cold, stern smile curved his lips. I don't need anyone's approval. Anyone who dares to stop me, I'll kill them. Yin Ting, standing to the side. Hearing this, they were stunned. I'm completely bewildered. He was born into the Stormwing clan. Always followed the rules. I never expected this. Can things really be done like this? The Tower of Awakening stipulates that evolvers must reach level 50 to enter. The owner does not meet the requirements. So they simply killed the tower guard responsible for enforcing the rule. After entering the tower, there are also regulations. One must gain the approval of this guardian before continuing upwards. The owner was too lazy to acknowledge it. They even planned to kill the guardian directly. Since you don't want to solve the problem, then kill the person who raised the question. The problem will naturally be solved. This is absolutely outrageous. Etc. The master, as the monitor. He was a law enforcement officer. They really can act with impunity. That's all. Yun Ting, his thoughts in turmoil. Dizzy and confused, he followed Lu Chen and Jack. They sped toward the towering, majestic pillar. After the three left, a furtive figure slipped in quietly through the crack in the door. It was Leos, who had previously used his advanced visual talent to spy on everything. He patted his chest. Try to calm your wildly beating heart. That's terrifying. Leos had just passed through the site of the fierce battle between humans and tower guards. Having witnessed the massive dent in the wall of the Tower of Awakening, and the devastation left behind by the battle on the ground, I gained a more direct understanding of Lu Chen's strength. No wonder the tower guard died at his hands. This human being. That's absolutely terrifying. How could such a monster appear in a low-level world? Leos muttered something to himself. Then his eyes rolled. I breathed a slight sigh of relief, despite how terrifying this human being was. But he wanted to complete the trial in this blazing sand sea. It will take at least 10 hours. I must take this opportunity. Go to the second floor and find Leona first. The Tower of Awakening has a vast interior space. As long as I can get Leona away from these humans. When Eros arrived with reinforcements from the Nine Heavens Palace, humans are doomed. At that time, I can also reap countless benefits. Thinking of this, a greedy smile crept onto Leos's lips. Then he raised his head. All eyes were once again focused on Lu Chen. Upon closer inspection, Leos frowned. Huh? Why aren't they going for the sand scorpions? Why are they heading straight for the heavenly pillar instead? Suddenly, Leos seemed to have thought of something. His expression changed drastically. Damn it. Are they planning to skip the trials and directly challenge the guardian of this level to ascend the tower? If this thought had come to mind in the past, Leos would definitely scoff at this. But he doesn't think that way anymore. After all, the monster in front. But we just killed the tower guard. They're probably just going to take a look. Once they witness the power of the guardians on this level, they'll naturally obediently go and do their missions. Inside the Tower of Awakening, apart from the tower guards at the entrance, each floor has a guardian, responsible for screening incoming evolvers. And the higher the number of floors, the stronger the guardian, the more powerful they become. Even if they are only guardians of the first layer of the blazing sand sea, their strength far surpasses that of the tower defenders who were defeated by Lu Chen. However, despite trying to comfort myself in this way, Leos, however, remained uneasy. Because the battle between the tower guard and that human just now, the tower guard was completely crushed. Even now, Leos cannot estimate just how strong humanity truly is. Hiss! A sudden screech broke the silence. Yellow sand suddenly flew up, like surging waves. All I saw was a scorpion's tail gleaming with an eerie green light. It sprang out of the sand, swift as an arrow. Jack lunged straight at the back of the line. Holy crap! Jack exclaimed in surprise. He stomped hard on the ground with his right foot, using the momentum to stop his momentum. At the same time, the waist muscles are tense. Power surged. His entire body suddenly twisted to the right. The scorpion's tail narrowly grazed Jack's chest. A strong gust of wind was stirred up. However, just as Jack breathed a sigh of relief, two muffled thuds. Two more scorpion tails suddenly rose from the sand. Like a hidden arrow, he swiftly stabbed at Jack. Jack had nowhere to hide. He was stabbed directly. In an instant, the rotting flesh on its body began to turn green rapidly. The toxin spread. Poison. Jack grinned, a ruthless glint in his eyes. His hand suddenly stretched out. It gripped the two scorpion tails tightly, like iron claws. I'm a freaking undead. Do you think I'd be afraid of your poison? Jack strained his arms. Muscle swelling. A woo. A roar. Jack forcibly pulled a giant sand scorpion from the sand. The sand scorpion was 8 meters long. The whole body is yellowish-brown. The carapace is hard. Its tail had 3 thick, python-like scorpion tails. Struggling incessantly. Chapter 195 Scorpion Demon Shara. At the same time, whoosh whoosh dash. A series of whistling sounds rang out. Dozens of wind blades sliced through the air. It crashed violently into the hard carapace of the giant sand scorpion. It was Yun Ting who made the move. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew everywhere. The giant sand scorpion's yellowish-brown carapace displayed astonishing toughness, despite the numerous cracks. Yet it still stubbornly withstood Yun Ting's wind blade attacks. Hateful. Seeing this scene, Yun Ting, his pupils suddenly contracted. It was one thing that we couldn't break through the tower's defenses before. Now you can't even handle a regular monster. No. If this continues, I'll be eliminated by my owner sooner or later. Thinking of this, Yun Ting gritted his teeth, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He suddenly spread his arms out. In an instant, the surrounding area was ravaged by strong winds. The yellow sand was swirled up and flew everywhere. A small storm quickly gathered and swept towards the giant sand scorpion. Rank a skill, Skystorm. Holy crap. Why are you making such a big commotion just fighting a small monster? Xiao Yunzi. Jack felt the terrifying wind all around him and quickly released the scorpion's tail. Hold down the tricorn hat that's about to be blown away. And that enormous, giant sand scorpion. They screamed as they were swept into the air by the storm. It was then torn to pieces. Ding. Your vassal, Yun Ting, has slain a giant sand scorpion, level 45. You have gained 150,000 life energy. Current level, 25, 820, 000/10, 000. Upon hearing the notification tone in my ear, Lu Chun glanced back at Yun Ting and Jack. Remember to retrieve the body. Before the words were finished, they continued their rapid journey toward the towering pillar. Just then, a woo, a screech was heard. Another giant sand scorpion suddenly sprang out of the sand in front of the sinking land. 3 scorpion tails lashed out like venomous snakes. However, Lu Chen's steps did not stop. An invisible sonic blade flashed past like lightning. A muffled thud. The ferocious, giant sand scorpion froze instantly. Then, the grotesque insect head slowly slid off. The cut is clean and smooth. Ding. Slayed a giant sand scorpion, level 45, gaining 150,000 life energy. Current level, 25, 880, 000/10, 000/000. Lu Chun waved his right hand. Store the sand scorpion's corpse in your storage ring. His figure blurred into a fleeting shadow as he continued to speed forward, from being ambushed by a giant sand scorpion to his death. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chen's steps did not falter in the slightest. Yun Ting stared blankly at Lu Chen's retreating figure, muttering to myself, I have to use all my strength and unleash my strongest skills to barely deal with the giant sand scorpion, but my master kills it as easily as crushing an ant. My master and I are roughly the same level, yet our combat strengths are worlds apart. Master is getting stronger and stronger. Ha ha ha, stop reminiscing, Xiao Yunzi. I've never seen anyone as monstrous as the captain in all my years of life. Jack laughed and patted Yun Ting on the shoulder. Let's hurry, or we won't be able to catch up with the captain. Yun Ting pulled himself out of his thoughts, spreading its jet-black wings. They chased after Lu Chun. Soon, Lu Chun quickly approached the towering pillar that reached into the clouds. However, a pillar standing at the base of the sky. A giant creature with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a scorpion. It suddenly came into Lu Chen's view. Lu Chen's pace slowed down. His eyes narrowed slightly. The creature before them stood like a peak, reaching a height of 15 meters. Its upper body is in human form. The muscles are taut and bulging. His skin had taken on a bronze hue, as if tanned by the blazing sun. The lower body is in the shape of a scorpion. The carapace is extremely hard. It has 9 long and agile scorpion tails behind it. Its tail tip gleamed with a ghostly green, poisonous light. It sends chills down one's spine. "Captain, wait for us." Jack braced himself on his knees with both hands. He shouted, panting, when his gaze fell upon the monster at the base of the pillar to heaven. His eyes widened involuntarily. Holy crap, it looks like this giant is the guardian Shara. It's terrifying. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yun Ting flapped its wings and circled in the sky. He asked, his face full of confusion. However, why does Shara's aura feel even stronger than the previous Crystal Man's? Lu Chen stared at Shara's control panel in front of him. He nodded. Yes, this Shara is indeed stronger than the previous Tarion. Only the front panel clearly shows. Guardian of the Blazing Sands, Scorpion Demon Shara, boss-level creature, intermediate awakening. Characteristics: hard carapace, extremely high defense, highly venomous, highly intelligent, immense strength. Talent: Venom Avatar, rank A. Skill 1, Sandstorm, rank A, manipulates the surrounding sand grains to create a raging sandstorm. During this storm, Shara's attack power and speed are greatly enhanced, while enemies suffer from obstructed vision and difficulty moving, becoming easy targets. Hey, that's home field advantage. Skill 2, Poisonous Spread, rank A, releases a highly toxic area on the ground. Any enemy who steps into this area will suffer continuous poison damage, and their movement speed will be greatly reduced. Combining these two skills will show you what despair truly means. Combat Power Assessment, Intermediate Awakening, Tier 53 Boss. If you don't have superhuman abilities, running away is the best option when you encounter him. Oh, so finally an evolved being has come looking for us. Shara caught the sound. Her eyes slowly opened. Their gazes turned to Lu Chun and the other two. Upon closer inspection, but they discovered they were only level 25. His brows furrowed involuntarily. What is Tarion up to? Why would he allow evolvers below level 50 to enter the Tower of Awakening? Despite Tarion's negligence. But I am here. We will absolutely not allow any unqualified evolvers to infiltrate. Thinking of this, Shara looked down at the sinking land, his gaze as if scrutinizing ants. How did you, an ant from a lowly world, manage to slip past Tarion's spies and infiltrate the Tower of Awakening? However, with me here, if you want to continue, you'd better do the missions and get the pass. Hey, you big scorpion demon, didn't you ask us if we had any passes? Maybe we would have already taken care of them. Jack crossed his arms and said jokingly. Oh, Shara heard this. His eyebrows suddenly twitched. Could it be that these 3 level 25 ants in front of me actually managed to complete that trial mission? You should know, that mission would require a team of at least 10 level 50 evolved beings to complete. Oh, do you have a pass? No. Upon hearing this, Shara, his eyes suddenly twitched. Oh, it seems like I've been tricked. If you don't have a pass, get out of here. Otherwise, as long as I am alive, you will never be able to reach the 2nd level. Distance. Leos lay prone in the sand. His face was full of joy. He burst out laughing. Ha ha, you got stopped by the Guardians. The poisonous scorpion demon is indeed a mid-level awakened powerhouse. Even from this distance, I can clearly sense that terrifying aura. Looks like this human has no choice but to obediently carry out the mission, huh? Chapter 196. Thanks to Qingfeng Yuqing for the generous reward and the author's certification. Here's an extra chapter. Strings resound through the 9 heavens. When all living beings awaken. Due to varying potential, the level of awakening that can be achieved also varies. Awakening is divided into beginner, intermediate, advanced, perfect awakening. The higher the level of awakening, the power gained after awakening becomes even greater, despite the fact that Tarion and Shara are of similar rank. But Shara, at intermediate awakening, it can easily crush a Torian who has just awakened. Thinking of this, Leos, who had been feeling uneasy, suddenly felt much more at ease. He stared at Lu Chun. A smug smile curled at the corner of his lips. With the Guardians being so powerful, I refuse to believe that you, a mere human, would dare to act rashly. When Eros returns with the powerful warriors of the 9 Heavens Palace, it will be your end. Your god-level pet will also become ours. Leos was talking to himself. The land submerged beneath the pillar to heaven. The ear twitched slightly. A terrifying killing intent instantly surged around him. Dumplings. We've been discovered. I never expected this. I was so careful. The dumpling's secret was eventually discovered. Lu Chen's ears twitched slightly. Quickly pinpoint Laos's location. I already understand. The spy. They must possess visual talent at a B level or even an A level. Only then can one peer into oneself from such a great distance. But he was completely unaware of it. But he didn't expect that. My auditory talent has just evolved to level A. The distance of eavesdropping. Their visual talent is in no way inferior to the other parties. Just now, his muttering to himself. Lu Chun heard every single word. But even after realizing that Tuanzi had been exposed, Lu Chun did not immediately turn around to chase after the person who was spying on him. Instead, he walked towards Shara without making a sound. Based on what I just heard, obviously, not long after, they would then bring their so-called reinforcements. They actively returned to snatch the dumpling. Oh, we just need to wait for them to walk right into our trap. But prior to this, I need to hurry. First, deal with the Guardian in front of us. Complete the first part of the legendary faction quest as soon as possible. Otherwise, everything will happen all at once later. It would be bad if it delayed the progress of the task. Thinking of this, Lu Chen slightly raised his eyes, stared directly at the venomous scorpion man demon before him. A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. If you live, we will not be able to set foot on the second floor. So, I'll just kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chen's right arm suddenly twitched. Whoosh whoosh dash. 3 invisible sonic blades shot towards Shara in an instant. You're asking for it. Shara never expected this. This tiny being at level 25 before me. How dare they attack me? Oh, Shara roared. On his muscular body. Instantly, a patch of yellowish-brown insect carapace appeared. Today, I'll show you just how vulnerable your attacks are to the mighty scorpion demon Shara. Faced with the rapidly approaching sonic blade, Shara's face was full of disdain. Snort. My insect shell? It can easily withstand attacks from even a level 50 boss. You, a mere level 25 evolved being. They dare to attack me? That's incredibly arrogant. Under Shara's disdainful gaze, the sonic blade arrived in an instant. Puff, puff, puff. 3 muffled thuds were heard. Shara felt a sharp pain in his chest. The mockery on his face froze instantly. Varied. What's going on? Shara looked down. All I could see was my own broad chest. 3 horrifying wounds, deep enough to reach the bone marrow, had appeared. Fresh blood gushed out like a fountain. And his own insect armor, which he had always been proud of. It was torn apart as easily as soft tofu. Completely defenseless. Seeing this scene, Shara's pupils contracted sharply. His face was filled with horror. How is that possible? Don't even mention this level 25 evolved being. Even if a level 50 evolved being launches an attack, it could only leave a white mark on my insect carapace. It's impossible to break through its defenses. Damn it. What kind of attack did he just make? How can it be so sharp? However, Shara had no time to react. Lu Chun lightly tapped the ground with one foot. The other leg is slightly bent. The body maintained a delicate balance. His hands were gently placed on an invisible ancient zither. Sulla witnessed this scene. His expression changed drastically. He cried out in shock. A-rank auditory skill? You've mastered the sound blade technique. This time, Sulla immediately understood. Why was my insect armor completely defenseless just now? Because sonic blade attacks ignore physical defense. Suddenly, Lu Chen's fingers moved rapidly. Clang, 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 clang. A series of dense and chilling piano notes suddenly rang out. Invisible sonic blades surged forth like a tide. It drew cracks in the air. It shot swiftly towards the massive Sulla. Time is of the essence. This Sulla is clearly a boss-level creature with extremely strong defense. So, Lu Chen showed no mercy. He immediately unleashed his full power with the A-rank skill that ignores physical defense. String of the 9 heavens. Asshole. Shara roared. The 2 enormous claws on the insect's body beneath it suddenly rose up. It's blocking the way. Puff, puff, puff. A series of muffled thuds followed. The insect's sturdy defenses. It was instantly sliced open by the sonic blade. In an instant, green insect blood splattered. Feeling the excruciating pain from the 2 claws, Sulla gritted his teeth. He secretly hardened his heart. Asshole. Although this sonic blade technique is powerful, but the mental energy consumed must also be extremely terrifying. I'd like to see your mental strength as a level 25 evolved being. It can sustain you in launching several attacks. Puff, 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 puff. However, the sound blades surged like a tide. There is no sign of it stopping. Snap. A crisp sound. Solana's powerful claws, a source of pride for both his offense and defense. It was actually cleaved and broken by the sound blade. But A large number of sonic blades rained down like a sudden downpour. Not diminished at all, they continued to fire wildly at Shara. Seeing this, Sulla, his pupils suddenly contracted. An uncontrollable look of horror flashed in his eyes. No, why isn't the sonic blade attack decreasing? Damn it, just how strong are this kid's senses? How could his mental energy be so abundant? You should know, that series of sonic blades just now, enough to exhaust all the mental energy of a level 50 evolved being. But Lu Chun, who was only level 25 in front of him, his complexion remained normal and his expression was calm. There was no sign of mental exhaustion whatsoever. At this moment, Lu Chen's perception of 2,456 points reached a terrifying 12,280 points under the amplification of perception resonance. The average four-dimensional attributes of a level 50 evolved being are around 1,200 points. However, now, faced with that sonic blade that ignores physical defense, Shara dared not confront them head-on again. His own strongest, thickest, and most defensive claws had been pierced by arrows. Keep enduring it. I'm afraid my own head will be the next one to break. Asshole. Shara's face was contorted. To think that I had been driven to such a predicament by a level 25 ant. My heart is filled with resentment. He roared. Chapter 197 Shara's Combination Technique. His arms suddenly spread out. In an instant, yellow sand surged all around. They converged into a powerful sandstorm. This is Shara's A-rank skill, Sandstorm. The sonic blade that shot at him. Under the sweep of the sandstorm, the speed decreased sharply. Shara, meanwhile, moved his legs around, skillfully avoid the sonic blade. Then, taking advantage of the cover of the vast yellow sand, with a sway of his body, instantly, it burrowed into the yellow sand beneath its feet, vanished without a trace. Call. Splash. The sandstorm expanded rapidly. It instantly swallowed up Lu Chun. Yellow sand surged like a tide. It pelted Lu Chun head-on, making a series of loud thuds. Lu Chun frowned slightly. I suddenly felt my body sink. All that remained before my eyes was a hazy, yellowish chaos. In this raging sea of sand, my vision is blurry. The operation was thwarted. Shara's speed, however, increased dramatically. The sonic blade that was emitted at this moment was about to touch Shara again. It's already as difficult as climbing to heaven. Suddenly, the yellow sand beneath Lu Chen's feet trembled violently. Immediately afterwards, a deafening roar resounded. Yellow sand splashed everywhere. Shara's massive body burst forth from Lu Chen's sight, as if emerging from a cocoon. Shara's face was contorted in a ferocious expression. The muscles in his right arm were knotted and bulging. The lumps are raised. That right fist, as big as a small car, accompanied by a sonic boom. It slammed down viciously towards Lu Chun. Now, Lu Chun, who is 1.8 meters tall, in front of Shara, who is 15 meters tall, as insignificant as an ant. Shara looked down at Lu Chun, his eyes filled with mockery and ferocity. Hee. Human beings. I admit that your attack just now was quite skillful. But humans are ultimately just humans. Small in stature and weak in strength. Once I get close, there's only one outcome for you. I'll crush you into mincemeat. Boy, how dare you provoke the great Shara. Dot. Amidst Shara's roar, Lu Chun slowly raised his seemingly slender hand. He faced the massive fist, as heavy as a mountain. Immediately, Shara's fist collided violently with Lu Chen's palm. Smack. A loud bang. It was as if the heavens and earth trembled. Where fists and palms collide, an unprecedented and terrifying shockwave erupted. Energy surged forth like a tidal wave. It created a terrifying shockwave, like a giant bomb exploding. The shockwave spread outwards with tremendous force. Wherever they went, the yellow sand was swept up, forming huge waves of sand. That terrifying impact. It even shattered the raging sandstorm in an instant. It was as if the whole world trembled at that moment. The ferocity on Shara's face remained, but his eyes were filled with uncontrollable horror. Now, the muscles in his right arm were taut, curled up like a dragon. His body trembled slightly. It's clear they've used every trick in the book. However, no matter how hard he tried, the fist, however, seemed to be blocked by an invisible wall. It could not be advanced even a fraction further. This scene, there is only one explanation. This ant-like being before me possessed power comparable to mine. Thinking of this, Shara's heart clenched violently, almost stopping. He couldn't accept this fact. A mere level 25 evolver. In terms of strength, it can actually contend with me, a mid-level awakened 53rd tier boss? Are you kidding me? No. Hasn't he only been in the Revelation Online world for less than 7 days? Did he consume some kind of elixir of immortality during those 7 days? I cultivated for over 200 years to gain my current power. Tell me now, how can someone who has only been cultivating for less than 7 days catch up to me in strength? How is that possible? At this time, Lu Chen opened his right palm. He firmly blocked Shara's right fist, which was as big as a small mountain. His eyes narrowed slightly. He pondered to himself. 12,000 points. Shara's power is around 12,000 points. It's actually more than 3,000 points higher than the level 50 Tarion. In the previous battle with Tarion, Lu Chen sensed that Tarion's strength attribute was only around 9,000 points. But Shara is only 3 ranks higher than Tarion. How could there be such a huge disparity in strength? Both are boss templates. They have all experienced awakening. Logically speaking, the levels are almost the same. The gap in strength shouldn't be so huge. Etc. Awakening. A flash of inspiration struck Lu Chen. Suddenly, I remembered the information on the panel. Shara is at the intermediate awakening level. Tarion, however, is only at the initial awakening stage. Could it be that? Is this the reason for the attribute differences? Unexpectedly, a difference in the level of awakening. It can actually bring about such a huge difference in attributes. It seems that the level of awakening has a huge impact on strength. Have no idea. To what extent will I awaken? What kind of enhancements will we receive? But these are all things for the future. We still need to resolve the immediate battle first. Thinking of this, Lu Chen's right arm muscles tensed up. A red light surged around his body. A powerful resonance erupts. Immediately afterwards, with the support of 14,605 points of power, Lu Chen began to exert force with his right palm. Under Shara's incredulous gaze, his right palm pressed down on Shara's right fist, slowly but firmly moving forward. Now, Shara felt the terrifying force coming from the fist. I felt a wave of despair. No, big brother, you're not even 2 meters tall. I'm a full 15 meters tall. I've grown up like this. So you're not as strong as a tiny thing like me? Is there no justice left? Is there no law left? Take a look at the revelation online yourself. Is this reasonable? Shara was unwilling to admit his inferiority in strength. The 9 scorpion tails behind him suddenly stirred restlessly, like 9 venomous dragons poised to pounce, extending sharp, poisonous needles. It suddenly pierced towards Lu Chen from all directions. The venom contained in the scorpion's tail is enough to kill any creature below level 50. Lu Chen frowned. With a flash, the teleportation skill was activated suddenly. 9 scorpion tails pierced through the lingering illusions of the sunken land. It plunged headlong into the desert. It stirred up a sky full of yellow sand. He also has spatial abilities? Shara raised an eyebrow. He then revealed a sinister smile. So what? Immediately afterwards, he suddenly spurred his scorpion tail. Large amounts of venom were injected into the yellow sand. In an instant, a patch of eerie green, starting from the scorpion's tail, spread rapidly in all directions at an astonishing speed. Rank a skill, venom spread. In an instant, the once yellow desert has turned into a terrifying green swamp. At the same time, Shara controls the surrounding sandstorms. It made it even more violent. This completely blocked Lu Chen's escape route. Human, I'd like to see what you can do against my all-encompassing offensive. Shara sneered. Sandstorms blocked visibility and escape routes. The venom spreads to poison the opponent. This is Shara's most prized combination technique. He used this combo several times to poison an enemy far stronger than oneself to death. Kid, this is the first time I've used this combo on an opponent below level 60. Shara said proudly. Even in death, you have enough to be proud of. Chapter 198, The Wonderful Uses of Spatial Talents. Oh no, the captain is in danger. He can't die? If he dies, he'll become a ghost. Jack saw that the situation was critical. He hurriedly turned to Yunting and said, Little Yunzi, our combined attacks probably won't even break through this giant scorpion demon's defenses. Okay, in a bit, you take me and fly to the top of his head, and we'll both self-destruct. Let's interrupt the scorpion demon's skills and give the captain a breather. However, Yunting shook his head. He said in a low voice, Senior Jack, this poisonous swamp poses no threat to my master. You forgot, Master just absorbed the crystal man's talent. How could someone with a crystal body be poisoned? Huh? Crystal? Yes. Jack slapped his forehead. In my haste, I forgot about that. The little dumpling has already absorbed the crystal man's talent for its master. Speaking of which, Jack looked at Shara, who was unleashing her full power. A slight smirk appeared on his lips. He said with sympathy, This guardian is really unlucky to have run into our captain. During their conversation, the poisonous swamp has rapidly spread to the foot of Lu Chen. if it were an ordinary level 25 evolver. Once the feet touch, they will instantly become infected with a deadly poison. His body turned into blood within seconds, and he died on the spot. Shara saw this. He burst into triumphant laughter. Ha ha ha, human, even if you possess extraordinary abilities, once you come into contact with my venom, you will only face death. Ha ha ha. However, Shara laughed and laughed, but suddenly his laughter stopped. Because Lu Chun before my eyes, the original flesh and blood body. In an instant, it transformed into a crystal clear body. His venom. It was completely unable to penetrate the crystal condensed body. Rank a talent, crystal avatar. How is this possible? Shara's eyes widened. Completely stunned. How did it turn into crystal? Isn't this kid a gifted auditory learner? Crystal, etc. This seems to be Tarian's talent, right? How come this kid knows how to do that too? Sudden, a terrifying thought flooded Shara's mind. Tarian. Could it be that they did not neglect their duties? Instead, he was killed by this level 25 evolved being right in front of him. And his talent was somehow taken away by this kid. So, only those evolved beings with level 25 strength can enter the Tower of Awakening. And he possesses Tarian's talents. Thinking of this, Shara felt a chill run down his spine. This kid is too weird. Only level 25. Their combat power is so astonishing. They can also master multiple advanced talents and skills. Most importantly, he seems to be able to steal other people's talents. No wonder. No wonder this kid skipped the trial missions and went straight to the Pillar of Heaven. Because, if I don't let them pass, does this kid want to kill me too? Shara's eyes twitched slightly at this thought. The will to fight vanished instantly. This human in front of me is too strange. There's no need for me to fight this freak for the sake of so-called rules. At worst, I can leave the Tower of Awakening. I will stop being a guardian. Thinking of this, Shara cleared his throat. He pretended to be calm and said, Human, although you did not undertake the trial mission, you have now gained the approval of the great scorpion demon Shara. Now, you can ascend to the second floor of the Tower of Awakening. However, upon hearing this, Lu Chen, a cold smile merely curled at the corner of his lips. It's too late to let them through now. Hee. Your Venom Avatar talent. I'm really interested. Thinking of this, Lu Chen's mind stirred. The invisible zither reappeared before him. Quickly plucked the strings with both hands. A tone filled with murderous intent suddenly rang out. In an instant, countless sonic blades, like a violent storm, it poured down on Shara. Asshole, do you think these sonic blades can harm me in a sandstorm? Shara roared. Really? The sonic blade emitted by Lu Chen, obstructed by sandstorms. The speed was greatly reduced. Shara can easily dodge with just a slight sway of his scorpion legs. However, just as Shara took a hiding position, as you prepare to let the sonic blade glide by, the countless sonic blades suddenly vanished without a trace. What happened? Disappeared? Shara was taken aback. But, in the very next second, the countless sonic blades suddenly appeared before our eyes. Shara's pupils contracted sharply. There was simply no time to react. The sonic blade, carrying a sharp and powerful force, slashed fiercely across his body. Puff, 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 puff. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere, and insect limbs flew about. Dozens of deep wounds were instantly slashed across Shara's body. The scorpion's body beneath it, along with several of its tails and legs, were also severed. Lu Chen saw this scene. A hint of joy flashed in his eyes. It's done. Spatial talent can indeed be used in conjunction with other attack skills. After seeing the miniature world inside the Tower of Awakening, Lu Chen then became obsessed with developing his spatial abilities. After all, A-level spatial talent. In my own hands, I've only implemented the basic application of teleportation. Its true power has yet to be fully discovered. Lu Chen had attempted to tear space apart and condense a spatial blade. However, due to insufficient understanding of space, repeated failures. But, just now, when the sonic blade speed is greatly reduced in the sandstorm, making it difficult to hit the target, Lu Chen had a flash of inspiration. Since I can use my spatial talent to teleport, can the launched attack also involve teleportation? Thinking of this, the instant the sonic blade was unleashed, Lu Chen, he tried to use teleportation to pull the sonic blade directly in front of Shara. In this way, the sonic blade eliminates the need for long-distance flight. It erupted directly in front of Shara. This reduces the attenuation of power. This caught Shara off guard and greatly improved his accuracy. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Lu Chen's lips. He plucked the strings again with his right hand. Launched the strings resound through the 9 heavens. The sonic blade vanished without a trace as soon as it was unleashed. Damn it, not again. Shara's expression changed drastically, staring intently at the empty space before him. Those sonic blades just appeared so suddenly. It caught me off guard. This time, I will never fall for this again. However, just as he was becoming wary of what was happening before him, a sudden ripple came from behind. Numerous sonic blades suddenly appeared out of thin air behind him, accompanied by a piercing sound of wind being cut. It slashed fiercely at his back with a whoosh. In an instant, blood and flesh splattered. Shara's thick back was slashed and left a bloody mess. You should know, this sonic blade ignores physical defense. If Shara's physical attributes weren't high enough, the attack just now, that would be enough to cut him in half at the waist. Ah! Bastard, bastard, bastard. Shara roared in pain. His face was contorted with rage. However, he hadn't even had time to react. The deadly music rang out once more. Clang, 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 clang. Immediately afterwards, several sonic blades seemed to appear out of thin air, appearing to Shara's right. It slashed fiercely at his neck. Shara's pupils contracted sharply as the aura of death rushed towards him. At this moment, he had no time to dodge. He could only instinctively raise his right arm to block it. However, the next second, the sonic blade raged past. His thick right arm was severed in an instant. The blood-soaked arm crashed to the ground on the sand. Chapter 199 was too exhilarating to stop. How could this happen? Leos, standing behind, had a blank stare in his eyes, mouth slightly open. They stood there dumbfounded, completely stunned. The unfolding events completely overturned his expectations. Faced with the obstruction of the guardian Shara, this human not only acted rashly, but it was also completely revamped. They completely dominated Shara throughout the entire match. No. So, is the level really completely useless to him? Leos originally thought that Shara, a level 53 intermediate awakening character with a boss template, even if they cannot defeat this strange human, at the very least, they could fight to a standstill. Should we block him? Can. But the result was that Shara was beaten the entire time. They didn't even manage a single decent counterattack. No, that's a super boss with intermediate awakening level. Even if dozens of level 50 evolved beings joined forces, it would be difficult to force them into such a predicament. But this human, who was only level 25, he single-handedly suppressed Shara so miserably. Even more alarming is that Leos felt that this human didn't even use their true strength. The moment this thought popped into my head, Leos's heart tightened suddenly. An ominous premonition welled up in my heart. What if the palace master of the Nine Heavens Palace fights this human later? Could it be that he can't beat him either? The moment this idea came to mind, Leos shook his head violently. It seems utterly absurd. Lord of the Nine Heavens Palace. That's the strength of a level 60 cultivator. S-rank talent. A supreme expert who has completed advanced awakening. From any perspective, he couldn't possibly lose to a level 25 evolved being. Right. That must be it. I was just scaring myself. How could the Lord of the Nine Heavens Palace be unable to defeat a level 25 evolved being? Hee. Just as Leos was consoling himself, the battle beneath the heavenly pillar is nearing its end. Shara was in a terrible state at this time. His right arm was severed. All 9 scorpion tails were cut off. Its massive body was covered with scars of varying depths. Each cut was so deep that the bone was visible. The most terrifying thing is that his neck had been cut open by a third. In the bright red flesh and blood, the pale white cervical vertebrae were faintly visible. The arrogance on Shara's face had completely vanished. Instead, there was an overwhelming sense of fear. Horrible. That's terrifying. In less than a minute, he was slashed so miserably by the overwhelming sound blades. No, I know about the sound blade technique. Able to ignore physical defense. The damage was indeed terrifying. But isn't this a bit too extreme? Other sound blade techniques. At least the speed is limited. There is still a possibility of evasion. And what about the sonic blade technique that this kid unleashed? The moment the attack was made, it'll be right in front of you in the next second. They didn't give us any chance to dodge at all. Isn't this the same as cheating? What's most infuriating is that, damn it, this kid possesses Tarian's crystal avatar. Lao Tzu's poison. It's not working for him yet. At this moment, Shara hated Tarian to death. If it weren't for that bastard providing Lu Chun with the crystal talent, why am I in such a passive position right now? Tarian, it's your own fault for being bad, not mine. In the very next moment, clang, 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 the deadly piano music rang out once more. Shara instantly sensed danger lurking all around him. As if the next second, his own neck would be severed by a sharp blade. The shadow of death instantly enveloped him. Escape. We must escape. Otherwise, he couldn't escape death. Shara's mind raced. Its limbs thrashed about frantically. They attempted to hide in the yellow sand. However, the once soft, water-like yellow sand. But now it is as hard as iron. Shara dug twice. It couldn't be dug up at all. How could this be? Shara was astonished. His gaze suddenly fell on Lu Chun. Lu Chun stood tall and imposing, like a mountain peak. The feet are the roots. A yellowish halo appeared on the surrounding yellow sand. Earth-type talent, the power of mountains. It's you? Shara was terrified. It's me. Lu Chun remained calm. With a thought, several sonic blades appeared behind Shara in an instant. Immediately afterwards, a muffled thud. Shara's massive head flew off with a thud. This guardian who stands watch over the blazing sands. And so it fell. In an instant, an extremely rich life energy surged from Shara's remains. They surged toward Lu Chun and the little dumpling behind him. Ding. Defeat the guardian of the blazing sands. Scorpion Demon Shara, level 53 boss. Intermediate awakening. Gain 26.7 million life energy points. You have reached level 26. Current level, 26, for 0.17 million/11 million. Strength, plus 40. Agility, plus 40. Constitution, plus 40. Perception, plus 40. Freedom attribute, plus 20. Gurgle gurgle. After the little dumpling absorbed half of the life energy, they also successfully leveled up together with Lu Chun. Current level, 22, 4.17 million/10 million. Wow, Captain, you're awesome. Upon seeing the battle end, Jack came running over, his face beaming with excitement. That giant scorpion demon, you just shot it to death with a sonic blade like that? This huge guy. I reckon even if we stood still and let Yin Ting and I chop him down, we might not be able to kill him. However, faced with Jack's rapid-fire words, Lu Chen's steps suddenly faltered and his body swayed. Owner, Yin Ting reacted quickly, immediately stepping forward. He was firmly supported, looking at Lu Chun with a worried expression. Senior Jack, what's wrong with Master? Gurgle, the little bundle in the backpack. Sensing Lu Chen's unusual behavior, he immediately crawled anxiously out of his backpack. It coiled around Lu Chen's neck. With a tender heart, it gently pressed Lu Chen's temples with its tentacles. Headache. Tuanzi sensed that its owner had a headache. Tuanzi felt so sorry for her. Upon seeing this, Jack's excitement instantly vanished. He stroked his chin and pondered for a moment. It seems that you've exhausted your mental energy, Captain. Having followed you for so long, this is the first time I've seen your mental energy run out. I always thought your mental energy was limitless. Lu Chun glared at Jack, his face pale. I'm not a god. My mental strength is only slightly higher than that of ordinary people. If I consume too much energy, I will also be overdrawn. As he spoke, with Yun Ting's help, Lu Chun slowly sat down, feeling the excruciating pain, like being cut by a knife, in my mind. He shook his head with a wry smile. This string vibrating through the heavens, combined with teleportation. It's really enjoyable to use. Powerful attack. The enemy also finds it difficult to escape. The mental energy consumed was simply astonishing. Even though he activated his sensory resonance and possessed over 12,000 points of perception. But, during the battle against Shara, they were focused on a quick victory. It couldn't be stopped. I accidentally exhausted my mental energy. Chapter 200, 10,000 units of golden-veined fur, struck it rich? This is since Lu Chun transmigrated to the world of Revelation Online. This is the first time I've used up all my mental energy. After a short rest, Lu Chun pulled Tuanzi into his arms. He comforted her softly. Don't worry, it's just that your mental energy is depleted. You'll recover in a few hours. Gurgle. Oh dear. Captain, this isn't something that can be done in a few hours. With your mental energy depleted, it will take at least 12 hours to recover your fighting strength. Jack stamped his foot, his brow furrowed. In that case, we might not have enough time. Lu Chun listened. He couldn't help but shake his head. He smiled wryly. I was thinking that time was of the essence, and I needed to quickly eliminate Shara to complete the mission. I didn't expect that rushing would waste even more time. It really shows that haste makes waste. Master, I can fly? Why don't I go to the second floor first to explore and find out where the sea area teleportation array is? Yun Ting suggested. No rush. The creatures in the Tower of Awakening are too high level. Even if you and Jack have boss templates, they won't stand a chance here. I need to recover first, then we'll go up together. Lu Chun closed his eyes and said calmly. Upon hearing this, a hint of guilt flashed across Yun Ting's face. He lowered his head and said, Master, it is Yun Ting's incompetence that is the problem. If I were stronger, I could definitely lend you a hand. You are already among the best in your class. However, this place requires level 50 to explore, so it is understandable that you feel powerless. Lu Chen closed his eyes and responded calmly. But, my master is only level 26, yet he can easily kill a guardian, while I have a lot of trouble dealing with an ordinary sand scorpion. Yun Ting clenched his fists. His eyes were filled with resentment. Lu Chen's strength is improving at an incredibly fast pace. It was so fast that it terrified Yun Ting, even though I also have a boss template, envied by others. But he still felt that he could not even begin to compare with Lu Chen. Hey, Zio Yunzi, don't try to compete with the captain. Jack was picking his nose on the side. He interrupted. With the captain having the advantage of having a dumpling, we're just asking for trouble compared to him. Since we're in the Tower of Awakening right now, we should find some herbs or potions that can boost our attributes and enhance our potential. Then I can complete an advanced awakening here, and then I should be able to help the captain. Lu Chen, who was resting with his eyes closed to recover his mental energy. Hearing Jack's words, his eyes snapped open. Medicine. By the way, after the Netherworld is upgraded, the fleet shop should also have new stock. I wonder if there is a suitable medication? Thinking of this, Lu Chen immediately opened the Yuming fleet shop panel. Really, the interior has been completely renovated. Several new categories have been added. 1. Pharmaceuticals. 2. Equipment. 3. Materials. 4. Special category. When you see medicines, Lu Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. This is it. Lu Chen quickly opened the category. Inside, several kinds of medicines were displayed. Sea Marrow Strengthening Elixir Bronze Level 1. A potion refined from deep-sea marrow stones, with a rich, dark color. Consuming it permanently increases constitution by 10 points. A very precious potion. However, each person can only drink 3 bottles. Contribution points required for redemption, 300 points. Wind Spirit Swiftness, Dew Bronze Beginner. Collected from the land of howling sea breezes, meticulously crafted by an apothecary. It contains the lightness of the wind element. Consuming it permanently increases agility by 10 points. Although only the first 3 bottles are effective, the permanent stat increase is invaluable. Contribution points required for redemption, 300 points. Several kinds of goods were displayed in front of me. All of these are potions that can permanently increase attributes. This kind of thing, what might be priceless in the eyes of other evolved beings. But in Lu Chen's eyes, however, they are like chicken bones, useless. These potions are not only expensive, but a bronze-level potion is equivalent to a silver-level weapon. The key point is, the effect wasn't great either. Only an increase of 10 attribute points. It should be consumed no more than 3 times. Compared to the power of the dumpling, it's not even worth mentioning. You should know, even if Tuanzi casually consumes the corpse of a level 20 sea beast, it will gain more than 20 points of attribute boost. Not to mention that you can also acquire talent. Lu Chen shook his head. His gaze continued to sweep downwards. Sudden, one item caught Lu Chen's eye. Tranquilizing Seaweed Elixir, Bronze Level 1. Extracted from seaweed of the tranquil deep sea. It is emerald green in color and has a pleasant fragrance. Drinking it restores mental energy. Yes, this is the famous blue elixir. However, don't even think about using it in battle, because the elixir will lose its effectiveness if the user's energy is unstable. Contribution points required for redemption, 300 points. A blue potion that can restore mental energy? Isn't this exactly what I need right now? Very good. Lu Chen was just about to exchange it when, however, he discovered that he only had 50 contribution points left. I don't have enough contribution points. However, Yang Ziming and his group must have plundered a lot of resources on Naga Island before. It should be able to exchange for a considerable number of contribution points. Thinking of this, Lu Chen quickly opened the fleet warehouse. What came into view was a mountain of timber, and numerous iron ore, copper ore, animal hides, and magic stones. There are also sea beast crystal cores of various classes, and a massive 2-masted frigate. It seems that we in the Netherworld have accumulated quite a few resources during this period. Lu Chen muttered to himself. He then clicked on the panel containing the largest quantity of timber in the warehouse. Golden veined fir, 10,000, high-grade black iron. A mid-grade wood with golden veins, excellent for building and upgrading ships. Mid-grade wood is very valuable. If you find a forest of golden veined fir, congratulations, you're rich. Golden fir, a mid-grade timber? A glint flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. This is an important material needed to upgrade ships. It can be considered a strategic resource. Unexpectedly, the warehouse contained a staggering tens of thousands of units. Presumably, this was after the fall of the Naga royal court. Resources and spoils plundered by Yang Ziming and his companions on Naga Island. Tens of thousands of units of high-grade black iron timber. What an enormous fortune this is. Although it took a lot of effort to kill the Naga King at that time. But now it seems, the harvest was also extremely bountiful. Although medium-grade timber is a strategic material, and some should be stockpiled, we don't need 10,000 portions. Lu pondered for a moment. I made a decisive decision to exchange 5,000 units of golden fur for contribution points. Ding. Consumed 5,000 golden fur, high-grade black iron, to exchange for 35,000 contribution points. Current contribution points, 15050. Looking at the surge in contribution points, Lu Chun felt a surge of joy. War is indeed the fastest way to make money. Eliminate a high-level small faction. The 10,000 units of golden fur looted. If all of them are converted into contribution points, it's a whopping 30,000 points.